in a parallel world. In room 101 of Building 2, Huangwan Community. On the second ring road of Jean City, Long Country. Within the spacious confines of over 100 square meters, a plethora of models and figurines clutter the room, revealing the owner's profound passion for this hobby. Uncle Yuling, it's time for dinner. Li Chun carefully navigated through the assorted models, balancing the meal as he knocked on the door. I know. Just place it on the table. It'll be there shortly. A youthful voice responded from behind the door. Li Chun displayed a look of exasperation as he approached the table, setting down the food and waiting. His uncle was admirable in many respects, but his obsession with model making had consumed him entirely. He had not only sold his company, but had invested all his money into this endeavor, rarely stepping outside. Were it not for his mother's daily meals, Li Chun would suspect his uncle might starve in his workshop. He was truly a hardcore otaku. Just wait. Uncle, I've been accepted into the engineering university, and he'll bring you some real toys to play with. Their bond had been exceptionally close, but ever since Yu Ling had sequestered himself in the workshop, a distance had begun to grow between them. This was precisely why Li Chun had chosen to alter his application preferences. Otherwise, they would no longer be able to enjoy their shared hobby together in the future. Inside the room, in contrast to the dazzling models outside, the interior was somewhat chaotic. Raw materials lay strewn across the floor. A disheveled man sat at a peculiar workbench, with mechanical arms diligently assembling various small parts at his command. Occasionally, a laser beam would strike the device at the center of the workbench. Suddenly, a muffled thud reverberated, accompanied by a billowing cloud of black smoke. Damn it! Another failure. The man clenched his fists in frustration. After a moment, he sighed and resignedly activated the exhaust, drawing out the acrid smoke that filled the air. It seems impossible to substitute those restricted materials with ordinary metals. This portable nuclear power device is jammed. Moreover, the universal prototype workbench is becoming somewhat outdated. Yu Ling cast a glance at the workbench he had been using for 3 years. He had traversed from another world. 4 years ago, he found himself in this body, which had met its demise under a colossal figurine, fortuitously sharing the name Yu Ling. Shortly thereafter, the system arrived. Emperor System Binding. In the name of the Emperor, let the brilliance of humanity illuminate every corner of the universe. Yu Ling still vividly remembered the stirring words left behind after the system binding. 3 years had passed, yet the fervor remained undiminished. He opened a panel. Name, Yu Ling. Age, 27. Remaining lifespan, 60 years. Gene level, perfect level blue, star native 88. Next level, cosmic level 1 citizen. Psyche level, Upsilon 88. Access permission to Emperor's knowledge repository, 0.2. Psyche skill, none. Reputation, none. Yu Ling approached the door and lifted his t-shirt, revealing a chiseled 8-pack abdomen. As a recluse, he had not exercised a single bit over the past 3 years, yet his physical fitness surpassed the current theoretical limits achievable by humanity. All of this is the consequence of a system transformation. Upon crossing over and acquiring the system, Yu Ling did not hesitate for a moment. He promptly sold the company of his original self and invested all his resources into the blueprints provided by the system. Diligence reaps rewards. After spending a substantial portion of his fortune, he finally managed to create a workbench. Subsequently, he dedicated an entire year to constructing the laser cannon as per the system's designs, culminating in advancements in genetic evolution and enhancement of his psychic energy level. However, progress has now stagnated. As the nation with the best public safety in the world, many materials are inaccessible to the average person. Consequently, the portable nuclear energy core he is currently crafting faces severe restrictions due to material and financial constraints. Yu Ling squandered a year without being able to substitute the controlled rare metals with ordinary ones. Am I left with no choice but to join the national team? Yu Ling muttered in frustration. It is not that he is unwilling to join. If he were to submit the blueprints and technology for the laser cannon, he would surely attract attention. Yet, there are many aspects he cannot articulate clearly. Without a favorable opportunity, he cannot secure the conditions and autonomy he desires. He cannot simply approach them claiming he has developed a laser cannon for model making, especially a personal weapon. They would likely deem him insane, even if he were to demonstrate his invention. Yu Ling is also deeply concerned about being coerced into becoming a mere research machine for someone else's fame and fortune. In his previous life at university, his research report was appropriated by a professor for publication, leaving him with nothing to show for it. Moreover, much of what exists within the Emperor's system is not meant for public scrutiny. Take, for instance, the workbench in his room. If revealed, it would cause a seismic shift in global industry. Ah, how vexing! Yu Ling locked the door and lamented. What's wrong, uncle? Li Chun inquired with curiosity. Get lost. I'm merely 8 years older than you. How am I old? Hith hith. Yu Ling rolled his eyes and sat down to eat. Ah, sister's cooking is delightful. Li Chun found his little uncle amusing. They had practically grown up together. With no children of their own, their grandparents had adopted Yu Ling into the family, resulting in a negligible age gap. You're being so kind today, bringing me food? Aren't you supposed to be back at school? By the way, I heard from your grandmother that your instructor asked you to create weapon models. You wouldn't be plotting against me, would you? I want to assist. Yu Ling observed his nephew cautiously. This rascal has already taken enough of his belongings. His already meager finances would only suffer further strain. The latter chuckled. Can I just miss you? Yu Ling paused his meal, casting an impassive gaze upon him. Good intentions met with ingratitude. Farewell, he exclaimed, storming out in a huff. Yu Ling was momentarily taken aback. What's his problem? He shrugged it off, as he needed to continue tackling his ongoing projects. Unbeknownst to him, as his nephew exited, he stealthily took with him the very item Yu Ling had strictly forbidden him to touch. It was the laser cannon he had devised to earn system rewards for genetic evolution. The following day dawned bright and sunny in the outskirts of Jean City. A university stands tall, and unlike usual, armored vehicles, troop carriers, and even tanks roll onto the campus. As a prestigious institution dedicated to equipping the national military and nurturing a plethora of talent, this year's opening ceremony appears to be particularly grandiose. The children of old comrades are enrolling. They may very well become one of us. What's wrong with organizing a military exercise to broaden their horizons? All right. No need for idle chatter. What could possibly go wrong? If anything happens, it'll take responsibility. With that, the old commander abruptly ended the call. Daughter, make sure to rigorously train those students. Don't go easy on them just because they're childhood friends. He cast a glance at the exquisite young lady standing beside him. The latter rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested in the conversation. Within the school, students had already formed neat lines, each clutching their self-crafted weapons. Wow, Chen, what cutting-edge technology is this? One of Li Chen's close friends marveled as he observed the laser cannon nestled in Li Chen's embrace after he removed its camouflage. His eyes sparkled with excitement. She'll make a fuss. I want that beautiful instructor to be impressed by me. Li Chen chuckled, revealing the reason behind his decision to pilfer his uncle's creation. Though his uncle was a reclusive nerd, his skills were undeniably exceptional, far beyond what these fresh students could match. He was determined to capture the interest of the enchanting instructor, perhaps even exchange contact information. His thoughts drifted to the instructor's graceful stature, eliciting a mischievous grin. Chapter 2. The trigger unexpectedly pulled on the playground. Li Chen daydreamed about an encounter with the beautiful instructor, a foolish smile adorning his face. Silence. A loud shout abruptly interrupted him. Following this command, armored vehicles and tanks rolled onto the school grounds, forming a square formation in the center. Soldiers swiftly disembarked, their movements exhibiting remarkable discipline. They stood at attention beside the students' ranks. At ease. Salute. The 5th Squad of the 3rd Armored Brigade had assembled. The commanding officer requested an inspection. The sound of synchronized footsteps resonated, a palpable aura of authority emanating from the ranks, causing the nearby college students to feel a sense of trepidation. Despite being vastly outnumbered by the freshmen, the soldiers exerted an overwhelming presence. Is this what military brothers are like? I'm smitten, many girls in the crowd thought, their eyes shimmering with admiration. The boys soon followed suit. Captivated by the appearance of a stunning figure, their instructor, the military flower, bowing Xue. Wow, her figure and looks utterly surpassed the national goddesses of the entertainment industry, Li Chen's close friend exclaimed. A chorus of appreciative gasps echoed, affirming this sentiment. This was precisely the motivation behind the boys' fervent efforts to craft weapon models upon returning home. Their enthusiasm unparalleled. The commanding officer began to speak. After a series of formalities, he finally addressed the main topic. Although we have arranged an exercise today, the focus remains on the freshmen, for they are the future of our nation. I've heard that students have diligently completed the tasks assigned by the instructor, and some from the weaponry development department even managed to produce real firearms. His expression radiated pride. It fills me with joy to see freshmen reaching such heights. It is truly gratifying. Now, let us hand the stage over to the young talents. Upon hearing this, the other students became agitated. What kind of monsters are they? They're freshmen and can already create guns? Shoo, don't you know? This year's freshmen includes someone of great significance. Their father is a big shot at a top weapon development institute. Indeed, I heard a group of freshmen applied for machining tools and materials, and it was approved. Upperclassmen engaged in astonished discussions. Yet, the ranks remained undisturbed. The freshmen were different, however. Upon hearing that someone could forge real weapons before even enrolling, their eyes widened in disbelief. Chaos erupted among the ranks as they exchanged shocked glances, eager to identify the prodigy among them. Soon, several boys from the weaponry development department stepped forward, brandishing various firearms. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and envious, admiring gazes converged upon them. The soldiers standing in formation also glanced over in surprise, clearly impressed by these newcomers. The beautiful instructor regarded them with a steady gaze, betraying no emotion. Lee-Chen felt a pang of disappointment. How impressive it was that they could create real weapons. Could this be the disparity between individuals? Bowing, Xue surveyed the disordered ranks of freshmen, her heart filled with discontent. Await patiently, for soon you shall learn the pain of disciplinary transgressions. Yet at present, she remains subdued, aware that her father is evidently orchestrating a show for the scion of the Lee family. Growing up amidst various weapon workshops, what merit is there in crafting a firearm? To think he even brought along his closest friend to bask in this accomplishment, does he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? To enter the academy with the ability to fabricate a functional firearm and present it before the commanding officer provides a solid foundation for a future in this field. This is a significant credential. Stand at attention. Bowing, Xue commanded, her demeanor radiating authority. The several new recruits immediately straightened. Bring forth the practice ammunition. You, step forward. Upon her directive, a soldier moved to place a box of practice rounds nearby. The individual singled out was none other than her childhood companion. The focal point of this military training, Li Hu. I have crafted a QBZ-03 assault rifle, utilizing advanced aluminum alloy and hard anodizing techniques. While there are areas that require improvement, it is entirely capable of firing. Li Hu winked at Bao Yingxue, eager to explain. Spare me the superfluous details. Weapons are meant for use. Let the facts speak for themselves. She dismissed him curtly, leaving him momentarily speechless. He then loaded the ammunition. Only to find himself perplexed, there was no target in sight. Squad leader, step forward. Yes. The squad leader emerged from the ranks. Bowing, Xue tossed him a piece of chalk, to which he caught it, bewildered. Go to your tank and draw a target. The squad leader exclaimed, his face revealing reluctance. What are you hesitating for? Afraid of damaging it? Bowing, Xue glared, and he shrugged his shoulders. It's not that I'm reluctant, he muttered, but without further ado, he sprinted towards his tank. The Type 99 main battle tank, boasting exceptional ballistic protection, weighs 53 tons and features third-generation composite armor reinforced with FY for reactive armor. He held no disdain for the craftsmanship of these newcomers. Their work was simply not in the same league. Not to mention, even if they were supplied with an abundance of practice rounds, he would not allow even the slightest mark on his prized possession. His earlier complaints had merely been jest. Once the target was drawn, the squad leader patted his trusted vehicle with a grin. Report. Target is ready. Understood. Return to formation. Bowing, Xue commanded. Turning to the eager Li Hu. Commence. She uttered icily. He, undeterred, approached the designated distance, raised his weapon, and aimed with seamless precision, clearly not a novice. The sound of gunfire erupted. After concluding, Li Hu awaited the assessment with confidence. 1 10 ring, 3 5 rings, 6 8 rings. No misses. The report elicited a swell of pride in Li Hu's expression. His striking power is diminished by 40% compared to a standard QB assault rifle. His triumphant demeanor faltered as he gazed quizzically at his creation. This shouldn't be possible. Bowing Shiwei provided no opportunity for him to argue. An impressive performance. Next, one must not reveal any alterations made to the bullets. She fails to comprehend why her elder is so invested in this young man. Such theatrics have prompted her to resort to subtle manipulations, unbeknownst to her fellow classmates. They are utterly exhilarated. I'm going. All 10 shots fired. No jams. And a perfect 10 ring. This is absolutely incredible. Why is he so exceptional among the freshmen? They exclaim. Wah, Li Hu will be my idol from now on. So handsome. You, stop talking. Don't steal our lines. A female student glares angrily at the conspicuous figure beside her. At the forefront of the crowd, Li Chen's expression darkens. It seems he is not destined to be the protagonist. Even if he has pilfered his uncle's creation, what difference does it make? Can he truly compare with the real talents? No matter how well he performs, it all feels superficial. He resolves to create something genuinely remarkable in the future. Something that will astound everyone and allow his reclusive uncle to experience a thrill. How exhilarating! What is so impressive about merely firing a weapon? I could do that too. With a face full of envy, he daydreams. He raises the laser cannon in his arms, aiming at the main battle tank. One must have dreams in life. Suddenly, he pauses, realizing that his left hand, which supports the laser cannon, has inadvertently touched something. The trigger, which had seemed stuck, unexpectedly releases. Chapter 3. Anyone can encounter an incident except for him on the playground. Li Chen's pupils dilated in shock. The laser cannon in his hands astonishingly split in two. The two rectangular blue components, which had seemed fused together, parted in the middle. A sound reminiscent of bubbles rising in water echoed. Red energy lightning converged within the separated components. With a resounding boom, a dark red beam, half a meter in diameter, shot forth from the front of the laser cannon, striking the target on the main battle tank directly. The entire launch sequence transpired in mere seconds. Within the laser beam, white lightning flickered. Upon impact with the tank, it was propelled away, colliding with another tank behind it. Then came a tremendous explosion. A massive mushroom cloud rose in the center of the playground. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Students gaped at the crowd toppled by the recoil, their eyes drawn to the boy in the center, clutching the smoking, peculiar weapon. Quick, put out the fire. Bowing Shiwei was the first to close her agape mouth. The other soldiers quickly regained their composure and rushed to protect their commander. Li Hu felt his eyes widen painfully. A pulse cannon? Wasn't that a research project of his grandfather? Had it actually succeeded? No. This was not the form of attack associated with a pulse cannon. This device was a laser. Suddenly, he recalled something, and an even greater horror enveloped him. A laser cannon? Was this merely theoretical? Li Hu felt numb. Coming from a family of weapon developers, with 3 generations serving in the National Weapons Research Department, what spectacle of weaponry had he not witnessed? He, Li Hu, had practically grown up amidst arms. While others played with Lego, he toyed with Gatling gun components. Yet now, he gazed enviously at the laser cannon in Li Chen's hands. What kind of path had this individual traversed? What was his background? Let me go. The commander, being shielded during the evacuation, forcefully shrugged off his guards. A seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his focus and turned to the bewildered boy lying on the ground. Do not protect me, protect him. He pointed directly at the dazed Li Chen. The other students, unable to hear his words, instinctively recoiled in terror. It's not me. I had nothing to do with this. It was him, it was his doing. Wah, mommy, even some girls were reduced to tears from fright. Soon, several soldiers seized the laser cannon from his hands and lifted him up. At a glance from the commander, they immediately understood and took him away. Prevent external forces from entering. Enforce martial law on the entire university immediately. Initiate signal control. Not a single fly is to escape. The old commander's expression was grave. The communications officer, understanding the order, promptly set to work. Xiao Shiwei, what are the damages? He approached his daughter, bowing Shiwei. Based on the scene assessment, that shot penetrated the main battle tank's armor. The high-temperature reaction completely dissolved it, resulting in an explosion that rendered all 8 main battle tanks inoperative. She paid no heed to the tear-streaked faces of the tank crew nearby, but instead, her excitement was palpable. This is a laser cannon. Such a formidable laser cannon. Equipped for individual use. What implications does this hold? Should the Dragon Kingdom acquire this technology, it would undoubtedly surpass all other nations in military prowess. Their influence on the global stage would be significantly enhanced. The myriad international challenges currently faced would be effortlessly resolved. Furthermore, the technological advancements required to achieve such power could catalyze transformative progress across related fields. This transcends the mere nature of a weapon. It is indeed an opportunity for the resurgence of the Dragon Kingdom. In comparison, what significance do a few tanks hold? In an instant, Bao Xue pondered deeply. The commanding officer nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the acumen of his daughter. She shared his vision. "Where is that fellow?" Bao Xue inquired. Recalling the figure she initially mistook for an ostentatious distraction, only to discover it genuinely illuminated her perception. A wondrous glimmer danced in her eyes. In truth, it was not just him. All who beheld that radiant light found their eyes aglow, stinging and teary. They would likely need to consult an ophthalmologist for some restorative care. Control has been established. The information is being contained. Effective immediately, this institution will implement a Level 1 wartime protocol. No one is permitted to leave. And lethal force may be authorized if necessary. You should assist as well, the commanding officer intoned meaningfully. How intriguing. Initially, he had come to extend a courtesy to the elderly and promote a friend's son. Little did he know he would uncover such a treasure. He chuckled. Only to be met with the sight of tanks reduced to mere scrap metal, his expression darkening. Had he not just assured the Minister of Security that everything was under control mere minutes ago? This young man, could he not prove himself in another manner? Haha, what a character, you found it delightful. With such capabilities, destroying a few tanks is trivial. If he enjoys combat, he could easily lead a battalion for more. As long as he is willing to join the national team, all terms are negotiable. Before that, however, Principal, please join me. He called to a group of teachers nearby. A bald middle-aged man stepped forward with a composed demeanor, following the officer to a secluded area. "Commander, allow me to explain. I merely intended to conduct military training." There was no intention of undertaking any dangerous experiments. The principal said with a wry smile. "Ah, so you wish to flaunt your schemes? Go on, continue your performance." The officer retorted coldly. Could the principal not discern the value behind this venture? This was no ordinary university. "Honestly, I truly had no idea," the principal admitted, shedding pretense. "Do you expect me to believe that?" The officer scoffed, rolling his eyes. "What do you know about this student?" he inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the principal responded. "There is a student who recently changed his major. His grades are excellent. I understand he made this decision due to some family circumstances." "What was his original major?" the officer pressed. "The chemistry department of the imperial capital's Qingyao University," the principal replied. "Ah, his scores were sufficient," the officer remarked, tilting his head in confusion. "What on earth? Why come here instead of the best school in the country? Hey, what S with that expression? What's south wrong with my place? Don't think I can't see through what you mean." The principal's face darkened. "Ahem, that's not what I meant." The officer awkwardly cleared his throat. "So, what will happen to that boy?" the principal asked hesitantly. Clearly, the situation had escalated to a level beyond his jurisdiction. The officer cast a glance at him. If he could join the national team, everything would be fine. Otherwise, he chuckled coldly. The principal shuddered. The academic affairs office. The corridor outside was filled with armed soldiers, vigilant and ever mindful of their mission. No matter what transpired, they must ensure the safety of the student inside. Everyone here. Even the old officer could sacrifice himself, but that boy must not be harmed. An atmosphere of solemnity pervaded the corridor. Inside, Bao Xue had finished arranging external security measures and had now removed her military jacket, her delicate blouse struggling to contain her ample figure. "Classmate, don't be afraid. Would you like to eat something first?" She smiled as she sat on the desk in front of Li Qin, leaning forward to offer him a pack of individual rations. Chapter 4. Who is the individual that commands such attention from above? Yet, Li Qin paid her no heed. The once admired female instructor could no longer distract him for a moment. He had landed himself in trouble. Li Qin incessantly repeated this thought in his mind, recalling his uncle's stern warning against tampering with that laser cannon. Could it be that the reclusive uncle, perceived by neighbors and relatives as a mere introvert, was, in fact, a person of significant stature? No, No, someone capable of crafting a weapon like a laser cannon must undoubtedly be an influential figure. Although he had hastily changed his application, Li Chen had researched quite a bit about this field. The operational scenarios of main battle tanks are on an entirely different scale compared to individual weaponry. Not to mention the costs, the tonnage and materials are simply incomparable. But what had Uncle Yuling accomplished? A single infantry weapon managed to obliterate an entire tank squadron. Li Chen had some understanding of his uncle's financial standing, which could not possibly equate to the expense of a main battle tank. This implies that such a device is not as costly as one might assume. What sort of individual possesses the expertise of Yuling? Li Chen began to indulge in his fantasies. Perhaps Yuling was a member of a clandestine organization, or even the grand villain orchestrating a plan for world domination. Much like a character from a comic book, had his inadvertent actions led to the exposure of this plot? Would the ensuing chaos engulf the entire city in flames? Hey, Bowing Xue, somewhat irked, smacked the food bag she held onto Li Chen's head. He jolted in surprise, as did the officer monitoring the instructional room. This girl, such a lack of restraint. He was filled with anxiety. He had hoped for a friendly exchange among the youth, but to his dismay, his daughter had launched an attack on the newcomer. It left him utterly alarmed. At the scene, Li Chen finally emerged from his reverie. His face flushed crimson. I'm talking about you, genius. Are you eating? The woman shook the food in her hand. Li Chen shook his head. He had no appetite amidst his turmoil. Although his earlier wild thoughts were somewhat far-fetched, one thing was undeniable. He had inadvertently implicated his uncle. Should he refuse to eat, the conversation would inevitably turn serious. Li Chen, at the age of 19, had initially applied to the prestigious Qingyao University in the capital, only to later switch to Jincheng Institute of Technology. As if reading a script, the woman recounted Li Chen's life experiences from childhood to the present. The expression on Li Chen's face began to shift towards despair. This was it. He had thought such tales were mere fabrications on television, only to discover that they could indeed unearth details about his childhood bedwetting. So, can you enlighten us on how your laser cannon was constructed? It's not mine. The room fell silent. The officer in the monitoring room widened his eyes. Li Chen inwardly cursed his luck. They had conducted such extensive inquiries and yet failed to uncover the truth about the weapon's ownership. He had once again dragged his uncle into trouble. Whose is it? Bowing Xue felt a chill run through her body. What was the purpose of their efforts? Was it not simply to acquire this technology and the minds behind its development? Just when one thought everything was under control, such an unexpected turn of events occurred. Indeed, who asserts that a user must necessarily be a developer? They were all misled by Li Chen's notion of creating this weapon to shine during military training. Reflecting upon it now, the complexity of technology, materials, and craftsmanship required for such an advanced individual weapon cannot possibly be accomplished in just a few days. Speak. Bowing Xue unsheathed the tactical dagger from her waist. Placing it against Li Chen's neck, an aura of lethal intent radiating from her. Li Chen felt an icy chill envelop him. I swear on my uncle, he blurted out, entirely driven by his instinct for survival. Immediately after speaking, a profound regret washed over him. What have I done? Did you hear that? Bowing Xue disregarded Li Chen, immediately covering her ears and speaking into her headset. Rest assured, arrangements have been made. Meanwhile, the police forces in Jin City were now under military control. Instruments rarely seen in everyday life were being moved into the command center. Outside, numerous armed soldiers had also appeared. What is happening? Are we going to war? One officer questioned, perplexed. Sure, don't ask too many questions. The deputy chief let something slip and was promptly taken away. Everyone was quite tense, cooperating with the military technicians to familiarize themselves with the scene. Soon, a satellite map was displayed. Notify the Huaguan community to conduct a fire drill and try not to disturb the residents of Building 2, Unit 101. How far is the main force? 10 minutes away from the city. Boss, what is the mission that requires the entire station troops in Jin to mobilize? To retrieve someone. On the other side, at Huaguan community, with the assistance of the police, residents cooperated remarkably well with the fire drill, vacating the premises. Are you Ms. Yu Qianqian? A man in military uniform approached Yu Ling's sister. Yes, that's me. Please come this way. We have some matters to discuss with you. Yu Qianqian was visibly anxious as she followed the officer into a tactical armored vehicle. "Is your brother at home?" The officer inquired gently, offering her a cup of water. "What? My brother? What happened to him?" Yu Qianqian exclaimed, her agitation evident. "Please remain calm, Mayam. It's nothing serious. We merely wish to speak with him due to certain circumstances." "You call this nothing serious?" The officer was momentarily speechless. After several minutes of lengthy persuasion, clarity was finally achieved. "So, you mean my brother is a genius, and you want him to serve the country?" The officer nodded. "Yes, I swear." The woman fell silent, and the officer exhaled in relief. "It's challenging to placate a woman. Thankfully, I am not married. The military is far more appealing. I wish to remain with it for a lifetime. I don't know much. Ever since he fell gravely ill 3 years ago, he has been obsessively working on his model toys," Yu Qianqian murmured. The officer smiled wryly. "A toy capable of destroying 8 main battle tanks with a single strike. I too desire this toy. Is he at home?" "Yes, he has scarcely ventured outside in recent years." The officer's eyes sparkled with interest. He then issued the command. "The target is at home. Initiate contact, remember the orders, and strive to avoid alarming him. Do not allow him to perceive any malevolence on our part. Even if attacked, we must not retaliate. The safety catch must remain engaged unless expressly permitted." "Understood. Acknowledged." "Are the security personnel in position?" "All members of the White Dragon team are in place." "Are the vehicles ready?" "The squad of infantry fighting vehicles has already entered the community, prepared to engage the target at a moment's notice." Within the community, a dozen infantry fighting vehicles are stationed in the parking area. The reporting personnel, after delivering their update, wore a wry smile. "This is rather excessive, isn't it? 15 of the most advanced fighting vehicles have arrived. This is the utmost we could mobilize in such a short time. Many more are en route. This time, the entire garrison has truly been deployed. Even if a few smaller nations were to attempt a mass operation to seize the target, they would be swiftly subdued. Who, after all, is it that commands such significant attention from our superiors?" Chapter 5. A simple wish within the community, an armored vehicle came to a halt. A group of individuals disembarked. Should anyone be present, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment, for these individuals were among the most prominent figures in Jean City, led by none other than the mayor himself, showcasing a remarkable presence. "Remember this?" An elderly man adorned with numerous medals on his military uniform spoke gravely from the vehicle. "Yes, rest assured. We have all committed it to memory," came the collective response. They watched the armored vehicle depart, and the mayor exhaled a sigh of relief. The task assigned from above must be executed flawlessly, with no room for any semblance of discontent from the target. They proceeded towards Building 2, Room 101. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yuling faced yet another failure. "Damn it, this nuclear-powered carrying device is such a letdown," he cursed, tossing the discarded materials to the floor. Only 2 sets of materials remained. Curse be this. After venting his frustration, he pressed a button on the workstation. Instantly, alarms blared. Screens illuminated in the workshop, revealing soldiers clad in tactical gear, weapons drawn, aiming directly at him. Numerous armored vehicles surrounded the area, and the community was already deserted. Yuling's eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? Without hesitation, he kicked over an object beneath him and crushed it. In an instant, pitch-black armor rose from the ground of Building 2, enveloping the first floor. The upper levels were sealed off as well. Particularly, the room where Yuling resided transformed into a fortified zone. Outside, beneath the colossal figurine, tile shifted aside, and a swarm of mechanical spiders, glowing crimson, emerged. They scurried into the ventilation ducts, vanishing from sight. "I have my own formidable creations. Dare to provoke me?" Yuling narrowed his eyes. Over the years, in addition to fulfilling the mandated task of developing a laser cannon, he had also utilized the knowledge acquired to create several gadgets of his own. Among them were hundreds of fist-sized red alert terror spiders, alongside a complete array of surveillance and defense systems. Yuling had no intention of becoming an adversary. He merely sought to safeguard himself. As the leaders of Building 2 approached, they were taken aback by the sudden emergence of the black armor. Soon after, the mechanical spiders launched their assault. Amidst the chaos, screams echoed as individuals were knocked down. Simultaneously, perimeter guards were targeted by the spiders, which clambered onto the combat personnel, their mechanical limbs securing tightly to the soldiers' tactical suits. Don't move. For heaven's sake, do not resist. I repeat, do not resist. An officer in the command room, seated beside Yu Qianqian, shouted with wide eyes. Who are you? A voice resonated behind him. The officer broke into a cold sweat as a mechanical spider crawled onto his shoulder. Yu Ling felt a twinge of confusion. For the formation of these individuals did not appear to be one of aggression. Rather, it resembled a defensive stance. Outside, those individuals, even if they remained indoors for several years, were well-known figures in Jincheng. Thus, he refrained from acting immediately, opting instead to allow the spiders to control everyone present. Mr. Yu Ling, please do not be agitated. We are from the Station Military Corps in Jincheng, here to find you, with no ill intentions. Oh, such a grand display for the absence of malice? His reaction mirrored that of Yu Qianqian moments before. The officer could only smile wryly. Do you recall the laser cannon? Upon uttering this, the atmosphere shifted into a palpable silence. Yu Ling stood momentarily stunned in his room, then incredulously stepped outside, only to find the space where the cannon had been was now utterly vacant. After a brief moment of contemplation, the realization dawned on him. Li Chun, military training, self-equipped weaponry, the army, defensive formations. Had he inadvertently exposed himself? This rascal Li Chun had truly betrayed his own uncle. Next time, I shall ensure this scoundrel pays dearly. I see. So, what do you intend to do? Yu Ling's voice remained composed, despite his simmering anger. He knew he must maintain his calm demeanor and ascertain the intentions of the others first. To be frank, your laser cannon has been delivered to the National Academy of Sciences, and the outcome, well, no need to elaborate. The cannon is irreparably damaged. Yu Ling scoffed. His possessions were equipped with anti-theft devices. Any attempt to dismantle them would result in self-destruction. Although it is not entirely ruined, about 10% is damaged. The scholars concluded that further disassembly would lead to irreversible destruction. Thus, they ceased their efforts. The officer wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Truly, the developer was acutely aware of his own creations. I apologize. We will compensate for your losses. The officer concluded, awaiting a response in silence. Leaning against his life-sized figurine, Yu Ling pondered. Such friendliness? A policy of conciliation? Perhaps this is an opportunity? The current situation presented an excellent chance to negotiate his desired terms. Should I, then, express gratitude towards that rascal Li Chun? He chuckled. Pray tell, what has Li Chun done with my laser cannon? Hearing the man's voice again, the officer relaxed, detecting the mirth in his tone. Thus, he recounted the events as if speaking to a friend. Were there any casualties? The officer hesitated briefly before answering truthfully. No, merely a few minor injuries. And most of the students experienced retinal irritation and require recuperation. And your objective? Yu Ling inquired. The officer hesitated, glancing at Yu Qianqian beside him. To his surprise, he found himself voicing the answer. If successful, it would indeed be a significant achievement. After taking a deep breath, he continued. We wish to invite you to join the National Research Institute to work for the benefit of the people. Of course, if you are unwilling, that is also acceptable. We can collaborate. Your technology, as long as it is prioritized for us, you may dictate the price and conditions. The officer resolved to speak candidly. Lacking the cunning of a politician, he would not engage in negotiations to extract maximum benefit. All he could do was appeal to the other's sincerity. Thus, he directly stated the bottom line and conditions. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling was equally astonished. This child before him was remarkably sincere. To join the core of Longwa's research, he glanced at the technologies and blueprints manifesting within his system. The portable nuclear power device was merely a starting point. Following that were space stations and faster-than-light spacecraft. There were far too many endeavors for a solitary individual to accomplish. Moreover, to continue obtaining genetic and psychic evolution from the system, the construction of such innovations was imperative. In the name of the Emperor, let humanity's brilliance illuminate every corner of the universe. While the fervor was palpable, Yu Ling questioned whether he possessed the grand ambition to unify humanity across the cosmos. He was merely an ordinary person, with each incremental advancement in his genetic unlocking progress. He felt his own growth and transformation. He harbored a simple, commonplace desire, akin to a child yearning for a toy on their birthday. Based on this reality, Yuling merely aspired to become a deity. Is the pinnacle of genetic evolution not divinity itself? Furthermore, he possessed the enigmatic force of psychic energy. Chapter 6: The Underlying Significance. Yuling inwardly scoffed at the utterly futile psychic energy levels. Despite nearing the completion of his Epsilon-level psychic potential, he felt no tangible benefits whatsoever. It was as if he were devoid of any psychic awareness. Clearly, genetic evolution proved to be the more reliable path. With each incremental enhancement, he could sense a real transformation within himself. He cast a glance at the troops on the screen, who remained hesitant and immobilized, and began to ponder. Meanwhile, in the vehicle occupied by Yu Qianqian, her eyes widened in disbelief. Was her seemingly inept brother truly this remarkable? The imposing display of military might before her suggested they were genuinely intimidated by him. Reflecting on this, she glanced once more at the mechanical spider perched on the shoulder of the male officer. This contraption, which she had previously dismissed as unsightly when Yuling showed it to her, was, in fact, a formidable weapon. Yu Qianqian struggled to contain her turmoil. All units, maintain vigilance. Do not act rashly, the officer commanded. He surveyed the dense array of screens before him and hesitated momentarily. Let the leaders of Building 2 return. The negotiations have concluded. They need not linger any longer, he offered kindly. The prominent figures, unaccustomed to such perilous situations, were indeed shaken. In front of Building 2, the mayor and his entourage appeared visibly rattled. At that moment, a small squad of soldiers approached. The negotiations are complete. We are here to escort you back, one of them announced, attempting to usher several individuals away. However, the mayor intervened. No, this task has been entrusted to me by the commander. I must proceed, he stated with grave determination. The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances before seeking further instructions. The mayor's resolve was unwavering. The display of Yuling's formidable power fortified his belief that this individual would undoubtedly serve a significant purpose for the nation. Having trained soldiers for 1,000 days, one must act decisively in times of need. As someone in this position, I must bear the weight of national concerns. What is mere danger in the grand scheme of things? Let them proceed. Inside the tactical command vehicle, the officer's voice resonated with respect among the soldiers. This was a departure from the officials they were accustomed to, a figure worthy of admiration. The soldiers exhaled in relief, then respectfully left some provisions for the mayor and his group before departing. Uncertain of how long they would remain, they provided some supplies. The recipients gratefully accepted. Across the community, the various units, upon receiving their orders, felt a collective sigh of relief. The directive to maintain vigilance rather than assault Building 2 indicated that negotiations had not collapsed. On the rooftop of Building 10 in Longwan Community, the highest structure offering a panoramic view of the surroundings, the White Dragon Special Forces were stationed, ever watchful. A soldier tapped his mechanical spider with his finger. This target is quite something. How did he uncover our presence? The soldier's tone hinted at a trace of disbelief. Unknown. However, the fact that it compelled our entire army to mobilize signifies that he is no ordinary individual, came the reply. Good heavens. Please refrain from tapping it. What if it detonates and splatters blood all over me? Hush now. It is fortunate that they are not foes, for otherwise, we might have already met our demise. Can we not adopt a more serious demeanor? Where is the vigilance? A well-equipped team, jesting atop the rooftop. Though ensnared by a mechanical spider of uncertain purpose, they are the Sea Army de la Sea Army, unperturbed by trifles. This operation is of paramount importance to Longwa, thus. The proceedings are relayed in real time to the Military Command Center, where a multitude of dignitaries has convened. This fellow is courting trouble, daring to wield force against us. I propose we storm in, apprehend him, and impart the lesson that no individual can defy the might of the state. The senior official from the Ministry of Defense is visibly incensed. Nonsense. Do you have any notion of how many lives he is currently holding in his hands? These are the elite of the station troops, the pillars of our nation. The military dignitary glares angrily. We initially approached to extend goodwill. It is only natural that Yuling would react with such fervor given the grandiosity of the situation. The senior official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs interjects to diffuse the tension. If you lack an understanding of Yuling's worth, it would be prudent to refrain from making foolish remarks. At that moment, a professor-like figure strides into the room. The dignitaries rise in unison. Old Guan! Old Guan! They exclaim in astonishment. The elderly man, with a head full of white hair, wears a countenance of ire. The dignitaries chuckle nervously. This man is the president of the National Academy of Sciences. He graduated high school at 8, attained 5 prestigious doctoral degrees in engineering by 15, and after 3 years of further study in the Eagle Country, returned home with resolve. Now nearing 70, he continues to toil at the forefront of research for the benefit of the nation, earning the respect of all. I knew you would fail to comprehend this young man's value. Thus, I made the trip, and indeed, it was worthwhile. Old Guan declares as he takes his seat with a huff, prompting laughter from the assembly. Do you realize the significance behind that laser cannon? The elder's expression conveys a sense of frustration over unfulfilled potential. Ducher, esteemed elder, the senior official from the Ministry of Defense responds humbly. Upon acquiring that laser cannon, we promptly convened all leading experts, including Vice President Lee, totaling over 200 specialists, yet we could not even bypass the anti-theft mechanism to disassemble it. Old Guan reflects on this, adopting a look of both concern and pride. The dignitaries are puzzled, failing to grasp the connection between this and Old Guan's assertion of value. Is the challenge of bypassing anti-theft mechanisms truly remarkable? The inherent difficulty of anti-theft far pales in comparison to that of disassembly. Even those outside the field recognize that certain anti-theft systems are irreversible. Thus, failing to unlock them is hardly noteworthy, is it? Old Guan discerns the thoughts of all present and continues, of course, if that were all, it would not warrant such attention from me. By sheer luck, we managed to keep the damage rate at 10%, yet we still cannot proceed with disassembly. From the damaged components, we uncovered a shocking revelation. The energy cells of this laser cannon are constructed from an unprecedented material. Just 2 pieces of this size possess the capacity to supply power to Jean City for half a day. After finishing his statement, Elder Guan took a weary sip of tea. The individuals in the room were momentarily stunned, before erupting into incredulous exclamations. What? This is impossible. Is that some kind of nuclear fuel rod? This is utterly outrageous, isn't it? Observing their reactions, Elder Guan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, once this technology is acquired, it heralds a transformative era for energy. Is gasoline prohibitively expensive? Are we constrained by international oil prices? With this, such concerns would vanish entirely. Does Long Country lack power stations? With its vast expanse and abundant resources, how could that be the case? However, storage and transportation consume a significant portion of it. The application scenarios are also limited. Yet, if we were to possess such batteries, everything would change. It can be said that this technology could position Long Country 50 years ahead of the world. Just as everyone was in shock, Yuling's voice resonated. I agree to join the national team. However, Chapter 7, agreeing to all conditions, yet with reservations. Yuling's voice resonated within the tactical command vehicle, catching the officers off guard. After a moment of surprise, one officer, with a serious demeanor, responded, Speak. First, I require a research institute, one that grants me complete autonomy. Second, while my technological achievements may be wholly entrusted to the state, I must receive unwavering support for my research. Third, the research process must remain strictly confidential. No one should have the authority to question my projects. Fourth, I reserve the right to add further conditions in the future. Yuling articulated her demands in one breath, then awaited a response. The officer fell into silence upon hearing her stipulations. I apologize, but this matter is too significant for me to decide unilaterally. I must seek approval. Yuling nodded in understanding. If he had agreed immediately, she would have grown suspicious. Meanwhile, the proceedings were mirrored in another location, in the conference room. Upon hearing Yuling's conditions, dissent arose immediately. No, we cannot acquiesce to him. A prominent defense figure, responsible for safeguarding national security, stood in vehement opposition. If we allow someone like him to conduct unrestricted research, who knows what he might unleash? His eyes were filled with trepidation. Even as an ordinary individual, he had managed to develop a lethal laser cannon. What might he create if granted an entire research institute with full backing? An unregulated Yuling posed an immense threat. No one could predict when he might suddenly go awry and unleash untold devastation. The other dignitaries remained silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. Esteemed colleagues, may I offer a suggestion? Old Guan stood, drawing everyone's attention. You all have reviewed Yuling's dossier, correct? Nods of affirmation followed. What are your impressions of him? Old Guan inquired calmly. He's a commendable young man, a voice acknowledged. Old Guan, we grasp your perspective, yet the risks are simply too great, another replied. Indeed. How many exemplary individuals have suddenly veered off course upon attaining success? We cannot bear such risks. If Yuling were to engage in malevolent actions, the consequences would be catastrophic. The expressions in the room reflected deep concern. I understand your apprehensions, but his family remains in Longhua. Do you truly believe that if he wishes to flee, the army could prevent it? Old Guan posed a rhetorical question, emphasizing the potential futility of containment. Should conflict arise, elite forces would likely suffer grave consequences first. The auxiliary troops, despite their presence, could they truly engage in battle within the city center? What fate would befall Jin City? No one could regard Yuling as an ordinary individual. His capacity for destruction could rival that of an entire legion. Moreover, should war erupt, the technology behind the laser cannon would undoubtedly be lost. As for the spoils of war, were there no safeguards for other assets? Faced with the opportunity for national resurgence on one hand and the peril of obliterating a city on the other, not to mention the risk of gaining nothing at all, the stakes were indeed monumental. The influential figures within the room gradually quelled their dissent. It appeared that understanding had dawned upon them. Ultimately, I lowered my face in humility and implored all present. As Elder Guan spoke, he prepared to kneel, prompting a collective gasp and hurried attempts to prevent him. No, no. What folly is this? Everyone was taken aback. Could it be that the young man shared a unique bond with Elder Guan? As a researcher, as a seeker of scientific truth, I cannot stand idly by while Yuling, a treasure of human civilization, is buried. He is our compatriot from the Dragon Nation. When has our Dragon Nation ever distrusted its own? Elder Guan, fervently agitated, left the assembly in a state of great unease. Ha ha ha. Elder Guan is absolutely right. When did we ever distrust our own? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit entered the room. Everyone froze and immediately stood at attention. It was the highest leader of the Dragon Nation. You have arrived? I just finished my duties and nearly arrived late. I am already aware of the situation, and I fully concur with Elder Guan's wishes. We shall accommodate the demands of this young man. The assembly was taken aback by the gravity of the situation, and thus, no further objections were raised. Inside the tactical vehicle, an officer was troubled, pondering how to report. Suddenly, communication buzzed. No need for a report. Pass the microphone. We shall speak with him. The officer was taken aback. Understood. After a flurry of operations, he spoke. Mr. Yuling, is it? We accept your terms. You will possess complete autonomy. Your research institute and personal information shall be the highest secret of the Dragon Nation. No one shall issue direct orders to you, and the nation will fully support your research while maintaining the welfare of the populace. Furthermore, no one shall intrude upon your research process. A voice, resolute and just, resonated. Yuling was momentarily stunned. Well then, are there any other conditions you wish to propose now, or perhaps in the future? After a brief pause, he awaited a response. His voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. The more one possesses exceptional strategic insight, the clearer one can perceive Yuling's value. Agreed, Yuling replied. His expression one of surprise. Was it truly this effortless to achieve his objective? He had anticipated protracted negotiations and concessions. Yet the smoothness of the proceedings left him feeling somewhat surreal. Subsequently, the mechanical spiders that had restrained everyone began to recede. They slithered away like dark streams, all converging towards Building 2. The armored barriers retracted beneath the ground, restoring everything to its original state. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed. Officials outside Building 2 stood at attention, their hearts racing with anticipation. Simultaneously, the personnel responsible for security were entirely focused on the exit of Building 2, eager to witness the presence of the individual who had instigated such a significant commotion. What? A massive explosion at a key university of the Dragon Nation? Following that, the city was placed under martial law, and a neighborhood fire drill was conducted, evacuating the entire area? The Eagle Nation's intelligence department received the news. Each country possessed its own sources of intelligence. In the Dragon Kingdom, an intriguing event has transpired, and they are undoubtedly aware of it. Indeed, Eli. Do you think this could be part of some scheme by the Dragon Kingdom? What kind of scheme could it possibly be? During military training, they unexpectedly allowed the troops to reveal their true capabilities, which surely indicates a mishap. To obscure such an embarrassing incident, they resorted to orchestrating a fire drill as a diversion. A statement should be issued, condemning the negligence of the Dragon Kingdom's military to undermine their credibility. Well, I suppose that is acceptable. However, we must investigate the details further, send someone to handle it. Eli remained largely unconcerned. What does an explosion matter? Can the Dragon Kingdom truly ascend from the ground? Meanwhile, in the Grizzly Bear Nation, what? The students of the Dragon Kingdom's military training actually utilized explosives? How exhilarating! I believe we could learn something from this. Today, as youth seem to lack vigor. In future university military training, let us incorporate some C4 as well. Understood. The person delivering the report, filled with enthusiasm, quickly departed. Chapter 8 Outside Building 2 of the Longwan Community in Jean City. Several individuals tensed at the sound of a door creaking open. What manner of person would appear before them? Would it be a bespectacled scholar, a frenzied research eccentric, or perhaps a dark, frail figure? The leaders speculated that those who attain such pinnacle achievements in research often embody such personas. After all, prolonged confinement within a room, engaged in relentless calculations and experiments, devoid of exercise and sunlight, could easily lead to psychological afflictions. They anxiously fixated on the exit, their apprehension mirrored by the influential figures behind them, intently observing the surveillance screen. The first to emerge was a writhing mass of black, mechanical spiders. A collective gasp escaped the officials as a swarm of these metallic arachnids poured forth. Following them, a young man, standing at over 6 feet tall, strode into view. Clad in a simple black t-shirt that clung to his form, he showcased an impeccable physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder. His tousled black hair gave him a slightly disheveled appearance. Yet his piercing gaze exuded determination and intensity, a smirk hinting at an air of roguish charm. Each muscle was sculpted to perfection, and an overwhelming aura of pressure radiated from him, rendering those within several meters breathless. He moved as if navigating through a black ocean, flanked by the mechanical spiders that swarmed around him. The officials were momentarily stupefied, oblivious to the massive black box looming behind him. Was this truly a seasoned researcher? How could such a physique belong to him? The presence he exuded felt akin to colliding with a wild beast in a jungle, compelling them to flee. You must be Mr. Yuling, the mayor ventured, his worldly experience allowing him to recover from the initial shock. The others cast admiring glances at the mayor's back, realizing they were rendered speechless. Was this man a monster? If Yuling were privy to their thoughts, he would undoubtedly concur. The extent of his genetic unlocking could indeed be described as monstrous. Li Qin and Yu Qianxian, having spent countless days together, had grown accustomed to it, immune to its effects. Yuling was aware of his condition, yet had yet to master control over it or divert his focus towards cultivating that aspect of his abilities. Thus, he found it intriguing that the man before him could engage in conversation. "Yes, that is I." "And you are?" he replied, his curiosity piqued. "The mayor." Upon receiving a response, was instantly filled with excitement. "I am Ho Lu, the mayor of Jean City, one of the individuals here to discuss matters with you." Yuling nodded, casting a deep gaze upon him as if to imprint the man's visage in his memory. This gesture filled Ho Lu with a sense of honor, though he could not quite articulate why he felt this way. Their group knew only Yuling's name and the significance of his presence, yet they were entirely unaware of the depths of his identity. Such feelings were typically reserved for those they profoundly admired, only elicited when acknowledged by someone of great esteem. The mayor, though puzzled, maintained a composed facade as he sought to guide Yuling towards the location where the military awaited him. "Is this your luggage?" The mayor only then noticed the black box behind him. However, he could not continue as the box, resembling a standing freezer, appeared far too cumbersome for him to lift. Moreover, it required no assistance, for it was an autonomous mechanical creation. Yuling turned to follow his gaze. It is a universal basic workstation. Though somewhat antiquated for his purposes, an upgrade would suffice. There was no need to waste time constructing a new one from scratch. As Yuling ascended the stairs, the box trailed behind him. What transpired next was a scene of sheer terror. In a mere descent of less than 10 centimeters, the black box struck the ground, causing the concrete beneath the entrance of the second building to shatter completely. A twitch graced Yuling's lips. After all, this was the entrance to his sister's home. My apologies. I shall arrange for repair shortly. As he spoke, old Guan, witnessing the event from within the conference room, began to calculate the density of the box in his mind. Another new synthetic material. Its exterior bore no resemblance to any metal he was familiar with. The curiosity in his eyes intensified. Oh, yes. Certainly, it's a trivial matter. Rest assured, it will be taken care of. The mayor responded enthusiastically. Before his words had fully left his lips, a squad of soldiers charged forward from a distance. The leading soldier was shouldering what appeared to be cement. The mayor's lips twitched in exasperation. Couldn't they afford him a moment to shine? Well, look, they have already arrived. Shall we proceed? The mayor said with forced cheerfulness. Yuling nodded and followed the mayor towards the troop awaiting their arrival. The few individuals left behind soon realized that behind Yuling's large black box trailed numerous smaller boxes. This constituted the entirety of Yuling's possessions. Aside from the workstation and mechanical spiders, the remaining items were merely leftover synthetic materials and his DIY tools. The room contained nothing particularly extraordinary. The underground defense system, while innovative in design, warranted no commendation. Thus, there was no need for reclamation. Once Yuling boarded the vehicle, the entire troop sprang into action, tasked with safely transporting their objective to the designated location. Having made contact, a voice inquired about which research institute he was to be taken. Need it even be said? To the Imperial Capital National Research Institute. Old Guan asserted firmly. Such talent deserves nothing less than the highest-ranking, largest research institute in Long Country. Or else who could possibly be worthy of him? Upon hearing this, a collective gasp arose among the crowd. Even the highest-ranking leaders of Long Country, who had just entered, regarded the elder with astonishment. Was this not excessive? The National Institute oversees a multitude of complex projects. What he required was an entirely autonomous research institute. If granted, many initiatives would be hindered. The leadership hesitated, not out of reluctance, but due to the necessity for continued research in cutting-edge fields such as aviation. Perhaps we could grant him a building. After all, this is the domain of a project team, and it is comparable to an external research institute. Elder Guan remarked with a cheerful smile. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Elder Guan was suggesting that Yuling could become the next director. Would Professor Li, the vice director, consent to this? The leaders nodded, and the others refrained from questioning further. Let us proceed with this arrangement. I will trouble you, Elder Guan, to handle the details, they concluded. Afterward, they departed under the escort of security personnel, while the rest began to disperse. They were all busy individuals, and it was indeed a rare occurrence for them to gather for someone like Yuling, even for a brief moment. Everyone present sensed that significant changes might be on the horizon for Long Country. Elder Guan was also quite pleased, eagerly anticipating the profound impact Yuling could bring to both Long Country and the global community. Chapter 9. Arrival at the Imperial Capital. The unexpected research institute. The following day, Yuling arrived at the National Academy of Science in the Imperial Capital. The vehicle drove directly in and halted before the technological edifice he was to call his own. This establishment was one of the finest under the auspices of the National Academy, and it would now belong solely to him. Old Guan stood opposite Yuling. After a day of interaction, both parties had developed a fundamental understanding of one another, and Yuling held a deep respect for the venerable elder. Thank you, he replied courteously. Not at all. Come along, and I shall show you around while introducing you to the staff, Old Guan said, leading the way inside. Yuling followed, the ominous black box trailing behind him, while the mechanical spider had been securely sealed away, to avert any panic. It would later be discreetly escorted by troops to his private laboratory. As they traversed a corridor and entered the building, Yuling soon realized that the structure was far from ordinary in appearance. The underground space was remarkably vast. The above-ground architecture seemed almost deceptive. The first basement level was currently bustling with people, about 1,000, by his estimate. It became apparent that there were likely many more floors below, as such a crowd could not be accommodated otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, this This is your future project team. The leader, Mr. Yuling. Old Guan proclaimed loudly, pulling Yuling to the railing. His voice resonated through the architectural framework, clearly indicating that this was a venue for meetings. Would you like to say a few words? Hello everyone. I am Yuling. First, let me clarify. 1. No one is permitted to enter my laboratory. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. 2. My orders are to be followed absolutely. If you cannot comply, you are welcome to leave immediately. 3. Do not ask me any questions. The information and operational methods you will need will be provided in due course. Any failure to execute them will be your own issue. Upon finishing, a profound silence enveloped the room. Many faces displayed dissatisfaction and disdain. After all, who among them was not a genius or an authority in their respective fields? Had it not been for the agreements they signed, they might have left at that very moment. Old Guan felt a twinge of embarrassment. How about we give the project team a name? He attempted to ease the tense atmosphere. Yuling pondered for a moment. The Emperor. A splendid name. Old Guan forced a smile. He was on the verge of expressing that it seemed somewhat juvenile, contemplating if it was fitting to label Yuling as a devoted enthusiast of models and figurines. What then shall be our research direction? At last, someone in the audience could no longer contain themselves and raised a hand to inquire. Yuling chuckled. I stated, do not ask me any questions. You there? Proceed to handle the necessary paperwork, and do not let me see you again. The individual froze momentarily. No, I refuse, he retorted angrily. Although he was oblivious to the vague and hastily established purpose of this research group, he could tell from the lineup that it was indeed significant. After all, even the esteemed Director Guan was affiliated with it. Moreover, their position was the same as his, and in turn, to be dismissed in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. However, 2 guards soon emerged from the shadows, seizing him and escorting him away, devoid of any hint of jest. A palpable tension enveloped the room, and even the venerable Mr. Guan adopted a solemn demeanor. From this point forward, Mr. Yuling would be the one in charge here. This was no laughing matter. You may lack the necessary information to grasp the significance of this situation, so allow me to divulge a fraction of it. In this research institute, all information is accessible only to our highest leadership and 2 individuals from their team. No one else is entitled to know. Furthermore, even the leaders are not permitted to inquire about the research progress or direction here, so I urge you all not to squander your opportunities. With that, he led Yuling to his own research lab. Those left downstairs stood frozen in disbelief. Their eyes widened, jaws agape, as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Such a high-caliber research facility had not existed since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom. Instantly, flames of ambition ignited within them. Well, let us leave it at this. At the entrance, Yuling paused, showing no intention of allowing Mr. Guan to enter. The latter nodded with a smile, unconcerned. By the way, take this. Suddenly, Yuling tapped a few buttons on the black box behind him and retrieved a substantial dossier. What is this? Mr. Guan inquired, puzzled. All the data pertaining to the laser cannon, including material synthesis formulas, methods, design concepts, and product data. Yuling replied nonchalantly before closing the door. Mr. Guan stood momentarily stunned, then trembled with excitement. Had he truly just handed over the invaluable laser cannon data? He rushed back to the hall, where everyone awaited his command. Listen up. Our next objective is to manufacture this and thoroughly comprehend the underlying technology. Mr. Guan declared gravely, then commenced assigning teams. In the lab, Yuling sank into a chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. Finally, it was settled. For the past couple of days, he had been on high alert, bracing for any unforeseen circumstances. Now that he had genuinely entered his research lab, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. It appeared the nation had indeed accepted his terms. Thus, he generously relinquished the laser cannon technology. Surveying the well-equipped experimental facilities and machinery, Yuling smiled. Much of this equipment would remain unused, yet the rare materials he required were piled high. These items were sold by the gram, and some varieties were even more precious than gold, with no shortage in sight. With this, he estimated that the production of a portable nuclear power device could soon be realized. Yuling chuckled. He had lingered in this position for far too long. Once this manufacturing was complete, his genes would ascend to the status of a cosmic citizen. Moreover, he was curious about the transformations that awaited him at the next level of psychic energy. Surely, it could not remain as lackluster as this? Were there psychic abilities to uncover? The mere thought invigorated Yu Ling. In the outside world, the Eagle Nation's targeted actions were already underway. International media have begun to report extensively on the incident involving the Dragon Kingdom's military discharging firearms on campus. We vehemently condemn such irresponsible behavior exhibited by the Dragon Kingdom. Under the onslaught of public opinion, the news swiftly reached the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Should we retaliate? One individual inquired of his superior, the minister. There is no need to concern ourselves. We have other matters to attend to. The minister rolled his eyes, displaying indifference. Meanwhile, others were left perplexed. Other matters? Subsequently, they received a proposal titled Bureau of War Deception. This plan outlined strategies to diligently conceal information during the Dragon Kingdom's forthcoming rapid development. Upon receiving the technical materials provided by Yu Ling, Guan Lao convened an urgent meeting that very night. And they soon realized that the technological advancements brought forth by this information would surpass everyone's expectations. If it was previously believed that the laser cannon technology could grant the Dragon Kingdom a 50-year lead over the world, in reality, it could extend that lead to 150 years. This has the potential to incite a global conflict. Therefore, it is imperative to suppress this information before the Dragon Kingdom gains absolute advantage. Chapter 10. Stay still. I reward you with an injection at Jin City Polytechnic University. Li Chen rapidly completed his graduation formalities. He might very well be the only individual since the establishment of this institution to receive his diploma without attending a single class. Is this how I graduate? By the way, where are you taking me? It's not to silence me, is it? He gazed at the female instructor before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Following the incident, all students and faculty had signed a confidentiality agreement. Their futures were now in the hands of the state. Every graduate could secure a position in a national key institution. Even if it were merely a menial role, the remuneration would far surpass that of a typical graduate. Logically, with so many individuals, job vacancies should be scarce. Yet, the emergence of Yu Ling altered this narrative. The technology behind the laser cannon would create countless job opportunities. Go to your uncle's place, Buying Shui responded curtly. They traversed the corridors of the research institute and entered the building where Yu Ling was located. Ah? Li Chen uttered in confusion, then followed suit, his eyes widening in astonishment. The bustling figures before him appeared strikingly familiar. Wait, aren't these the prominent figures interviewed by Technology World? What is this humble demeanor about? Furthermore, isn't this the illustrious senior who graduated from Jin University? Wasn't he said to be the head of a significant national project? What brings him here to perform menial tasks? Li Chun trembled as he recognized the faces he had seen in newspapers and on television. Oh, the guests have arrived, an elderly voice resonated. He turned to see an elder and instinctively knelt before him. Hey, what is with this child? Trying to extort a red envelope from me before the new year? Elder Guan chuckled as he helped him up. You are, I am indeed. No need to be overly excited, calm down. For I have an exceedingly important task that only you can undertake. Li Chen, overwhelmed, sat down and accepted the water offered by Elder Guan, his hands trembling. The individual he had idolized since childhood was now personally handing him water? Speak. I am at your service. His face radiated enthusiasm. Could it be that he was, in fact, a genius? Hidden for 19 years, finally recognized by the state. Oh, it's nothing much, merely delivering meals to your uncle. Akin to what you did before. Silence. Li Chen fell silent. Buying Shui turned her head away, stifling a laugh. How amusing. Li Chen sprang to his feet. Elder Guan chuckled and explained Yu Ling's current significance. Thus, since you cannot enter the laboratory, meals left outside grow cold. So I have brought you here. Li Chen's expression morphed into one of despair. Ahem, the knowledge available at school can be taught by countless instructors here, and this girl, Buying Shui, will be stationed here regularly. She is the head of security. Elder Guan winked knowingly. To serve the nation is an unyielding duty. Li Chen promptly and resolutely agreed. Mr. Guan, filled with gratification, handed him a tray. Li Chen cast a bewildered glance at him. Was he already assigned a task? However, considering how incredible his uncle was, he harbored no grievances. His pursuit of engineering was primarily to have the opportunity to collaborate closely with his esteemed uncle. With this unexpected turn of events, it seemed he had fulfilled his aspiration ahead of schedule. As he walked, he pondered. Upon reaching the laboratory door, he knocked as though he were at home. "Uncle Yuling, dinner is ready." Behind him, a group of esteemed researchers exchanged anxious glances. Click. The door swung open. Li Chen stepped inside, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Wonderful, Mr. Yuling won't have to eat cold food now." "Oh, I was so worried. If he fell ill over something like this, I would be up all night slapping myself awake." Yes, this young man is excellent. We must take good care of him and share our knowledge without reservation. Indeed, we cannot allow someone to fall behind simply because they did not attend university. It would be a disgrace. Thus, the distinguished figures of the scientific community took Li Chen under their wing. As Li Chen entered the laboratory, he spotted a familiar figure busily working at a table. Numerous slender mechanical arms danced above him, continuously presenting various components to the man. Li Chen was struck speechless. What a fantastical scene. The doubts that had lingered in his mind vanished without a trace. His uncle was indeed a person of great significance. "What brings you here?" Yuling remarked without turning around. "I came to bring you lunch." Li Chen was at a loss for words, never expecting that he would be prematurely graduated from school for such an absurd reason. "Do you wish to return?" Yuling discerned the underlying cause. "No. This place is wonderful, surrounded by so many esteemed figures, something others could only dream of." Li Chen felt at ease. Yuling paused, and the two engaged in conversation for a while. "Thanks to you, I was discovered by the nation and arrived at this place." Suddenly, Yuling narrowed his eyes. Li Chen felt a jolt of realization. Bang! He had completely forgotten about the significant trouble he had previously caused his uncle. He had been too engrossed in admiring the female instructor's silhouette to remember. Haha, Uncle Yuling, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave," he said, attempting to escape. But Yuling swiftly restrained him with one hand. What are you doing?" "I'm going to tell my mom." "What is this? Where did you get such a large syringe?" Li Chen screamed in terror. Outside, the onlookers who had yet to disperse were startled by Li Chen's cries. "This lad, he won't be killed, will he?" Buying Shui remarked with an odd expression. Li Chen's previous antics resembled a mischievous child taking their parents' valuables and causing a ruckus. So it was no surprise that he was being reprimanded. However, they had not anticipated Yuling's heavy-handedness. The others pretended not to hear, diverting their gazes elsewhere. A sense of guilt towards Li Chen grew within, and in the future, I must make amends for this fine young man. Enough of this. Why fear a mere injection at this age? This is your reward. Yuling rolled her eyes and shoved Li Chen aside. "What exactly did you inject me with?" he asked, his face a picture of grievance. "Gene serum. Well, something like that," Yuling replied hesitantly. Li Chen's expression turned to one of horror. "What do you mean by something like that?" He grasped his uncle's shoulders, shaking him incessantly. He had never heard of any gene serum. Yuling rolled her eyes again. "It's a substance extracted from your own blood, combined with a formula provided by the system, which can subtly enhance a person's physical constitution. Consider it a rudimentary version of a gene enhancement serum. After all, the materials originally required far exceed what your genetic level can provide. Nevertheless, it can significantly elevate your physical condition, granting immunity to most lethal diseases currently present on Blue Star. Your nephew has rendered tremendous assistance, and after much contemplation, I managed to concoct this as a reward for him. Don't question it, it brings benefits." With that, she brushed off Li Chen's hands, disregarding his tear-filled eyes as she unceremoniously tossed him outside. Chapter 11, Is This Genius? After unceremoniously discarding the bothersome Li Chen, Yuling had a modest meal before immersing himself once more in the creation of the portable nuclear power device. Previously, in an effort to substitute rare metals, he had significantly altered the design plans. Now, with an abundance of materials at his disposal, his earlier efforts seemed futile. System: load the knowledge module for the portable nuclear power device. Upon uttering these words, Yuling felt as though his mind had been entrusted to the system. His understanding of the power device was now profoundly comprehensive, due to the inadequate unlocking of his genetic potential. Yuling was currently reliant on the system's knowledge rather than directly inheriting it. overwhelmed. According to his estimations, he would need to elevate his genetic level by at least 2 more grades to directly inherit the system's knowledge, which was akin to an imperial treasury of knowledge. For now, he merely possessed the right to utilize it. Taking a deep breath, Yuling gazed at the myriad of metal components on his workbench and resumed his labor. The crankshaft was completed. The conduit was finished. The energy conversion axle was ready. Was there still the energy storage cylinder? One by one, the components were meticulously crafted. And Yuling was filled with exhilaration, completely oblivious to the passage of time, engrossed in his work. Meanwhile, the external world was undergoing a monumental transformation due to the laser cannon technology he had carelessly discarded. Initially, numerous lithium battery industries within the country were stirred into action. Regardless of whether they were state-owned or private enterprises, the executives of prominent companies were summoned for discussions. No one knew what was amiss. Onlookers speculated that something was amiss in the industry, with everyone being invited for a chat. However, the following day, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Longxing directly approved substantial loans for all companies, which then frantically began importing goods on the international market. The global market was abuzz. Faced with acquisition prices that were double the market rate, they were, of course, eager to sell. These fools from Manhwa are actually purchasing these items at such exorbitant prices. Absolutely hilarious. Just wait for them to incur losses. What is the purpose of producing so many batteries? Will they even be able to utilize them? Surely they don't intend to sell to us, the Eagle Nation? We want T-buy. All nations were eager to witness the spectacle unfolding in Manhwa. Yet, the enterprises within Manhwa remained silent. Sell to you? Not a chance. Don't be ridiculous. Even if you, Eagle Nation, come begging, you will never acquire a single laser energy storage battery. Indeed, after tirelessly researching through the night, the scientific institutions had first conquered the technology of materials. Although they had not reached the extraordinary level of Yuling, they had achieved a commendable 8 or 9/10. This meant that Manhwa had commenced its strategic maneuver to alter the very essence of global energy. In the future, the prices of non-clean energy sources such as oil would plummet dramatically. The terrifying capacity of laser energy storage electromagnetics was sufficient to replace all gasoline fuels. With this alone, Manhwa could seize control over the lifeblood of all nations. In the highest level conference room of Manhwa, a question arose. How long until the military upgrades are completed? A high-ranking official, sipping tea, inquired nonchalantly. Recognizing the value behind Yuling and the laser cannon technology, he had unhesitatingly agreed to all of Yuling's conditions. It was unexpected that the value of this endeavor far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, the senior leader felt an immense sense of relief, grateful not to have missed out on such a talent. The Research Institute had completely set aside all projects to wholeheartedly absorb the technological knowledge of the laser cannon, which would take approximately 3 days before they could commence the design and modification of weaponry. The prominent figure from the arms manufacturing department expressed his sentiments, his face reflecting deep contemplation. In the annals of human weaponry, the evolution from simple projectiles to the modern cylindrical-tipped bullets has led to countless upgrades in weaponry. The power, portability, and lethality have all seen rapid enhancement. The advent of laser weaponry signifies a far more substantial shift than mere modifications to a bullet. Even the seasoned veterans entrenched in military affairs could scarcely fathom what the Dragon Kingdom's arsenal would evolve into in just a few years. Would it be capable of outmatching 3 adversaries at once? The leaders of the armament sector found themselves in a state of disbelief. Yet they could only remark on Yuling's brilliance. They were profoundly curious about the nature of this genius, though regrettably, they lacked the necessary clearance to inquire further. While research was still ongoing, a clear direction had emerged. The first step would be a reform in ammunition, leading to a decline in the use of chemical propellants, as laser weaponry would replace a significant portion of existing firearms and tanks. Furthermore, the energy dilemma was poised to be resolved, as armored vehicles and fighter jets would begin utilizing electric power, with adequate reserves to support these high-consumption machines. Although numerous challenges lay ahead, the most formidable issue regarding energy had been addressed, leaving only a matter of time for the rest. In the conference room, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom deliberated various aspects and arrived at a unified conclusion. The moment for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom had arrived. After the meeting concluded, the senior leader suddenly inquired about Yu Ling's recent activities. He has sequestered himself in the laboratory, not emerging at all, responded Old Guan, who had initially come to report on the research progress, his expression reflecting concern. This young man is working so hard for the nation. He must take care of his health. Whatever he needs or requires must be fulfilled. All resources and funding should be granted the highest priority. The senior leader expressed his concern. Rest assured, regardless of what this young man wishes to pursue, we will ensure he has the necessary support. Old Guan assured with utmost seriousness. Having delved into the technology of the laser cannon, he realized that he was merely a novice who had just set foot on the threshold of scientific advancement. What was the nature of Yu Ling's intellect? Was this what it meant to be a genius? 3 months later, within the Emperor's experimental building, in the laboratory where Yu Ling toiled, a multitude of components lay meticulously arranged before him. All the parts had been manufactured, now only assembly remained. The progress had far surpassed his expectations. At this juncture, even Yu Ling felt a twinge of anxiety. This day had been awaited for 2 long years. Although his psychic energy and genetic abilities had grown alongside the project, being stuck at 88 for such an extended period was indeed frustrating. After experiencing the exhilarating rush brought forth by evolution, no one remains immune to such delight. Taking a deep breath, Yu Ling commenced the final operations. The portable nuclear power device presented itself as a cylindrical structure, measuring 25 centimeters in height. Its principle lies in harnessing the energy generated by the continuous fission of internal nuclear materials to stabilize and suppress its inherent uncontrollability. By adjusting the balance within, the excess energy emitted becomes a source of power. The mechanical arm danced through the air, leaving traces of its swift movements as Yu Ling exerted every ounce of effort to embed, weld, and integrate. With a physique and reflexes that transcended those of ordinary humans, he remained vigilant. During this process, a frown creased Yu Ling's brow. Indeed, the human body is bound by limitations. No matter how agile he felt, there was always an underlying sensation of constraint. It was as if this technology was not entirely intended for human use. Yet, amidst the confusion, he did not cease his endeavors. With the assistance of the multifunctional mechanical arm, the creation could still be brought to fruition. Chapter 12. Portable nuclear power device. Yu Ling remained at his workstation, following a simple upgrade to the robotic arm. Although this rudimentary universal workstation for space was still somewhat outdated, it was sufficiently functional. His hands moved with increasing speed. An ordinary person would require at least 2 months to assemble these components, yet he, with the aid of the robotic arm and his own extraordinary physical reflexes, reached the final step in merely half a day, the last core component. This delicate operation had to be completed within 0.2 seconds. Suddenly, his bustling figure came to a halt. Outside, Li Qin stared blankly at the closed door, having already swapped his meal tray 3 times. Yet his uncle still did not open the door. This was not typical, even when engrossed to the point of sparks flying from the components. He would always let Li Qin in. Was something amiss? Li Qin was filled with apprehension. Everything will be fine, child. Do not worry. Mr. Yu Ling has never had any mishaps at home, and with such comprehensive equipment here, there is no way anything could go wrong, comforted Old Guan. However, upon glancing at the elder, Li Qin noticed his face was drenched in cold sweat, revealing a far greater concern than his own. Just break down the door. A research interruption can be resumed, but if something happens to him, it would be disastrous. Baoing Xue had arrived at the door early, her impatience palpable. Given such a significant task entrusted to her, had it not been for her initial contact with Li Chun and her father's guarantee, she would never have found herself in this position based on her qualifications alone. She could not betray the nation's trust. With this thought, Baoing Xue's resolve solidified. Even if she were to face blame or dismissal afterward, she was determined to ensure Yu Ling's safety. Hey, young lady. Old Guan and the concerned researchers gasped in alarm. Yet, having come from a military background, Baoing Xue possessed skills far beyond their grasp. In an instant, this striking military flower unleashed a speed that belied her graceful form. And with a swift kick, she aimed for the sturdy door. Though the experimental building was constructed with meticulous materials, with many areas featuring bulletproof glass, this was different. At Yuling's request, the original storage room had been transformed into his personal laboratory, ensuring ample space while accommodating the various rare metallic materials he required. Thus, she was confident that she could break through with a single kick. The others looked on in terror. This was it. Yuling would surely be furious. Just as the crowd trembled in fear, the doors swung open. A figure appeared in the doorway, staring at the woman who had kicked towards him. A look of bewilderment on his face. Smack. Yuling did not indulge her. He sidestepped and delivered a slap to her face. It was not out of cruelty nor a desire to harm a woman, but rather because he still held the just-assembled portable nuclear power device in his other hand. This creation had consumed months of his effort. However, it was not yet fully completed. He needed to load the nuclear material and activate the structure to stabilize it, achieving the desired durable quality. In essence, this device was akin to a fragile building block at present. He had shown remarkable restraint by not eliminating the woman before him. Ah, Li Chen exclaimed, rushing to the fallen Bowing Xue and helping her up, gazing at his beloved goddess, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Tears of distress welled up in his eyes. Uncle, what are you doing? He glared at him. Why don't you ask her what she did? Do you understand what this is? Damaging her could cost a fortune. Yuling rolled his eyes, speaking with annoyance. Li Chen was about to retort, but was immediately halted by the woman in his arms. Stop it. It's my fault, Bowing Xue responded, her words slightly slurred. The researchers, including old Guan, twitched at the corners of their eyes. Yuling, you handsome devil, not having a girlfriend is not without reason. But soon, their attention was captured by the intricate mechanical device Yuling was holding. The technological sophistication of its exterior left the industry leaders in awe. Misunderstanding, Mr. Yuling. What is that? Old Guan inquired, his gaze fixated on the object in Yuling's hands. Yuling smiled, not overly concerned about the formality. A portable nuclear power device. Now, please assist me in securing nuclear materials for experimentation. With that, he turned and entered the laboratory. Bang! The door slammed shut. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared blankly at the closed door. After a long pause, Old Guan's voice trembled. Did he just say, a portable nuclear power device? Portable? Nuclear? Device? The crowd, overwhelmed by shock, struggled to comprehend. They recognized and understood each word separately, but together, it was utterly terrifying. Yet, could they dare to question Yuling? To challenge the genius capable of creating laser cannons, a technology of an entirely different era? All right, all right, all right, Old Guan exclaimed, clapping his hands 3 times in excitement. Contact the higher-ups immediately. We need nuclear materials. Yes. The crowd hurriedly scrambled to report. At that moment, Old Guan turned his attention to the still-dazed Bowing Xue. Child, are you all right? Your face is swollen purple. It doesn't look like you're unscathed. Internally, he criticized Yuling for being so ruthless towards such a lovely girl. Bowing Xue pushed Li Chen away and stood up. Thank you, Old Guan. I'm fine. I didn't touch that device, did I? She appeared anxious. Even without understanding the implications of the technology, the enthusiastic reactions of the scientific elite made it clear how extraordinary Yuling's possession was. It's all right, it's all right. He acted decisively, and his other hand showed no signs of trembling. Old Guan said excitedly, Is that so? That's wonderful. Bowing Xue sighed in relief. Li Chen, however, wore a puzzled expression. Can you all focus on the injured for a moment? Are they still injured? Can't you show a bit of concern for yourself? Does it not hurt? I can take you to the infirmary, Li Chen hesitantly suggested. I don't have the time. These minor injuries are nothing. Mr. Yuling was merciful. Otherwise, he could have struck me dead. Bowing Xue shot him a glare and rose to retrieve the medical kit. If all goes as planned, the nuclear materials requested by Yuling will be approved immediately. As the head of security for the Imperial Research Institute, how could I be absent? Now is when our security department needs to be particularly vigilant. The moment his hand came down, I genuinely thought I was done for. The overwhelming pressure, the sheer terror of life and death, subsided just before the final moment. Thus, Bowing Xue was certain that Yuling had indeed held back. His extraordinary talent for research is astonishing, but his prowess in combat is equally remarkable. The way he struck earlier was truly impressive. Chapter 13. The Research Institute's quest for nuclear materials. Yuling returned to the laboratory, approaching his workstation with a heightened sense of vigilance following the recent incident. He resolved to construct a storage device, for the task at hand remained unfulfilled. He had no desire to endure a repeat of the earlier mishap. Completing the mission was paramount. The items in his possession were of secondary importance. Yuling was eager to proceed. A glance at his panel revealed the following details. Name, Yuling. Age, 27. Remaining lifespan, 120 years. Genetic level, perfect grade blue star native 99. Next level, cosmic level 1 citizen. Spiritual energy level, Upsilon, 99. Imperial knowledge repository unlock permission, 0. 2. Spiritual technique, none. Prestige, director of the Dragon Kingdom Emperor Research Institute. Prestige value, 800. Indeed, although the device was not yet fully completed, he had already reaped some rewards. However, being stuck on the final step was quite vexing for Yuling. He was mere moments away from unlocking the genetic code of a cosmic citizen and advancing to the next level of spiritual energy. Additionally, there were new blueprints awaiting his creation. The anticipation was palpable. Little did he know that the world outside had undergone significant changes due to the laser cannon technology he had released months prior. What? The oil price has plummeted to 10 renminbi per liter. The oil magnates of the Allen Empire stared in disbelief. Damn it. What are they in the Dragon Kingdom up to? Have they discovered vast oil fields that are inexhaustible? Accusations flew. He must be held accountable for disrupting the global oil market. As the wealthy elite fumed, the Eagle Nation found itself equally bewildered. What on earth was happening in the Dragon Kingdom? Why had their demand for oil suddenly diminished to nearly nothing? Investigate. Where are the dispatched personnel? What incompetent individuals have we employed? Reports indicated that the Dragon Kingdom seemed to have universally transitioned to electric energy. The Assembly of Eagle Nation legislators fell into silence. How could this be? The Dragon Kingdom was indeed a powerhouse in energy production, yet how could they store it? Furthermore, electric energy was not without its limitations. How could it possibly replace traditional oil so swiftly? Was it perhaps related to the earlier mysterious acquisition of battery materials? One legislator exclaimed, prompting a realization among the others. Regardless of how the Dragon Kingdom had achieved this feat, the evidence was irrefutable. They must have made a monumental breakthrough in battery technology. How infuriatingly secretive. The Dragon Kingdom ought to share this technology for the benefit of humanity. Indeed, it must be disclosed. Consequently, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Eagle Nation began to exert pressure. The Dragon Kingdom swiftly responded. What technological breakthrough? There was none. Is the Eagle Nation not the pinnacle of technological prowess on Blue Star? How could they doubt the feasibility of something that we, the Dragon Kingdom, have accomplished? Oh, no longer importing oil and the subsequent drop in prices? Is this not merely a consequence of having purchased excessive battery materials and now seeking ways to alleviate losses? A clarifying video from the diplomats was soon released. However, the observers from the Eagle Nation couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss in the official's demeanor. Was he stifling a laugh? However, in the absence of evidence, the Eagle Nation found itself powerless to act, resorting instead to inciting the media. The Dragon Nation wishes to sweep this under the rug. It will not be so simple. Within the parliament, many narrowed their eyes. New technologies herald new opportunities. If they cannot proceed openly, then clandestinity shall prevail. Soon, a multitude of mercenaries appeared at the borders of the Dragon Nation, devising methods to invade. Minister Shin. Reports from various border areas indicate that the intruders are quite restless, reported a staff member from the Ministry of Defense. Is that so? They can't sit still? Proceed according to plan, without holding back. Understood. At the border, squads of mercenaries wandered through the primeval jungle, unaware that their every move was under the watchful eyes of Dragon Nation warriors. TSK, these individuals are clearly not mere mercenaries. Where would one find such elite hired soldiers? One Dragon Nation team member scoffed. It matters not. Let them witness the might of our laser weaponry. As per protocol, they began to issue warnings to the intruders through loudspeakers. Once, twice, thrice. Very well, the warnings have proven ineffective. Open fire. Instantly, beams of light illuminated the primordial forest. The SEAL team executing a covert mission was left in a state of bewilderment. What is this? Super. The Dragon Nation possesses new weaponry. Help! No, please. Ah, Dragon Nation's father, I surrender. Spare my life. Witnessing their comrades evaporate before their eyes or become mere remnants, the SEAL team members' morale shattered. The Dragon Nation operatives, experiencing the combat efficacy of laser weaponry for the first time, were equally astonished. The practical effects of this weapon are utterly terrifying. The chaos at the border was swiftly quelled. In the imperial capital of the Dragon Nation, someone voiced a concern. Is it truly unnecessary to conceal the existence of our laser weaponry? What is there to fear? The energy issue can no longer be concealed. We've already provided one explanation. Henceforth, we shall employ force to compel these wolves to accept it. Indeed, eventually, confrontation is inevitable, regardless of how human civilization evolves. One truth remains unchanged. Truth exists only within range. The Dragon Nation can now establish its rules. The news rapidly reached the Eagle Nation. Fake. The Dragon Nation has actually developed new weaponry. Condemnation. The possession of such laser weapons by the Dragon Nation poses a threat to international security. They must relinquish them. We cannot allow their unchecked development. Exercises. Mobilize the troops. It is time to remind the Dragon Nation who the true authority is. Indeed. Let them witness the terror of our fleets and aircraft. The Parliament of the Eagle Nation erupted in outrage. Soon, a so-called exercise plan was hastily drafted, which was merely a display of military might. Aircraft carriers and fighter jets began their deployment towards the maritime borders of the Dragon Nation. The Eagle Nation's audacity was becoming increasingly shameless. They dare to demand the public disclosure of laser technology? Why don't they unveil their lithography machine technology? We wouldn't even accept that rubbish if it were offered to us. Soon, we shall breach it ourselves and even surpass it. The esteemed figures regard the actions of the Eagle Nation with disdain, seemingly unperturbed. A fleet? Should they dare to overstep their boundaries? They shall witness the despair wrought by laser artillery. A report arrives. Mr. Yuling has emerged from seclusion, and the Imperial Research Institute seeks to apply for nuclear materials. At this moment, the secretary of the senior leader approaches, whispering in his ear. What? The senior leader rises, bewilderment etched on the faces of those present. What is there to deliberate? Just to prove it. He glares at his secretary, who offers a wry smile. I too must possess the requisite authority. But what could that young man possibly need this for? The senior leader muses, perplexed. It is said to be for a portable nuclear power device. The secretary hesitates before revealing this to the assembly. This technology is bound to transform every facet of Long Nation, and it cannot be delayed. The only secret that requires discretion is Yuling's identity. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others widen in astonishment, and the senior leader shares their astonishment. Chapter 14. The experiment commences in the conference room of the Dragon Nation. A group of prominent figures gazed wide-eyed. Although there were no technical personnel present, they all understood the implications of portable nuclear power, and it was presented by Yuling, a person who had instigated a revolution in global energy. It certainly could not be mere theoretical musings. It must be something substantial. How fortunate we are in the Dragon Nation. What is a portable nuclear power device? Though the specifics elude us, its name alone suggests it rivals even a laser cannon. Such power is extraordinary. Regrettably, for Yuling's safety, we cannot approach him. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly wish to befriend him. Huh? Do you think you are worthy? How dare you speak like that? Two military dignitaries engaged in a heated dispute. Enough, enough. The senior leader interjected, bringing calm to the room. He could not help but express his astonishment. Who would have thought that in just a few months such remarkable results would emerge? Moreover, it was highly likely that these findings would rival those of a laser cannon. This Yuling is indeed a blessing sent from the heavens to elevate the Dragon Nation. The senior leader felt immense joy. Having previously endured pressure to place his full trust in Yuling, he had not disappointed either himself or the nation, not to mention the technological achievements thus far could afford him a lifetime of wealth and prestige. Could you please inquire if we might observe his experimental process? The senior leader said. His curiosity piqued as he addressed the Secretary General. The latter hesitated. I shall ask. With that, he began to contact the Imperial Research Institute. At that moment, within the institute, Yuling had completed the assembly of the portable nuclear power device and emerged. He settled into a lounge chair in the hall, surrounded by a throng of researchers. Group leader Yuling, How does it feel? Is the force adequate? Group Leader Yuling, have some fruit. Group Leader Yuling, allow me to massage your legs. Li Qin stared in astonishment as a cadre of dignitaries fawned over his uncle. How infuriating. What happened to your principles? What happened to your pride? Where's the space you promised me? He found himself unable to squeeze in. Yuling waved his hand, signaling for them to cease. Could someone enlighten me on any interesting developments that have transpired over the past few months? He spoke calmly. Secluded indoors for months without internet access left him feeling somewhat disconnected from the outside world. The personnel at the institute eagerly clamored to explain. They regarded Yuling with fervent admiration. Initially, many had been skeptical. After all, were they not all significant figures in their own right? In their respective fields, they were undisputed authorities. Yet, upon arrival, they had been met with Yuling's formidable prowess, igniting their indignation. They had even contemplated how to make Yuling's future endeavors challenging, should he require their cooperation on any projects. However, everyone swiftly altered their mindset. Just a day after the old general's data was unveiled, they cast aside their pride entirely. Yuling was the man at the forefront of technological advancement. His wisdom transcends this era. Compared to Yuling, these so-called experts around me are merely at a kindergarten level. Enough, enough. Li Qin, it's your turn to speak. Yuling rolled her eyes, pushing the people beside her away. They were reluctant and still wished to say something. Behind them, Vowing Shue had already brought the guards to begin ushering people away. Having taken a special medication, her face was no longer in grave condition. Enough, enough. Go about your own business. Old Guan scolded tersely. Yet, no one moved. They kept their distance, gazing intently at the black box behind Yuling. Just moments ago, they had faintly heard something about nuclear power. It seemed to be a new breakthrough. Who could possibly focus on their tasks now? Li Qin sighed as he sat beside Yuling, recounting the changes in the outside world over the past few months. Upon hearing about the series of suppressive measures and targeted actions taken by other nations, especially the Eagle Nation, Yuling's eyes narrowed dangerously. Interesting. She had initially wished to ignore them, yet they had come seeking their own demise. The Emperor's system dictates that as long as she crafts the items required for the tasks, she will grow stronger. Thus, there is no need to engage in such matters. The Eagle Nation, you say? As long as she diligently creates various high-tech products within the system, Dragon Nation shall effortlessly overpower the Eagle Nation. And it won't take long. The nuclear power device is nearing completion. Its optimal application, however, is not to enhance existing vehicles and weapons, but rather to develop a theoretical individual weapon powered solely by energy. Powered armor. Of course, the laser cannon's battery could also be utilized. But electricity possesses certain limitations in this context. Its explosive power is somewhat insufficient. Currently, mechs powered by electricity struggle to achieve explosive acceleration. The next step will be to research powered armor. Yuling confirmed her forthcoming research direction in her mind. This is likely the most rapid means to elevate Dragon Nation's dominance over the other countries. The system's tasks do not simply assign random items. Rather, they present a category, followed by numerous options and a difficulty rating. This allows her to select based on difficulty and required materials. Old Guan, the application has been approved, but a staff member approached with a document, hesitatingly stating, "Speak plainly," Guan scolded sternly. Yuling also frowned. The senior leader has requested to observe the experimental process. This. Old Guan found himself in a dilemma. If it were anyone else making such a request, he would have scolded them outright. However, the senior leader was a highly respected figure, hence his conflicted gaze toward Yuling. After all, Yuling had made it clear from the outset that her research must remain absolutely confidential, and no one was to interfere. Suddenly wanting to observe the experimental process had, to some extent, crossed a line. It matters not, let them watch, Yuling remarked nonchalantly. The points requiring confidentiality do not lie here, but rather in the scenes of her laboring at the workstation. He wished to conceal the scene that transcended human limits. Technologically, no matter how absurd it might seem, a mere mention of genius could suffice. Physically, however, he did not desire to be regarded as an alien, nor to be met with suspicion. Should a crisis of trust arise, many endeavors would be jeopardized. You may report back, but do remind them to maintain confidentiality, sighed Old Guan. Soon, The nuclear materials were transported to the radiation-proof laboratory. After confirming with Yuling whether any additional equipment was required, Old Guan departed, leaving Yuling alone in the lab. Clad in protective gear, he cautiously extracted the portable nuclear power device and placed it upon the testing platform. The other box, marked with a danger symbol, contained the nuclear materials of the finest quality. He deftly manipulated the portable device to open its energy storage compartment, subsequently unsealing the box of nuclear materials. Outside, the researchers and the leaders of Long Country watching the live broadcast gasped in astonishment as Yuling directly opened the nuclear energy canister. Then, he placed the materials into the portable device and pressed a switch. The laboratory erupted in a blinding white light, engulfing everything. Yuling, uncle. No. Chapter 15. The direction of psychic manifestation. A blinding white light erupted from the laboratory, illuminating the outside world in a ghostly glow. Old Guan widened his eyes in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Has there been an accident? This should not be the case. What exactly is the source of this white light? Just as anxiety gripped everyone's hearts, the brilliance began to dissipate. Yuling stood motionless, casting a curious glance at the panicked crowd. Dismissing their alarm, he turned back to examine the data of the portable nuclear power device. Oh, the energy conversion rate is flawless. Maximum output, stability, integrity. One piece of data after another was scrutinized. In high spirits, he took a moment to enlighten those present about the output power. All right, that's it. The device is now in your hands. I shall return. With that, Yuling stepped outside. The portable nuclear power device spun in place, radiating a dazzling light. Its core resembled a newly born star, glowing with an intense blue hue. The researchers stared in disbelief at the apparatus. Could it be that success had truly been achieved? If the data shared moments ago was accurate, then the laser cannon would pale in comparison to this marvel. How long had it been since humanity invented the steam engine? A mere century had passed before entering the modern age, transcending millennia of human history. This portable nuclear power device was akin to a more advanced civilization as steam engine. The potential acceleration it could bring to the development of civilization exhilarated everyone present. Is the era of interstellar travel upon us? A scientist murmured in a daze. With this device, the feasibility of space travel had been exponentially enhanced. More and more minds began to grasp this notion, and they collectively gazed up at the ceiling. Since the dawn of humanity, they had looked to the stars, and now they were witnessing a pivotal step into the age of cosmic exploration. By the way, please send these materials to my laboratory. I will organize the information promptly and retrieve the materials afterward, Yuling stated before departing. Old Guan was momentarily taken aback. What? He took the list and found it filled with various metals and electronic components. What does Yuling intend to create? No matter how he pondered, he could only faintly sense a direction, yet remained utterly lost. It was evident that he was about to embark on another innovative endeavor. Old Guan sighed, realizing that they had gathered solely to assist Yuling. Yet, they had done little more than comprehend and digest his research findings, struggling to keep pace with his advancements. While he had already developed new technology, they were barely grasping the previous one. Old Guan felt a twinge of embarrassment. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the senior leader breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Yuling had emerged unscathed. Moments ago, he had nearly believed Yuling was doomed. From now on, perhaps it was best not to observe too closely. He could hardly endure such shocks. What if it triggered a heart attack? After all, he had weathered numerous storms and occupied this position, possessing an undeniable capacity for pressure. Yet, Yuling's significance to the Long Kingdom was immense, leading to his anxious concern. The esteemed leader, upon contemplating, glanced at the assembly. Delete the video. Ensure it is thoroughly purged, he instructed before signing a document and departing. This was a classified file, and although Yuling was clad in protective gear and had taken measures to obscure sensitive information, anyone who had viewed the video was required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. No one expressed dissatisfaction. Instead, they wore expressions of exhilaration. The data regarding nuclear power was immensely powerful, and the potential transformations it could bring to the Dragon Nation were beyond imagination. Thus, confidentiality was of the utmost importance. Subsequently, Yuling returned to his laboratory and closed the door. Task accomplished. The system notifications lingered for a while before he finally had the opportunity to access them. The task of creating a portable nuclear power device was marked as complete, resulting in an elevation of his genetic level and an enhancement of his psychic abilities. The next tier of tasks was initiated, presenting him with a selection of blueprints. Options appeared at the bottom of the taskbar: spaceship, space station, gene serum, space-based weaponry, and powered armor. Yuling's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clicked on the powered armor option. Instantly, a plethora of virtual images and descriptions materialized before him. He perused the choices for an extended period, torn between desire and frustration due to the limited materials available. Many items could not be produced on Blue Star, rendering them unattainable. Ultimately, he was compelled to select a relatively unremarkable model among the multitude of armors. The blueprint for the Thunder Battle armor was unlocked, and the task was marked as synchronized. Yuling attempted to load the blueprint, and a familiar sensation washed over him as knowledge flooded his mind, imparting the impression that crafting a powered armor was a simple endeavor, provided he had the necessary materials at hand. However, this was merely an illusion. The construction of powered armor required a suite of specialized tools and accessories, which he currently lacked. Yuling felt a twinge of discouragement. Yet, he reassured himself that he was no longer alone. With his homeland as his stronghold, these challenges were surmountable. He smiled as he accessed his personal panel. Name: Yuling. Age: 27. Remaining lifespan: 300 years. Genetic level: Universe Level 1 Citizen 1. Next level: Universe Level 2 Citizen. Psychic level: Amran Level 1. Ability to choose direction of psychic manifestation: Knowledge repository access: 0. 3 psychic skills: None. Prestige: Director of the Dragon Nation Emperor Research Institute. Prestige points: 800. Yuling's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only had his lifespan increased by 200 years, but his psychic level had also ascended to a new tier. Most importantly, there was a choice of direction. He excitedly clicked on the selection button, revealing a vast array of information before him. Overall, the development of psychic abilities was categorized into 5 primary domains: biochemical, prophecy, pyromancy, telekinesis, and mind. Each category contained numerous sub-branches. Adhering to the principle of choosing the first option in all matters, Yuling opened the biochemical system. A dense compilation of detailed information emerged. He scanned through it and was left in profound shock. Was it possible to manifest psychic abilities through the physical form of super-controlled organisms? Were they to play with flesh? Yuling discovered that there were abilities to manipulate his own body as well as those to control his enemies. Is this a manifestation of supernatural powers? Could this be the revelation of spiritual energy? A wave of excitement coursed through Yuling, trembling with anticipation. He had taken yet another step towards his humble aspiration of becoming a deity. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he focused on one particular option: mimicry, to acquire special abilities through transformation or to disguise oneself. A spark of brilliance ignited in Yuling's eyes. With a system to support his growth, he realized that as long as he continually produced creations from high-tech blueprints, he could rapidly evolve. Therefore, what he needed most at this moment was a manifestation of spiritual energy that could enhance his manufacturing capabilities. Undoubtedly, this was the most suitable choice. In his previous work, amidst the frenzied movements of mechanical arms, he had felt the limitations of humanity, grappling with moments of powerlessness. Yuling had been so distressed that he contemplated abandoning his human form altogether. Was this not serendipitous? Without a moment's hesitation, he chose mimicry. If this ability proved to be as he imagined, it would undoubtedly be the most fitting power for him. Chapter 16. Is the Dragon Kingdom eager for war? A successful choice. Yuling hastily opened the interface. Name: Yuling. Age: 27. Remaining lifespan: 300 years. Gene level: Cosmic Level 1 Citizen 1. Next level: Cosmic Level 2 Citizen. Psychic energy level: Amran Level 1. Imperial Knowledge Repository Unlock Permission: 0. 3 Psychic ability: Mimicry. Reputation: Director of the Dragon Kingdom Emperor Research Institute. Reputation value: 800. Indeed, a new skill had emerged. Yuling's expression radiated excitement. He pondered whether he might select additional skills in the future, as there were numerous abilities within that piqued his interest. Sensing a newfound instinct within his body, he decided to experiment with it. He soon discovered an enhanced control over his physical form. It seemed that, should he desire, he could alter certain aspects of his structure. Moreover, these modifications could be solidified. This indicated that, despite his current psychic energy not permitting a substantial transformation at once, he could gradually design his body into a formidable weapon. However, Yuling harbored no intentions of transforming into an alien being. He chose this ability solely to assist himself in crafting blueprints within the system. With a system in place, why seek distant alternatives? Reflecting on this, he focused his attention on his hands, and his 5 fingers began to move with an independent will, writhing like tentacles. Such movements were beyond human capability. This added yet another secret to the laboratory that Yuling wished to keep concealed. He had no desire to frighten others into submission or end up bound upon a dissection table for biological research. Although, given his current status, such an occurrence was unlikely. It could still lead to considerable complications, as it was an inexplicable phenomenon. He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. Seated before his workstation, he began contemplating how to construct an exoskeleton. This exoskeleton would stand 3 meters tall, exhibiting a blue hue not from paint, but from the very color of the synthetic metal. Its overall appearance bore a vintage and robust aesthetic, featuring leg armor, chest armor, gauntlets, cushioning layers, neural connections, a power core, accompanying weapons, energy conduits, and cooling systems, alongside the most crucial combat assistance system. The mere variety of components left Yuling feeling daunted. Crafting this contraption would prove exceedingly complicated. This time, he could not undertake the task alone. This was one of the reasons he had joined the national team: access to a vast logistical team and assistance. With this in mind, Yuling meticulously selected the simpler components that he could delegate, then approached the computer to begin drafting blueprints and documenting information. On the surface of the sea, the Coast Guard patrolling the waters of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly detected an uninvited guest. "Fleet ahead. You are entering the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Please halt immediately." The officer, undeterred by the intimidating fleet before him, issued a warning instead. Lacking discernment. Let's show them what they're up against. I find their dedication far superior to that of our drunken loafers, utterly oblivious to their fate. Fire! Fire! The artillery aboard the fleet began to pivot, unleashing shells that struck the waters ahead of the Coast Guard vessel, the tremendous impact nearly capsizing it. The fleet erupted in laughter at the sight of their disarray. "It's an invasion. Report immediately. Retreat." The citizens of the Eagle Nation, witnessing the Coast Guard's withdrawal, burst into mocking shouts. The captain wore a contemptuous expression. Did the Dragon Nation believe that a minor technological advancement afforded them the luxury of disregarding the Eagle Nation? This exercise would serve as a reminder of who truly holds dominion. With the orders from the Parliament in mind, they were to reach the coastal waters of the Dragon Nation within 8 hours, positioning themselves within range of its coastal cities. After leaving a few fireworks, they would depart. Subsequently, the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly hesitate, compelled to relinquish their battery technology. For the next encounter, there would be no room for jest. General Mike was brimming with confidence. Their aircraft carrier was far ahead of the Dragon Nation's capabilities. They would hardly have time to react. At the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense, news of the foreign fleet's incursion into their waters prompted immediate action against our Coast Guard vessels. One member reported. The minister's eyes widened in astonishment. "How bold? What are the casualties?" "Merely a demonstration. They did not hit us." Upon hearing this, the minister sat down. It appears the Eagle Nation retains some semblance of reason, refraining from outright war. Yet they have still crossed the line. "Get them for me," the minister bellowed in fury. Soon, the naval forces of the Dragon Nation set sail towards the coast. Upon spotting the enemy fleet, the commander of the Dragon naval vessels smirked coldly. Did these Eagle Nation rascals think the Dragon fleet remained as it once was? They had equipped themselves with laser main guns. Report: unidentified forces have infiltrated our fleet. Shall we sink them? Fire at will. Upon receiving the command, the Dragon naval vessels hesitated no longer. The laser main guns aboard locked onto their targets, charging up. Fire. A sudden brilliance illuminated the sea. The Eagle Nation aircraft carrier, which believed itself in a zone of absolute safety, was instantly cleaved in two. The remaining escort ships stood dumbfounded, paralyzed with uncertainty. "Hurry! Save the people!" At last, someone sprang into action. Individuals donned diving gear and leapt into the water, attempting to locate those ensnared by the wreckage of the sunken carrier. This battle was being closely monitored by the Parliament of the Eagle Nation. They had anticipated witnessing their fleet dominate the Dragon naval forces, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. Oh my God! What weapon is this? Dear God, that was an aircraft carrier, reduced to two halves. Damn it! How could the Dragon Nation possess such advanced technology? Is it laser? The Parliament members gazed in horror at the remnants of the carrier floating on the surface. An aircraft carrier. Such vessels are scarce in the entire Eagle Nation. And now, one has simply vanished. Exchanging for long country currency would amount to 30 billion. Furthermore, this is a relatively young aircraft carrier, having served for less than a decade. They must pay. Long country must compensate us. A fervent shout erupted from one of the legislators, his face contorted in rage, clearly overwhelmed by emotion. The other legislators gritted their teeth in agreement. Long country must bear the consequences of this action. Otherwise, what awaits them is an unyielding war with Eagle country. At sea. Following a frantic rescue operation, numerous disheveled figures appeared aboard the frigate. They gazed in terror at the distant Long Country fleet. What was that just now? Demons. The fleet of Long Country is demonic. I want to go home. I want to go home. The survivors of the aircraft carrier, regaining their composure, began to scream in panic. Enough. Take them away. An officer from Eagle Country stepped forward, his eyes brimming with hatred as he looked towards the Long Country fleet. A report came in. The adversary requested communication. Suddenly, the Long Country fleet received a signal. Accepted. Long Country scum. I. Click. The captain smiled as he abruptly ended the call. Can the fools of Eagle Country not discern the situation? They dare to provoke us? It seems they haven't felt the sting yet. Let us deliver another blow. After the captain's words, his subordinates eagerly set about executing the order. Soon, the main cannon was charged again. A beam of light emerged. Following this, 2 destroyers sank. In no time, the sea was littered with wreckage. The scene fell into a heavy silence. Subsequently, the opposing Eagle Country fleet raised a white flag, opting for surrender. They dispatched personnel to accept their capitulation. The captain sneered. These wretches only understand their peril when it is inflicted upon them. In the Eagle Country Parliamentary Hall, chaos erupted. Fake. What did you say? 2 more destroyers have been sunk. How dare Long Country? War. They seek war. Soon, videos from the remaining Eagle Country fleet were delivered to the assembly. Every legislator watched in disbelief as the Long Country warships effortlessly launched attacks from beyond their range, destroying 1 aircraft carrier with a single shot, followed by obliterating 2 destroyers. Even the carrier's fighters hadn't had time to take off. It was akin to adults disciplining unruly children. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. An icy dread surged within them. How many such warships does Long Country possess? If war truly breaks out, can they prevail? Resorting to nuclear weapons? Wouldn't that lead to mutual destruction? The legislators' fervor for war swiftly dissipated. Suddenly, the legislators came to a realization. Indeed, they possessed nuclear weapons. Moreover, this time they had announced military exercises in advance. Long Country's unprovoked aggression necessitated an explanation if they wished to avoid an immediate nuclear confrontation. Even if Long Country had developed new weaponry, the most formidable weapon in the world remains nuclear arms. They would not dare escalate the situation. The legislators seized upon this revelation, their excitement palpable. Long Country had made a grave misstep. Unless one desires to face global annihilation, a significant sacrifice is imperative. For instance, relinquishing the technology of this laser cannon to earn the forgiveness of the Eagle Nation. Chapter 17. Voicing inner thoughts. The day following the sinking of the Eagle Nation's fleet, international public opinion erupted. The Eagle Nation did not conceal the news of their fleet's destruction. They needed global sentiment to align with their narrative, casting the Dragon Nation in the light of a global threat. Dragon Nation must provide an explanation. We, the Eagle Nation, were merely conducting exercises. Why were we fired upon? The Dragon Nation's laser weaponry was deemed exceedingly perilous and must be made public, subject to regulation. If the Dragon Nation does not apologize and offer compensation, they are clearly seeking war. The Eagle Nation will not back down. In response to the Eagle Nation's outcry, Nations worldwide began to voice their shock at the military advancements brought forth by the Dragon Nation's new technology. With the Eagle Nation leading the charge, others sought to benefit from the situation. The direct destruction of a naval vessel was perceived as excessive. Surely, they could have been persuaded to leave rather than being obliterated. How outrageous! With their new weaponry, the Dragon Nation has become insufferably arrogant. They must disclose this technology. Allowing them sole control over such weaponry is far too dangerous. How alarming! We are so close to the Dragon Nation, we can hardly sleep, fearing an attack at any moment. The online discourse among other nations ignited fervently. The consensus was that, given the prevailing circumstances, the Dragon Nation had no choice but to concede and provide satisfactory reparations. However, the sentiments expressed by netizens from the Dragon Nation sharply contrasted with this perspective. How absurd! Public disclosure? Dream on. They invaded our territory first and fired upon us. They got what they deserved. If a fight is what they want, then let it be. I would be the first to enlist. You should be grateful I wasn't the captain at the time. Otherwise, none of you would have survived. On the international stage, netizens began an amiable exchange. In the Dragon Nation's highest conference room, the leaders observed the unfolding international dialogue, sipping tea with indifference. "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts?" he inquired, addressing the gathered dignitaries. "The foremost leaders of the Dragon Nation are present," he continued. "We need not fear them. Frankly, given a little more time, the Dragon Nation could unify the world. Time is all we require. A little delay may not be a bad thing. The public is mentally prepared. Our resource reserves are ample enough for a comprehensive transformation. Once achieved, even united, all nations combined would be no match for us. In other words, the Dragon Nation could rise to a position that all nations would look up to, independent of the international market. And as for nuclear weapons? If Yulin can produce laser cannons, surely with some effort, he could render nuclear weapons obsolete as well." The leaders harbored an inexplicable trust in that enigmatic genius scientist. What nonsense is this? Do you ever pause to reflect on the words you speak? The esteemed leader was so amused he nearly laughed. Our Dragon Nation has always been a land of etiquette, steeped in rich historical culture. How could we possibly descend to the level of those barbaric nations? Engaging in mindless violence? Does war not come at a cost? Does it not demand lives to be sacrificed? Clearly, we could outwit them through civilized means. Why resort to such crude methods? Upon concluding his statement, the esteemed leader's expression faltered, and he fell silent. Oh no, how did I let my true thoughts slip? The individuals present below were momentarily taken aback, then struggled to contain their laughter. They too merely indulged in idle chatter without any intention of actual conflict, believing that peaceful means could secure their position at the top. But could such sentiments be openly expressed? Witnessing the rare slip of the esteemed leader, they all endeavored to maintain their composure, suppressing smiles to avoid future repercussions. Ahem, I didn't say anything just now. Let us omit that part. The esteemed leader awkwardly cleared his throat and turned to the individual recording the meeting. The latter smiled amicably and nodded. Soon, the results of the meeting were announced. Did they not wish to engage in a war of words with our Dragon Nation? What we require most at this moment is time. Therefore, following the conclusion of the meeting, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation promptly began to counter the public opinion. Each demand presented by the Eagle Nation was firmly rejected. In summary, the Dragon Nation is in the right. It was that fleet that intruded upon our borders first. Our Coast Guard issued warnings but was met with aggression. Thus, we possess every justification to regard this unidentified fleet as a threat to the national security of the Dragon Nation and respond accordingly. The reaction from various countries to our resolute stance was explosive. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. They must be sanctioned. You, Dragon Nation, shall henceforth find it impossible to procure anything from our Eagle Nation. A boycott against the Dragon Nation. The citizens of other nations were immediately taken aback. What they yearned to witness was the Dragon Nation bowing in apology, not displaying such unwavering defiance. Meanwhile, the netizens of the Dragon Nation remained remarkably composed. Do we truly care? What a jest. Times have changed, my dear compatriots. We are no longer of the same tier as before. It's laughable. Do they genuinely believe that the Dragon Nation cannot thrive without them? Recently, breakthroughs in the fields of lasers and batteries have brought about transformative changes. Consider the state-sponsored free replacements of electric vehicle batteries. A single charge can power deliveries for an entire month. And there remains 88% of charge. Are you afraid yet? Fuel prices are plummeting, and electricity rates continue to drop. New and lucrative job opportunities abound, each more rewarding than the last. The Dragon Nation is flourishing like never before, brimming with vitality. It is evident that our nation has achieved significant advancements in certain areas. In the future, it will be other nations seeking our favor. Everyone is convinced that the future of the Dragon Nation is exceedingly bright, thus ignoring the clamors of foreign nations. The louder their cries, the more painful their eventual submission will be. What is Yuling doing? In the imperial capital, the esteemed leader, having finished his current tasks, suddenly inquired. After the portable nuclear power experiment concluded, Yuling returned directly to the Emperor Research Institute, vanishing from sight, which caused him some concern. As was customary, he isolated himself within the laboratory. Whatever his needs, they must be fulfilled. The secretary nodded, acknowledging his understanding. The current advantages of Long Country were entirely the result of this man's efforts, and he certainly recognized Yuling's significance. What became of the nuclear power device? It has been sent to the aerospace department, where they will utilize this power source as the cornerstone for designing new rockets. Excellent. The resources from the aerospace department should not be withheld. We must commend Vice President Lee for his hard work. The pulse cannon that Vice President Lee had been researching for years had become obsolete before its completion, which was quite a blow. Now, with Vice President Lee rejuvenated, it is difficult for the higher-ups not to be pleased. 2 days later, an excited Elder Guan appeared. During this period, he had been tirelessly seeking materials for Yuling. Many of these materials were scarce in the aviation sector, compelling him to personally sign applications and network with various individuals. Now, he had finally gathered everything. Elder Guan, all the materials are ready, a staff member said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Oh, you've worked hard, Elder Guan replied, beaming. By the way, Elder Guan, are you aware of the situation outside? The person inquired with concern. It seems the international circumstances for Long Country are rather precarious. That is not your concern. Focus on your own tasks. Elder Guan scolded, prompting the individual to stick out his tongue and retreat. The elder sighed. He was indeed aware of the external news but remained indifferent, dismissing it as mere barking. In the future, Blue Star would consist of only 2 types of nations, Long Country and the rest. As long as they collaborated with Yuling on research and breakthroughs, Long Country need not engage with these other nations. They would be the ones begging on their knees. Elder Guan took a sip of water and lamented, "The youth are formidable. The youth are formidable indeed." Reflecting on one of the materials Yuling required, he could not help but smile wryly. Rhenium, the core material for aerospace engines. Long Country's annual production was only about 2 tons. While that may sound substantial, considering that an aerospace engine weighs several tens of tons, and though not all components are crafted from this high-temperature metal, it remains exceedingly rare. Generally, every effort is made to conserve resources. Yet, Yuling demanded a full ton right off the bat, a staggering 6 months' worth of production. Although the higher-ups had instructed to meet Yuling's demands as much as possible, those below might not be inclined to comply. After all, it would be as if they were scraping food from their own plates to satisfy Yuling's needs. Resistance was likely, and should they encounter stubborn individuals, they might directly refuse. Surely, they could not resort to theft? Fortunately, Elder Guan had put aside his dignity to procure the materials without causing too much of a scene. What surprises would you, my dear boy, present next? Elder Guan pondered with anticipation. These materials were no trifles. They were sufficient to construct a spacecraft. He made his way to the research room where Yuling was working, eager to discover the next developments. Chapter 18. Do not waste anything in the laboratory. Uncle, it's time to eat. Li Chen called out while carrying food and knocking on the door. Inside, a busy figure paused, slightly annoyed. Yuling glanced at his hands. His 10 fingers had now transformed into 20 soft appendages, each tipped with a fork that resembled small pincers capable of grasping delicate components. With these hands, his efficiency had increased manifold. Come in. He reverted his hands to their original form and opened the door. Why have you become increasingly mysterious, uncle? You aren't engaged in any clandestine activities, are you? Li Chen asked, a look of suspicion on his face as he set down the food. Lately, his uncle had been hesitant to open the door when busy in his research. Every time Li Chen entered, Yuling would halt his work. A stark contrast to his previous behavior. Yuling chose not to respond. I was merely concerned about startling you, he thought to himself. Imagining the boy's reaction upon discovering that his uncle's hands could morph into tentacles, he would certainly be terrified. Uncle, can't you be a bit more mindful of your appearance? Li Chen said, observing Yuling, who was covered in grime, with irritation. It feels as though I, a student of science and engineering, have been reduced to the role of a housekeeper. Enough of the chatter. How did the medical examination I requested go? Yuling inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. He had previously administered an injection to Li Chen. Although the formula was allegedly free of side effects and the materials lacked the original genetic grade, Yuling still wanted Li Chen to undergo a checkup. I had the examination. I'm perfectly healthy, with no adverse reactions, Li Chen replied, scratching his head. The sudden injection from his uncle had alarmed him, and after several anxious days without any sensations, he had completely forgotten about it. To his surprise, he was summoned for an examination the previous day. What about the materials I requested? Yuling asked, noticing that Li Chen appeared to be fine, thus refraining from further questioning. The genetic serum was relatively mild, resulting in a gradual modification of his physique that was not yet discernible. Li Chen thought for a moment and replied, Old Guan has returned, and he has brought back all the materials. Yuling paused, pleasantly surprised. He had anticipated a longer wait, considering the variety and rarity of the materials. Without further ado, he finished his meal and took a large stack of documents. Heading out with Li Chen. Yuling, you have finally emerged. I have procured the materials you requested, Old Guan exclaimed. He had intended to wait for Li Chen to guide him, but had learned that the youth was already inside. Oh, by the way, regarding the nuclear power device, we have sent it to the aerospace department. They wish to install it on a rocket, and I wanted to seek your opinion. What? Tell them not to launch any rockets. It's a waste of resources, Yuling replied as he handed over the documents. Old Guan received them with a look of astonishment. Why? He asked. Yuling merely shook his head, offering no explanation. Old Guan, unfazed, began to sift through the materials and said, Very well, since it is your property, no one shall touch it without your consent. As the elder flipped through the pages, his breathing began to quicken. Within these theories lies the potential to overturn the prevailing paradigms within the academic community. The results have already emerged, confirming the validity of these theories. Rest assured, I shall immediately delegate this for further research to expedite production, Elder Guan exclaimed with excitement. With this, the Dragon Nation will leap ahead of the world. Yet, Yuling shook his head. What is the matter? Elder Guan inquired, puzzled. We shall not pursue this. You may leave it to others. You are needed to assist me in constructing something else, Yuling replied calmly. Elder Guan was about to voice his disagreement. What could possibly be more critical than nuclear power? Yet, upon realizing that he was addressing Yuling, he closed his mouth. This was the man who could bring miracles to the Dragon Nation. Nevertheless, his confusion deepened. What shall we do? Is there an even more advanced technological achievement? Elder Guan felt a sense of unreality. No matter how genius Yuling might be, producing two monumental breakthroughs in succession seemed exceedingly extravagant. Moreover, either of these alone could propel human civilization forward. Please help me distribute these projects. Elder Guan, you are aware of each individual's strengths. I would appreciate your assistance. Yuling said, handing over a stack of documents. With a furrowed brow, Elder Guan passed the portable nuclear power device to Li Chen and began perusing the new materials. Soon, his eyes widened with increasing brilliance. What is this? Neuronal connection technology? A new synthetic armor formula? Components for a combat assistance system? A rapid-fire nuclear energy conversion cannon? What is this? Elder Guan's eyes bulged in astonishment. To his discerning eye, these elements clearly belonged to a cohesive system. Yet he needed Yuling's explicit confirmation. Exoskeletal power armor. Thunder, Yuling said, narrowing his eyes. With this, the Dragon Nation's military will be invincible on Blue Star. This is a unit designed for cosmic colonization. Although considerations regarding the physical constitution of Blue Star inhabitants necessitated some degree of attribute reduction, it remains beyond the capabilities of conventional Blue Star weaponry. With this, the Dragon Nation can rest assured, allowing me to focus on innovation and strive towards the divine goal. Elder Guan took a deep breath. Even without seeing the specific data, merely these functional components made him realize that this power armor represented yet another leap in technological advancement. The technologies contained within could instigate earth-shattering transformations worldwide. How long has it been? The dominance of laser cannons is on the verge of extinction? He discreetly glanced at the characteristics of the synthetic armor outlined in the documents. Immunity to energy weapons, 86. No, it's not that the laser weapons will vanish. They will still dominate the battlefield unless the power armor is deployed. At this point, Elder Guan truly felt reassured. Once successful, even if the Dragon Nation's trump card of laser cannons were to be exposed, there would be no fear. Is there confidence in this? Elder Guan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Yuling cast a glance at him. When have I ever engaged in actions without certainty? Proceed with the arrangements. The swifter, the better. How could I possibly lack faith in myself? Yet, I must place some trust in the system. Oh, he is unaware. Never mind that. After Yuling concluded, he went to retrieve the materials he would soon require. After a considerable interval, Old Guan finally regained his composure. Indeed. When has Yuling ever faced failure? How long has he even been here? The accomplishments he has achieved are already worthy of being etched into the annals of human history, shining as brilliantly as the stars, unmatched by any other. A glimmer of admiration crossed Old Guan's eyes, and he promptly set matters in motion. Old Guan, do you no longer need this material? Li Chen inquired, surprised. Please pass it along to the aerospace department and convey your uncle's message to ensure they do not squander resources. What about the portable nuclear power device? It has lost its allure. Let those fellows in the aerospace department deal with it. If they wish to install it on a rocket, they should construct it themselves. He understood those individuals all too well. Recognizing that Yuling's refusal to allow them access to the portable nuclear power device would surely lead them to find ways to replicate it independently. Now, I am providing you with the materials. Go on, go on. Old Guan chuckled, resembling a cunning old fox. Li Chen opened his mouth, but he felt powerless. Here, he was merely a younger brother, overshadowed by the prowess of any elder. Well then, I suppose I must make the trip. Though referred to as the Aerospace Department, it actually operated within this vast research institute, focused not on manufacturing rockets directly, but rather on designing rockets and satellites, remaining a part of the overall scientific research establishment. What? Are we to refrain from launching rockets? Waste resources? Elder Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the young man reputed to be Yuling's nephew. Did your uncle explicitly say that? He pressed again. Li Chen nodded. Nonsense. What does he understand? Does he grasp the fierce competition in the realm of space? We are in the age of information, where everyone is fervently striving for breakthroughs. Superior satellites translate to an information advantage. Sometimes, a slight disruption in connectivity can mean the difference between life and death. I am merely relaying a message, Li Chen said, retracting his neck. Wow, this old man is quite intimidating. I cannot provoke him. I have received your message. However, it is not feasible. Yuling may possess talent, but it does not extend to my domain. What is a portable nuclear power device, after all? I will handle it myself. Elder Li was exceedingly irate. Yet he felt somewhat unsteady. They had certainly researched that device. Unfortunately, they found it utterly elusive. Once the nuclear material was inserted, the device achieved a remarkable balance under immense energy, rendering its internal structure completely inscrutable. Oh, splendid. This is the information Old Guan requested I deliver to you. Li Chen's eyes brightened as he seized the opportunity to present the documents. The latter paused, taken aback. What is this? The complete documentation on the portable nuclear power device. Ah, right. I need to take this portable nuclear power device back with me. Li Chen suddenly recalled his uncle's instructions. Bring that device back to me. I will require it shortly. Contemplating the burdensome task assigned by his indifferent uncle, Li Chen could hardly contain his irritation. The esteemed Elder Li paused for a moment before snatching the documents away. Ah, I see now. Brilliant. Truly brilliant, he exclaimed. his astonishment palpable as he merely skimmed the pages, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Li Chen couldn't help but grimace. Is this what it means to be a genius? Having glanced over it himself, he found nothing but a jumble of incomprehensible mathematical formulas and peculiar technical jargon, all of which only served to overwhelm him. Take that away. Do not disturb me, Elderly insisted, ushering everyone out. Li Chen gritted his teeth. At least sign a release for me. He had no desire to be apprehended the moment he stepped outside. Finally, braving the risk of incurring Elder Li's wrath, Li Chen secured the necessary paperwork, assuring him that the items would be delivered by a designated individual. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Research Institute, an atmosphere of fervent excitement enveloped the space. Everyone appeared invigorated, their eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. They had each received materials pertinent to their areas of expertise, and after merely glancing through them, they were left in awe. Is this theory genuine? Can such concepts truly be realized? A collective curiosity surged among them, a desire to validate whether the technology in their hands could indeed materialize. If so, they could propel human civilization forward by at least 2 centuries. Chapter 19. Test Drive Task 6 months later. Can you please let me in, Xiaoxua? Just a few questions. My time is quite precious. Wasteland stood at the entrance of the Emperor Research Institute, his expression fraught with urgency as he gazed at Banks. The research on the nuclear power device had hit a deadlock. Everyone, except for those at the Emperor Research Institute, had mobilized. Yet they remained stymied by several core components that were incomprehensible. Even with exceptionally detailed documentation in hand, the inability to produce results persisted. If Yuling were to witness this, she would undoubtedly comprehend that what these individuals lacked was a universally applicable workstation. Industrial production necessitates a substantial foundational system for support. Yuling's workstation epitomized this foundation, akin to how many mass-produced components are fabricated using CNC machines. Yet, what Old Li was currently grappling with was the challenge of manually crafting precision parts that typically required CNC machining, a task exponentially more difficult. In her haste to create power armor, Yuling had overlooked this aspect, much to the dismay of Old Li and his colleagues. I lack the authority. And you know it's impossible to let you in, Banks said, her face a mask of dilemma. I understand. Could you at least convey a message for me? Old Li looked at her with earnest anticipation. Banks, feeling a pang of sympathy, after all, he was her uncle who had watched her grow, hesitated before responding. Not today. But perhaps in a couple of days. They should be wrapping up soon. After a moment's consideration, she added, this doesn't count as leaking information, does it? Old Li's eyes sparkled with hope. Half a year had passed. No one from the Emperor Research Institute had emerged. Were it not for his communication with Old Guan, he might have suspected these individuals had encountered some unforeseen calamity. He recalled Old Guan's anxious demeanor during their phone call, as if something sinister were afoot. What new breakthroughs could they possibly have achieved? Old Li felt a pang of envy, lamenting his decision to have believed Old Guan's fanciful tales. He regretted not joining the Emperor Research Institute himself, even if it meant merely serving as an apprentice. With a heavy heart, he departed. Inside the Research Institute, the hall had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once empty expanse was now brimming with equipment. Enormous mechanical arms swung into action, tirelessly delivering armor pieces to a figure at the center. Under the figure's meticulous guidance, each piece was placed in its designated position, followed by the precise orchestration of laser beams as components began to assemble seamlessly. Data comparisons were normal. Core energy transmission was stable. Neuron connection devices functioned flawlessly. At last, a colossal blue machine emerged in the hall. The cockpit stood ajar, awaiting its inaugural occupant. Allow me to test drive it, Yuling declared, moving to ascend. No. It's far too perilous. I shall fetch an astronaut, Old Guan exclaimed, seizing her arm. The last time, the portable nuclear power device had terrified him. This time, he could not permit Yuling to experiment personally, no matter the circumstances. An astronaut? Do I not understand? He quipped, tilting his head. Old Guan faltered. Well? That's even more unacceptable. What if something goes awry? Moreover, regarding the neural connection device, who can ascertain whether it may induce any adverse effects? If you sustain even the slightest injury, I would bear the utmost responsibility. Elder Guan was resolute. Yuling furrowed his brow. Do you doubt my expertise? The neural device was crafted by my own hands. No, it is merely. Very well, Elder Guan, this is my domain. And no one understands the qualifications of this power armor better than I do. In fact, this particular suit is custom-made for me. Upon hearing this, Elder Guan was taken aback. What do you mean by your custom armor? He recalled the sudden augmentation of the power core during the manufacturing process, along with the surging data of the machine. So that is how it is. Elder Guan's gaze towards him shifted. Yuling smiled, unfazed. This power armor is tailored to my physical specifications, allowing another to test it? The probability of fatality is exceedingly high. Moreover, what do they comprehend? In this world, only I possess an intimate understanding of the armor's data, discerning what is adequate and what is not. How long would it take for another to evaluate each parameter? Why not simply take it for a spin myself? Yuling's insistence was not without merit. This mission includes a trial run of the power armor. He had not anticipated that merely crafting it would not suffice. Once again, he found himself stalling at the final stage. He opened the panel. Name, Yuling. Age, 28. Remaining lifespan, 500 years. Gene level, Cosmic level 2 Citizen 80. Next level, Cosmic level 3 Citizen. Psychic level, Omrin level 99. Imperial Knowledge Repository Unlock Permission, 0. 3 Psychic Technique, Mimicry. Reputation, Mysterious Director of the Dragon Kingdom Emperor Research Institute. Reputation value, 1800. As your activity increases, various powers on Blue Star have gradually become aware of your existence. Yuling extricated himself from the hesitating Elder Guan and directly reclined into the cockpit. The neural connections initiated. Connection complete. Energy transfer commenced. The outer armor began to load. As the mechanical arms swung, various mounted armors began to align with the body. The enormous blue figure's ocular sockets gleamed. 2 crimson lights ignited. He began to stride forward, positioning himself on a platform. The ground recessed, and the armor slowly descended. There existed a passage connecting to the outside world, traversing underground warehouses and military factories. During their research on the power armor, relevant production lines were also being established. The high-ranking leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, upon receiving the news, immediately sought to forge a legion of power armor. What was lacking now was empirical experimental data. Yuling, clad in armor, descended to the bottom. The slide began to transport the mech to the open area outside, reaching a concealed exit on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Within the slide, the speed accelerated. The buffer layer functioned normally. The pilot was under pressure within safe limits. Soon, with a thunderous roar, a massive metal door swung open, and Yuling, adorned in armor, was propelled forth. He adjusted his form mid-air and then glided gracefully upon landing. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The crowd at the Research Institute erupted in exuberant cheers, embracing one another in celebration. The 6 months of relentless effort had not been in vain. They had tirelessly pushed the boundaries of their capabilities, and today, they were finally witnessing the fruits of their labor. Yuling also stretched contentedly. This was the super deluxe version of the Thunder Armor, equipped with flight capabilities. This was precisely why he had incorporated 3 portable nuclear power sources. Only in this manner could such a colossal machine take to the skies. As everyone watched, the magnificent blue armor unleashed a torrent of azure flames and soared upward. Engaging the combat assistance system, confirming pilot identity. Authorization confirmed. Mr. Yuling, exclusive pilot of Thunder Unit 1. Greetings. Thunder Assistance System activated. Establishing connection to dedicated network. Thunder 1, at your service. Chapter 20. The mercenary group, the specialized network connection was established, and the perspective of the power armor materialized within the military command center. A multitude of leaders congregated here, their interest piqued by the data from the power armor. Yuling commenced experimenting with the various functionalities of the auxiliary system, and everything appeared to be functioning normally. Upon hearing this, the laboratory personnel erupted in cheers, their excitement mirrored by the leaders. Yet, Yuling remained unsatisfied. The power armor, a weapon of war, operating only in a stable state, revealed little of its true capabilities. It was akin to a firearm that functioned flawlessly in ordinary circumstances but jammed when confronted by an enemy in a critical moment. Such performance was utterly unacceptable. Only through actual combat could its efficacy be truly assessed. He manipulated the display screen of the mech and began perusing the military network's information. This particular power armor was linked to his identity, granting him alarmingly high permissions, allowing access to an extensive array of data. Soon, Yuling identified his objective, a suspicious mercenary group stationed at the border of Longhua, engaging in nefarious activities with unclear intentions. The local government was utterly powerless against them, having faced repeated defeats in their attempts to confront the group. Intrigued, Yuling pondered the origins of such well-equipped mercenaries, main battle tanks, armored vehicles, and highly trained combat personnel. Could they possibly be regular troops from a major power, brazenly harvesting the autumn windbide directly and camping at Longwa's border with evident malice? He opened the detailed documentation to scrutinize the specifics. At the border of Cloud Province in Longhua, a formidable contingent was stationed. Their strength was formidable, boasting an array of advanced equipment. This force had established itself as the undisputed sovereign of the region. At the camp's entrance, a series of wooden stakes bore the remnants of dismembered bodies, local resistance fighters who had been brutally slain to instill terror in the remaining populace, compelling them to submit to their rule. At that moment, women and children being escorted into the camp recoiled in horror, covering their mouths in a desperate attempt to suppress their revulsion. Within the camp, intermittent screams of women and the anguished cries of men echoed, revealing the mercenaries' blatant disregard for humanity. Hyenas, I do not oppose your use of violent domination, but should you not be mindful of the repercussions? In the core area of the mercenary encampment, an agent pinched his nose, casting a disdainful glance at the corpses strewn across the ground. Though they appeared to be unlawfully occupying the territory, they enjoyed the tacit approval of their own government, having clandestinely forged an agreement to conspire against Longwa's burgeoning technology. However, the hyenas' actions had incited considerable discontent among their allies, prompting continuous pressure on the Eagle Nation. The parliament found itself powerless, resorting to various concessions to placate the situation. Did these scoundrels not understand the significant costs their actions imposed upon the parliament? The thought of these lunatics reveling in their impunity while the nation cleaned up their mess filled him with outrage. Hey, Tony, it's fine if you don't join us. But could you at least keep your mouth shut? Our auxiliary legion has a cooperative relationship with the Eagle Nation. We are not your lapdogs, the mercenary leader chuckled nonchalantly, pulling a trembling girl into his embrace as she struggled to suppress her tears. Just moments ago, my sister accidentally spilled wine, and this vile creature executed her with a single gunshot. The ground was littered with the remnants of shattered filth, and the nauseating stench hung in the air. He seemed utterly unconcerned, reveling instead in the horror. These individuals regarded them as less than human. The agent, known as Tony, pinched his nose tightly. What a grotesque scenario. Were it not for the lucrative salary, I would have long since abandoned this wretched undertaking. Engaging with such deranged individuals is fraught with peril and utterly revolting. Very well. I shall not meddle in your affairs. Just remember the mission assigned to you by the council. If you fail to accomplish it, the consequences are clear, even if I do not articulate them. With that, he departed from the intolerable scene without awaiting a response. After the agent's exit, the mercenary leader, Hyena, immediately darkened in countenance. He gripped the girl's hand tightly, and she dared not scream, covering her mouth desperately. Humph. Easier said than done. How do we breach the Dragon Kingdom's borders? He recalled the exorbitant sum he had spent on clandestine intelligence. Previously, the Navy SEALs had been utterly decimated. How could the Eagle Nation send them to their demise? Directly defying the Eagle Nation was not an option, for his Legion's current standing was predicated upon that flag. Thus, allowing his subordinates to engage in nefarious acts was a calculated strategy, as Hyena awaited the Eagle Nation to buckle under the pressure of their allies and withdraw. Yet those weapons he desired them immensely. A grin spread across Hyena's face. Should he possess the laser weaponry capable of effortlessly shattering the SEALs, the Eagle Nation would be compelled to heed his commands. The future of the presidency in the Eagle Nation might even be within his grasp. Although fearful of death, he was not devoid of ambition. He had already dispatched someone to monitor the Dragon Kingdom's border forces, ready to seize any opportunity to strike. Oh, is she truly dead? How fragile. He gazed in surprise at the lifeless young girl in his arms. With a wave of his hand, He ordered his subordinates to dispose of her remains to the dogs. Above the imperial capital, Yuling's expression hardened. The documents revealed the mercenaries' heinous acts, the slaughter of local civilians, the humiliation of women, the training of children as cannon fodder. Each image was infuriating, accompanied by explanatory notes. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. These were not formal troops, but rather a band of despicable mercenaries. Would it be wrong to eradicate them? What do you mean? Yuling, what are you saying? In the laboratory, old Guan felt a surge of unease upon hearing Yuling's words. Meanwhile, in the military command room, the assembled officers furrowed their brows at Yuling's statements. What was he looking at? The senior leader inquired. Report. It concerns the mercenary data from the Cloud Province border, a technician seated at the computer stated. The general beside him promptly began to elucidate the situation. Why is he interested in this? The senior leader murmured. Yuling heard old Guan's voice. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Old Guan. While the various data on the power armor is impeccable, there is still something lacking. Old Guan was taken aback. What is it? Practical combat. In the laboratory, a profound silence enveloped the room. They were acutely aware of the necessity for empirical data. Yuling, matters of this nature should be entrusted to our warriors for experimentation. It is prudent for you to return, urged old Guan, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as an ominous premonition gripped his heart. Old Guan. I have discovered a particularly audacious mercenary group. Their stronghold could serve as an ideal venue for our experiments. No. Old Guan reacted instinctively, refusing without hesitation. He knew all too well that Yuling was about to embark on yet another reckless endeavor. Do you comprehend your own position? You are the future of the Dragon Nation. How can you continually risk yourself in such perilous situations? Old Guan's expression was resolute, his disapproval unmistakable. Rest assured, Old Guan. Everything will be fine, Yuling replied with an air of nonchalance. Old Guan opened his mouth, realizing the futility of persuading him. He promptly sent a message to the higher-ups. Quickly, stop Yuling. Chapter 21, Practical Examination in the Laboratory. The remaining researchers were taken aback upon hearing Director Yuling's desire to conduct a practical test. What a joke, Director Yu. You mustn't act impulsively, they exclaimed. Indeed. The battlefield is no place for frivolity. Just because you excel in research doesn't imply proficiency in combat. Please, think twice. The group expressed their concerns, visibly anxious. Enough. My mind is made up. I have already submitted the request to the military, Yuling declared, levitating in the air. With that, she terminated the communication with the research institute, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Old Guan was particularly agitated, pacing anxiously. Yuling is still too young, he lamented. Yes, the battlefield is not a laboratory, another replied. He seems to think that because he excels in research, he can also master the battlefield. He might just embarrass himself. This is a matter of life and death. The young ones often mistake their experience in war games for real combat readiness. In a corner, several marginal figures from the institute were sneering and discussing among themselves. They awaited the spectacle of Yuling's folly. Where there are people, there are rivalries. Yuling was not universally adored, and envy often accompanies genius. Meanwhile, in the military command room, they had received Yuling's application for deployment, which immediately sparked dissent among some members. I oppose this. What a ridiculous notion. If anything were to happen to Yuling, it would be a significant loss for our nation, cried one officer. Absolutely not. The battlefield is far from a simple endeavor, another added. This young man has never set foot on a battlefield. Exactly. He hasn't even undergone professional military training or experienced the heat of combat. What if he panics and gets captured? That would be a disaster. Several generals vehemently opposed Yuling's application, their frustration palpable. Are you joking with me? Everyone is eager to protect you, and yet you want to venture out alone against a mercenary encampment? That's a small army. The high-ranking officials were indignant and pained by her decision. Observing the scene, the senior leader chuckled. Youthful enthusiasm is commendable. You've witnessed the performance of the powered armor. Even if Yuling falters, she can escape. If something goes awry, we are here to support her. Don't tell me you lack the confidence to retrieve her from a mercenary. The normally affable leader suddenly exuded a formidable presence. The generals were momentarily silent. How could we lack confidence? If it weren't for the fact that we are on foreign soil, we would have already subdued those rogues without a second thought. The combat effectiveness of our forces has doubled with the proliferation of laser weaponry. With the senior leader's endorsement and Yu Ling's resolute stance, they could not afford to offend this prodigy. What if she decided to abandon her pursuits? They would be left lamenting their loss. As for the discontent from neighboring countries, they could challenge us if they dared. Very well, then. Let him go, damn it. Mobilize the entire station forces. Encircle that group of trash. It's not entirely secure. Summon the 9th Legion as well to ensure Yu Ling's safety. With a command from the higher-ups, the entire army of Cloud Province sprang into action. We must guarantee Yu Ling's safety. How long will it take for him to arrive? According to the data provided by the Research Institute, the Thunder No. 1's average flight speed is 2,000 kilometers per hour, so he should arrive in about an hour and a half. Urge the troops to move quickly. Yes, before long. Yu Ling received notification that his application had been approved. He smiled, adjusted his direction in the air, and vanished with a sonic boom. The unusual movements of the border forces of Dragon Country could not be concealed. Eagle Country soon received the news. In the council chamber, why is Dragon Country suddenly making such significant moves? Are they about to take action against the hyenas? Prepare the elite forces in the shadows. While Dragon Country engages the hyenas, we must find a way to acquire their laser weapons. The more, the better. The counselors deliberated. The hyena, that detestable creature, has offended many in Eagle Country. Had it not been for its utility, it would have been dealt with long ago. This time, it would be used as bait. This greedy creature would undoubtedly be unable to resist attacking the Dragon Country forces. How could it possibly be allowed to run rampant? The council continues to cover for it, treating an auxiliary legion as if it were their own. They simply did not anticipate that the first strike would come from Dragon Country. Shall we connect to the video? Let us witness how the nation's warriors bring back the spoils of war, one counselor suggested with a smile. No problem. A brief incursion into the hyenas' military equipment will suffice. All their resources were provided by us. Soon, the surveillance devices, vehicles, and tank cameras within the hyena legion began to flicker. The stationed images appeared before the counselors. They chuckled, ordering refreshments, intending to leisurely enjoy the downfall of the hyena legion and the forthcoming fruits of victory. Once the Dragon Country army engages the hyenas, the hidden elite forces will launch a surprise attack on the Dragon Country troops. At the same time, within the hyena legion, what? The border forces of Dragon Country have moved? The hyena's face lit up with excitement upon receiving news of the unusual activity at the Cloud Province border. If they do not come out, I would have no way to deal with them. They relinquish their home advantage? Then they have only themselves to blame. Thoughts of the value of laser weapons ignited an insatiable greed within the hyena. Prepare those bastards. It's time to work. If we execute this job well, it will ensure a lifetime of wealth and glory. Everyone focus. If anyone drops the ball, don't blame me for being ruthless. The hyena laughed heartily as he issued commands. At the mercenary base, operations began to ramp up swiftly. In the Dragon Country military headquarters, report. The hyena legion seems to have sensed the movements of the cloud forces. They are beginning to take action. Have they fled? No. It appears they are preparing for battle. Upon hearing this outcome, several generals were momentarily taken aback. Ignorance of the imminent peril. It mattered not. Being prepared was preferable. Should Yu Ling choose to withdraw in the face of adversity, one might even extend gratitude towards these ineffectual beings. Relay the information to Yu Ling, allowing him to make his own assessment. The subordinates complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yu Ling, racing forward at high speed, received the notification. Oh, have they begun to take precautions? That is acceptable. I had no intention of launching a surprise attack. The advent of power armor demands a confrontation of sheer dominance. In the assembly of the Eagle Nation, it appears the hyenas possess some acumen, having detected the movements of the Dragon Nation's forces. They have some insight, albeit limited, astonishingly. They do not contemplate retreat but instead seem intent on confrontation. Truly, they embody the essence of avarice. Alas, they shall pay dearly for their insatiable greed. The legislators watched with great pleasure as the legions advanced on the screen before them. Sipping their coffee, they relished the exhilarating sensation of wielding absolute control. Chapter 22. Arrival and commencement of the assault. Yuling was soaring rapidly, yet he did not ascend to great heights. Below him, as he traversed the cities, those who happened to glance upwards could catch a fleeting glimpse of the wind barrier he created with his swift passage. "Mom, there's a superhero," a little girl exclaimed. "Don't be silly. I'm doing the dishes. Just watch your Ultraman," the mother replied, exasperated, not even turning her head. Meanwhile, the little girl pressed her face against the window, her eyes alight as she watched the figure in the sky dart past. Commuters waiting for the bus inadvertently looked up. "Hey, was there something like that just now?" One man pondered, gazing at the clouds above the city, where a linear path had suddenly appeared, as if carved by some unseen force. The trail stretched out toward the horizon. He couldn't help but marvel at such occurrences, one moment lost in thought, and the next. A new mark had etched itself across the sky. Yuling compared the auxiliary system's map, and time swiftly passed. In under 2 hours, he had covered over 2,000 kilometers. Truly, the first model was remarkable. Despite the considerable effort expended, its performance was beyond reproach. Within the research facility, the data recording staff were all exhilarated. Although this high-performance armor would not be mass-produced, its impressive capabilities nonetheless thrilled them. It indicated that the potential of this powered armor was extraordinarily high. In the Dragon Country's military headquarters, Yuling had arrived above the Hyena Legion. "Where's the troop?" he inquired. "We're only a few dozen kilometers away. Any obstacles encountered have been cleared. Proceed as planned." "Yes," the officer reporting immediately set about issuing orders, while the others attentively gazed at the screens. Once Yuling descended into the Hyena Legion, chaos would inevitably ensue. At that moment, the Dragon Country's forces would advance at full speed. Even if Yuling were to falter, they would retrieve him and simultaneously annihilate the mercenary group. Indeed, the leaders present, the higher-ups of the military, held no illusions about Yuling's ability to vanquish these mercenaries. Being seasoned veterans well acquainted with the complexities of the battlefield, they held little faith in Yuling's capacity to inflict any significant damage. This was a legion. While not as large as a formal military unit, the notion of a single individual launching an assault was still dauntingly ambitious. "Once we retrieve him, let us refrain from making any sarcastic remarks," one general suggested. "Yes, we mustn't let Yuling feel embarrassed," another added, contemplating how to console him if he were to shed tears. Several generals chuckled as they discussed. The senior leader remained aloof, casting a knowing glance at them. Although he had not interacted much with the young Yuling, based on his own experience with people, he surmised that matters might not unfold as these generals anticipated. Not to mention, during the initial attempt to retrieve him, the elite forces stationed in Tianjin had suffered setbacks. How could one embark on an endeavor without assurance of success? However, this matter had been kept confidential, and few were aware of it here. He focused intently on the screen, intrigued to witness Yuling's forthcoming performance. "Is this the place?" High above, Yuling compared the map, ensuring he had not erred in his location. A mistake could lead to dire consequences. Originally intending to assist the neighboring country in quelling the unrest, it would be quite the spectacle if tomorrow's newspaper reported an unprovoked attack by powered armor on the government forces of that nation. Surely, he would earn a stern reprimand from his superiors. Yuling chuckled softly before beginning his descent. Suddenly, he halted. At this altitude, through the armored external camera's magnification, he could already discern the wooden stakes at the entrance of the Hyena mercenary group. It was truly a grim sight. Observing it in reports and witnessing it with his own eyes elicited entirely different feelings. Did these individuals possess no shred of humanity? Indeed, when it comes to cruelty towards their own kind, humans outshine even the most vicious of beasts. Confirming he was in the right place, Yuling acted without hesitation. He murmured a brief greeting before raising the nuclear conversion cannon in his left hand and firing directly at those stakes. Energy projectiles erupted forth, followed by a series of explosive blasts. As the flames dissipated, the mercenary group's walls and gates vanished, alongside the vigilant guards. The interior was also significantly affected. Then, the powered armor descended into the inferno, stepping resolutely towards the heart of the mercenary group. Within the Emperor's Research Institute, everyone watched anxiously as Yuling descended, only to witness him unleash the cannon. Such power. My goodness, is the cannon such an extraordinary weapon? I had assumed it was merely a standard howitzer. The researchers were astounded. They had not focused on the weapon system of the Zhuang family, as that was Yu Ling's personal responsibility. The workload they faced had already overwhelmed them. In truth, this practical test had been far too rushed, leaving them little time to prepare. Thus, they were utterly astonished by the might of the cannon in Thunder's grasp. In the Dragon Kingdom's military headquarters, generals who had been discussing how to comfort Yu Ling now stared wide-eyed. What is this power? My word, is that what emerges from his howitzer-like device? Yet another unfamiliar weapon, and its ferocity is terrifying. If I am not mistaken, he fired 4 rounds, and, well, it is merely 3 to 5 times more powerful than a mortar. The corners of their mouths twitched in disbelief, but soon enthusiasm ignited in their eyes. This was the kind of device a man should wield. Utterly magnificent, this firepower had successfully piqued their interest. Within the mercenary group, the sudden tremors of the ground and the terrifying explosions outside jolted all the mercenaries who had just prepared for action. Enemy attack. Alarms blared throughout the mercenary camp, and chaos ensued. Damn it! Wasn't he the Dragon Kingdom's army supposed to be dozens of kilometers away? Are they attempting to bombard us? The hyenas were incredulous. They were situated in a civilian area precisely to avoid being caught in artillery fire. Had the Dragon Kingdom gone mad? Are they not afraid of being drowned in a tide of criticism for the wrongful killing of civilians? A report. It is not the Legion of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather a peculiar weapon. A subordinate rushed in to deliver the news. The hyena's eyes widened. What kind of weapon is this? It is indescribable. A humanoid mass of steel, approaching our base from the entrance. Upon hearing this, the subordinate's face was etched with terror. The hyena was momentarily taken aback, a foreboding feeling stirring within. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has produced yet another technological breakthrough in weaponry? Meanwhile, in the Parliament of the Eagle Kingdom, the previously harmonious atmosphere evaporated in an instant with the explosion at the base. Many individuals trembled, spilling their black coffee onto their trousers. Then, they beheld the thunder armor lying on the ground. What is this? What kind of jest is the Dragon Kingdom attempting to play here? Chapter 23. Finding a way to operate a mech in Parliament. The members of the assembly widened their eyes, transfixed by the sight of the power armor slowly emerging from the searing earth. Its deep blue exterior exuded a sense of gravitas and solidity. One hand brandishing what resembled a grenade launcher, while the other wielded a chainsaw. If Yu Ling were aware of their thoughts, he would vehemently disagree. A chainsaw? Such a rudimentary tool. Allow me to introduce the high-frequency chainsaw sword. It slices through armor as effortlessly as butter. Unbelievable. How is this contraption airborne? Has the technology of the Dragon Kingdom advanced to such heights? What weapon was that just moments ago? Do not tell me it was fired from the grenade launcher mounted on this mech. My goodness, is this fellow truly intending to single-handedly take on the hyenas? Upon uttering such words, everyone fell into stunned silence. For the figure captured in the video was evidently contemplating such an undertaking. Regardless, this is utterly absurd. If he could truly achieve that, what would be the purpose of our struggle? We might as well surrender. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The assembly members frantically rejected the notion. If this machine could indeed dismantle an entire small army single-handedly, what hope would the Eagle Nation have? Unless we were to plunge into nuclear warfare, the Dragon Kingdom would require merely a handful of these armors to trample them. The atmosphere grew tense, as all members of the assembly solemnly regarded the unfolding scene. May the situation not descend to that dire level. Have they come to their senses? Yu Ling traversed the charred terrain. The surroundings bore no resemblance to their former state. All wooden stakes had been reduced to ashes. The flames had granted them transcendence. May heaven be devoid of mercenaries. Yu Ling surveyed the legion assembling before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Perfect, let me crush you in a frontal assault, using the foul blood coursing through your veins to herald the advent of thunder. What in the world is that monstrosity? Open fire. From a distance, a hyena spotted Yu Ling through binoculars and bellowed in rage. The mercenary group finally snapped to attention. This was not the time for astonishment. This individual was the enemy, and he appeared formidable. They swiftly raised their weapons, while approaching tanks began to take aim. Many individuals hoisted RPGs and fired. As the deafening roar erupted, Yu Ling sprang into action. Empowered by 3 portable nuclear reactors, he vanished from his position, reappearing amidst the ranks of the mercenary group, toppling a main battle tank. The chainsaw sword roared as it cleaved through the tank, igniting the fuel tank and triggering an explosion. The occupants had no time to react, perishing alongside their vehicle in a conflagration. Surrounding individuals shrieked in terror, fleeing the engulfed tank. The splattering debris and flames ignited several, transforming the area within mere meters of Yu Ling into a nightmarish hellscape. Attack! Attack! Kill! Those working within this mercenary group possessed a certain fierceness. The brutal spectacle did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited their primal instincts. The ballistic prediction has been marked. When heavy weaponry struck the ground, the enemy's position was indicated, alongside their numbers. The Thunder Combat Assistance System operated at full capacity, aiding Yu Ling in evading numerous heavy strikes. The remaining ballistic threats, such as AK rounds, posed no significant danger. He paid them little mind. A blue figure surged through the mercenary group. None of the squads could withstand a single assault from him. Armored vehicles and tanks exploded upon contact. A devil. He was a devil. The hyena observed his mercenary group, painstakingly built over the years, reduced to shambles in a mere 20 minutes. He muttered in terror. The slaughter continued unabated. Yu Ling harbored no intention of leaving survivors. These scum were all destined to perish. This horrifying scene was vividly captured and shared by the Research Institute. The researchers who had previously mocked Yu Ling for potentially succumbing to the battlefield's brutality now felt a chilling fear as they beheld this hell of blood and fire. Was he not afraid? This individual, who appeared so unassuming in daily life, was exhibiting unfathomable savagery. It was terrifying. He was exceedingly terrifying. They trembled, one of them retching at the sight of a body cleaved by a chainsaw sword. They were researchers, not medics, and were utterly unaccustomed to such sights. The others gazed in dread at Yu Ling's merciless rampage, their expressions complex. It turned out that this seemingly difficult superior had tempered his demeanor considerably in their presence. They realized they must be more courteous in future interactions. Otherwise, an ill-timed jest might cost them dearly. Considering his rank and intellect, they assumed he would not be reprimanded. Elder Guan wore an expression of surprise. Being a man of the world, he felt no discomfort regarding Yu Ling's actions. After all, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. He was merely astonished at the combat effectiveness of the power armor, which far exceeded his expectations. He had believed that even with such impressive data, Yu Ling would only be able to disrupt the foe. Yet, he was annihilating an entire legion. No, it was not merely a plan. It was a reality unfolding before his eyes, nearing completion. Remarkable. Was this the true capability of power armor? He recalled asking Yu Ling why he had forsaken nuclear power to focus solely on power armor. Yu Ling's unwavering confidence had been striking. With this, the Dragon Kingdom would be safeguarded. Initially, he had thought it mere bravado, yet now, beside him, Bao Yingshue's eyes sparkled with excitement. So powerful! This power armor was the epitome of brutality. It effortlessly overturned main battle tanks. The cannon's firepower was akin to that of large missiles. And that chainsaw sword, which could easily slice through meters of armor. Incredible! Having witnessed the combat for the first time, Bao Yingxue fell in love with this weapon of war. She resolved to find a way to acquire one. Although mass production would follow, those would be inferior models. What she desired was the very one piloted by Yu Ling. Why would the Dragon Kingdom deliberately equip itself with such a high-grade power armor? Even for the sake of protection, such extravagant configuration seems unnecessary. In dire circumstances, she thought, after all, she is a stunning beauty. Surely Yu Ling would not refuse her request. With his influence, no one would dare oppose. Bao Yingxue lowered her head to contemplate the likelihood of success in this endeavor. Beside her, Le Chen's eyes widened with anticipation, filled with admiration. So powerful, so handsome. When Uncle returns, I must enlist his help to acquire one for myself. How could I be left out of such excitement? Watching Yu Ling pilot the Thunder No. One with such prowess, he was consumed by envy, wishing he could take his uncle's place and become the hero of this one-man army. However, he never considered whether his physical capabilities could withstand such demands. The others present overlooked the terrifying velocity and the impact endured when colliding with armored vehicles. They failed to acknowledge the immense pressure the pilot must endure, as evidenced by the mech's paneling. Had they calculated the forces involved, they would realize that for an ordinary person, even a well-trained special forces soldier, they would now be reduced to mere meat cans. Chapter 24. The mercenary group's annihilation. The carnage unleashed by Yu Ling continued unabated. After toppling yet another tank, the cacophony of artillery fell silent for a protracted moment. He glanced around in a daze, realizing that the mercenary group had been utterly shattered. The remaining combatants began to flee, with only a handful still daring to resist. Not a single one shall escape, Yu Ling muttered, securing the chainsaw sword in its sheath upon his back. He approached a nearby firing position, seized a Gatling gun, and with the blue flames of his powered armor erupting, he soared into the air, unleashing precise bursts upon the fleeing mercenaries. With Yu Ling's reflexes harmonizing with the thunder assistance system, he wielded the gun with the accuracy of a sniper, firing over 1,000 rounds per minute. The fleeing individuals fell like wheat before the wind. Let us fight back. Those mercenaries still within the base, unable to flee in time, watched in horror as their comrades were mowed down. They quickly abandoned the thought of escape, realizing that this demon's speed was terrifying. Fleeing would only hasten their demise. The remnants began to regroup, but Yu Ling made no effort to thwart them. As long as they did not run, all other resistance would be futile. After dispatching the last wave of fleeing individuals, he commenced his return. Inside the hyena mercenary group's stronghold, the last of the personnel gathered together. That lunatic. He is even more ruthless than we are. One exclaimed. Where's the leader? What do we do now? The captains among the mercenaries huddled together, their gazes directed toward the location of the hyena's leadership. Fake. No support? One cried out in frustration. Damn it. We're going to be wiped out. What? The auxiliary troops are on their own? The hyena, scowling, severed the call. Those treacherous council members, who had always benefited from our loyalty, now shirked their responsibilities at the first sign of trouble. Leader. The others looked at him with concern. There is no support. The damn council has abandoned us. I swear, if I survive this, they will pay dearly. With venomous curses directed at the council members, the hyena seethed. He is back. At that moment, a scout crouched by a small hole suddenly shouted, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. If we surrender, will he spare us? The hyena grimaced, a bitter smile spreading across his face. The others fell silent. It was impossible. There was no need to articulate it. This madman, whether man or machine, had shown no inclination to leave any survivors. From his relentless pursuit of the fleeing soldiers, it was clear he intended to show no mercy. No one in attendance answered the hyena's question, for they all knew the answer. So what do we do now? He surveyed the room, examining these scoundrels who usually thrived on chaos. I understand now. The council intended to abandon us from the outset. Indeed. How could they not be aware of such a monster in Dragon Country? They merely sought to send me as a sacrificial scout. The mercenaries cursed as they grasped their weapons. The hyena was quite pleased. There was still a glimmer of hope. After all, we have hostages, he suddenly remarked. The others paused momentarily, then their eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, they had captured numerous locals, albeit only women remained. Yet, were they not more advantageous? The place where the hostages were held was conveniently situated just behind their gathering spot, separated only by a half-collapsed wall. I will pressure them, exclaimed a squad leader, rushing out with a few men. However, as they dashed forth, two of them had their heads blown apart. Yu Ling, wielding a submachine gun with one hand, found it curious that these fellows still dared to show themselves. Soon, he discovered the reason. From behind the wall that had crumbled, a chorus of sobs emerged. One after another, scantily clad women were forced out. Yu Ling halted. On the opposite side. Release us. Otherwise, I will take these innocent souls with me to oblivion. The hyena, having found a loudspeaker, shouted in English. Yu Ling could not comprehend. Indeed, he could not. Although his learning capacity had rapidly increased with the unlocking of his genes, he had no desire to acquire foreign languages. He was a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. What purpose did such knowledge serve? He thought to himself. Moreover, due to his own circumstances, it was likely that soon the world would start learning the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Why should he engage in such futile endeavors? Yu Ling glanced at the women. They were evidently victims of abuse. The vast majority bore a vacant look in their eyes, devoid of the will to live. Upon seeing that the mercenary stronghold had turned to ruins, a flicker of satisfaction flashed in their eyes. Then, they looked towards Yuling. He understood their emotions. He would not allow that incessantly noisy individual to continue his tirade. He tossed aside his submachine gun and raised his rapid-fire cannon. With a sharp crack, an energy projectile was unleashed towards the crowd, hurtling towards the hiding mercenaries. A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by tremors in the ground. As the flames dissipated, nearly half of the hostages were lost. Those who survived fled in terror. Yuling paid them no mind. Ultimately, he was not there to save anyone. Furthermore, these individuals were not compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom. He felt no obligation to rescue them. Besides, would his compromise ensure their survival? Having slain so many mercenaries, any hint of concern for the hostages would only invite further demands. Even if they departed, they would not spare the hostages. These villains would seize any opportunity for revenge, even if it meant inflicting emotional distress upon him. Thus, Yuling acted without hesitation. A subterranean fortress emerged before him, largely collapsed. As the surviving inhabitants gazed at him in terror, they no longer cared about the hostages, for this demon before them clearly held no regard for their lives. There are still survivors, Yuling murmured. He discovered that despite having taken so many lives, he experienced remarkably little emotional upheaval. Even the disdain he felt towards these individuals seemed somewhat misplaced. Had the evolution of his genes progressed so swiftly that he no longer regarded ordinary people as his kin? Yuling silently admonished himself. It appeared that upon his return, he would need to consult a psychologist. Observing the remaining individuals who were still poised to raise their weapons in defiance, Yuling found himself somewhat taken aback. These individuals truly displayed remarkable tenacity. He showed no mercy, executing his tasks with ruthless efficiency, like a machine. Soon, the last few dozen were all eliminated. At his feet lay what appeared to be the leader, gravely wounded, his face contorted in terror as he uttered something. Yuling recognized that voice. It had belonged to the one who had spoken moments before. The man continued to speak in a language Yuling could not comprehend. Yet, from the expressions on his face and the subtle movements of his muscles, Yuling could roughly surmise what he was trying to convey. Why do you not care for the lives of the hostages? Were you not here to rescue them? No, Yuling replied, then pressed down with his foot. Chapter 25. Mission accomplished. The function of the black box. The troops stationed at the Dragon Kingdom's border advanced at full speed, swiftly arriving at the location where Yuling was situated. Report. It seems the enemy has been annihilated. A soldier at the makeshift command post relayed nervously from the rear of the formation. The personnel engaged in transporting equipment paused, casting puzzled glances in his direction. What do you mean by annihilated? We were clearly the first to arrive. Could there be other brother units faster than us? The Legion commander appeared utterly bewildered. No. It seems our rescue target has also wiped out the enemy, the soldier replied, his eyes glazed over, evidently struggling to accept the reality of the situation. Stop joking with me. The commander pushed aside the individual before him and seized the telephone, dialing the frontline troops. What is the situation? Connect me to the video feed, he commanded, and soon the scene from the hyena mercenary group's encampment was transmitted. It had become a desolate ruin, devoid of any signs of life. The ground was strewn with corpses. What on earth? At that moment, two beams of red light appeared on the screen, startling the commander. Yuling, too, noticed the approaching units, initially mistaking them for reinforcements from the mercenary group and promptly locking onto their position. Wait, we are friendly forces here to extract you. The armored unit responded rapidly, immediately clarifying their identity as Yuling raised his weapon. Yuling was momentarily taken aback. The powered armor system confirmed that they were indeed allies. He accelerated towards the front line of the armored squad. Thank you for your hard work. The enemy has been mostly dealt with. I'll leave the cleanup to you. He felt a swell of gratitude, clearly aware that these troops had come to protect him. It felt somewhat awkward to have so many people come for his sake. It's no trouble at all. The soldier before him saluted, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he regarded Yuling and his armor. Is this the latest technological equipment from the higher-ups? It's incredible. The weight, the power. The armored vehicles behind us pale in comparison. Yuling nodded and suddenly leaped into the air, accelerating away. After watching Yuling depart, the soldiers turned their gaze towards the ruins before them. Do we need to rescue this? Who was actually rescuing whom? They pondered, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. After reporting the situation, they began to navigate the debris ahead. As they approached, they beheld tanks and armored vehicles, and gazed in astonishment at the cleanly severed edges of their weaponry, recalling the chainsaw sword strapped to Yu Ling's back. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting sheer shock. That thing could cut through such thick armor? A soldier approached the wreckage of a tank, running his fingers along the smooth cut. How sharp must it be to achieve this? This is composite armor, not mere paper. Let us get moving and clean up the battlefield. Just then, a scout hidden in the shadows observed this scene unfold. Report: the Dragon Kingdom's army is currently securing the battlefield, 20 kilometers from this outpost. The elite forces of the Eagle Nation are concealed. They have camouflaged all their equipment within the jungle, blending seamlessly with the environment. Should we take action? At this moment, the leader of this elite battalion is on the phone with the council. According to the original plan, they should currently be launching a surprise attack on the Dragon Nation's troops to seize their laser weaponry. However, the emergence of that iron monstrosity has left him in a state of hesitation. The council remained silent for an extended period. Retreat, erase all traces, and remember, you are merely conducting field exercises, with no connection to the Hyena Mercenary Corps. We, the Eagle Nation, have no ties to the Hyena Corps either. With that, the communication was abruptly terminated. The leader stood in dazed silence for a while. The council has been intimidated? He quickly realized that if the Dragon Nation possesses such a devastating weapon, there would be no stopping it. Should they employ a decapitation strategy and assault the council, there would be no means to obstruct them. It is no wonder these high-ranking officials are fearful. Retreat, he commanded. Everyone began an orderly withdrawal, meticulously erasing all traces. Meanwhile, within the council chamber, the witnesses to the entire ordeal wore expressions of terror. What kind of abomination has the Dragon Nation created? How are we to contend with such a thing? It is utterly frightening. One mech has effortlessly crushed the Hyena Corps. Damn it, why can't we, the Eagle Nation, produce something akin to this? With such weaponry at their disposal, the Dragon Nation would render all other nations powerless. The faces of the council members grew grim. Send the video footage to the technicians. Let us see if it can be replicated. The Eagle Nation must possess such weaponry. The members felt the oppressive weight of the Dragon Nation bearing down upon them. What a joke. It has always been they who exert pressure on other nations. The sudden shift in their position left all the members momentarily stunned. They began drafting documents, summoning experts, allocating budgets and venues, instructing immediate research into powered armor. How shall we address the Dragon Nation moving forward? Once matters were swiftly arranged, a member spoke up. The others fell into contemplation. With the Dragon Nation now wielding such a weapon, frankly, none present believed their elite forces could triumph over that monstrosity. This implies that, aside from their ultimate weapon, nuclear arms, they possess no substantial means to resist the Dragon Nation. Perhaps we should temper our antagonism towards the Dragon Nation? One person spoke reluctantly. The others bowed their heads in thought. There seems to be no alternative. We cannot allow the Dragon Nation to dominate unchecked. We must publicize the video, alert the other nations, and ideally forge an alliance. Indeed, the Dragon Nation appears to have mutated, advancing far too rapidly. We cannot confront this awakened behemoth alone. Yes, distribute the video. We are under no obligation to keep the Dragon Nation's secrets. Let all nations be aware of the current threat posed by the Dragon Nation. The council members were invigorated by this resolve. Indeed, only the remaining nations can unite. Even if the Dragon Kingdom is formidable, it cannot act recklessly. All that is needed is time to breach the technology of powered armor. It is not merely a matter of having hands. The scientists of the Eagle Nation are among the world's finest. To speak of nothing else, the majority of renowned theories published internationally originate from the Eagle Nation. This alone positions the Eagle Nation at the forefront of any potential alliance that may form in the future. The legislators deliberated over the details before personally overseeing the matters at hand. Meanwhile, Yiling swiftly returned to the Imperial Capital Research Institute. You've worked hard, remarked Elder Guan as he handed Yiling a glass of water. Surprise flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated the impressive combat prowess of the young man before him, whose actions were decisive and devoid of hesitation when faced with violence. Yuling nodded and accepted the water, then turned towards his laboratory. His sudden movement startled the researchers behind him, causing one to stumble and fall to the ground. Puzzled, Yuling glanced back, only to find the expressions of those in the hall were filled with terror. Do not take offense, they mean no harm. Merely startled by the recent display of combat, Elder Guan explained, patting Yuling on the shoulder. It is nothing, Yuling replied, then departed amidst the fearful gazes of those present. Were they truly so frightened? He shook his head, if his thoughts were correct. Once the Dragon Kingdom ventures beyond the Milky Way, it would inevitably encounter other intelligent races. At that time, it would be a true battlefield of flesh and blood, with a brutality surpassing the entirety of human history. Presently, these were mere trifles. Mission accomplished. Gene level elevated. Psychic level enhanced. Ability to select psychic manifestation skills unlocked. Automatic factory black box functional module unlocked. New technological blueprints are available. Please make your selection. Chapter 26. From the victim's perspective upon returning to his laboratory. Yuling found himself momentarily stunned. For the first time, the system provided an audio notification indicating the completion of a task. He had previously believed that once the system was bound, it would no longer concern itself with him. Aside from its fixed functionalities, it had remained unresponsive to his whims. To his astonishment, it had actually spoken this time. Yuling was taken aback, but what intrigued him even more was the introduction of a new feature. He opened the system to examine the so-called automated factory module. The host could select a location to project an exclusive automated black box factory for the Emperor, where materials could be inputted for processing and rapid production. After observing for a while, Yuling noted that it resembled a base from Red Alert. By inputting resources, he could swiftly manufacture components according to blueprints. Subsequently, crafting large-scale technological products would become significantly easier. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he contemplated this timely feature. With the powered armor complete, the next step was to propel Longwa beyond Blue Star and into the Interstellar Age. Initially, he had estimated that this transition would take at least a decade due to the extensive infrastructure required and the considerable time needed for personnel training. A timeline of 10 years was already optimistic. However, the emergence of this automated factory would eliminate that lengthy process. By focusing solely on the core components, he could manage with just himself and a few auxiliary tools. Without glancing at his panel, Yuling directly opened the available blueprints and selected a large space station. With the factory system at his disposal, he no longer needed to worry about various production constraints. This was splendid. All he needed was to secure a location, project the factory, and then input materials for rapid completion. Yuling felt a surge of exhilaration. This meant that his rate of advancement would increase dramatically. What level of genetic enhancement could he achieve by constructing an enormous space station? Could he become immortal, free from the shackles of lifespan? And regarding psychic energy, what heights might he reach? It was only then that he remembered to check his panel. Name, Yuling. Age, 28. Remaining lifespan, 800 years. Genetic level, Cosmic level 3 Citizen 2. Next level, Cosmic level 4 Citizen. Psychic energy level, Epsilon level 5. Ability to choose psychic manifestation. Emperor's knowledge repository unlock permission, 1 psychic skill. Mimicry reputation, mysterious director of the Dragon Kingdom Research Institute. Blue Phantom, reputation value, 2500. Yuling pondered over the information for a moment. The significant increase in lifespan was not unexpected. He could once again select a psychic skill, as indicated earlier. However, what perplexed him was the matter of his reputation. Was the Blue Phantom a reference to his thunder armor? This reputation seemed somewhat incongruous. He had eradicated that mercenary group, yet not many were aware of it. Most importantly, he still had not discerned the purpose of this reputation system. Shaking his head, Yuling preferred not to squander his brain cells on matters he could not comprehend. He opened the psychic options. Only the biological system could be selected? Yuling grimaced. Surely not. Was he destined to be confined to this particular category? Could he only cultivate one discipline? He had a keen interest in several of the others as well. As if in response to his unspoken thoughts, the system notification chimed. Ding. The host's psychic energy has ascended to the next level, unlocking the second discipline. System, what is the next level? Access denied. Yuling fell silent. He then navigated to the biological abilities and selected one, speed of distortion. The ability description indicated it allowed for movement at extraordinary speeds. The reason for this choice, aside from the other abilities appearing rather dubious, was Yuling's contemplation of whether this power could be applied to his hands. If so, would his work efficiency not increase exponentially? Even if it were not feasible, it remained a formidable escape skill. Although his lifespan had been extended to 800 years, he was still mortal and could die if killed. He had no desire to perish prematurely. In any case, this ability seemed far more reliable than the bizarre powers of discharging electricity or inducing cardiac arrest in foes. Upon seeing speed of distortion added to his panel, Yuling began to sense his psychic energy. It must be said, ascending a level was an entirely different concept. Previously, his psychic energy felt like an indistinct instinct. But now he could perceive its tangible existence. It flowed within him like blood. Was this the Ida level? In terms of psychic energy alone, it was exponentially stronger than before. Yuling began to anticipate what the next level might entail. This upgrade had completely transformed his previous perception of psychic energy as somewhat redundant. Truly, it was a power that grew in tandem with genetic unlocking. Remarkable. With this thought, Yuling eagerly accessed the blueprints for the space station. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his body trembled. What? Insufficient prestige points to unlock. He roared in anger. A glance at his 2,500 prestige points followed by a look at the required total, 10,000. Yuling was furious. He had become the foremost director of a research institute in the Dragon Kingdom and single-handedly took on a mercenary group, yet he only had 2,500. How was he to attain 10,000? System, you better show yourself. I'll dismantle you. The sensation of being tantalized by a feast one could only gaze upon was exceedingly distressing. According to his estimates, securing the site and corresponding resources would swiftly complete the space station. Yet this unexpected turn had occurred. Uncle, trouble has arisen. Old Guan requests your presence outside. At that moment, Li Chen appeared before him, his expression grave. Yuling was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the system's vexations. He quickly stepped outside. Yuling, take a look at this. Old Guan pointed to the tablet in his hands, displaying footage from his earlier rampage against the hyena mercenary group. However, the perspective was rather peculiar, akin to that of a victim. What was this? Suddenly, Yuling's eyes widened. News? How could the footage of his own battle appear on international news? Could it be that some surviving mercenaries had disseminated the recorded video? Yuling furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was it possible that among the captives, there were still members of the mercenary group? He had never imagined that the Eagle Nation had witnessed the entire ordeal firsthand. Nevertheless, knowing this changed nothing. Our automated armored production line was already operational. Indeed, after the initial experience, the rapid production of powered armor was no longer an issue. The sole limitation was the energy core. This particular component was something only Yuling could fabricate. Most of the time was consumed in the creation of parts, while assembly did not take long. However, this was no longer a concern. With the factory unlocked by the system, projecting the designs would enable swift production of components. Even the powered armor parts could be directly manufactured using the black box factory. The craftsmanship would undoubtedly surpass that of the crude production line underground by leaps and bounds. Old Guan, modify the underground production line, converted entirely into an assembly line. Chapter 27, 3 months, 100 units in the Grand Hall. Old Guan was taken aback by Yuling's words. What? He gazed at Yuling, seeking an explanation. Just follow my instructions, do not worry. Long Country will soon possess a mechanized armor battalion, Yuling confidently asserted. Although Old Guan was puzzled, his curiosity did not compel him to inquire further. He began to make arrangements. Subsequently, Yuling directly contacted the high-ranking official, expressing his need for a plot of land and the transportation of materials required for the production of mechanized armor. This is feasible, but may I inquire as to why? The official replied, perplexed. Why the sudden move from the National Research Institute? This is where the equipment is most comprehensive and the talent is most concentrated. Moreover, the capital is the most securely defended location. What if any unforeseen circumstances arise elsewhere? The official was concerned, yet he ultimately acquiesced. Yuling was not the type to act without reason. his desire to proceed must stem from a valid rationale. I apologize, but I cannot disclose the reasons. Provide me with a piece of land and the materials, and I will deliver 100 units of mechanized armor within 3 months, Yuling stated with a calm demeanor. Silence enveloped the other end of the line, and the bustling activity within the research lab came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked at Yuling incredulously. Did he just say what they thought he said? 3 months? 100 units? Impossible. Even a single unit would take them no less than 3 months of relentless effort. Such a quantity, even for standard, non-customized mechanized armor, was utterly unattainable. Is this true? Are you confident? The official's voice trembled with disbelief. He struggled to recall the last time he had felt such excitement. It should not be an issue, provided the assembly can keep pace, Yuling replied. The automated factory's efficiency is beyond reproach. It is an entirely different paradigm from Blue Star. Very well. I consent. I will allocate a site for you on the outskirts of the capital's military base. All necessary materials will be transported, and with over 100,000 troops present. I can assure you that you will not be disturbed. The official readily agreed. Yuling hung up the phone. Is it true? Old Guan swallowed hard, gazing at him. Yuling nodded. A collective gasp echoed through the hall, as shock rippled among all present, including Old Guan. Meanwhile, after the call, the official promptly began making arrangements. The troops received the news and commenced clearing space, adopting a defensive posture. Enormous trucks laden with raw materials headed towards the military district. What about the international news, Chief? The secretary inquired anxiously. They had not anticipated that Yuling would eliminate that mercenary group only to be exposed immediately afterward. Now, the entire world was aware that Long Country had acquired mechanized armor. Furthermore, with this revelation, Yuling's identity might soon be unmasked. It matters not. If Yuling truly can produce 100 standard Thunder mechanized armors within 3 months, it will be of no consequence if all nations are informed, the official replied resolutely. The Secretary-General widened his eyes. Wait, 3 months, 100 units? If that is indeed achievable, then this news may not matter after all. His concern stemmed from the fear that other nations might unite to exert pressure on the Dragon Nation. In the absence of the production of powered armor, facing the collective pressure from multiple countries would leave the Dragon Nation in a passive position. However, if Yuling claimed that 3 months could yield 100 units, then there was nothing to worry about. The collaboration between nations was not a simple endeavor. At the very least, 3 months would be utterly insufficient. Even if a coalition formed, what of it? By the time they reacted, the Dragon Nation would already be invincible. Suddenly, the Secretary-General chuckled. The emergence of this news would inevitably lead to a coalition of other nations opposing the Dragon Nation. He was now eagerly anticipating the moment when this alliance would present itself before the Dragon Nation, seeking to apply pressure for benefits, only to be met with the sight of the Dragon Nation's powered armor troops. It seems you understand. From now on, we shall fully support Yuling's endeavors, the senior leader remarked with a smile. The Secretary-General nodded. By the way, leader, regarding Yuling's identity and security measures, he hesitated to speak. There is no need for the previous level of stringent secrecy. Initially, we believed Yuling to be a biting rabbit. But it turns out he's the most dangerous beast of all. Now that this young man possesses powered armor, it is uncertain who will protect whom. Well, we should still keep a guard for him. Having a few people around will facilitate matters, the senior leader contemplated before smiling. The Secretary-General nodded. Indeed, the previous stringent measures were taken out of a desire to protect Yuling. It turned out that he was the most formidable one. Thus, such precautions were no longer necessary. Conveniently, many generals and prominent figures in the imperial capital were quite interested in Yuling, which had been quite a nuisance for him. This would finally bring relief. 3 days later, in the Eagle Nation. Has the news been disseminated? It's all set through covert channels. No one will ever know it was our parliament that released it. The parliament members chuckled. In just a few days, over a dozen nations have contacted us inquiring about our stance. The impact of the news was far greater than they had anticipated. Other nations were far more panicked than they were. Let's convene a summit for developed nations. This time, numerous countries will form an alliance to certainly suppress the arrogance of the Dragon Nation. Days after the video was released, netizens worldwide were abuzz with discussion. I don't believe it. This is obviously a fabricated video. How could the Dragon Nation possibly create such a thing? Their chips are all imported. Fake. All of it is fake. It's real. This mercenary group is the infamous Hyena Mercenary Group. I know them. I can't believe they were annihilated single-handedly. And in a frontal assault. Isn't the Dragon Nation invincible now? Unless countries around the world initiate a nuclear war, who could possibly stand against them? As an industry insider from the mercenary world provided proof, the voices of skepticism began to fade away. Perhaps this was also a subtle push from the Eagle Nation. In a fleeting moment, numerous nations extended their congratulations, expressing delight at Longwa's acquisition of this remarkable technology. Regardless of their clandestine intentions, they openly showered Longwa with praise. The international standing of Longwa soared to unprecedented heights. Thousands of kilometers away, in a vast maritime port bustling with vessels from around the globe. An unexpected announcement echoed. What is this? We will no longer accept the currency of the Eagle Nation. Transactions will henceforth be conducted exclusively in Longwa's currency. But we had previously agreed to settle in Eagle Nation's currency. That was in the past. With the severe devaluation of Eagle Nation's currency, we shall no longer accept it. Buy or don't buy, it matters not. The ships from Longwa are arriving. Make way immediately. Move aside. Similar scenes unfolded across international trade networks worldwide. Markets that once exclusively utilized Eagle Nation's currency suddenly transitioned to accepting only Longwa's currency. Simultaneously, Longwa citizens traveling abroad found themselves queuing at airports for inspections. In certain countries, historically less than amicable towards Longwa, such moments often led to unnecessary scrutiny. Typically, travelers would comply with utmost caution. However, the tide had turned. The security personnel responsible for inspections and the local enforcers at the airports treated Longwa citizens with an almost reverent demeanor, akin to that of a long-lost father. They spoke in hushed tones, wary of any misinterpretation that could suggest dissent towards Longwa. This left the uninformed citizens from Longwa utterly bewildered. Chapter 28. The Black Box Factory. Projection. As the external world underwent tumultuous changes, Yiling arrived at his new domain. The military district had designated a large warehouse for him. The original equipment had been removed, leaving behind an empty room. This space, once reserved for armored units to house their vehicles, was now Yuling's private domain. System. Activate the automatic projection factory. Please select the projection location. A phantom appeared in Yuling's field of vision. He adjusted the position and confirmed his choice. Suddenly, a colossal object materialized within the warehouse, entirely black with blue lines adorning its surface, occupying nearly 80% of the available space. The imposing black box emanated a sense of pressure. Yuling surveyed the structure. This black box featured a material inlet and a product outlet. Yet its internal workings remained a mystery to him. Within the system, he discovered blueprints for components that the factory could produce, all of which were items he had previously manufactured: laser cannons, mechanical spiders, nuclear power systems, powered armor. System. Can new blueprints be created using this? It requires the host to complete production in the virtual space to unlock the blueprints. Yuling was taken aback. It indeed was possible. The so-called virtual space appeared to compensate for the limitations he faced in reality, preventing him from producing system blueprints. Coupled with this black box factory, one could not help but commend the system's exceptional service. With this in mind, he glanced at the corner of the room where various materials were stored. These were all components for crafting powered armor. There was no rush regarding the space station. The materials had yet to arrive. Upon inspection, he noted that the virtual space could not be activated without the initial investment of materials. Clearly, he needed to input the materials into the black box factory before production could commence. This process meant that the black box could not produce anything else in the interim. Therefore, there was no urgency. He had other matters to attend to. Yuling approached a nearby forklift and began loading the materials into the black box. Within the system, numerous icons representing powered armor components illuminated, indicating their current production status. Without hesitation, he clicked to initiate production, which was followed by a countdown. Yuling observed that the process was considerably faster than he had anticipated. With each item produced, it was conceivable that he could assemble 100 powered armor units within a month. Next would be the assembly phase. A month should suffice for Old Gu to convert the underground production line into a functioning assembly line. Yuling continued to feed raw materials into the black box. Discretion was paramount, and thus he had to undertake these tasks personally. On the other hand, the Eagle Nation and several other countries clandestinely formed an alliance. The coalition unanimously decided to maintain a cordial relationship with the Dragon Nation, at least on the surface, until they acquired the new weaponry. No matter how formidable the Dragon Nation was, they could not simply strike at those who extended a friendly hand, could they? Under this premise, they sought collaboration in other areas, hoping to gather intelligence on powered armor and laser cannon technology. For instance, was this not precisely how the Dragon Nation was hosting our research discussion team? We are indeed world-class scientists, especially coming to engage in academic exchanges with you. Is this the caliber of representatives that Long Kingdom has sent to engage with us? In the imperial capital of Long Kingdom, a delegation composed of the most renowned figures from 5 nations in the scientific community is currently making a scene at a university. The local researchers from Long Kingdom, who stand before them, were expressions of deep discomfort, yet find themselves unable to counter their assertions. When compared to these internationally recognized individuals, they indeed fall short. However, the esteemed professionals from Long Kingdom are presently interning at the Emperor's Research Institute, too preoccupied to attend such insincere gatherings. Thus, they must endure their discomfort in silence. Meanwhile, journalists from around the globe are capturing this spectacle with their cameras, observing the Long Kingdom scientists' inability to articulate a response. What a shame. Having traveled such a distance for a live broadcast, only to find this level of discourse from Long Kingdom? It is laughable. They can't even answer 2 questions posed by our esteemed scientists. How could Long Kingdom possibly have developed powered armor with such capabilities? The reporters whisper amongst themselves, and the expressions of the Long Kingdom team turn even darker. These individuals are here to disrupt the proceedings, frustrated by their own inadequacies. The beleaguered scientists can only bemoan their lack of prowess in the ensuing humiliation. Frustrated and angered, the scientists of Long Kingdom can only resent their own shortcomings. Why must we engage with these insufferable foreigners? What a jest. Long Kingdom is not on the same level as you. Yet, such sentiments remain unspoken. These foreigners are truly despicable, masquerading their intentions under the guise of academic exchange, seeking to exploit Long Kingdom's technological advancements. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the imperial capital, Yuling, who is busy transporting raw materials, receives an unexpected phone call. To his surprise, it is Elder Guan. Elder Guan, what is the matter? He inquires. What? An academic exchange conference? Absolutely not. Yuling decisively declines. Elder Guan insists that the researchers are quite busy and inquires if Yuling has any time to attend. Why would he not find delight in his current task? He needs to complete this work quickly to devise ways to enhance his prestige. He has no time to engage in frivolous games with a group of imbeciles. Having published numerous academic papers worldwide, Yuling reflects on the notion of esteemed scientists. Yet, beneath the System-S framework, even the most prominent figures must yield to authority. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes Yuling. Wait, publishing papers? Scientific theories? He realizes he has stumbled upon a lucrative avenue to bolster his prestige. Isn't prestige merely synonymous with notoriety? If he disseminates a plethora of knowledge derived from the system, could he not amass considerable prestige? Certainly, the core information must remain undisclosed. By subtly manipulating crucial data points, he could have researchers from other nations spending decades, even centuries, validating his findings. With determination, Yuling retrieves a computer and logs onto the international network. He consults Elder Guan regarding well-known international platforms within this field. After acquiring a recommendation quota, he logs in. Yuling discovers a vibrant site where researchers from various nations engage in discussions and post inquiries. A smile spreads across his face. The system activated the knowledge module, and a familiar sensation surged forth as an influx of information regarding creation flooded his mind. Yuling contemplated, extracting 2 minor segments, altering the pivotal data slightly, and then disseminating it. Next came the knowledge points on powered armor and portable nuclear power. Following the same procedure, he selected 2 inconsequential aspects, refined them, and released them into the ether. Soon enough, the international forum erupted with activity. An account, guaranteed by the Dragon Kingdom's Research Institute, had just registered and published astonishing material. Was everything posted by this individual, referred to as the Emperor, authentic? At that moment, leaders from a dozen nations convened within the Eagle Nation's parliament. Initially, they were focused on the academic discussion, hoping to glean some intelligence. But they were caught off guard by the sudden influx of news from the international forum. Upon verification, it became increasingly likely that the information was indeed genuine. Shortly thereafter, an aide to one of the parliamentarians remarked that domestic scientists had confirmed the veracity of those theories. Excellent. Splendid. God bless. Had the Dragon Kingdom truly lost their senses by making such valuable information public? The parliamentarians were elated, their excitement palpable as they danced with joy. Chapter 29. Please allow me to join the Dragon Kingdom. The assembly members were immensely pleased. Previously, the team tasked with researching powered armor had reached a most infuriating conclusion. The realization of such technology was utterly impossible. Energy supply posed a significant challenge, and the materials required could not support the birth of such a creation. Moreover, the manipulation of such colossal mechs with the agility exhibited by the Dragon Kingdom seemed unfeasible. The research team from the Eagle Nation had outright deemed it an impossible endeavor. However, the evidence before them demanded belief. Thus, this initiative was born, led by Albert, the brilliant scientist whose attempts to develop powered armor had failed. Albert, who had been striving to humiliate the Dragon Kingdom team, suddenly found himself taken aback. He picked up his phone and, upon viewing the messages displayed, his eyes widened in astonishment. "I need to use the restroom," he declared, exiting the conference room. After taking a turn into a secluded corner, he logged on to an international forum and opened the various academic posts recently shared by Yuling. A genius. This individual is a genius. How could this be possible? Can this theory truly hold? Yet the data cannot lie. A revelation dawned upon him, illuminating the path they had strayed from. A fervent light sparkled in Albert's eyes as he felt an overwhelming curiosity and admiration for the researcher known as the Emperor. A mere few thousand words of discourse had sent his worldview reeling, making him question the validity of his decades-long research career. Suddenly, as if he had made a momentous decision, he resolutely made his way back to the academic discussion venue. Upon his return, the attendees braced themselves for what was to come. The media promptly redirected their cameras, eager to capture the moment when this scientific luminary would continue to undermine the Dragon Kingdom, although they had failed to extract the desired intelligence. The prospect of belittling the Dragon Kingdom was still gratifying. The sudden elevation of the Dragon Kingdom's status had stirred a sense of discontent among the populace of the Eagle Nation, ensuring that the viewership ratings would soar. All reporters felt assured that their bonuses for the forthcoming month were secured. The representatives from the Dragon Kingdom steeled themselves, preparing to endure Albert's inevitable mockery. "Allow me to apologize for my earlier rudeness. The Dragon Kingdom is the foremost scientific power of Blue Star. I wish to join your ranks. May I? I am willing to immigrate." Albert gazed at the Dragon Kingdom representative with fervent enthusiasm. The latter stood there, utterly bewildered. Huh? What? Not only he, but everyone present was equally astonished. The reporters nearly dropped their food in disbelief. Did they just hear what they thought they did? The preeminent representative of the Eagle Nation's scientific community desired to join the Dragon Kingdom. He even wished to immigrate. Madness. Eyes widened in shock. Members of the Eagle Nation's parliament, who were closely monitoring the developments, sputtered their drinks in astonishment. "I beg your pardon, I didn't quite catch that. What did you say?" The representative of the Dragon Kingdom looked on in horror, regarding Albert as if he were a madman. What could have possibly spurred this individual to such a proclamation? Moments ago, they appeared to scoff at the Dragon Nation and themselves, yet after a brief visit to the restroom, they expressed a desire to join the Dragon Nation? How could it be that the allure of our facilities is so profound? And now, with expressions of reverence? Is that the intention? The representative from the Dragon Nation felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity, unsure of where to begin voicing his bewilderment. Upon perusing the theories posted by your nation on the forum, I realized just how ignorant I had been. Regardless, I implore you to grant me the opportunity to partake in the research of the Dragon Nation. I am amenable to oversight and willing to immigrate. Albert's face radiated sincerity. Having dedicated his entire life to scientific pursuits, devoid of family or offspring, he could candidly express his desire to join the Dragon Nation. To further his journey in the realm of science, he was prepared to relinquish everything. The representative from the Dragon Nation was momentarily taken aback. He possessed an account there, albeit at a lower level without certification, rendering him unable to speak. However, he could still observe. He opened the forum, and his gaze fell upon the emblem of the Research Institute of the Dragon Nation. The representative began to tremble. What was this gentleman playing at? How could he have disclosed such technology? Forgive me, but I cannot make such decisions. I must consult with my superiors. He subtly replied to the present Albert before hastily departing. He needed to reach out to higher authorities to inquire about the situation. Observing the representative's exit, Albert did not attempt to hinder him. He was confident that, given his reputation, his application to the Dragon Nation would be favorably received. He settled down with an air of composure and commenced sipping tea. Suddenly glancing at the local delicacies, he realized that if he were to join the Dragon Nation, he ought to acclimate to the local cuisine. He had heard that this was made from Dragon Nation beans, called doji. He took a sip. Uffed. What on earth is this? Albert resolved that he would prepare his own meals in the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, the others, journalists and accompanying scientists, were left dumbfounded by their leader's recent remarks. How could the narrative shift so dramatically, with their leaders suddenly defecting? Soon, a few scientists regained their composure and opened the international forum to investigate. Oh my! Incredible! This individual is a genius. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. On the spot, 7 or 8 more decided to join the Dragon Nation, eager to contribute to the advancement of humanity's scientific endeavors. The rest appeared hesitant. Many of them had families and found it challenging to be so unencumbered. Goodness, what is science compared to my wife? I shall join too. Forget it. I'll forsake my children, wife, and car. Take me with you. The Dragon Nation shall be my home, henceforth the Emperor shall be my father. Journalists watched in horror as the team engaged in frenzied discussions, their eyes wide in disbelief. What sorcery has the Dragon Nation employed to drive these individuals to madness? Within the assembly of the Eagle Nation, the leaders, initially captivated by the nation's beauty, now wore expressions of utter dismay. They could not fathom that the scientists they had dispatched were contemplating joining the Dragon Nation. Each was a top-tier expert in their respective fields. Their departure would constitute a colossal loss. Command the security team to bring the individuals back. Whose foolish plan is this? Are we merely delivering goods to the Dragon Nation? Damn it, the Dragon Nation has progressed so rapidly. If these individuals join them, along with their faction's researchers, what hope do we have? For a nation to thrive, it must retain its talent, particularly the most exceptional minds. I initially intended to gather intelligence on their technology, yet unexpectedly, we have compromised our own. This is intolerable. Soon, the foreign security team at the venue received their orders. They exchanged glances and then resolutely surged into the hall. What are you doing? I refuse to leave. The Dragon Nation is my home. Damn it, let go of me. I would rather die in the Dragon Nation. I love the Dragon Nation. Release me. Loyalty to the Dragon Nation. Ah, fight. Instantly, chaos erupted on the scene. The remaining Dragon Nation exploration team stood in utter bewilderment. Oh my. Has patriotic education reached every corner of the globe? These individuals are truly moving. Chapter 30. Unlocking the Space Station Blueprint soon. The forces of the Dragon Kingdom received orders to separate the security teams. Is there any need for hostility? Let us avoid any harm. Like mediators, they discreetly pulled people apart and escorted the scientists eager to join the Dragon Kingdom away. Step aside. We shall not engage further. We are returning. Friends of the Dragon Kingdom, do not hinder our mission. The captain of the security team glared darkly at the individuals before him. What nonsense! Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Even if we do not converse, we could at least share a meal. We cannot return on an empty stomach. The captain, upon hearing such shameless words, felt his blood boil. Just moments ago, this person exhibited an attitude that suggested a desire to eliminate him. Now they speak of friendship during this chaos. Yuling received another call. The higher-ups? He muttered softly. Ah, Yuling, splendid work. You should have seen the scene. It was exhilarating. Ha ha ha. The leader explained the situation at the exchange and inquired if there were any risks of technical leaks. After confirming there were none, he hung up. assuring Yuling of continued unwavering support for his research. Yuling smiled, finding this both unexpected yet entirely reasonable. The delegates visiting the Dragon Kingdom were all authorities in their respective fields. Those who reached such heights were often obsessive. It was only natural for them to go into a frenzy upon seeing their own posts. Initially, Yuling had aimed merely to boost his reputation, but he had unexpectedly reaped additional rewards. He opened his interface and saw his prestige indeed rising. 2,500, 3,000, 4,500. It quickly surpassed the 10,000 mark, finally stabilizing at 28,000. With a grin, Yuling clicked on the space station blueprint. It was finally unlocked. A dense stream of data appeared before him. The complexity of the space station far exceeded his expectations. Had it not been for the system unlocking the black box factory, it would have taken him a century of effort to achieve this. This time, he had chosen a large-scale space station. Among numerous blueprints, it stood out as a pinnacle. Its uniqueness lay in its potential for growth. Above this sturdy foundational space station was a series of space cities, a core of urban development. If one were to build, it ought to be exceptional. This space station could very well become a bridge between Blue Star and the cosmos. From the beginning, Yuling had envisioned it this way. As he gazed at each component, he pondered how to expedite the process. The materials for the current space station were indeed sufficient within the reserves of the Dragon Kingdom. However, for future expansions, a single nation would undoubtedly fall short. Yet, to procure resources from other nations would likely incur steep costs. Well, when the time comes, solutions will naturally present themselves. For now, let us focus on bringing this project to fruition. With that thought, Yuling directly loaded the knowledge module of the space station. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Had it not been for the system's enhancement of genetic levels in that instant, my head would likely have exploded from the overwhelming influx of information. The sheer volume was simply staggering. Even with the system's integration, it could easily incapacitate an ordinary individual. After determining the necessary materials and identifying the components that required personal effort, Yuling hastily exited the loading mode. After a brief respite, he began to record and print the required materials on his computer. An hour later, having completed his tasks, he gazed at the substantial stack of documents on the floor, managing a wry smile. The demand was undeniably extensive. Even in Dragon Country, such resources were not readily available. Many metals in the aerospace industry are classified as strategic and rare commodities. Take, for instance, the high-temperature metal rhenium. Even the major nations of Blue Star possess scant reserves. Yuling pondered how he might ensure the acquisition of this batch of supplies. Although the state had pledged its unwavering support, the prospect of procuring such a vast quantity at once might raise eyebrows. Thus, he needed to achieve some results to instill confidence in the prominent figures of Dragon Country. Casting a glance at the progress of the power armor components within the system, he resolved to address this matter only after the first batch of parts was completed. After all, he had to prove his capability to independently manufacture a space station. What could be more persuasive than the prospect of producing 100 power armor units in a month? Meanwhile, outside, the scientific team visiting for collaboration had nearly all expressed a desire to join Dragon Country, causing an uproar. The media was broadcasting live throughout the event. Citizens of other nations were the first to react with disbelief. What was happening? Had the esteemed scientist Albert truly decided to join Dragon Country? Had he lost his mind? We, the Eagle Nation, nurtured him. This was treachery. His team was responsible for the development of our nation's most advanced lithography machines. If he joined Dragon Country, would that not mean relinquishing this technology? We cannot allow this. What advantage does Dragon Country even possess? Our scientists from Kimchi Nation wish to join Dragon Country as well. Outrageous. Dragon Country must possess some form of bewildering black technology. We protest. Return our scientists, or we will not let this matter rest with Dragon Country. For heaven's sake, can someone explain what is happening? In stark contrast to the fury of netizens from other countries, the citizens of Dragon Country were amused. What are they making such a fuss about? We might not even want them. Indeed, who cares about lithography machines? Dragon Country will soon surpass that technology on its own. It's laughable how quickly those scientists from the exchange team, who had appeared so haughty, are now groveling for acceptance. Haha. Dragon Country will not accept them. Absolutely not. The netizens joyfully filled the comments section with their banter, while the online atmosphere was abuzz in the conference room of Dragon Country. The Secretary General curiously inquired of the man before him, "Leader, what shall we do? Should we retain these individuals? Why would we refuse those who come seeking us?" Came the decisive reply. "However, one must exercise caution, lest it be a conspiracy from other nations to illicitly acquire intelligence. Let us propose a 30-year contract. Those who are willing may stay, while those who are not may depart." The high-ranking official chuckled as he spoke. "At that point, we shall implement direct military management. No one shall be permitted to clandestinely leak information. The reason for embracing such risks is to attract talent. As the Dragon Country is currently in dire need of skilled individuals, many university students have been prematurely withdrawn from their studies to occupy new positions, balancing work and education. The inclusion of such a cadre of elite talent would undoubtedly alleviate considerable pressure. After all, each of these individuals is supported by a comprehensive team. Once we secure the leaders, the rest will surely follow suit." "Understood. I shall proceed with this task immediately." Chapter 31. The inexorable demand upon witnessing their dispatched security team effortlessly subdued by the Dragon Nation, the legislators were unable to contain their agitation. "Fake. Useless. All of them are worthless. The Dragon Nation has gone too far. This is utterly unprincipled. We cannot afford to lose these scientists. We must go to the Dragon Nation. Right now. We must retrieve our people." The fervor among the legislators was palpable. They swiftly arranged for a private jet and submitted a diplomatic request to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation, heading straight for the airport. Leaders from other nations wore grim expressions, mirroring the legislators' urgency as they too began to contact their respective governments to send diplomatic requests to the Dragon Nation. In a flash, the Dragon Nation received diplomatic correspondence from the 12 largest countries in the world. At that moment, the foreign minister of the Dragon Nation wore an enigmatic expression. How intriguing. Diplomatic engagements, which typically occur only a few times a year, were now being initiated simultaneously by so many nations. Minister Pui squinted, pondering the sheer coincidence. It was understandable for countries eager to have their scientists join the Dragon Nation to respond this way, but why were others coming? An alliance? Pui was well aware of the Dragon Nation's current prowess, which would indeed compel other nations to band together, though he did not anticipate such a swift reaction. "Let us extend a warm welcome to our international friends," he instructed. "Moreover, send a message to the Secretary General to expedite the process." His subordinate nodded and proceeded to relay the message. Meanwhile, the Secretary General was hosting the so-called scientific exchange team, holding a substantial stack of contracts. At that moment, a staff member entered and whispered something in his ear. A smile suddenly illuminated the Secretary General's face. "Esteemed guests, how are your considerations progressing?" he inquired, surveying the renowned figures of the scientific community before him. "Isn't a 40-year contract a tad excessive?" Even someone as devoted to the pursuit of knowledge as Albert was momentarily taken aback by the enormity of the contract laid before him. Despite it being presented in both Chinese and English, he could not shake the sensation that it resembled a contract of servitude. "This is our proposition. The Dragon Nation does not particularly lack individuals of your caliber. While each of you may be exceptional talents in your respective fields, it is crucial to understand that these fields are obsolete in the eyes of the Dragon Nation," the Secretary General stated, pausing for effect before adding with a sinister smile. "Your extensive research experience may hold little value here, and aside from salaries, you will require our guidance." The scientist's expressions darkened, akin to the soot of a cauldron. Although they harbored similar thoughts, hearing such bluntness at the negotiation table was undeniably disheartening. "Wait, are you suggesting that you would instruct us? Does this mean the Dragon Nation is willing to grant us access to the latest, cutting-edge technologies?" Albert's eyes widened in realization, uncovering a glimmer of hope. The remaining colleagues were similarly taken aback, their eyes widening in anticipation as they turned to the Secretary General. "What? The Dragon Nation surprisingly permits these outsiders to access its core secrets." Initially, one would assume that gaining trust within the Dragon Nation was improbable, relegating them to peripheral research roles. Yet, even under such circumstances, they accepted it with enthusiasm. However, this situation rendered their long-term contract somewhat excessive. Nonetheless, The Dragon Nation expressed its willingness to allow them to engage in essential research. What of 40 years? I demand the full extent. What of salaries? They are all esteemed individuals, each possessing some measure of wealth. Who do they look down upon? I would gladly pay to work. The Secretary General observed the flames of ambition in their eyes and felt somewhat overwhelmed. What was happening? He had prepared various arguments and psychological tactics to undermine them. Yet these scientists appeared as if they were ready to sell their very souls with a mere nod of approval. After a moment of contemplation, the Secretary General decided to speak candidly. The Dragon Nation is not characterized by the parsimony of the Eagle Nation. Trust those who are trustworthy. Once they accept the Dragon Nation's terms, they will be fully embraced. Should anyone harbor nefarious intentions and leak confidential information, it would be a grave error on their part. But that is unlikely. Upon receiving this affirmative response, the exchange team erupted into cheers. Oh my! A pen! Bring me a pen! Even if Jesus himself were here today, I would sign. Laughter ensued. I want to sign. I am still young. I feel I can live beyond 40 years. Can we extend the term by another 20 years? This is splendid. I must contact a friend to share this news. He too will surely change his mind and join the Dragon Nation. Witnessing the exuberance of those signing, the Secretary General reflected. Yuling had merely shared a few theoretical scraps, yet these individuals had morphed into his likeness. Truly, a remarkable figure. Soon, all contracts were duly signed. And from that moment forth, the exchange team dispatched by the Eagle Nation essentially became part of the Dragon Nation. By the way, dear Secretary, our residency remains in our original country. Will that pose a problem? Albert inquired hesitantly. Rest assured, everyone, from now on, we are all comrades. The Dragon Nation will handle these matters for you. I will have someone escort you to rest for now. And tomorrow, you shall commence work at the laboratory. What tomorrow? I refuse to rest. I want to go now. Yes, I am not tired. Please, let me work. I love working more than anything in this life. The Secretary General was rendered speechless. How fervently ambitious. He recalled the graduate students who had been forcibly assigned to their workstations, still grumbling. Now, with these foreigners, they would undoubtedly become equally driven. Thus, the Secretary General nodded in agreement with their wishes and sent them off. After reporting the completion of his task, he promptly proceeded to the next venue. It was time to engage in negotiations with the other nations. Soon, the remaining countries' aircraft would land in the imperial capital. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Secretary General greeted them with smiles, displaying impeccable etiquette. After escorting the envoys from various nations on a forced tour of the imperial capital for several days, it was time to get to the point. Dragon Nation, cease your pretense. We did not come here for leisure. As a major power, is it truly amusing to engage in such antics? The diplomatic teams from other countries were growing restless. Under the leadership of the Eagle Nation, they collectively approached the diplomats of the Dragon Nation. My purpose here is simply to escort you to the conference room. The diplomat replied with a smile, unfazed by the situation. He had already received orders to take them directly to the meeting if they became restless. The Dragon Nation had been well prepared. To put it succinctly, if they sought personnel, it was out of the question. The diplomat, still smiling, guided the visibly displeased diplomatic entourage to the conference venue. Cameras were already set up to record the proceedings. Inside the conference room, the nameplates of the diplomats from various countries were meticulously arranged on the table, designating each individual's place. Upon their arrival, they were promptly directed to their assigned seats. Chapter 32. Is war truly imminent? The conference room of the Dragon Nation. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our Dragon Nation. I trust you have found your stay enjoyable thus far? The chief leader greeted them with a broad smile. Indeed, we are delighted. Yet we did not come here for leisure. Precisely. Hand over our people, Dragon Nation. Your actions are utterly shameless. In the face of accusations from the other nations, the leaders of the Dragon Nation exchanged knowing glances. Ahem, how should one interpret that statement? The chief leader feigned confusion. Interpret what? Surrender our scientists. Your military has concealed them. We must take them back today, or do not blame us for being ungracious. Do not overstep your bounds. We are no pushovers. The Dragon Nation must think carefully and act wisely. As they witnessed the dragon leaders feigning ignorance, the representatives of the other nations were incensed. Orders from above were absolute. If they could not return with their people, neither would they return. Observing their escalating frustration, the leaders of the Dragon Nation abandoned pretense. They smirked coldly. Firstly, we have not imprisoned those individuals. Secondly, they have entered into long-term contracts with the Dragon Nation and are currently engaged in work. This declaration elicited an uproar from the assembly. Nonsense. You must have coerced them. I demand to see Mr. Albert. You deceivers. The Dragon Nation cannot fool me. The chief leader, smiling, instructed his aides to bring forth the display screen. As the image flickered to life, Albert and a group of scientists appeared, humbly attending to a young man, listening intently to his words. Oh, Chief Leader, Li Chen exclaimed, seizing the video call. Ah, Li Chen, are you occupied? The chief leader greeted him cheerfully. Yes, some of the individuals you sent are rather slow. I have had to explain the basics multiple times. Li Chen lamented, having been dispatched to interface with these individuals after extensive training in the Emperor's research chamber. The chief leader then directed him to focus the camera on the foreign representatives. What? I refuse to return. From now on, I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. I pledge loyalty to the Dragon Nation. After all the scientists adamantly refused to go back, the chief leader ended the communication. He turned to the diplomats, whose expressions were dark with fury. Brainwashing. The Dragon Nation must have employed some nefarious technology to brainwash them. Indeed, they must have used despicable means. Let us take them back for examination. If they pose no issues, we will then release them. The chief leader chuckled softly, remaining silent as he relayed instructions to the Secretary General and the Minister of Foreign Affairs before departing. His presence was merely a matter of diplomatic courtesy. He had no time to indulge in frivolous discussions with these individuals. The conference persisted, extending for an entire month. Regardless of the elaborate arguments presented by the other nations, the Dragon Nation countered with firm respect for individual choice. In the lounge, this cannot continue. The Dragon Nation has no intention of returning our people. The diplomats from the Kimchi Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation were utterly exasperated. They cast reproachful glances towards the representatives of the Eagle Nation. Had it not been for their ill-conceived suggestions, how could their countries have suffered the loss of top-tier talent? Ahem, esteemed colleagues, I believe we must exert pressure on the Dragon Nation. We cannot allow them to prolong this situation, asserted the representative from the Eagle Nation as he stood. The others were momentarily taken aback. How shall we apply this pressure? If they refuse to yield, then we shall force them to submit. With so many nations united, why should we endure such indignity? We must deliver an ultimatum to the Dragon Nation. Return our people, or we shall declare war. The representative of the Eagle Nation passionately advocated, his voice resonating with fervor. The representatives of the remaining 11 nations fell into silence. Have you all forgotten that our personnel have already been in the Dragon Nation's research facility for a month, and they are engaged in core projects? The Eagle Nation's representatives' eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. The others suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, they had previously observed members of the research team within the laboratory. Moreover, during their diplomatic exchanges with the Dragon Nation, it had been stated that the positions these individuals occupied were highly classified and that their release was out of the question. Very well. I shall inform my government to prepare for military mobilization, declared the Eagle Nation's representative confidently. Indeed, why should we be the ones to fear? It is the Dragon Nation that should be apprehensive. Even if they possess powered armor technology, what of it? Such devices cannot be mass-produced. Absolutely. This time, we shall demand not only the return of our personnel, but also the technology. Once all nations had reached a consensus, they promptly agreed to the proposal. They began coordinating to ensure their respective countries were prepared for military readiness, determined to exert pressure on the Dragon Nation. An hour later, within the same conference room, the Dragon Nation's diplomatic team sensed an ominous shift in atmosphere as they observed the altered demeanor of the assembly. Enough of this preamble. Let us be straightforward. The Dragon Nation must either return our people or face war. The military of the Eagle Nation is fully prepared, and we hope you will refrain from making a grievous error. So are we from the Kimchi Nation, and we from the Cherry Blossom Nation as well. Witnessing the unified stance of all nations, the Dragon Nation's diplomats broke into a cold sweat as they reached out to their superiors. Their role was merely to engage in negotiations. Such decisions were beyond their authority. Whether to declare war was a matter for the higher-ups to resolve. Soon, the leaders received the news. Furrowing his brow, the chief turned to the Secretary General. Are they serious? Are they truly cornered? The Secretary General pondered briefly before responding. Not exactly. They likely believe we would never resort to war, hence their threats. However, there is a possibility they might genuinely pursue conflict. The Secretary General's voice wavered slightly. The chief rose and gazed out the window. The Dragon Nation did not fear war, but neither did it desire such an outcome. War brought only suffering, with countless young lives lost. Of course, the Dragon Nation would not capitulate as a result. Did it truly come to the brink of conflict? The chief felt a deep sense of dismay, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this point. How are we progressing with the equipment replacement? The esteemed leader suddenly inquired. The Secretary General pondered for a moment. The laser cannons had become fully ubiquitous, and the derived power systems had been adopted by approximately 70% of the military. Should war break out, we would be entirely capable of engaging, awaiting only the completion of Mr. Yuling's power armor for a decisive victory. He stated this with utmost gravity, presenting an objective truth devoid of any personal sentiment. The Dragon Nation is indeed formidable. Speaking of which, it has been a while since I heard news of Yuling. What has he been preoccupied with lately? The esteemed leader murmured to himself. As someone of significant concern to him, how could he be unaware that Yuling had sequestered himself in that warehouse for an extended period? It was merely a moment of lamentation. At that instant, a communication came through. Both men were taken aback. For the ability to reach this location via telephone spoke volumes of the caller's esteemed status. Upon checking, the esteemed leader exclaimed, "Oh, Yuling, what? The components for the power armor are complete, and the portable nuclear power as well? 100 units. Have them transported?" Chapter 33. The jest we made at the garrison headquarters of the imperial capital. Yuling gazed at the 100 components of powered armor before him, as workers busily loaded them onto the largest capacity trucks. He observed with curiosity as the personnel assembled the parts into a semblance of powered armor, albeit a mere facade, hastily secured together with tools. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Logically, it would have been more efficient to transport these parts separately to the assembly line. Report. This is a directive from the leadership. We are to assemble them and take them for a spin, a soldier replied with a salute. Yuling immediately comprehended the intent behind this action. It was a display of strength. He refrained from further questioning and returned to his warehouse to compile a list of resources needed for the space station. Soon, the workers completed the assembly of all the armor. Even though it was merely for show, it consumed a considerable amount of their time. Given the weight of the synthetic armor materials, "Is everything ready? Let us go," he called to the driver as the truck slowly departed. Following closely, several armored vehicles escorted the powered armor away. 3 large trucks, laden with the powered armor, made their exit. In the conference room of the Dragon Nation, the atmosphere was tense, electric with anticipation. Suddenly, a leading figure broke into a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Regarding the matter of war, perhaps we should pause for a moment before proceeding." As his words fell, the furious diplomats from various nations were momentarily taken aback. Wait, what did he say? War? The Dragon Nation is genuinely willing to engage in conflict? They don't even consider releasing the hostages? Representatives from smaller nations began to panic. However, the representatives from the Eagle Nation, a few of the major powers, remained unyielding. "Are you truly unwilling to release them?" The Eagle Nation's representative inquired, his expression darkening. "We are not coercing anyone. They simply refuse to leave," came the reply. "By the way, today marks an important occasion for the Dragon Nation. Our military industry has just unveiled new equipment. I wonder if you might be interested in taking a look," the leader remarked with a beaming smile. The representatives from the Eagle Nation and the United Nations paused, puzzled. What was happening? Why was the Dragon Nation suddenly inviting them to view their equipment? They seized upon the opportunity to gather intelligence on the Dragon Nation's sudden upheaval, having little understanding of the drastic changes within the Dragon Nation. How could they resist such an opportunity? "Very well, we shall see what you have in store. I am curious to observe your tricks," the Eagle Nation's representative scoffed. Regardless of what the Dragon Nation presented, they would not retract their previous statements. If the Dragon Nation persisted in its obstinacy, war would be inevitable. Although the nations had failed in their research on powered armor, they had drawn one conclusion. This technology could not be produced rapidly on a large scale. They could take advantage of the Dragon Nation's momentary vulnerability to secure their own interests. Before long, the attendees of the conference room, guided by the staff, made their way to the outdoor plaza. The crowd surveyed the empty square, some feeling disheartened. Aren't we here to see the equipment? Shouldn't this be as grand as a military parade? Why does it appear so desolate? What is that? Moments later, several dark figures emerged in the distance. Soon, they discerned the nature of the approaching entities. Was the Dragon Kingdom jesting? Was their new equipment merely trucks? Perhaps they were some novel transport vehicles? Oh, there were a few armored vehicles trailing behind. Surely that was the focus of attention, though they appeared somewhat different. Could they be powered by laser energy? The diplomats from various nations gazed with envy. The electricity generated from laser cannons was a sight to behold. All eyes were fervently fixed upon those armored vehicles. Only the representative from the Eagle Nation felt something amiss. The formation of those armored vehicles resembled a convoy escorting the 3 trucks. He looked on in confusion, eager to unravel the Dragon Kingdom's intentions. Before long, the trucks came to a halt just meters away from the crowd, aligning in a straight line. A squad of soldiers disembarked from the armored vehicles and rushed towards the trucks, swiftly unveiling the black cloth draped over them. Under the sunlight, the metal gleamed almost blindingly. Yet, personnel from various countries widened their eyes, unwilling to blink even as the glare stung. Powered armor. Good heavens, how many? 1, 2, 100. 100 units. This. All diplomats, except for those from the Dragon Kingdom, were left astounded. They stammered, their bodies trembling. Was this a mistake? Were they not told that mass production was impossible? What are those research reports? Utterly useless. They cursed the research team that had claimed rapid, large-scale production of powered armor was unattainable 1,000 times over in their minds. As you can see, these are the freshly minted powered armors, codenamed Thunder. I harbor no ulterior motives. The Dragon Kingdom is not an unreasonable nation. We did not coerce your researchers. They chose to join us of their own volition and have already signed employment contracts. Should you insist on waging war, the Dragon Kingdom is prepared. Upon concluding his statement, the leader turned with a smile towards the trembling representatives. Upon hearing this, their faces drained of color. War? What absurdity! 1 powered armor could obliterate a small battalion. Here stood 100. Even the world's most elite forces combined could scarcely withstand a single wave of assault, could they? How could they fight? Declaring war would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. He chuckled, just jesting. Today is not April Fool's Day, is it? We are merely having a bit of fun with the Dragon Kingdom. The representative from the Eagle Nation was the first to speak, a forced smile plastered on his face, internally berating himself. Ah, yes, indeed. We were merely jesting. What era are we in that anyone would wish for war? We are all nations that cherish peace. Indeed, war brings only suffering. We are all advocates of peace. The other nations quickly concurred, presenting themselves as ambassadors of tranquility. Oh, was that a misunderstanding on my part? The high-ranking leader tilted his head, feigning confusion. Yes, we were truly joking. The crowd nodded fervently in agreement. Indeed, I see. Since we have already observed, shall we proceed back to our meeting? A hush fell over the crowd. Well, I believe that since our nation's researchers hold such admiration for the Dragon Kingdom, it would be unreasonable for us, as leaders, to impose our will. Quite so. Let us forego the meeting. There are numerous matters at home that require my attention. Farewell. All foreign officials expressed that they had pressing affairs back in their own countries that necessitated their immediate return. The senior leader did not insist further, allowing them to be escorted away. Have they all departed? Yes, they have all left, the Secretary General responded with a smile. Ensure that the power armor is sent to the assembly line and assembled with utmost speed. These individuals may not remain compliant for long. The senior leader narrowed his eyes. The Secretary General nodded, indicating that it had been taken care of. Is there anything else? The leader observed the Secretary General, who appeared to have something to convey. How is Yuling able to produce such an abundance of power armor in just 1 month? Does he harbor some secret from the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 34. The Space Station Initiative in the Grand Plaza of the Imperial Capital. Upon hearing the question posed by the Secretary General, The eyes of the high-ranking leader narrowed. A palpable sense of danger enveloping the air. "Oh, are you implying?" he inquired, fixing his gaze upon the Secretary General, a man he had personally elevated to this esteemed position nearly a decade ago, and one he held in deep trust. "The situation with Yuling raises concerns. He has concealed certain matters from us," the Secretary General remarked, his brow furrowed in worry. The prospect of producing 100 power armor units monthly, albeit unassembled, was indeed alarming. The notion that power armor could not be mass-produced in a short time frame was a consensus reached not only by the Eagle Nation but also by Long Nation. Yet, this ironclad truth was effortlessly shattered by Yuling. That man harbors significant secrets. Should he wish to act against Long Nation? The Secretary General expressed his deep apprehension. "Enough. I will not tolerate hearing such words a second time. If you do, you may as well resign," the leader snapped, his gaze fierce. Did he not recognize that there were issues with Yuling? However, what of it? Yuling had fully delivered the goods, albeit without detailing the processes involved. But does anyone lack a secret? Many matters hinge on outcomes rather than the means. Moreover, resources are requisite for crafting these items. And it is the state that governs these resources. The Secretary General paused, nodding in agreement. He had not anticipated such unwavering trust from the leader towards Yuling. Although he remained skeptical of this suddenly emerging genius, he placed his faith in the leader's judgment. If the leader chose to trust Yuling, then so would he. Report: Mr. Yuling, the director of the Imperial Research Institute, has submitted a material application, a staff member announced, approaching with a document in hand. The leader smiled as he accepted it, but upon opening it, his expression darkened immediately. The Secretary General, intrigued, asked, "You should take a look." He brusquely handed the document over. Upon examination, the Secretary General's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, I should not have placed my trust in this fellow." He scrutinized the list of materials, noting the exaggerated figures that followed each item. "Is he attempting to deplete the national treasury?" His voice trembled with disbelief. Suddenly, the leader burst into laughter. "Ha ha. This rascal has been waiting for me all along. I wondered why Yuling was so enthusiastic, assuring me he could accomplish 100 units within 3 months. It turns out he has something grand in mind, awaiting my approval." Reflecting on the materials requested in the document, even the leader felt a pang of regret. If all were granted to Yuling, the aerospace industry of Long Nation would be profoundly impacted. "Let us go and see what this impudent fellow intends to do," he declared, leading the Secretary General towards the military district where Yuling resided. "Sir, we have already dispatched someone to summon Yuling. Please hold on," a military authority remarked, offering a cup of tea. "Ah, there's no rush," the leader replied, taking the cup while gazing in the direction of Yuling. What exactly could enable Yuling to produce 100 powered armors within a month? Even he, who advocated against probing into Yuling's secrets, couldn't help but be consumed by curiosity. Moments later, Yuling arrived. The Secretary General, with a smile, scrutinized the man before him. This was his first encounter with Yuling. The muscular figure exuded an overwhelming presence, making it difficult for him to associate him with a researcher. "Oh, esteemed leader, you called for me?" Yuling greeted with a smile. "Indeed, Yuling, I have seen the list of materials you requested. It is not that I am unwilling to provide them, rather, I find myself perplexed. What do you intend to do with such an extensive array of items?" the leader inquired, smiling. Yuling glanced at the military bigwig beside him. The latter paused, then tactfully found an excuse to leave. Yuling turned his attention back to the Secretary General. There's no need to conceal these matters from the Secretary General. Many aspects are under his purview, and one cannot bypass him if you require these items, the leader chuckled. Embarrassed, Yuling scratched his head. "Well, I aspire to propel Dragon Nation into the Interstellar era." As he spoke, both individuals across from him were momentarily taken aback. The leader exchanged a bewildered glance with the Secretary General, who mirrored his confusion. "What do you mean by ushering Dragon Nation into the Interstellar era? Is it as simple as that? How many years has human civilization been on the precipice of such a leap? Since the initial satellite launch and the first moon landing, how much time has truly elapsed? It has only been a little over 70 years since humanity's first satellite soared into the heavens. The manned lunar landing was already a monumental achievement. And now, You wish to declare that we are entering the interstellar age? The leader believed Yuling was jesting. The complexities involved, technology, industry, were immense. Not to mention, facilitating long-term human habitation in space posed a significant challenge. While Yuling's research capabilities were undeniable, the transition to the interstellar age encompassed far more than mere scientific endeavors. Observing the expressions of the two men, Yuling recognized their disbelief. Indeed, had their positions been reversed, he too would have found it hard to believe. Thus, he had come prepared. The two men watched as he produced a folder from seemingly nowhere, its cover emblazoned with the word Space Station Project. The leader's demeanor shifted dramatically. 2 hours later, all of Yuling's requests had received approval, and even the quantity had been doubled. Simultaneously, significant troop movements occurred within Dragon Nation's military, with the garrison in the imperial capital tripling in size. Many speculated whether a momentous event was on the horizon. Diplomats who had just returned to their homeland also received the news. Could Dragon Nation truly possess the capability for rapid production of powered armors? Within the parliament, numerous legislators gazed at the diplomat before them, utterly astonished. Yes, we have witnessed it firsthand. Just like the armor that vanquished the Hyena Mercenary Corps, there are indeed 100 units, he stated bitterly. The legislators were left in a state of disbelief. What sort of jest is this? 100 units. How long has it been since? A month? Even if we consider the time from the exposure of laser technology, it has been less than half a year. If the Dragon Nation possesses such industrial capabilities, why would they engage in conflict at all? You are correct. A nation endowed with such power cannot be matched by any other. A despairing member of parliament lamented. The others nodded in agreement. The Dragon Nation has transcended the constraints imposed by any other country. What shall we do then? Suddenly, an unknown voice broke the silence. The rest fell into contemplation. Indeed, with the Dragon Nation advancing so rapidly while we remain stagnant, what course of action should we pursue? Should we merely stand by and watch as the Dragon Nation distances itself further from us? I believe that since we cannot surpass the Dragon Nation in military might, we ought to seek avenues for recovery in other domains. An elder from the parliament spoke up unexpectedly. The others became lost in thought. While the sentiment holds truth, where exactly can we reclaim our standing? Let us not forget that our Eagle Nation's aerospace technology has consistently ranked among the finest. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 35. An immediate halt. The legislators reached a unanimous agreement, coinciding with the shared dilemma faced by the remaining allied nations on how to counter the Dragon Kingdom. This plan garnered the admiration of all allied nations, leading them to decide on forming a coalition for space exploration. Together, they aimed to overcome the technological challenges in the aviation sector, striving to surpass the Dragon Kingdom in this domain. Since we cannot compete with the Dragon Kingdom on land, we shall decisively outpace them in the cosmos. Indeed, as long as we dominate the vastness of outer space, no matter how formidable the Dragon Kingdom may be, they will have to concede. They certainly do not wish to awaken one day to find weapons capable of annihilating cities raining down from the heavens. At that juncture, what technology could they possibly withhold? The legislators laughed heartily as they deliberated, envisioning the Dragon Kingdom as a mere ATM at their beck and call. Talents from various nations in the field of aerospace converged. And upon study, they discovered that the most promising avenue for breakthrough, capable of exerting pressure on the Dragon Kingdom, lay in spacecraft. Capable of prolonged presence in space and equipped to carry substantial weaponry, these vessels would possess formidable maneuverability enough to haunt the dreams of any nation, including the Dragon Kingdom. Strikes from beyond the stars, even with just a few heavy metal rods, would prove exceedingly daunting. Upon receiving the research report, the assembly felt invigorated. They promptly approved the project proposal, ensuring a steady influx of funding. Resolute, they vowed to successfully surpass the Dragon Kingdom in this endeavor. Meanwhile, at the military district of the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital, Yuling was operating the largest forklift, transferring the final pile of raw materials into the black box. Finally, it was complete. He wiped his brow, though no sweat was present. Were it not for the inexplicable nature of this black box, Yuling would have preferred to avoid such tasks. He sighed, thinking that once the space station was completed, he would relocate his office to outer space. Gravity. while essential for human existence, could be quite cumbersome at times. In a space station, performing numerous tasks in a weightless environment would be significantly more manageable and convenient. Subsequently, he would construct aircraft and cosmic warships. Clearly, such endeavors were better suited to a zero-gravity setting. Even with the black box now at his disposal, where components need not be fabricated by himself, assembly remained a cumbersome affair. Thus, the establishment of the space station was imperative. Next, he would enter the virtual space of the black box to begin working on the schematics. Prior to this, Yuling opened his panel to review his attributes. Name: Yuling. Age: 28. Remaining lifespan: 800 years. Gene level: Cosmic level 3 Citizen 2. Next level: Cosmic level 4 Citizen. Psychic energy level: Ada level 5. Imperial knowledge repository unlock permission 1. 5 Psycho abilities: Mimicry, warp speed, reputation. Mysterious director of the Dragon Kingdom Research Institute, Blue Phantom. Enigmatic science emperor, reputation value 32,000. Yuling was taken aback. He had not anticipated an increase in his reputation value over the past few days. Now, he regarded the previously inconsequential reputation value with newfound significance. Who knows how much prestige is required to unlock the next blueprint? The system seems genuinely apprehensive about maintaining a low profile. After finding confidence on his own panel, Yuling directly entered the virtual space. Meanwhile, in the office of the high-ranking leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, Elderly inquired, "Why has our aerospace department come to a standstill?" The leader sighed in resignation, explaining that everything had been handed over to Yuling, who had a more significant project at hand. Elderly was taken aback by this response. It was that Yuling again. His capabilities were indisputable. If it were him, it would indeed be understandable. So that was the case. As he contemplated this, Elderly felt that the matter could rest there. However, the person accompanying him disagreed. Who is this upstart daring to seize resources from our aerospace department? Does he comprehend the severity of delaying aerospace work? Manan. Enough. Elderly glared, casting a furious gaze at the young man. This individual was a genius from a prominent aerospace family, arguably the most talented among 3 generations in the entire aerospace department. Only Elderly could speak to him in such a manner. The Ma family, as one of the founders of the nation, had made significant strides in aerospace while also controlling numerous enterprises in related fields, making them a formidable entity. Oh, let the young man express his thoughts. We cannot allow others to think we disregard the opinions of the youth, the leader remarked with a smile, seemingly unfazed. Leader, then I shall not hold back. What is that, Yuling? Just a fortunate individual who has had a minor breakthrough, demanding so many resources. Manan frowned, a hint of reproach evident in his tone. Elderly was momentarily taken aback. This young man was indeed audacious, even daring to challenge the leader. The leader had traversed more bridges than Manan had paths. Elderly felt the urge to erupt in anger, but the leader subtly gestured for him to hold his tongue. "Oh, what do you propose we do?" he asked, maintaining a cordial demeanor toward Manan. Seeing this, Manan exhaled in relief, realizing he had spoken impulsively in a moment of anger. He regretted not considering the leader's feelings. However, observing the leader's calm and inquisitive demeanor, he regained his composure. "Of course, we must compel Yuling to relinquish the resources," Manan declared with righteous fervor. Elderly felt an urge to bury his face in his hands. Due to confidentiality reasons, currently, only information regarding the laser cannon related to Yuling was made public. In Manan's mind, Yuling was merely an ordinary individual tinkering with models, having stumbled upon a stroke of luck that resulted in the laser cannon. As for the various derived technologies, they were surely the result of collaboration among the esteemed figures at the Research Institute. It was plausible that Yuling's contribution to the laser cannon was merely the proposal of an idea. Such occurrences were common. A sudden flash of inspiration could lead to a technological breakthrough. While Manan admired Yuling's vibrant thinking and creativity, it did not mean he could tolerate someone encroaching upon his own interests. The esteemed leader should not indulge him sometimes. It is essential to make him aware that there are always greater powers beyond his own. One should not presume that having a few ideas grants the liberty to act recklessly. Li was taken aback, casting a sympathetic glance at Manan. Ignorance is indeed a formidable force. The leader found amusement in the situation. Just who is this Yuling in your eyes? Yet, outwardly, he concealed his thoughts entirely. However, the project has already been launched, and as you are aware, once initiated, it is impermissible to halt unless a significant issue arises, the leader remarked with a smile. Dismissing the young man's rudeness, Manan was incensed. What is the background of this Yuling? Were it not for the leader's surname not being Yu, he might have suspected this fellow to be the leader's own son. I vehemently oppose this project. What audacity to assume responsibility for a project of national treasury caliber. I implore the leadership to halt his endeavors. Otherwise, the Ma family shall withdraw from Longwu Aviation. Upon hearing this, Li widened his eyes in shock. The Ma family, being the backbone of Longwu Aviation, had a close friendship with the elder Ma, despite having stepped back. The majority of the pillars within the field of Longwu Aviation had once been under his guidance. If the Ma family truly withdraws, it would spell considerable trouble. This is the very confidence that allows Manan to disregard others. The leader was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression turned grave. Initially, he believed it was merely youthful exuberance, but when given a taste of reality, the young man still dared to escalate matters. Just as he was about to express his anger and remind this individual who holds the reins in Longwu, the Secretary General stepped forward with a smile. Leader, since Manan is so obstinate, why not let him converse with Yuling? Both the leader and Li were momentarily stunned. Following this, the Secretary General turned his back to Manan and exchanged glances with the two. All three were seasoned tacticians, far from simple characters. They shared a tacit smile, realizing that perhaps allowing this young man to engage with Yuling would be beneficial. The Ma family has indeed grown rather presumptuous. Their increasing power has disrupted the existing equilibrium, leading to inevitable conflict with Yuling. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to enlighten them about the caliber of their opponent. A bit of youthful rivalry is preferable to facing a significant issue later on. Thus, under Ma Nan's expectant gaze, the leader dialed Yuling's number. Chapter 36. Do you know what a space station is? Hello? What is the matter, leader? I'm busy. Yuling's discontented voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Manan immediately felt a surge of anger. You're busy meddling with my materials, are you? There's a young man here who has objections to your project. Perhaps you could have a chat with him? The senior leader spoke in a teasing tone. Yuling was taken aback. A young man? Objections? What nonsense is this? Yuling pondered. By all accounts, my project is of national significance. What audacity does this young man possess to question me? Moreover, the leader's attitude was intriguing. A dandy? With formidable backing? Yuling's interest was piqued. Hello, I am Manan from the Ma family, Deputy Minister of the Aerospace Department of Longwu. A subordinate of Li Lao. A youthful voice emerged. Yuling smiled. This one is quick to flaunt his background. I am Yuling. Manan paused for a moment, hearing no further response. Quite vexed. What do you mean? You are Yuling. I've just listed a plethora of titles. At least acknowledge me. So what? Are you Yuling, and that makes you remarkable? Do you realize the chaos that casually wielding such vast resources could unleash upon other departments? Manan gritted his teeth, feeling that he had never been so patient. Were it not for the desire to leave a good impression on the senior leader, he would have erupted in anger. If that Yuling were before him, speaking in such a manner, he would surely receive a couple of slaps. Oh, Yuling chuckled even more merrily. I see, and then, he said mockingly. Manan's forehead throbbed. Immediately terminate your childish plans and return the materials before you cause significant losses to the nation. Do you know what my project entails? Yuling was taken aback, astonished that someone would deem his space station plan childish. On the other end, Manan fell silent. He glanced at Li Lao, who shook his head, indicating he was equally in the dark. I don't know. What else could it be but your laser-related technological extensions? Could it be a space station? It truly is a space station. Yuling laughed. This person is quite amusing. However, Manan did not share this sentiment. His eyes widened, his pupils quivering. How is this possible? A space station? It is indeed the dream of the Ma family for generations. Even his great-grandfather could not let go of this aspiration before passing away. Now someone claims to be in the process of constructing it? He refused to believe it. A person whose voice is not far from his own age could possibly be responsible for such a daunting project? Manan was consumed by jealousy. This Yuling must have enchanted the senior leader with flowery words. Do you know what a space station is? Spouting nonsense right here. I can't believe it. Mon interrupted in anger. Yuling frowned, glancing at the schematic of the system space. Isn't this precisely it? Quite intriguing. Isn't it? Reflecting on the earlier attitude of the senior leader, this is most likely a privileged brat. I shall just handle it accordingly. Indeed, and then what? The materials cannot be returned. I am busy, so I will hang up. With that, he was about to terminate the call. Wait, you wasteful fool. Do you truly believe you can shoulder such a colossal responsibility? Monan bellowed. Yuling found herself laughing in exasperation. How had she wasted anything? Not to mention the 3 items she had previously created, which were worth countless portions of such materials. How dare this person utter such words? Yet, unbeknownst to Yuling, the other party was utterly ignorant of the situation. What do you wish to do? The items cannot be returned, he replied with his final reserves of patience. Monan inhaled deeply, glancing at the senior leader, who remained unresponsive. Having reached this point, how could the leader not express any sentiment? Were they truly to witness Yuling squander the nation's resources? Give me a deadline. If you cannot complete it, you must cease immediately. Monan racked his brain, conjuring a means to mitigate the losses. This impetuous youth must have embarked on this endeavor without forethought, undoubtedly encountering countless obstacles along the way. If he could be given a deadline, perhaps the majority of the materials could still be salvaged. At that moment, he would be hailed as a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. All right, it can be completed in 3 months, Yuling replied, rolling her eyes and speaking with disinterest. So it was the senior leader who had sent him to probe the progress. How tedious. One had to admit, his acting was rather commendable. Upon hearing her tone, Monan felt he might suffocate from rage. Complete? What completion? 3 months? Does this person truly intend to use such precious materials merely to create a model? Not 3 months, nor 30 years could accomplish such a monumental task. Very well. If you can complete it, the Ma family shall follow you henceforth. Should you fail, do not blame me for being ungracious. Monan roared as Yuling ended the call. He panted heavily, his agitation palpable. The other 3 individuals in the room squinted their eyes and chuckled, harboring ill intentions. After hanging up, Yuling shrugged, perplexed by the outburst. Why get so worked up? However, she was not jesting about completing the space station in 3 months. In the warehouse where Yuling was situated, the previously vacant space now boasted several high-tech components. In just a few days, she had completed 8 types of parts. At this pace, 3 months would be far too generous. Yuling muttered to herself before entering the virtual space to continue her work. She discovered that her use of psychic energy was unrestricted within the virtual realm. Moreover, the new ability, Twisting Speed, could indeed be exclusively applied to her hands. Within the virtual space, Yuling's figure materialized on the open ground, her hands transforming into phantoms, occasionally emitting sparks. The intricate components before her quickly took shape. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Nation's Aerospace Research Institute, the external design of the spacecraft was complete. The engine had achieved a breakthrough. Its power surpassed that of the most advanced aviation engine by 50%. How marvelous! With this newfound motivation, we are poised to equip ourselves with heavy weaponry. Every ounce of thrust from the spacecraft is invaluable, and each increment of payload must be meticulously controlled. Remarkably, they have achieved a breakthrough of 50%. This accomplishment is destined to be etched into the annals of human history. The scientists from all allied nations are abuzz with excitement. Those fools from Albert's faction have foolishly forsaken the Eagle Nation to join the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, they might have shared in this glory. Contemplating this, the researchers resolved to announce their breakthrough on the international forum, hoping to incite regret among Albert and his associates. However, unbeknownst to them, such announcements would go unseen, for the scientists who joined the Dragon Nation were currently entangled in a fervent struggle. Please, just let us work for another 2 hours. I am on the brink of completing the 125th component of the nuclear power device. They pleaded, desperately clinging to their tasks. Let go of me. I cannot abandon my work. The expressions of the laboratory security personnel darkened. If it weren't for the fear of you collapsing here and costing me my bonus, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Drag them away and restrain them to their beds. They shall not be released until they have slept for a full 12 hours. The captain commanded his subordinates to remove the ruckus makers. Their anguished cries echoed throughout the laboratory, drawing curious glances from next door. What are they doing? It's merely a third-tier component. Such commotion. If they were to witness the core parts, they might very well ascend to the heavens. Speaking of which, who designed this contraption? Why mimic the Emperor's technology in such a gamified manner, laden with addictive mechanisms? Honestly, every time I use my ID card to log research progress, I instinctively search for a recharge window. The designer of this system is truly remarkable. It is no wonder that the foreigners are so captivated. After sharing a few chuckles, the team returned to their respective laboratories, diving back into their arduous work. Addiction? Who among them is not similarly ensnared? They could not allow a handful of foreigners to surpass them. Work, work, work. Chapter 37. The announcement of power armor deployment. 2 months have elapsed. The power armor has been fully assembled. Within the Emperor's Research Institute, a researcher exclaimed. Old Guan breathed a sigh of relief. He never anticipated that it would take this long to complete. Fortunately, he had not betrayed Yuling's trust and had fulfilled his promise of assembling 100 units of power armor within 3 months. Thank you all for your hard work. Let us take a moment to rest, Old Guan said, beaming with joy. No, Old Guan, we can continue. They replied enthusiastically. Indeed, we are not fatigued. Let us press on. The researchers were all aflame with excitement. The prospect of continuous learning and self-improvement made them reluctant to leave their posts. Haha, I am looking out for your best interests. Take a break while team leader Yuling is still occupied. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? I'll let you in on a little secret. This time, the team leader has taken on quite a significant endeavor, Old Guan chuckled, reminiscing about his own youthful obsession with research. The others gasped in astonishment. The team leader is truly remarkable. They had yet to fully grasp the previous developments. And now the team leader was embarking on new innovations? Moreover, judging by Old Guan's tone, this new project was likely extraordinary, possibly even surpassing prior works. The thought of embarking on a new journey filled the researchers with joy, yet a tinge of apprehension lurked beneath the surface. The prospect of delving into a plethora of daunting theories and cutting-edge technologies made even the most fervent researchers shudder. How about we take a 2-day break? Suggested one. The others readily agreed. The military swiftly took possession of the assembled power armors, leaving 12 units for the guards of the Emperor's Research Institute. The remaining units would be deployed across various military districts. This is unacceptable. The 8th Group Army has received 5 more units than we have. How can we tolerate this? One officer exclaimed. This is outrageous. We should at least receive 2 additional units for the 6th Group Army. Enough. We agreed on the allocation for the exercises. Accept the terms. Suddenly, someone noticed something. Oh no, I refuse to accept this. Why does one research institute get 12 units? Another officer protested. The Northern Army only received 10. In the military, generals were red-faced as they argued over the allocation of power armors, glaring at the Secretary General. What audacity for a research institute to usurp our resources. Do they dare to challenge us? Cough, cough. This is the Emperor's Research Institute, led by Mr. Yuling. The power armors are designated for his guard, the Secretary General interjected, clearing his throat. A hush fell over the room. By now, news of Yuling had become less clandestine. Generals of their rank were aware that he was the inventor of the power armor and the head of the most prestigious research institute in Manhwa. Who cares who he is? My question is 12 units sufficient? If not, I am willing to relinquish 2 units to Mr. Yuling, one general retorted. Cough, cough, cough. I echo that sentiment. I have no ulterior motives. I am merely concerned for Mr. Yuling's safety. Is the esteemed guard still in need of personnel? I have a few remarkable individuals here, idly awaiting a purpose. The Secretary General gazed in silence at the swiftly changing expressions of the generals. These men laughed heartily, unaffected by the disdainful glances from the Secretary General. Surely, one could distinguish between a hearty meal and a feast fit for royalty. If Yuling were to discover their clandestine scheming against him, he might lament the day he invented equipment that was denied to certain military factions. They harbored no doubt that Yuling's words carried significant weight. If said equipment were withheld from their own forces, the leaders would genuinely do so. Once the armored units were allocated, They were swiftly dispatched to various locations, and the drivers commenced their training. Simultaneously, Long Nation announced the official deployment of the first batch of powered armor, sending shockwaves through the international community. In an instant, global opinion surged. Could it be true? Long Nation had suddenly deployed 100 powered armors? Was this not the pinnacle of high technology that could not be mass-produced? How could Long Nation manage such a feat? What on earth is our country doing? How infuriating. The powered armor is so impressive. I cannot help but envy it. Long Nation is exceedingly selfish for not disclosing this technology. We, the Cherry Blossom Nation, shall not yield. In stark contrast to the online discourse, the atmosphere in the Eagle Nation's parliament was somber. The announcement of Long Nation's powered armor deployment had caused their currency value to rise by 5 points. This cannot continue. We must unveil news of our spacecraft to temper Long Nation's audacity. The legislators swiftly reached a consensus. By revealing a portion of the spacecraft's details, they believed they could stabilize public sentiment. Soon, the media began reporting from the Eagle Nation's base, showcasing the spacecraft and its potential heavy weaponry. In no time, international discourse took a dramatic turn. Ha ha ha. Once again, we, the Eagle Nation, reign supreme. What does Long Nation possess that is so remarkable? Powered armor? It is only fit for gazing up at our spacecraft from the ground. A word of caution to Long Nation: behave yourselves, or face the consequences of our spacecraft's might. Powered armor is impressive? Can it soar into the cosmos? Indeed, from now on, when conversing with us, the Eagle Nation, be courteous. The netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation, witnessing this, also rose to voice their opinions. The Eagle Emperor is magnificent. In success, do not forget your humble allies. Long Nation pales in comparison to the Eagle Nation. Recently, the people of Long Nation have been rather boastful. Now, they must contend with the reality of their situation, no longer able to revel in their triumph. Did they truly believe the powered armor was invincible? Apologies, the Eagle Nation has spacecraft capable of delivering a decisive blow. Yet, the netizens of Long Nation refuse to concede defeat. What is so remarkable? A mere spacecraft? We can achieve that too. Have they forgotten how they were previously humbled? Their memories seem to have faded entirely. Trust in our nation. We shall surely prevail over these lesser adversaries. But let us not celebrate too soon, lest we encounter misfortune in our joy. The netizens began engaging in fierce debates on international platforms, unwilling to lose momentum. Nevertheless, a lingering concern resided within them. For the safety of space is of utmost importance. No one wishes to have a sword suspended above their head, uncertain when it might fall. Just as the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were engulfed in trepidation, Yu Ling emerged from seclusion. He pushed open the door of the warehouse and gazed at the long-missed sun, exhaling deeply. At last, it was accomplished. The next step involved assembly, a task that could not be accomplished alone. It necessitated substantial machinery, such as cranes and the like. "Commander, are there new components to transport?" a soldier inquired as he rushed over upon seeing Yu Ling's exit. During this period, they had occasionally retrieved various parts from the warehouse, all of which were shrouded in mystery, the methods of their creation unknown to them. Yet, no one dared to inquire further. They were bound by confidentiality agreements. Moreover, as soldiers, their foremost duty was to obey orders without the need for excessive knowledge. "Yes, this is the final batch," Yu Ling replied with a smile. Even he, after months of intense labor, felt the strain. Physically unburdened, yet psychologically, he was somewhat troubled. The materials had already been transported, and it would take several days for the assembly equipment to be ready. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to rest for a while. Soon, the components would be completed and launched into space, achieving the final integration of the space station. Yu Ling eagerly anticipated the profound impact the emergence of the space station would have on the blue planet. Chapter 38. Launching the space station. Just as Yu Ling was contemplating a brief respite, the Eagle Nation convened a press conference, announcing a live broadcast of the spacecraft launch, which garnered significant attention from Hong Kong University. In the assembly, the legislators anxiously gazed at the live feed before them. Should the launch succeed, we would undoubtedly possess the means to counteract the Dragon Nation. The fate of this endeavor hinges upon this singular moment. There can be no doubt. What is the Dragon Nation's reaction? Someone suddenly inquired. The others were momentarily taken aback. It seemed there was no response at all. The legislators furrowed their brows. What could be amiss with the Dragon Nation? Did they not realize that a successful launch would enable us to establish supremacy in the realm of space, rendering their prior efforts futile? Yet, it would be inaccurate to deem their endeavors entirely wasted. Their power armor still reigns supreme on the terrestrial battlefield. This must be the case. Undoubtedly, the Dragon Nation, emboldened by the strength of their power armor, felt they could dismiss the prowess of our space weaponry. Just wait. We shall show you. The legislators smirked. Clearly, the Dragon Nation underestimated us. They would come to regret this oversight. Colleagues, there are matters that I feel compelled to bring to your attention, one of the counselors interjected. Staff members entered, distributing documentation to each legislator. As they perused the contents, their breaths quickened. Is this for real? Someone gasped. What had they discovered? An analysis of the recent changes within the Dragon Nation, too astonishing to comprehend. Explosions at schools, followed by advancements in laser cannon technology, fire drills, and then the subsequent publication of a thesis by the Emperor. All signs pointed towards a singular individual. Are you suggesting that all the transformations within the Dragon Nation stem from this person named Yuling? All eyes fixated intensely on the counselor. Indeed, Yuling previously resided in the very community where the fire drills were conducted. We have been misled. There were no school explosions. No drills. These were merely ruses to obscure the existence of this man. The counselor sighed. It was indeed unexpected. Who could have anticipated that such monumental shifts within the Dragon Nation could be orchestrated by a single individual? Yet, it was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Nation have surged ahead of all other countries without any prior indication? Thus, we must devise a means to capture this individual, for by doing so, we could acquire all that the Dragon Nation currently possesses. Failing that, eliminating him would suffice to stifle their continued advancement. So it was this man who was behind it all. The legislators widened their eyes, their gazes glinting with menace. I concur with this assessment. It is absurd that the Dragon Nation has been so negligent in safeguarding such intelligence. Our people will soon uncover the slightest trace. And it shan't be long before we locate this man. The counselor grinned, unable to fathom why, if the Eagle Nation had such a genius, they would not sequester him within a military fortress. The Dragon Nation had been astonishingly careless. Is it the rapid advancement that has rendered them arrogant? Do they truly believe that possessing powered armor guarantees their invulnerability? He shall undoubtedly make the Dragon Kingdom aware of the grave repercussions of negligence. At that moment, capturing this Yuling will surely drive the Dragon Kingdom to madness. Instantly, the confidence of the legislators surged. Meanwhile, the spaceship's launch entered its countdown phase. 10, 9, 8, 7. The screen displayed the craft belching forth immense flames as the colossal vessel ascended into the sky. The legislators gazed intently, their anxiety palpable. This was a spaceship collaboratively crafted by allied nations, a monumental financial undertaking that amalgamated the pinnacle of contemporary technological prowess. Should it fail to ascend, it would deliver a significant blow to both the Alliance and the Eagle Nation itself. Soon, the spaceship breached the troposphere, entering the stratosphere, followed by the escape layer. It was on the cusp of transcending the outer atmosphere. The legislators were elated, for until now, the spacecraft remained remarkably stable, exhibiting no malfunctions whatsoever. In no time, the vessel surpassed the atmospheric confines, venturing into interstellar space. We have triumphed. How splendid! Ha ha! Long live the Eagle Nation! The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. With this, they could finally contend with the Dragon Kingdom. The spaceship entered its predetermined orbit, initiating preparations. In 5 days, it would embark on its journey. Soaring over the skies of the Dragon Kingdom, laughter erupted among the legislators. Once the spaceship occupied the Dragon Kingdom's orbital space, it could hover perpetually above them, poised to impose sanctions at any moment. Meanwhile, the launch base where Yuling was located was equally bustling. Unlike the Eagle Nation, there were no media reports here. Everything transpired in secrecy. Although the launch would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion that could not be concealed, by the time the nations reacted, the space station would already be assembled. At that point, words would be futile. Yuling gazed at the numerous colossal launchers in the distance. As the countdown for the launch commenced, soon, a thunderous roar resonated. remarkably swift. The technician overseeing the launch widened his eyes in astonishment. Having participated in over 20 launches, he had never witnessed a rocket ascend with such speed. The sight of multiple enormous spacecraft ascending simultaneously was breathtaking. Their passage through the atmosphere was astonishingly seamless. Everything unfolding so smoothly, it seemed surreal. All spacecraft entered interstellar space. The host spoke with trembling anticipation. Before he could fully comprehend, the spacecraft had already breached the atmosphere, reaching its designated orbit. When did launching a spacecraft become such a straightforward endeavor? As for malfunctions, non-existent. Throughout the flight, there was not even a hint of turbulence. It felt as though he was not presiding over a launch ceremony, but rather leisurely cruising in his own vehicle through a park. "It has begun," Yuling remarked. Indeed. On the screen, the components of the space station, suspended in the void, began to morph and unfold. They commenced their movement. Successful docking. The space station commenced operations. The space elevator activated. The ecological system was functioning flawlessly. Oxygen production commenced. The artificial gravity system has been initiated. At the launch monitoring site, all present were left in astonishment. Not a single flaw had emerged. Every function operated flawlessly. This revelation filled them with sheer amazement. They were all brimming with excitement. Save for Yuling, who maintained an air of calm composure. The crowd gazed at him with reverence. In a corner, Manan also bore an expression of exhilaration. Could it be that they had truly succeeded? Initially, when the leadership summoned him to the launch ceremony, he had assumed it was a jest. To his surprise, the success was indeed real. Observing the seamless operation of the space station's myriad functions, humanity was on the brink of liberating itself from its home planet, poised to thrive in the vastness of outer space. This realization left him utterly astounded. Yet, alongside his astonishment, a wave of doubt began to wash over him. How had Yuling managed to achieve this in mere months? No, that was not correct. This was clearly a secret beyond his grasp. In comparison to the undeniable success of the space station, such musings seemed trivial. Chapter 39. Behold, it truly is an explosion. I apologize. I was overly arrogant before. Upon seeing Yuling emerge from the throng, Manan immediately approached him. Moments ago, Yuling had been surrounded by the crowd, unable to voice a word. Yuling halted, his expression neutral as he regarded the young man before him. Manan felt a surge of excitement. Although the space station was a cherished aspiration of the Ma family, a dying wish of his great-grandfather, they were all well aware that it was beyond their reach for generations. Yet now, Yuling had accomplished it, regardless of the journey taken. This individual was deserving of their admiration. I was in the wrong. I should not have spoken in that manner. My father chastised me severely once he learned of it. At that moment, in a fit of impulsiveness, I declared that the Ma family would only heed your lead. I may not be able to take charge at present, but I will fulfill that promise in the future. Manan spoke bashfully, recalling his father's reprimand. I am not dead yet. Do you think the Ma family is yours to command? Unfilial son. Then came a round of harsh punishment. Old Guan observed from a distance. He was familiar with this young man, knowing he possessed certain abilities but had been spoiled. However, he was not inherently bad. Furthermore, his family's power had grown substantial enough to attract attention from higher authorities. If Yuling could provide a wake-up call, fostering a harmonious relationship in the future would be ideal. If the Ma family could transform under this young man's guidance, avoiding the abyss of decline, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Old Guan watched this youthful scene with a sense of contentment. Ah, to be young is truly wonderful. Yuling was momentarily taken aback, observing the bashful demeanor of this sunny youth. One might mistakenly think he was confessing his feelings. Who are you? Manan replied. I am Manan, the Ma family's Manan, Deputy Minister of the Aviation Department. He declared dramatically. Is this a joke? You don't remember me? Could it truly be? Manan pondered over the past few months, consumed with thoughts of how to salvage his own failures concerning Yuling, reflecting on his previous words. He realized with embarrassment that the other party indeed did not recall him. What does that make me? Am I being overly sentimental? How awkward. I could just as well dig a hole and hide. Yuling furrowed his brow, as if recalling something. He had been so engrossed in strategizing the blueprints for the space station, inundated with an overwhelming amount of information, that it was understandable to overlook trivial matters. Just as he contemplated delving deeper into his memories, a notification sound from the system rang out. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Gene level elevated. Psychic level increased. New blueprints unlocked. Please make your selection. Yuling grinned widely. I apologize. I tend to be quite busy, so I may forget minor details. I have matters to attend to. Let us converse another time. With that, he brushed past the fervent youth and strolled outside. Monan gaped, clenching his fists. He lowered his head, concealing his face in the shadows. What does this person mean? Was that smile a mockery of him? How infuriating. I truly despise him. The shock and fleeting admiration brought forth by Yuling's abilities have vanished without a trace. I will surpass you. Monan shouted in a fit of anger towards Yuling's already distant figure. The latter seemed oblivious to his outburst. Meanwhile, the others in the room gazed at each other in confusion. What is happening? Elder Guan, who had witnessed the entire scene, stood with his mouth agape, astonished at Yuling's retreating silhouette. Is this fellow truly oblivious? Even he, as an outsider, could discern the tension between the two, yet the involved party appeared entirely forgetful. Elder Guan realized that Yuling might be somewhat slow on the uptake in certain aspects. He intended to comfort Monan, whose grandfather was a peer in research and shared a cordial relationship with him. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of Monan, tears streaming down his face. He clenched his teeth, repeatedly wiping away his tears. Having been lauded as a genius throughout his life, he had always been the center of attention. When had he ever endured such humiliation? It felt akin to walking down the street, always approached by girls, only for him to dismiss them with indifference. Yet, on the rare occasion he showed interest in a girl, she would coldly turn away. The emotional blow was too profound to convey to others. As Monan felt the weight of increasingly curious gazes upon him, he could no longer bear it and fled. Covering his face, Elder Guan's outstretched hand froze midair. This is disastrous. He has irreparably offended him. I hope this child won't bear psychological scars from this. After Yuling exited, he paused in confusion for a moment. There seemed to be a faint impression, but he brushed it aside. Instead, he promptly accessed his system to examine any changes on his panel. Name: Yuling. Age: 28. Remaining lifespan: 1,100 years. Gene level: Cosmic level 4 Citizen 2. Next level: Cosmic level 5 Citizen. Psychoenergy level: Epsilon level 2. Ability to manifest psychoenergy. Imperial Knowledge Treasury Unlock Permission. 5 psychoenergy abilities. Mimicry Twisted Speed Reputation. Director of the Dragon Kingdom Emperor Research Institute. The Blue Phantom, the mysterious scientific emperor, creator of the space station, reputation value 52,000. Yuling scrutinized the psychoenergy section of his panel, lingering on the new level before hastily departing. This urgency stemmed from a troubling issue with his internal psychoenergy. The sudden surge was overwhelming, and he struggled to maintain control. Yuling felt an impulsive urge to erupt. He sensed that remaining in the vicinity might endanger those around him, potentially leading to their demise. Without delay, he sought a sealed research chamber at the launch base and locked himself inside. With a resounding crash, the room descended into chaos. Various devices and instruments were distorted, and shards of glass littered the floor. Yuling breathed a sigh of relief as he surveyed the surroundings. Thankfully, he had acted swiftly to distance himself from the crowd. Otherwise, with such force, the area might have been transformed into a hellscape. The atmosphere still resonated with intense psychoenergy fluctuations, comparable to high-intensity nuclear radiation. After the initial loss of control, Yuling now fully mastered the psychoenergy within him. He attempted to erase the influence. After several seconds, he finally succeeded. What transpired? At that moment, the guards arrived. They opened the door and halted upon seeing Yuling, lowering their weapons to inquire. My mistake led to an explosion, Yuling explained. The guards stared at him with wide eyes, speechless. Do you take us for fools? Does this appear to be the result of an explosion? The twisted and bizarre equipment on the floor belied his claim. Yuling offered no words, silently stepping outside and retrieving a timed bomb. As a researcher, isn't it quite normal to carry 2 bombs crafted during moments of boredom? He simply pressed a button, tossed it inside, and with a resounding bang, shut the door. A tremor shook the ground, followed by the blaring alarms of the entire launch base. See, it truly was an explosion, Yuling remarked nonchalantly. The guards looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 40. Aspiring to relocate to the space station 2 hours later. So what is the situation? Yuling sat comfortably in a chair, facing a group of prominent figures from the Dragon Nation. Many were seeing Yuling for the first time, their curiosity evident in their scrutinizing gazes. What else could it be? It's merely a matter of setting off a bomb, Yuling replied nonchalantly. The senior leaders were left speechless. They had just been discussing the operations of the space station, anxiously monitoring the activation of various systems, fearful of any potential issues. While calibrating the space elevator, they suddenly realized that Yuling was missing. Then came a tremendous explosion that nearly terrified them to death, fearing that something had happened to him. As it turned out, he had merely gone off to set off firecrackers. Thank goodness he is unharmed, but the subsequent inspections and maintenance of the space station are not yet complete. You must not wander off, one of the senior leaders said with resignation. It's just a laboratory. If Yuling wishes to dismantle this launch facility, so be it. Oh, then I shall go, Yuling responded, rising to head towards the monitoring room of the launch center. Sir, about that laboratory. The secretary hesitated to speak. The others exchanged knowing glances. They had all heard the guards' reports regarding the state of the laboratory before Yuling had tossed the bomb inside. This fellow harbored secrets. Ahem. Let us not delve too deeply into this matter. Let us just consider it as though it never occurred. The laboratory was simply demolished, the senior leader asserted, his gaze resolute as it swept across the faces of those present. For a brief moment, everyone was taken aback, then they nodded in agreement. Indeed, given Yuling's significance, as long as he posed no threat to national security, what could strange experiments possibly matter? Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation, conducting final adjustments on their spacecraft, had also caught wind of the Dragon Nation's activities. Each nation possessed its satellites. It was impossible not to capture images of the numerous flying vehicles launching from the Dragon Nation's position. What has the Dragon Nation launched? One member of Parliament queried, holding a blurred satellite photograph. The image depicted several objects spewing flames, their specifics obscured. What else could it be? Merely rockets, came the response. The Dragon Nation was in a panic, having previously feigned indifference to their spacecraft launches. Huh, and now they can't sit still? The Parliament members laughed. Do they think that by launching a few more rockets and satellites, they can rival our spacecraft? The Parliament members wore expressions of triumph. The Dragon Nation had miscalculated. When the spacecraft soared over the Dragon Nation, it would be amusing to see their expressions upon witnessing the massive vessels. The Parliament members eagerly anticipated this moment. Having endured numerous pressures from the Dragon Nation, they were fed up. They envisioned their spacecraft shooting down all of the Dragon Nation satellites, rendering them satellite-less in the future. Indeed, let us take them all down. This way, they will be too hesitant to act and will have no choice but to surrender all their powered armor technology. In this age of information, without satellites, the Dragon Nation would find itself blind and powerless. What does it matter how powerful the ground forces are? They can only passively endure the blows. The spacecraft is calibrated and ready to embark. Excellent. Let us proceed immediately to the skies above the Dragon Nation. The legislators were filled with exhilaration. At that moment, Yuling had also completed the adjustments to the space station, with all data normal and without any issues. What? You intend to relocate to the space station? The senior leader looked on in astonishment. He gazed at Yuling, who had returned shortly after their last meeting, and was instantly captivated by her words. Indeed, the subsequent tasks must be conducted in a weightless environment. Yuling nodded affirmatively. Isn't that too dangerous? The space station has only just been launched. Wouldn't it be prudent to wait a little while? The senior leader hesitated. Both the Dragon Nation and other countries had experienced cases where satellites, after a period of normal operation, suddenly encountered issues. In the vacuum of space, even a minor problem could have grave consequences. Yuling understood the leader's concerns. Trust in my expertise. Since the space station has been activated, it will encounter no issues. The senior leader grimaced. He was well aware of Yuling's exceptional technical skills. However, this was not merely a technical issue. I fear interference from other nations. They're already aware of your presence. If they discover you are on the space station, they may act covertly. No problem. If they dare to come, it will provide an excellent opportunity to test the space station's defensive weaponry, Yuling interjected decisively. This space station is not merely a habitat. There is an undeniable aura of aggression in its design. Everything seems constructed for the purpose of warfare. Thus, the firepower of this station should not be underestimated. Though it was only the most basic version, there remained vast potential for upgrades, and even in its current state, it was formidable. A region's resources shape its unique culture. And Yuling speculated that her imperial system might originate from a civilization steeped in conflict. The senior leader's lips twitched. He almost forgot about the space station's terrifying firepower systems. Yet, even so, it was a considerable dilemma for him to allow Yuling to ascend. After all, the space station had only just launched, and the military forces of the Dragon Nation were grounded. If any issues arose, they would be unable to support Yuling. It was a source of great unease. Observing the leader's apprehension, Yuling hesitated momentarily. I will next construct a sublight-speed spacecraft for the purpose of extracting resources from surrounding planets. The construction of large vessels must occur in a weightless environment. Subsequently, we will require numerous space stations as relay supply points to form a network, facilitating our operations to more distant planets. Yuling shared her vision. Many of the materials needed for the subsequent phases were not available on Blue Planet. To continue advancing along her evolutionary path, venturing into the sea of stars was imperative. The senior leader's eyes widened in shock as he listened to Yuling articulate the formation of a network of space stations. If successful, it would not only transform the Dragon Nation but rather, the Blue Star could command the resources of all nearby planets. His breath quickened. While it might be inhospitable for humanity, the resources on those planets far surpassed anything the Blue Star could offer. Once these celestial bodies could be transformed into a repository of resources, the leader could scarcely fathom the grandeur that would ensue. Wait, a sublight spacecraft? Suddenly, he realized he had overlooked something crucial. Yuling nodded. Indeed, it was a starship capable of traveling at nearly the speed of light. The leader stood up abruptly, his mouth agape as he gazed at Yuling. This revelation was profoundly shocking, rivaling the astonishment of utilizing space stations as transfer points to control the resources of surrounding planets. For comparison, a rocket currently takes about 7 days to land on the moon. With sublight speed, it would require less than 2 minutes. Chapter 41, The Space Elevator. Ascending in place, the leader stood, pacing with palpable excitement. If Yuling's proposition involved utilizing a faster-than-light spacecraft for resource extraction, then the concept of employing a space station as a transit hub transformed entirely. With such a spacecraft, the planets surrounding Blue Star would render a transit station utterly unnecessary. Thus, was Yuling's envisioned space station network merely a transitory system for the Milky Way? The leader inhaled sharply, gazing intently at the young man before him. Such ambition, to aspire to conquer the Milky Way? Yet, it did not seem entirely implausible. If Yuling could indeed develop that faster-than-light spacecraft, combined with the current space station technology, the plan could be realized. Excellent. Go ahead. We shall support you wholeheartedly. The leader finally resolved to take action. A man who seeks to conquer the Milky Way would never gamble with his own life. Since he wished to work at the space station, he must possess his own confidence. This choice undoubtedly held its necessity. Yuling twitched the corner of his mouth. Please, do not misunderstand. This network will not be easily constructed. It might take several centuries to fully materialize. He clarified, wanting to prevent any feelings of disillusionment later on. I understand. But it is ultimately feasible, isn't it? The leader replied with utmost seriousness. Yuling pondered for a moment, then nodded. It was indeed feasible. Subsequently, the two discussed the details, and the leader printed Yuling's plan on official documents. Thus, it transformed from a mere conceptual idea articulated by Yuling into a tangible objective for the Dragon Nation's future. After bidding farewell to the leader, Yuling returned to his Imperial Research Institute, where everyone awaited him with eager eyes. Uncle, are we really going to the space station? Li Chen asked, anxiety evident on his face. The others shared the same sentiment. Yuling nodded affirmatively. It is true. Fantastic. Haha. I never imagined that one day I would conduct research in space. All thanks to team leader Yuling. How cool. The crowd erupted in cheers. Yuling was somewhat taken aback. He had expected opposition to his announcement regarding relocating the Imperial Research Institute to the space station. Elder Guan approached with a smile, quickly discerning Yuling's thoughts from his expression. We are all researchers, driven by an insatiable curiosity to explore the unknown. The opportunity to conduct research in space is undeniably exhilarating. The elder's face radiated joy, yet a fleeting shadow of regret crossed his eyes. If only he were 20 years younger. Although he appeared fit for his age, he was acutely aware of his own physical limitations. He longed to witness more, the evolution of the Dragon Nation and humanity under Yuling's guidance. Concerning the space station network plan, Yuling had briefly discussed it with Elder Guan while strategizing over the blueprints for the space station. He was the first to learn of Yuling's intentions, thus harboring great anticipation. Since there are no objections, let us make preparations. We shall depart in 3 hours, Yuling announced. He discerned the sense of loss in Elder Guan, uncertain about when the formula for the genetic potion would be ready for mass production. He pondered whether the system possessed any enigmatic devices akin to a black box concerning genetics. If such devices existed, elevating the average lifespan of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to 300 years would be entirely feasible. Upon hearing that they would set off in 3 hours, the crowd fell silent, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. Was this not rather hasty? They had not even bid farewell to their families. Director, is this not a bit too urgent? One researcher hesitantly inquired. Yuling, momentarily puzzled, soon grasped their apprehensions. These individuals presumed they were embarking on a journey to a distant locale, believing that once they reached the space station, returning home would be a formidable challenge, possibly taking many years. There is no need for such trepidation. With the space elevator, it takes less than 3 minutes to ascend. There is no cause for dramatic farewells. You can descend at any moment you desire, Yuling elucidated. As a fully developed space station, the presence of a space elevator was a given. Had it not been for the fact that his sublight speed spacecraft was still under development, even 3 minutes would be unnecessary. Once upgraded to sublight speed, the ascent and descent would transpire in the blink of an eye. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, gazing at Yuling with blank expressions, their minds momentarily void of thought. 3 minutes? Even Elder Guan trembled at the notion. The construction and assembly of the space station had been solely managed by Yuling, with their participation being minimal. They were aware of many of the station's functionalities, yet were entirely oblivious to the specific data and effects. Thus, upon learning of the astonishing convenience of the space elevator, they felt their minds struggling to comprehend. Indeed, in just 3 minutes, you need not reside on the station. You can comfortably stay at home, have breakfast, and then head to work, Yuling remarked with a smile. Although the space elevator consumed considerable energy, the availability of portable nuclear power alleviated any concerns. Furthermore, Blue Planet was not overly distant from the sun in the future. Harnessing solar energy would be effortless. This is untenable. This is simply too extravagant, one member exclaimed. Indeed, Director Yuling, we do not require daily commutes, another added. Yes, being able to descend once a month to see our families would suffice, the team members agreed, their panic evident. The thought of daily commutes via the space elevator was too much for them to bear. Very well, let us gather our belongings, Yuling declared before making his way toward his laboratory. As before, a colossal black box followed closely behind him. Besides the workstation, he had little else to take. The military's black box factory had already been reclaimed by the system, awaiting projection at the space station. Yuling settled in the hall, awaiting his team members. He opened the system's blueprints. Sublight speed spacecraft required prestige for unlocking. 60,000. Yuling sighed. Although his prestige had been steadily increasing, it remained insufficient. Once everything was organized, after the Imperial Research Institute settled into the space station, Yuling intended to publicize the existence of the space station within the Dragon Kingdom. In due time, as the creator, my renown is bound to soar. Team leader, we are ready. It wasn't long before a multitude gathered before Yuling. They proceeded outside. In the open area in front of the research building lay a substantial pile of packaged equipment. 12 warriors clad in powered armor stood guard around them. Yuling noticed that the Thunder No. 1, which he had piloted, was among the assemblage. After some modifications, Would it be feasible to utilize it in a cosmic environment? Perhaps a trial could be conducted once the sublight spacecraft was completed. Yuling retrieved a device and began to manipulate it. Position calibration. Spatial positioning. Formation of the space elevator channel underway. Suddenly, a colossal beam of blue light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire laboratory building. Verifying access permissions. Yuling granted permissions to all team members and himself, followed by the items in the open space. Thus, apart from them in the equipment, no other entities would be transported to the space station. Wait, I'm flying. I seem to have a fear of heights. Panic ensued among the crowd. They had not anticipated that the so-called space elevator would unfold in such a manner. This was not at all what they had envisioned, typically. An elevator should encompass a sealed space, shouldn't it? What is this levitation in place all about? Chapter 42, Distress in Front of the Research Institute. As people gradually ascended into the air, they suddenly accelerated. To the onlookers, they transformed into mere shadows, soaring swiftly into the sky, continuously ascending. However, for Yuling and the other insiders, they felt little change within themselves. How fascinating. Indeed, despite such a high acceleration, why do I feel no sensation of weightlessness at all? What is the underlying principle? The researchers, momentarily forgetting their fears, delved directly into their studies. Before long, the group arrived at the space station. The entrance to the space elevator was a vast platform at the center of the station. Once fully deployed, the space station was as large as 2 football fields. Encasing it was a thin, spherical membrane, much like the atmosphere of the blue planet, designed to shield against harmful cosmic rays. Yuling called upon everyone to transport their equipment to their designated work areas. He then received the personal information from the Blue Planet's Research Institute and granted them access permissions. Here are your ID cards. Keep them safe. Although facial recognition is available, it is always safer to use your own ID cards when entering the private domains of each research group. Yuling then arrived at his own designated area. Leaving ample space for himself, he first projected the black box factory and then unfolded the workbench. With the black box factory in place, this universal workbench became somewhat redundant. No wonder there were no more advanced blueprints available in the system. Yuling chuckled to himself, realizing that this was already sufficient. He proceeded to load the knowledge module for the sublight speed spacecraft. As he spoke, he felt a heaviness in his mind as an overwhelming stream of information began to flood in. It felt as though he were dreaming, observing from a detached perspective. Though uncomfortable, he pressed on, protected by the system. This was the advantage of entrusting his mind to the system. He was shielded from mental strain. The construction of the sublight speed spacecraft was not dissimilar to the components of the space station. The first order of business was to finalize the armor shell. He printed out all the necessary materials and sent them to the Secretary General of the Dragon Nation. Since discovering that he needed to follow procedures for his requests, Yuling had retained the Secretary General's contact information, sparing himself the trouble of having to ask the old man to run errands. Upon receiving the message, the Secretary General quickly replied, "Got it. I will have it sorted within a week." After sending the message to Yuling, he promptly set off. The higher-ups had elevated Yuling's research priority to the utmost level. Everything must yield to Yuling's research, even if it meant making sacrifices elsewhere. The Secretary General was unaware of the specifics, but one thing was clear: Yuling's research was of paramount importance. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. Although he did not know the exact purpose behind Yuling's request for these materials, the mere existence of the space station above was already sufficient for the Dragon Nation to support him wholeheartedly. This is indeed a product of a new era with it. Interstellar migration for humanity has become a reality. He hurriedly began to gather materials for Yuling. Meanwhile, the Parliament of the Eagle Nation was once again engulfed in tension. They had received reports of images depicting individuals ascending into the sky during daylight in the Dragon Nation. What could this possibly mean? A series of images played on the screens before the legislators. A group of people slowly ascended, then vanished into thin air. The legislators remained silent for an extended period. What new technological breakthrough could this be? The others turned to the speaker, who remained silent, their gazes akin to that of someone observing a fool. What technological advancement could permit a person to ascend from the ground? Was there a possibility that this was merely a smokescreen released by the Dragon Nation? a distinguished individual hesitantly remarked. The others appeared to grasp the implication. Indeed, the Dragon Nation was aware that they had launched their spacecraft. It was not difficult to surmise that the Dragon Nation would likely send their spacecraft to hover above them, threatening their space security. This is bad. Accelerate the spacecraft's progress. Someone exclaimed, as if they had just realized something. Considering the recent simultaneous launch of numerous rockets by the Dragon Nation, there must be some countermeasure in place to address the threat posed by the spacecraft. Otherwise, why would they release such a smokescreen? It seemed that the Dragon Nation was genuinely panicking. Otherwise, why resort to such primitive tactics? No matter what schemes they employ. They are but a joke in the face of absolute strength, the legislators scoffed. How is the spacecraft operating? All systems are functioning normally. Nations across the globe are eagerly anticipating the spacecraft's progress, a member from an allied nation remarked with a smile. The legislators began to feel a sense of pride. This was a plan spearheaded by the Eagle Nation. Now that results had emerged and were awaited by the people of various nations, it would undoubtedly be credited to the Eagle Nation. Reflecting on their recent international standing being continuously undermined by the Dragon Nation, the legislators quickly reached a resolution. Let us broadcast the spacecraft's mission progress through the media, allowing the citizens of each nation to regain faith in us. Someone proposed. The others deliberated and deemed it feasible. This way, they could certainly diminish the influence of the Dragon Nation. In a short time, the status of the Dragon Nation had risen repeatedly, rendering their currency nearly worthless. They had no idea of the extent of their losses. If they could broadcast footage of the destruction of the Dragon Nation's satellites, it would surely help them recover their losses. Agreed. All were in consensus. Subsequently, international media from various nations sprang into action. They witnessed their country-named spacecraft advancing majestically through space, heading towards the Dragon Nation. Everyone erupted in excitement. The Dragon Nation was in dire straits now. Let us see how they remain proud now. Without satellites, the Dragon Nation would be blind. In an instant, this ignited fervent discussions among netizens across nations. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation received news. The Eagle Nation and some allied nations had indeed begun to stir up trouble. Merely a farcical gesture. They shall soon comprehend the gravity of the situation. That fellow Yuling is indeed a ruthless killer. I hope these individuals possess a modicum of wisdom and refrain from resorting to violence, for the ensuing public opinion could prove rather troublesome. The higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom exchanged a few remarks before ceasing further discussion. They were preoccupied with matters of greater significance, lacking the luxury to attend to such trivialities. Take, for instance, the current policy promoting an increase in births. How can they convince the populace that they are not jesting? The leaders were beset by their quandaries. Should the Dragon Kingdom embark upon the Interstellar era, it would undoubtedly face a severe population deficit. Previously, the limitations of resources on Blue Star necessitated population control to ensure the quality of life. Without restraint, even in modern times, food scarcity would soon lead to catastrophic overpopulation. However, the circumstances have shifted. With the advent of the Space Station Network Initiative, the territory of Blue Star could potentially expand infinitely, although the likelihood remains slim. Who can guarantee that they won't discover another planet suitable for human habitation? Chapter 43. How dare they? While the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were contemplating ways to encourage an increase in birth rates, Yuling found herself idly instructing the staff at the space station on the operation of its equipment. Commander, an unidentified flying object has triggered the space station's alarms. Yuling was taken aback. Only her guards would address her in such a manner. Turning around, she indeed saw a woman clad in military attire, somewhat familiar to her. Let us go take a look, Yuling remarked, leading the group to the highest platform of the space station. Through the glass, they gazed into the distance. Meanwhile, a virtual display materialized before the assembly in the Eagle Nation's parliament. A red dot was continuously approaching them. The spacecraft is expected to arrive over the Dragon Kingdom in 2 minutes. We have detected a Dragon Kingdom satellite. Should we fire to destroy the satellite? The council chairman issued the command, open fire. The other members of the parliament and allied nations appeared ecstatic. This would be a strike that would bring the Dragon Kingdom down from its pedestal. As viewers from various countries watched the live broadcast, excitement surged. They are about to fire. My goodness, is the Eagle Nation so resolute? Won't this provoke retaliation from the Dragon Kingdom? What nonsense! Does the Dragon Kingdom possess any means to hinder the spacecraft? If not, what can they do? This time, the Dragon Kingdom will be left unable to rise again. Upon learning of the news, netizens from the Dragon Kingdom rushed to their alternate accounts, witnessing the moment the spacecraft aimed to strike their satellite. They erupted in outrage. How shameless is the Eagle Nation? To launch a surprise attack on our satellite is utterly disgraceful. Aren't they afraid of retaliation from our power armor legions? Enough. Stop immediately, or our forces will lay waste to your Eagle Nation. Receiving the order, the spacecraft directly targeted the satellite and opened fire. The Dragon Kingdom's satellite disintegrated into a multitude of fragments in the vastness of space, quickly dispersing into space debris. On the space station, everyone except Yuling wore expressions of astonishment. Are they blind? How dare they? Someone questioned. Can't they see such a massive space station above them? Don't they notice the formidable weaponry aboard? What gave them the audacity to fire and obliterate a satellite from the Dragon Kingdom? Yuling calmly explained, it is normal. The space station is equipped with cloaking devices, rendering them blind to our presence, thus creating this scene of darkness beneath the lamp. A murderous intent flickered in her eyes. The other researchers shivered with a cold sweat, their hard-earned acceptance of their leader's ruthless disposition beginning to waver. They subtly distanced themselves from Yuling. Meanwhile, the members of the Eagle Nation's parliament erupted in cheers upon witnessing the destruction of the Dragon Kingdom's satellite. Hooray! This is splendid. Haha. Let us see how the Dragon Kingdom can act so arrogantly now. Send them a message. Demand that the Dragon Kingdom surrender their laser cannon and power armor technology, or else all their satellites will turn into fireworks. The online audience from various countries joined in the jubilation, although numerous voices deemed this action inappropriate. They were swiftly drowned out. Meanwhile, the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom seethed with indignation, furiously typing away at their keyboards, hurling insults at the Eagle Nation's kin. At that moment, the space station received a communication from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Yuling, the message began, although those satellites may no longer serve a purpose. The materials can still be salvaged. Let us not squander them. The esteemed leader twitched at the corners of his mouth, visibly pained. The cost of a single satellite is not negligible. Yuling offered an apologetic smile. I never anticipated their audacity in opening fire. They shall be met with 100-fold compensation for the satellites. With that, Yuling terminated the call and began to instruct the guard team on how to operate the space station's weapon systems. Indeed, this is the automatic targeting, confirm here. And this regulates the firepower. He grasped the hand of Bowing Xue, manipulating a virtual optical control system in midair. For reasons unknown, her face flushed with a rosy hue. Yuling attributed this to her excitement. After all, as a soldier, it was entirely reasonable to feel exhilarated at the prospect of personally wielding the space station's weaponry to retaliate against provocateurs. The weaponry outside the space station began to pivot, aiming at the ship below. Within the Eagle Nation's parliament, they awaited a response from the Dragon Kingdom. The reply from the Dragon Kingdom has arrived. Someone exclaimed with excitement. The others turned their hopeful gazes in anticipation. Surely, the Dragon Kingdom had no choice but to acquiesce this time? They had already seized control of space. What recourse did the Dragon Kingdom possess? However, the legislator holding the response suddenly wore a grim expression. What is it? Why do you look like that? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom dares to refuse? A voice inquired. The reply consisted of a single word. The legislator's voice trembled. The remaining members exchanged glances, each mirroring the other's bewilderment. What word? Get lost. The parliament fell into a stunned silence. Soon, a wave of fury erupted. How dare they? Damn it. They have yet to feel the sting. Continue firing. Bring down all of the Dragon Kingdom's satellites. The legislators were incensed, their eyes betraying a deep-seated fear. They had not anticipated the Dragon Kingdom's resilience. If the Dragon Kingdom were indeed willing to engage in battle without satellite support, the costs would be exorbitant. By the way, whatever happened to the objects the Dragon Kingdom launched earlier? Suddenly, one legislator spoke up. The others paused, realizing the implication. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom previously launched so many rockets. Judging by their size, they must be substantial. Why have we not detected any satellites in the skies above the Dragon Kingdom? Just then, as the celestial body shifted, sunlight began to cascade upon the Dragon Kingdom's territory, casting a shadow that slowly enveloped the ship. There is something above, perhaps a meteor. Before the thought could be fully articulated, as the ship's camera focused upward, all the legislators stared in horror, their eyes wide. The ordinary citizens, who had been animatedly discussing the events, fell into an abrupt silence. Even the fervently cultural exporting populace of the Dragon Country fell silent, gazing incredulously at the colossal object emblazoned with their national emblem on the screen. As the camera zoomed in, revealing the terrifyingly radiant cannons atop this behemoth, they felt the blood within them begin to boil. Witnessing the expressionless faces of Yuling and others gazing at the spacecraft through the transparent glass, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within them. Oh, how impressive! The audacity of that pitiful eagle nation, utterly oblivious to the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Let us take action. As if responding to the fervent calls of the people of the Dragon Country, the weapons aboard the space station unleashed a barrage of fire. The live broadcast flickered and vanished. The last image they beheld was the spacecraft's view engulfed in blinding light. Silence. A peculiar stillness enveloped the world. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Dragon Country embraced one another in exhilaration, shouting with joy. Many enterprises even declared a holiday to celebrate. On this day, the National Consumption Index, CPL, surged severalfold. In stark contrast to the jubilance of the Dragon Country, the previously enthusiastic citizens of other nations now appeared pale as parchment, their bodies trembling. Their eyes were vacant, as if rendered soulless. Within the parliament, this reaction intensified. Everyone slumped in their seats, utterly incapacitated. Suddenly, one individual slammed their hand onto the table and stood up. The others numbly turned to look. It was the representative from one of the allied nations, the Cherry Blossom Country. We, the Cherry Blossom Country, hereby announce our withdrawal from the alliance. Farewell. After declaring this, he hurriedly exited the meeting room as if fleeing for his life. The remaining allies were taken aback. One by one, other allied nations began to announce their own withdrawals from the alliance. Chapter 44. Compensation List. The Eagle Nation's Parliament. The once vibrant conference room now appeared somewhat desolate, having been vacated by all members of the allied nations. These ingrates. They clamored to join the alliance, yet the moment trouble arose, they all fled. Humph. They are all astute individuals, aware that the rise of the Dragon Nation is now an undeniable reality, and they wish to refrain from futile resistance. Shall we simply let this go unchallenged? In the face of this dilemma, most of the legislators bowed their heads in silence. The higher one ascends, the more painful the fall. They were still grappling with this bitter truth. The Speaker of the House spoke solemnly. He too found it difficult to accept. Yet, the objective reality lay bare before them. Acceptance or denial mattered little. The atmosphere grew somber, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the legislators. After a while, a staff member entered with a composed expression, holding a document. The Dragon Nation has issued us a demand for accountability, requiring an explanation from the Eagle Nation. Otherwise, they will resort to necessary measures to safeguard their rights. The legislators gazed over, their faces devoid of expression. The vanquished must bear the consequences. Moreover, they were the initiators of the conflict. They were, after all, on the unjust side. Additionally, the analysis results were in. The man captured at the space station was highly likely to be Yuling. The subsequent words from the staff member left all legislators in shock. On the screen, the image of a man appeared. Yuling, gazing coldly at the spacecraft. This fellow? He is the catalyst for the upheaval and rapid advancement of the Dragon Nation? He hardly resembles a researcher, and he seems so youthful. The assembly gasped in astonishment. One would expect a man capable of such significant breakthroughs in various technologies to have gray hair and the appearance of an old scholar. Yet this individual, with his muscular build, exuded not a trace of a researcher's demeanor. He could just as easily be mistaken for a combatant. Based on the data left from Yuling's purchases of certain goods from the Eagle Nation a few years prior, this was indeed him, albeit with considerable changes. The staff member understood the legislator's confusion well. He had experienced the same reaction during his comparative analysis. Oh, what did he purchase? Figurines. The legislator's eyes widened. Are you jesting? You were telling me a figurine enthusiast turned around and directly developed power armor? The staff member awkwardly touched his nose, aware of the absurdity of the situation. However, his duty was to provide the most accurate answer possible. How the legislators interpreted it was beyond his concern. Very well, understood. You may leave now. The speaker waved his hand, dismissing the staff member. Impossible. If that fellow were the emperor, I would eat my crocodile leather shoes. The hot-tempered Texas legislator's forehead throbbed with veins. In his agitated state, the buttons of his shirt popped off, and his chest hair stood out against his flushed skin, making a conspicuous display. The remaining members of the assembly also found the intelligence dubious, displaying expressions of disbelief. Ahem, the professionalism of the intelligence department is beyond question. The speaker reminded, simultaneously serving as a reminder to himself, for he too held reservations. Nevertheless, the intelligence agency possesses a long-standing history and is undoubtedly world-class in expertise. Their conclusion should not be flawed. It is merely the reluctance of the assembly members, including himself, to accept the reality. After a while, all members calmed down, begrudgingly coming to terms with the situation. The pressing question now is how to respond to this crisis. Should the Dragon Nation choose to wage war on us under this pretext, the Eagle Nation could be in grave danger. One member expressed deep concern. That is unlikely. We still possess nuclear weapons, and the Dragon Nation would not dare to take such a risk. Yet, who can guarantee that the rapidly advancing Dragon Nation does not possess technology capable of neutralizing our nuclear arsenal? A heavy silence descended upon the group. Indeed. Let's place all launch bases on high alert, and on the other hand, we should strive to meet the Dragon Nation's demands, adopting a stance of peace. The speaker declared solemnly. After some contemplation, the other members recognized they had no alternative and unanimously agreed. Was it not the Dragon Nation that held them accountable for the destruction of their satellite? Compensation must be provided. As for the spacecraft developed in cooperation with other nations, no one dared to mention it again. Shortly thereafter, a compensation list was dispatched to the Dragon Nation's government. The notice of accountability was received by all prior allies, leading to the Dragon Nation receiving an overwhelming number of compensation requests. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Nation, the leadership scrutinized the compiled list. Send a copy to Yuling. Let's inquire about his opinions, whether there are any unnecessary items or additional requests, so we can make adjustments, the Secretary General suggested, nodding in agreement. Presently, these nations sought to avert financial disaster, willing to concede anything necessary. They were merely requesting materials, showing little inclination to negotiate further. At the space station, Yuling was currently receiving various materials sent from the Blue Planet. These items were stacked together as guards donned powered armor to assist in the transportation. They wielded an anti-gravity device, effortlessly maneuvering metal materials that towered several times above their own height. This device essentially nullified the artificial gravity of the space station. With this gadget, one could manage without armor, but Yuling remained cautious about potential mishaps, considering it was their first use and there would inevitably be a learning curve. Should the device unexpectedly fail, causing the materials to collapse, it would spell disaster for those below. At that moment, his terminal chimed, revealing the compensation lists from various nations. Review the items, mark those that are unnecessary, and we shall negotiate for replacements. The Secretary General's message was at the top. Yuling's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he began to revise the list. 3 minutes later, a brand new list emerged, valued at 8 times the sum of the previous items. Yuling was not being arbitrary. He meticulously compared the strengths of each nation. The adjustments would inflict considerable pain while remaining feasible for them to deliver. Upon receiving the updated list, the Secretary General gasped in astonishment. No other reason. Yuling's revisions were indeed ruthless. What now? What does that young man want? Why are you so astonished? The high-ranking official inquired, gazing curiously at the Secretary General. The latter offered a wry smile before handing over the document. Upon reviewing its contents, the leader also gasped in surprise. The two exchanged glances, and after a moment, they erupted into hearty laughter. How intriguing! How did Yuling come to know the reserves of various nations? The leader found this quite amusing. The list was remarkably well prepared. However, he soon shook his head. Typically, the Dragon Nation would not act in such a manner. Such a forceful approach would make it difficult to retrieve the items. Various negotiations, delays, and disputes would be unavoidable. The Dragon Nation is currently short-staffed and has no desire to squander human resources in such matters. Since it is Yuling's request, let us compel these countries to yield their goods." The leader chuckled, and the Secretary General nodded with a smile. It seems the colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will have to bear the brunt of the work. Chapter 45, revealing part of the secrets shortly after sending out the revised list of materials. Yuling found that he had nearly received all the items in front of him. "Place everything in Zone 9, he instructed. The guards paused momentarily. The main sections of the space station were divided into numbered areas. For instance, the area where the researchers worked was Zone 7, housing various research apparatus in their resting quarters. Their current responsibility was the expansion of the space station. Zone 9, however, was exclusively Yuling's domain, an expansive area that he occupied alone. No one else possessed the authority to enter, save for Yuling himself. After a brief moment of hesitation, the guards commenced their task without further inquiries. The essence of military discipline lies in obedience. They did not question what did not concern them. Soon, they arrived at Yuling's Zone 9. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight of a massive black box positioned in the center. All the guards had arrived together with the researchers, and there had certainly been no mention of such an object during their journey. Moreover, no materials had been delivered prior to this moment, which invoked a sense of unease. The expressions behind their powered armor masks shifted to one of astonishment. "Place the items over there. You may leave now," Yuling's voice resonated, startling them into a slight tremor. Bowing Xue stared at Yuling for a moment, pondering the extent of secrets this man harbored. Would they be silenced for knowing too much? Once she confirmed that he had no intention of eliminating them as they turned their backs, Bowing Xue led her team away. What an oddity! Have they never seen a handsome man before? Yuling furrowed his brow, then turned his attention to the enigmatic black box factory. His decision to allow the guards to enter stemmed from a different intention. Just moments ago, upon reviewing the materials list, Yuling realized that he had inadvertently acquired the control of an entire space station. Indeed, the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation had entirely overlooked the matter of control over this space station. Were they truly unaware of the control privileges? It seemed implausible. The functional data was unequivocally documented, yet no one had mentioned it. Even when he utilized the space elevator to bring the researchers up and expressed his desire to work in the space station, no one had brought it up. What a profound trust. Did the top leadership not fear that he might abscond? To speak candidly, possessing the space station endowed Yuling with the confidence to survive independently in space, allowing him to completely detach from Blue Star. He pressed his hand against his warm chest, deeply moved. Given Dragon Nation's immense trust in him, it would be futile to continue concealing matters. Thus, he resolved to disclose a portion of the secrets. Of course, this decision was also influenced by the fact that Yuling now wielded control over the space station. There was no longer any fear of suspicion or exclusion that might impede his work. After all, even the materials for the near-light-speed spacecraft had been delivered, and he had met the conditions for resource extraction. With no reservations, he arrived at this conclusion. Yuling initiated a video call with the top leadership. The connection was established swiftly. "Yuling, is there any material missing?" The high-ranking leader smiled harmoniously. "I have some matters to discuss. Is this a convenient time for you?" Yuling's solemn expression rendered the faces of those in the scene equally grave. He glanced at the Secretary General beside him. The latter exchanged glances with those present, signaling them to exit and close the door. "Yes, it is convenient. It is just the Secretary General and me here," the high-ranking leader finally replied. "Allow me to show you something." As Yuling spoke, he adjusted the display to focus on the black box factory. He then took the anti-gravity device and began to toss a large quantity of materials into the black box factory. On the other side, the leader and the Secretary General looked on in confusion, exchanging bewildered glances. This imposing black box certainly exuded a sense of pressure, but what was remarkable about it? What did it mean to place materials inside? Was it some sort of new warehouse? Before long, their expressions changed. They realized Yuling had not ceased his actions. More materials continued to be thrown in, surpassing the apparent capacity of the black box. Their breaths quickened. Space technology? Soon, Yuling had deposited all the materials. Observing the expressions on their faces, he understood they might have misconstrued the situation. This was a device for the rapid manufacture of power armor components. and it would also serve as equipment for the forthcoming production of sublight-speed spacecraft. The blueprints resided in my mind. It merely required entry into this black box to execute the blueprints swiftly. Yuling indicated his head. Upon finishing his explanation, Yuling found himself puzzled. Why had the display frozen? Is it stuck? What a joke. Dragon Country is currently utilizing a 9G network. The transformation brought by laser technology is all-encompassing. Cough, cough. It's not stuck. It's not. Please stop shaking. A voice of resignation came from the terminal, the high-ranking leader's tone betraying a barely suppressed excitement. Are you suggesting that this device can bypass the convoluted processes of foundational industrial development and directly fabricate high-tech equipment? Furthermore, you possess complete blueprints in your mind that simply require execution? The leader could not help but feel exhilarated. On one hand, this was utterly unfathomable. On the other, if this were indeed true, the implications and value of it were beyond anything he could imagine. The Secretary General's eyes sparkled with fervor as he regarded Yuling as if he were a rare treasure. Yes, as long as materials are supplied. The executed blueprints can be rapidly and automatically produced. This is merely a first-level factory. If upgraded continuously, it could evolve into an automatic factory capable of covering an entire planet, a civilization-grade facility. Yuling elaborated. This was the intelligence he had just acquired following his recent upgrade. This seemingly unremarkable black box was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. It was essentially a perpetual motion machine of war civilization, capable of ceaselessly converting resources into colonization speed and combat power. Upon hearing this, the leader's body swayed, nearly causing him to fall in shock. The Secretary General hastily supported him, despite feeling weak himself. Are you serious? The high-ranking official fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yuling. Yuling nodded. Subsequently, the leader and the Secretary General supported each other, their breaths heavy and labored for several minutes before they managed to regain their composure. Why did you suddenly divulge such a secret to us? The high-ranking official inquired, his expression grave. Previously, Yuling had been secretive, leading them to speculate that she harbored some hidden truth. However, they had not anticipated the magnitude of the revelation that followed. What was Yuling's intention in disclosing this information? The leader's heart raced with concern. Did she intend to sever ties with Long Country? After all, she had been elusive until now, and her sudden candor raised suspicions. The Secretary General shared this apprehension, his expression somber as he regarded Yuling. Thoughts raced through his mind, rapidly replaying Yuling's profile and that of her family. If Yuling sought to depart, how could they persuade her to stay? Chapter 46. The Reason for Confession. Space Station Zone 9. Yuling pondered over the question posed by the leader. This was indeed the matter he had intended to address. I harbor no ambition to dominate a faction. After all, Longwa is my homeland, and you have all placed your unconditional trust in me. Hence, I confide the secret to you. Upon concluding his statement, he gazed at the two figures on the screen. The leader and the Secretary General remained silent for a considerable time before nodding in agreement with his assertion. At that moment, they felt immense relief, fortunately. They had initially adopted a conciliatory approach towards Yuling, especially the leader, who recalled the numerous times he had dismissed proposals for stricter oversight of Yuling. He couldn't help but praise himself, believing he was the greatest leader in the annals of humanity. This fact would undoubtedly be chronicled in the illustrious history of mankind, to be immortalized alongside Yuling for eternity. Of course, I am not without ulterior motives, Yuling continued. These blueprints and technologies are the legacy of a certain civilization. Furthermore, as you have observed, the ominous aura surrounding these creations is palpable, indicating that there are other species in the cosmos, and they are not benevolent. He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in. The leader's eyes widened. Now I understand. No wonder Yuling chose to disclose this information. A sense of crisis has emerged. We must prepare Longwa and Blue Star for the psychological readiness for war. The Secretary General, too, was rendered speechless for a moment. After a while, seeing that the two had nearly grasped this new reality, Yuling spoke again. The unlocking of these blueprints is not unconditional. In addition to the conquest of the blueprints, unlocking them requires a specific metric, reputation value. Currently, the demand for reputation value is escalating, and the sublight-speed spacecraft barely meets the threshold for unlocking. Henceforth, I may engage in numerous public appearances to bolster my reputation and hope for your understanding and cooperation. After relaying this, he awaited their response. This was also why he felt compelled to reveal certain secrets. The reputation value was insufficient. The increments were becoming increasingly significant with each passing moment. If he continued to operate discreetly, he risked being hindered by this constraint. Such a situation was intolerable. Do as you wish. Longwa will fully support you. Whatever decisions you make, we shall be your steadfast backing, ensuring your safety, declared the leader, after a moment's reflection. Without hesitation. From the moment Longwa commenced operations at the space station, it had become invincible against Blue Star. Unless other nations descended into madness and initiated nuclear warfare. They harbored no fear of any country. Therefore, merely making public appearances and disclosing some secrets posed no issue whatsoever. Moreover, through his interactions with Yuling, the leader recognized that he was not the type to crave fame. Once Yuling achieved his objectives, he terminated the communication. The leader and the Secretary General exchanged unspoken thoughts for a long while, their gazes resolute. Following Yuling's guidance, they realized that many of their forthcoming policies would require adjustment. The nations led by Eagle Country soon received the revised material list from Longwa. They exchanged glances and erupted in expletives. How ruthless can the Dragon Kingdom be? This is utterly preposterous. We cannot acquiesce to their demands. Their reactions were nearly unanimous. They needed to devise a strategy to negotiate a lower price. The envoys boarded their flight to the Dragon Kingdom and soon arrived. The members of the Foreign Ministry wore smiles on their faces, while their hearts were steeled for the impending negotiations. A new round of confrontations was about to commence. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. After such a lengthy period, the various nations in the Dragon Kingdom finally reached an agreement. Each country laid out the materials from their lists, and the Dragon Kingdom, in turn, contributed a nominal sum, offering their counterparts a gracious exit. The amount was inconsequential. With this proof, they could justify their actions to their taxpayers, asserting that they were not compensating the Dragon Kingdom but rather engaging in a financially disadvantageous transaction. Although few would genuinely believe this narrative, the mere presentation of a favorable attitude sufficed. Humanity has a penchant for interpreting the unknown in a more favorable light, even amidst pervasive darkness. As long as a glimmer of light exists, the world seems to bask in sunshine. Finally, it was settled. Why did the leadership compel us to concede? With just a bit more effort, I could strip away their last shred of dignity. One of the diplomatic negotiators mused in confusion. They had exerted considerable effort to breach the psychological defenses of their opponents. At that moment, however, the supreme leader of the Dragon Kingdom instructed him to expedite the resolution of this matter. The foreign minister paused, glancing at the young man before him. The emperor had returned from his retreat, and it was anticipated that he would soon require this batch of materials, hence the urgency to conclude swiftly. After uttering this, he departed without further ado. The remaining members of the negotiation team were momentarily stunned, their eyes igniting with admiration. The name of the emperor had spread like wildfire over the past few months, seemingly propelled by their public relations colleagues. There was a scientist, codenamed the Emperor, whose innovations had precipitated the Dragon Kingdom's remarkable transformation, propelling it to unprecedented heights. Within the space station, Yuling made a long-awaited appearance before the assembled group. The external docking area was brimming with materials, held in place by the gravitational confinement field outside the station. Team leader, you have finally emerged. There are numerous projects awaiting your review, Gu Lao chuckled. Another team member, however, bore a look of exasperation. They were tasked with expanding the space station. Yet many areas remained beyond their authority, hindering progress significantly. I apologize for my oversight. I will grant you the necessary permissions shortly, Yuling replied, acknowledging his own lapse. He took the expansion project files, scrutinizing them, and made minor modifications, sending the updated permissions along with them. The latter glanced over the revisions, their eyes sparkling with joy as they departed. Yes, Gu Lao, it is complete. The next step is assembly, Yuling affirmed. Gu Lao's face lit up with excitement. When shall we commence? Let's wait a couple of days. This assembly will be unlike any we have undertaken before. Upon hearing this response, Elder Guan paused momentarily. Indeed, this was a spacecraft capable of traveling at sublight speeds, undoubtedly a complex endeavor. You may take your rest, he said, excitedly returning to his own tasks. Meanwhile, Yuling sipped her tea, reveling in the beauty of the starry sky. Elder Guan may have misunderstood. Her mention of differences from the past did not imply that the assembly posed any difficulties. Rather, she intended to publicly showcase the assembly process, including the data of the completed sublight spacecraft. Yuling planned to initiate a global live broadcast from Blue Star for this assembly. This time, the system had not assigned any trial tasks but had concluded matters decisively. Yet, new challenges loomed ahead. The blueprint for the chosen subspace engine required an astonishingly high amount of prestige points to unlock, a truly daunting figure. Chapter 47, Traveling at 298,000 kilometers per second system. Activate the panel. Name: Yuling. Age: 28. Remaining lifespan: 1,500 years. Genetic level: Star Voyager Life 2. Next level: Cosmic Voyager. Psychoenergy level: Epsilon level 98. Psychoenergy manifestation available. Imperial Knowledge Repository unlock permission: 8 psychoenergy skills. Mimicry Warp Speed Reputation: Dean of the Dragon Kingdom Emperor Research Institute. Blue Phantom, Mysterious Science Emperor. Reputation value: 80,000. Yuling gazed at the lengthy titles accompanying his reputation, rubbing his temples in frustration. Can the system obscure these titles? Ding. Titles have been concealed. Only reputation value will be displayed henceforth. System, is it still impossible to select a new psychoenergy category? Yuling clicked on psychoenergy categories other than the biological one, but to no avail. Advancing to the next psychoenergy level will allow for the selection of a new psychoenergy manifestation direction. After a moment of silence, Yuling reflected. He had not utilized his last opportunity for selection, as the biological category no longer offered any appealing abilities. Furthermore, with the existence of the black box, it became increasingly challenging to rely on psychoenergy for enhancing his efficiency. Yuling held high hopes for the capabilities of the telekinesis category, yet it remained inaccessible. The next level, perhaps? He murmured to himself. He had not anticipated that completing the task of the sublight-speed spacecraft would not elevate his psychoenergy level. It seemed that the difficulty of upgrading this ability would far surpass that of unlocking genetic levels. Despite having reached a new tier in his genetic level, his psychoenergy level had stagnated. However, the increase of several percentage points was not entirely futile. At this moment, Yuling felt the psychoenergy within him had doubled. Yet, the task displayed in the system made Yuling smile wryly. Sublight speed engine required reputation value for unlocking: 280,000. This was the source of his true headache. The titles in Yuling's current reputation section had accumulated to several hundred characters, clearly indicating that while he was engrossed in his studies on the spacecraft, the Dragon Kingdom had accomplished much in his absence. In a matter of months, during which he had not made an appearance, his reputation had inexplicably surged by approximately 30,000. Now, the system demanded an additional 200,000 reputation points. Was it asking for the recognition of all sentient beings on the planet? Yuling chuckled bitterly. This amount would require him to achieve a level of notoriety akin to being a household name across the Blue Star. However, upon reflection, he understood the rationale. Such technology as the subspace engine should not be entrusted to anyone who is not acknowledged by the entire civilization of the planet. For beneath the schematics lay a warning. Warning: the subspace engine can breach the barriers of the physical world, entering the ethereal sub-energy realm, thus enabling rapid interstellar travel. However, once the physical barrier is shattered, its energy will begin to seep into the real world, leading to dire consequences. A massive awakening of psychics will occur. Accompanying this warning were 5 skull icons, a stark reminder to Yuling that it was no jest. Even though Yuling harbored some doubts about the true dangers posed by psychic practitioners, he was resolute in his determination to advance. The peril of psychic energy had become evident to him during his last episode of uncontrollable power. Should a widespread eruption occur, it would indeed be troublesome. But so what? As long as he successfully assembled a faster-than-light spacecraft and commenced resource collection from nearby planets, how could a mere psychic practitioner contend with several armored divisions? Yuling harbored no fears regarding the so-called threats from psychic practitioners. Furthermore, he firmly believed that his psychic level would undoubtedly rank among the highest in humanity. With that conviction, What was there to worry about? While Yiling pondered these thoughts, the publicity department of the Dragon Nation had already initiated a comprehensive campaign. News reports began to flood in, as prominent figures from the Dragon Nation held press conferences of various sizes. Minister Zhang, what exactly is this live assembly of the faster-than-light spacecraft? What is it all about? During the largest official press conference, reporters below raised their microphones, eagerly gazing at the individuals on the stage. A spirited middle-aged man stood before them, the Minister of Publicity for the Dragon Nation. As the name suggests, this is a vehicle capable of flight at slightly below the speed of light, akin to a spacecraft. Minister Zhang stated, breaking into a smile as he reminisced about the Eagle Nation. The other reporters quickly grasped the humor and chuckled in agreement. Meanwhile, officials in the Eagle Nation, watching the press conference, darkened in expression. This matter had turned them into a laughingstock. Yet, none of them turned away from their screens, for everyone was eager to discern the Dragon Nation's intentions. Minister Zhang, what is the theoretical speed of this spacecraft? A reporter inquired next. We all know that the fastest human-made vehicle to date is the solar probe launched by the Eagle Nation, achieving speeds of up to 109 kilometers per second. So, what is the specific speed of our spacecraft, which is said to be slightly below the speed of light? The atmosphere grew tense as all ears tuned in, eager to learn just how swift it could be, including those worldwide who were attentively following the press conference. Minister Zhang paused momentarily, then retrieved a document from an aide beside him. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he solemnly provided the answer, 29.8. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The officials from other nations watching the live broadcast erupted into laughter. Simultaneously, on international networks, a flurry of mocking comments flooded in, all ridiculing the Dragon Nation. Ha ha ha, is the Dragon Nation joking? Come on, is today their April Fool's Day? Isn't this significantly lower than the Eagle Nation's speed? Pfft. To claim they are achieving near-light speeds with a velocity less than a third of the Eagle Nation's probe is absurd. As long as it is below the speed of light, it can be called near-light speed. In that sense, the Dragon Nation doesn't seem to have a valid claim. Currently, the Dragon Nation has almost solidified its position as the dominant power on Blue Star, but so what? They are still a nation that values free speech. Could the Dragon Nation possibly go to war over such trivial matters? They are certainly not devoid of the capacity to retaliate, if pressed. Everyone might resort to a global nuclear annihilation. At the press conference, the journalists bore expressions of dismay. Did they inadvertently pose an ill-fated question? Is Minister Zhang truly this candid? He could simply refrain from responding. It would be far preferable to later assert that the aircraft had failed or to offer some other excuse rather than endure ridicule stemming from their inquiries before the event had even commenced. The journalist felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, contemplating the potential end of her career. I understand now. 29. 8 kilometers is indeed quite rapid, the journalist stammered. The other reporters bowed their heads, their faces adorned with forced smiles, yet the disappointment in their eyes was unmistakable. No. You misunderstand. I am referring to 298,000 kilometers per second. Minister Zhang, discerning the expressions of those below him, was acutely aware of their thoughts. When he first received that document, he had been equally astonished. Upon his declaration, every individual in attendance jolted, collectively lifting their gazes in stunned disbelief towards Minister Zhang. Indeed, I am referring to 298,000 kilometers per second. It is hundreds of thousands. Chapter 48. The Conspiracy of the Eagle Nation at the press conference. Once Minister Zhang announced the speed of the sublight-speed aircraft, a profound silence enveloped the room for several seconds. Then, like a tsunami, the crowd erupted into exuberant cheers, leaping to their feet. The live broadcast of the event immediately faltered, shaking violently to the point of nausea. Everyone, please calm down. Maintain order. Minister Zhang smiled from the stage. With the assistance of security personnel, order was swiftly restored. Many journalists, in their excitement, hurriedly changed the lenses on their cameras, having inadvertently damaged their equipment in the fervor. Yet, not a single face betrayed regret. After all, with such an extraordinary achievement for the Dragon Nation, what was a broken camera in celebration? Minister Zhang, is this data reliable? A journalist asked, brimming with excitement. Though he already knew the answer, such a distinguished individual would not make such a momentous declaration without truth. He sought confirmation, as the revelation was simply astonishing. If accurate, it would surpass the Eagle Nation's probe records by approximately 3,000 times. Indeed, this data was personally penned by Mr. Yuling. There is absolutely no doubt. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Yuling is the pioneer of laser technology, nuclear power technology, and nuclear-powered armor technology. He is the mastermind behind the Dragon Nation's ascent to its current stature. Just as one wave of excitement receded, another surged forth. For the first time, the Dragon Nation officially acknowledged Yuling's contributions, igniting a flurry of inquiries about him from the attendees. The journalists were in a frenzy. 3 hours later, as the press conference drew to a close, the first offline live broadcast would take place at the Imperial Capital Square in 2 days. Furthermore, there would be global transmissions from the site. We welcome you all to attend, Minister Zhang concluded before departing with his entourage. The journalists were momentarily stunned, then rushed out in a frenzy. A young reporter grasped his senior's arm. Aren't you going back to the office to write the article? Forget that. We must get to Imperial Capital Square. If we delay, there will be no place to stand. But isn't it 2 days away? Isn't that a bit excessive? That's why you're the newcomer and I'm the senior. Hurry up. Upon their arrival at Imperial Capital Square, they were met with a vast area cordoned off by military personnel, as if preparations for the event were underway. Simultaneously, an invitation was dispatched to the leaders of nations worldwide, an official invitation to witness the assembly line live broadcast of the sublight-speed aircraft 2 days hence. No nation declined. They immediately boarded flights to the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, on international online forums, the view count of the press conference video continued to soar. Even those at work began to take notice of this event. The view count skyrocketed, 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion, 7 billion. In just 2 days, the video views had surged past 10 billion, creating a marvel in the annals of human media history. It is noteworthy that this was a 3-hour video, not a mere 30 seconds. Over these 2 days, the comments section beneath the video on international forums erupted with debate, as netizens from various countries voiced their opinions. Is the Dragon Nation making grandiose claims? Such speeds are unattainable. I do not believe it. I cannot possibly believe that the Dragon Nation could achieve such a feat. By all that is holy, if their aircraft could reach this speed, then none of us from the Pickled Vegetable Nation would ever eat pickled vegetables again. We from the Cherry Blossom Nation would forsake fish entirely. We from the Eagle Nation would abandon steak. The most highly upvoted comments are from prominent figures in various countries denouncing the data presented by the Dragon Nation at their press conference. They have sworn an oath, urging their fellow citizens to express their dissent. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation's parliament has urgently contacted other nations to convene a confidential video conference. What are your thoughts on the news released by the Dragon Nation? The chairperson of the Eagle Nation's parliament inquired gravely. On the massive screen, the interpreters beside numerous leaders began their work. For a moment, a complex array of expressions crossed the faces of all present. We from the Bear Nation believe that the Dragon Nation does not typically engage in jest. If they have declared it, it is likely true. Nonsense. We do not believe it. All present know how absurd that data is. It is impossible. The Pickled Vegetable Nation reiterated, declaring the information to be false. Other nations began to voice their opinions as well. Ultimately, out of the 120 nations attending the conference, 90% deemed the information to be false. But what if it is true? The chairperson of the Eagle Nation's parliament pondered for a while before speaking. The leaders of the other nations fell silent. If it is true, then we concede. The Dragon Nation is invincible. Perhaps we should dissolve and join the Dragon Nation instead, they thought internally. What does a speed of 290,000 kilometers per second even signify? With such velocity, if applied to weaponry, the energy generated purely from acceleration could possess the capability to destroy stars. This is not merely an aircraft. The implications behind it are monumental. The products derived from this technology could elevate the civilization of Blue Planet by several magnitudes. The officials from various nations exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. If it is true, then we may be destined to eternal subservience to the Dragon Nation, murmured the leader of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The rest of the nations remained silent. tacitly agreeing with this notion. Even now, the ground-based power armor units of the Dragon Nation are already invincible, with a colossal space station hovering above. They have not given up. Yet, if the Dragon Nation truly can develop a sublight-speed spacecraft, then surrender is the only option. When the disparity reaches a certain threshold, all resistance is futile. It only serves to amplify despair. As the conference concluded, the chairperson of the Eagle Nation revealed a cold smile. A bunch of spineless individuals. Already giving up. Bah, that is why we are the Eagle Nation. They are all weaklings. The vice chairperson also smirked. How is the intelligence analysis progressing? Based on the video footage before the spacecraft was destroyed, that space station has 382 firing points. Each one is formidable, with the weakest comparable to the main cannon of the Dragon Nation's new fleet. The surface area is approximately the size of 2 to 3 main stadiums. Upon hearing this, the chairperson chuckled coldly. And so what? Every weapon has its vulnerabilities. A larger area means that when under attack, it is more challenging to defend. A mere few hundred fire points, how could one possibly achieve flawless defense against a comprehensive strike? What of the small nuclear missiles? After working tirelessly, only 1,000 have been produced, among which the Hive model accounts for 300. Upon hearing this, the Speaker of the Parliament smiled with satisfaction. That is sufficient. Cease production and eradicate all traces of this endeavor. The finished products are to be transported to the designated launch site. Indeed, the Dragon Nation aspires to broadcast the assembly of spacecraft in space? How shall they respond when the Eagle Nation employs micro-nuclear warheads for a saturating strike? Defense is an impossibility. The Hive warhead is a multiple warhead nuclear missile that will separate during flight, releasing its payload of 120 smaller warheads. Although the potency may diminish, it remains a nuclear weapon. Even the smallest can obliterate a subliminal spacecraft. Not only that vessel, but also the space station, and that man shall perish in 2 days. The Eagle Nation is destined to rise again in greatness. Before long, the appointed time arrived. In the central square of the imperial capital, a colossal screen stood prominently. 30 new armed helicopters soared above. Each pair suspended a massive screen, floating in synchronization around the area, while an additional 90 helicopters stood ready, prepared for rotation at a moment's notice. This was to ensure that the distant audience would not miss a thing. For the number of attendees, this time was unprecedented. The entire imperial capital seemed poised to erupt with excitement. Elsewhere, numerous commercial buildings were adorned with enormous display screens for broadcasting purposes. This was a grand gala. Chapter 49. The Triple Shield in the Grand Square of the imperial capital, an open-air venue was set up before the colossal main screen. Surrounding it were the formidable power armor and mechanical forces of the Dragon Nation, standing vigilant. Guests from various nations began to arrive. Taking their seats as they gazed at the ominous dark screen, their minds filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Numerous members of the Eagle Nation's parliament were also present. What a spectacle this is! Surely, such a commotion surpasses even that of a grand sporting event. How proud the Dragon Nation is now. Soon they will find themselves in utter disarray when they witness their cherished space station and emperor reduced to mere space debris. 2 parliament members exchanged sardonic smiles. Soon, all leaders attending the live broadcast took their seats. The countdown began on the black screen. As this was the inaugural event of its kind and time was of the essence, there were no elaborate opening ceremonies. During the countdown, the national anthem was played briefly. As the timer approached the final 10 seconds, the audience held their breath, their eyes fixated on the numbers ticking down. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown concluded, the screen flickered, revealing a breathtaking starry sky before all present. The scene then transitioned, and a man appeared. Hello everyone, I am Yuling, the creator of the near-light-speed spacecraft, and I am also responsible for this assembly live broadcast. Yuling greeted the camera with a wave. Behind the camera stood a group of researchers, including Guan Lao and others, with only essential personnel, such as those in charge of the defense systems, remaining at their posts. They were all keenly interested in what Yuling was about to present. The researchers, equipped with notebooks and various small cameras, recorded from multiple angles, knowing these would serve as invaluable documentation. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live stream was momentarily stunned upon seeing the man on the screen. only to erupt in cheers moments later. Is this the great Yuling from our Dragon Nation? How young and handsome he is. Oh my. Yuling will be my idol from now on. The state encourages having 8 children, right? If Yuling were my husband, I would gladly bear 18. In stark contrast to the jubilant cheers of the Dragon Nation's populace, the representatives of other countries wore expressions of skepticism. What? This fellow is Yuling? He hardly resembles a scientist. Could the Dragon Nation be using a decoy to deceive us? What near light-speed spacecraft? Let us see how he wraps this up. The other nations largely expressed doubts regarding the data previously announced by the Dragon Nation. Despite the numerous miracles the Dragon Nation had achieved, they remained unwilling to believe it. For if it were true, the Dragon Nation would render the distance between themselves and the other countries utterly insurmountable. In the imperial capital square, among the foreign guests, a member of the Eagle Nation remarked to Minister Shin, "What a lively affair this is. I too am curious, is that really Yuling, or merely a stand-in?" The Eagle Nation's parliamentarian directed his gaze toward the Dragon Nation's foreign minister, who simply smiled, indicating that since he had already made a public appearance, there was no need for secrecy. This is also to assist Yuling in garnering prestige. Of course, it is indeed him, he remarked. The eagle-eyed member of the National Assembly scrutinized the minister's countenance for an extended period before finally exhaling in relief. It appears to be true. The legislator turned his gaze towards the screen, a cold smirk forming within. After Yuling concluded his self-introduction, he shifted his position, revealing the view behind him. Before them lay a vast expanse in which countless components floated serenely in the void of space. They remained motionless, as if anchored by some unseen force. This spectacle astounded all the viewers of the live broadcast. Is this truly space? Why are these components not in motion? How astonishing. Wait, how can Yuling stand there in a work suit in such a vacuum environment? Are they oblivious to the existence of energy shields and space stations? Oh, right. Previous public information had indicated that space stations indeed possess 3 layers of shielding, one to block harmful radiation, a second to mitigate temperature fluctuations, and a third filled with air. Some foreigners, upon hearing the words of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens, looked on in astonishment. Such information from the Dragon Kingdom had only been disclosed domestically. Aside from the high-ranking officials, the general populace and other nations remained uninformed. After all, there was no necessity to promote the Dragon Kingdom abroad. This space station is truly remarkable. It has 3 layers of protective shields. How infuriating that it is the Dragon Kingdom. Why do we not possess such talents? Why isn't the Emperor one of us? Wouldn't he that allow us to live in space? How enviable. Damn it. Among the crowd, those foreigners expressed their various envies. In the live broadcast, Yuling donned a pair of peculiar gloves. They appeared similar to standard tactical gloves worn by soldiers, save for a diamond-shaped blue crystal embedded on the back of the hand. These are the gloves that control the force field before him. Yuling was ready to commence. He silently recited within, "System, load the knowledge module for the spacecraft." Upon uttering these words, a familiar sensation enveloped him. His mind was once again entrusted to the system, and a torrent of information began to cascade down. Yuling felt as though his mind were caught in a waterfall of data, on the brink of being reduced to mere mush. He relied wholly upon the system for protection. A wry smile crossed Yuling's face. Even with his genetic level reaching such heights, he still found himself unable to directly assimilate the system's knowledge. It seemed he required yet another level of enhancement. He recalled it to be thus. Without distraction, he focused on the over 10,000 components before him, and with a wave of his hand, he commenced his task. As he moved, the components began to swirl as though stirred by an immense hand, rapidly coming to life. Tiny parts started to assemble with one another. Yuling's fingers danced as if possessed. The researchers behind the camera at the assembly platform were left wide-eyed, nearly bursting with astonishment at Yuling's actions. They had also experimented with the gravity control gloves of the space station. While mastering the control process proved challenging, they had all managed to learn. Yet, they believed the device served only that purpose. However, after witnessing Yuling's remarkable performance, everyone present began to scrutinize their own hands with skepticism. Could this possibly be mere chicken claws? Is it truly possible to manipulate them in such a manner? Envious glances emerged as the researchers observed Yuling's continued display of prowess. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live stream was equally astonished by Yuling's extraordinary skills. What sorcery is this? Assembling over 10,000 components simultaneously. Good heavens, is this individual even human? Yuling is simply phenomenal. The prowess of individuals from the Dragon Nation is truly fearsome. Initially, I was skeptical of this person's status as the emperor, but now I am convinced. Who, besides such a genius, could accomplish such feats? The viewers beheld Yuling's eyes, where his pupils were swirling rapidly within their sockets. The components that caught his gaze experienced a dramatic surge in assembly speed. There was no doubt that this was all under Yuling's meticulous control. Chapter 50. Comprehensive interception. As Yuling swiftly assembled the device, the representatives of the Eagle Nation, observing from the imperial capital square, could no longer remain composed. The president and vice president of the parliament exchanged glances laden with disbelief. They were utterly unaware that the assembly of an aircraft could transpire with such astonishing speed. Based on their nation's experience in assembling large aerial apparatuses, this process was notoriously intricate and typically required several days. The president had already placed significant emphasis on the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation, anticipating the timeline to be condensed to a mere day. He had even arranged for an early launch, ensuring that the missiles would arrive near the space station halfway through the assembly process. At that juncture, the assembly should still be in its infancy, garnering the full attention of all involved, leaving little awareness of the missile array. However, Yuling's current performance sent them into a state of panic. Could it be that he had completed the assembly before the full-scale strike had even commenced? If that were the case, Yuling could effortlessly pilot the aircraft away, rendering the destruction of the space station a less than joyful affair. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the Eagle Nation's representatives. They clenched their fists tightly, fixating their gazes on the scene of Yuling at work. Once again, it was this man whose very existence had thwarted their plans time and again, and now, the variables were multiplying, with a steely glint in his eyes. The president reached into his suit pocket. If that were the case, then it was time to launch prematurely. Meanwhile, Yuling operated with the precision of a soulless assembly machine. His remarkable efficiency continued unabated for another hour, showing no signs of alteration. Like the ticking hands of a clock, each movement was deliberate and exact. This process was imbued with an aesthetic beauty that captivated all onlookers. The audience was entranced, their eyes glued to Yuling's meticulous actions. The components before him began to take shape, and massive parts emerged, slowly revealing their contours. Remarkable. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to learn this technology in the future. It seems plausible, for universities have recently introduced numerous new disciplines, if memory serves. One of them pertains to the study and application of anti-gravity systems. Upon reflection, it appears that many new fields have emerged in this regard. Could it be that our Dragon Nation is poised to step into the cosmos? It is indeed likely. Just look at the space station. It has already facilitated human habitation in space. The future focus of our Dragon Nation will undoubtedly be in the realm of the stars. All thanks to the illustrious Yuling. The citizens of the Dragon Nation engaged in fervent discussions. Among them, foreign onlookers wore expressions of envy. I wonder if it's too late to immigrate now? However, the immigration threshold to the Dragon Nation had been raised several months ago. And the current situation was even more daunting. Not everyone qualifies. Should we resort to clandestine entry? It was evident that the Dragon Nation was destined to become the epicenter of the world, regardless of the outcome of this aircraft. The technological prowess displayed by the Dragon Nation had already left other nations far behind. Many viewers of the live broadcast held optimistic views regarding the future of the Dragon Nation. Concurrently, their admiration for Yuling began to swell. Suddenly, Yuling halted his movements. He glanced at the reputation points displayed on his system panel. They had surged to an impressive 160,000. This marks a remarkable surge since the commencement of the live broadcast, reaching an impressive doubling. However, there is still a slight deficit. After contemplating this, he cast his gaze upon the components of the aircraft. The sudden halt of Yuling's actions sent the audience into a frenzy. What has transpired? Is there an issue? Surely not. Yuling has always appeared to navigate with ease. It cannot be that a problem has arisen. Is something amiss in the Dragon Kingdom? Let us see how long you can maintain your smugness. Ha ha ha, this is utterly amusing. Scientific research is a serious endeavor, and Yuling's antics may have been entertaining. But now it seems a predicament has emerged. Deservedly so. What did you just say? Care to repeat that? The scene erupted into chaos as the taunting foreign onlookers found themselves surrounded and assaulted. The security forces present struggled to intervene, pulling the assailants apart and transporting the injured to the emergency room. Observing the victims' plight, they could only shake their heads. To be so brazenly disrespectful on the Dragon Kingdom's territory, they certainly brought this upon themselves. At this moment, Yuling began to turn toward the camera. The next segment is of utmost importance. It cannot be approached with the same haphazard assembly as before, for even the slightest error could result in catastrophic equipment failure, or even an explosion. After a brief explanation, Yuling resumed the assembly process. His movements were indeed much more delicate this time. The components no longer flew about chaotically, but instead moved with purpose and order. Phew, I knew it. How could Yuling possibly err? Indeed. Those foreign detractors were spouting nonsense and deserved their comeuppance. Go, Yuling. You will surely succeed. The atmosphere in the venue became lively once more. Meanwhile, an official from the Eagle Nation's parliament, upon hearing Yuling's words, paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. The next phase is crucial. Must he slow down? A single misstep could lead to an explosion? What a stroke of fortune! For, at that very moment, the missiles from the Eagle Nation had already been launched. Suddenly, a staff member rushed into the venue, approaching the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom and whispering urgently. The president of the Eagle Nation squinted. That individual was a member of the Ministry of Defense. His amusement only grew. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the high-ranking leader's eyes widened in shock. He rose to address the esteemed guests from various nations. My apologies, esteemed guests, but I must attend to an urgent matter and will have to excuse myself. After speaking, he scanned the faces of the foreign dignitaries. They all appeared momentarily taken aback, then expressed their understanding with faces full of surprise. The leader observed for a while. Finding no hint of suspicion, he departed with the Ministry of Defense member. How many missiles are there? He demanded sternly. Who would have dared to launch an attack on the Dragon Kingdom's space station at this critical juncture? One must admit, it is a rather audacious strike. All attention had been focused on the space station. Not a single soul anticipated any unusual activities on the ground. Preliminary estimates indicated that there were thousands, launched from various locations worldwide. How did the missiles traverse the stratosphere? That is a feat achievable only by rockets. The leader seethed with fury. Upon analysis, it was discovered that the missiles were constructed entirely from aerospace materials, essentially the same raw materials utilized in rockets. The report from his subordinates revealed their anxious expressions. The senior leader was taken aback, realizing the magnitude of the undertaking. Consequently, the costs soared to staggering heights. Unlike rockets, which serve multiple functions including manned missions, missiles are singularly designed for the purpose of obliterating targets. This singular focus allows for the rapid overcoming of technological barriers, thus achieving this outcome. Could interception be feasible? He entered the command room, observing the bustling personnel. A general approached him, stating, with all our new laser main cannons, we can reach into space. However, the accuracy would significantly diminish, and the energy consumption would be exceedingly alarming. The general appeared troubled, implying that their interception efficiency would be minimal and would waste an excessive amount of energy. The costs could even surpass those of a space station by several multiples, rendering the endeavor impractical. Intercept with full force. The Dragon Nation cannot afford to lose Yuling, the senior leader declared sternly. The general was momentarily stunned, then realized that Yuling was still aboard the space station. He nodded and proceeded with the orders. Notify the space station to instruct Yuling to evacuate immediately. The senior leader instructed another individual. The latter hurried off to establish communication with the space station. At that moment, Guan Lao, who was observing Yuling's operations, pulled out his terminal with a puzzled expression, glancing at the incoming communication request. He connected the call. What? A large-scale missile strike is imminent, and we are to evacuate? Chapter 51. Reluctance in the face of death. Old Guan hung up the communication, astonished. How could anyone dare to provoke at such a critical juncture? Especially with the Dragon Kingdom having reached this point? He glanced at Yuling, hesitating momentarily before stepping forward and pulling her aside. Yuling, we cannot proceed any further. We must evacuate. A large missile strike is imminent. If we take the space elevator now, we may still escape, Old Guan urged anxiously. Those with malicious intent surely had not anticipated the existence of a space elevator. It would only take a few minutes to evacuate the space station and take the spacecraft with them. It was indeed a pity for the first space station of the Dragon Kingdom. No, you must go on without me. I will continue, Yuling replied, momentarily taken aback before resolutely declaring her stance. Old Guan was stunned. What? He could not comprehend it. Yuling did not strike him as someone who would fail to discern the gravity of the situation. Why would she choose to remain? Old Guan. The space elevator is designed to establish an energy conduit for the transport of people and objects. It cannot carry anything exceeding its energy capacity, Yuling explained, gesturing towards the distant spacecraft. The vehicle capable of achieving sublight speed possessed a significant energy level. The energy within its components had already been activated, which was why it was prone to explosion. Furthermore, her own spiritual energy level had escalated significantly. It was a form of energy in itself. The space elevator could barely manage to transport her away. Yuling could not allow Old Guan and the others to wait here for death while she escaped. Nor could she forsake the spacecraft that had taken so long to construct. Although the mission had been accomplished and future production would be swift with the right materials. Could she really abandon her hard-earned in the face of mere missile strikes? Absolutely not. Material possessions could be recreated, but a life lost was irretrievable. Old Guan was deeply agitated. Yuling sighed and shook her head. She found it difficult to explain the nuances of spiritual energy. At least until the subspace opened and spiritual practitioners underwent a significant awakening, elucidating such matters was beyond her reach. Old Guan stared at Yuling, opening his mouth but ultimately saying nothing. With a faint smile, she extricated herself from his grasp and resumed her assembly work. After a brief silence, Old Guan contacted Blue Star. We will not evacuate. The space station will defend against the missile assault with all its might. Upon finishing, he led a group of researchers away to assist in controlling the defense systems. The basic space station boasted over 380 firepower points, and it was impossible for just a few guards to operate them flexibly at once. Concentrating fire on a single direction might be feasible, but defending against missiles from all sides posed a considerable challenge. Fortunately, these researchers had not overlooked any aspect of the space station's functionality. Thus, everyone had a rudimentary understanding of the weaponry systems. Meanwhile, Yuling continued her assembly, her pace quickening significantly. Missile swarms? Old Guan's distress indicated that the situation was indeed dire. At present, the space station remains in its rudimentary form, lacking an automated defense system. And the efficacy of manually operated weaponry pales in comparison to that of intelligent AI. The prospect of completely intercepting a large-scale missile barrage is, in essence, nearly impossible. Should the space station come under attack, leading to the loss of gravitational support and atmospheric integrity, it would swiftly disintegrate into a cloud of cosmic debris. Yet, what of it? Yuling broke into a grin, evidently having devised a solution. Although the identity of the nation responsible for this predicament remained unknown, it was clear that they had underestimated him. A mere missile barrage? Allow me to demonstrate how to handle it, he mused, quickening his movements once more. Meanwhile, onlookers who observed Yuling momentarily depart only to return and accelerate his assembly process were engulfed in confusion. What transpired? The atmosphere feels decidedly off. Indeed, even those who stood behind Yuling had vacated. Their expressions were decidedly grim as they departed. The citizens of Long Country began to sense unease. Conversely, members of the Eagle Country's parliament gazed at Yuling with exhilaration as he continued his assembly. Splendid! This fellow has not retreated. Ha ha, indeed. How could a researcher abandon their own findings? Our gamble has paid off. This time, Long Country is finished. Without the space station and Yuling, what right do they have to stand above us? The technology of Long Country will inevitably belong to us. The parliamentarians were beside themselves with excitement. In the command center of Long Country's imperial capital, a sense of bewilderment permeated the air. Why? Were you not instructed to evacuate? What is Yuling up to? The high-ranking official fumed. Leader, Yuling insists on continuing. I cannot persuade him, Guanlao replied, wearing a wry smile. Activate the space elevator. I will send someone to drag him down. Where are the station's guards? What are they doing? Bring him back to me. However, the authority over the space station rests solely with Yu Ling. We cannot compel him, Guan Lao reiterated with a resigned expression. How could the guard dare to defy Yu Ling? Do you believe they would simply toss him into the void of space? This space station is Yu Ling's domain. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking official fell silent. Indeed, previously, in a bid to avoid provoking Yu Ling, they had entirely refrained from inquiring about the station's authority. Trusting him implicitly, they believed he would never act against the interests of Long Country. Yet, the current scene unfolded unexpectedly. The high-ranking official inhaled sharply. Intercept the missiles with all available resources. Spare no energy. He bellowed. Instantly, everyone hastened their efforts. Across Long Country, military bases began to transform. Laser towers morphed, and primary cannons ascended, aiming skyward. The naval fleet set sail, adjusting the direction of their ship-mounted artillery as well. In the command center, the urgency escalated. How long until the missiles reach Long Country space border? In 5 minutes. Begin charging. We must intercept as many missiles as possible. Understood. On the map, a swarm of red dots surged toward the territory of Long Country from all corners of the globe. Tension gripped the command center as all eyes remained glued to the screen. Fire. As the words fell, colossal beams of light surged from the territory of Longhua, piercing the heavens. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed upon the direction of those luminous columns. What on earth was happening? Viewers of the live broadcast also noticed the anomaly on the screen. Suddenly, Blue Star unleashed numerous beams of light, followed by explosions. They were momentarily taken aback as they discerned an object breaking through the beams of light. It was a missile. Infuriating. Was it launched by that nation? Seeking death. My goodness. If anything were to happen to the esteemed Yu Ling, we would obliterate the country that fired the missile. Please, let there be no harm. Why hasn't T-Master Yu evacuated? How reckless. The audience erupted in chaos. Finally comprehending why Master Yu had been hastily taken away by Elder Guan moments ago, and why he had accelerated his assembly upon returning. With reddened eyes, they gazed at the figure laboring tirelessly. In a bid to safeguard technological achievements, he resolutely stood his ground even in the face of imminent peril. Attention, everyone. The missile is approaching. In the space station, Elder Guan gazed at the missile breaching the laser blockade, his expression grave beyond measure. Chapter 52. Calm and collected, all personnel aboard the space station stood on high alert. After an extended period, they observed the red dots on the screen drawing ever closer. How long until the missile strike arrives? Elder Guan inquired, his voice steady. In 20 seconds, a nearby researcher exclaimed, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and exhilaration. Prepare yourselves. It's coming. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, everyone meticulously controlled their assigned fire points, unleashing a barrage of firepower towards the perimeter. One missile after another was intercepted. The defensive network established by the space station successfully thwarted all incoming missiles. But the ordeal was not over. More were on their way. It was evident that the missile assault was not a simultaneous arrival, but rather a staggered wave. Elder Guan and his team had merely intercepted the first wave. On Blue Star, in the imperial capital of Longhua, the crowd gathered in the square, watching the live broadcast, erupted into cheers upon witnessing the missiles being intercepted. The defense held. They rejoiced, embracing one another. Yet, the tension persisted. There's a second wave. Someone shouted, and the atmosphere fell silent once more as they anxiously watched. In the conference hall, the expressions of the international guests were grave. Who orchestrated this? Aside from the representatives from the Eagle Nation, the others were mired in speculation. Such a large-scale surprise attack could hardly be attributed to smaller nations. They simply lacked the capability. Thus, many present cast peculiar glances at the leaders of the Central Powers. The top 10 nations of Blue Star. These leaders, too, displayed no signs of weakness. Rather, they wore expressions of perplexity tinged with a glimmer of hope. Although they were not the architects of this defense, success was undoubtedly preferable. Meanwhile, the representatives from the Eagle Nation struggled to suppress their laughter. The Speaker of the Parliament observed the footage of the intercepted missiles, yearning to break into laughter. This is merely an appetizer. Longhua's space station has exhausted its firepower. He thought, aware that far greater challenges lay ahead. The visuals of the missiles being detonated appeared grand, yet in reality, the numbers were minimal. They were merely the vanguard, numbering less than 200. Combined with those intercepted by manhwa's ground defenses, the total of incoming missiles was upwards of 600. Most critically, the multiple warhead missiles were still to come. This type of weaponry had been universally banned by all nations on Blue Star. The existence of multiple warheads rendered existing missile quantity agreements nearly obsolete, thus this weapon had long been subject to stringent restrictions. However, rules exist to be broken. It merely depends on whether the incentives are substantial enough. The speaker's heart brimmed with anticipation. One of the advantages of multiple warheads lay in the element of surprise at the moment of their deployment. The sudden surge in numbers could catch any defense system off guard. Even the seemingly flawless defenses of the space station would be challenged. In the command center of manhwa, the atmosphere was tense. What is the status? The space station had momentarily withstood the assault, but many more were yet to come. The second wave is expected to arrive in 2 minutes. This is bad. Suddenly, a soldier operating the instruments shouted. Everyone turned to see him manipulate a few controls, revealing a map. The map displayed a virtual image of a blue planet, with various objects taking flight towards the sky. What is happening? From different locations, missiles were launched almost simultaneously. The leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were left in a state of shock. What is going on? I must negotiate with these nations. The Minister of Foreign Affairs gritted his teeth. There is no time. The missiles have already been launched. The high-ranking official narrowed his eyes. Furthermore, no one would admit to it. They could easily claim that it was the work of private mercenaries, absolving themselves of any responsibility. Just look at these launch sites. None are publicly acknowledged military bases. The others soon grasped the situation. Despicable. Activate all missile defense systems. Intercept as much as possible. Can the powered armor intercept? No. Only Yuling's initial model has flight capability. This means the other powered armors lack aerial combat abilities and cannot catch up to the missiles. Inform the space station and tell Old Guan that if it comes to that, they must evacuate Yuling. We cannot let anything happen to him. The message was sent. But there was no response. They were fully engaged in defending against the missile onslaught. Is it possible to launch a satellite for docking with the space station? The high-ranking official maintained a grim expression. If docking with the space station were feasible, even if Yuling were reluctant to leave, forcibly taking him away with troops would be an option. There is no time. No missile can be outrun. A cold wave washed over everyone, making them feel ice cold. Is the Dragon Kingdom truly about to lose Yuling? The atmosphere in the command room was exceedingly tense. Given the current circumstances, there seemed to be no glimmer of hope for saving Yuling, even if Yuling wished to flee now, amidst the ongoing attacks on the space station. It was uncertain if the space elevator could still be used. Everyone knew that taking the elevator during an earthquake was the most perilous choice. And Yuling? What was he doing? The high-ranking official suddenly realized. The footage was filled with defensive measures against the missile attack. There was no sight of Yuling. The technicians quickly took control. Although they lacked authority over the space station, the cameras had always maintained a connection. As the ground base continuously monitored the operations of the space station. Is he still assembling? Everyone was stunned, watching Yuling remain utterly unshaken. Why, at this critical juncture? Could he work with such calmness? Even appearing somewhat leisurely? At this moment, Yuling sat on the ground, gazing at the fully formed aircraft before him. A smile gracing his face. His exclusive powered armor, Thunder initial model, had somehow already positioned itself behind him. It's almost ready. Yuling narrowed his eyes. It seems these missiles are not only targeting the aircraft and the space station but also intend to capture him as well? If that is the case, they will be sorely disappointed. The nations responsible for this predicament could never have anticipated the outcome. From the outset, they lacked any possibility of success. Yuling cast a glance at his panel, noting that his genetic level had ascended to the celestial tier, enabling him to survive in a vacuum. Coupled with his powered armor, he could effortlessly return on his own. No missile, regardless of speed, could rival the velocity of a tricore-powered armor suit. Time was of the essence. Once he assembled the aircraft, he would resolve this crisis, he murmured. He had no intention of abandoning the space station or forsaking Guan Lao and the others. Meanwhile, the researchers tirelessly attempting to intercept the missiles were already drenched in sweat. The second wave had yet to arrive, but the ongoing assaults had already placed them under immense pressure. As they gazed at the multitude of red dots on the display screen, a sense of despair washed over them. Could they truly halt the forthcoming barrage? Were they destined to perish here? What none of them noticed, however, was that Yuling had successfully completed the assembly of the aircraft. He was now placing something inside the vehicle. Chapter 53, Crisis Averted, unlocking the hyperspace engine at this moment. The researchers aboard the space station gazed in despair at the approaching missile swarm. The prospect of defense seemed utterly futile. Suddenly, a spacecraft materialized before their eyes. What is this? A flying machine? The researchers were taken aback. Indeed. Ceasefire. There is no need for further action. Footsteps echoed behind them, and upon turning, they saw Yuling approaching in powered armor. Team leader. Yuling nodded affirmatively. They turned once more to observe the aircraft before them. The vehicle gleamed silver, boasting a streamlined design with 2 stabilizing wings at the rear and 3 thrusters at the tip. It was a colossal structure, measuring 90 meters in length, tapering at the front and widening at the back. It hovered midway through the missile onslaught. Team leader. Do you intend to use this sublight-speed craft to shield us from those missiles? One member exclaimed in astonishment. They had already intercepted missiles long enough to understand their formidable power. It was extraordinary. The notion of using such a vessel for defense seemed nearly impossible. Their skepticism was not directed at the craft's quality, but rather at its size. How could such a small object withstand such extensive coverage of attack? Yuling smiled reassuringly. Just watch. Everything will be fine. His confidence began to permeate the group, alleviating much of the panic etched on their faces. This scene was simultaneously broadcast live to Blue Star, where viewers were left bewildered. What on earth was Yuling thinking? Was he truly planning to use such a diminutive aircraft to counter a missile swarm? Ridiculous. Despair washed over the audience. Meanwhile, international guests felt a flicker of excitement. To them, Yuling's action seemed tantamount to courting death. However, it was not long before they sensed something amiss. The aircraft began to change. Elder Guan and his companions, closest to the vessel, were the first to notice its unusual activity. The thrusters at the rear sprang to life. A brilliant light coalesced. Elder Guan's eyes widened. He had never witnessed thrusters that absorbed light upon activation. The area around the vessel visibly darkened. Soon, the aircraft itself was enveloped in darkness, leaving only a shadowy silhouette. Just then, the concentrated light at the rear erupted. Elder Guan and the others were momentarily blinded. The aircraft had vanished. A magnificent river of light appeared before them, stretching into the distance, disappearing beyond the horizon. The space station began to tremble. Elder Guan and his companions exclaimed in astonishment. Yuling smiled as he retrieved his terminal. Initiating commands. The space station immediately expelled energy streams, beginning to break free from the pole. What is this? Elder Guan could no longer contain his curiosity. A test flight of the sublight-speed spacecraft, Yuling replied with a grin, gazing at the luminous trail left behind. Upon hearing that it was merely a test flight, the group stared in bewilderment at the enchanting river of light. Suddenly, someone began to piece it all together. Could it be that? Soon, the missile group approached the luminous river, utterly defenseless, and was swiftly engulfed, vanishing from sight in an instant. The crowd fell silent. The accelerated motion of the spacecraft left the luminous river, which possessed a formidable gravitational pull. They gazed into the distance, witnessing numerous meteors floating in space being drawn in, hurtling away with the same swiftness as the missiles. What Yuling did not disclose was that this luminous river would dissipate within a few days, and its allure would gradually wane. Team leader, where is the spacecraft headed? A member inquired, astonished. To Mars, for resource sampling, Yuling replied. But the mining tools have already been dispatched. Very well, thank you all for your efforts. We will have a 3-day break. Please return to rest, for there will be more tasks ahead. The live broadcast concluded at this juncture. Shortly, Lau will assist me in retrieving the specific data of the spacecraft for the Blue Star, so the leadership can make an announcement. After speaking, Yuling did not await any response and departed directly. The subsequent missiles posed no threat, as they could not traverse the vast luminous river between the Blue Star and the space station. As Yuling walked away, they casually turned off the live-streaming camera. Instantly, the screens of the viewers watching the broadcast went dark, devoid of any image. Is the crisis truly averted? Someone uttered in disbelief. What followed was a tsunami of cheers. Wonderful. The space station is safe, and Yuling is unharmed. The spacecraft is unscathed. Which foolish nation fired those missiles? Did they think they could thwart us this way? They must be dumbfounded now. Hooray for the Dragon Nation! In stark contrast to the jubilant cries of the Dragon Nation citizens, the representatives of other countries appeared rather dispirited. In the venue, foreign dignitaries forced smiles as they extended perfunctory congratulations to the leaders of the Dragon Nation. The representatives from Eagle Country could no longer maintain their composure, wearing strained smiles. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation for yet another significant breakthrough, the Speaker of the Parliament said insincerely, shaking hands with the Minister of Defense. Not at all. It's of little consequence. We must continue to progress, the Minister responded with a smile. The Speaker's expression darkened. Could you possibly suppress the pride and satisfaction on your face while making such comments? Without lingering, the representatives of the other nations promptly departed from the Dragon Nation. They needed to return to their respective countries to address subsequent matters. The Dragon Nation had endured such a large-scale assault during the assembly of their spacecraft. They could not believe that the Dragon Nation would remain passive thereafter. However, most were unaware of the true situation. They felt utterly bewildered, uncertain whether their own countries had acted without prior notification. Watching the crowd disperse, the smiles of the Dragon Nation's leaders gradually faded. I shall uncover who possesses the audacity to provoke our Dragon Nation at this moment, the Minister of Defense remarked coldly. It seems they have been overly lenient. They could have easily subdued the various nations but chose to engage amicably, leading others to perceive them as easy to intimidate. This time, it is imperative that these individuals comprehend the meaning of those who offend the Dragon Nation shall be punished, regardless of distance. In the space station, Yuling, after sending all researchers back to Blue Star, appeared alone in his designated Zone 9. He activated the system panel. Name, Yuling. Age, 28. Remaining lifespan, 1,500 years. Genetic level, Starry Sky level 2. Next level, Cosmic Navigation level, Spiritual Energy level, Epsilon level 98. Can choose Spiritual Energy Manifestation. Emperor's Knowledge Repository Unlock Permission. 8 Spiritual Techniques. Mimicry Twisted Speed Reputation, 212. 000. Yuling was momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated that his reputation value had reached such heights. Reflecting on it, he speculated that the impressive outcome of the final test flight of the spacecraft had significantly contributed to this. He was grateful for the nations attempting to create disturbances, as their financial contributions had inadvertently elevated his standing. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he could have achieved such a reputation. A mundane test flight would certainly not have yielded such remarkable results. Originally, Yuling had planned to allow the data from the spacecraft to ferment after its public announcement on Blue Star, in conjunction with Dragon Nation's promotion, to accumulate the necessary reputation. This unexpected surprise was indeed fortuitous. Without hesitation, Yuling directly accessed the subspace engine template within the system panel. Indeed, it had been unlocked. System, load the subspace engine knowledge module. A familiar sensation surged forth, more exhilarating than ever before. Even the act of channeling his consciousness into the system felt overwhelming. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, he sensed a momentary lag in the system during the loading process, as if it hesitated for a brief instant. Chapter 54. The world can still be annihilated after enduring an ineffable module loading process. Yuling finally glimpsed the full scope of the subspace engine. Yet, he was taken aback. The majority of materials required for the engine's construction were utterly non-existent on Blue Star. Many of these materials, essential for subspace energy infusion, could only be found in regions where spiritual energy had been distorted and mutated. However, as far as Yuling was aware, beyond Blue Star itself, there were no signs of spiritual energy manifestation anywhere. Frustrated, he rummaged through the knowledge module, apprehensive that the system would present him with an unattainable technological creation. Soon, he discovered an alternative solution: synthetic materials. Although this would lead to considerable waste and significantly diminish the quality of the final product, it could still facilitate the activation of subspace. Once subspace was initiated, energy could invade the physical realm, and the subsequent processes would become manageable. Though a viable method had emerged, the material catalog and synthesis recipes left Yuling feeling overwhelmed. Yet, for the sake of his ambitions, he had to face the challenges ahead. He retrieved his terminal and began cataloging the necessary materials. Meanwhile, Guo and his companions, having been transported to Blue Star by Yuling, were swiftly protected by elite forces upon their arrival. They escorted the researchers away from the site. Shortly thereafter, Guo stood before the high-ranking leader, holding a document. "Is Yuling all right? Is he injured? Why didn't he come down with you?" The leader inquired with evident concern. "He's fine. It seems he has matters to attend to at the space station. This document contains data on the faster-than-light spacecraft, and Yuling intends to make it public." Guo responded, handing over the materials, his expression filled with nostalgia. If anyone had told him a year ago that he would be able to produce a faster-than-light spacecraft, he would have dismissed them with a slap, deeming it mere folly. Yet now, should anyone dare to deny the existence of this spacecraft, he would similarly respond with disbelief. Yuling was truly an extraordinary individual. As the leader perused the documents, he too was filled with awe. It felt surreal. When that young man first mentioned developing this spacecraft, he had harbored little hope. Such monumental breakthroughs were typically accompanied by years of failed endeavors. He recalled Yuling's reference to the legacy of alien civilizations. It seemed it was indeed a reality. However, the leader's expression soon darkened. If the legacy was real, then the speculation regarding a race war was also true. "Leader, who was attacking us?" Guo inquired, his countenance grave. During their time at the space station, he genuinely feared for their survival. "We're currently investigating. Don't worry, we have some leads." "Guo, since you rarely have the chance to come down, why not spend some time with your family?" The leader replied with a smile. Guo nodded and departed. "Leader, we've made progress." Although the Eagle Nation handled the situation with professionalism, the rushed timeline revealed some vulnerabilities, the Secretary General remarked, his gaze icy. "The difference between eagle claws and chicken feet should be negligible, right? Let's first release this data and then apply pressure. This time, we must ensure we draw blood." The leader narrowed his eyes, resolute. The Dragon Nation has historically been excessively benevolent, leading other countries to believe they can take advantage of this kindness. This time, they are determined to impart a profound lesson. The Secretary General solemnly accepted the documents and departed. Soon after, detailed data regarding the hypersonic spacecraft was released, causing an explosive reaction within the international academic community. Even those unversed in the significance of the data were left astounded. Is this information genuine? Could it be that the Dragon Nation is poised to embark on interstellar travel? How enviable! Why am I not a citizen of the Dragon Nation? It is infuriating to witness such a vast disparity. We are all nations of the blue planet. How did the Dragon Nation suddenly experience such a paradigm shift? It must be attributed to that genius, Yuling. Can one prodigy truly compensate for the collective effort of countless individuals over millennia? I want to immigrate. The citizens of other nations erupted in fervor. Immigration applications flooded the system, causing it to crash. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation swiftly closed its immigration policy and began repatriating individuals from other countries, having just endured numerous attacks from various nations. It was already quite rational not to detain these individuals. "Please, do not make our situation more difficult," pleaded an official responsible for repatriation. His expression darkened. "No, I will not leave. The Dragon Nation is my home. I am a Dragon Nation citizen. I pledge my loyalty to the Dragon Nation." In front of a street stall, a group clung desperately to nearby objects, be it lampposts or table legs. The official's countenance grew even darker as he fought the urge to unleash his frustration. The missile strikes from various nations had ignited a fury within him. Consequently, no one within the Dragon Nation spoke on their behalf, especially since the last individual who did had been stripped of their citizenship and dispatched. This clearly demonstrated the seriousness of the Dragon Nation's leadership. While the populace was in turmoil, governments around the world remained surprisingly silent. Faced with a conundrum, their nations had launched missiles at the Dragon Nation space station. Although they were unaware of the initial wave, many had followed suit in subsequent launches. The current strength of the Dragon Nation was undeniably formidable, leaving them in a state of despair. Who was responsible for this? A secret network meeting was convened, attended by representatives from over a dozen countries. A keen observer would notice that these were the very nations that had previously launched missiles. One national leader inquired, prompting the others to fix their gaze on the representative from the Eagle Nation. "Why are you all looking at me? Did you not all launch missiles?" The president of the Eagle Nation scoffed. "Launch what? I am unaware. It was merely some insurrectionist factions causing a ruckus, and we have already initiated efforts to quell them." The representative from the Raccoon Nation narrowed his eyes. The rest nodded in agreement. After all, who had not erred? The principle of the early bird getting the worm applied here. They had simply followed suit, believing that as long as they provided the Dragon Nation with a satisfactory explanation, they would surely be forgiven. Their presence at this meeting was for another purpose, to caution the prominent nations against dragging them into this predicament. Upon hearing the shameless remarks from the Raccoon Nation, the Speaker of the Eagle Nation's Parliament felt compelled to retort. However, the successive declarations from the other nations compelled him to swallow his words. It became evident that in this assembly, only their nation was considered an outsider. Soon enough, the meeting concluded, leaving only one underlying message from all the nations present. Should the Eagle Nation fail to take responsibility for its initial provocations, they should not be surprised if they find themselves facing a united front against them. How disgraceful! The speaker seethed with fury. "Mr. Speaker," interjected the vice president, "rather than allowing our anger to consume us, we must first address the wrath of the Dragon Nation. Their letter of inquiry has arrived, and I must say, their stance is quite uncompromising." The vice president, though evidently more composed, wore a pained smile. It seemed the Dragon Nation intended to make an example of someone, and unfortunately, the Eagle Nation had unwittingly played the role of the sacrificial chicken. What a folly to reveal such vulnerabilities. Who is responsible for this debacle? The speaker bellowed in exasperation. The rapidity with which the Dragon Nation had uncovered the truth was infuriating. Senator James from Texas. The speaker's breath hitched. That burly man, adorned with a mane of chest hair, was hardly adept at grasping subtleties. He buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed. This predicament was intertwined with the distribution of power among the parliamentary members, rather than the preferences of those in charge. After all, despite the universal ambition for the speaker's position, not everyone could ascend to that role. Having contemplated this, he found some solace. Since it was their blunder, let Texas bear the brunt of the blame, he mused with a sardonic smile. The vice president, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped the situation and nodded in agreement, prepared to take action. He was all too familiar with handling such matters, by severing the evidence chain originating from Texas and manipulating it accordingly. This incident could be framed as the senator's personal misconduct, entirely dissociated from the will of the Eagle Nation, with a scapegoat in place. The Dragon Nation would have no reason to direct their ire toward the entirety of the Eagle Nation. After all, the Dragon Nation was not truly invincible, and the world remained vulnerable to devastation. Surely, they understood how to navigate the situation. The speaker narrowed his eyes and savored a sip of red wine. Sacrificing a few high-ranking officials was a minor cost. Even amidst internal strife within the Eagle Nation, it would merely be a passing storm. Chapter 55. A warning against feudal resistance. What? That old fox wants me to take the fall? Senator James, upon hearing his subordinate's report, furiously smashed his wine glass. No. He could not remain idle. Having received this intelligence, only a fool would stay put. Suddenly, James halted, casting a glance at the subordinate who was respectfully bowing his head in the room. This trusted confidant of his. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his gun and shot him in the head. The timing of this fellow's report was just too convenient. The Parliament had just concluded its business, and it was likely that the Dragon Kingdom had only just received the news when this man arrived. Clearly, the Parliament had sent him. The intention was to facilitate his escape, thereby diverting the attention of the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it! That old fox, the president, always employs such schemes that, even when known to the enemy, cannot alter the outcome. Over the years, he has continuously suffered setbacks at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. No. It was that man who was the source of his troubles. The image of Yuling surfaced in his mind. Without hesitation, James darkly exited the room. It would not be easy to leave this place without being detected by the Dragon Kingdom. Departing swiftly was unrealistic. All nations were eager to curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom. He could hardly expect political asylum from any other country. If he was not careful to conceal his movements, he would surely be discovered. It was even possible that he would be used as a bargaining chip, directly handed over to the Dragon Kingdom. skillfully. James evaded the cameras and made his way toward a shadowy alley. Texas was renowned for its multifaceted talents. As a senator, his training as an operative was rather commonplace. Wasn't he it? Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle Nation had been thoroughly discredited. The high-ranking leader smiled, perusing the documents at hand. Within them lay a plethora of evidence, seamlessly crafted to appear flawless. Yet, to confront it directly was met with skepticism. Nevertheless, certain matters could yield a perfectly erroneous conclusion through the use of evidence. In this age that revered the rule of law, this was the truth. Even the current Dragon Kingdom could only acknowledge the reality brought forth by this evidence. That was to say, the missile attack had been orchestrated by the Texas senator in collusion with anti-government forces from various nations. It seemed that the Eagle Nation's parliament and the other countries were eagerly awaiting the spectacle of their misfortune. The Secretary-General chuckled softly, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The news of James's betrayal had likely already been communicated to the parties involved, or perhaps to the victim. Now, all eyes were on how the Dragon Kingdom would address this issue. Would it strike with fury or cower in weakness? This would determine how the other nations would regard the Dragon Kingdom moving forward. I have stated that this time, they must pay the price. The leader narrowed his eyes. The Secretary-General smiled and presented the pre-drafted Plan A for his signature. A minute later, the Secretary-General departed with a document in hand. 5 minutes later, 10 new transport aircraft launched from the secret base in the imperial capital. They resembled armed helicopters, but were significantly larger and bore an unusual appearance. If one were to describe them, they lacked propellers and featured cylindrical devices resembling missiles along the sides of their fuselage. The transport aircraft hovered several kilometers above the capital, fully prepared to accelerate. A man's voice resonated within the dimly lit cabin, which suddenly illuminated with pairs of crimson glows. If Yu Ling were present, she would instantly recognize these as the ocular display lights of power armor. High above, the sound reminiscent of a laser cannon charging echoed, albeit considerably louder. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the rear of these transport aircraft erupted with a tail flame exceeding 7 times the length of their bodies, vanishing from sight in an instant. Propelling towards the Eagle Nation. Following the advent of the Dragon Nation's power armor, all countries feared the lightning decapitation tactic. For no elite force could impede the onslaught of power armor. The Dragon Nation was acutely aware of this. Thus, while Yu Ling busied herself with the design of a sublight speed vehicle, the remaining researchers in the Dragon Nation endeavored to refine this tactic to its utmost potential. After surmounting various technological challenges, this grotesque transport aircraft was born, the Nirvana V2. Unmanned and nearly regarded as a disposable asset, it was essentially a fusion of laser energy, missiles, and rockets. Its sole purpose was to deliver the Power Armor Legion to the battlefield at a velocity that rendered all anti-aircraft weapons ineffective. Aside from utilizing the life support systems of the power armor, no one could survive such violent acceleration. Bringing divine retribution upon the enemy amidst the flames of death, that is the essence of Nirvana. A tremendous sonic boom startled the citizens of the capital, prompting them to gaze upwards, only to witness a thick layer of clouds that had inexplicably ruptured, swirling ominously against the wind. Meanwhile, within the Ministry of Defense of the Eagle Nation, an urgent report was made. Unidentified flying objects detected approaching our borders. Where did they originate? Forget it. Just shoot them down. The defense minister's eyes widened. The Dragon Nation had not provided any prior notification, and he was unperturbed by the possibility that these might be Dragon aircraft. As a member of the Ministry of Defense, it was his duty to intercept unidentified objects encroaching upon their airspace. Therefore, it would be preferable if they were indeed from the Dragon Nation. Such an unauthorized incursion, if shot down, would necessitate swallowing the bitter consequences. Regardless of the choice, aggression was the optimal response. No, they're too fast. AVE already passed. The soldiers stationed by the instruments stood in shock. What kind of speed was this? The Patriots had not even turned in time before those unidentified objects surged past the radar's edge. Damn it, where have they gone? Towards Texas. The defense minister fell silent. Should the national air defense alarm be sounded? The soldiers hesitated. No need. Let us act as if nothing occurred. However, as the soldier attempted to voice further concerns, he was silenced by the minister's stern gaze. maintaining a composed demeanor. The defense minister stepped outside and retrieved his phone to report to the speaker. It was evident that the Dragon Nation had come seeking retribution, albeit through such an unexpected method. Holding the phone, he managed a bitter smile. Your Excellency, the Dragon Kingdom has become an entity beyond our capacity to resist. Today, Texas basks in the brilliance of a clear sky. Officers who exalt freedom engage in amicable interactions with a group of similarly free-spirited individuals from a dark faction. Both parties take refuge behind the cover of the street's edges, occasionally peeking out to exchange greetings with their shotguns in hand. Brothers, let us exert ourselves and empty our magazines before calling it a day. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes from the heavens, as if something has exploded in the sky, followed by a shadowy presence enveloping the neighborhood. What is that? The two factions, caught in a fierce exchange, widen their eyes in astonishment. With the sound of heavy objects falling, a barrage of metal cans descends. The ground fractures and buildings crumble. The B-1 squad safely descends to their designated location, commencing their blockade tactics. Elsewhere, a wealthy individual, having ventured out on a Thursday to purchase KFC for a friend, exclaims in dismay, "Oh my goodness, my limited edition Lamborghini," as he beholds his luxury vehicle transformed into mere scrap metal, weeping in despair. The powered armor soldier feels a twinge of awkwardness as he extricates himself from the wreckage of this expensive ruin. A similar scene unfolds throughout San Antonio, the administrative heart of Texas, as smoke fills the air in an instant. Warning, you are now under the wartime control of the Dragon Kingdom's Thunder Armored Corps. Please refrain from any futile resistance. Warning, please do not engage in any futile resistance. Chapter 56. For the safety of the Eagle Nation, Saint City. In less than 2 minutes, the armored forces of the Dragon Nation descended from the sky, accompanied by a barrage of machine-translated commands in the Eagle language. The initial panic within the populace, struck by the suddenness of the event, was swiftly overtaken by astonishment. Is this real? Has the Dragon Nation taken control here? What a joke! Exclaimed a bystander. Oh my, it's truly powered armor. May I take a picture with you? A soldier engaged in a blockade mission momentarily froze. Oh, say cheese. The young man who captured the photograph was brimming with excitement. All right, please step back and do not interfere with our mission. With that, the mech soldier swung his chainsaw sword, carving a terrifying mark into the ground. The young man, who was about to post the photo on Facebook, was left trembling in fear. Cough, cough. Be mindful, do not harm the innocent. Understood, Captain. I know my limits, the armored soldier replied. He too was taken aback by the audacity of someone approaching him for a photo. They had received an urgent task to conduct a swift capture operation. The Intelligence Analysis Department, having scrutinized James's profile, deduced his character. The intelligence unit concluded that he must have just received the news and would not venture far. It had only been 10 minutes since the Eagle Nation had relayed information to the Dragon Nation. They had already crossed the ocean and landed at the municipal center of this legislator, sealing off a perimeter of over 20 kilometers. The powered armor soldier surveyed the area. Report. This is Fatty number 4, no threats detected. Upon finishing his report, he could not help but chuckle. Which fool came up with that name? Meanwhile, at the Dragon Nation Aerospace Research Institute, Monan sneezed. He gazed at the modified design blueprint in his hands, pondering what to name this armor. Having finally secured the naming rights from the esteemed Oldley, he was determined to choose a name that resonated with the common folk. The soldier in Saint City, on high alert, patted his sturdy chest armor. The powered armor he donned was still based on the Thunder framework, yet its exterior had undergone a significant transformation. After acquiring all the data on Thunder, the researchers from the Dragon Nation realized that achieving the same level of capability for every soldier, as exemplified by Yu Ling, was unattainable. Therefore, to adapt to various tactical scenarios during group army operations, they had to modify the originally balanced powered armor data significantly. This fatty model featured 3 times the thickness and defensive plating, serving as a shield for the squad. Steady, cat's eye, commence sniping. On the ceiling of the highest floor in Saint City, 5 streamlined armored soldiers had positioned a large sniper rifle, named Cat's Eye. Unlike their somewhat whimsical model names, the weapon in their hands was capable of toppling an aircraft carrier. This was a collaborative effort from the esteemed Oldley of the Research Institute. By integrating laser technology, They had revitalized an outdated pulse cannon to develop this Gauss sniper rifle, a true bane for large vehicles. The ammunition consisted of costly, high-temperature metal armor-piercing explosive rounds. To a certain extent, it mitigated the intricate computational challenges posed by the refraction of water molecules in the atmosphere during the ultra-long-range strikes of laser energy weapons. As these 5 felines took their stand, the entirety of Sand City transformed into a forbidden zone for military vehicles. Moreover, should they so desire, they could reduce a significant portion of the city to ruins. Presently, in the Dragon Nation, even without the involvement of Yuling, it is not a territory that the Eagle Nation can dare to provoke. At this juncture, ground forces had also completed their regional blockade. It was only then that the citizens of Sand City fully comprehended the situation, erupting in astonishment. The Dragon Nation had audaciously occupied the central area of their city? What could this mean? Were they intent on slaughtering the city? How infuriating. We have done nothing. Oh God, I may soon meet you, dear family. Could you perhaps send me some gifts before I depart? Look, there goes the armored division of the Dragon Nation. An increasing number of individuals began to share updates on the state of Sand City across the internet. Videos circulated rapidly. In an instant, international discourse erupted. What is the Dragon Nation up to? They have unhesitatingly occupied a city of the Eagle Nation? Have they truly lost control? With such formidable weaponry, one would assume they would seek to unify the world, right? Goodness, this is the Eagle Nation? How could they be so easily overrun? Especially after proclaiming their commitment to maintaining world peace? Utterly disgraceful. The Dragon Nation is remarkably powerful. We, the Cherry Blossom Nation, hold great respect for the strong. In the past, we were in the wrong, Semi-Masai. From now on, the Dragon Nation shall be our esteemed leader. Speaking of which, who was it that declared our Dragon Nation's successful development of a hypersonic vehicle would lead to nationwide fasting? Suddenly, the barrage of comments in the video fell silent. Was there indeed such an occurrence? Could it be that the Dragon Nation acted upon this reasoning to invade the Eagle Nation? The citizens of various nations were struck with horror. In an instant, certain food items in supermarkets, restaurants specializing in particular cuisines, and seafood markets announced temporary closures. The global economy began to exhibit signs of severe turbulence as a result. It must be said that the influence of the Dragon Nation has reached unprecedented levels. Consequently, the leaders of various nations found themselves in a state of unrest. Simultaneously, they were drenched in sweat as they sent inquiries to the Dragon Nation regarding the intent behind this action. Soon after, the Dragon Nation issued an official announcement. This operation was aimed at apprehending the greatest antisocial figure on Blue Star, James. Nonsense. The Eagle Nation possesses the capability to capture this individual without the Dragon Nation's intervention. The Speaker of the Parliament immediately voiced his concerns. He was genuinely alarmed, having not anticipated the Dragon Nation's decisiveness. All his previous probing sentiments had been cast aside. They had so effortlessly occupied a city. How had they accomplished this? In merely a few minutes, they traversed half of Blue Star and executed a swift landing. He trembled internally, filled with regret. We do not believe your nation possesses the capacity to apprehend him. And the Dragon Nation has the right to capture criminals infringing upon our rights. This is also to prevent unnecessary casualties among the Eagle Nation's law enforcement personnel. We act with the safety of the Eagle Nation in mind, wishing to avert internal strife. The response from the foreign minister left all nations astounded. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Ah, indeed, has not the Eagle Nation played this game before? Is this still the Dragon Nation? Once renowned for its air of grandeur, a chill ran through the hearts of all national leaders. The source of this transformation is Yuling. It appears that Yuling of the Dragon Nation is their Achilles heel, a presence that must not be touched. Subsequently, they expressed their understanding. If their own country possessed such a genius, who would dare harm him? They would fight fiercely to protect him. The Eagle Nation grew frantic. Dragon Nation, do not overstep. Please withdraw immediately. We, too, have the Dragon Nation's best interests at heart. James has been cultivating there for many years. You wouldn't want your elite forces to falter in Sand City, would you? The Speaker of the Parliament narrowed his eyes dangerously. Do not trouble yourself. The foreign minister replied with a smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. He understood the implications from the Eagle Nation. It was nothing short of a threat. Suggesting they would deploy troops disguised as James's private militia to assault the armored forces. It could only be described as a welcome opportunity. Sometimes, if one does not display their strength and inflict pain upon the adversary, they will not comprehend how to coexist harmoniously. The minister reflected on the Dragon Nation Star Sea project and found the agitated speaker rather uninteresting. Our ambitions lie among the stars and the vast sea. Concerning ourselves with such petty disputes seems rather beneath us. The speaker of the Eagle Nation, observing the suddenly transformed demeanor of the Dragon Nation's minister in the video, felt an unsettling distaste. What is happening? Suddenly, he felt as though they were no longer on the same level. Since the appearance of Yuling, the people of the Dragon Nation have exuded an air of peculiarity. However, if warnings prove ineffective, they have only themselves to blame. Power armor? The Dragon Nation is indeed naive, believing that possessing a formidable weapon would elevate them, dismissing the modern arms that humanity has honed through centuries of warfare? How fortunate that they covet the power armor as well. Should they acquire a few units, the Eagle Nation may yet find itself with another chance to rise. Chapter 57. Dreams hold all. As the Speaker of the Eagle Nation's parliament made a decisive resolution, their legions commenced their movements. However, they refrained from launching a large-scale invasion. The only practical intelligence they possessed regarding the Dragon Nation's powered armor was derived from the annihilation of the Hyena Mercenary Corps. Out of caution, they dispatched 4 J-20 fighter jets from a nearby military base, while a more covert base closer to Saint City sent out 15 main battle tanks. These actions were merely a probe, which the speaker deemed sufficient. Captain, we have unidentified flying objects approaching. Their speed suggests they are fighter jets, reported a member of the Watchful Cat team from the rooftop, as red dots appeared on their detection instruments. Prepare yourselves, but do not engage outside our declared control zone, the captain instructed. The Watchful Cats acknowledged their orders, adjusting their sniper rifles to align with the predicted flight path of the incoming aircraft. It was evident that the fighter jets were targeting them, and not reconnaissance units dispatched by the Eagle Nation. The powered armor soldier, poised to take aim, grinned. Meow, meow. Meow, the kitties are about to catch some little birds. With that, he swapped out his magazine and activated rapid-fire mode. Stop. Are you out of your mind? Protested a teammate. It was hard to resist the charm of a muscle-bound figure standing nearly 6 feet tall, to deal with a few fighter jets. They wouldn't need the specialized munitions reserved for aircraft carriers, which they knew were exorbitantly priced. Report. This is the Griffin flight team. We are about to enter the perimeter of Saint City, preparing to execute the dragon-slaying plan, announced the fighter jet pilots. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. In the far-off command room of the Parliament, silence enveloped the room as they gazed at the map, where the fighter jets had vanished without a trace. Griffin. They called out repeatedly, but received no response. This is bad. The tank units, exclaimed a general of the Eagle Nation, eyes wide with alarm. Report. The tank squad has reached the outskirts of Saint City. Order them to withdraw. Huh? The reporting officer was taken aback but prepared to follow the command. Yet, soon realized the tank squad had also lost contact. An overwhelming silence fell over the scene. The speaker quickly received the news, staring in disbelief at the battle damage report. Their forces had not even entered a position to strike the enemy before being utterly obliterated. They couldn't even ascertain the origin of the attack. Abandon the combat plan, he declared, taking a deep breath as if aged by several years in an instant. Had the Dragon Nation truly grown this formidable? Regret consumed him. If only he had placed greater emphasis on the Dragon Nation from the very beginning, especially during the peculiar events at the Imperial Academy. Would the outcome have been different? Perhaps it could have been the Eagle Nation that obtained Yuling. Contemplating the current positions of the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation, the speaker offered a rueful smile. Indeed, dreams encompass everything. What? Abandon the combat plan? The general, awaiting further orders, could hardly believe it. Were the members of the Parliament truly so spineless as to be frightened into submission? These iron cans have just obliterated 4 fighter jets and 15 tanks of the Eagle Nation. When have they ever endured such humiliation? They aren't even seeking revenge? The general is furious, yet contemplating the combat prowess of the Dragon Nation. General Mike, shall we proceed? The adjutant's eyes gleam with martial fervor. No. Cease operations. At this moment, in the city of Satan, a sense of exhilaration permeates the air. The sniper, captivated, caresses the powerful rifle in hand. This firepower is simply delightful. All thanks to Masterly. What are you saying? ISNT at the merit of Commander Yuling? Indeed. Masterly himself acknowledged that this marvel was entirely crafted based on Commander Yuling's technical theories. Enough chatter, the pesky flies have been shooed away. Let us execute the plan. The captain's voice resonates. Below, all powered armor warriors momentarily halt before commencing their tasks. They first utilize loudspeakers to gather the crowd, confirming identities before dispersing the blockade. Outside, the already safe populace remains, many activating live streams to witness the subsequent actions of the Dragon Nation. Observing that the armored warriors paid them no heed, an increasing number of individuals whip out their phones to record. Internationally, the attention on this operation is mounting. In the live streaming rooms, viewership skyrockets. What is the Dragon Nation planning? It is rumored they aim to apprehend James, the individual who launched a missile attack on the Dragon Nation space station. This man is formidable, a former council member, and trained in espionage. Capturing him will likely prove arduous, if not impossible. The Eagle Nation spy training is renowned as the pinnacle of global standards. Conducting such a wide-ranging search makes finding him exceedingly challenging. This is their home turf. Even if it weren't, the complexities of a major city's urban landscape pose significant obstacles. How can one possibly locate a professionally trained spy amidst the vast concrete jungle? The Dragon Nation swiftly provides an answer. The armored warriors activate their biological detection devices. Is that a biological detector? I work in biological research. I can't be mistaken. Despite its high-tech appearance, the device does not escape the keen eyes of netizens, who nearly burst into laughter. The Dragon Nation intends to use this contraption to locate individuals. Its ability to penetrate substantial barriers is limited. Even if breakthroughs have been made with this apparatus, it seems implausible. Soon, however, their laughter fades. The armored warriors skin a building, then draw forth a cannon, commencing demolition. With a resounding crash, the structure is reduced to rubble. They observe as the armored warriors repetitively scan, confirming the absence of life signs before nodding and proceeding to the next edifice. This very scene unfolds throughout various sectors of the quarantine zone. Quickly, those in hiding begin to emerge in terror, raising their hands in surrender. The armored warriors intercept them, cross-referencing biological data before allowing them to leave. The audience watching the live broadcast fell into silence. Could it be that Long Nation has truly lost its senses? Are they really planning to demolish the very heart of Saint City just to capture one individual? The leaders of various nations observe this scene with grave expressions, their perception of Long Nation's untouchability becoming even more pronounced. Soon, James was brought forth. No matter how skilled a sniper might be, he could not withstand the onslaught of artillery. With a defiant look, he regarded those who hoisted him, clad in his powered armor, as if he were mere prey. Fake, he exclaimed, a bunch of ruffians, utterly unreasonable. Though captured, James remained unperturbed. These Long Nation operatives may have seized him, but to what end? This was, after all, Eagle Nation. He had witnessed the moment when the powered armor fell. The vehicles that transported them had exploded upon arrival. Although the reason remained a mystery, it was evident that no aircraft had retrieved them. These individuals clearly had no intention of executing him on the spot. James was not particularly afraid of death, but the thought of being unjustly blamed and subjected to judgment was utterly unacceptable. Eagle Nation would likely not permit him to be discarded in Long Nation, and assassins would soon be on their way. He was curious to see how Long Nation intended to take him away. Break free? Chapter 58. Finalizing the subspace engine material catalog. At the precise moment the armored team completed their mission, Yuling also finalized the material catalog. As he gazed at the multitude of materials, each accompanied by a weight figure, he felt a pang of dismay. The sheer volume was quite overwhelming. This synthesis recipe resembled a financial black hole. The quantity of materials was sufficient to construct 3 additional foundational space stations. Yet, the subspace engine crafted from it was nothing more than an antiquated relic. Aside from facilitating entry into subspace, it possessed little practical utility. Yuling instinctively clutched his chest, wincing at the sudden ache. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the terminal chimed, and upon inspection, he discovered it was a communication request from the higher-ups. Yuling? Are you busy? No. What is it? Please assist me in receiving a group of individuals via the space elevator. The superior relayed, sending over the coordinates. Yuling paused momentarily, his expression shifting oddly. Was this within the jurisdiction of the Eagle Nation? He refrained from inquiring further, opting instead to comply and began the positioning process. In Saint City, the armored team had successfully apprehended James, gathering together amidst a growing crowd of onlookers. Many raised their smartphones and cameras, recording the event. The viewers of the live broadcast erupted in chatter. It was astonishing that the Dragon Nation had employed such a method to capture James. If he were in James's position, he would undoubtedly feel quite frustrated, possessing remarkable skills yet rendered ineffective under the tactical maneuvers of the Dragon Nation. It was inevitable that James would face immediate execution. Indeed, they could never bring him back alive. The Eagle Nation would never permit it. This was already a formidable achievement. Executing such a shocking blitzkrieg, the Dragon Nation stood invincible. Yet, it was regrettable that they would be unable to judge this criminal. Netizens from various countries believed that although the Dragon Nation had apprehended the individual, transporting him back was impossible. At that moment, a pillar of light enveloped the armored team. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Gradually, those ensconced in the light began to levitate, then, in an instant, vanished from sight. Did they just ascend from the ground? A citizen of Saint City exclaimed. Soon, expressions of realization spread across their faces. They recalled the bizarre news from earlier, the reports of someone ascending during the day, and were astonished to discover it was indeed true. The Dragon Nation had unveiled yet another technological marvel. What was this? Curiosity surged among the spectators. Meanwhile, the official media of the Eagle Nation captured the trajectory of the armored team. Heavens, is that a space elevator? They are heading to the space station. The video went viral, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. The Dragon Nation possessed such an advanced space elevator. Space station. Greetings, Commander Yuling. In the central area, a multitude of armored warriors suddenly materialized, causing the guards stationed at the space station to go on high alert. Oh, hello. What brings you here? Yuling greeted with a smile. He was uncertain of the title bestowed upon him by the higher-ups, as it seemed many referred to him as Commander. Mission accomplished. We have successfully apprehended the assailants targeting the space station. Please, Commander, escort us back to the Dragon Nation. As he spoke, the armored warriors adjusted the newly activated power armor core into a dormant state. They were evidently aware of the energy constraints of the space elevator. Yuling's expression turned peculiar. Were they taking someone to the Eagle Nation? He nodded, preparing to operate the space elevator for the transfer. Oh, right. This document needs to be handed to the higher-ups. Suddenly recalling something, he passed a file to the captain before him, who solemnly accepted it. We shall fulfill our mission at all costs. Yuling opened his mouth but found himself speechless. Why such gravity over merely delivering a document? Shaking his head, he proceeded with the transfer. Aren't you going back to Blue Star for a rest? He inquired of the remaining guards. Wherever the commander is, we shall be. Buying Shui replied fervently. At that moment, she was not clad in power armor. Her flawless figure was enveloped in the space station's uniform, creating a striking visual impact. Yuling merely glanced at her, waved his hand, and walked towards his designated area. Never mind, let them be. The material catalog for the subspace engine had already been delivered. However, he did not intend to begin synthesizing materials immediately. While perusing the information on the subspace engine, he stumbled upon some alarming details regarding the mass awakening of psychics. Firstly, societal order would rapidly collapse. What would happen if a group of ordinary individuals suddenly gained extraordinary abilities? Perhaps the citizens of Longwo would show unwavering loyalty and submit themselves to the state. But what about other nations? The world would descend into chaos. Moreover, psychics could sometimes be uncontrollable. They could go mad. After reviewing the document concerning psychics, Yuling realized that his own awakening could not serve as a benchmark. Psychics could spiral out of control. A psychic outburst could result in widespread casualties and devastation. Furthermore, the more gifted the psychic, the greater the danger. The most exceptional among them could obliterate a small nation without a second thought. They were, in essence, walking nuclear bombs. Thus, before initiating the psychic space, Longwo must possess the capability to suppress all psychics. The solution was straightforward, an invincible power armor legion. Although Longwo had established its production line using the Thunder Armor technology, the finished products were far from satisfactory. This became evident when Yu Ling observed the armored squad earlier. Their modifications and collaborative tactics compensated for some deficiencies, yet they still fell short. At least, that was his perception. Such an armored legion could handle the current nations without issue, but dealing with psychics posed a significant challenge. At that moment, the Power Armor Squad was escorting James to Longhua. Soon, he would face a public trial. Meanwhile, the higher-ups had received the documents from Yu Ling. Glancing at them, they broke into a cold sweat. So many. And why do we need materials for power armor when we already have a production line established on the ground? Puzzled, they began to contact Yu Ling. Commander? Ah, Yu Ling, while I am uncertain of your intentions regarding the remaining materials, I assure you of my unwavering support. However, concerning the power armor materials, our nation is already working tirelessly to produce enough power armor, and providing you with an additional batch would pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, the higher-ups are disinclined to allow you to squander your time on tasks that could be delegated to others. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling paused momentarily. Rather than being caught off guard later, would it not be prudent to disclose the facts to them now? Perhaps certain matters could be revealed in advance. Having made his decision, Yu Ling's gaze became resolute. Is the environment secure? I am about to share some confidential information. His expression was grave. The leader appeared taken aback. Wait a moment. The leader began to jog, and soon, after a flurry of movement, he reappeared on the screen, breathless. Whenever Yu Ling adopts a serious demeanor, it is never trivial. This time, it was even more pronounced, as he solemnly announced his intention to disclose confidential information. The leader's anticipation grew. What could it possibly be? He regarded Yu Ling with earnest attention. Very well, please proceed. Chapter 59. Informing the Psychics of Intelligence at this moment. The Supreme Leader had arrived at his office in the capital. It was the most secure location, where no information could possibly leak. He gazed at Yu Ling with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. After organizing her thoughts, Yu Ling began to speak. Supreme Leader. The Blue Star is about to enter the era of psychics. The leader paused, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? I do not comprehend what you mean by psychics. Yet, he trusted that Yu Ling would elucidate her point. Indeed, she continued. The materials I provided you with are intended for the construction of a hyperspace engine. Once equipped on an aircraft, it can traverse hyperspace, achieving an astonishing efficiency that far exceeds the speed of light. She halted, allowing time for this information to be absorbed. At that moment, the secretary, who had just entered, overheard her words and gasped in astonishment. What? Time travel? Exceeding the speed of light? Is Yu Ling defying the heavens? He hurriedly began to take handwritten notes, aware that any virtual record could potentially be compromised. Sometimes, such primitive methods were more suitable for safeguarding vital secrets. The leader remained in a state of shock, momentarily rendered speechless by the revelation. However, he pondered whether there was any connection between this and the so-called era of psychics. The secretary, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback. What? Is there more intelligence that I have overlooked? And it seems rather significant. Indeed. The hyperspace engine will tear through the barriers of the real world. At that moment, the energy from hyperspace will influence our reality, awakening those who can perceive it as psychics, Yu Ling explained earnestly. The secretary was momentarily stunned before fervently jotting down notes. The leader, still perplexed, mused that this sounded somewhat akin to supernatural abilities. But could the awakening of such abilities warrant Yu Ling's serious demeanor? Unless, of course, these psychics posed a grave threat. The leader's eyes widened further. Yu Ling's words had not led him to anticipate disappointment. After laying bare the dangers posed by psychics, he regarded the Supreme Leader in silence. So, Yu Ling, are you planning to create a mechanized army to combat the psychics? The leader's voice trembled. When he heard that highly gifted psychics could become humanoid nuclear weapons, he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. This was perilously dangerous. Yu Ling nodded, affirming the leader's conjecture. Both the leader and the secretary remained silent for a considerable time. I understand. I will expedite the delivery of the materials to you. He did not inquire further but readily agreed. Psychics? What could they possibly amount to in the face of the armored tide of the Dragon Nation? The leader brimming with confidence. Yu Ling's emergence had brought immense benefits to the Dragon Nation. If they were to retreat at the slightest hint of danger now, what would Yu Ling think of them? They had pledged countless times to support him unconditionally. Moreover, This young man had never disappointed them. Yu Ling could have chosen to remain silent and activate hyperspace directly. At that point, no one could have held him accountable. I had no inkling that it would unfold this way. Yet, Yu Ling articulated his thoughts nonetheless. Even at the peril of potentially inciting opposition from Longguo regarding the forthcoming production plans. Given Yu Ling's earnestness, how could they possibly withhold their support? Setting aside the emotional aspect, the underlying benefits for Longguo are undeniably substantial. Whether it pertains to faster-than-light interstellar travel or the emergence of psychic abilities. The high-ranking officials recognized that the presence of psychics represented more than mere risk. It signified profound opportunities. The advent of psychic abilities equates to a pivotal evolution for humanity. Should humanity encounter other intelligent races amidst their galactic endeavors, a conflict may ensue, leading to divergent fates for the evolved and the unevolved. Yu Ling's assertion that his powers are a legacy of extraterrestrial civilizations raises the question, could it imply that future adversaries are formidable? This notion partially explains why the high-ranking officials acquiesced to Yu Ling's requests. Everything is a preparation for the future. The seemingly irrational and fantastical outcomes stem from a sound decision-making process, contingent upon whether people can comprehend the intricacies involved. Yu Ling was taken aback by the direct agreement from the high-ranking official, as he had braced himself for rejection. Revealing a dismal future carries inherent risks, especially when one has played a pivotal role in its manifestation and possesses the means to avert it. Yu Ling felt a surge of emotion. The high-ranking official placed an extraordinary amount of trust in him, a trust that represented Longwood itself. Rest assured, I shall not let you down, Yu Ling declared solemnly. As if proclaiming under the banner of the dragon, he vowed to elevate Longwood into an indomitable force within the cosmos, one that no race could afford to ignore, crushing all entities that threatened the sanctity of the dragon's realm. The high-ranking official nodded in approval, sensing a transformation within Yu Ling, a burgeoning sense of belonging. A subtle yet profound change taking root. Once the communication concluded, Long was swiftly dispatched armor materials to the space station. So quickly, in fact, that Yu Ling barely had a moment to rest. The materials were simply transferred from the Imperial Capital's production line for Yu Ling's retrieval via the space elevator. However, the procurement of the remaining materials required for the subspace engine would necessitate a more gradual gathering. Do we have sufficient reserves? The high-ranking official furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the material list provided by Yu Ling. The numbers attached to each item induced a headache. It all amounted to a significant expenditure. If we economize on most items, we might just manage, yet a few are not our immediate necessities and fall short. The Secretary-General mirrored his distress. Oh well, it's not a problem. We can solicit assistance from other nations. Surely, they do not believe that a rebellion could serve as a pretext to overlook their aggression towards Longwa, the high-ranking official chuckled. The Secretary-General's eyes brightened. Indeed, those fellows must contribute something substantial, or it simply won't suffice. However, meticulous planning is essential. The armored warriors of the Dragon Nation swiftly transported James away, and before long, all nations were left in a state of bewilderment regarding the intelligence they held about the ascension of the Dragon military. Just then, the Dragon Nation issued another announcement. Meanwhile, the other countries had not yet received any information about the space elevator. Online, all data and videos concerning the space elevator were forcefully removed and suppressed by the Eagle Nation. Upon discovering the existence of the space elevator, it seemed they had alternative intentions. Consequently, when the Dragon Nation's news was released, the astonishment among the nations reached unprecedented heights. What? The Dragon Nation actually apprehended James and brought him back? How could this be possible? How did they manage to accomplish such a feat? It was inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. Was the Eagle Nation truly so inept as to allow this to happen? No, that earlier vehicle was clearly a one-time use. How did the Dragon Nation manage to return him so swiftly? The leaders of the various nations were utterly astounded. This was due to the Dragon Nation's announcement stating that the criminal had been escorted back to the homeland and that James would face a public trial in 3 days. Chapter 60. Great Disappointment. What is this rubbish? The Dragon Kingdom Research Institute. Elder Lee had just engaged in a discussion with Elder Guan before his departure. Brimming with excitement as he approached the power armor production line, only to be struck dumb. What? Why has production halted? Hadn't our production schedule yet to be fulfilled? His face contorted with fury. Apologies, elderly, but the materials have been requisitioned. The next batch will not arrive for another 10 days. And we cannot resume operations until then, a maintenance worker replied, visibly startled. Who? Who dares to tamper with the armor line supplies? Do they comprehend the significance of the power armor core to the Dragon Kingdom? How dare they interfere with our materials? The worker managed a bitter smile and gestured upwards. Elderly paused, confused. The space station? The worker nodded. Hiss. Elderly's anger dissipated instantly. He felt a wave of envy as he recalled Elder Guan, who had already returned to work. He too longed to collaborate with Yuling on research, even if it meant receiving occasional critiques. Since it was the space station's doing, there was little to be done. Do you know what they are utilizing the power armor materials for? Elderly inquired, curiosity piqued. You are placing me in a difficult position. How could I possibly know such matters? The worker chuckled ruefully. Elderly awkwardly rubbed his nose. Departing from the site, he contacted Elder Guan to gather intelligence. Just as he had conceived a novel idea, he was informed to wait 10 days. Who could endure such a lack of explanation? Though Elder Guan was somewhat vague, Elderly deduced that Yuling would personally craft a batch of power armor to form an elite unit. The purpose remained unclear, yet Elderly felt an undeniable anticipation. The creations of that master craftsman would surely impart invaluable knowledge. Moreover, joyfully, this batch of armor would still be sent to them for assembly. 3 days swiftly passed. The first batch of power armor descended from the space station. Elderly arrived early, accompanied by his team, at the assembly workshop, awaiting the components. Elder, allow me to handle this. You should. Monan hesitated, glancing at Elderly. It's merely the assembly of a batch of armor. So what if it was crafted by Yuling? We have previous data on the armor she created. Why endure the fumes of heavy metals here? Elderly regarded him silently, refraining from response. He was not at liberty to disclose information regarding the clandestine armor core. Before long, the power armor components were delivered. Elderly's expression shifted. First, assess the component data. Move swiftly. Do not delay the assembly. The surrounding researchers immediately jogged over, collaboratively transporting each component to the testing apparatus. The strength has increased by 20% compared to before. It is a full double of what we produced. No new materials detected. It remains the original formula. It is the structure. The alteration in structure has enhanced the armor's strength. The assembly team marveled, astonished that such a minor modification could yield such substantial improvements. As Yuling yawned aboard the space station, the fully automated production of powered armor and the materials for the subspace engine still required further time. Leaving him with nothing to occupy his thoughts, he recalled the powered armor components he had just dispatched, imagining the astonishment they would evoke among the researchers. After all, when they first acquired the blueprints for the Thunder armor, 2 versions existed. This particular one was intended for use during the era of psychic energy. The impact of the full awakening of psychics was profoundly significant, potentially diminishing or even nullifying the effectiveness of the currently active powered armor. This conclusion stemmed from Yuling's analysis of the data pertaining to the psychic version of the armor. Given that it was merely a conjecture, he refrained from disclosing it publicly, hoping it would not hinder his endeavors. Yuling gazed intently at the distant blue planet. Simultaneously, in the assembly workshop of Long Country, Old Lee's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the data of the components before him, overwhelmed with excitement. It was extraordinary. He immediately initiated the assembly process. The staff promptly retrieved the assembly blueprints and commenced their work, while Old Lee and the team of researchers stepped aside, their anticipation palpable as they yearned to discover the specifications of the finished armor. Before long, the first unit was assembled. Old Lee nodded approvingly as a military test pilot approached, ready to record the testing data. As the tests began, the expressions of the researchers quickly shifted. Their exhilaration faded, replaced by a swell of indignation. What is this rubbish? One of the researchers spat vehemently. The others wore expressions of dismay, and Old Lee was no exception. After all their eager anticipation to be presented with this new type of powered armor was meant to forge an elite armored core. Yet what they received was nothing more than a mockery. Was Yuling jesting with them? Old Lee took a deep breath. Present me with the data report. In disbelief, he picked up the report and examined it once more. The defensive capabilities had risen by 50%, and the power efficiency had doubled. However, The accompanying side effect was a drastic increase in the physical requirements for the pilot. Such intensity could only be managed by the elite among special forces for mere minutes, while others would find their bones shattered. Even more infuriating was the alarmingly rudimentary combat support system. Most of the precision components were absent. There wasn't even a ballistic calculation program, only a crude auxiliary aiming reticle. In summary, this armor felt as though it had regressed back to the Stone Age. Aside from being more resistant to wear and tear, it was virtually devoid of merit. Oh, and there was a dubious radiation device purportedly for strengthening something, whose function was utterly incomprehensible. With such an armor, even their newly developed pride and joy, the Gauss sniper rifle, could not be equipped, as it would forfeit its advantage of long-range strikes. Absurd. How could this possibly be what the space station sent down? Had it been switched with something else? Oldley glared fiercely at the troops waiting to escort the armor after assembly, the very ones who had delivered the components. Oldley, please don't jest. These items were indeed sent down from the space station. The warrior responded with a bitter smile, internally murmuring to himself, observing the disdainful expressions of the esteemed researchers. He wondered if the armor was truly so inadequate. After all, it was crafted by that renowned individual. Upon hearing this reply, the elderly was incensed, pacing in agitation. What was Yuling attempting to accomplish? Diverting such a crucial armor production line merely to create this rubbish? All in pursuit of some data, entirely disregarding practicality. Furious, elderly stormed off. Before long, the high-ranking officials received word. What was Yuling up to? The leader sighed, casting a wry smile at the secretary before him, who mirrored his expression of exasperation. Neither of them possessed any clarity on the matter. Expectations for Yuling's power armor were exceedingly high, yet the outcome seemed rather disappointing. Should we inquire further? The secretary hesitantly suggested. The leader shook his head. After all, it had been established from the outset that they should not interfere with Yuling's research. He had always been the one to disclose information voluntarily. Wasn't Yuling's nephew yet to ascend? Perhaps you could make contact, offer some gentle hints, and see if any insights might be gleaned. Additionally, expedite the collection of armor materials for the production line. And regarding Yuling, satisfy his needs. The secretary grimaced. If the priority was to fulfill Yuling's request for armor materials, the production line would inevitably face delays. Let it be. Consider it a rare indulgence for Yuling's whims. Interestingly, despite his numerous contributions, it seemed he had never made any personal demands. He only persistently requested production materials, not even receiving his salary. Although money might hold little significance for Yuling anymore, this train of thought alleviated the secretary's internal resistance. Meanwhile, the public trial of James commenced. At this moment, the Central Court of the Dragon Nation convened. Major international media outlets gathered, initiating a simultaneous live broadcast. Citizens from various nations paid keen attention. Representatives from the 20 leading nations of Blue Star were present, including the Speaker of the Eagle Nation's Parliament, who regarded James with a perplexed expression. Chapter 61. The Gene Warrior Program. As the Dragon Kingdom prepared to pass judgment on James, Yuling, idly spending time in the space station, suddenly recalled something. He retrieved his terminal and initiated a video call. The name displayed was none other than that of his half-sister, Yu Chanxian. Well, dear sister, it has been ages, Yuling exclaimed with a smile upon seeing the familiar visage on the screen. Do you remember me? I thought you had perished out there. Yu Chanxian pouted in annoyance. This mischievous brat was well aware that he was engaged in significant matters, and the recent upheaval in the Dragon Kingdom was intricately linked to him. Yet, the audacity to call her after such a long time irked her immensely. She longed to reprimand him. Moreover, the thought that this was the younger brother she had tormented since childhood made it impossible for her to regard him with reverence. Regardless of his accomplishments, Yuling chuckled lightly. It was quite ironic, considering Yu Chanxian was a mother to a nearly 20-year-old son. Time had not left any conspicuous marks upon her features. Rather, it had bestowed upon her a certain mature charm. Could it be that his sister was also among those humans with a highly advanced level of genetic evolution? Yuling secretly jested within himself. Have you been eating well? Is the space station cold? Are you dressed warmly? I bought you some clothes. Let Li Chen bring them to you. How old are you now? Why are you still single? Are there no women on the space station? I heard the captain of your guard is quite a beauty. Li Chen keeps going on about her. Can't you be a bit more mindful? After all your contributions to the nation, can't it spare you a partner? Should I petition the higher-ups on your behalf? Faced with Yu Qianqian's relentless barrage of questions, even Yu Ling, now a planetary-level being, felt overwhelmed. Shouldn't it be her? The sister, who should be more concerned? The woman Li Qin incessantly spoke of, was she truly suggesting he pursue her? That boy must be concocting excuses to return to Blue Star for a haircut and curse him. With an oddly pained expression, Yu Ling hastily shifted the conversation to escape the onslaught. Moments later, he ended the communication, drenched in cold sweat. The thought of Yu Qianqian's parting admonition to wear the clothes she had purchased for him was a source of great discomfort. It seemed that as long as her younger brother remained unwed, she would forever perceive him as a child. The garments she selected were clearly suited for teenagers, utterly inappropriate for someone in their 20s. Imagining himself, the foremost figure in Dragon Kingdom's scientific community, the Emperor of Blue Star's scientific realm, forced to don such attire. Yu Ling donned a mask of anguish. His expression twisted for a while before he suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, such is the essence of family. He gazed at the distant blue planet, warmth flooding his eyes. The deep-seated fears within him began to ebb away. The beauty of the space station was enchanting. The splendor of the starry sky had always been the aspiration of humankind. Yet, after prolonged observation, it became rather mundane, giving rise to an overwhelming sense of loneliness and fear, akin to a phobia of the deep sea or claustrophobia. Only a sense of belonging could dispel such feelings. Thus, the blue planet must remain unscathed, and humanity must continue to thrive in the cosmos, for even an existence akin to that of a deity. Enduring such emotional torment would render survival exceedingly arduous. Yu Ling's gaze firmed with resolve as he activated his system panel. Name: Yu Ling. Age: 28. Remaining lifespan: 1,500 years. Genetic level: Starry Sky Level 2. Next level: Cosmic Navigation Level. Psychic Energy Level: Epsilon Level 98. Ability to choose Psychic Manifestation. Imperial Knowledge Repository Unlock Permission: 8 Psycho Techniques. Mimicry Distortion Speed Reputation: 240. 000. Yu Ling's eyes fixated intently on the genetic section of his panel for a protracted moment. He then shifted his gaze to the blueprint repository within the system, contemplating the current state of the Dragon Kingdom. The technology derived from the laser cannons he initially developed had transformed the military into one powered entirely by laser energy, outfitting it with an abundance of laser artillery and other weaponry. Simultaneously, a large-scale civilian application had effectively phased out traditional petroleum energy, achieving both military enhancement and energy autonomy. Subsequently, the advent of portable nuclear power devices propelled the energy output of large vehicles to unprecedented heights, placing them leagues ahead of other nations. The emergence of epoch-defining power armor rendered the Dragon Kingdom invincible upon the surface of the blue planet. Currently, no nation could hope to survive against the might of the Dragon Kingdom's power armor battalions. In space, the presence of a space station rendered them nearly invulnerable. With interstellar travel now possible through sublight speed vessels, resource extraction from nearby celestial bodies posed no challenge. The only reason for the delay in action was that the resource reserves of the blue planet were still sufficient to support Yu Ling's progress. Moreover, researchers across various fields within the Dragon Kingdom had developed derivative technologies based on these advancements, with numerous innovations that captivated Yu Ling's attention. Pondering this, even Yu Ling was momentarily taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, the Dragon Kingdom had become so formidable. Why not simply unify the blue planet? Was it perhaps due to considerations of cultural diversity? He shook his head, recognizing that such matters were beyond his purview. The esteemed leader was undoubtedly capable of his own judgments. Yu Ling redirected his focus to the system. As the unlocking permissions of the knowledge repository expanded, many lower-tiered products that he had already completed were also unlocked. He accessed a blueprint titled Genetic Warrior Program, filled with incomprehensible text and simplistic sketches. This information was currently beyond Yu Ling's direct comprehension. He needed to log into the system, depositing his consciousness for utilization. Loading the Genetic Warrior Blueprint module. A familiar sensation washed over him. This time, however, Yu Ling navigated the process with ease, experiencing little discomfort. He concentrated on reviewing the formulas for the potions, meticulously analyzing and attempting to grasp the underlying principles. The potion associated with this program bore a perilously high mortality rate. Although successful genetic warriors were immensely powerful, they exhibited numerous flaws, becoming unstable, frenzied, and possessing short lifespans. The price of such rapid enhancement and power came at the cost of brevity and volatility. However, this is not what Yuling desires. He is unwilling to permit such things to be utilized by the warriors of the Dragon Nation. It must be more stable and gentler. The prepared genetic prototypes differ from the formula, and the only material currently available is his own planetary-level organism. Numerous adjustments must be made. The so-called genes, also known as nucleotide sequences, encapsulate all information pertaining to a creature's race, blood type, gestation, growth, and demise. The principle of genetic agents lies in employing the genetic sequence of the prototype to forcefully invade the weaker side, eroding the genetic prokaryote to transform the target. In a certain sense, once the transformation is completed, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to these genetic warriors as Yuling's progeny. Their bloodlines would form a subtle connection. The stronger the prototype, the more potent this connection becomes. Yuling, equipped with knowledge modules, witnessed streams of data flashing before his eyes. In this moment, he resembled the architect of this plan, possessing an intimate understanding of every detail. Soon, he comprehended the underlying principles and devised methods for improvement. Exiting the loading mode, Yuling contemplated for a moment before retrieving his terminal to begin printing the necessary list of materials and equipment. Perhaps many items could be substituted with existing pharmaceuticals and herbs from Blue Star. As he perused the Blue Star pharmaceutical catalog, he continued to print the information. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, within the courtroom, the judge had just announced the 76 charges against James, encompassing both Dragon Nation laws and internationally recognized statutes. James, do you plead guilty? Chapter 62. Not yet finished in the courtroom, James found himself momentarily stunned by the judge's inquiry. His pupil sharpened, and his vision became distinctly clearer. Before him loomed the imposing judge's bench, adorned with the emblem of the Dragon Kingdom, while below stood the plaintiff and defendant. Beyond them lay the audience, seated in crimson-hued furnishings that lent a somber atmosphere to the room. This was not a decor style that appealed to him, he murmured, expressing his dissatisfaction with the court's choice of color to emphasize its solemnity. In his view, whether one was a criminal or a victim, could the court refrain from exerting pressure over trivial matters during such a critical moment? Did the authority of the court truly need to be reinforced through such tedious theatrics? The onlookers observed James in contemplation without pressing him to speak. Across from him, the plaintiff's position was occupied by the Minister of Defense from the Dragon Kingdom, who regarded James with an expression of calm. Merely a pitiable scapegoat, it would be ideal if he could implicate the Eagle Kingdom. In the front row, prominent figures from the Dragon Kingdom sat, followed by guests and media representatives from various nations, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the Speaker of the Eagle Kingdom clenched his teeth, his countenance a portrait of distress. What did James mean? Why was he hesitating? Did he intend to drag the Eagle Kingdom down with him? Infuriatingly, the Dragon Kingdom's advancements in space elevator technology had caught them off guard. Initially, the plan had been to use James to divert attention, but they had not anticipated his capture by the Dragon Kingdom while still alive. The proper course of action would have been to discreetly eliminate him. As the Dragon Kingdom pursued leads, he had come here to seek an opportunity to persuade James into a solitary confession, never expecting the proceedings to accelerate so swiftly. Could they solely rely on James's patriotism? Absurd. The speaker had no doubt that James would betray the Eagle Kingdom. If that were the case, the Eagle Kingdom's plans would surely unravel upon discovering the Dragon Kingdom's mastery of such advanced technology. At the defendant's stand, James caught the speaker's gaze, causing the latter to tense. Did you not anticipate this, esteemed speaker? I shall be returned alive by the Dragon Kingdom and stand upon this judgment platform. Are you not feeling a sense of dread now? A grin spread across James's face as he reminisced about their first encounter when he was merely a typical street boy. At that moment, all eyes in the courtroom were fixed on James, anticipating his words, particularly the various international guests who awaited the defendant's utterance with bated breath. James wore a defiant expression, yet a fragile figure flickered in his mind, softening his gaze. "Ah, I confess," he declared, offering no defense whatsoever. He smiled. unyielded by the court's formidable presence, as casually as one might speak of vanquishing a rival gang leader in their territory. Silence enveloped the room. The generals of the Dragon Kingdom displayed a hint of respect. They are all aware of James's reputation. He is indeed a scoundrel. Unwilling to spare any means to rise to power, numerous disgraceful acts are subtly linked to him. At this moment, James's decision is one that the Dragon Nation did not foresee. This rogue is actually willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of his country? This merits a slight recognition from the generals who selflessly dedicate themselves to the Dragon Nation. Regardless, the objective of instilling fear has been accomplished. And there are no intentions of leveraging this trial for any further purposes. The representatives of other nations begin to react, initially astonished. They then cast strange glances at the Speaker of the Parliament. This old fellow has some tricks up his sleeve. How could he possibly persuade James amidst such stringent defenses and a swift trial from the Dragon Nation? The leaders from all countries are skeptical that James is the type to lay down his life for his nation. The Speaker is equally bewildered, gazing at James in a daze. He recalls their first encounter when he was young, having just been elected as a member of the Parliament, delivering a speech in Texas. A young ruffian had approached him, disregarding the security's attempts to intervene. With an exaggerated expression, he pointed at himself and his entourage. "Hey, what do you do? How do you do it?" The boy's eyes were wide, his pupils seemingly aglow. Simply become someone beloved by the people and serve them. It's quite simple. The Speaker remembers saying. It was a casual jest, yet the youth appeared to take it to heart. Texas had a high regard for its governor. In a certain sense, this rogue seemed to have genuinely performed well. Not every parliamentarian would confront local gang leaders due to insufficient evidence and then proceed to leave them unrecognizable. He had almost violently earned the public's approval in Texas, and his reputation in Parliament was equally tarnished. The Speaker recalls seeing James again many years later. Now a newly appointed Speaker himself, and James no longer a youth. He had grown robust, his chest hair flourishing. This newcomer to the Parliament audaciously approached the Speaker's desk and flipped it over. "Old man, do you remember me? Do you recall what you once said? Damn it. I almost believed you, you son of a." The Speaker opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing, suppressing his nostalgia. He gazed intently at James and noticed the tenderness in his eyes. The elder suddenly remembered that this scoundrel seemed to have started a family. How infuriating that such a bear-like man could attract a woman. Yet, the Speaker grasped the meaning behind James's actions. With a sense of disinterest, he rose from his seat. Since the defendant had already confessed, there was little left to observe. "Rest assured, your family will be well taken care of." The Speaker's figure lingered for a moment as he silently intoned. James let out a boisterous laugh, filled with arrogance. The security personnel escorted him away. As the court adjourned, the guests from various nations followed the staff to another venue, where a state banquet had been prepared. Even though the Dragon Nation is currently preoccupied, it is only fitting to extend a warm welcome. Moreover, the Dragon Nation needs to ensure that these countries pay for their previous transgressions. Once everyone had gathered, the esteemed leader, accompanied by the Secretary General, made their entrance. "Thank you all for your presence. It has not been an easy task for us to apprehend this inhumane individual." The leader sighed. "Please do not despair, for at least the outcome is favorable," the Secretary General responded earnestly. "Is that so? Yet we have only captured one," lamented the leader. "It was not just James who launched missiles at our Dragon Nation space station. I never anticipated that our nation, representing humanity in its quest towards the starry seas, would be subjected to such treatment. It deeply saddens me." The leader expressed his sorrow, and the Secretary General quickly offered words of reassurance. The representatives from various nations froze in place, their hands clutching their glasses growing cold, collectively gasping in shock. The message from the Dragon Nation was abundantly clear. The matter from before is far from resolved. Chapter 63. Can we dissolve the Parliament? Within the reception hall of the Dragon Nation, the atmosphere turned somewhat frosty. The representatives from all nations wore expressions of rigidity as they cast their gazes towards the esteemed leaders of the Dragon Nation. "Ha ha, merely jesting. My dear Bear Nation has swiftly eradicated the insurgents overnight," one representative declared. Indeed, such events are deeply disheartening. We have thoroughly purged our land of any dissenters." Another added. The plight of the Dragon Nation evoked genuine sympathy. After all, it had been a paragon for Blue Star, making considerable contributions. "Allow me." on behalf of my nation, to extend my sincerest apologies. After all, it was our citizens who inflicted significant losses upon the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation truly stands as a model for Blue Star, an invaluable asset to humanity. It is utterly unacceptable that anyone would dare to harm it. Following a brief moment of tension, the representatives from the other nations began to respond. It became evident that the Dragon Nation had completely distanced itself from them, a stark reality. Initially, they could have simply strived to keep pace, but the emergence of space stations and near-light-speed spacecraft had sparked a shift in their perspective. The disparity had grown to such an extent that the pursuit now seemed futile. The Dragon Nation was on the brink of initiating an interstellar era. Although the technology might not be fully developed, it was sufficiently compelling to alter the attitudes of the other nations. Their focus shifted from merely acquiring the Dragon Nation's superior technology to forging collaborations, hitching a ride on the Dragon Nation's grand vessel into the cosmic expanse. Consequently, in light of the recent missile incident, all nations took the opportunity to cleanse their territories of nefarious forces. Many of these factions were mere puppets of politicians, covertly serving as their financial backers. Those unwilling to relinquish their grasp on their financial resources faced ruthless suppression. In the face of greater interests, personal greed would swiftly incur consequences. Numerous financial magnates took matters into their own hands, recognizing the immense potential of the Dragon Nation, which seemed boundless. Thus, they could easily forsake their financial gains to offer the Dragon Nation an explanation. After all, the prospect of genuinely stepping into the interstellar age alongside the Dragon Nation promised substantial rewards. The only question that remained was the maturity of the Dragon Nation's technology. Was it truly worth the considerable sacrifices they would have to make? The esteemed leaders of the Dragon Nation and the Secretary General stood in astonishment, observing the diplomatic representatives who were lavishing praises upon them. What was happening? They indeed desired some form of sacrifice from these individuals, but why had they yielded so readily? The expression of the leader began to tighten with restraint. Suddenly, he noticed a solitary figure amidst the crowd, the aloof speaker from the Eagle Nation, standing on the periphery. Silent and contemplative. Truly, the Eagle Nation epitomized pride. Look around. All the nations had bowed, yet the speaker remained impervious, exuding an air of superiority. As the assembly became aware of the leader's gaze, a hush fell upon the gathering, and they collectively turned their attention towards the speaker. He raised his head, realizing that he was the focal point of their attention, and a smile graced his lips. The recent demeanor of these nations towards the Dragon Country evoked a sense of nostalgia in him, reminiscent of the era when the Eagle Nation was at its zenith. Yet, that was the extent of his reverie. He gradually advanced, as everyone parted to grant him passage. Was the Speaker of the Parliament truly intent on continuing a confrontation with the Dragon Country? The representatives of the other nations regarded the speaker with keen interest. As the speaker's gaze swept over them, a wave of disdain washed over him. He had heard the conditions they had proposed moments ago, merely a request for compensation from the Dragon Country, under the guise of seeking collaboration. Their rhetoric of negotiation was nothing but an endeavor to drive down prices. It appeared that the previous concealment of the Dragon Country's space elevator technology had borne fruit. What a remarkable advancement in space elevator technology it was. It could pinpoint the territory of the Eagle Nation directly and facilitate the withdrawal of armored divisions. Following the incident, they had swiftly sealed off information. This event had stirred deep contemplation among the members of the Parliament. If they could directly extract personnel, could they not utilize the space station as a transit hub to deploy troops to any region of any country? The potential of this technology was far more terrifying than the power armor itself. For with such capabilities, they could not even contemplate world annihilation or a decisive uprising. The Dragon Country could, in an instant, incapacitate the command structure of another nation. What the Eagle Nation remained oblivious to, however, was the impossibility of this scenario. The elevator was constrained by energy limitations, necessitating the power armor to power down. At such a moment, the armored divisions would be exceedingly vulnerable. Without energy, they would be akin to mere tin cans, easily vanquished by a standard shell. Furthermore, while the space elevator's transport was indeed swift, it was not immune to being targeted. If employed for troop deployment, it would resemble paratroopers perilously bouncing into enemy artillery positions, with little hope of surviving the descent. The Eagle Nation was unaware of these nuances. Yet they had other considerations. The space elevator technology underscored the Dragon Country's profound mastery of interstellar colonization technology. The Dragon Country was not merely poised to enter the Interstellar Age, it was destined to do so. Thus, the Parliament's stance underwent a transformation. Consequently, he found himself here. Among the multitude of nations, the representative from the Eagle Nation held the highest status. In a fleeting moment of reflection, the Speaker of the Parliament approached the esteemed leader of the Dragon Country. "Dear friend, I deeply regret the losses incurred by your nation. Please believe that we, the Eagle Nation, are the most peace-loving nation on Blue Star," the Speaker earnestly declared. The expressions of the others instantly turned peculiar. "You value peace? How audacious," they thought. The Eagle Nation, under the pretense of peace, had instigated wars in foreign lands, suppressing others to further their own interests. They were all taken aback by the Speaker's brazen audacity. Surely, the Eagle Nation did not intend to gloss over matters so easily? Were they unwilling to pay any price? It was indeed reflective of their long-standing modus operandi. The representatives of the other nations regarded the Speaker with a complex array of emotions. The esteemed leader and the Secretary General exchanged smiles, though their eyes betrayed a sense of incredulity. At this juncture, the Speaker of the Parliament continued to speak. "I kindly ask for your understanding that our nation, the Eagle Kingdom, operates under a parliamentary system, affording each state a considerable degree of autonomy, even allowing them to establish their own regulations." Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is true that the Eagle Kingdom is a federal state, where the autonomy of member states is remarkably high. We have increasingly observed a desire among various regions to emulate the Dragon Kingdom, leading to a unanimous decision in Parliament to pursue the status of a vassal state, thereby submitting to the governance of the Dragon Kingdom. We could dissolve Parliament entirely and integrate with the Dragon Kingdom. In that moment, silence enveloped the room, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Representatives from other nations stared in bewilderment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They questioned whether their ears had deceived them or if they had indeed lost their sanity. How else could one rationalize the outrageous statements they had just heard? Perhaps it was the Speaker of Parliament who had lost his mind, or even the Eagle Kingdom itself. The esteemed leader, caught off guard, was struck by a fit of coughing. The Secretary General, eyes wide in astonishment, struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What had he just heard? Surely, this must be a jest. Even the Secretary General, seasoned in navigating countless high-stakes scenarios, found it impossible to maintain his composure. After a prolonged moment of silence, the leader regained his bearings and cast a stern gaze upon the Speaker of Parliament, who, in turn, wore a calm and confident smile. How underestimated the Eagle Kingdom had been. The notion of merging the entire nation with the Dragon Kingdom was indeed an audacious ambition. Chapter 64. A disquieting situation at the banquet. Representatives from various nations gazed in astonishment at the Speaker of the Eagle Nation's Parliament. However, their shock soon gave way to a sense of unease. Something felt amiss. What was the Eagle Nation's true nature? Why the sudden inclination to align with the Dragon Nation? It seemed as if they were offering themselves up for no apparent reason. After all, they were known for their unwillingness to suffer losses. This could only imply one thing. The benefits of this move were exceedingly substantial, surpassing the entire worth of the Eagle Nation itself. They fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Dragon Nation bore solemn expressions. The maneuver of the Eagle Nation was indeed formidable. On the surface, it appeared that they were joining the Dragon Nation and disbanding their parliament, allowing the Dragon Nation to govern them. Yet, their system was a federation, one they struggled to manage themselves. How could officials from the Dragon Nation take control in such a short time? They would have to rely on the Eagle Nation's own officials. If the territory of the Eagle Nation were to merge into the Dragon Nation, it would constitute a significant portion. If the populace were to intermingle over time, would this not effectively integrate the entire leadership of the Eagle Nation into the Dragon Nation? Who would wield authority then? What influence would the former officials of the Eagle Nation possess? The potential of the Dragon Nation currently eclipsed that of 1,000 Eagle Nations. This was a masterstroke, seemingly a gift, yet it was an attempt to exploit the situation for their own gain. The leader's eyes narrowed dangerously. The Speaker sighed inwardly, realizing they had been seen through. Alas, they appreciated the Eagle Nation's goodwill and sincerity, but the notion of merging into the Dragon Nation was off the table. The Dragon Nation respects every nation striving for independent development. Furthermore, understanding the desire among the others to collaborate with the Dragon Nation, we have devised a plan that may pique your interest. As the leader spoke, the eyes of everyone, except those from the Eagle Nation, lit up. The Secretary General produced a substantial stack of documents and distributed them. The document was a business proposal entitled the Emperor's Guild. Upon glancing at it, everyone understood. The Dragon Nation intended to establish a company aimed at exploring interstellar realms while garnering support from other nations. This guild would issue tasks, possibly for production contracts or material requisitions. It would be publicly listed on the stock market, not for external sale, and shares would be allocated based on national contributions. Subsequently, the gains from interstellar exploration would be shared proportionally among all nations involved. Naturally, the ultimate authority for interpretation rested with the Dragon Nation. In simpler terms, the Dragon Nation would determine the distribution of profits and the extent thereof. All technology, colonies, and planets would belong to the nation, specifically to the Dragon Nation. With this arrangement, there would be no concern about absorbing other nations and causing a dilution of power, thus sidestepping the complications of political interference. The speaker regarded the document with a sigh of admiration. Truly, the Dragon Nation was impressive. Without hesitation, he picked up his pen and signed the agreement on behalf of the Eagle Nation. For there was no alternative to boarding the Dragon Nation's train of progress. One could have simply seized control directly, yet they opted to offer a share, so it is unwise to refuse such an overture. Furthermore, certain adversaries are incapable of action, while allies are often more capable. Observing the decisive actions of the Eagle Nation, representatives from other countries were left astounded. Were they, indeed, completely subjugated? They were still deliberating the implications hidden within the document. Soon, these representatives contacted their respective nations and, after discussions, proceeded to finalize the agreements. Their original intent was to seek collaboration, and the Dragon Nation's proposal perfectly aligned with their expectations. As all parties affixed their signatures, the leaders exchanged knowing smiles. Almost simultaneously, a remarkable company made its debut on the international stock market. Onlookers gazed in astonishment at the company's introduction, their eyes widening in disbelief. The atmosphere of the banquet became congenial in an instant. However, this conviviality was short-lived. A representative's phone rang, and he glanced apologetically at those around him before stepping aside to take the call. His expression quickly darkened. Curiosity piqued among the others, only for their phones to ring as well. An increasing number of individuals received urgent notifications from their governments. The previously concealed matter regarding the Dragon Nation space elevator had finally come to light. All nations realized that the technological capabilities of the Dragon Nation surpassed their expectations. Upon reflecting on the agreements they had just signed, a sense of unease washed over them. The Dragon Nation's actions equated to a refusal to share any technology with them. The question of whether a mere commercial contract entailed the rights to planetary colonization became ambiguous. Such considerations had not crossed their minds initially. In an instant, nations rushed to contact their representatives, wishing to halt the signing of the agreements. Yet, it was too late. Within the banquet, everyone had concluded their calls and learned the truth. Their expressions soured. Although they had achieved their initial objectives, they were unprepared for the realization that the Dragon Nation's potential far exceeded their own estimations. The anticipated gains had evaporated, leaving them at a significant loss. Regret surged within each heart, yet the contracts were already signed, and none dared to violate the terms set forth by the Dragon Nation. They exchanged glances, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts. It appeared that their only recourse was to unite and proceed cautiously. At that moment, a staff member from the Dragon Nation entered, whispering something to the leader. "Oh, Mr. Lee has an urgent matter? He wishes to see me now?" The leader's brow furrowed in confusion. Mr. Lee was currently overseeing the redesign of powered armor. Had he encountered an issue? Typically, he would not be so hasty unless there was something significant at hand. After a moment of contemplation, the leader instructed, "Let him in." The staff member nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, a large group entered. The representatives from various nations were taken aback, their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized the newcomers. The leader's brow furrowed further. Why were there so many? Moreover, they appeared quite formidable. An ominous feeling settled in his gut. Upon entering, Mr. Lee was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such a crowd, and they all appeared to be foreign guests. A sense of regret lingered within him, yet recalling the torment he had endured over the past few days, Lee took a deep breath and resolutely approached the esteemed leader. "Esteemed leader, he greeted. The leader furrowed his brow, questioning, Li Lao, what matters are so urgent? Without uttering a word, Li Lao directed his gaze towards the foreign guests. I apologize, esteemed guests, but we have some pressing matters to attend to. Please take a moment to rest. Shortly, someone will escort you for a tour of the capital, the leader announced. The representatives from other nations nodded in agreement, smiling as they departed, casting a glance at Li Lao and his research team. Is there discord within the Dragon Country? Perhaps this presents an opportunity. If we could uncover some technical personnel, we might gain access to certain secrets of the Dragon Country, once all outsiders had exited. The leader turned his attention back to Li Lao. Can we speak now? Li Lao hesitated momentarily. Esteemed leader, I still believe that the armor sent down by Yu Ling is utterly absurd, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in indignation. The other researchers stood resolutely in agreement, while Li Qin wore a perplexed expression. Just as he was about to return to the space station, he found himself summoned here, only to discover that it involved holding his uncle accountable. Instantly, Li Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, what sort of rubbish armor is that? It is utterly unwearable. We summoned elite special forces to utilize it, and within merely 2 minutes, they were nearly incapacitated. This is outrageous, even if he is Yu Ling. Such waste of national resources cannot be tolerated. The researchers fumed. Li Lao felt equally distressed. His creative inspiration had surged, leading him to draft numerous modification blueprints, only to find them entirely unfeasible. Each day, he was forced to witness the assembly of incomprehensible armor, which was immensely disheartening. The thought of his materials squandered on such creations weighed heavily on him. The leader felt a sense of awkwardness. Aware that he had perhaps been somewhat biased towards Yu Ling, Li Qin, taken aback, began to inquire of those nearby, gradually piecing together the entire situation. Why? This thought consumed his mind. He turned away, resolutely deciding to confront his uncle directly about what madness had overtaken him. Chapter 65. Seeking the root of the issue within the conference hall, numerous researchers lamented to the high-ranking officials. Meanwhile, the Secretary-General cast a glance at Li Qin's departing figure. He had previously hinted to Li Qin, who was already aware of certain circumstances. With the uproar now unfolding, he understood what actions needed to be taken. Upon exiting the venue, Li Qin stepped into an open area. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light enveloped him. At the space station, Yu Ling awaited in the central zone. A figure soon materialized. You've arrived? Yu Ling smiled. Why did you create that kind of armor? Uncle, are you not aware that it's utterly subpar? You are wasting resources. Do you realize that? The materials for the power armor line in Longhua are already insufficient, and yet you squander them like this. Li Qin confronted him directly. Yu Ling was taken aback momentarily before breaking into laughter. He refrained from offering an explanation. Where are the clothes your mother asked you to bring me? He inquired. Li Qin was distinctly displeased with Yu Ling's demeanor. What time is it? And you're still thinking about clothes? How infuriating. He handed over the garments. Yu Ling opened them, then smiled wryly. He picked up a piece and donned it. All right. Snap a few photos for me to send to Yu Qian. He struck a pose. Li Qin suppressed his anger and took a couple of shots. By the way, you must have endured quite a bit of nagging during your return, right? And why did you bring up Baoing Xue? Is that her name? Do you know what your mother said to me? Yu Ling chuckled bitterly. Li Qin's temper flared. Enough. I'm trying to discuss serious matters here, he shouted. Yu Ling paused, falling silent. Instead of elucidating, he produced a document. Take this down for me and deliver it to the high-ranking officials. Li Qin gaped in astonishment at Yu Ling's demeanor. What is this? Are you disregarding me? If you weren't my uncle, I wouldn't bother with you. Right now, Li Lao and the others have significant concerns about you. Yet you offer no explanations, even if I know my uncle is formidable. Being so obstinately uncooperative is perilous. Realizing this, he felt compelled to reprimand Yu Ling. Li Qin accepted the document and obediently made his way to the space elevator platform. Soon after, his figure vanished swiftly. Only then did Yu Ling relax his tightly clenched fists and the grimace on his face dissipate. You've gone against me. Li Qin returned to the open area outside the National Assembly, his expression dazed. He nearly forgot the fear of being dominated by Yu Ling for so many years. Had he not fled swiftly just now, who knows what might have transpired? He shuddered at the thought. Glancing at the door before him, he felt conflicted. He ascended, he descended, yet he came away with nothing. How was he to enter and confront the high-ranking officials? With a heavy heart, Li Chen trudged inside. If I must perish, then so be it. At that moment, the interior of the venue was bustling. Most attendees were vociferously denouncing Yu Ling for utilizing national resources to craft power armor that was utterly impractical. Esteemed leaders, we cannot allow Yu Ling to proceed unchecked. The production of this armor must be halted immediately. I acknowledge the significant contributions made by Yu Ling, yet that does not justify the squandering of resources. Upon realizing this, Li Chen felt an immediate surge of panic. Could it be that his uncle would be dismissed? He envisioned Yu Ling, who possessed numerous secret technologies, confined in a small room without the support of manhwa, toiling away in vain day after day. The high-ranking leader observed Li Chen's stupefied expression. Noticing the document in his hand while the previously held items had vanished, a glimmer of excitement crossed his face. Did you manage to go up? He inquired. Instantly, silence enveloped the room as everyone turned their attention to the young man outside. Yes, Li Chen stammered. Is Yu Ling doing well? After spending such an extended period in the space station, I wonder if he has been bored? The leader asked with concern. Li Chen, bewildered, shook his head. How would I know if he is bored? He failed to grasp that the leader was inquiring if he had just returned from the space station. What do you have in your hand? The high-ranking leader scrutinized the folder. Oh, this is something my uncle, Yu Ling, asked me to bring down, Li Chen responded, realizing it was likely another request for materials. After all, the documents his uncle previously entrusted him with were all lists of materials. Contemplating this scenario, the prospect of his uncle requesting another large batch of items made Li Chen's heart tremble. Oh, let me take a look. The leader walked over and accepted the document. Old Li and the researchers instantly felt a wave of tension. Surely, it must be yet another request for materials. Subsequently, the leader's expression began to shift. After a prolonged moment, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Witnessing this, Li Chen felt even more anxious. Uncle, what on earth did you request? What could possibly cause the leader to react this way? What is the matter? What does he want now? Old Li's face also turned grim. You can see for yourself. The leader remained silent for a moment before passing the document over. As Old Li glanced at it, his expression too began to morph. Li Chen's heart raced with trepidation. What if I can't leave this room? What could possibly be written that would alter the countenance of these two dignitaries? The others, equally curious, gazed intently at the document. Old Li exchanged a glance with the leader, who nodded in affirmation. He then passed the document further down the line. A group gathered to examine the contents, and soon, the faces of all present shifted dramatically. Li Chen's heart sank in despair. This is disastrous. My uncle is finished. How splendid. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha, how naive I was to misjudge Yu Ling. I must be cursed. A genius. An absolute genius. If this can be realized, the merits will be boundless. Truly, boundless. The researchers erupted in exclamations of awe. Li Chen, astounded, nearly collapsed to the ground. Observing the elated crowd, he felt a chill of dread. What has my uncle done to drive them to madness? He stepped back, watching the jubilant individuals dance with excitement. The leader smiled with satisfaction, because the document clearly states it is the Gene Warrior Project. Indeed, it is worthy of Yu Ling. How could he create anything without purpose? That armor is evidently tailored for the Gene Warriors. Although it remains a mystery as to why many technological functions were omitted, Yu Ling must have his own rationale. After the initial excitement, the other researchers calmed down. Old Li wore a face of guilt. He had mistakenly judged Yu Ling and caused such a commotion. It was truly a grave error. It turns out that the armor was never intended for ordinary individuals from the outset. How could he have overlooked this while questioning him? Moreover, did they truly comprehend the capabilities of this armor? Were the actual data results derived from their casual assessments? Since it was designed for the Gene Warriors, it must possess attributes that surpass all currently active armors. The other researchers fell into deep contemplation. They assumed Yu Ling was operating on the first level, only to discover he was on the 18th level. This seemingly inferior power armor must conceal something that has been overlooked, if they failed to recognize it. That is a reflection of their own shortcomings. They must introspect and seek the root of the issue. Chapter 66, Live Experiments Before Long. Elder Li departed with the researchers who had originally come to confront Yu Ling. They were to conduct a comprehensive examination of Yu Ling's power armor once again. Meanwhile, the leader pondered deeply. Can we gather all these materials? He inquired, glancing at the Secretary General. The list contained numerous items he had never even heard of before, predominantly medicines and various instruments. The Secretary General took the documents and began to compare them. Most items were available, but some herbs and pharmaceuticals were patents monopolized by other nations, making large-scale procurement nearly impossible. He remarked, there are even the latest experimental cancer drugs listed here, which have yet to be officially released to the market. I wonder how Yuling obtained this information. Then let us issue a notice. The establishment of this guild was precisely for moments like this. The leader replied with a smile. Yuling's list of required materials had become increasingly convoluted, and he had long feared that the resources solely from Long Country would be insufficient. Thus, the guild system had been initiated. The Secretary General nodded and proceeded to draft the announcement. At that moment, the representatives from other nations, who had just been escorted to rest, gathered in a room, enveloped in silence. It seems that Long Country is acting a bit unscrupulously this time. One member finally broke the silence. I believe we should unite, another suggested. The leader of the Eagle Nation scoffed but remained silent. These individuals had previously shown no hesitation in abandoning their alliance. The group decided to form a society of mutual interests, tentatively named the Long Country Technology Enthusiast Association, learning from the collapse of their previous collaboration. This alliance would be more loosely structured, focused solely on exchanging intelligence and fostering mutual benefit. This way, they would not be ensnared by the impulsive actions of any single entity. Their aim was to find a way to infiltrate Long Country's interstellar endeavors and secure a share of the spoils. At that moment, Long Country's announcement was disseminated. Everyone's phones chimed simultaneously. Long Country requires these items? What do they intend to do with them? People wondered. They could understand a request for aerospace materials. But what was the purpose of these pharmaceuticals? What use could the world's most advanced medical instruments possibly serve? Could it be that Long Country had captured extraterrestrial beings for dissection and research? The crowd remained perplexed, yet they scrambled to seize any viable tasks that could be undertaken. Instantly, the stock market index of the Emperor's Guild began to fluctuate. The weight of the nation securing tasks shifted dramatically. Concurrently, their currency values surged, and national stock indices followed suit. The representatives in the room were filled with trepidation at this display. Those who had failed to secure tasks wore glum expressions, while those who had succeeded struggled to contain their laughter. Just this wave of influence had already yielded profits far exceeding the value of the task items. Moreover, there were also company shares to be compensated by Long Country. It was unclear who initiated the laughter, but soon everyone joined in. While they were indeed strategizing on how to infiltrate Long Country's endeavors, they were also competitors in this unfolding drama. While devising plans, one must not jeopardize the relationship with the Dragon Nation. Such displays of force as previously demonstrated are utterly impermissible. The only recourse is to employ subtlety, persuading the Dragon Nation to yield. This is the singular purpose of this fellowship, to unify our stance when there is mutual benefit. Outside, fervent discussions erupted in response to the fluctuations within the Imperial Guild as reflected in the international stock market. What has the Dragon Nation acquired? The system and function of the guild are detailed in the background documentation. The sudden shift in stock holdings by certain nations certainly sparked curiosity. It must be that some groundbreaking technology is in the offing. The Dragon Nation is formidable. How swiftly they have achieved multiple breakthroughs. Invincible, they are truly invincible. How I long to join the Dragon Nation. I can no longer endure my time in the Eagle Nation. But alas, obtaining a Dragon Nation green card is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. I've heard that the gender ratio in the Dragon Nation is unbalanced. And we have many young women here. I wonder if there is any opportunity. Amidst all the speculation, nations swiftly gathered the items desired by the Dragon Nation within a day. In the capital of the Dragon Nation, the Secretary General personally verified the completeness of the items before notifying Yuling. Mr. Yuling, the items are ready. The coordinates are. He reported his location to Yuling. Soon, a beam of light descended from the sky, whisking away all the items. At the space station, Yuling gazed at the pile of goods before him with a sense of gratitude. Having a nation as a backing is indeed advantageous. Collecting so many items on his own would have taken an eternity. He shook his head, summoning his guards to assist in transporting the items to Zone 9. Yuling personally installed all the equipment and immediately commenced the experiments, purifying, mixing, and altering the pharmaceuticals, blood extraction, spiritual energy manipulation, and mutations. His figure moved swiftly within the laboratory, each action executed with surgical precision. Time raced by. A month later, Yuling, with dark circles under his eyes, stared at the gene serum before him, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had labored tirelessly for an entire month and finally produced results. For the first time, Yuling experienced the arduousness of conducting research single-handedly without a system. Before him lay all the improved formulas he could conceive, approximately 300. The next step was live testing to identify the most gentle yet potent formula. He contemplated and instructed the Secretary General to procure a batch of lab mice. Soon, the little creatures arrived at the space station. Yuling began the experimentation. Subject number 1 perished. Cause of death, gene collapse. Subject number 8 survived for 1 hour, losing all rationality, transforming into a beast driven solely by bloodlust. Subject number 124 expired. Cause of death, uncontrolled tissue mutation. The process of observing the test subjects was exceedingly protracted. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yuling finally emerged from his designated area. The entire crew of the space station was stirred. They exchanged worried glances at Yuling. Director, are you all right? Yuling looked up, meeting the familiar faces surrounding her. Yes, I'm fine. And the genetic serum? Old Guan hesitantly inquired. During this period, everyone had become aware of Yuling's endeavors, and she had never intended to keep it a secret. It was successful. The next step is practical verification, Yuling stated. After more than 100 days of experimentation, she had finally selected and optimized the most effective version. Now, it was time for practical trials on humans. Given the current situation on Blue Star, human experimentation was prohibited by law, yet there were avenues for maneuvering. For instance, the authorities could publicly recruit volunteers, clearly outlining all associated risks beforehand. After some contemplation, Yuling decided to contact the senior leadership. Yuling? Director, the genetic serum is complete. Is that so? Wonderful. Now we need to conduct human trials. On the other end, the leader fell into a brief silence. What is the success rate? Yuling reported the data. For this optimal version, the mortality rate is only 5%. This figure was derived from extensive comparisons of numerous experiments alongside a vast array of genetic samples from Long Country. Chapter 67. Is there really a 5% mortality rate? On the Blue Planet, in the capital of the Dragon Nation, the high-ranking official widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing the data reported by Yuling. A mere 5% mortality rate? Moreover, individual willpower could somewhat enhance the success rate? He was utterly astounded. He had anticipated that such a potion, capable of transforming mortals into non-humans, would have a mortality rate of at least 25%. The official had mentally prepared himself for a certain degree of sacrifice. Yet, Yuling had surprised him once more. All right, I understand. I will make the arrangements. After uttering these words, the official ended the call. The genetic serum would soon be dispatched. Once Yuling had secured this matter, he continued to log into the black box factory to conquer the hyperspace engine. As he observed the progress of the blueprints, he felt a surge of excitement. Finally, after such a lengthy endeavor, completion was within reach. At this very moment, unrest began to brew across the Blue Planet. Various nations began to voice a common sentiment. The Emperor's Guild of the Dragon Nation was nothing more than a tool for the exploitation of people worldwide. Protests erupted across the globe. Citizens cried out against their inept governments, demanding, "How can we join such a company? We seek fairness. We demand freedom. Withdraw from the Dragon Nation's company. Let the Dragon Nation disclose its technology." Resistance. Resistance. The universe belongs to all humanity. How dare the Dragon Nation seize control? The Dragon Nation's evolution does not include us. We demand a share in the genetic serum experiments. Numerous protest groups emerged in foreign lands. Public opinion and news reports surged forth. Fortunately, after the rise of the Dragon Nation, nearly all its citizens had returned to their homeland. Otherwise, they might have faced the wrath of the agitated populace. Countries lamented to the Dragon Nation's diplomatic department. The foreign minister, suppressing his urge to retaliate with insults, found himself constantly overwhelmed. What concern is it of yours that the Dragon Nation has risen? What do you mean the universe belongs to all humanity? The Dragon Nation has not obstructed you. Why blame us? He silently cursed, perplexed as to how news of the genetic serum had leaked. Yet, outwardly, he maintained an air of decorum while addressing the nations. Netizens from the Dragon Nation were equally unyielding, engaging in heated exchanges online, amidst the fervent public discourse. The official announcement from the Dragon Nation emerged. The Genetic Warrior program would soon conduct its first public experiment. Volunteers were being recruited, with military personnel from various countries given priority. 3 slots were tentatively allocated, with 1 reserved for the Dragon Nation. The other 2 would serve to test the genetic serum selectivity among different ethnicities, specifically targeting Caucasians and Africans. This requirement stemmed from Yuling's awareness of the public sentiment. Did these individuals covet the genetic serum? Yet their very bodies bore the bloodline of the Dragon Nation. Could they withstand the legacy of the dragon? Would they dare to test it? The announcement sent shockwaves through the media of various nations. What? Oh my God, the Dragon Nation has actually conquered genetic technology? If this succeeds, will they not become the superheroes of a comic book? Exclamations of awe poured forth. Truly, the Dragon Nation deserves its reputation. This genetic serum is invincible. Incredible! Those who marched proclaimed that the Dragon Nation's evolution would not include them. Yet here it is. This marks the inaugural experiment. Does this imply that if successful, soon everyone in the Dragon Nation will transform into genetic warriors? How I envy this. Alas, why am I not a citizen of the Dragon Nation? May the land of cherry blossoms meet its demise. This way, we could appeal to the Dragon Nation for asylum and join their ranks. Suddenly, public opinion shifted dramatically. The outcry from various nations transformed into lamentations of why one is not a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Waves of envy and jealousy filled the international forums. In the clandestine societies formed by various countries, everyone exchanged knowing smiles. Ultimately, the Dragon Nation has yielded. It seems our alliance has proven effective. We have reaped rewards, compelling the Dragon Nation to concede. From now on, let each rely on their own merits. Members from various nations received invitations from the Dragon Nation. Following intense competition, it was decided that shares of the Emperor's Guild would determine the distribution of slots. The first batch of participants in the experiment consisted of a total of 200 slots. The Eagle Nation claimed 100 of those for itself, while the East African nation secured 60. The remaining 40 slots were allocated to smaller nations that met the racial criteria. The shift in guild influence triggered a tumultuous upheaval in the economies of the involved nations. Those nations that secured slots paid a considerable price. Yet they felt they had profited. They swiftly dispatched their chosen representatives to the Dragon Nation, which meticulously selected 100 elite members of its military, all gathered in a vast laboratory adjacent to the imperial capital. In the underground chamber, 300 individuals stood bare-chested. Soon, staff clad in medical attire entered, pushing in beds and equipment. Each person was presented with a blue bed. Shortly thereafter, an armored squad escorted a box into the room. Those preparing for genetic modification swallowed hard. It is important to note that the risk assessment clearly stated the process would be extremely painful. Those with strong wills have a greater probability of enduring the ordeal. Although this is a public experiment, it is not accessible to all. Only the high-ranking officials from each nation could observe the proceedings. Cameras adorned the ceiling of the laboratory, diligently capturing the scene, which was broadcast to the leaders of each nation. They eagerly anticipated what the so-called genetic warriors would resemble. The experiment commenced. Everyone lay down, tightly strapped in place. The armored soldiers prepared for the initiation, retrieving the genetic serum, while the doctors inserted it into the injection machines. Various monitoring devices were already connected to the participants. As the serum coursed through the tubes into their bodies, those on the beds widened their eyes and began to thrash violently. Some emitted horrific wails, and the restraints on the beds appeared to be on the verge of failing. Hold them down. This is where the power of the armored soldiers comes into play. No matter how agile one may be, can they rival the strength of nuclear-powered armor? Do not say that genetic modification has yet to be completed. Even if it were deemed successful, under the might of powered armor, one must submit. Everyone was drenched in sweat, their veins protruding, contorted, and writhing like insects. Suddenly, bang. Several individuals of African descent erupted. A dreadful stench permeated the air. Even the rigorously trained combat personnel could not suppress their nausea. The experimental results emerged swiftly. Among the 40 slots allocated to various nations, only 2 Caucasians survived. The leaders of all nations were left in disbelief. Is this a mere 5% mortality rate? The experiment continues. Next up is East Africa. 60 contestants face total annihilation. No. Impossible. Our East African genes are the strongest. How could this be? The Dragon Nation must be resorting to deceit. The experiment did not cease. Next came the Eagle Nation. Out of 100 participants, only 30 emerged alive. Then it was the turn of the Dragon Nation. The doctors, witnessing the horrific scene, began to tremble. Is this truly a 5% mortality rate? Chapter 68. The completion of the subspace engine. The experimental site was enveloped in an unusual tranquility, particularly within the realm of the Dragon Nation. The elite warriors of this esteemed nation endured in silence, their fortitude unwavering amidst the profound agony they faced. Clad in powered armor, the soldiers expressed their admiration for one another, urging each other to persevere, for once they emerged victorious, collaboration would follow. The experimenters gritted their teeth, steadfast in their resolve. Soon, the data from the monitoring instrument stabilized, astonishingly revealing that not a single Dragon Nation warrior had perished. A wave of shock swept through the representatives of various nations. Why was this so? They pondered inwardly. Accusations of deceit fell upon the Dragon Nation. It was a trap. How infuriating. The leaders of the nations descended into hysteria, believing they had forced the Dragon Nation into submission, only to receive a harsh lesson in blood. How could the Dragon Nation's participants withstand the genetic serum without incident? While they suffered such devastating losses, gentlemen, the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs clarified, we had previously indicated that the genetic serum carries inherent risks, with willpower being a significant factor. Following this, they disregarded the outcries. It was your choice to participate, and now you cannot accept the outcome? I shall not cater to your demands. The other nations were momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the resolute warriors of the Dragon Nation who endured their torment. A wave of respect surged within them. They spoke little but promptly directed their media to launch an assault on the Dragon Nation. Days later, of the 300 experimenters, nearly all perished except for those from the Dragon Nation. Was it a conspiracy or a rejection reaction? Various speculations began to brew. The protests that had momentarily subsided reignited. Murderers! Why did the Dragon Nation participants remain unscathed? How fortunate that our people did not partake. It is utterly terrifying to think the Dragon Nation would resort to such actions. Protests. However, the citizens of the Dragon Nation would not tolerate such indignities. It was your choice. Who can you blame for the deaths? Indeed, we never intended for you to join us. Could it be that this genetic serum was developed with our physiology in mind? You brought this upon yourselves. The online discourse erupted into a cacophony. As public sentiment intensified dangerously, the Dragon Nation decisively released information. The risks associated with the genetic serum had been disclosed to all nations from the onset. It had been clearly established that the purpose was to test potential rejection responses in the allocated slots. The nations had accepted the risks and still chose to participate. The mortality rate had taken even the developers by surprise. Therefore, the Dragon Nation would provide compensation to the victims' families, allowing them to acquire Dragon Nation citizenship and enjoy the benefits thereof. Upon this announcement, all public outcry abruptly ceased. Their ire shifted toward their own governments. Why? Knowing the risks, would you still send people? Murder. This is murder. Incompetent parliament. How could they possibly join the Dragon Nation? How enviable. Indeed, despite the sacrifices, families are now thriving. How infuriating. Why couldn't my father have been among them? The netizen who made this comment has not been heard from since. It is rumored that he suffered a leg injury inflicted by his own father. The first phase of the Gene Warrior experiment has concluded. Although 100 warriors from the Dragon Kingdom survived, not all of them gained powers. Some, lacking sufficient compatibility with the gene prototypes, managed to endure through sheer will but could not inherit the essence of the residual spirit. Out of the 100, only 85 succeeded. After a few days of recuperation, they appeared at a clandestine military base, filled with powered armor, crafted by the residual spirit using a black box. The warriors commenced their training in piloting these armored suits. Previously, they were merely elite troops, not members of the Powered Armor Battalion. Due to the current scarcity of powered armor pilots, Even the Dragon Kingdom was reluctant to risk their loss during the experimentation. Elderly and his colleagues were analyzing the piloting data when they soon furrowed their brows. The Gene Warriors exhibited extraordinary potential, with values nearly 5 to 10 times beyond the physical limits of current blue star humans. Truly, the residual spirit's concoction is formidable. Indeed. In conjunction with the powered armor, these warriors transform into veritable reapers of life. This enhancement would surely enable them to better adapt to various hostile environments during interstellar travel. The residual spirit is a divine entity. The Dragon Kingdom is exceptionally fortunate to have him. Many assumed that the Gene Warrior program was intended to prepare for interstellar colonization. However, the higher-ups chose not to disclose information regarding the psychic energies. Before long, the researchers sensed something amiss. While the warriors could pilot the powered armor and demonstrated impressive combat prowess, the inherent flaws of the armor itself could not be overlooked. There was clearly potential for superior auxiliary combat systems and more sophisticated instrument components. Why was it designed so rudimentarily? Elderly was baffled. And the other researchers exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions blank. Something felt off about the armor's data, yet, having learned from previous experiences, they refrained from speaking out and chose to observe further. Meanwhile, a clandestine alliance of nations convened once more. The Dragon Kingdom was growing increasingly powerful, now bolstered by Gene Warriors. Frustration mounted as they recalled their previous misfortunes. Several nations had incurred significant costs to secure experimental slots, only to emerge nearly empty-handed, with the East African nations bearing the brunt of the losses. The Eagle Nation fared little better, with only 5 survivors obtaining the effects of the gene elixir. And even those results were substantially diminished, falling several multiples short of the Dragon Kingdom's official data. What could 5 individuals accomplish? Form an idol group, perhaps? The disparity between the costs incurred and the meager returns was staggering. We cannot continue in this manner. The previous operation yielded results, and the Dragon Kingdom ultimately compromised. Relinquishing slots. Next time, luck may not favor them so generously. We must secure the benefits we rightfully deserve. The Speaker of the Eagle Nation addressed the assembly with gravity. The representatives from the other nations remained silent. It was indeed true, this time. It was merely the races outside of the yellow-skinned individuals that could not assimilate the genetic serum. It was a coincidence. We must continue to sway public opinion. Let the Dragon Nation open its technology. The speaker continued. The other nations began to deliberate. No one was inclined to engage in hostilities with the Dragon Nation. This strategy, indeed, held the greatest potential for success. Thus, the plan was approved. Public discourse surged once more. Meanwhile, aboard the space station, Yuling had completed the construction of the hyperspace engine. Mission accomplished. Genetic levels elevated. Spiritual energy levels enhanced. New blueprints unlocked. The black box factory had its secondary permissions activated. Yuling was taken aback. Following the completion of this task, there were additional developments. Firstly, the crucial factory permissions had been unlocked. Secondly, what intrigued him was the blueprint. Previously, he had successfully unlocked new blueprints, but now the narrative had shifted. Upon inspection, he found that the system no longer offered him a choice, but rather directly presented him with a single blueprint. Could this be considered a mandatory task? Yuling chuckled bitterly as he gazed at the design titled Spiritual Energy Star Torch, lost in contemplation. Chapter 69. An uneasy atmosphere. Yuling briefly examined the blueprint. This had not been available before. Could it be considered an upgrade benefit? This so-called spirit energy beacon is an accessory to the hyperspace engine. If the hyperspace engine is akin to the vessel for navigating the starry seas, then this beacon serves as a lighthouse, a guiding signpost. However, the construction of such a device is no simple task. To ignite it requires spirit energy users. Indeed, in the presence of this facility, spirit energy users serve as the source of energy, akin to fuel. A throbbing headache afflicted Yuling. The matter at hand transcended mere technological architecture. It involved the organization responsible for the capture and management of spirit energy users, equipment maintenance, and security teams. Moreover, would this endeavor garner the support of the Dragon Kingdom? Contemplating this, Yuling found himself in a quandary. Well, all these matters hinge upon the activation of hyperspace. Only after a large-scale awakening of spirit energy users can they be ascertained. What will these spirit energy users truly be like? Only by witnessing them firsthand can one determine the appropriate attitude towards them. At that point, there would also be conditions to establish this beacon. Even if the spirit energy users turned out to be amiable, making it impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to act harshly against them, one could still construct a token beacon to fulfill the task. Surely, not every individual can be benevolent, right? If that were the case, I might as well become the beacon myself. Surely, I cannot believe that a formidable gamma-level powerhouse could be drained by a mere beacon. If that were the case, let us disregard my previous assertion. Yuling fell silent for a moment. Presently, Blue Star does not possess an urgent need for interstellar navigation. The resources of nearby planets are sufficient to sustain Blue Star's development for a millennium. Thus, this apparatus may not be of paramount importance. Yuling reassured himself. He activated his personal panel. Name: Yuling. Age: 29. Remaining lifespan: 2,200 years. Gene level: Cosmic Navigation level 10. Spirit Energy level: Gamma level 15. Ability to choose Spirit Energy Manifestation 2. Imperial Knowledge Repository Unlock Authority: 15. Spirit Energy Skills: Mimicry Speed of Distortion Reputation: 300. 000. Yuling sensed the spirit energy within him. Currently, it resembled an immense lake, unfathomably deep. He felt an overwhelming sensation, as if he could effortlessly dismantle the space station beneath him. Finally, he could choose a new direction for his spirit energy manifestation. Yuling selected the telekinesis category. Who has harbored the dream of becoming a telekinetic master? The list of telekinetic abilities materialized before him. Using psychic energy to manipulate the physical world. Converting psychic energy into physical force. This is the essence of telekinesis. His abilities evolved based on this principle. 1. Telekinetic attack: manipulating weapons with psychic force to assault foes. 2. Shatter: enveloping the enemy with destructive force, obliterating them. 3. Infinite gate: long-distance teleportation, allowing individuals to enter hyperspace and emerge elsewhere. 4. Mechanical curse: using spirit energy to jam the enemy's weapons or engines, incapacitating their machinery. 5. Shockwave: amplifying sound to create a devastating shockwave that annihilates all. The mental shield: it manifests as a barrier of thought, capable of withstanding assaults or distorting projectiles. Many abilities abound, yet Yuling found himself momentarily taken aback. Ultimately selecting 2, the telekinetic attack and the mental shield. This was the result of his contemplation. The telekinetic attack allows for the manipulation of weapons to strike adversaries, seemingly an offensive skill. However, the crux lies in its superlative control. How does one define a weapon? Is a foe's body a weapon? Is a starship a weapon? Are scientific instruments weapons? This ability may not possess the sheer destructive power of others, yet it harbors the greatest potential. As for the mental shield, Yuling has always harbored the belief that if he were to be killed, he would indeed perish. Thus, he decisively opted for a defensive skill. Now, he could be deemed a balanced mentalist, equipped for both offense and defense. He embodies the essence of a spirit energy master, excelling in range tactics. When foes exert immense effort to close the distance, Yuling will ensure they comprehend the peril of engaging a corporeal energy wielder in close combat. With his current level of spirit energy, he is entirely capable of executing rapid metamorphosis, transforming into a harvester of flesh, complete with acceleration enhancements. Twisted speed. In summary, the subspace engine has been completed. Yuling chose not to load the Star Torch module, as the instructions were clear. This apparatus requires spirit energy users among its construction materials, and it is likely that many are needed. Currently, such resources are lacking. Hence, the immediate priority is to activate the subspace. The engine is ready, yet a vessel is still required. He retrieved his terminal, swiftly inputting commands. These pertain to the materials catalog for the aircraft, albeit a low-spec version. This rudimentary engine would likely collapse shortly after initiating subspace, rendering it non-recoverable. Yuling deemed it unwise to invest in a superior aircraft. He preferred a frugal approach. After compiling the materials, along with the notification of the subspace engine's completion, he sent the information to the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom. In the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the high-ranking officials were engrossed in reviewing documents when the Secretary General approached, bearing a file adorned with a distinctive emblem. Upon recognition, the leader paused. This was the emblem of the space station, designated for Yuling. he inquired. The Secretary-General nodded gravely. The leader's expression turned serious as he opened the document. To his astonishment, it contained news of the successful subspace engine, accompanied by an extensive catalog of materials. He sighed, instructing the military to expedite the construction efforts. Additionally, he ordered all departments to prepare for the impending impact of spirit energy users. A new era is on the horizon. The Secretary-General nodded solemnly. The leader gazed at the ceiling. Is it about to commence? The winds of change swept through the Dragon Kingdom, ushering in an inexplicable tension that permeated the nation. Meanwhile, other countries criticized the Dragon Kingdom, their outcry against their evolution growing ever louder. Yet that day, they sensed something amiss. Why had the Dragon Kingdom ceased to engage with them? The leaders of the other nations were perplexed. Had the Dragon Kingdom encountered some unforeseen event? The atmosphere felt distinctly wrong. Something was off. A sense of impending change looms in the air. Surely, it must be yet another technological breakthrough. Indeed, this has been the pattern on several occasions prior. One cannot help but envy the Dragon Kingdom. How wonderful it would be if Yuling were in our nation. Alas, the member states of the association are unable to reach a consensus, merely attributing the situation to yet another technological advancement by Yuling, which has fostered an atmosphere of vigilance in the Dragon Kingdom. In this tense environment, days swiftly pass. Suddenly, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom mysteriously vanish. They have all ascended to the space station. At this moment, a spacecraft drifts outside the station. Upon seeing it, the leader's expressions contort in disbelief. The spacecraft appears utterly dilapidated. They are left questioning whether it can even be launched. With furrowed brows, they approach Yuling. Is this feasible? The high-ranking official hesitantly glances at the craft. The Secretary-General covers his face in dismay, having previously thought that the materials required by Yuling were minimal. Yet, the result is this shabby contraption, which seems on the verge of falling apart. If it fails, will he be unjustly blamed? Perhaps for cutting corners in material procurement? The Secretary-General eyes Yuling warily. Yuling smiles reassuringly. There is no issue. We can fully engage the subspace. The essence of activating subspace lies within the engine, not the spacecraft itself. Why should I embark on a test flight? What purpose would such extravagance serve? As long as the spacecraft is functional, that suffices. There is no need for excessive pretensions. This is merely prudent resource management. Chapter 70. All great pioneers. Yuling paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. He turned to the leader. Shall we commence? Wait. The leader quickly interjected. Yuling halted. Is it possible to make the initiation process public? The leader hesitated. Yuling was taken aback. What? To disclose the hyperspace engine? This is the key to ushering in the era of psychics. He had initially intended to keep it under wraps. Otherwise, should any nations incur losses due to psychics, it could lead to significant complications. Are you certain? You understand this matter. The leader raised a hand to silence him. I am aware, but I referred to publicly broadcasting the initiation visuals and some data, while keeping the critical details confidential. He smiled. Yuling pondered for a moment, recalling the recent public sentiment surrounding Blue Star. Could this be related? If only these aspects were made public. It seemed innocuous enough. As long as he remained silent, other nations would remain oblivious to the connection between psychics and hyperspace. The Dragon country certainly had no altruistic intentions of sharing hyperspace engine technology. Thus, they would never uncover the true reason behind the awakening of psychics. Consequently, Yuling nodded in agreement. The leader let out a sigh of relief and nodded to the Secretary-General, who promptly summoned the guards to assist in setting up the equipment. Commence the live broadcast. Simultaneously, various media outlets and the publicity department of the Dragon country activated their systems. An announcement was disseminated. The Dragon country was about to unveil a new epic. The hyperspace engine had emerged. It would enable direct traversal through time and space, achieving travel efficiency far surpassing the speed of light. For a moment, all nations fell silent. Those participating in parades were momentarily stunned, then hastily discarded their banners and horns. Racing home, they needed to watch the live stream. Meanwhile, members of the Enthusiast Association across various nations sat in silence. Once again, the Dragon country had astonished them. Or perhaps terrified them. Did they truly possess the technology for traversing space? The chairman of the assembly muttered despondently. What purpose does our effort serve? Despite all we have done, we cannot compete with the pace of advancement in the Dragon Country. Their breakthroughs in technology far exceed ours, even when we resort to theft. This realization was indeed disheartening. Technical personnel operated the equipment, and the enthusiast video conference seamlessly transitioned into a collective viewing session of the Dragon Country's live broadcast. Against the backdrop of a resplendent starry sky, a spacecraft hovered outside a space station. Upon witnessing this scene, the inhabitants of Blue Star were left dumbfounded. What is this rubbish? Is this a space garbage ship? Are they intending to traverse space to collect refuse? Dragon Country, are you serious? If you've manufactured too many things and lack funds, just ask us, the Eagle Nation, for assistance in exchange for technology. The barrage of comments erupted. Even the previously despondent leaders of various nations found themselves chuckling. What trickery was the Dragon Country attempting? Would this contraption truly be activated? In the space station, the Secretary General observed the comments, his expression darkening. He cast a resentful glance at Yuling, blaming her for the situation. Yuling remained unfazed. Are we ready to commence? Upon hearing this, the senior leader nodded. Yuling signaled to Old Guan, who understood and promptly initiated the launch of the spacecraft. In the distance, the vessel began to tremble, even emitting black smoke, a sight that evoked a sense of familiarity. Were it not for the vastness of space, one might have sworn they could hear the sound of a tractor starting up. Laughter erupted. Is Longwa broadcasting its embarrassment live? Please, stop this. I fear that contraption might explode and scatter debris across the space station. Haha. The cost of that spacecraft surely doesn't even cover the repairs for the station's outer armor. If Longwa is unwilling to support Yuling's research, they could simply relinquish him to us. Our Eagle Nation would gladly welcome Mr. Yuling anytime. So would our Kimchi Nation. Sakura Country, Yuling, come join us. We'll fulfill all your desires. Come to our Bear Country. The Secretary General, holding a tablet, twitched at the corners of his mouth, clearly seeing the barrage of comments. He promptly instructed the management to silence the chat. The senior leaders also found the situation intolerable. Had they been too hasty in broadcasting this scene? Soon, the spacecraft spared them from prolonged embarrassment. In the distance, the seemingly disintegrating vessel finally exhibited a change. A layer of energy shield manifested on its surface, reminiscent of a force field. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. The mocking comments vanished without a trace. How could they laugh at Longwa when such a seemingly inferior craft could deploy a force field? Reflecting on the recent collaboration of Eagle Nation and numerous countries in developing a spacecraft that appeared impressive, they wondered what good it was if it couldn't withstand a barrage. But what about the vessel before them, now displaying a force field? Could it withstand such an attack? Could it truly access subspace? Everyone was astounded. Just how advanced was Longwa's technology? Or perhaps, how formidable was Yuling? To have crafted such a contraption, in such a dismal state yet possessing such functionality, was nothing short of extraordinary. After all, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. The fact that Yuling could create a functioning spacecraft from such materials was a testament to his remarkable abilities. Representatives from all nations felt envy. If only Yuling were one of their own, they would undoubtedly revere him as a national treasure. Longwa was merely fortunate. A particularly sour comment appeared in the live stream, instantly garnering over 100 million likes. Just as the representatives from other nations were wallowing in envy, the spacecraft stirred once more. The space ahead began to ripple. Eyes widened in anticipation, they bore witness to this incredible spectacle. Suddenly, a blue rift materialized. The fabric of space seemed to tear apart, revealing a dark red, enigmatic realm before them. What lay within that mysterious world? Even those witnessing it firsthand struggled to articulate the scene. Danger, mystery, malevolence, like a glimpse of hell. Was this what subspace truly was? Everyone inwardly questioned themselves. Is this a domain that humanity can truly navigate? They posed their inquiries once more. The spacecraft offered little time for contemplation among the spectators. It began to advance, gradually entering the subspace. Once the vessel had fully transitioned into subspace, the spatial rifts began to mend, swiftly vanishing from sight. The cameras scanned the starry expanse, yet no trace of the craft remained. Have we succeeded? An official hesitantly remarked, still captivated by the awe-inspiring vistas of subspace. It seems so. A brief silence enveloped the scene. Then, a jubilant cheer erupted. They leapt in elation. This was a pivotal moment for the Dragon Kingdom. and indeed for all of humanity. Regardless of how many millennia may pass in the annals of human history, this scene shall be immortalized. They were all magnificent pioneers. Moments later, everyone gazed eagerly at Yuling. In this significant instant, they all yearned for her to utter something profound. Chapter 71. What Lies Beyond the Sea. The Secretary General spoke up. How about a few words? He looked at Yuling, tentatively suggesting. Yuling rolled her eyes. What is there to say? Nevertheless, she decided to grant the Secretary General, who had persistently gathered materials for her, a moment of courtesy and stepped forward a few paces. Everyone regarded him solemnly. The live camera zoomed in on him. People from various nations gazed at this genius who was poised to transform the Dragon Nation. Friends from around the world. If there is something you wish to indulge in, please do so heartily. Comrades from the Dragon Nation, I hope you will continue to extend your support in the future. After Yuling spoke, she paused. The venue fell silent. Leaders and researchers from the Dragon Nation continued to observe her. The global audience appeared bewildered. What does it mean to indulge in what one desires? They suspected she might be cursing them, yet lacked evidence. Viewers watching the live broadcast were at a loss as to how to convey their current feelings. Perhaps we should go and enjoy a feast later? Yuling hadn't anticipated that her jest would lead to chefs being sent to the hospital from exhaustion in various countries over the next few days. However, netizens from the Dragon Nation found it amusing. Haha, Yuling's words are just too. I can't stop laughing. Did you hear that, folks from Sakura Nation? Make sure to eat well. Exactly. Eat plenty. Who knows, we might be on the offensive tomorrow. I can't take it anymore. This is too funny. Yuling truly knows how to speak. It was the first time anyone had encouraged others to indulge in good food. In the space station, everyone lingered for a moment. Yuling remained in place, seemingly unwilling to continue speaking. The Secretary General felt perplexed. Is that all? He wore a complex expression. At such a crucial moment, you uttered something akin to a curse? He was left speechless. A high-ranking official chuckled. Well, that certainly aligns with Yuling's character. He gestured for everyone to depart. The subspace had opened, and there was much work ahead. They needed to prepare for any crises that might arise at any moment. After all, no one knew how the psychics would awaken. Would it be sporadic individual awakenings, or a large-scale emergence? The Dragon Nation must be fully prepared. After sending everyone off, Yuling made her way to her designated area. With the subspace now operational, preparations for the construction of the Star Torch also needed to commence. Setting aside other matters, the first step was to procure the components from the factory. Thus, it was essential to compile a list of necessary materials for the Secretary General to gather. As for the crucial psychics, that could wait. Surely, one cannot wait until they awaken. Capture them, and then begin preparing the Star Torch? That would take an eternity. Moreover, crafting components would also yield progress rewards from the system. With this thought in mind, Yuling accessed the system. Had she forgotten something? Yuling paused for a moment. Then she glanced towards the black box factory. Right, this had unlocked secondary permissions. In her rush to open the subspace, she realized she had overlooked such a significant matter. The existence of the black box automated factory is undoubtedly of great significance. With its presence, one can swiftly construct various technological blueprints, bypassing the need to elevate oneself from the industrial system. Thus, the so-called secondary permissions of the factory piqued Yuling's immense interest. He activated the system panel and began to explore its contents. After a while, Yuling closed the panel and strolled to the edge of the space station, gazing into the distant galaxies. The so-called secondary permissions turned out to be expansion permissions. The current black box factory is merely a core, not its original form. Its full designation should be the fully automated armaments factory. Its production range encompasses most mechanical products contained within the Emperor's treasury of knowledge. Furthermore, it possesses the capability for self-expansion. It autonomously collects planetary resources, categorizing production and expansion ratios as per the master's designs. Presently, the efficiency and scale of the black box pale in comparison to the deployment of an automated factory. Yuling contemplated the Zerg from the game. This factory resembles the Zerg Queen, capable of rapidly devouring all resources, commencing mass production, and subsequently inundating various star systems. This secondary factory, once deployed, cannot be reclaimed. If destroyed, it reverts to core status within the system space. This implies that if it is obliterated, one must start afresh. Consequently, the choices for deployment become limited. Firstly, it should not be too far from Blue Star, lest the garrison costs become prohibitive. Secondly, the chosen planet for deployment must be rich in minerals, as this determines the factory's potential capacity, although resources from other planets can be collected and transported. Blue Star currently lacks the capability for such endeavors. Thus, establishing the factory in a resource-rich location for self-development is the most prudent course of action. Suddenly, Yuling turned his gaze toward the profound starry sky. That was the direction of the first sublight-speed spacecraft exploration, Mars. Mars is the fourth planet closest to the Sun, situated a mere 9 light-years from Blue Star. While this distance may have seemed significant before the advent of the subspace engine, it is no longer the case. Mars, with its reddish hue, is shrouded beneath a thick layer of hematite. Though its diameter is only half that of Blue Star, its mineral reserves likely far exceed the total of Blue Star. Clearly, Mars is the most suitable location for deploying the secondary factory. The mere surface coverage of hematite could enable the factory to develop to an unimaginable scale. Next, apart from fabricating components for the Star Torch, preparations for a subspace vessel must also be made. Yuling mused. It seems he is about to relocate once again. This time, he intends to take everyone to Mars for work. He wondered if the researchers aboard the space station would have any objections. Yuling began to utilize the system to compile a catalog of materials for the Star Torch. At this moment, on Blue Star, the live broadcast had been terminated for quite some time, yet the populace remained entranced by the prospect of exploring the cosmic seas. Leaders from various nations sent their congratulatory messages regarding the breakthroughs of the Dragon Nation. They declared public holidays within their countries to celebrate humanity's achievement in stepping into the cosmic seas. Henceforth, Blue Star has gained an internationally recognized public holiday. It took some time for the people of various nations to regain their composure. Then, everyone erupted in cheers. The Dragon Nation is impressive. Yuling is remarkable, truly formidable. If the subspace engine surpasses the speed of light, might we discover another planet suitable for human habitation? It is no wonder that the Dragon Kingdom previously encouraged its citizens to bear 8 children. I once thought them mad, yet it appears they had long-term plans. Alas, I find myself increasingly envious of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. I implore the government not to oppose the Dragon Kingdom any longer. I hope they might share some of their fortunes with us, allowing me, in my lifetime, the chance to visit Mars. I would willingly donate a fortune for such an opportunity. Do you believe there are extraterrestrials in the cosmos? Perhaps there are alien beauties as well? Who can say? They might even be monstrous beings. What lies beyond the sea of stars? This question continues to dominate international discourse. Amidst this atmosphere of collective celebration, half a year has passed. On this day, however, the winds of fortune shifted dramatically as bizarre occurrences unfolded across the globe, extinguishing the fervor of the inhabitants of Blue Star like a bucket of cold water. Chapter 72. Danger Level. The awakening of spiritual practitioners on Blue Star has commenced. It is the 3rd day since the Day of Awakening, in a second-tier city in the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom. Despite the unsettling rumors that have circulated in recent days, those untouched by the turmoil continue to lead their tranquil and harmonious lives. Hey, you little brat. Hand over your pocket money. Did you hear that? In an alleyway in front of a middle school, a group of top students surrounded a frail junior, mercilessly beating him. No, please, I can't. This isn't mine. It's for my sister's textbook fees. I can't give it to you. Ji-Jun curled his body, arms wrapped around his head, sheltering his vulnerable abdomen. Clearly, he was no stranger to this ordeal. His backpack was clutched tightly beneath him. Why me? What have I done wrong? Ji-Jun gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the assault. His own pocket money was one matter, but he absolutely could not part with his sister's textbook fees. He thought of his hard-working single mother and loathed his own helplessness. Oh, so you have a sister? Even though you're so scrawny, you actually don't look too bad? This only fueled their resentment. Why did so many girls care about this guy? Perhaps those well-meaning girls never anticipated that their kindness could inadvertently harm another. Is your sister a little beauty? You wouldn't want anything to happen to her, would you? So hand over the money. The top student snickered lewdly. Nearby, a school security guard, smoking a cigarette, watched the scene with amusement, chuckling to himself. Ah, youth, who hasn't faced a beating at some point? As for intervening, that was a joke. The school had hired them merely to keep watch. The gates were still standing. Weren't they? What business was it of theirs? The students involved in the assault all came from influential families. They had no desire to stir up trouble. You, don't you dare touch my sister. Ji-Jun roared like a beast. Pfft. Seems like it didn't hurt. Hit him harder. Haven't you eaten? Scrawny brat. Oh crap, I'm not scrawny. Just hand over the money. What? Do you want your sister to have more boyfriends? The crowd laughed as they intensified their assault. Suddenly, Ji-Jun's eyes widened, a silvery light igniting, akin to two powerful light bulbs. Everyone was taken aback. Oh. Then came the sound of bodies collapsing. The several top students who had been attacking, along with the onlookers and the laughing security guard, all collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from their orifices. Their faces contorted in agony. Their bodies lay limp, devoid of life. In an instant, these individuals had lost their lives. Report. A manifest awakening of a spiritual practitioner has been detected. Who was the most recent? It is S-18. Report. S-18 has arrived at the target location. The target's emotional state is in collapse with no inclination to move. Spiritual energy hazard level 2. Currently, 38 fatalities have been reported. In the days following the awakening of spiritual practitioners, the Dragon Kingdom discovered that there are two modes of awakening. One is the concealed awakening, unknown to the public, which does not pose a threat to those nearby but slowly reveals characteristics that surpass common knowledge. The manifest awakening, however, is exceedingly perilous and often results in the demise of those in proximity. This awakening generally manifests during moments of heightened emotional turmoil for the awakened individual. Should the awakened fail to rein in their emotions, they risk being consumed by a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy, leading to a swift and harrowing transformation into something non-human. The radius of influence is 5 meters for level 1, 15 meters for level 2, and 45 meters for level 3, and so forth. Each advancement in level triples the previous range. Presently, the Dragon Kingdom has only encountered one perilous instance of overt awakening, classified as level 3. This incident involved a man who witnessed his fiancée perish at the hands of a level 1 awakened, causing him to completely lose his sanity and wreak havoc. The squad captain was unaware of the finer details, as the calamity had become classified information, yet he was acutely aware of the staggering losses incurred. Consequently, the Dragon Kingdom established danger classifications for the radiated spiritual energy during overt awakenings, along with protocols for handling and engagement. S-18, do not act recklessly. Execute the de-escalation procedure. If that fails, initiate termination tactics immediately. An emotionally unstable awakened is exceedingly dangerous. I repeat, an unstable awakened is exceedingly dangerous. Despite this admonition, the success rate of the de-escalation procedure was dishearteningly low, akin to merely bidding farewell to the deceased and preparing for their demise. Captain. He is still but a child, S-18's gentle voice interjected. The captain paused, recalling that this individual had a daughter, still quite young. To command a termination would indeed be excessively cruel. S-18, as your captain, I command you to remain in place. Do not engage the target. Do not engage the target. The captain's eyes widened as he shouted vehemently. I apologize, Captain S-18 murmured before severing the communication. What on earth are the other patrol members doing? Hurry and prevent him. We are en route. We can reach the target location within a minute. The squad captain felt an urge to curse. A minute was ample time for that wretched S-18 to meet his demise tenfold. Do you not have children of your own? Do you intend to abandon your responsibilities to your comrades? I have warned you all. If you act impulsively and disregard orders, I shall punish you relentlessly. I shall punish her. The captain lamented, wiping away his tears. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, Ji-Jun knelt on the ground, his eyes aglow with white light, clutching his head in agony. No, it was not me. I did not do it, I did not. Just then, footsteps echoed nearby. Ji-Jun looked up to see the armored soldiers of the state approaching. He crumpled in terror, inching backward. Is this to be my judgment? Child, do not fear. Trust me, it is all right. This is not your fault. S-18 raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he bore no ill intent. Yet, Ji-Jun could not hear him. He was consumed by fear. S-18 sighed in resignation, observing the panicked child who emitted an instinctive wail. Clearly, he had been utterly terrified. If this continued, he would surely spiral out of control. If reinforcements arrived, the de-escalation procedure would undoubtedly fail. This child was doomed. No. S-18's gaze hardened with resolve. He covered his faceplate, and the armored pupils gleamed with intensity, the power set to its maximum. S-18 crouched down, assuming a charging stance. The overt awakening of a psionic being is profoundly influenced by the subspace, rendering them exceedingly sensitive. Should their emotions shatter, they become ensnared in their own world. Without formidable external interference, it is nearly impossible to extricate them. The only course of action is to engage and rouse this boy. The cement floor cracked with a resounding echo. Don't come any closer, the boy screamed in terror. Unleashing his full psionic potential, S-18's pupils constricted sharply. This child's danger level is not merely 2. The powered armor began to emit smoke. The components displayed on the screen rapidly turned crimson. A distance of merely 20 meters had never felt so insurmountable to S-18. The young boy felt as if he had suddenly plunged into an abyss of pitch darkness, enveloped by dread. He was sinking in the depths of utter blackness. As if something profoundly terrifying was fixated upon him, the boy sensed his consciousness fading away. Suddenly, a hand appeared above him. A warm sensation enveloping the crown of his head. Ji-Jun awakened. The psionic chaos ceased. S-18 broke into a grin, retracting his helmet to reveal his face. Child, dear child, you are a gentle and good-hearted boy. It's all right. This is truly not your fault. A simple, honest face of a middle-aged man emerged. Blood streaming from his 7 orifices, resembling a brook gurgling incessantly. The powered armor seemed as if it had just emerged from a furnace, emitting ominous steam. The air thick with the stench of charred flesh. S-18 gazed at the boy, whose eyes were brimming with tears, as his consciousness gradually faded. Captain, you cannot fault me for this, can you? You cannot punish my boy now, can you? I have saved a genius psionic from the Dragon Kingdom. This child's danger level is unprecedented at 4. Moreover, he is a monster capable of suppressing and controlling his psionic outburst even in a state of collapse. Chapter 73, Gene Warriors, Level 2. When the patrolling power armor squad arrived at the designated location, they were met with the sight of a school facility that had partially collapsed. Fortunately, the horrific corpses that had previously surrounded the boy instilled enough terror to drive people away, preventing further casualties. The young boy knelt before a power armor warrior, tears streaming down his face. The newly arrived soldiers displayed fear in their eyes. This situation, could it be more than 2 levels deep? They approached cautiously, prepared for an imminent attack. After a moment, the soldiers standing beside the boy exchanged incredulous glances. Remarkably, they had not been attacked. Was it under control? Suddenly, a soldier struck the weeping Ji-Jun unconscious. They removed the helmet to reveal their pained expressions. Their comrade was on the verge of death. Yet this insubordinate scoundrel wore a smile. Damn it, it was infuriating. Let us eliminate this dog. The armored warrior designated S6 cast a look of disgust at the boy. He unsheathed his chainsaw sword from behind him, ready to file a report of resistance. Get lost. The captain kicked S6 aside, pointing at the fallen S-18. Look, this child was saved by S-18 at the cost of his own life. I want him to contribute tenfold for the nation, not to be disposed of here. Do you understand? The captain could no longer restrain his anger. The other power armor warriors lowered their heads, tears glistening in their eyes behind their visors. And one stepped forward to scoop up the boy. We're regrouping, the captain declared, lifting S-18 onto his shoulder. Cough suddenly. Everyone froze and looked up as S-18 violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shock rippled through the group. They hastily evacuated with the injured. Days later, Ji-Jun was transferred to a mysterious organization established temporarily in Longhua. Simultaneously, in the imperial capital of Longhua, the former research institute had been expanded. In a remote underground chamber, various instruments were arrayed throughout the room. At the center lay a massive tank. A naked man, equipped with a respirator, was submerged in a nutrient solution, his body entirely pink except for his head. Remarkable, he can endure an 80 burn rate through genetic modification, quite intriguing. A mysterious figure in a white lab coat marveled. Approaching the tank, he initiated a series of operations, causing the tank to open. A mechanical arm extended, reaching in to grasp the man as if he were a shrimp being pulled from boiling water, and unceremoniously tossed him onto a nearby metal platform. S-18 awakened abruptly, his eyes widening in shock as he realized his nakedness, confronted by a bizarre bespectacled man observing him. "Ah!" he screamed, covering himself in humiliation. Yet, the metal platform instantly deployed several restraints made of special materials, pinning him down in a star-like position. "What are you shouting about? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the executor responsible for your second-stage genetic modification. By the way, I am a psychic, having just completed the first training module established by His Majesty the Emperor, although I have yet to reach a level deemed safe for release. However, as a mere brick, I must fit wherever I am required. Do you not agree? There is currently a significant shortage of personnel, as you can understand. Lastly, congratulations on being selected to become the subject for the second-stage genetic warrior transformation." The man grinned, revealing a smile that was devoid of genuine laughter. His 18-centimeter tongue danced wildly outside his mouth, spitting saliva everywhere. S-18 gasped, forcing himself to regain composure. The so-called psychic training module is a legend of the Dragon Kingdom, a program devised by Yuling to aid psychics in controlling their abilities and alleviating side effects such as mental instability. All psychics detained, barring those who have committed serious offenses, can attain a degree of freedom and return to their lives upon meeting certain standards. However, Module 1 is merely a precursor to madness for the unstable psychic. He recalled that he should have been doomed at that time. A genetic warrior? Was this project the reason for his survival? It was astonishing that the second-stage modification was already underway. "Oh, my apologies." He uttered a fearful apology. "There is no need for such formality. Oh, do not mind this. It is merely a personal quirk, akin to how teacher Tony styles his hair attractively, is it not?" The physician noted S-18's gaze fixated on his tongue, providing an explanation while deftly maneuvering the scalpel, showcasing his exceptional skills. S-18 felt a rising panic. "May I opt out of the second-stage modification? I feel that the first stage is already more than sufficient." He gulped, overwhelmed with fear. The physician's movements and the flailing tongue momentarily paused. "It is not this project that requires you. Rather, you are the one in need of it. Although you have undergone preliminary modifications, you will not survive for long. You are acutely aware of the severity of your injuries, and you are severely affected by psychic corruption. Yet you are not a psychic. Thus, unless you successfully undergo the second-stage modification, you are doomed." As the physician spoke, his tongue resumed its frenzied dance, and his slit pupils behind the glasses fixated intently on S-18. With dual doctoral degrees in medicine, he was among the fastest learners of the genetic warrior modification techniques granted by the Emperor, which is why he stands here as an executor. S-18 fell into silence upon hearing this. "I understand. It seems you grasp the situation. There is always a first time for everything. Xiaoming, do not be nervous. Relax." The physician grinned menacingly as he stepped closer. S-18 was taken aback. "Physician, my name is not Xiaoming." The physician paused, realizing that this was not the first time such a misunderstanding had occurred. "Oh, my apologies. I am Xiaoming." S-18 fell silent for a moment, his eyes widening. "You bloody fool." He is currently engulfed in profound doubt, questioning whether he has mistakenly entered the wrong establishment. Could this truly be a clandestine operation? Is this genuinely a government project? The physician, Xiaoming, noted the target's overwhelming resistance and paused. "Perhaps I could substitute you with another? A fair-skinned, beautiful female doctor, adorned in black stockings, might attend to you instead?" S-18 blinked, his interest piqued. "Really?" he inquired cautiously. The physician's expression remained impassive as he slowly retracted his tongue. Locking eyes with him, the two exchanged a wordless gaze. S-18 felt a surge of frustration. The fellow had just mentioned a shortage of personnel in the country. Why then utter such things? It left him feeling unnecessarily agitated. He tilted his head back in resignation, a look of acceptance plastered across his face. Physician Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction, discarding the scalpel in his hand. Out of nowhere, he produced a large electric drill and switched it on. S-18 gasped. No. What is this? What on earth? Where is the scalpel from earlier?" Oh, do not panic. Tools are merely means to an end, and everyone has their own preferences. Rest assured, I am quite steady. Chattering excitedly, the physician stuck out his tongue. Do not come any closer. Let me die? Let me die? I want to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 74. The Fall of the Sakura Nation in a Terrifying Transformation Chamber. An unspeakable scene unfolded. A month passed, and the Dragon Nation convened a high-level meeting. All leaders appeared weary, having never anticipated that the awakening of the so-called psychics would prove to be such a convoluted affair. Initially, they believed that with an army of over 10,000 powered armor warriors, the Dragon Nation could surmount any challenge. Yet, they were gravely mistaken. The powered armor produced in their own assembly lines repeatedly faltered in the face of the psychics' activities. The intricate circuitry of those precision components, devoid of spiritual attachment, would sustain damage upon mere contact with psychic energy. This rendered them incapable of effectively approaching the psychics. Engaging in close combat became nearly impossible, stripping them of a significant advantage. As for long-range weaponry, the situation was even more dire. Laser weapons were exceedingly susceptible to distortion by psychic forces, rendering them ineffective against targets. Gauss sniper rifles fared little better. While artillery could still be utilized, the psychics were human, and they resided in densely populated areas. How could one possibly deploy such large-scale destructive weapons? Firearms lacked sufficient power against the psychics. It could be said that the Dragon Nation now found itself in a perilous predicament. Ah, how fared the conflict in the Sakura Nation? The high-ranking leaders wore expressions of exasperation. No one had foreseen that following the awakening of the psychics, the Sakura Nation would be obliterated. Indeed, merely 10 days after the widespread eruption of psychic awakenings, the Sakura Nation announced the dissolution of its national identity, establishing the empire of the magical frenzy. The oppressed workforce ultimately turned against their oppressors. A faction of psychically empowered individuals proclaimed the formation of a new nation, inviting all psychics to join their ranks. Perhaps they were not entirely mad. The world knew only of a leader referred to as Shadow, a character steeped in delusions of grandeur. The situation there resembled a post-apocalyptic nightmare, where ordinary citizens were treated with less regard than livestock. There was also a burgeoning threat to neighboring nations. The Kimchi Nation immediately sought assistance from the Dragon Nation. In response, the Dragon Nation took decisive action. The Sakura Nation was not far from Dragon Nation territory, and it was intolerable to allow such an unstable element to jeopardize their Star Sea initiative. However, the outcome was astonishing. Swathes of Nirvana aircraft descended upon the cities of the Sakura Nation carrying powered armor warriors, only to find themselves ensnared in a quagmire. Large-scale weapons could not be employed, and close combat would incapacitate the powered armor. Fortunately, the armor crafted with residual spiritual energy provided some support. Otherwise, the Dragon Nation might have faced its first defeat. In my view, they should simply obliterate those wretched beings with nuclear artillery. What do the lives of the Sakura Nation's people matter to us? A general exclaimed in anger. That is not feasible. The eyes of the world are upon this conflict. Even without their scrutiny, we cannot resort to the slaughter of innocents. The Minister of Defense replied sternly. A heavy silence enveloped the room. They were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and shared the same sentiments. Yet, the frustration was palpable. Damn the psychic energies for disrupting the magnetic field of Blue Star. The electromagnetic waves had also become chaotic, complicating communications. Only official military lines remained operational, not to mention the mid- to long-range strike capabilities. Currently, missiles, most aerial vehicles, and network equipment lay incapacitated. Even humanity's once proud nuclear arsenal was rendered inoperative. The awakening of psychic powers resembled a malady, swiftly transforming everything, except for the Dragon Nation, which managed to maintain order. All other countries descended into chaos. The leader heaved a sigh. The Dragon Nation urgently required a weapon capable of obliterating psychics, one that would inflict minimal collateral damage while delivering formidable firepower. Only in this manner could the situation in the Sakura Nation be turned around. What is the status of the spirit-endowing devices? How many active armors have completed the endowment process? The leader spoke with a sense of nostalgia. Were it not for Yuling's swift introduction of the endowment devices, allowing the previous power armors to be endowed, the situation would have been untenable. it might have been exceedingly difficult to stabilize domestic order. 2,000 armors have been empowered, and although they are certainly inferior to the mechs crafted by Yuling, at least they would not be rendered useless by a mere encounter with a psychic. The secretary sighed. If only greater investment had been made in the development of second-generation armors to combat psychics at that time, we would not be so passive now. Yuling only requested materials for 500 armors, which is far from sufficient. Yet he pondered the progress of the Gene warriors and sighed once more. Yuling was correct. No matter how many armors we produce, if the number of Gene warriors does not keep pace, it is futile. What about the Gene warriors? How many have completed the first stage transformation? The leader inquired again. 200. Elder Guan suddenly rose. During the psychic outbreak, all researchers descended from the space station to lend their full support to the Dragon Nation's various endeavors. Let them all be deployed to the battlefield. But where is Yuling? The leader lamented. Since Yuling provided the endowment device, he has not been seen again, confining himself to Area 9. Diligently tackling the Star Torch project. He asserts that this is the key to resolving the psychic dilemma. Naturally, the Dragon Nation fully supports him. There has been no news. Elder Guan replied, his expression grim. If only Yuling were present, he would undoubtedly find a solution to our current predicament. Accelerate the production of the Gene Serum. Relax the selection criteria for the Gene Warriors. We must expedite the process now. The successful 200 Gene Warriors, as per usual, will join the Imperial Guard as the tactical corps, fighting alongside the active armors. The leader commanded. Currently, the tactical approach of the Dragon Nation's power armor group centers around the second-generation Thunder armor developed by Yuling, with the remaining armors serving in a supportive role. Only in this way can we maximize the utilization of our limited combat strength. Everyone nodded in agreement. They then deliberated on some trivial matters before dispersing. Elderly called out to Elder Guan. Old Guan, are you free this afternoon? Shall we discuss weapon modifications? Certainly. Elder Guan replied briefly before hurrying away. At present, all researchers would gladly split themselves in two if they could, for every breakthrough they achieve means fewer sacrifices for the soldiers on the front lines. Elderly was also deeply moved. He recalled how he once looked down upon Yuling's power armors. Little did he know, they were indeed the most suitable for use in the age of psychic powers. The psychic circuits beneath those second-generation armors activated when confronted with the onslaught of psychics. The defense has ascended several tiers, not to mention the enhanced resistance to psychic abilities. In retrospect, Yuling was indeed correct. Incorporating intricate components into the armor is utterly impractical. Even with the addition of spiritual enhancements, it remains ineffective. The power of the Gene Warriors is overwhelmingly potent. Those delicate parts cannot withstand even a few impacts before faltering. In comparison to frequent malfunctions, the current simplistic and robust design proves far more beneficial. Elderly sighed, acknowledging Yuling's superiority and lamenting his own inadequacies. Meanwhile, within the space station, Yuling finally emerged from his laboratory. He massaged his stiff neck, relieved to have completed the components for the Star Torch. The next step is to send them to Longwa for assembly. Upon retrieving his terminal, he discovered a plethora of missed messages. As he opened them, he was taken aback. The recent developments, the unfolding events, and the current state of Longwa were all laid bare before him. Chapter 75. The Fall of the Empire. Yuling analyzed the current predicaments faced by the Dragon Kingdom. Is there not a high-damage, long-range weapon to prevent the inadvertent loss of civilian lives? He murmured. The current combat strategy of the Dragon Kingdom involved ordinary powered armor providing cover for the Imperial Guard as they charged forward to reap destruction, rendering their efforts exceedingly arduous. The prowess of the psychics surpassed expectations, and their bizarre manifestations of psychic energy posed significant challenges even for the Gene Warriors. After all, these were merely modified Gene Warriors, their capabilities constrained by inherent limits, and not everyone could fully harness the power of the complete serum. Individual talent played a crucial role as well. The once formidable Gene Warriors, who transcended the physical limits of the Blue Star, found themselves somewhat inadequate against the psychics. Before entering seclusion, Yuling had foreseen this predicament and proposed a second phase of modification technology, which, evidently, had yet to be utilized. The primary hindrance lay in the incompetence of the Sakura Nation's government. In just over 10 days, it had collapsed, leaving Yuling speechless. Had they endured for 2 more months, the Dragon Kingdom might have bolstered its ranks with a greater number of first-tier Gene warriors mixed with numerous second-tier ones. Such an enhancement could have averted the current stalemate. Given the circumstances, Yuling could only devise a solution. He opened the system's blueprint repository and began searching for weapons suitable for the present situation. Soon, he discovered the E-11 plasma rifle, compact in design and small in size. It was durable and easily concealable, functioning as a high-compression energy weapon akin to a cannon. Unlike laser artillery, its trajectory would not be influenced by psychic energy. This weapon was perfectly suited for the current scenario, capable of facilitating long-range assassinations and solo demolitions. As long as civilians were not clustered too closely together, it should not result in inadvertent casualties, or so he hoped. Unsure but convinced this was the most fitting option, Yuling began to compile the necessary materials, documenting the firearm data and instructing his chief secretary to gather the components. More importantly, this type of weapon could be produced rapidly in factories. Before long, the secretary received the documents. His eyes brightened, and he hurried to present them to the higher-ups. Oh, Yuling has emerged from seclusion? What does he require this time? The leader inquired, glancing at the excited secretary. What has caused such enthusiasm? A few seconds later, excellent. Splendid. Gather all materials and deliver them to Yuling. Instruct the Imperial Guard to alter their tactics. Focus on delaying until Yuling's weapon is ready. The leader was nearly elated to the point of leaping with joy. Indeed, Yuling was remarkable. Upon his return, he had resolved a significant headache for the leader. If they could crush the psychics from the Sakura nation, practitioners of psychic abilities worldwide would surely temper their ambitions. At present, the Sakura nation was the most brazen. The secretary nodded and promptly set off to oversee the arrangements. Meanwhile, within the Sakura nation, a psychic concealed in the shadows observed as the Dragon Kingdom's powered armor warriors began to retract their formations and withdraw their defenses. Perhaps they are afraid of us, one psychic suggested. They were currently inside a household, where the male occupant had been reduced to a mere mosaic, while the female occupant was enduring unspeakable horrors. Though they proclaimed the establishment of the empire of magical frenzy, the psychics themselves lacked the qualities necessary for governance. Their leader, Shadow, along with his team of psychics, seized control of the Sakura nation's governmental personnel and subsequently declared the nation as annihilation. They then allocated various regions of the Sakura nation to the psychics, akin to feudal lords who could enact their desires within their dominions. The stronghold lay in the heart of Tokyo, a region densely populated by psychics. The ordinary populace, upon learning that their nation had been declared extinguished, was engulfed in terror, yet found themselves powerless to flee. They could merely accept the reality and adapt to the oppressive reign of the psychics. Wails of despair echoed throughout the Sakura nation, as the unhinged psychics often wrought vast areas of death. In the most grievous locales, rumors circulated of malevolent spirits ravaging the land. Forget about them. Let the news return. It is no longer our concern. Ah, yes, it is said that the devastation wrought by the malevolent spirits in the Fukushima region has intensified, prompting the empire to issue a proclamation inviting capable individuals to partake in eradication efforts, promising them larger territories as reward. Greater territories signify an abundance of women, wealth, and power. Greed gleamed in the eyes of the two. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Nation's encampment, one soldier questioned, "Captain, why are we retreating? We have fought so hard to advance this far." As one of the first battalions of the Imperial Guard to land in the Sakura nation, they had fought their way from the outskirts of Tokyo, surrounded by numerous psychics, rallying scattered warriors to form a defensive line and progressively clearing the path of psychics. Was it truly right to relinquish the hard-won ground? The genetic warriors struggled to comprehend. Just follow orders. Those psychics will not remain arrogant for long, the captain replied, narrowing his eyes and gazing warily into the distance. The psychics of the Sakura nation were exceedingly treacherous. While they indulged in their whims, they maintained the barest semblance of survival for the commoners, refraining from total obliteration. It was precisely this that prevented the armored battalions from employing large-scale destructive weaponry. They mingled among the civilian populace, surfacing intermittently to ambush the troops, causing considerable vexation. This rendered the Imperial Guard incapable of making substantial advances to dismantle this tedious empire. The moment they shattered the psychics in the core of Tokyo, the so-called Empire of Magical Frenzy would disintegrate in an instant. The remaining psychic lords would be eradicated in due time. Thus, the battlefield settled into a stalemate. 3 days later, the familiar sound of sonic booms resonated through the sky once more. The Dragon Nation's Nirvana transport aircraft pierced the heavens anew, dropping supply crates within the defensive lines of the dragon troops. The commander of the Imperial Guard, who had been resting his eyes, opened them. The supplies have arrived. Commence operations as planned. All powered armor warriors received their new weaponry. No longer would they form a defensive line against the psychics. Instead, they disbanded into smaller units of 4, scattering throughout the field. In addition to the Imperial Guard's powered armor, all other active armored units were deployed. Their mission was to clear obstacles for the regrouped Imperial Guard, advancing directly to the core zone. 2 days later, the Empire of the Magic Frenzy has met its demise. Just as its emergence was sudden, so too was its fall. The forces of the Dragon Kingdom, armed with explosive energy guns, became an unstoppable force. The energy lords found themselves utterly incapable of resisting the projectiles imbued with such highly compressed energy. The battlefield transformed abruptly from an ancient melee into a dimensional assault of firearms against infantry. Occasionally, those with exceptional psychic talents managed to break through. Yet they were met by a formidable horde of fierce and robust royal guards. In Tokyo, the roar of chainsaw swords resonated through the air. Is this the last one? The commander of the royal guards drew his weapon. At this moment, Tokyo lay in ruins. They had not anticipated the sheer number of psychics present here. The Legion found itself embroiled in a grueling battle. Fortunately, bolstered by the overwhelming firepower of the peripheral forces, they accomplished their mission. Indeed, it was accomplished. This accursed empire has been vanquished. A warrior nearby grinned widely. Although it seemed that more than just the empire had fallen, who truly cared? He mused that at least the people of Sakura country, terrorized by the reign of the psychics, did not seem to mind. Chapter 76, The Crisis of the Asen Nation. What? The Dragon Kingdom has utterly vanquished the insurrectionist forces of the Sakura Nation? In the Eagle Nation, the parliament is embroiled in a civil war. Upon hearing this news, the sudden cessation of hostilities by the Dragon Kingdom comes as a shock. For there had previously been no discernible progress. They had assumed the Dragon Kingdom was ensnared in a quagmire, only to find that, in the blink of an eye, it had dismantled the empire of the magical frenzy. Truly, the Dragon Kingdom is a nation renowned for its miraculous achievements. Surely, the presence of Yu Ling played a pivotal role. It must have been his intervention. How infuriating. It is evident that without his influence, the prior stalemate would not have transformed into such a decisive victory. How envious I am. How wretched it is that our Eagle Nation lacks such extraordinary individuals. We must accelerate our own endeavors. We cannot allow the Dragon Kingdom to mock us. The chairperson of the parliament cast a cold gaze upon the brazen psychics outside. The example set by the Sakura Nation has ignited ambitions within certain member states. They harbor no intention of joining that so-called empire of magic. Instead, they aspire to seize power for themselves. Regrettably, the parliament itself is not devoid of psychics. Unlike the ill-fated Sakura Nation, which fell within a mere 10 days, our Central Council possesses a significant number of psychics at its disposal. Yet, the treacherous states are infuriating. They have rallied awakened individuals from society to launch an assault on the parliament. Outside the Pentagon, the air is filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions, indicating the ferocity of the conflict. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom has subdued the Sakura Nation. Thus, disseminating this information will undoubtedly sow discord among the enemy ranks. Apart from the frenzied psychics, the others will reconsider whether to continue this conflict, for the Parliament is the official representative of the Eagle Nation, recognized by the Dragon Kingdom. Within the Emperor's Guild, they hold shares in the company, which implies that the Eagle Nation can indeed compel the Dragon Kingdom to take action. This serves to protect the interests of the Dragon Kingdom while safeguarding the contributions of its stakeholders to the celestial endeavors. Is it not so? If this potential is widely circulated, it could suffice to resolve the crisis. Those rebellious states would swiftly seek peace, leading to an exchange of benefits. Meanwhile, other nations have received news of the Dragon Kingdom's triumph over the Sakura Nation. In the Bear Nation, They exclaim, "Hurrah! Let us eradicate these terrorists." Do they think their awakened powers make them superior? Commander, they have hostages. What hostages? They are clearly accomplices of the insurrectionists. They are all mad psychics. Understood. The subordinate immediately comprehended. It was the old routine. The hostages within could see the assembled troops attire. For heaven's sake, stop using me as a shield. You have provoked forces beyond your reckoning. Young man, quickly, give me 2 weapons. I wish to join your ranks. Huh? The psychic, donning a mask, was momentarily taken aback. Is this your first foray into the fray? I detest brash novices like you. Can't you at least test the waters first? Hurry up. I have no desire to die alongside you. The hostage cried out. The psychic, bewildered, nonetheless provided weapons. For there were psychics of the mind affinity present who discerned the sincerity of his emotions. He was not lying. Thus, fierce combat erupted. What? Has the Dragon Kingdom already dealt with the Cherry Blossom Nation? Truly commendable. A splendid achievement indeed. The miscreants from the Cherry Blossom Nation have tainted the atmosphere, setting a poor example for the youth and disseminating troubling information. With this news circulating, perhaps peace shall be restored for a time. We owe our gratitude to the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, the continued conflict would have incurred significant losses. Indeed, the casualties among hostages have been tragically high, and the circumstances surrounding the awakening of spiritual powers remain unclear. Praise be to the Dragon Kingdom, hurrah! Simultaneously, the Pickled Cabbage Nation has received word. Goodness! Has the Dragon Kingdom suddenly intensified its efforts? How splendid! We can finally rest easy, no longer fearing an onslaught of spiritual zealots from the Cherry Blossom Nation wreaking havoc upon us. Indeed, the chaos caused by our own spiritual practitioners is already overwhelming. The presence of a ticking time bomb nearby is unbearable. Our heartfelt thanks to the Dragon Kingdom. It is no wonder they are regarded as a historically significant power. They are truly formidable. I have heard it was the re-emergence of the spirit of surplus that alleviated the crisis. Hail the spirit of surplus. In another nation, the Land of Three, a country that continues to uphold the caste system even in this new era. Following the outbreak of spiritual energies, the populace discovered that those of high caste were not as exalted as the myths portrayed. When miracles occurred, few among the high caste awakened spiritual abilities. Conversely, many of the ascetics and fervent devotees who had diligently practiced experienced a significant awakening predominantly in the realm of the mind. A substantial portion of the populace felt deceived and stormed into the homes of the high caste, seizing their wealth and avenging the betrayal. Meanwhile, another faction maintained faith in the nobility, believing they simply required more time. Thus, the Land of Three descended into civil strife. Amidst the tumult, the awakened ascetics felt their devotion had reached the divine. They began to proclaim revelations they believed to have received from a higher power. Various peculiar religions began to emerge. When the warring factions became aware of this, they halted their conflicts in shock, but it was too late. Terrifying rituals erupted across the nation, and mysterious entities descended upon the devotees. Ordinary citizens became corrupted, transforming into grotesque abominations. The Land of Three became a veritable hellscape, with the once dominant high caste huddled in the city centers, desperately resisting. At this juncture, they heard the news that the Dragon Kingdom had subdued the Cherry Blossom Nation. Quickly, we must send for the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Oh, we urgently seek assistance. We cannot endure this terror any longer. It is frightful out there. They claim it is a divine realm, a cursed divine realm, where ordinary people have likely perished in droves, transformed into demons. The Land of Three hastily contacted the Dragon Kingdom, detailing their plight and pleading for aid. Meanwhile, a high-ranking official of the Dragon Kingdom received a document from the secretary during a meeting. What? The Land of Three is requesting assistance? The secretary nodded gravely. The leader scrutinized the document, their expression growing increasingly serious. Originally, it was believed that the Land of Cherry Blossoms was experiencing the most severe outbreak of psychics, but unexpectedly, the nation of A3 has taken the lead, surpassing all expectations. Those madmen among the psychic practitioners of the mind system are actually willing to let their powers consume them? Have they gone insane? What has become of the psychics apprehended by the Land of Cherry Blossoms? In just 2 days, they will be able to return home. Ensure their custody, for they are the kindling needed by Yuling to ignite the Star Torch. The High Command has given orders. Once the Legion returns, they are to be adequately prepared and reinforcements shall be dispatched to A3. The Secretary General nodded in acknowledgement. It will be a strenuous task for these warriors, particularly for the genetically modified soldiers of the Imperial Guard. They are few in number, yet serve as the main force of the battle group. Unlike other active power armor soldiers who can rotate in and out, they cannot afford such luxury. Thankfully, the immense strength bestowed by the genetic serum enables them to endure. Otherwise, it would be uncertain if they could withstand the pressure. Chapter 77. Geller Field and the Chaotic Spirit Bracelet amidst the vibrant activities on Blue Star. At the space station, Yuling, having successfully crafted the energy gun, devoted himself entirely to the construction of a subspace spacecraft. While the assembly of the vessel was relatively straightforward, the creation of a robust Geller field posed a significant challenge. After all, it was intended for his personal use, and he certainly wished to avoid any navigational mishaps. Should any unforeseen incidents arise in subspace, escaping would merely lead to an uncertain landing in the vastness of the cosmos. If he failed to escape, even achieving divinity would be accompanied by regret and despair. In the event of such a predicament, his fate would be akin to a death sentence. Thus, Yuling was determined to devise the most secure field possible. Although traversing merely 9 light years through subspace seemed trivial, he remained exceedingly cautious. At last, he exhaled in relief. Before him loomed a massive vessel predominantly black in hue. He surveyed the spacecraft with satisfaction. Although it resembled a modest commercial ship designed primarily for cargo transport, it represented the pinnacle of his current capabilities. It was the most suitable option for transporting a significant number of personnel and equipment. At that moment, he noticed a notification on the terminal. Ever since the onset of the psychic energy surge, the Secretary General had been sending him daily updates regarding Blue Star. Yuling clicked to open it, nodding as he learned of Long Country's successful campaign against Sakura Nation. Indeed, possessing weaponry made engagements considerably easier. However, his attention was drawn to the situation concerning the A3 Nation, and he was taken aback. A large-scale psychic phenomenon? Yuling gasped in disbelief. Those adversaries were formidable. Typically, the probability of awakening psychic abilities was quite low. Was A3 Nation truly that exceptional? He hastily messaged the top brass, advising them to delay the reinforcements dispatched to A3 Nation. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the leadership was in disarray due to the failed support mission to A3 Nation, which had resulted in devastating losses for the dispatched troops. Just then, he received Yuling's message and managed a rueful smile. Yuling? The leader immediately initiated a communication. Though the age of psychic energy had disrupted radio frequencies, Long Country had developed psychic devices and begun establishing psychic communications. Yes, it's me. I have seen your message. But regrettably, it came a bit late. The main forces have already been sent, and the leader faltered, leaving the implication unspoken. Yuling understood at once. It appeared the losses were considerable. A sense of sorrow washed over him. Is there any method to counteract psychic energy users? The leader inquired gravely. Give me 2 days. Yuling replied after a moment of contemplation. He ended the call. The troublesome aspect of psychic energy users lay in the psychic fields they emitted, which could directly assault one's inner psyche. With a mere thought, they could control or obliterate another's rationality. This posed a significant challenge. The current inhabitants of Blue Star found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such an assault. It was akin to a bug-level cheat in psychic abilities. Ordinary individuals were utterly defenseless and could easily succumb to control, becoming adversaries in an instant. The degree of modification of the Gene Warriors was insufficient, resulting in a significant decline in their combat capabilities. However, solutions certainly existed. The key lay in enhancing the Geller field, devising a means to create a shielding field. Regardless of the complexity posed by psychics, they nonetheless employed their psionic abilities to accomplish those feats, be it controlling others' thoughts, occupying another's body, or instilling widespread fear on the battlefield. Such actions necessitated psychic energy. The Geller field's function is intriguing. It projects the reality of the world into subspace, utilizing the principle of incompatible rules between the two realms to shield the spacecraft from subspace influences. Mental control is also a form of projection. where one projects their psionically enhanced mental force onto the enemy to achieve control. If one could devise a mental projection device based on the principles of the Geller field, converting the extraction of psychic energy into the extraction of the user's mental force, a protective barrier could be formed externally, thereby resisting the harm inflicted by psychic energy users. Those without abilities in the psychic realm would merely be akin to fledglings. 2 days later, Yuling gazed at the device in his hand. Time was of the essence, and this was the extent of his capabilities. The device, about the size of a fist, could extract the user's mental force and project it outward to form a shield capable of withstanding a single attack from a psychic. Additionally, there was a bracelet-like mechanical creation, the Chaotic Spirit Bracelet. This device could disrupt the psychic energy within a psychic, disturbing their connection with subspace, thus rendering the wearer powerless. Yuling had observed that overseeing psychics was a considerable drain on Longwa's military resources. Yet, neglecting them was not an option. The relevant departments and order had yet to be established, and leaving these individuals unchecked was far too perilous. The mental shielding device was a consumable, and an elite soldier could likely use it only once a day. Forcing its use would impose a severe burden on the psyche. After 2 uses, one might experience a haze of consciousness. After 3, one could become utterly dull-witted. For times, Yuling mused that the individual's mind might very well be scrambled. Shaking his head, Yuling dispatched the list of required materials, finished products, and data. The high-ranking officials received it promptly and initiated experiments. Although psychics were rare, Longwa had not been devoid of them. They summoned individuals for testing and, indeed, found that the device could withstand psychic attacks. The Chaotic Spirit Bracelet proved equally effective. Once donned, a psychic's own energy would backfire upon them, rendering them incapable of effective offense. However, for ordinary individuals, the danger remained. They would perish upon mere contact with these perilous beings. Excellent. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as everyone embraced one another. The troops embroiled in a bitter struggle in Asan were finally saved. Soon, the materials were gathered. Yuling converted all the materials into shielding devices. Days later, the forces of Long was set out once more. The Nirvana aircraft sliced through the skies, fueled by vengeful wrath, descending upon Asan with a vow to shatter all hypocritical false deities. The war waged on for 2 months, culminating in the complete obliteration of all psychic awakeners in Asan. The most formidable faction, the Burning Heaven sect, has announced its surrender, bringing an end to this conflict. The 13 pontiffs have relinquished their resistance and voluntarily sought refuge within the Dragon Kingdom. Upon receiving this news, the nations of Blue Star were deeply moved. The plight of the A3 nation was dire. Ever since they implored the Dragon Kingdom for assistance, every country has been probing into the situation. They collectively sighed and shook their heads. In comparison to the A3 nation, the severity of their own predicaments paled in significance. It is fair to say that they are truly deserving of their fate. A consensus emerged among all nations. The A3 nation is doomed, and the Dragon Kingdom cannot save them. Yet, to their astonishment, success has been achieved. Although the A3 nation has suffered tremendous losses, the majority of its high caste leaders have survived. With their presence, order can soon be restored. The A3 nation is poised for recovery, unlike the Cherry Blossom nation. Alas, the Cherry Blossom nation may no longer exist in the future. Each country is preoccupied with its own affairs, leaving no one to attend to them. Occasionally awakening psychics erupt in chaos, resulting in widespread lamentation. All nations harbor doubts. After resolving the turmoil of psychics within their own borders, it remains uncertain whether any living souls will still inhabit the Cherry Blossom Nation. Chapter 78. Our departure from the Bear Country. Following the suppression of the chaotic psychic practitioners in the Dragon Country, all nations subsequently sought assistance from the Dragon Country. They implored the Dragon Country to dispatch armored warriors to aid in their struggles. Naturally, the Dragon Country obliged, as it required psychic practitioners, especially those who had committed heinous acts, to illuminate the path for its future endeavors in interstellar navigation. Upon hearing this request from various nations, they could only respond with, "The Star Torch welcomes you." On the outskirts of the imperial capital, far from the bustling city, a structure materialized unexpectedly. Its concrete and high-tech metallic components harmoniously coalesced. This building, resembling a bamboo shoot attire, enveloped a central tower that soared skyward. It bore resemblance to a cylindrical Eiffel Tower, with steel frameworks securing the cylindrical edifice to its surrounding base. Beneath the towering structure loomed a colossal door, exuding an ominous aura. The star torch had been completed. Yuling intended to activate it only after capturing the psychic practitioners from various nations. The Dragon Country's actions were swift as the auxiliary psychic devices proliferated. Aircraft began to operate. These vessels transported controlled psychic practitioners, delivering them to the architectural complexes surrounding the star torch. As the number of individuals increased, nearby buildings multiplied, subtly hinting at the formation of a small city. All psychic practitioners would undergo training here. Unless they could master their abilities, they would not be permitted to step outside. Those who were entirely out of control would serve as fuel for the tower. The high-ranking leader observed this increasingly absurd architectural ensemble. Why not bestow a name upon this place? He inquired during a video call with Yuling. Let us call it the tribunal. Psychic practitioners must either become adjudicators or face judgment. This name is quite fitting. Yuling chuckled. Then you shall be the presiding judge. The leader laughed, realizing for the first time that Yuling was a psychic practitioner. Although the specific level of her abilities remained undisclosed, the leader surmised they were not insignificant. Yuling hesitated, noting that no one among the Dragon Country's high-ranking officials appeared to have awakened psychic powers. It was indeed perilous to have an ordinary individual manage them amidst a congregation of practitioners. I shall take on the responsibility for now and later. When a suitable candidate emerges, I shall step aside, Yuling stated. After all, she had plans to venture to Mars. It was impossible for her to remain stationed here indefinitely. The leader nodded, aware that this was merely a temporary measure. As Yuling's worth lay in her continual technological breakthroughs, such a proposition would not have been made had there been an appropriate candidate available. At this moment, the Assembly of Nations convened once more after a long hiatus. The auxiliary psychic devices of the Dragon Country are quite effective, remarked a representative from the pickled vegetable nation with curiosity. Setting aside the trivialities, why has the Eagle Nation summoned us? Inquired a representative from another country. The chairman looked disheveled, appearing somewhat unkempt. It seems our numbers have dwindled significantly. Let us observe a moment of silence for them. All present fell into silence. Indeed, the member states of the association have suffered significant losses during the recent outbreak of psychics, with many being completely annihilated. Blue Star is already home to numerous nations, some of which are less significant than even a small province of a great power. It is inconceivable that these nations could survive such a catastrophe. A moment of silence was observed for 3 minutes. Now, let us address the matter at hand. I am sure everyone is curious as to why our Eagle Nation, having merely resolved the psychic issue, is still seeking assistance from Dragon Nation, the chairman stated. All eyes focused intently. Indeed, their curiosity was palpable. Among the leading nations capable of addressing the psychic threat, none permitted Dragon Nation to intervene. For psychics are a source of wealth, despite their inherent dangers. The abilities of psychics and their very existence hold significant research value. Does this not suggest an alternative path beyond genetic modification for humanity? The curiosity among all was palpable. Therefore, nations capable of resolving internal strife would never allow Dragon Nation to take their psychics away. Oh, what does this imply? Is it related to the internal rebellion that erupted in your Eagle Nation? A representative from Bear Country squinted. Indeed, we orchestrated it deliberately. Those individuals accepted a covert mission from Eagle Nation, and they killed their former comrades merely to facilitate Dragon Nation's capture of them, the chairman declared. His eyes filled with determination. Leaders from all nations were taken aback. Has Eagle Nation gone mad? Wait. Suddenly, they recalled something, their eyes widening in disbelief. Are you serious? Do you intend to plot against Yuling? Yes. Yuling constructed the star torch and will personally ignite it. How did I not realize this? This presents the perfect opportunity to abduct him. The expression of eagerness spread among all nations. Everyone was aware of Yuling's formidable prowess in research. Did not Dragon Nation rise to prominence thanks to this individual? If they could secure him, they would undoubtedly narrow the gap with Dragon Nation swiftly. What? You refuse to cooperate? We are in the age of psychics. Do familiarize yourselves with the mental realm. One could only say, my friends, the times have changed. The various nations suddenly paused, a flicker of inspiration dawning upon them. Indeed, we are in the era of psychics. Dragon Nation's advantage is not as pronounced as before. Perhaps their combat strength remains the strongest, capable of quelling despair-inducing psychic uprisings. However, this does not imply that the gap between nations has widened. No, everyone. I do not wish to abduct Mr. Yuling, the chairman chuckled. The others stared at him in bewilderment. I desire his demise. The chairman narrowed his eyes. A genius not of one's own nation must perish to alleviate concerns. The association fell into silence. Is it worth it? He could lead humanity further into the starry sea, someone questioned. The others exhibited hesitation as well. Currently, the technological advancements possessed by the Dragon Nation have enabled humanity to establish a foothold in the vastness of the starry sea, even paving the way for interstellar colonization. Isn't that sufficient? The Speaker of the Parliament continued. The leaders of all nations fell into contemplation. I find it feasible. Near the Star Torch lies nearly 70 to 80% of the world's spiritual practitioners. Should they all rise in revolt, not only would the remaining spirits perish, but the Dragon Nation would likely disintegrate in an instant. This presents the finest opportunity. Indeed, without the Dragon Nation as our elder brother, we can engage in unrestrained competition. It is worth a trial. In the video, numerous leaders began to fervently deliberate. Coincidentally, the Dragon Nation's capture operations are yet to be completed, allowing everyone to hand over some spiritual practitioners to them. The Speaker of the Eagle Nation chuckled maliciously. Within the assembly, some nations expressed enthusiastic agreement while others pondered deeply. Apologies, but we, the Bear Nation, withdraw. Suddenly, a discordant voice echoed, drawing the attention of all. Chapter 79, The Long-Awaited Society. The President of the Assembly widened his eyes, gazing intently at the representatives from Bear Country. Why? No reason. How? Is it not possible to withdraw? The leader of Bear Country narrowed his eyes, casting a dangerous glance at all the national representatives. Dragon Country cannot be defeated. Do you think you can bully Bear Country? If you are not satisfied, then let us engage in conflict. Who is afraid of whom? The dissatisfied gazes from the majority of national leaders were instantly subdued. Ahem, your non-participation is inconsequential. But this matter must remain confidential. We have preserved the conference video, and the plan has already commenced. Even if you inform Dragon Country, it would be too late. Our psychics will immediately unleash their powers, liberating all psychics under the Star Torch. The president threatened sternly. This was his usual style. Knowing the truth changes nothing. Rest assured. We shall choose to observe. Now, please take your leave, the president stated. Instantly, another member from the society disappeared from the video. May I inquire if there are others wishing to withdraw? After the president's declaration, about 10 more countries opted out. They either lacked the confidence to confront Dragon Country or felt indebted to them, thinking it inappropriate to turn away so abruptly. Many of them were small nations that would undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of rampaging psychics without the support of Dragon Country. The president chuckled, showing no concern. India, will you not withdraw? Dragon Country has assisted you significantly, has it not? He unexpectedly turned to the representative from India, who remained in the video conference. What are you implying? Was it not for the stability of the surrounding environment that Dragon Country intervened? Moreover, in international relations, it is solely about interests. Where is the room for sentiment? The Indian representative spoke with an air of entitlement. The remaining participants shared a laugh. Indeed, it is merely about interests. There is one thing I do not comprehend. Your Eagle Country could undoubtedly accomplish this plan independently. Why involve us? The representative from India inquired. The president paused. Because we believe it to be a safer approach. Unlike other nations, Eagle Country has been remarkably swift in quelling internal turmoil among various countries. Subsequently, they discovered a certain pattern in the awakening of psychics. Those with strong willpower, obsession, intense desires, or significant achievements in certain fields are more prone to awakening. Consequently, Eagle Country speculated that Yuling is highly likely to be a psychic. Unfortunately, it seems to be a latent awakening. This implies that he could potentially control his psychic abilities. After all, Yuling is a pivotal figure in advancing Blue Star. The awakening of such an individual would be an alarming prospect. What kind of psychic powers does he possess? Thus, Eagle Country convened this meeting to encourage as many nations as possible to invest in psychics and join the assassination team. Only in this manner can we ensure absolute certainty. Merely a precaution, and besides, why should we undertake the task alone while everyone else enjoys the benefits? Your expectations are rather optimistic, the president remarked with a smile. The others joined in laughter. Indeed, had they conceived of this plan, they would not have acted so foolishly. This is beneficial to all nations. Those countries that withdrew must collectively resist when we contend for the technology of the Dragon Nation. Agreed. Agreed. The meeting has concluded. Across the lands of Blue Star, a wave of unrest among the psychics has erupted once more. This turmoil arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The chaos has been quelled, and the instigating psychics apprehended. The Dragon Nation remains indifferent. Psychics are inherently unstable. It is hardly surprising that those who once allied with the government would suddenly rise in rebellion. An increasing number of psychics have been sent to the Dragon Nation. Although this marks a widespread awakening, many were lost in the turmoil. And not all latent psychics who can control themselves would reveal their abilities. A significant portion has pledged allegiance to their respective governments. Thus, despite the global manhunt, the numbers are not excessively inflated. The awakening of psychics is a protracted process. Blue Star has merely encountered the initial wave of this phenomenon. At this moment, within the architectural complexes beneath the Star Torch, the number of detained psychics has reached 60,000. Each individual wears a chaotic energy bracelet. No one dares to wield their powers indiscriminately, for doing so would lead to their own demise, along with that of the nearby psychics. Consequently, those imprisoned together exhibit a remarkable harmony. They are permitted to enjoy fresh air, engage in labor, and perform exercises. Naturally, those already driven to madness, the reserve personnel, cannot be released. In the imperial capital of the Dragon Nation, the high-ranking officials have completed the apprehension of psychics from all nations. In total, 65,358 individuals have been captured, of whom 5,638 have already succumbed to the ravages of their own powers. The Secretary General peruses a document and murmurs softly. The leader nods in acknowledgement. Inform Yuling, preparations are complete. With a sigh, he reflects on the prolonged era of peace that Blue Star has enjoyed. This recent upheaval among the psychics has subjected all nations to the crucible of conflict. The Secretary General nods in agreement. Yuling soon receives the news. Has it been accomplished? He descends from the subspace spacecraft and gazes upon Blue Star. How long has it been since he last returned? Over a year? Perhaps 2? Yuling feels a sense of disorientation, as long as he ignites the Star Torch. Traversing through the subspace of the galaxy will pose no challenge. This particular Star Torch is but a modest model, sufficient only to support navigation within the solar system. To expand its reach would require a scale of terrifying proportions. Yet, this is adequate for now. Blue Star does not necessitate such an extensive Star Torch. Population constraints. The total population of Blue Star is less than 10 billion. Following the upheaval among the psychics, it has diminished even further. Even if the Dragon Nation were to release all technology and allow everyone to participate in interstellar colonization, the numbers remain woefully insufficient. This is a flaw that Yuling cannot rectify. Such limitations cannot be compensated for by technological systems. Future developments may find themselves ensnared in a bottleneck. Yuling is troubled by these thoughts. It would be splendid if the system possessed intelligent AI, robots endowed with autonomous wisdom, coupled with secondary automated factories. This could directly rectify existing deficiencies. These mechanized entities would supplant humanity, conquering one planet after another. Humanity would merely need to perpetuate its lineage, expanding its population. Gradually, they would reclaim dominion from the robots. Yet, such thoughts remain mere fantasies. Yuling shook his head as he approached the space elevator. Unbeknownst to him, within the system, the repository of wisdom suddenly flickered, as if it had heeded his musings. Upon arriving at Blue Star, he was met with a grand reception. The high-ranking officials of Long Nation, accompanied by an impressive array of powered armor troops, collectively rendered him a military salute. Yuling stood in astonishment before solemnly returning the gesture. Having finally descended, You must take this opportunity to truly relax. Do not rush back up at once. For those psychics require your oversight, the high-ranking leader jested. Chapter 80. Diva the Starfire ignition in the face of the leader's remarks. Yuling merely scratched his head in embarrassment. Indeed, it appeared that since the establishment of the space station, he had hardly descended back to Earth. As the group departed from their initial location, the leader guided him to the reception hall. This marked Yuling's inaugural experience of the grand banquets of the Dragon Kingdom. Observing Yuling's evident enjoyment, the leader approached with a smile, inquiring, "How is it? Does it suit your palate? If you desire anything, do not hesitate to inform the Secretary General for arrangements." Yuling simply nodded in response. Subsequently, one prominent figure after another approached to greet him. Yuling maintained a basic level of politeness without overly concerning himself. "Hello, I am Mayu, the father of Manan. I apologize for my child's earlier indiscretions. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." At that moment, a bespectacled man with a square face approached. Yuling paused, seemingly in contemplation. Ah, it is that peculiar young man. He recalled the wager he had made with the arrogant scion of the Ma family. However, he did not dwell on it. Having later heard that the young man was performing admirably at the Dragon National Research Institute, thus losing interest in the matter. "It is nothing. I bear no ill will. And you need not concern yourself with it," he replied nonchalantly. Yuling was somewhat familiar with the Ma family, recognizing their considerable influence within the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, he pondered, what relevance did this have to him? As long as they did not create disturbances, all would be well. In fact, after Yuling's repeated enhancements to the Dragon Kingdom, the Ma family had abandoned their obsessive dreams of the space station and begun to confront their own shortcomings. They had since adopted a more restrained demeanor. Ma Yu smiled wryly, acknowledging that this individual had no intention of cultivating a rapport with his family. He had initially hoped to leverage the incident involving his son to establish some closeness, but it was evident that for someone of Yuling's caliber, such trivialities held little weight. He chose not to press the matter further, demonstrating admirable composure by allowing Yuling to enjoy his meal in peace. As the banquet progressed, those not directly involved returned to their designated places. The recent turmoil among the spiritual practitioners had only just subsided, leaving a plethora of follow-up tasks to attend to, thereby keeping everyone occupied. Had Yuling not descended unexpectedly, the leader would not have sought to elevate the occasion. These individuals would have remained engrossed in their professional duties. This is the design blueprint for the expansion of the Starfire. The construction standards are based on the designs you provided, the Secretary General remarked, walking closely behind him and presenting a document. They were currently en route to the Starfire. Yuling took the document and glanced over it. Goodness, it has expanded to such a scale? He mused. It seemed that the number of spiritual practitioners on Blue Star far exceeded his initial estimations. Yuling furrowed his brow, uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane. Their understanding of spiritual practitioners remained woefully inadequate. His own experiences offered no valuable precedents. Could other practitioners also elevate their levels? What ultimately was the root cause of their loss of control? Would all practitioners inevitably succumb to chaos? This series of inquiries remained shrouded in mystery for Blue Star, which had only just begun to welcome spiritual practitioners. Thus, there remains no definitive stance on how to treat psychics. At present, the only option is to confine those deemed irreparable and utilize them as fuel. It appears we must devise a method to enhance surveillance over all psychics, murmured Yuling. Pardon? The Secretary General inquired, somewhat bewildered. It's nothing. Let us proceed to Star Beacon, replied Yuling. The two boarded a military jeep and set off towards their destination. Meanwhile, Star Beacon had also prepared to welcome Yuling's arrival. Is everything in order? Psychics, adorned with chaotic spirit bracelets, were gathered around the central tower. Rest assured, the Dragon Kingdom would never suspect that even the most exceptional practitioners of the mind can still wield their abilities, despite wearing these trinkets, another whispered. They had already subdued the guards, and the chaotic spirit bracelets on their wrists had been discreetly undone and deactivated. They were mere facades, awaiting Yuling's arrival, at which point all the psychic's bracelets would be unlocked. They would storm into Star Beacon, tearing Yuling apart as he ignited the beacon. The psychics, who had endured much suffering in the Dragon Kingdom, would undoubtedly obliterate the imperial capital. Chaos would immediately ensue in the Dragon Kingdom. By the time the local command system responded, the psychics would have spread throughout the realm. At that moment, not even divine intervention could save the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they ultimately eradicated all threats posed by the psychics, the kingdom would be left in tatters. It was then that the nation backing them would intervene, seizing control of everything in the Dragon Kingdom. This is the dragon-slaying plan devised by the Fellowship of Kindred Spirits. Star Beacon stood tall in this hastily established town. Surrounding it was an expanse of open land, where all psychics congregated before the high tower, awaiting Yuling to ignite the beacon and proclaim their fate. Within Star Beacon, inhuman wails occasionally echoed, sending a constant thrill of danger through the waiting crowd. Should the psychics lose control, that would be their final resting place. The ignition ceremony of the beacon was of utmost importance. Therefore, the state decided to initiate a global live broadcast. You don't mind, do you? The Secretary General cautiously glanced at Yuling. The global threat posed by psychics had just been quelled. The populace had only recently escaped danger and was in dire need of morale to rally their spirits. This ignition of the beacon, marking the suppression and punishment of those completely unruly psychics, would undoubtedly instill confidence in the people and serve to deter any ill-intentioned psychics. The sudden acquisition of extraordinary powers by ordinary citizens would inevitably lead to various upheavals. The establishment of a tribunal would significantly mitigate such chaos. Yuling nodded, indicating his indifference. He understood the underlying purpose. This was a beneficial endeavor for the nation and its people, and there was no reason to refuse. The Secretary General exhaled in relief. He then took out his mobile phone to make arrangements. The awaiting psychics were momentarily taken aback as they saw numerous soldiers approaching with cameras. What is the Dragon Kingdom doing? Are they really going to live stream this? How detestable. Were it not for this cursed object in my hand, I would crush these inferior humans into dust. Do they take this place for a zoo? It's laughable. I hope I get the chance. The majority of psychics exhibit resistance. Amidst the crowd, a small boy stands there with an expressionless face. The surrounding psychics instinctively keep their distance from him. For this boy is adorned not only with a chaotic spirit bracelet on his wrist, but also wears several more around his neck and ankles, 2 on 1 foot alone. The onlookers cast furtive glances, tinged with a hint of fear. What manner of monster is this? They are powerless even with a single shackle. And yet this young lad from the Dragon Kingdom bears 7? What has he done to warrant such caution from the immensely powerful Dragon Kingdom? Meanwhile, in a hastily approaching vehicle, the Secretary General suddenly recalls something and retrieves a document. Yuling, take a look at the files on these 2 individuals. Yuling is taken aback as she accepts the papers. Y18 and Ji-jun. Chapter 81. Ignition completed. The awakening of the psychic Yuling opened the documents handed to him by the Secretary General. Ji-jun, a 14-year-old student in the 2nd year of junior high, awakened his psychic abilities while being bullied, resulting in the tragic death of 38 civilians. Subsequently, the armored soldiers who arrived at the scene were nearly incinerated, leaving the driver with severe burns and on the brink of death. His psychic power manifests as fire. The following pages detailed his life history and family background. Suddenly, a look of intrigue crossed Yuling's face. The Dragon Kingdom assessed this boy's danger level to be at least level 4, noting his remarkable control over his psychic abilities, which he could instinctively restrain even in moments of loss of control. Perhaps it was a reflection of his character and unwillingness to inflict harm upon others. The criteria employed by the Dragon Kingdom for such assessments are rather straightforward, based simply on the extent of destruction caused. Yuling had yet to categorize the levels of psychics. Next, he came across another document, detailing the first warrior in the Dragon Kingdom to complete the 2nd stage of genetic modification. Coincidentally, this was the very individual who had been roasted by the boy. The document outlined S18's physiological changes following the acquisition of a 2nd heart. Compared to first-stage genetic warriors, he was undoubtedly significantly stronger. However, that alone did not warrant his presence before Yuling. This individual, originally afflicted by the erosion of his body by psychic energy, had a very slim chance of survival even after enduring the 2nd stage. He was essentially an experimental modification. Unexpectedly, S18 awakened during the modification process. He was now also a psychic. Yuling couldn't help but grin. Could this fellow truly be a child of destiny? Such remarkable luck. They were both currently at Xingqiu, but only Ji Jun was present. S-18 was under confinement. The Secretary General chuckled wryly. Oh, why is that? Yuling inquired with curiosity. Well, the first thing he did after completing the second stage modification was to give the supervising physician a beating. The Secretary General covered his face in embarrassment. That individual was a Dragon Kingdom armored warrior, the elite among elites. The fact that he had committed such an act made the Secretary General feel utterly ashamed. Yuling, however, was taken aback. You don't mean the supervising physician is Xiaoming, do you? The Secretary General paused, then nodded. Yuling laughed. He was familiar with Xiaoming. After all, as he was the first to master the second stage modification, Li Chun had mentioned him to Yuling. This fellow had some talent, albeit with a rather obsessive and eccentric disposition regarding modifications. Indeed, he had his own interpretations and preferences concerning the tools involved. That he was beaten did not surprise Yuling in the slightest. Rather, the fact that S-18 had not eliminated him was already a testament to the soldier's adherence to certain boundaries. The second stage modification involved implanting a second heart into the genetic warrior. Yuling had provided the Dragon Kingdom with the genetic engineering technology necessary for heart cultivation. Given that Blue Star already possessed cloning technology, the process was not particularly challenging. After reviewing S-18's physiological data, Yuling reflected on the matter. After all, this was a modified version of the procedure. The first stage serum was a milder variant. It bore no comparison to the system's fully modified interstellar warriors, who could rival demigods. The second stage that Yuling proposed was also not the original version provided by the system. In comparison to the data provided by the system, it is indeed significantly lacking. Let S-18 go. This is not his fault. Xiaoming is indeed deserving of a beating. After the ignition ceremony concludes, I wish to meet S-18. The Secretary General was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded in agreement. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the Star Torch building complex, now renamed the Court of Judgment. At this moment, the cameras had already commenced their operation. 20 minutes prior, the Dragon Nation had announced the live broadcast of this ignition ceremony. Consequently, media outlets from various countries and international forums began to relay the ongoing footage. Viewers gazed at the magnificent architectural scene, engaging in fervent discussions. Is this the Star Torch of the Dragon Nation? It is said to be a place where spiritual practitioners are suppressed. I see the perpetrator who devastated my homeland. Why does the Dragon Nation not execute him? Spiritual practitioners are exceedingly dangerous. What indeed will the Dragon Nation do? With so many spiritual practitioners gathered, only the Dragon Nation possesses the audacity and strength to do so. Truly, the Dragon Nation is formidable. This global-level chaos will also be brought to an end by the Dragon Nation. I envy the people of the Dragon Nation. It is said that they have hardly been impacted, with many regions maintaining their normalcy. At that moment, an off-road vehicle entered, weaving through the crowd of spiritual practitioners. The shackled people focused their gaze on the individual within the vehicle. It was Yuling. The Secretary General had already alighted halfway, as it was far too perilous for an ordinary person to be in such a place. He merely hitched a ride to explain the situation to Yuling. The vehicle drove straight up to the entrance of the Star Torch Tower. The grand doors slowly opened. Among the surrounding spiritual practitioners, many instantly adopted fierce expressions. Are they to act? No. Wait a moment longer. Let Yuling ignite the Star Torch first. I do not wish to confront a throng of frenzied spiritual practitioners. A practitioner from the Eagle Nation narrowed his eyes, coldly observing Yuling's silhouette. It is not yet time to act, should Yuling, in desperation, unleash all the imprisoned lunatics. Even the spiritual practitioner alliance would suffer grave consequences. This is not what he desires. Those who had spoken of action felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. He nodded, falling silent. Amidst the crowd, Ji Jun, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere nearby. Something is about to transpire. Yuling entered the Star Torch, and shortly thereafter, appeared atop the tower. He stood on a platform, gazing down at the spiritual practitioners below. At that moment, the camera focused sharply. Yuling was suddenly visible to people across the globe. The ignition ceremony now commences, he proclaimed. Following this, the ground trembled slightly, and the sound of machinery whirring filled the air. A torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged from beneath the star torch, directed skyward through the energy conduits. At this instant, an unknown number of spiritual practitioners were drained of their essence. A colossal flash illuminated the outskirts of the imperial capital of the Dragon Nation, then quickly dissipated. In the subspace, a beacon projection emerged, stubbornly radiating light. I hereby announce that the first ignition of the star torch on Blue Star has been successfully completed. We can commence our journey through subspace across the solar system. Yuling proclaimed with outstretched arms and a bright smile. Yet, no applause followed. The psychics gazed at him with expressions of bewilderment. As the surge of psychic energy enveloped them, they could distinctly hear the despairing wails of fellow psychics from below. Yuling's exuberance sent a chill through their hearts. Charge! Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from the crowd, startling all the psychics. The powered armor warrior, poised to fire, appeared suddenly dazed. Rather than shoot the frenzied psychic, he instead released the bindings of those nearby. Such scenes unfolded in various locations. An increasing number of psychics found themselves liberated. The chaotic psychic bracelet on Ji Jun's wrist emitted a series of clattering sounds before it automatically opened and fell to the ground. Ji Jun was taken aback. Quickly, you, the lad from Long Country, join us in the charge and slay Yuling. Surely, you do not wish to be confined for eternity, only to become kindling, do you? A fellow psychic operative from the association exclaimed loudly. Chapter 82. Ascending once more. Ji Jun stood in a daze, gazing at the foreign psychic, bewildered by his words. It was evident that these individuals were inciting rebellion. Ji Jun's expression hardened. He was not here by coercion, but rather by his own volition. He could never erase the haunting words of the armored squad leader, the one who had spoken of S-18, a benefactor who had pulled him back from the brink of death, only for Ji Jun to take his life. He felt an insurmountable debt to those of S-18, a debt he believed he could never repay. He had granted himself the responsibility of caring for his sister and mother, and he had heard whispers of a daughter who was nearly the same age as his sister. His burdens had multiplied. Ji Jun had sworn an oath to rise above, to contribute tenfold to S-18, just as the squad leader had urged. For only through such deeds would S-18 be celebrated, rather than branded as traitors who disregarded discipline. Thus, he had willingly come to this place, choosing to eschew the preferential treatment of the laboratory. This tribunal was undoubtedly the arena where psychics had the greatest opportunity to shine, far preferable to being a mere lab rat. With this thought in mind, he turned to the individual who was fervently gesticulating and shouting. Ji Jun sprang into action. The psychic erupted into flames. The onlookers stared in horror at Ji Jun. Was this lunatic? Damn it! Truly a scoundrel from Long Nation. He could never align with us. Let us take him down. Meanwhile, other psychics looked on in disbelief as their shackles fell away. Narrowing their eyes, they immediately began to flee. The psychic faction had garnered many skilled individuals during their confinement, and now they surged toward the central tower in perfect synchrony. Those watching the live broadcast were left dumbfounded. A psychic uprising. It was over. Yuling was doomed. Long Nation had lost control. No one could survive among so many psychics. Even the psychic factions from Sakura Nation and later from Asan Nation had not witnessed such a simultaneous uprising of psychics. If memory served, there were over 60,000 psychics gathered there. It was not just Yuling who was doomed. Long Nation was also finished. With so many psychics escaping, the capital would be the first to fall. Was Long Nation destined to perish today? People around the world erupted in discussion. Their emotions towards Long Nation were profoundly complex. On one hand, they resented Long Nation's prowess. On the other, ordinary citizens, under the threat of psychics, did not wish for Long Nation to falter. After all, in maintaining order and confronting psychics, Long Nation provided them with a sense of security. In stark contrast to the public's turmoil, the leaders of various nations, gathered in their own alliance, reveled in jubilation. Wonderful. Long Nation is surely doomed. Ha ha. Once those psychics wreak havoc in the capital, our armies can make their move. This time, we shall seize everything from Long Nation. Yuling met his untimely demise, an unfortunate fate indeed. Alas, we did extend him an opportunity. Had he chosen to surrender and accept control, he could have continued his research and maintained his respect. The onlookers sighed, their expressions tinged with anticipation. The society of like-minded individuals was loath to execute Yuling outright. Thus, they assigned an additional task to the psychics, urging them to persuade him to capitulate. The chance was singular. It remained to be seen whether Yuling could seize it. In Dragon Country, a shocking report emerged. All psychics were in revolt. The high-ranking leader slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? What on earth was happening? The reporting personnel lowered their heads, revealing that it was the psychics of the mind system. The chaos-inducing handcuffs had not fully subdued them, and the guards had been overpowered. The leader momentarily lost his composure, collapsing back into his chair. Had the energy shield been activated? Yes, but it would not hold for long. The tribunal boasted an energy shield reminiscent of a space station, not designed to defend against external assaults, but to protect against internal threats. He ordered the armored legion stationed near the tribunal to mobilize and eradicate all psychics. Hurry, we must save Yuling. Command the warriors of the Star Torch to ensure that any unsubdued fighters must protect Yuling at all costs. All battle groups, advance at full speed. Bring him back. The leader resolved firmly. This was a conspiracy. He pondered the situation, recalling the insurrectionist psychics that had emerged from various nations. Many were elite operatives from military and governmental special divisions, professionally trained. It was astonishing that, at this juncture, these countries remained undeterred. Yet, Dragon Country was not to be underestimated. How could they have left such a perilous tribunal unguarded near the imperial capital? This very placement was, paradoxically, the source of confidence. The National Research Institute resided in the imperial capital, as did the genetic modification facility, alongside the largest armored battalions in the Imperial Guards. Did they truly believe they could dismantle Dragon Country through a psychic uprising? It would not be so easily accomplished. Under the leader's orders, the legions near the Imperial capital sprang into action. They raced towards the tribunal with the intention of rescuing Yuling. At this moment, all hope rested on Yuling and his warriors to endure a little longer, despite the slim chances. The leader cast a worried glance towards the tribunal. Beneath the tribunal's energy shield, the fleeing psychics were suddenly startled by the emergence of an energy barrier. They began to assault the shield, only to discover they could not breach it. Stop attacking. It must be Yuling's doing. If we kill him, the shield will surely fall. A voice called out, bringing the chaotic scene to an abrupt silence. Indeed, as the foremost researcher in Dragon Country, it was undoubtedly his machinations at play. The psychics turned in unison, their gazes fixated with menace upon the central tower. Meanwhile, beside them, Ji-jun had descended into a frenzy, transforming into a conflagration as he relentlessly slaughtered the surrounding psychics. One cannot help but wonder what experiences he endured before entering this realm, transforming a timid boy into a figure of decisive ruthlessness. Perhaps the awakening of his psychic abilities played a significant role in this metamorphosis. Let a few individuals restrain him, commanded one of the psychics, as he designated those with control abilities. The remainder surged towards the central star beacon. At this moment, all armored warriors barricaded the entrance to the star beacon. Forming a defensive formation, their cold gazes fixed upon the approaching psychics. The leader has given the order. We shall protect Yuling at all costs. A warrior bellowed. In response, a chorus of ferocious roars erupted from the ranks, including those who had undergone their first genetic modification. For a fleeting moment, their collective spirit overshadowed the multitude of psychics before them. Meanwhile, Yuling observed the scene of psychics advancing towards him with a peculiar expression. What gives you such confidence? He mused, regarding this group of newly awakened novices, whose grasp of their abilities was alarmingly superficial, with the highest level barely reaching Epsilon. They dared to challenge him. An alpha class? Indeed, Yuling had ascended once more, achieving this elevation the instant he ignited the star beacon. Chapter 83. Yuling is surprisingly a psion. Mission accomplished. Psionic level elevated. Genetic level enhanced. Yuling opened the panel. Name: Yuling. Age: 30. Remaining lifespan: 4,000 years. Genetic level: Cosmic Lord. Class: Life 20. Psionic level: Alpha 8. Imperial Knowledge Repository. Unlock permission: 25 psionic abilities. Mimicry, Warp Speed, Telekinetic Attack, Telekinetic Shield. Reputation: 380. 000. Notice: the host has achieved the predetermined level. and the system will no longer issue tasks to interfere with the host's growth. The graduation gift package has been dispatched. Then, the system flickered, revealing various changes. Firstly, no new blueprints were unlocked, for all blueprints had already been accessed. The previously acquired permissions of 30 were now at the host's disposal. Secondly, utilizing blueprints required expenditure, both in currency and reputation henceforth. All blueprints must be purchased with reputation points. Yuling glanced at the so-called graduation gift package. It was a design blueprint, an endless machine accompanied by all necessary algorithms and technologies. This was a computer. Its computational power matched his own name. A brief scan revealed its purpose. This device represented the intelligent mechanical foundation he had long desired. With it, the issue of population might indeed find resolution. However, before that, Yuling needed to address the immediate situation. The Psion uprising. A smile tugged at his lips. At the moment his psionic abilities surged, he experienced an unprecedented surge of strength. This enhancement surpassed all previous ones combined, a leap unparalleled. Yuling felt as if he could effortlessly lift the entire tribunal, crush it into a ball, and cast it into the void of space. The psions before him appeared as mere jesters. Are you not going to make a move? Yuling slowly descended from the tower, casting a disdainful gaze upon the psions. Gasp! All the psions from the society collectively inhaled sharply. Indeed, Yuling was also a psion. The leading psion from the Eagle Nation bore a grave expression. Yuling, surrender your resistance. Even if you are a psion, we number in the tens of thousands. If you relinquish your struggle, you may continue your research. It is merely a change of venue. Yuling paused, then erupted into laughter. So that was the case. Though the armored warriors had gathered here, the distant cameras maintained their original positions, continuing the live broadcast. Upon witnessing Yuling's descent, everyone was astonished. Yuling was, indeed, a psion. What were they saying? It was too far to hear clearly. This has become quite entertaining. Yuling is a psion. Perhaps he could escape from these psions. Go, Yuling. I always said that these foreign psions deserve their fate, and now look, they have revolted. Where are the troops? Hurry to provide support. Yuling must not come to harm. Yuling, hurry. The audience from Long Nation was filled with astonishment. Many individuals rushed out, driving fervently towards the star beacon. Such a colossal structure could hardly escape the notice of foreign nations, let alone the locals. However, they were swiftly intercepted by the military. Meanwhile, various countries convened a video conference, collectively witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Upon seeing Yuling descend, they were instantly rendered speechless. The chairman of the Eagle Nation secretly wiped his cold sweat, relieved that he had prudently included all nations in the endeavor. Otherwise, with only a handful of psychics from the Eagle Nation, they might not have been able to eliminate Yuling amidst such an array of armored warriors. Now, the gathered psychics numbered 1,000 strong. What could Yuling possibly use to counteract that? Being a psychic does not matter. He must either submit or perish, the chairman proclaimed with satisfaction. The representatives of other nations voiced their agreement. Indeed, he was no deity, with so many psychics. Even facing the Dragon Nation's elite guards head-on would suffice. If he refused to surrender, no one could save him. Ha ha ha. This time, the Dragon Nation was destined to fail. Truly, the Eagle Nation's council had devised an excellent strategy. Indeed, the Eagle Nation was formidable. The Dragon Nation always fell short in comparison. In response to the praises from numerous countries, the chairman of the Eagle Nation merely smiled faintly. In the footage, Yuling finally landed on the ground. He gazed at the anxious psychics before him. Do you think you worthless trash are worthy of my surrender? The warriors behind Yuling were invigorated and immediately attempted to surround him, shielding him in the center. Yet, Yuling halted their advance. Everyone, return to the star beacon and secure the containment devices. We cannot allow the psychotic psychics below to escape. If those individuals break free and damage the star beacon, it will be a grave loss. However, the powered armor soldiers hesitated. They had been instructed to protect Yuling. Stop dawdling and follow orders, Yuling commanded, using telekinesis to hurl all the powered armor soldiers into the star beacon. The soldiers tumbled in a heap and then, bewildered, picked themselves up. Boss, are you serious? Does Yuling look like someone who needs our protection? Such terrifying telekinesis. If he had wished, he could have obliterated all of them just moments ago. It must be acknowledged that they had not offered no resistance. Yet Yuling had forcibly cast them all aside despite their struggles against the powered armor. I understand, the captain of the guard stammered, swallowing hard. The door began to close slowly, and the soldiers exchanged sympathetic glances with the psychics. Meanwhile, the psychics, poised to act, were taken aback by this scene. They abruptly halted their charge. The leading psychic from the Eagle Nation widened his eyes, staring at Yuling in disbelief. No way. How many powered armor soldiers was that? 40? How much do they weigh? Yuling actually threw them out? Panic began to set in. It must be that those powered armor soldiers are merely acting in concert with him. There can't possibly be such a powerful psychic among them. Indeed. Did they think this would merely buy them time? The forces of the Dragon Kingdom are approaching, and that cursed shield has ensnared us. He is merely stalling for time. Upon witnessing the formidable psychic masters ahead come to a halt, those behind grew restless. Although many were unable to breach the barrier and were relentlessly assaulting the energy shield, their efforts yielded no results. The psychic from the Eagle Kingdom paused. Indeed, how could there be such a powerful psychic? If he were truly that strong, why would he occupy the position of chief researcher in the Dragon Kingdom? Wouldn't he have lost his sanity by now? It's all a deception, an elaborate ruse. I nearly fell for it. Since he refuses to surrender, let him meet his demise, he exclaimed in fury. With a wave of his hand, numerous psychics surged forward. Yet, the psychic from the Eagle Kingdom furrowed his brow and retreated to the rear. Nevertheless, he still sensed something unusual about Yuling. Thus, he resolved to send a few of his compatriots to probe the situation, allowing the fools from the neighboring kingdom to assist him in uncovering the truth. Accompanying him were other psychics from the Eagle Kingdom, all observing coldly from a distance. Chapter 84. Rampage. The gates of Star Beacon had been firmly shut. Yuling broke into a smile, unleashing 12 alloy throwing knives that soared into the air. How could one venture into such a place without some means of self-defense? His ability was telekinesis. Be cautious, a charging psion warned. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when a fleeting shadow swept past his neck, leaving him disoriented as his vision shifted, his body caught in disarray. How could this be? This was his final thought. The psions behind him witnessed Yuling's lethal strike, taking down one of their own with alarming swiftness, sending a wave of horror through their ranks. They hastily activated their abilities, but the throwing knives had already penetrated the throng, claiming numerous lives in their wake. Where are they? The psions exclaimed. Looking up to find Yuling had vanished. There. Damn it. This scoundrel is so devious, striking and fleeing. With widened eyes, they watched as Yuling's feet floated in the air, propelling him backward. Pursue him, the psions cried, surging forward. The psions from the Eagle Nation frowned at the scene. Such speed in those throwing knives. Was this the essence of telekinesis? They noted that Yuling avoided soaring too high, thus evading becoming a target for ranged attacks. Yuling nimbly dodged and danced through the chaos, his knives never ceasing their harvest of life. If this continued, defeat was imminent. Although the Eagle Nation's psions did not believe Yuling could exterminate them all, they were aware that the forces from the Dragon Nation were closing in. Time was not on their side. They had to devise a way to constrain Yuling's movements and swiftly eliminate him. Meanwhile, the leaders of various nations within the association, witnessing Yuling's effortless slaughter of fellow psions, wore grim expressions. This man, how could this be? It was one thing for him to excel in research. But why was his psionic prowess so formidable? Was it not true that the stronger the psion, the more likely they were to lose control? How could Yuling remain unscathed? Could it be that his innate talent in psionics paralleled his research brilliance? A heavy silence enveloped them. Yuling must perish here. A collective voice resonated within their hearts. In that moment, no one lamented his refusal to surrender any longer. A scientific prodigy, coupled with extraordinary psionic gifts, this was utterly terrifying. All nations had believed that the advent of the psionic era presented an opportunity to bridge the gap with the Dragon Nation, and even if this mission failed, there would still be chances ahead. However, with Yuling's formidable psionic abilities alongside his research genius, who dared claim they could surpass the Dragon Nation in the field of psionic studies? The council leader narrowed his eyes, confident that those he had dispatched would know what to do upon witnessing this scene. Yuling had to die. The battle intensified, with Yuling deftly evading assaults. He produced a mental shielding device, projecting yet another psychic barrier. This was the fifth one. He possessed little of these devices, having obtained them when he had previously dispatched the powered armor warriors. Although Yuling did not believe that these lesser beings could control their mental abilities, the incessant pursuit was indeed bothersome, especially if his spell casting were to be interrupted. The mental energy users from the Asan Kingdom, upon seeing Yuling, produced yet another psychic shielding device, leaving the onlookers in a state of utter bewilderment. Wasn't it said that such devices could only be utilized once a day? How many had they deployed by now? Despite the multitude of attempts, Yuling remained utterly unaffected. Are you a monster? They internally lamented, their expressions turning grave. The other energy users were equally distressed. They had pursued him relentlessly, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Yet they had not managed to lay a single finger on Yuling were they to be toyed with by this fellow until their demise. All the pursuing energy users felt a sense of deep frustration. Yet, Yuling found himself rather pleased. The exhilaration of being pursued was simply delightful. Make way. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind the energy users. A massive structure was hurled towards them. Yuling swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a potentially soiled outfit. This was the moment. The projectile exploded in midair. Yuling furrowed his brow and retreated further. From the shadows emerged several energy users who unleashed their powers not against Yuling, but to block his path. Yuling was forced to retreat once more, finding himself cornered. In an instant, a series of telekinetic shields unfolded, sealing off the space above Yuling. He paused, then glanced towards the telekinetic users in the distance, utilizing their abilities. This coordination was quite remarkable. Clearly the result of specialized training. Now you have nowhere to run, do you? The energy user from the Eagle Kingdom sneered as he advanced, flanked by others who regarded Yuling with ill intent. They had effectively trapped him, locking him down completely. What followed would be a lesson in cruelty for this despicable individual who only knew how to evade like a kite. Yuling was momentarily taken aback. Well, it seemed that in his attempt to avoid soiling his clothes, he had instead been driven into a corner. Truly, things had not gone as planned. He rolled up his sleeves. The others, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in laughter. Huh, look at him, thinking he can still fight us? The flying daggers have been deflected. What can you, a mere telekinetic, possibly do to us? Do you intend to use those little fists against us? Enough chatter, let us finish him. They charged forward. Most of them were biological energy users, more than capable of overpowering a telekinetic in close combat. Yuling chuckled, his body emitting a sudden shift. His physical form expanded slightly in an instant. You wish to engage in close quarters, do you? A cacophony of agonized screams erupted. All the energy users widened their eyes in horror, as if they had encountered a specter. Outside, those clamoring to eliminate Yuling in order to lower the protective barrier trembled at the sight of this gruesome scene. In mere moments, the area surrounding Yuling had transformed into a hellish landscape, strewn with bones, shattered flesh, and dismembered bodies. Yuling crushed the skull of the last biological energy user with a decisive grip. He smiled as he gazed at the distant psychics and made his way towards them. Minutes later, after the death toll among the psychics exceeded 3,000, all of them chose to surrender. In abject fear, they lay prostrate on the ground, clutching their heads. Originally a disorganized mob, the remaining psychics, after witnessing their comrades fall lifeless, were soon rendered utterly demoralized by Yuling's display of power. Outside, the armored forces of the Dragon Kingdom had swiftly arrived. From the moment they received the call to their arrival on the scene, only a few minutes had elapsed. Expecting to find Yuling in dire straits, they were taken aback by the sight before them. All the psychics lay obediently on the ground, trembling, with human remains strewn about. At the moment of their arrival, these once arrogant psychics appeared as if they had encountered a savior, visibly moved. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard were left speechless. Without hesitation, they promptly began to equip the psychics with restraint devices. Cuff me first, cuff me first. Woe is me. It's too terrifying. I shall never run away again. Soldiers, please hand me a pair of handcuffs. A demon. Please, spare me. I am willing to shine and serve here. A powered armor soldier delivered a swift kick, sending the charging psychic sprawling back. Chapter 85. The encounter with Y-18. The warriors were astonished to discover that a considerable number of psychics had succumbed to mental collapse without manifesting any psychic outbursts. What were they so afraid of? The soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded the man standing with his hands clasped atop the tower. Rest assured, esteemed leader, I am unscathed and have resolved the situation, Yuling communicated to his superior before terminating the call. Subsequently, the mechanized legion arrived and secured all psychics, escorting them to various facilities for confinement. Yet, Yuling found himself deep in contemplation. It was evident that other nations were orchestrating this turmoil. Had he not been present, Long Kingdom would have faced considerable challenges. Should he annihilate them all? That was unfeasible. The system no longer provided growth tasks. To continue the evolution of genes and psychic abilities, blueprints must be procured. The more advanced the blueprint, the greater the prestige required. With no one to bestow prestige upon him, Yuling was not inclined to wait decades for the population of Long Kingdom to proliferate. Eliminating only the foreign leadership seemed equally impractical, as dispersing his focus to manage various nations would hinder Long Kingdom's progress in interstellar colonization. Ultimately, the crux of the issue lay with the psychics. Without them, those nations would struggle to create any significant upheaval. It appeared that substantial effort was needed in managing psychics across these countries. Yuling narrowed his eyes and accessed the system, retrieving a blueprint from his graduation gift pack, a quantum computer, and a planetary data flow network. With these two innovations, he could establish a network encompassing the entire blue star. He then delved into the system once more and unearthed another design, an implanted smart chip. The cost in prestige, 8,000. 3 days later, as all nations trembled at the prospect of Long Kingdom's response, an announcement was released: Blue Star's psychic management regulations. All psychics must be implanted with chips, subject to stability assessments and periodic psychological evaluations. Those who did not meet the standards would be detained by Long Kingdom. Refusals would be met with enforcement by the Court of Judgment's warriors. Numerous regulations followed. In essence, psychics were required to maintain control over themselves, ensuring no harm came to civilians. Failure to comply would result in detention by the Court of Judgment. Furthermore, Long Kingdom declared the establishment of psychic management bureaus in every nation to collaborate with the Court of Judgment. Long Kingdom would provide a certain amount of mechanized armor, enabling national forces to counteract psychics. The news triggered immense upheaval. Had Long Kingdom gone mad? By what right did they presume to govern us? I am a psychic of the Eagle Nation, not subject to Long Kingdom's authority. The calls echoed, why provide mechanized armor to other nations? What if they learned from it? Many argued that the only solution was the annihilation of these troublesome nations. Allowing the Court of Judgment to intervene would be tantamount to relinquishing their national security to foreign hands. As discussions raged across nations, the esteemed leader inquired, "What say you all? Will you accept this?" His gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the leaders of various nations displayed on the screen. This time, he was genuinely infuriated. It was a close call. Had it not been for Yuling's formidable strength, the losses for the Dragon Kingdom would have been substantial. Therefore, he had no inclination to engage in any pretense with these individuals. He stated plainly, either acquiesce or await the arrival of the Dragon Kingdom's powered armor legion. Agreed. Our nation of Asan agrees. The Dragon Kingdom is our benefactor. We truly had no knowledge of this incident. Our nation of Eagle also consents. We implore the Dragon Kingdom to discern the truth. Those with psychic abilities are inherently unstable, and we bear no connection to them. Agreed. We must agree. In fact, it is reassuring to have the Dragon Kingdom take action. Indeed, psychics are exceedingly perilous. All nations concurred. They obliterated the records of the psychics they had dispatched and dealt with the relevant personnel. Very well, let the past remain in the past. I hope that in our forthcoming collaboration, we shall not encounter any more unpleasantness, echoed Mr. Yuling's sentiments. The Secretary General chuckled. Everyone paused, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. They had witnessed Yuling's rampage firsthand. Indeed, psychics were lunatics, appearing normal, yet harboring madness. Of course, they hastily assured him. Meanwhile, Yuling had retrieved the mainframe of the quantum computer, and the Dragon Kingdom commenced its installation. He downloaded the planetary data stream network's code into the computer. Once activated, the data network would instantaneously connect to all devices on Blue Star, initiating data collection. At that moment, all national information would fall under the network's dominion. Should these individuals attempt any further shenanigans, Yuling would be the first to know. The intelligent chips began production, and the subspace spacecraft destined for Mars was fully prepared. Next, the objective was to increase the number of genetic warriors and bolster the ranks of the Imperial Guard. After his departure, the Dragon Kingdom must possess a powered armor legion capable of suppressing all psychics. Then came the Tribunal, now serving as the presiding judge. He needed to devise a means to cultivate a successor capable of managing this establishment while the Dragon Kingdom amassed its strength. First and foremost, the candidate must be a psychic with a clean background and sufficient power. Only in this manner could he subdue the tens of thousands of psychics. Once the chips were installed, those remaining in the tribunal would be the perpetrators of significant harm. If they lacked strength, they would struggle to maintain order. Yuling had a potential candidate in mind. He recalled the two profiles the Secretary General had previously shown him and decided to reach out. "Greetings, Commander." A colossal figure appeared before Yuling clad in powered armor and wearing a helmet that concealed his visage. "Hello, Y-18, Yuling replied with a smile. The warrior before him was S-18, who, after completing the second stage transformation, had shed his former identity and adopted the name Y-18. "How do you feel?" he inquired. The latter paused momentarily. "Excellent. Thank you for your concern, Commander." Y-18 responded loudly. Concerning Xiaoming's matters, do not take them to heart. Others are not inherently malevolent. Moreover, the risks associated with the second stage transformation are considerable, necessitating the target to be in an emotionally heightened state. This approach significantly enhances the likelihood of success. He merely adheres to the prescribed procedures, albeit the methods may be somewhat unorthodox. Yuling smiled, and Y-18 was taken aback. "Is it truly so? It seems I have wrongfully judged him." "Indeed, when I next encounter him, I shall extend my apologies," he said shyly. "It's quite all right, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He will still preside over your third stage transformation next time." S-18 was left in a state of shock, his eyes widening in terror. Would it still be timely for him to rush before that individual, sliding to his knees in abject apology? On that day, Y-18 learned one of life's most crucial lessons. As a genetic warrior, one must never offend the physician responsible for the transformation projects. Yuling paid no mind to the dejected Y-18. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a young boy entered the room. Y-18 was momentarily startled, then immediately stood at attention, furtively assessing the newcomer with his peripheral vision. Chapter 86, The Promise of Customized Armor. Ji-Jun stepped inside, gazing at the imposing power armor warrior before him. How magnificent! How robust! A flicker of envy passed through his eyes. This was the essence of true masculinity. He wondered if he would ever have the opportunity to grow into such a figure. Nearly 2 meters tall, perhaps? "Ji-Jun, is it?" Yuling inquired, her gaze directed toward him. He was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Yuling's face, and his excitement surged. Who in Long Country would not recognize the man standing before him? "Yes, I am," he exclaimed, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Calm down," Yuling chuckled. "I hear you volunteered to join the tribunal?" He nodded fervently. "Indeed. I have already passed the 5th stage of the 7th tier of psychic training and can proficiently manipulate the fire element." "Quite a talent," Yuling praised, causing Ji-Jun's face to flush crimson with shyness. To receive commendation from this esteemed individual was an exhilarating experience beyond his wildest dreams. "Would you be interested in joining the tribunal's military faction?" Yuling asked. In addition to Long Country's Imperial Guard, they planned to establish an exclusive combat unit for the tribunal. This unit would address issues concerning psychics and provide a platform for those gifted individuals who had erred, allowing them to shine in a different capacity. The goal was to successfully undergo genetic modification to prepare for the potential emergence of a civil conflict. "I am willing," Ji-Jun replied without hesitation. He understood the tribunal was perilous, filled with psychics whose judgment was somewhat questionable. Yet, regrettably, he too was a psychic, and a rather capable one at that. Thus, apart from this place, there were few environments in Long Country that could accommodate him. If he were to become a member of the tribunal's military faction, the remuneration would surely be substantial, allowing him to provide a better life for his mother and 2 younger sisters. Indeed, The child from S-18 had lost their mother, and Ji-jun wished to care for them as if they were his own sibling. He had heard that the child had already been taken in by the Power Armor Squad originally affiliated with S-18 for training, and he yearned to contribute. Such scenarios were widespread across Long Country. When squad warriors fell in battle, if their offspring exhibited talent and were willing, they would be trained as reserves for the military, with the opportunity to inherit their parents' armor and designation upon maturity. Clearly, the child from S-18 had made a choice. Yuling observed the duo with interest. This combination was rather intriguing. One was a prodigious psychic, and the other, a warrior of the highest genetic modification tier. There was a shared bond between them, and for certain reasons, Y-18 had concealed his identity. Yuling cast a meaningful glance at Y-18, who was momentarily startled before offering a wry smile. He had hidden the fact that he was still alive from his daughter. Following his transformation, he was uncertain if he could still be considered human. Though his genetic profile confirmed his humanity, Y-18 struggled to accept the reality of possessing two hearts. Moreover, the process of modification had been anything but gentle. Leaving him with a disfigured appearance, his muscles and bones had enlarged considerably. Enveloped in the power armor was a grotesque creature. Y-18, wishing not to frighten his daughter, believed that this appearance was far less favorable than allowing her to retain her previous impression of him. Moreover, the dangers posed by psychics made him acutely aware that the era of peace on Blue Star had come to an end. Thus, he deemed it prudent for his daughter to undergo training as a power armor warrior. At the very least, it would equip her with the ability to protect herself. Consequently, he resolved to conceal his true self and guard her from the shadows. Y-18 cast a glance at Ji-jun. He had heard from the captain about the young man's intentions. As long as Ji-jun harbored no ill thoughts, Y-18 felt a sense of gratitude. However, should this lad dare to forget his manners or entertain any inappropriate notions towards his daughter, he would not hesitate to break his legs. The sudden surge of murderous intent jolted Ji-jun, leaving him bewildered as he glanced at the towering figure beside him. "Ah, do not mind him," said Yuling. "This is Y-18, a second-tier genetic warrior and a biological psychic, who has just undergone transformation and is struggling to maintain his composure." Yuling suppressed a chuckle, clearly informed about the entangled relationship between the two. "By the way, he will be your partner moving forward." In a sense, Yuling took a certain delight in bringing these two together. He was curious to see how father, intent on living incognito, would manage to endure Ji-jun's various displays of affection towards his daughter. After all, they were not biological siblings, regardless of Ji-jun's intentions. It would be difficult for the girl, having lost her father's love, not to be moved by the attention of a young man. Would she later discover that her father had perished at the hands of this boy? If she found out, would her heart remain unchanged? Yuling was eager to uncover the unfolding narrative, and if necessary, he could disclose this information to the girl. Furthermore, how would Y-18 react upon witnessing it all? This, indeed, was an intriguing diversion beyond mere research. An unabashed malice surged within Yuling, causing an unsettling chill to envelop the two before him. There was an unmistakable sense that the adult standing before them was not particularly amicable. To be frank, I hold great hopes for both of you. Therefore, I shall personally train you in the realm of psychic abilities, and upon successful completion, each of you will be rewarded with a set of custom armor. Yuling's smile brightened the atmosphere, and the two exhaled in relief, realizing the matter at hand. Excitement surged through Ji-jun. For receiving guidance from such a figure was an extraordinary honor. He had witnessed Yuling dispatch formidable psychics with an ease akin to slaughtering chickens. Y-18, on the other hand, was breathing heavily. Unlike Ji-jun, who was an outsider, he knew that the only custom armor worthy of mention in the entire Dragon Kingdom was Yuling's personal equipment, the Thunder Initial Unit. Its attributes and specifications were rumored to be exceptional. Custom armor? He was determined to acquire it. Seeing the enthusiasm radiating from both, Yuling nodded in satisfaction. These two were the most promising candidates to inherit the tribunal from him. Should they pass his trials, he would be pleased. Yuling waved his hand, signaling for them to rest, as training would commence the following day. Next, by refining the skills of the two individuals and implanting chips and psychics from around the globe, he would be able to journey to Mars. By that time, the genetic warriors of the Dragon Kingdom would have made significant advancements. and the number of legions would increase exponentially. Yuling glanced at the items within the system: a level 2 factory, an infinite supercomputer, and various intelligent mechanical algorithm packages. Once he arrived on Mars, he could establish the factory and deploy the computer, thereby significantly elevating the mechanical civilization of Blue Star. After some contemplation, he began to draft a plan. He had yet to inform the higher-ups about these developments. Whether it concerned relocating the office of the space station to Mars or the automated factory initiative on the planet, Yuling believed that if others treated him sincerely, he should reciprocate with the same sincerity. Thus, upon awakening his psychic abilities, he promptly confessed that he too was a psychic. Chapter 87. The commencement of chip transplantation. Half a month has elapsed, and with Yuling at the helm, none of the psychics in the tribunal dared to stir trouble. They all diligently adhered to their training and conducted themselves properly. The training for Ji-Jun and Y-18 was proceeding methodically. Yuling estimated that in another month, the two would be able to significantly outpace the majority of psychics on Blue Star. After finalizing the strategic plan, he sought an audience with the higher-ups. The leader, engrossed in reviewing documents, paused and smiled upon Yuling's arrival. "What brings you here? I'm surprised you took the time to visit me." Yuling hesitated momentarily. "It concerns some of the subsequent plans." As he spoke, he handed over the documents in his possession. The leader glanced at them, and his expression began to shift to one of excitement. "Is this for real?" His hand trembled as he held the papers. A more efficient and advanced automated factory, an infinitely capable supercomputer, and various intelligent algorithms. If all of this can be realized, wouldn't humanity become invincible? Indeed, although it will require some time. "It is certainly achievable," Yuling replied. "Go ahead and proceed. We will offer our full support. By the way, the quantum computer has already been set up," the leader remarked. Yuling considered this for a moment before responding. "I will coordinate with the information department shortly to instruct them on the operations. You can manage what you've developed yourself." The leader suggested, "No, let the information department handle the network. They can provide timely feedback. As for me, I will be heading to Mars afterward." The leader fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yuling took his leave and sought out the Secretary General. He was eager to ascertain the progress of the materials he had requested for the intelligent chips. Currently, the chip technology on Blue Star was lacking, particularly in the Dragon Country. However, this posed no challenge for Yuling, as he could synthesize implantable chips that seamlessly integrate with flesh without relying on traditional materials. "Yuling, you've arrived?" The Secretary General looked up from a pile of documents. "Is it about the materials?" "Hold on, I'll have someone bring them to you." "Yes, please have them delivered outside the tribunal, and I will send someone to collect them later," Yuling replied. After confirming that the materials had been gathered and agreeing on a handover time, he returned to the tribunal. Thus, half a month passed. Reflecting on the events of this period, Yuling was suddenly alerted by a notification from his terminal. It was a message from the guards stationed at the space station, informing him that the chips had been completed. Yuling instructed them to transport the items to the transfer platform of the space elevator and subsequently deliver them to the tribunal. He asked the Secretary General to prepare for the arrival of the chips. On Star Torch, the 12th floor, he instructed, indicating a designated office area for the presiding judge. Outside the room, a genetic warrior on duty, upon hearing Yuling's words, promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned. "Sir, the Secretary General mentioned that the live broadcast team and the physicians will arrive in 10 minutes. Please have someone meet them." Yuling nodded in acknowledgement. The warrior departed once more. 10 minutes later, a convoy arrived at the Forbidding Courthouse, drawing the attention of numerous psychics. What could this be about? It appeared to be personnel from the Mechanized Combat Division stationed in the Imperial capital. Could it be that yet another psychic had committed an offense? They were indeed unfortunate. They had not miscalculated, for these were the elite of the Imperial Guard. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the convoy approached beneath the star beacon. Equipment was swiftly unloaded and positioned in the open space before the tower-like structure. Subsequently, the psychics of the tribunal received orders to assemble. Yuling appeared. He gazed ahead, and all psychics lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. The intelligent chips had been crafted, and today would mark the commencement of global implantation. "You are the first batch." At that moment, live cameras had been set up, broadcasting the scene to viewers across the globe. The faces of the psychics before the star beacon displayed fear, yet none dared to resist. What a joke. No, I refuse to have any chip implanted. The Dragon Kingdom is infringing upon my privacy. I protest. I stand as a representative of the psychics from the Eagle Nation. How outrageous. On what grounds does the government consent to such matters on our behalf? Instantly, a flurry of comments erupted. Most were protests from psychics against Yuling's decision. Yuling addressed the camera, elucidating the functions and purposes of the chip. In summary, the intelligent chip would better safeguard the general populace from the potential dangers posed by psychics. Those in the containment facilities could leave as long as they completed training projects at level 3 or above and had not committed any crimes. Upon finishing his speech, he signaled to the medical staff to commence the implantation for the psychics present. A commotion ensued. They could actually leave? Was there such a blessing? The Dragon Kingdom was willing to release them? Huh. How many here are truly innocent? The crowd fell silent. Indeed, they were all psychics who had caused turmoil in various nations. How many among them could be deemed innocent? At the very least, they could gain a semblance of freedom, unburdened by the cursed chaotic psychic wristbands. This sentiment garnered unanimous agreement. Wearing a chaotic wristband was genuinely uncomfortable for psychics. Meanwhile, the live chat became increasingly vibrant. More and more citizens began to perceive the chip as a boon. Psychics are too dangerous. Sometimes, they do not intend to harm those around them, but rather, they are unable to control themselves. With this chip, such situations could certainly be managed. Indeed, this is for the sake of your friends and family. I believe the Dragon Kingdom's actions are justified. Support. Support the Dragon Kingdom. What gives? We are not criminals. We are residents of a free nation. Psychics have not lost control. The Dragon Kingdom has no right to supervise us. I refuse to comply. Why should I wear shackles for the sake of others? This is unacceptable. We, the psychics, did not partake in the previous riots. In fact, we assisted the authorities in quelling the rebellion. It is utterly unacceptable to be subjected to such treatment. I vehemently oppose it. Should the Dragon Kingdom dare to approach, I shall ensure they leave with nothing to show for it. Clearly, the online comments have begun to polarize. The common people perceive this as a positive development, while the psychics question why they must bear the burden of sacrifice. For those who have grown up in the embrace of freedom, the notion of being fitted with a device to constantly monitor their psychic abilities feels like a death sentence. The on-site transplantation was swiftly executed, with not a single individual experiencing rejection. Witnessing this, people from various nations once again marveled at the advanced technology of the Dragon Kingdom. Simultaneously, associations from different countries convened, unable to oppose this decree from the Dragon Kingdom. However, they could certainly devise methods to hinder it. Chapter 88. The emergence of the resistance organization. The video conference of the association is underway. I believe we cannot allow the Dragon Nation to complete the chip implantation. Indeed, if all psychics fall under the control of the Dragon Nation, we will have no chance whatsoever. What can we do? The Dragon Nation has made it clear that anyone who dares to obstruct the control of psychics will be annihilated. We indeed cannot oppose the Dragon Nation's decision. Yet those psychics appear unwilling to accept it. If we provide them with even a modicum of assistance. The chairman of the Eagle Nation paused at this point. Everyone comprehended the implication. Yes, our non-opposition does not signify that those undergoing the implantation do not object. The Dragon Nation itself is encountering difficulties in executing this legislation. They cannot place the blame on us, can they? The nations reached a consensus. They began to cultivate public opinion, tarnishing the reputation of the smart chips. Moreover, they resolved to offer covert support to those who resisted the implantation of the chips. On the third day following the implantation of chips into all psychics in the tribunal, psychics across the Dragon Nation had undergone the procedure. Many latent psychics, whose records had not previously been documented, also stepped forward to accept the implantation. When asked why they had concealed their abilities, they would respond, "Why would you even ask? I trust in my country and in the spirit of you. Come, don't be shy. Let's have a few more." The Ministry of Information in the imperial capital suddenly saw an influx of green dots on the map. If the psychic's energy zones became unstable, the dots would turn yellow. The system would then initiate an alert, delivering personal information to the staff. Subsequently, these individuals would undergo testing. Psychological diagnostic questions would appear in their retinas, assessing whether their consciousness and inner selves remained lucid. Failure to pass would result in being approached by power-armored soldiers. A red designation indicated that they were on the brink of losing control, warranting containment. Black denoted complete loss of control, justifying execution. Then, the forces of the Dragon Nation flew to various parts of the world to implant chips in foreign psychics. But dire news soon arrived. Commander, the majority of the overseas implantation operations have failed. In many areas, resistance organizations have formed, collectively rejecting the implantation of chips. The soldiers of the Judgment Army reported. Yuling inquired, which is the largest? The Liberty Goddess organization of the Eagle Nation, consisting of approximately 200 psychics, has banded together to resist the implantation plan. Have Ji-Jun and Y-18 take a team to address this? Understood. The soldiers acknowledged, proceeding to execute the command. Yuling rose and walked to the edge of the Star Torch Tower, gazing down at the scenery below. Over the past few days, the psychic training of those two individuals had nearly reached completion. He had imparted all he could teach them. Their abilities had transformed dramatically compared to before. What remained was practical application and relentless practice. If they could effectively manage this resistance organization, he would be able to head to Mars with peace of mind. During this period, the Dragon Nation's gene soldiers had increased by over 10,000. Although they were merely first-tier modified agents, they were already sufficiently formidable. In the second phase, 300 individuals have successfully completed their training, all of whom have become integral members of the Imperial Guards. The genetic modifications for the psychics are also underway. Currently, the Tribunal Legion has 200 first-tier psychic gene warriors. Although they may not match the Imperial Guards in prowess, bolstered by their psychic abilities, they could very well be the most formidable force. Everything seems to be falling into place, awaiting the completion of the chip implantation for the psychics from Blue Star, after which they can embark on their journey to Mars. Yuling smiled softly, believing it would not be long now. Meanwhile, Ji-Jun and Y-18, who were in the midst of training, received the news. Are we to confront the resistance organization? Ji-Jun was somewhat bewildered. How could it be so soon that he was to be assigned a mission? After a moment of confusion, excitement surged within him. Y-18 nodded, indicating his understanding. Unlike Ji-Jun's exhilaration, he was acutely aware of the challenges posed by these foreign psychics, having previously been part of the Powered Armor Legion. Although he had not engaged in the harrowing battlefields abroad, the tales relayed by returning comrades had certainly painted a daunting picture. Psychics were notoriously difficult adversaries. Moreover, this time, Chief Judge Yuling had only permitted them to form the most basic unit of the tribunal squad, tasked with confronting a sizable organization of over 200 psychics. For some reason, Y-18 felt a wave of emotion, particularly upon noticing his partner's obliviousness to the gravity of the situation. Do you comprehend what a 200-strong psychic organization entails? His voice trembled slightly. Had they inadvertently displeased Yuling? Ji-Jun tilted his head, retorting, how could I not know? There were 60,000 rioters here before. He lifted his chin with pride. Indeed, during that tumultuous time, he had single-handedly subdued a throng of psychics. What did 200 amount to? Y-18 covered his face, exclaiming, it's not the same. Their main force didn't even engage you. They all charged at the shield and towards Yuling. He fell silent. As soldiers, obedience was their duty. If they were summoned, they would answer. Coincidentally, he was also eager to ascertain how much progress he had made during this time. Before long, the tribunal's first trial commenced. Ji-Jun and Y-18, accompanied by 4 other members of the tribunal, boarded the aerial vehicle, heading towards the Eagle Nation on the opposite side of Blue Star. In an effort to set an example, this operation was not shrouded in secrecy. Rather, it was widely publicized, even to the extent of being broadcast live, allowing everyone to witness the tribunal's operations. Yuling had also developed a specialized series of powered armors for the tribunal's psychic warriors. Aside from the initial complimentary basic version, subsequent repairs and upgrades would require the psychics to earn contribution points independently. In addition to undertaking missions assigned by the tribunal, they could also recharge at the Star Torch, tackling some of the more troublesome psychic maniacs. The Dragon Nation had asserted its commitment to global oversight of psychics, and it was not merely empty rhetoric. Occasionally, There are psychics consumed by their own powers, alongside those whose abilities spiral out of control, resulting in regional contamination and the emergence of malevolent spirits. These areas necessitate purification, with the most notorious being the remnants of the nations known as Wasteland and Sakura. These two countries are rife with numerous quarantine zones, where towering walls and barbed wire enclose specific territories. The surrounding inhabitants remain oblivious to the secrets within, only disturbed by terrifying sounds echoing through the night, with occasional disappearances reported. Typically, such locations are heavily guarded by elite forces from various nations. The primary mission of the tribunal is currently to eradicate these cursed sites. This was also the practical training ground selected by Yuling for Y18 and Jijun. What better environment for the future managers of the tribunal to hone their skills than facing aberrations twisted by psychic energy into bizarre monsters? Thus, he refrained from deploying the main forces of Manhwa to entirely cleanse these areas, opting instead to allow the tribunal's warriors to undergo rigorous training. With experience in confronting these monstrosities, tackling ordinary psychics would be an effortless endeavor. Although the process may entail certain risks, Yuling remains unconcerned. Chapter 89. The six-person team in the suburbs of Austin. Within the confines of an abandoned factory that once served as a steel mill, a raucous party was underway. The air was thick with the thumping of deafening music, illicit substances, and the frenzied movements of men and women alike. Suddenly, a sharp noise cut through the revelry. "Hey, everyone, pause for a moment and take a look at this." A man, his face adorned with iron nails, ascended the stage. He brandished a mobile phone, projecting a video onto the large screen behind him. "Did you see that? The Court of Dragon Country is coming to judge us." The screen displayed an official announcement from Dragon Country, revealing that a judgment team would be dispatched to Austin to locate those psychics who resisted the implantation program. They proclaimed that the consequences of defying the court would be made known to psychics worldwide. Can you believe it? The arrogant Dragon Country thinks 6 individuals can subdue us. Initially, fear washed over the crowd at the mention of the Dragon Country court. However, upon hearing that only 6 would come, a surge of anger erupted within them. Under the influence of alcohol and drugs, the man's words effortlessly ignited their rebellious spirit, stripping them of their basic judgment. "If they dare to come, I will crush them with my powers." A man raised a bottle, gesturing as he manipulated a nearby abandoned gasoline barrel into a crumpled mass with his psychic energy. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, a transport aircraft emblazoned with the Dragon Country emblem soared through the sky, heading toward the abandoned factory. Inside the aircraft, Y18 curled into a ball, occupying the innermost part of the cabin, exuding an aura of pressure akin to a wall. Outside, Jijun sat between 2 young women, his face flushed. The judgment team comprised 6 members. Besides him and Y18, 2 auxiliary psychics were dispatched, one specializing in telekinesis and the other in mental abilities, to partake in this expedition. "Little brother, would you like some candy? Or perhaps something else?" The 2 auxiliary members, both women, were thrilled to see a young boy among them. Having endured the perils of the quarantine zones, they had faced enough bizarre psychic distortions. The sight of an adorable boy felt like a balm to their spirits. Jijun felt awkward as he sensed the curvaceous bodies pressing against him. Nearby, the telekinetic and mental psychics looked on with envy. "Hey, if you use your disgusting psychic powers on me again, I'll chop you up and toss you out." Suddenly, the older sister to Jijun's right grabbed a serrated axe and swung it toward the neck of the mental psychic. "Cough, cough, mind the impact. The camera is rolling. You would want to be summoned for a talk by the presiding judge upon your return, would you?" Y18 interjected, seizing the menacing axe, preventing the only mental psychic in the team from being eliminated by her own allies. The woman, displeased, retracted her weapon. A psychological specialist bore a wound on her face, a crimson line etched by the sharp spike of an axe. Gulp. "My apologies, it was unintentional," he stammered, trembling. Indeed, those who occupied this space were no ordinary individuals. This woman exuded strength. The telekinetic beside her instantly suppressed the envious expression that had adorned her face. Oh dear, envy was no longer an option. What manner of fierce creature is this? "Brother, I hope I haven't frightened you," she inquired, as Jijun blushed and lowered his gaze, trembling in trepidation. Y18 shook his head vigorously. Meanwhile, nations around the globe were taken aback to learn that the Dragon Kingdom had dispatched merely a 6-member team to handle the insurgent organization, broadcasting the entire operation live. Ordinary spectators were riveted by the unfolding events, their eyes glued to the squad's every move. The young lady possesses quite a personality. I find her delightful. Is it true that the Dragon Kingdom has truly sent only 6 individuals? I thought it was a jest. Isn't this a tad dismissive of the insurgent organization? Exclaimed one viewer. Oh dear. Who does the Dragon Kingdom think it is? I'm here waiting for you. Come forth and witness us annihilate you, men and women alike. The rest of the comments fell silent. Unexpectedly, members of the insurgent organization were also tuned into the live stream. However, the footage only revealed the interior of the cabin, leaving no one aware of the squad's current location. Simultaneously, a consortium formed by various nations convened a video conference, equally engrossed in the live broadcast. Upon realizing that the Dragon Kingdom had indeed sent just 6 individuals, a pall of silence descended upon the atmosphere. I concede that the Dragon Kingdom's powered armor is formidable, but are 6 individuals not a touch overconfident? Do we possess any information on these individuals? The burly one and the child remain a mystery, yet the other 4 share a commonality: they have all participated in the purification of quarantine zones. What exactly resides within those areas? It remains unclear, but is decidedly perilous. None of our dispatched personnel have returned. The Dragon Kingdom's intentions are equally perplexing. They have cleared certain quarantine zones in the land of A, yet have fortified defenses around the land of Sakura, seemingly wishing to preserve something. Furthermore, it appears they extracted something from the quarantine zone of A and deposited it within the quarantine zone of Sakura. Another silence enveloped the room. They struggled to decipher the motives of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if these individuals had emerged alive from those zones, what could that possibly signify? It was merely the powered armor that had safeguarded them. It was incomprehensible. Did the Dragon Kingdom genuinely believe that 6 individuals could contend with over 200? Just as their bewilderment deepened, the live stream illuminated in stark contrast as the dim light shifted. The rear door of the cabin swung open. The members of the Judgment Squad began to leap forth. Observers from the insurgent organization cursed. Get outside quickly to confront them. A man with iron nails embedded in his face kicked a table aside and severed the power to the speakers. Wait, why aren't they using parachutes? Gasped the viewers. As the individuals leapt into the void, the audience finally comprehended that they were hundreds of meters above the ground. The Judgment Squad plummeted swiftly. Just a few meters from the ground, the psionic practitioners sprang into action. They landed as if upon a vast cushioning pad, compressing the earth beneath them by several centimeters. Before settling firmly on the ground, Y-18 stretched his limbs, feeling somewhat unaccustomed after several days without bloodshed. Following their expulsion by Yuling into the heart of the Sakura Nation's restricted zone, both he and Ji-Jun had acquired considerable combat experience. There was no alternative. Lacking such experience would have led to decay. Behind them, 3 drones equipped with cameras trailed closely. The remaining members began to mobilize as well. Except for Ji-Jun and Y-18, the other 4 donned the basic power armor of the Tribunal, while Y-18 and Ji-Jun sported customized versions. After their survival and emergence from the Sakura Nation's restricted zone, Yuling had honored her promise. Chapter 90. The Outbreak in the Outskirts of Austin. Before an abandoned factory. 2 female judges warmed up their bodies, greeting the audience behind the camera. Suddenly, flames ignited around Ji-Jun, capturing their attention. The flames were absorbed by the power armor he wore, which glowed with magma-like red patterns on its surface. This spectacle left the other 4 in awe. Custom armor. They envied him, wondering if he was some sort of wealthy official's offspring from the Dragon Nation. How fortunate he was to possess such bespoke gear. The 4 gazed intently at Ji-Jun's power armor, noting that it was distinctly different from their own. His armor was evidently tailored for his unique psychic abilities, capable of absorbing the flames generated by his energy, compressing and storing it. However, they were left curious about how it would unleash its offensive capabilities. At that moment, Y-18 brandished a larger chainsaw sword from his back. The others gasped in astonishment. Another custom creation. They recognized this model as the Titan Gorilla variant, boasting an exaggerated trinuclear power system solely dedicated to powering the armor itself, devoid of any additional energy weapons. This provided unparalleled crushing strength. What was even more daunting was that Y-18's armor appeared to be a larger version, potentially housing several more power cores. The original could only accommodate 3 cores due to size constraints, but this was uncertain. In any case, the 4 regarded their 2 teammates with a mix of respect and trepidation. Meanwhile, the psychic resistance organization within emerged en masse, positioning themselves before the team of judges. "You are the so-called judges from the Dragon Nation?" the leader of the psychics proclaimed loudly. The 6-member team paused momentarily. "Oh, is that so? Greetings." A woman wielding a menacing axe replied with a smile, approaching them with a rhythmic gait as if dancing. Ji-Jun was taken aback, wanting to assist. But Y-18 restrained him. "Huh? I didn't expect such a beauty to join us. This bloodshed is rather unpleasant. Why not engage in something more entertaining?" The man's words elicited a wave of laughter, even from the female judges, though their laughter was laced with a chilling intent. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by a muffled thud. The man who had been jesting found his upper body exploding like a water balloon, viscous liquid and debris splattering onto those behind him. Ugh! The members of the resistance momentarily froze, their faces turning pale, with some even retching. What just happened? Did that woman do this? What kind of monster is she? Let us strike back. We must conclude this swiftly, Y-18 murmured. Their team's psychological advantage had shattered the enemy's morale. The correct course of action now was to capitalize on their stunned state and eliminate as many as possible. With a roar, the chainsaw sword came to life as Y-18 plunged into the throng, transforming into a relentless meat grinder. The psychic judges of the mind system unleashed their full powers, skillfully manipulating the emotions of their opponents, primarily targeting those psychics who relied on long-range attacks. Generally speaking, those who maintained distance and exhibited aggressive psychic energy were predominantly long-range practitioners. The mind system zeroed in on these psychics, deftly tugging at their inner sentiments. Ji-Jun was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend why these individuals, who were indeed psychics, appeared so vulnerable. Previously, Y-18 had mentioned that these adversaries were formidable. Yet now they seemed to falter so easily. Was it truly the case that mere remnants of flesh could reveal such vulnerabilities and cost them their lives? He found it baffling. Reflecting on his experiences with Y-18 in the quarantine zones of the Cherry Blossom Nation, he deemed those encounters trivial in comparison. Amidst his confusion, Ji-Jun transformed into a fiery elemental, encased in armor of flames, and took his position on the periphery, launching concentrated fireballs at the enemy. He could not afford to continue retreating. Such a course would lead to inevitable demise. Yes, those unwilling to perish must retaliate. The members of the resistance organization soon realized this, understanding that blind flight would lead to their total annihilation. They began to take cover behind barriers and counterattack the 6-person squad. A spark of interest ignited within the young woman wielding dual blades. Her psychic ability allowed her to heal wounds, while her companion specialized in antidotes. The two had consistently teamed up, earning admiration from various groups. The young woman lunged into the cluster of standing psychics, her blades dancing through the air as severed limbs flew about. How perplexing it was that they did not comprehend the peril of clustering together without protection against long-range spellcasters. Meanwhile, Y-18 commenced the utilization of his psychic abilities. His speed surged dramatically, increasing by at least 3-fold. As a genetic warrior, his base speed and physical strength were already formidable. Coupled with the immense power of his exosuit and the ability known as warp speed, he became an unstoppable force. Anyone who came into contact with him met an immediate demise. Viewers from various nations watching the live broadcast were left in shock. Many hastily covered their children's eyes, realizing the severity of the spectacle that was no longer suitable for young audiences. The psychics who had previously boasted about confronting the judges were rendered speechless, their expressions reflecting terror as they witnessed the gruesome explosions of human bodies, a grim foreshadowing of their own fate. A phantom pain gripped their nerves, leaving them feeling queasy. Within the fellowship of enthusiasts, representatives from all nations stood in stunned silence. Where did these warriors from Dragon Nation emerge? If memory served correctly, the Judgment Army numbered 300, did it not? Someone remarked, swallowing hard. If each soldier possessed such prowess, the Judgment Court of Dragon Nation was indeed terrifying. Perhaps it was solely through these individuals that the chaos in the former Asan Nation could be quelled. Was there a secret within the quarantined zones that had rendered them so powerful? The president of Eagle Nation expressed his doubts, recalling the legend that psychics of the Judgment Court must ultimately undergo trials within the quarantine zones before being accepted into the Judgment Army. Should further investigations be initiated? Regardless, Dragon Nation was becoming increasingly formidable. The assembly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they terminated the live broadcast. At this juncture, there was little left to captivate the audience. Those individuals were doomed. The representatives from various nations could not conceal their despondency, and they somberly concluded the conference. Was there any means to resist the Dragon Kingdom? Doubts began to surface. Meanwhile, a segment of the live viewers erupted in excitement. Marvelous. That's it. Shatter him. Go for it. The psychics ought to be equipped with chips. Such brutality, they exclaimed. Across the globe, countless individuals had suffered ruin at the hands of psychics. At this moment, witnessing the psychics from the resistance organizations perish tragically under the jurisdiction of the tribunal was met with jubilant cheers. The skirmish swiftly reached its conclusion. The tribunal's new powered armor was specifically engineered for the extermination of psychics or psychic entities. In its inaugural public appearance, it revealed its menacing fangs. Chapter 91, Voyage Log on the day the organization of psychic practitioners was eradicated. Individuals with psychic abilities from around the globe flocked to the designated management headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom, voluntarily requesting the implantation of chips. What freedom could possibly hold value in the face of the bloodshed wrought by the tribunal? The sudden influx of psychic practitioners led to a shortage of storage chips at certain outposts, resulting in frenzied scrambles for resources. Those who harbored delusions of luck immediately knelt upon witnessing the distinctively styled power armor of the tribunal before them. 7 days after the purge, nearly all psychic practitioners worldwide had completed the implantation of their chips. The tribunal was tasked with apprehending those teetering on the brink of chaos. Occasionally, rogue practitioners, marked by the transformation of their chip lights into ominous black, emerged. In summary, everything was returning to normalcy. Yuling observed his superior with a smile. Will you not stay a few more days? The leader implored. It is sufficient now. Ji-Jun and Y-18 can suppress those practitioners. Moreover, with 300 second-tier gene warriors stationed, the tribunal's practitioners pose no real threat, although no one has awakened their psychic abilities again. These warriors remain the most loyal fighters of the Dragon Kingdom. With their presence, the practitioners dare not act recklessly. Furthermore, the chips of the tribunal's practitioners have all been upgraded. Should they entertain any rebellious thoughts, the self-destruct mechanism of the chips would exact a grave toll. Ah. In that case, I shall not keep you any longer, the leader sighed. Yuling smiled as he bid farewell to his superior and the Secretary-General. He then found himself in the space station, where all the researchers awaited him eagerly. Director, when do we depart? I can hardly contain my excitement. One exclaimed. Indeed, Mars. I never dreamed I would one day conduct research on Mars. All thanks to Director Yuling, another added. The crowd looked at him with fervent eyes, and Yuling nodded in acknowledgement. Board the ship. The door of the spacecraft hovering above the space station opened, extending an energy passageway downwards. Are you truly not coming? Yuling asked, glancing at Li Qin beside him. No. If I travel that far, how will my mother cope with missing me? Li Qin shook his head. Yuling chuckled lightly. I find that hard to believe. Is it not because Baoing Xue could not go to Mars that you refused to? It was known that the captain of the guard had wished to join but had been thwarted by her father's influence. Yuling chose not to expose Li Qin's hidden feelings. Instead, he patted his nephew's shoulder. You've certainly bulked up. It seems that injection I gave you had its effects. Li Qin smiled in response. With everyone aboard, the spacecraft began to distance itself from the space station. Once a safe distance was achieved, a force field enveloped the ship, and the subspace began to open. Subsequently, the vessel vanished into subspace. Successfully entered subspace. The Geller field is functioning normally. Commencing transition to designated coordinates, navigation calculations are accurate. The spacecraft traversed through the peculiar energy currents of subspace, where time and space were in a state of utter chaos. Streams of data flowed incessantly across the cockpit screens. It was time. Prepare for the breakthrough. We are breaking through the subspace barrier. We have emerged. Suddenly, a blue fissure appeared in the space beyond Mars, revealing the crimson depths of subspace. The spacecraft squeezed through. Once fully in the cosmic expanse, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the crew. Now, we shall enter Martian orbit. Let us seek a suitable landing site. The instrument sprang to life. Soon, the vessel pinpointed a vast plain on Mars, rich with a thick layer of hematite. The spacecraft descended steadily upon its surface, deploying stabilizing struts to anchor itself securely. From afar, the ship resembled a colossal edifice, remarkably sturdy. Yuling stepped outside. "Director, you're not wearing." Before he could finish, Yuling had already exited, strolling over the hematite surface as if it were an ordinary day. "Calm down, lad. Director Yuling is a psychic. No need to act as if you've seen a ghost," Old Guan chuckled, patting him on the shoulder before picking up the sanitation device. "Are psychics truly this formidable?" The researcher inquired, astonished. To be able to venture into an alien environment without any protective gear? That is astonishing. Old Guan replied with a knowing smile. "No. The only remarkable one here is the director." With that, he hastily secured his equipment and followed Yuling. After walking several kilometers, Yuling discovered a canyon. Peering into its depths, with endless exposed minerals, he resolved to establish the factory right there. "Is this the chosen site?" Old Guan inquired from behind. Yuling nodded. Gesturing with his hand, a black box materialized within the canyon, which then disassembled into smaller black devices that began to spread outwards. They voraciously consumed the surrounding resources, transforming into new forms. "Are these nanobots?" Old Guan exclaimed in astonishment. The ability to freely alter and reorganize could only be attributed to nanobots, and these were undoubtedly highly advanced ones. Yuling remained silent, as he too was unaware of the principles governing the factory provided by the system. Soon, a secondary factory unfolded. Unlike the original black hue, the core of this one was white. Resource collection machines began to materialize, initiating the extraction of nearby resources and further feeding the factory's expansion. Yuling controlled the factory module within the system, prioritizing the construction of the endless divine machine. "Let us head back," he called to the entranced Old Guan. Subsequently, the researchers commenced sampling Martian soil, studying the climatic variations, while a telescope was installed on the spacecraft to chart the surrounding stars. In summary, upon arriving at a new planet, there were countless tasks awaiting their attention. Each day, these researchers were invigorated with enthusiasm, as if fueled by a potent elixir. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the infinite machine was completed. Yuling activated the infinite machine and subsequently uploaded the intelligent algorithm module provided by the system. A data stream network was detected 9 light-years away. Was it connected? Connected. Instantly, the data network of the blue planet linked to the infinite machine. A virtual projection of the blue planet materialized before Yuling. The space station floated beyond the blue planet, with its satellites, including the moon, vividly projected. Gradually, an increasingly expansive star map began to emerge, although many areas remained obscured. The details between Mars and the blue planet were remarkably precise. Suddenly, Yuling noticed a twinkling light point advancing steadily towards Mars. He recalled that this was the first sublight-speed spacecraft. Could it be connected? Connection initiated. Please enter the terminal password. Yuling complied. He then gained super control over the spacecraft. Originally, the blue planet lacked such information technology, and when this spacecraft was launched, it operated on a predefined program. Upon arrival at Mars, it would commence sampling. Yuling had not anticipated arriving on Mars ahead of time. At this moment, the spacecraft had only traversed 1/3 of the distance. He began to examine the flight log, and suddenly, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 92. Return to Blue Star. Yuling found it hard to believe. During the voyage of the sublight spacecraft, he discovered a verdant planet concealed behind a massive blue gas giant. This was the reason why so many astronomers in the Dragon Kingdom had gazed at Mars without ever noticing it. This planet bore striking similarities to Blue Star. If one were to highlight a difference, it would be that its landmass vastly exceeded its oceanic expanse, as if the land and water areas of Blue Star had been exchanged. A world teeming with life, its worth is beyond measure. Among the multitude of celestial bodies identified by astronomers, none had shown signs of life until now. This planet had the potential to accelerate Blue Star's population growth to astonishing levels. Yuling reopened the flight log to examine the visuals of that planet. Indeed, it was a green world, according to his original plan. He intended to wait for the factory's various intelligent machines to be produced before harvesting resources from nearby planets to forge an automated legion, subsequently commencing colonization. However, the emergence of this life-filled planet compelled him to reconsider. The value of such a vibrant world was simply too great. During the Sublight spacecraft's journey, they fortuitously encountered it. Yuling had already set the Sublight spacecraft on a course back home. The establishment of the endless divine machine had just begun, and the data collection was a protracted endeavor. Should he miss this opportunity, and if the spacecraft continued on its path, it might never locate this planet again. The next encounter could be many years away. Thus, Yuling made a decisive choice: return to Blue Star. He shared this news with Elder Guan and the others. A life-bearing planet akin to Blue Star, with such a significant land-to-sea ratio. Marvelous. All the researchers were brimming with excitement. Will you join me in returning to Blue Star? Yuling inquired. Humanity's first monumental endeavor was about to commence. These researchers might indeed harbor an interest in this new world. Instantly, more than half of them raised their hands. Yuling was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that everyone would wish to explore. Elder Guan, are you not coming? He turned to the elder, who, along with several other senior researchers, showed no inclination to go. No, I'm too old for such adventures. Unlike you young folks, I don't have the stamina for it. I'll be just fine observing the automated factories on Mars, Elder Guan chuckled. The other researchers nodded in agreement. Yuling paused for a moment. Indeed, it might be better for some to remain here. After some contemplation, he decided to transfer the technology regarding the spirit of machinery to the endless divine machine and granted a portion of the access rights to Elder Guan. This is not to be taken lightly. Please retract those permissions, Elder Guan expressed with surprise. Fear not. This is merely for the sake of convenience in our work. In my absence, having these permissions will facilitate the handling of various affairs, making it easier for your research, Yuling reassured him. The factory had just commenced operations, focusing primarily on expansion, and had yet to begin the production of various robotic units. Thus, this colonization effort was entrusted solely to the Blue Star organization. It was fortuitous, allowing those nations perpetually seeking discord to pave the way. Yuling commenced preparations for her return to Blue Star. The first order of business was to elevate the production priority of colonization spacecraft at the factory to the highest level. Subsequently, she initiated the expansion of a living area in the vicinity. For a factory equipped with automated construction modules, this was a trivial task. Once she had settled Guan Lao and the others, Yuling, accompanied by the remaining researchers, boarded the spacecraft and departed Mars. As the spacecraft reached the periphery of Mars, it began to access subspace. Yuling had not anticipated her swift return to Blue Star. Meanwhile, the researchers engaged in fervent discussions regarding the newly discovered planet. Team leader, since you discovered this planet, why not bestow it with a name? One researcher exclaimed excitedly amidst the enigmatic subspace. After a moment of contemplation, Yuling declared, "Let us call it Pandora. A box of wonders, indeed. A new planet shrouded in mystery, akin to a magical box that beckons to be opened." It was a fitting name. In the midst of their animated discussions, they soon traversed the subspace journey, having gained experience from the previous expedition. This time they were far less anxious. Outside Blue Star, Yuling's spacecraft made its appearance. Instantly, satellites from various nations detected it, leaving them utterly astonished. How could it be that Yuling had returned so soon? Was the Mars exploration a failure? Perhaps they hadn't even reached Mars at all. It seemed that even for the Dragon Nation, the complete initiation of interstellar colonization was fraught with challenges. Upon receiving the news, the other nations speculated that Yuling must have encountered failure. Otherwise, how could she have returned so quickly? The spacecraft did not land on Blue Star, but rather hovered around the space station. Those stationed at the space station were utterly bewildered upon Yuling's return. "Chief, why are you back now? Has something gone awry?" Both bowing, Shiwe and Li Chun sighed with relief upon seeing Yuling unharmed. Yuling smiled and gestured for the researchers behind her to explain while she moved aside to report the situation to the high-ranking officials of Blue Star. Bowing, Shiwe and Li Chun, upon learning the news, were rendered speechless with excitement. A new planet. What could this signify? It meant that Blue Star, or rather the Dragon Nation, would expand its territory exponentially. If her memory served her right, The Dragon Nation had only signed a commercial contract with the other nations. Thus, even if this planet were developed, ownership would belong to the Dragon Nation. It was highly probable that this green planet would be suitable for human habitation. Their faces flushed with exhilaration. Bowing, Shua looked at Yuling, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yuling picked up her terminal and dialed the high-ranking official. In the imperial capital of the Dragon Nation, the leader was engrossed in paperwork when suddenly his phone rang. Startled, he wondered who could be calling him here. Upon glancing at the screen, he was astonished to find it was Yuling. This revelation left the leader utterly surprised. Yuling? Has something gone wrong on Mars? You've returned? How could you be back so soon? The leader's tone was tinged with anxiety. Yuling smiled reassuringly. It's nothing to worry about. I have returned with good news. The high-ranking leader paused for a moment. What kind of good news? Have there been any breakthroughs in research? No. The factory on Mars has commenced operations. I connected to the network of the sublight spacecraft and reviewed the navigation logs, discovering a planet teeming with life. From its appearance, it bears a striking resemblance to Earth and is highly likely to be suitable for human habitation, Yuling stated slowly. What? A new planet has been discovered? One that is akin to Earth. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief at this astonishing revelation. According to the hypotheses of scientists on Earth, it would be exceedingly rare to locate another planet capable of supporting human life within the entire Milky Way or even the solar system. Yet, unexpectedly, Yuling has found one, and it lies merely 1 or 2 light years away, a remarkably close distance. Chapter 93. The current trial army. The high-ranking leader stared wide-eyed, momentarily unable to comprehend. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. My apologies. Could you please repeat it? His voice trembled, and his hand holding the phone shook as well. Yuling reaffirmed the information to himself. With a smile, Yuling replied, Leader, we have discovered a planet remarkably similar to Blue Star, which is highly likely to be suitable for human habitation. My intention upon returning is to assemble a colonization exploration team to investigate this planet. Is this truly the case? You are not jesting, are you? The leader's tone was profoundly serious. Yuling confirmed once more, and only after receiving affirmation did the leader genuinely believe it. Astonishingly, it was true. Yuling had not been making a fool of himself. A planet fit for human existence held immense value for humanity at this juncture. Even the leader could not help but lose his composure. What do you propose we do? He inquired gravely. I wish to involve the other nations as well. A new planet presents boundless opportunities, but it also carries certain risks. By engaging other countries through commercial contracts, we can share this risk, Yuling explained. What Yuling refrained from mentioning was that involving all nations would not only expedite the exploration process but also encourage their cooperation. Even if they were to receive a minor benefit later, it would be preferable to dealing with disruptions during the endeavor. Furthermore, should that planet harbor resistance and evolve into a large-scale conflict, the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly need to allocate military resources, ensuring the safety of the rear. Without binding the nations together, Yuling found it difficult to feel at ease. Then let us proceed as you suggest. How about you announce this news? The leader smiled. Recalling Yuling's considerable desire for prestige, Yuling agreed. Simultaneously, a video conference was convened among the various nations' associations. The unexpected return of the spacecraft astonished everyone. What was happening with the Dragon Nation? Had they truly encountered some danger, prompting them to abandon the Mars initiative? No, look at the images of that spacecraft. It appears to have sustained no damage. Indeed, it does not seem like a retreat from peril. The representatives engaged in fervent discussion, perplexed by Yuling's sudden return. Suddenly, the speaker of the Eagle Nation spoke up. Our business partners, who ventured to explore outer space, have returned. Should we not express our concern? He chuckled. And the others quickly understood. Of course, there's no need for speculation. We can simply inquire directly. It is not a matter of confidentiality. Let us observe the Dragon Nation's reaction first. Based on their response, deducing the truth will become considerably easier. Truly. The speaker of the Eagle Nation was indispensable to the association, earning the admiration of the assembly. The speaker merely smiled faintly, unfazed by the compliments. Polite words are merely for listening. Taking them seriously would be foolish. Soon, various countries successively issued inquiries, revealing their concern for the Dragon Nation. The high-ranking leader glanced at the numerous emails and chuckled. These individuals are quite impatient. Before Yuling even had the chance to make an announcement, they had already reached out. After pondering for a moment, the leader opted for a standardized template response, then returned to his own affairs, unconcerned. Meanwhile, Yuling descended into the tribunal hall via the spatial elevator. The energy users sensed something and looked up. They were curious to see which audacious individual dared to descend upon them. Upon realizing it was Yuling, they all resumed their tasks with utmost diligence, fearful of attracting his attention, lest they be extinguished at a whim. Y18 appeared outside with Ji-jun. Upon recognizing Yuling, both broke into smiles. Long time no see. Tribunal Chief, what brings you back so suddenly? Y18 asked in a cheerful tone, while Ji-jun also looked on with curiosity. Some matters have arisen, but they are all for the better. There haven't been any issues lately, have there? The two quickly shook their heads. Ever since Yuling's departure, they had been exceptionally cautious. Any sign of trouble prompted a thorough investigation. They had apprehended several energy users attempting to flee, who had foolishly believed that with Yuling gone, they could take chances. The duo had delivered them a stern lesson. Consequently, the remaining energy users had settled down. That's good to hear. Please provide me with the latest data on the Tribunal's forces, Yuling instructed as he moved towards the central building. The very purpose of his visit, the exploration of the planet, necessitated the participation of genetic warriors, and the strongest among them were within the tribunal. Before long, Y18 handed the information to Yuling. Upon reviewing it, Yuling noted that during his absence of a month or two, the strength of the forces had significantly increased. The number of second-stage genetic warriors had risen from 300 to 500, and the powered armors were fully equipped. Yuling nodded in approval. With 500 warriors, even if half were to be dispatched, they could still suppress the awakening energy users on Blue Star, ensuring that no major mishaps would occur. Furthermore, he would remain stationed on Blue Star. It was essential to ascertain the maximum troop strength the Dragon Nation could deploy, enabling the formulation of a strategic plan in the event of resistance in Pandora. Yuling returned the data and cautioned, I may withdraw a significant portion of the forces soon, so prepare accordingly. Y18 and Ji-jun were taken aback. What has happened that would necessitate such a large withdrawal? They exchanged glances before turning to Yuling. What is going on? A life-bearing planet has been discovered in the flight logs of the faster-than-light vessel. Should we encounter resistance, a substantial deployment of powered armor troops will be required. Y18 and Ji-jun were left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. See, can I go? Ji-jun exclaimed with excitement. The first wave is not necessary. The latter part is acceptable. After Yuling spoke, he stood up, seemingly preparing to depart. Ji-jun appeared somewhat dazed, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Y18, who shook his head, signaling him to refrain from continuing. Ji-jun obediently fell silent. Through their time together, he had come to realize that Y18 was far more adept at handling affairs than he was. More often than not, he found that he was wise to heed Y18's counsel. This had fostered a tacit understanding between them. Yuling exited the tribunal and summoned a vehicle, heading directly towards the capital. His destination was the National Research Institute. With so many individuals successfully undergoing the second phase of genetic modification, it was time to unveil the technology for the third phase. The second phase involved the addition of a heart, while the third phase focused on bone marrow. The genetically programmed bone marrow would significantly enhance the skeletal framework of the genetic warriors, resulting in a substantial increase in their physical capabilities. Before long, Yuling arrived at the National Institute in the capital, his journey uninterrupted. He swiftly made his way to the department responsible for genetic modifications. Upon his arrival, a figure clad in a white lab coat dashed towards him, their tongue extending several inches as they approached. Your Majesty, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly. Chapter 94, The Revelation of Pandora's Secrets at the Imperial Capital National Research Institute. Yuling furrowed his brow as he observed the bespectacled man, whose tongue lolled out and saliva flew in all directions, rushing towards him. With a mere thought, he summoned a telekinetic shield that immobilized the man in place. I have heard that you have completely mastered the transformation of second-stage genetic warriors? He inquired, directing his gaze at the individual before him. The man, now constrained, could only nod laboriously. Suddenly, Xiaoming seemed to recall something, and his lengthy tongue began to sway up and down. Yuling watched in dismay as the man's drool dripped slowly onto the telekinetic barrier, feeling as though his spirit had been tainted. He dispelled the shield and sent the man flying with a swift kick. This is the technology for the third stage transformation. Take it and conduct your research. With that, Yuling tossed a terminal towards him. The man lunged and caught it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. Xiaoming exclaimed exuberantly, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Shaking his head, Yuling departed. He feared that if he conversed with the man any longer, he would be unable to restrain himself from delivering a fatal blow. In a certain sense, Xiaoming was exceptionally suited for the genetic modification project, as it was difficult for the transformed warriors to remain composed in his presence. After leaving, Yuling made his way directly to the departments of the Dragon Kingdom's political center. He needed to find those in the publicity department. The higher-ups had instructed him to announce the discovery of a new planet, and this department's assistance was essential. As he walked, Yuling contemplated. The factories on Mars had only recently commenced operations, and after accounting for the expansion of the factories, the budget available for constructing a fleet for large-scale colonization was rather limited. This implied that, for the foreseeable future, the blue planet would be unable to produce a fleet and initiate mass colonization. However, with the recent discovery of Pandora, everything about it remained shrouded in mystery. The first step was to dispatch an exploratory team to assess the planet's environment, species, ecology, and more. Thus, a single spaceship would suffice. The next challenge was to devise a means for all nations to participate, convincing them that there were profits to be gained, thereby preventing any covert sabotage against the Dragon Kingdom. Yuling mused that organizing a competitive event might be a viable solution. By inviting representatives from all nations to undertake the initial perilous reconnaissance, they could be offered certain benefits to assist the Dragon Kingdom in its exploration. A live broadcast could be conducted throughout, allowing the world to witness the might of the Dragon Kingdom firsthand. Additionally, fostering a sense of participation could gradually enhance global recognition and acceptance of the Dragon Kingdom, paving the way for its eventual governance over the entirety of the Blue Planet. In the process, he could also amass a considerable amount of prestige. This initiative promised to be a multifaceted triumph. Before long, Yuling arrived at the publicity department. "Director Yu, what brings you here?" A secretary from the department exclaimed, taken aback by Yuling's presence. While he was aware of Yuling's return, he had not anticipated meeting him so soon. Yuling then conveyed the information he intended to make public, and the secretary diligently took notes. "When do you wish to release it?" "I can draft the statement in 10 minutes. After a moment of contemplation, Yuling remarked, "Let us proceed with the announcement." His initial step was merely to disclose the information regarding the discovery of a new planet, awaiting the reactions from various nations. Thus, there was no need for an overly grand or formal presentation. The secretary of the publicity department nodded in agreement and descended to oversee the matter. Instead of leaving, Yuling seized the office of the Minister of Publicity. For an extended period thereafter, he would remain there, managing the processes related to the dissemination of information regarding colonial exploration. Before long, news from the Dragon Nation emerged on the global stage. The publicity department released the images of Pandora, as provided by Yuling, including the blue gas giant that loomed behind it. Pioneers of the Dragon Nation's scientific community, upon reaching Mars, discovered a planet teeming with life in the flight logs of their sublight speed spacecraft. As depicted, it was concealed behind a massive blue gas giant, which had been the reason for its previous oversight. Currently, the sublight speed spacecraft was en route back, soon to reach the outer confines of this newfound celestial body. As the news broke, the entirety of Blue Star was set abuzz. First to react were the netizens from various countries. Is this true? There truly exists a planet capable of sustaining life in the cosmos. How astonishing. This is nothing short of a miracle. Look at all that green. The vegetation coverage on this planet is remarkable. Just observe the land area. It boasts an immense expanse. Wow, the Dragon Nation is bound to thrive now. An entire planet. I envy the Dragon Nation, as it seems every citizen will soon possess vast tracts of land. Oh, what does it mean to be an interstellar landowner? In the future, any citizen from the Dragon Nation could rival the current wealthiest individual on Blue Star. Hiki, while you all boast about your luxury cars and properties, The people of the Dragon Nation are already establishing vast enterprises beyond our planet. Ugh, don't say that. It's making me envious. Why wasn't I born in the Dragon Nation? Is it too late to change my faith? If I renounce my deity, can I enter the reincarnation system of the Dragon Nation in my next life? The populace across nations was astounded, engulfed in a whirlwind of envy and jealousy. An entire planet. Although the diameter had yet to be disclosed, it appeared to be no smaller than Blue Star. Even if it were merely half the size of Blue Star, the wealth it harbored was enough to drive one to madness with envy. The thought of the citizens of the Dragon Nation potentially becoming interstellar landowners left everyone unsettled. The shares of all enterprises in the Dragon Nation began to soar, reaching new heights beyond their previous peaks. The world's wealth seemed to be frantically converging towards the Dragon Nation. Political leaders from various nations, upon witnessing the announcement from the Dragon Nation, also found themselves in disarray. At the moment the news was released, they convened national meetings to deliberate on how to respond to this momentous discovery by the Dragon Nation. In the Eagle Nation, they were incensed. The Dragon Nation had unearthed a planet brimming with life. The wealth contained within it was unimaginable. Why couldn't it have been discovered by us? Within the Parliament, the eyes of all the representatives glimmered with envy. They were eager to seize this planet at once, rather than indulging in futile discussions. It would be more prudent to contemplate how to secure a share in the forthcoming colonization, the speaker calmly remarked. However, the trembling hands beneath the table betrayed his inner turmoil. The assembly commenced deliberations. A similar scenario unfolded across nations, as each sought to garner advantages from the planet discovered by the Dragon Kingdom. Before long, diplomats from various countries sprang into action, flocking to the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, queuing at the embassy doors, eager to glean insights from the Dragon Kingdom's stance. Many approached Yuling with invitations, recognizing that he possessed unparalleled authority in matters concerning this newly discovered planet. The potential benefits of establishing a connection with him were simply beyond imagination. Consequently, nations established departments dedicated to analyzing Yuling, gathering every conceivable piece of information to discern his preferences, character, and even his expertise. Meanwhile, figurine factories around the world inexplicably received substantial official custom orders, leaving them utterly baffled. Chapter 95, Exploration Activities. Yuling declined all invitations. 3 days had elapsed since the announcement of the discovery of Pandora. Somehow, her presence in the publicity department had been exposed. The atmosphere within the department had grown peculiar, with various types of figurines cluttering every corner. Chief Yuling, yet another gift for you. A staff member from the publicity department entered, weariness etched on their face. Just dispose of it, Yuling replied with a smile. It is about time. Let us proceed to the next phase. After a moment's contemplation, she deemed it sufficient. If they continued to tantalize the nations, they would soon be inundated with figurines. According to her original plan, a few more days of waiting was warranted before announcing the need for countries to dispatch personnel as the vanguard for the exploration of Pandora. Understood. Would you like to review the final draft? The staff member, momentarily taken aback, handed a document to Yuling. She perused it, found no issues, and nodded in affirmation. Outside, representatives from various nations sent along what appeared anxious. Have the gifts arrived? Has Chief Yuling accepted them? May I enter for a brief moment? I only wish to speak a few words with Chief Yuling. The security personnel remained implacable, unyielding to their pleas. Orders had been issued from above to prevent any unauthorized access. Any attempts to force entry would result in immediate expulsion. Despite their evident urgency, none of the representatives dared to breach the security. Among the crowd, several bore bruises on their faces, a testament to their prior experiences. Just as they despaired at the guards' unwavering stance, an official announcement from manhwa was released. The news concerning the newly discovered planet, Pandora, revealed that manhwa, after careful consideration, would invite all nations to participate in the exploration activities. The initiative would utilize a points system, allowing countries to engage in information gathering, earn corresponding points, and exchange them for land usage rights on Pandora. manhwa had resolved to allocate 15% of the land usage rights as rewards. Notably, the participation of spiritual practitioners was prohibited in this exploration endeavor. Upon the announcement's release, a stir rippled through the nations. They had not anticipated Longwa's remarkable generosity. The notion of 15% of a planet was astounding. Unlike Blue Star, which is predominantly water, Pandora's landmass vastly surpassed its oceanic expanse. Thus, this 15% equated to the area of an entire continental plate on Blue Star. What unparalleled magnanimity! Representatives from various countries within the publicity department, upon reading the news, erupted into joyous exclamations. Longwa, I adore Longwa. This is magnificent. This, praise be to Longwa. They stumbled over their words, convinced that their sincerity had touched Yuling. Subsequently, messages arrived from their respective nations, permitting them to return home for paid leave, along with a substantial bonus. International media, upon learning of the news released by Longwa, promptly began to broadcast the updates. People across the globe were utterly astonished upon seeing this announcement. The Dragon Nation was willing to offer such an extensive share of land usage rights? My goodness, how extraordinarily generous. Truly, it exemplifies the grandeur of a great nation. A mere 15%, yet the exclusion of psychics raises questions. Does this imply discrimination against them? Indeed, a group of individuals who have yet to witness the world. Merely 15%. The Dragon Nation ought to split it with us equally. Protests erupted, questioning why psychics were barred from participation. Psychics represent the future of humanity. In comparison to ordinary people, they are akin to underdeveloped primates. Various comments flooded in, dividing into three factions. One praised the Dragon Nation for its willingness to share the newly discovered planet. Another faction felt the allocation was insufficient and desired more. The final group comprised the Psychic Club. After being compelled to undergo chip implantation under the pressure of the Dragon Nation's judiciary, these psychics formed a club for communication. Upon learning that the Dragon Nation would not permit psychics to join the colonization initiative, they grew increasingly agitated. Yuling, following the news release, kept an eye on the developments. Observing the psychics vehemently contesting the decision, he chuckled, dismissing their fervor. Psychics are notoriously unpredictable, and everything about the new planet remains an enigma. He worried that if psychics were allowed to venture there, countries might resort to underhanded tactics. Should too many psychics attempt to clandestinely enter Pandora, the ensuing risks could be substantial. Moreover, while Blue Star had recently established a data flow network to monitor international activities, Pandora lacked such infrastructure. If these psychics were to engage in secretive endeavors, it would pose significant complications. Not to mention, if an excessive number of psychics congregated and spiraled out of control, the formation of a blockade around the new planet would become exceedingly troublesome. Thus, Yuling decided against allowing psychics to partake in the initial wave of exploration. Should foreign psychics be utilized, it would only occur after the Dragon Nation had fully secured control over Pandora. Only then would psychics be permitted to venture forth. The decision to allocate 15% of usage rights was made after meticulous consideration. With these nations granted usage rights, would they not be compelled to develop the land? Development necessitates resource investment, and currently, only the Dragon Nation possesses interstellar travel technology. Would they not incur transportation costs? The Dragon Nation has bestowed upon them the right to use the land. Must they not also pay taxes? Furthermore, a series of laws could be enacted to regulate the actions of these nations. In essence, all nations become mere laborers. They invest substantial resources into developing colonies. Yet the Dragon Nation possesses the authority to reclaim it at will. Ownership and military power reside firmly with the Dragon Nation, leaving no room for dissent. Despite this, Yuling firmly believed that no nation would dare refuse. As he pondered, a shift in international public opinion began to emerge. Numerous questions arose suddenly. Wait a moment. Is the Dragon Nation not also participating in this endeavor? Who, then, stands as the Dragon Nation's adversary? Oh, indeed. In the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, who could possibly rival its grandeur? This reward is akin to having none at all. It was only upon this realization that I pondered. If the Dragon Kingdom were to participate, what relevance would we have? To my astonishment, I had naively assumed the Dragon Kingdom was magnanimous. It appears I was mistaken. When confronted with such substantial stakes, which nation can afford to be benevolent? The Dragon Kingdom has executed a masterstroke, effectively silencing all dissent. They have bestowed rewards. Yet you cannot claim them. What concern is it of mine? A plethora of comments erupted. and the international forums became inundated with posts condemning the perceived hypocrisy of the Dragon Kingdom. Initially, the citizens of various nations were exhilarated at the prospect of participating in interstellar colonization and reaping its benefits. Yet, upon this revelation, they realized they had been deceived. Consequently, fury surged, igniting a collective outrage against the Dragon Kingdom's initiative across the digital landscape. Naturally, Yuling took notice and summoned the members of the publicity department. Chapter 96. The debate. The staff approached Yuling with a hesitant expression. Chief, these nations are utterly ungrateful. It is evident they are covertly instigating public opinion to seek greater benefits. While public sentiment shifted dramatically, the propaganda department was not idle. Upon investigation, we clearly discovered that various countries were manipulating events behind the scenes. Yuling nodded, seemingly unfazed. Issue a statement. Long Nation will not participate in this endeavor, nor in the initial wave of exploration. The staff fell silent, eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, his gaze darted to a figurine in the corner of the room. Could it be that the chief had indeed succumbed to corruption? What should he do? Should he report this? Panic set in. Yuling chuckled softly. This individual maintained a commendable facade, yet the subtle shifts in his muscles betrayed his suspicions. Enough of such thoughts. These matters have all been authorized by the leadership. You may verify this. He shook his head, offering a brief explanation. The staff member paused, then felt a wave of embarrassment. Then I shall proceed. He scratched his head and departed. Yuling observed his retreating figure, pondering deeply. A vibrant planet teeming with life. What could possibly lie upon its surface? What if there were pathogens? What if there existed terrifying creatures? What if it were an environment of utmost peril? It could lead to a complete annihilation. Yuling was reluctant to expose Long Nation to such risks. Each powered armor warrior and genetic soldier had been cultivated at great expense. Why place them in the midst of such unknown dangers? If other nations sought benefits, they naturally had to bear the risks. Were it not for Mars's automated factories being unable to produce intelligent machinery on a large scale in the short term, these nations would have no stake in the matter. As he contemplated, the official statement from Long Nation was disseminated. Long Nation would not partake in this exploratory venture. A straightforward declaration that sparked immense upheaval. The nations were taken aback. Has Long Nation gone mad? They are truly opting out? The leaders of all countries were astonished. They had anticipated that exerting pressure through public opinion would impose certain constraints on Long Nation, perhaps leading to a reduction in participation. To their incredulity, they had outright refused to engage. These leaders struggled to comprehend the situation. It was akin to a pet, accustomed to being scolded, suddenly being tossed a bone by its owner, leaving it in a state of disbelief. Could there be some hidden agenda? Was Long Nation genuinely willing to relinquish this 15% share to us? Calm down, calm down. Let us consider what we might have overlooked. One voice broke through the confusion. Wait, if Long Nation does not participate, how shall we conduct our exploration? Others were left bewildered. What did this imply? The individual elaborated. In simple terms, the current technological capabilities of the other nations are vastly inferior to those of Long Nation. They lack powered armor, and without Long Nation's assistance, it is unlikely that we can proceed with any exploration efforts. The Dragon Nation still prohibits psychics from participating. For ordinary individuals, even those among the elite or top-tier special forces, venturing into the primordial forest is exceedingly perilous. What then of entering a primitive planet? Does the Dragon Nation intend for our people to meet their demise? If that is the case, the rewards of this endeavor are likely not as straightforward as they appear. The Dragon Nation has issued a detailed supplementary announcement regarding the event. They will provide powered armor. Could there be other risks at play? It is premature to draw conclusions. We shall continue to observe. While the enthusiasts continued their discussions, internationally, the revelation that the Dragon Nation would refrain from participating in this event astonished many. The discourse across various forums shifted dramatically. The Dragon Nation's withdrawal. Could it be that I misunderstood? My apologies, I was mistaken. The Dragon Nation is truly magnificent. I have judged them with a narrow perspective. Praise be to the Dragon Nation. Their loyalty is unwavering. From this moment forth, I shall be their most devoted admirer. The atmosphere of the Dragon Nation embodies true freedom. The tide of public opinion shifted abruptly. Those who had initially targeted the Dragon Nation for this event began to sing its praises. Meanwhile, the Psychic Club expressed their dissatisfaction. They had presumed that an early attack on the Dragon Nation's activities would allow psychics to stake their claim. For if the Dragon Nation were to participate under restrictions, the involvement of psychics would be almost inevitable. After all, how could the Dragon Nation seize the advantage in exploration without sharing the spoils? If the Dragon Nation is engaging psychics, it stands to reason that psychics from other nations would follow suit. Yet, to their surprise, the Dragon Nation genuinely refrained from their participation. This left the Psychic Club at a loss. The psychics lamented their plight, having donned the chip collar for the sake of ordinary people's comfort. Now, they were being excluded from the exploration of new planets. This cannot be allowed. Why should they be sidelined? These ordinary individuals are merely underdeveloped, inferior beings. Why should they be entrusted with such a monumental task as planetary exploration without including us? The psychics? In the club, psychics from around the globe vented their frustrations. They had already endured so much and sacrificed greatly. Now, to be cast aside once more, who could endure such treatment? Consequently, they began to mobilize. Ah, how prematurely jubilant you are. Is there truly no risk associated with planetary exploration? Indeed, the Dragon Nation's decision to exclude psychics raises eyebrows. Ordinary people face grave danger even in the primordial jungles of the Blue Planet, let alone on an unknown celestial body. The Dragon Nation is effectively sending you to your doom. How can you be so pleased? I contend that the Dragon Nation should permit psychics to join. Their abilities undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary individuals. From an efficiency standpoint, psychics are far superior. Thus, numerous psychics began to voice their opinions, inciting discontent among the ordinary populace. The Dragon Kingdom has unequivocally declared its non-participation, yet you persist in nitpicking. Should the Dragon Kingdom take offense and retract this event, who would bear the consequent losses? Those of you who wield psychic abilities are merely sour grapes. What is wrong with ordinary people? Do you not see that the Dragon Kingdom has provided powered armor? Indeed, even with powered armor, not every psychic can perform admirably. Have you not yet experienced the terror of the Dragon Kingdom's powered armor warriors? Do not sow discord. Kindly take your chips and return home to your mothers for comfort. Upon witnessing a barrage of rebuttals, the members of the Psychic Club found themselves incensed. Were it not for the existence of the Dragon Kingdom's tribunal, they would surely make these individuals acquainted with the concept of offline sanctions. Alas, the tribunal swiftly deals with any psychic who intentionally harms ordinary citizens, promptly sentencing them to the flames of starfire. We acknowledge the formidable nature of powered armor, but what of it? Is there even air on Pandora? What about sustenance? In perilous situations, do not psychic individuals possess a greater chance of survival? Indeed, as biological psychics, we can endure weeks without food or water. Can you ordinary folk do the same? While it is true that powered armor possesses a life support system, it is designed to help the user withstand the impacts of power, not to facilitate your exploration of uncharted planets. Even with powered armor, ordinary individuals are merely courting death. Chapter 97. The ecstasy of the mechanical soul. In the major international forums, ordinary individuals found themselves at a loss when confronted by the inquiries of psychics. Indeed, the primary function of powered armor lies in combat, offering little assistance for planetary exploration. Should the Pandora planet prove inhospitable to human life, they could perish upon disembarking from their spacecraft. If there are pathogens or radiation hazards, powered armor would provide no defense, would it? Instantly, ordinary people fell into an awkward predicament. They yearned to refute the psychics but found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately diverting the conversation elsewhere. Meanwhile, the psychics clung to this point tenaciously, asserting that only they were truly capable of undertaking exploration tasks, while ordinary individuals simply could not suffice. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom should promptly grant access to psychics. Amidst the fervent debates online, Yuling had already departed from the publicity department and arrived at the space station. This location served as a hub for the Endless Divine Machine and the Blue Star Data Flow Network, facilitating superior communication with Mars. He had also observed the disputes circulating within the Blue Star Network, all of which unfolded as he had anticipated. Although he intended for various nations to bear the risks, Yuling had no desire to send others to their doom. Naturally, he had taken into account the questions posed by the psychics. Elder Guan? Upon connecting with the Mars outpost and laying eyes on Elder Guan, Yuling was momentarily taken aback. For Elder Guan, it appeared, had acquired several mechanical components. "Oh, Yuling, is everything proceeding smoothly?" Elder Guan inquired with a smile. Yuling opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Noticing the pause, Elder Guan enlightened him. "Do not mind it. Were you not the one who requested us to research the technology of the mechanical spirit? We discovered that certain mechanical components could perfectly replace human tissues, and the manuals indicated that these were designed for implantation in the human body. So we decided to give it a try. Rest assured, everything is fine." Elder Guan reassured him, the mechanical pupil in his right eye rotating incessantly, leaving Yuling momentarily speechless. "I asked you to conduct research, not to proceed in this manner. Is everything truly fine?" he queried again, plagued by unease. "Indeed. Everything is perfectly fine. In fact, we feel better than ever," Elder Guan responded with a smile. The human body ultimately possesses its limitations. Suddenly, a researcher appeared in the corner of the video feed, brandishing his mechanical arm and spinning in place while exuberantly shouting, "Flesh is frail. Mechanical ascension. Haha." The mechanical soul rejoices. Nutrient fluid mixed with oil gushed forth from his arm, splattering everywhere. Yuling's expression darkened. "Is this what you call fine? For heaven's sake." The mechanical soul rejoices, "Yet you are leaking oil. Have you performed any maintenance?" "Ah, it's merely a minor mishap. This fellow implanted too many components at once, resulting in a malfunction in the nervous system. We are currently making repairs. Rest assured, everything is fine." Elder Guan chuckled awkwardly. Yuling inhaled sharply. "Repairs, you say? Well, you are all seasoned veterans in the industry. You should know your limits and not play yourselves to death," he reminded helplessly. "Rest assured, we are aware of that," Elder Guan replied. Master Guan solemnly assured that there would be no significant mishap. Is there something urgent that prompted you to contact us?" he inquired, perplexed. The spacecraft was far from completion, and he found it hard to believe that Yuling was unaware of this fact. "I need to log into the factory's control space to greet you all," Yuling replied. He intended to utilize the factory's blueprints to navigate the space. Once logged in, Master Guan would lose all his permissions, which concerned Yuling as it might hinder their research. Thus, he had initiated a communication to forewarn them. It was fortunate that he did so. Otherwise, he might not have been the only one facing a potential leak. Who knows how many individuals were currently affixing mechanical components to him? It would be quite amusing when a multitude of voices erupted in exclamation, "The machine's soul rejoices." "Ah, I understand now. Grant us 5 minutes, and you may log in after that," Master Guan exclaimed hurriedly, disconnecting the call. Yuling's expression darkened. "Indeed. Soon enough." The time elapsed. After confirming that no one was using the factory module, he logged into the factory space located on Mars. Yuling delved into the system's blueprint repository, commencing his search. Suddenly, he stumbled upon the blueprint for the Interstellar Explorer power armor. This armor was designed for planetary exploration, featuring a stable temperature sensation, resistance to both cold and heat, automatic oxygen production, and the capability to extract moisture from gases, filtering liquids to create potable water. Additionally, it boasted an automatic cleaning system and bodily fluid circulation, among other impressive attributes, surpassing the current power armor utilized on Blue Star in terms of suitability for exploring unknown planets. Yuling retrieved the Thunder blueprint for comparison. With no spare production capacity in the factory, it was impractical to wait until the spacecraft was completed to transport these power armors. Hence, he had to devise a plan to retrofit the existing power armor on Blue Star. The Dragon Nation had its own production line. If modifications were possible, it could adequately supply the initial expedition to Pandora. As he continually strategized within the space, 5 hours passed, and at long last, Yuling finalized the retrofit plan. After documenting everything meticulously, he logged out. He sent a message to Master Guan indicating that they could resume using the factory before departing the space station and returning to Blue Star. In the Imperial capital, Yuling appeared directly in the section responsible for power armor production, presenting the retrofit plan. He summoned all the technicians and commenced instructing them on how to modify the existing armor. 2 days later, the first Explorer was completed. The testing commenced. The data from the tests fell short of the original specifications outlined in the blueprints, but Pandora was not an extreme planet. It was, after all, capable of supporting life. And the modified version was more than sufficient. This data would adequately meet the needs of the exploration team. Consequently, Yuling took the data to the publicity department to disseminate the findings. He handed the materials to a staff member who, upon glancing at them, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Chief, is this not classified information?" he asked. "Not at all. They will discover it once they begin using it. So it is better to silence them sooner rather than later," Yuling replied. In recent days, international discourse has been rife with incessant clamor. Those endowed with psychic abilities seem to operate as though they are unburdened by the demands of employment, relentlessly questioning the Dragon Kingdom and their own strategies. This has prompted Yuling to consider dispatching inspectors to conduct on-site evaluations, reminding these psychics that the veil of anonymity provided by the internet does not guarantee their safety. They ought to exercise caution in their communications. The Dragon Kingdom, which adeptly manages the flow of data within its networks, is entirely capable of tracing those who stir dissent. Yuling pondered whether to proceed with such measures. Observing his silence, the staff took the initiative to disseminate the gathered information. Upon the release of the data, a wave of astonishment swept across various nations. Within the alliance, there was disbelief that the Dragon Kingdom would allow us access to such advanced power armor. If we could bring it back for research, our own power armor technology would undoubtedly experience a significant leap forward. Given that the Dragon Kingdom has provided this to us, they cannot possibly reclaim it. Even if they wish to do so, there would be the risk of dismantling it and secretly transporting the components back. It would also be feasible to send individuals for further research. Yes, orders must be issued to intensify the training of participants, ensuring they return with the power armor intact. The value of this power armor is certainly equivalent to the rights to planetary land usage. The Dragon Kingdom is making a grave mistake. Haha. Excellent. We shall indeed increase the training intensity. They must ensure that the distributed power armor is preserved in pristine condition. The leaders of various nations, upon witnessing the resplendent data regarding the power armor, could not maintain their composure. Chapter 98. The transformation of Martian researchers following Yuling's announcement regarding the data on the powered exosuit. Nations pondered how to retrieve this technology in its entirety. Simultaneously, the general populace, having witnessed the announcement, erupted into fervent discussions. What do you psychics have to say now? Ha ha ha. The Dragon Kingdom is invincible. This powered exosuit data is truly unparalleled. Hey, where are all those psychics now? Why the silence? The ordinary citizens began to mock the psychics. Pent-up frustration finally finding an outlet. With a point of contention now at hand, they were eager to unleash their thoughts. The psychics, upon viewing the announcement, were taken aback. What could this mean for the Dragon Kingdom? Was it a deliberate affront against them? First the tribunal, then the intelligent ship, and now this new explorer exosuit. It seemed as though they were being systematically sidelined. Anger surged within them. In the psychic club, who among them had not indulged in a few American comics? They fancied themselves as revered superheroes. Yet, with the emergence of the Dragonbone, they were met with the brutal reality of the powered combatants, followed by the tribunal's sudden rise. Now, they found themselves stripped of the qualifications for interstellar exploration. Were they truly superheroes? They felt like inferior beings. What did it matter if the Dragon Kingdom bestowed upon them this powered exosuit? Could they truly deny that psychics were far better suited for exploration? Exactly. Face the reality. Mere survival does not equate to stability or capability in the field. Even if the powered exosuit grants you survival, what happens when danger arises? Are there no ferocious beasts on this life-bearing planet? At that moment, you ordinary folks will only be able to cower in fear, wasting the resources the Dragon Kingdom expended to transport you there. We psychics are different. Many among us possess formidable combat prowess. Indeed, we acknowledge the might of the powered exosuit, but wouldn't equipping it with our psychic abilities amplify its strength? Instantly, a multitude of theorists began to voice their counterarguments. The ordinary citizens, upon witnessing this, were momentarily dumbfounded. It appeared they had a point. While these psychics sometimes displayed irrationality, their rational moments were undeniably reliable. Their array of extraordinary abilities likely rendered them more suited for the exploration of uncharted planets. After a prolonged silence, the general populace exhibited two distinct reactions. One faction maintained that ordinary individuals could also undertake interstellar exploration tasks, while the other faction argued that psychics should indeed be included in the endeavor. This sparked a heated debate. Ultimately, the sides supporting the capability of ordinary individuals found it difficult to dispute the undeniable strength of the psychics. Ordinary people struggled to bridge that gap. Meanwhile, on Mars, the remaining researchers convened. Old Guan wore a grave expression. "Are you serious? Do you truly dare to comprehend the emotions of mechanical components? Are you not speaking in madness?" he stated. His gaze fixed intently on the individual before him, none other than the person who had exhibited signs of mental disarray during the previous conversation with Yuling. After repairing his mechanical arm, this individual proceeded to install neuronal nodes for himself, significantly enhancing his neural response speed and cognitive agility. Astonishingly, he claimed to perceive the emotions of the mechanical components within the factory. As the most eccentric figure in the realm of mechanical augmentation, many believed him to be deranged. "Indeed, I am not the one who has lost my sanity. Do you truly think this is impossible, Elder Guan? Observe the technology left to us by Yuling. It is known as the spirit of machinery. I merely sense the spirit," he declared, bound to a chair, his body trembling with excitement, reminiscent of a fervent religious zealot. Elder Guan stared at him in bewilderment for a moment. This was a seasoned researcher from Blue Star, and his demeanor had undergone a radical transformation. Elder Guan could comprehend this. An excess of mechanical installations could indeed lead to neuronal disarray. However, the emergence of bizarre beliefs and inexplicable hallucinations seemed excessive. He turned his serious gaze toward another individual. Science values practical inquiry for true knowledge. Is this truly a hallucination? Is it an experience unique to him? Or do all those with neuronal nodes share this sensation? If the latter holds true, is this feeling an objective reality, or merely a collective affliction? Elder Guan deemed it imperative to clarify these matters. Given that Yuling entrusted such a critical aspect to him, it was essential to avoid any missteps. In Blue Star, Yuling accessed the system to examine his panel. Name: Yuling. Age: 30. Remaining lifespan: 4,200 years. Genetic level: Galactic Lord level 10. Next level: Immortality, Psychic Energy level: Alpha level 20. Ability to choose Psychic Manifestation: Imperial Knowledge Repository. Unlock permission: 20 Psychic Skills: Mimicry, Warp Speed, Telekinetic Attack, Telekinetic Shield. Reputation: 428628. Yuling gazed at his panel in silence for a moment. Noticing the genetic level entry, was he truly on the verge of achieving his ideal of immortality? Boundless and infinite life, as long as he was not slain. He could persist indefinitely. Yuling felt a wave of envy. Clearly, advancing to the next level would be exceedingly arduous. Completing the infinite divine machine yielded only a 10 enhancement, despite being a supercomputer capable of enveloping the entire solar system. One could only imagine the challenges that lay ahead for future upgrades. Furthermore, would there be a higher level beyond immortality? What would follow Alpha and Psychic Energy? Shaking his head, Yuling cast aside his distractions. Now was not the time for such contemplations. It was far more prudent to concentrate on the blueprints and amass experience. With one remaining opportunity to choose a psychic skill, Yuling resolved not to utilize it. He lacked no means at present and could easily retain it for future crises. Serving as a trump card for survival, he turned his attention to the production line for the power armor modifications, which had already commenced operation. It will not be long before the necessary equipment for the first expedition is prepared. For the initial group, he does not intend to send too many individuals. The Dragon Kingdom has yet to disclose the quotas for personnel dispatched by various nations. Each nation is striving to train as many individuals as possible. As you are aware of the ongoing debates online, he did not elaborate on the matter. Is the disparity in combat effectiveness between psychics and ordinary individuals truly unconsidered? Have these people not pondered that if powered armor can bridge this gap, other technologies could as well? The psychics remain naively optimistic. It is time for them to understand the transformative power of technology in enhancing lives and reshaping the world. Yuling contemplated as he turned to leave the powered armor modification facility, his thoughts incessantly sifting through the blueprints within the system space. He sought a means for ordinary individuals to rapidly exhibit formidable combat prowess, as well as equipment that would surpass psychics in interstellar exploration and combat. Within the vast repository of schematics in the system space, He refused to believe that such an innovation did not exist. Chapter 99. The emergence of the individual combat backpack. Yuling continuously examined the blueprints within the system's space. The foremost objective was to equip ordinary individuals with combat capabilities that rivaled those of superhumans. With powered armor already developed, the next requirements were firepower and shelter. It was impractical for a spaceship to transport an abundance of weapons for everyone. The weight limitations made such endeavors unfeasible. Instead, it would be far more efficient to transport additional personnel. Thus, the goal became clear, a means for ordinary people to utilize local resources in unfamiliar environments to craft various heavy weaponry, all while ensuring ease of transport. With this thought, Yuling knew where to search for the necessary blueprints. He accessed the schematics on the system workbench. Understanding that he could not rely on ordinary individuals to possess diverse technical skills for manufacturing. Therefore, he sought fixed modules that could automatically produce weapons with the mere investment of materials, akin to the automated factories of the previous black box systems. Yuling continued his search until he finally discovered what he sought, a resource package known as the Individual Combat Backpack for Star Warriors. This backpack did not contain food or fresh water, rather, it functioned as a resource converter. It could consume all forms of matter, organic, inorganic, metals, minerals, even biological tissue, and, based on preset data, it would generate consumable food, water, and various synthetic metals for the warrior. This backpack could connect to the Infinite Divine Machine Network, allowing for the authorization and loading of weapon and armor modules. In simpler terms, it resembled a stripped-down version of a system factory. Though it could not produce overly complex items, it was not particular about the materials it ingested, regardless of what was fed into it. It would yield something useful for vanquishing nearby foes, be it synthetic metal plates, construction materials for strongholds, or armored vehicles. Equipped with this backpack, even ordinary individuals, aided by powered armor, could swiftly establish a foothold on an unfamiliar planet, subsequently developing transportation, means, and sufficient firepower. Yuling glanced at the prestige value required for the exchange. The price for the individual combat backpack stood at 100,000 prestige points. Although quite steep, the cost was justified. This item held immense potential for enhancement. As the data within the Infinite Divine Machine became more refined, the options for production modules would expand. With the progression of his blueprint unlocks, the value of this backpack would likewise increase. 100,000 prestige points were undoubtedly worthwhile. Moreover, as the modification level of the genetic warriors escalated, should they truly reach the semi-divine tier, possessing such a backpack would be invaluable. Yuling was confident that any genetic warrior dispatched to an alien world could swiftly establish a stronghold and develop a military base capable of dominating the civilization of that planet. Thus, Yuling deemed the acquisition of this backpack imperative. He was pleasantly surprised to have discovered such a treasure. With a murmured affirmation, he decisively chose to exchange for it. Upon completion of the transaction, his prestige points dwindled to 328,628. Subsequently, he informed Old Guan and the others on Mars that they were to embark on a mission to the factory for the procurement of backpack schematics. Soon, Yuling successfully acquired the blueprints and allocated a portion of the factory's production capacity for the manufacturing of the backpacks. This item was not something that could be produced on Blue Star. If Yuling were to undertake the task himself, it would be an imprudent expenditure of time. 3 days elapsed, and the backpacks were completed. Such small objects did not require extensive time to produce, and the schematics were not particularly advanced. Thus, the manufacturing process was rather straightforward. Although referred to as backpacks, they were, in fact, square metal modules, merely equipped with attachments allowing soldiers to carry them on their backs. Old Guan and his companions commenced testing. They ventured to an open area on Mars, where the backpacks promptly unfurled and transformed into devices approximately the height of a person. They resembled massive nostalgic stoves, and then Old Guan and the others began to toss various items into them. The devices were to life, emitting noise, and subsequently expelled a portion of nutritional material along with a block of alloy resembling a brick. It appeared that further processing was required to fabricate the equipment. Old Guan picked up the food produced by the machine and took a bite. It was truly unpalatable, he remarked with disdain, before commencing an analysis of its components. To his astonishment, it contained all the essential nutrients required by the human body. How was this possible? He could hardly believe his eyes. Yuling chuckled softly, remaining silent, as he too was unaware of the mechanism behind it. He merely saved the recorded testing footage and proceeded to edit a module for the weaponry that would be employed by the first batch of colonial exploration teams. These were universal equipment, regardless of the materials utilized. Anything could be deposited into the backpack for production. Naturally, the quality and final appearance of the products could not be guaranteed. The only assurance was that they would be functional. If subpar materials were used, the equipment might become inoperative after a single use. And Yuling would not bear the responsibility for that. Once the editing was completed, Yuling returned to the publicity department, presenting the video materials to the staff. "Let us make this public," he declared. The staff member widened their eyes, wearing a face full of incredulity as if questioning the secrecy of the matter. Yuling offered no explanation. The staff, recognizing that the leadership fully supported Yuling's endeavors, could only comply. Before long, the testing video was broadcast across Blue Star's network. The official statement from Long Country swiftly followed, assuring that every tester would receive such a backpack. There was no need to worry about encountering danger without adequate combat gear. Instantly, nations were astounded. Ordinary citizens were particularly restless. What sort of black technology was this? A red alert base? Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance, albeit with a more limited range of producible equipment. Nevertheless, it was quite similar. With these advancements, even an ordinary individual could possess formidable combat capabilities. One need not say more. Defeating psychics would be a simple task, especially with the inclusion of explosive energy weapons. Long Country was exceedingly generous. Was this truly something they could provide us? What if individuals from our nation acquired these items and began mass-producing equipment on Blue Star? What would Long Country do then? You are overthinking this matter. There are indeed limitations to this technology. Even if you were to possess hundreds of these devices, you could hardly pose a threat to the Dragon Nation, as the authority to utilize them is granted solely by the Dragon Nation itself. Ultimately, the decision of whether you may use them lies entirely within the will of the Dragon Nation. With this development, what further words could the psychics possibly have? With such equipment, is there truly any significant distinction left for the psychics? In an instant, numerous individuals began to mention those psychics who had been frequently discovered. Yet, not a single one responded. Silence enveloped them all. Within the psychic club, practitioners from around the globe exchanged glances, pondering the dire implications of the Dragon Nation's actions. Is this a declaration of war against them? Must they be so targeted? To unveil such advanced technology for use by various nations, merely to exclude their participation? The psychics found it incomprehensible, yet their envy only deepened. With this advancement, their desire to embark on Pandora's exploratory journey intensified. Chapter 100. Petitions from various nations upon the unveiling of the individual soldier's backpack by Yuling. A profound silence enveloped the gathered psychics from various nations. Was it truly the case that Longhua, or rather Yuling, harbored such disdain for psychics? After all, was he not one himself? Furthermore, the judges of Longhua's tribunal were also psychics, were they not? The representatives from the various nations found themselves in a state of confusion. Should they continue to nitpick? A voice from within the club voiced this concern, and for a moment, the others remained silent. Was there any merit in continuing to find fault? Surely, Longhua would unveil new technology to decisively counter their objections, wouldn't he? It felt utterly frustrating to provide ordinary citizens with enhanced equipment. No. They must make one last attempt. Suddenly, the minister of the club spoke up, clearly unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to venture to Pandora. Perhaps another effort might yield a concession from Longhua. But how should they counter this initiative? Indeed, with the ordinary citizens equipped with such backpacks, it seemed that unless one was an exceptionally gifted psychic, the distinction would be negligible. Instantly, another silence fell over the assembly. Perhaps they could approach the matter from the angle of the spacecraft? Did Longhua not possess only a single vessel capable of traversing hyperspace? The members of the psychic club began to grasp the implications. Surely, this left Longhua without a rebuttal? They remained skeptical that Longhua could immediately produce dozens of spacecraft. Would each nation receive one? If this were indeed the case, the psychics felt they might burst into laughter. As the discussions within the psychic club grew fervent, On the other side, the coalition of nations learned of the data regarding the individual soldier's backpack provided by manhwa and likewise engaged in heated debate. Had manhwa lost its senses? Were they truly willing to share such technology with them? The situation became increasingly baffling with such a backpack. Even if manhwa could not immediately deploy more spacecraft, they could still explore new planets, could they not? Regardless, this was advantageous for them. If they could thoroughly study the technology behind the backpack, it would surely bridge the gap between them and manhwa. Indeed, they must find a way to discredit the powered armor and backpack issued by manhwa. Precisely, they also desired the land use rights for colonized planets. Gentlemen, shall we divide the shares according to manhwa's proposal? Each shall rely on their own capabilities? Of course, in matters such as these, there is no reason for mutual assistance. Is there? Agreed. The representatives of the major powers chimed in, while the smaller nations wore wry smiles. The final allocation of quotas had yet to be announced. Yet they could hardly wait to delineate their boundaries. Were they so confident? What if manhwa were to distribute quotas evenly among the nations? Surely, the major powers could not be oblivious to this possibility. This would imply that they believed, even with an equal number of participants, their representatives could outshine those from the smaller nations. Though reluctant, the leaders of the smaller nations found some merit in this perspective. They discreetly reached out to one another, aspiring to forge an alliance. Only in this manner can one seize a portion of the market amidst several prominent figures within the association. The existence of the individual soldier's backpack has sparked ongoing discussions across international networks. Various potential scenarios and methods of use are being incessantly theorized. Even the officials from different countries preparing to participate in the event have begun to compile information for the training of their reserve teams. On the international forum, a particularly heated segment revolves around the individual soldier's backpack. Why has the psionicist been silent these past few days? One wonders. Perhaps they have conceded. Much like a court of judgment, as the Dragon Kingdom has leveraged its technological prowess to suppress the psionicists into submission, various comments begin to mock this situation. At this moment, a familiar idea appears. Indeed, with the advent of the individual soldier's backpack, ordinary individuals can now rival psionicists in the exploration of planets. A fact that cannot be disputed. The bustling forum falls into a sudden hush. Is this not the representative of the psionicist club? They usually exhibit a disdainful attitude towards ordinary people. What affliction has beset them today? However, the psionicists still possess qualities that are beyond the reach of ordinary folk. If I am not mistaken, the Dragon Kingdom has but a single spacecraft, correct? What if an attack occurs or something goes awry? If the Dragon Kingdom harbors doubts about our psionicists, they can station us aboard the spacecraft. We are entirely amenable to oversight, remaining within the confines of the vessel. After all, they too would not wish to risk losing their ship, would they? Indeed. Should the coordinates be lost, do you intend to become natives on a new planet? We, the psionicists, can safeguard the spacecraft. Now it is the ordinary individuals who fall silent, deep in contemplation. It appears this is indeed a valid concern. While the psionicists may have their quirks, having them guard the spacecraft would undoubtedly provide peace of mind. At the very least, one need not worry that upon returning from their explorations, they might find their homes lost. The prospect of discovering their ship reduced to ruins upon their return would be heart-wrenching. Stranded in an unfamiliar realm far from Blue Star, they cannot predict the dangers that may lurk there. Should there be terrifying native creatures, they would prefer not to engage in a protracted game of hide and seek. I believe the psionicists have a point this time. It seems plausible that having psionicists oversee the spacecraft would indeed be beneficial. After all, who can foresee what may transpire on an alien planet? The abilities of the psionicists in such circumstances are indeed invaluable. Perhaps the Dragon Kingdom should reconsider its restrictions on the involvement of psionicists? The perspectives of ordinary individuals and psionicists have reached an unprecedented unity. This revelation has directly stirred the governments of various nations. Upon learning the details, they begin to reflect. The psionicist's argument does not seem unfounded. Currently, there is but one spacecraft. Should something go awry, casting the dispatched individuals into Pandora would be but a minor issue. However, if coordinates are lost, resulting in the forfeiture of land usage rights and equipment, that would indeed be a grave matter. The presence of psionicists would certainly instill much confidence. As for the psionicists from their own nations, that is a different story altogether. The judges cultivated by the tribunal of the Dragon Kingdom have showcased their formidable abilities, leaving a profound impression on individuals worldwide during their previous adjudications against resistance organizations. Numerous locations have even witnessed the emergence of fervent admirers of that particular team. In light of this, various nations convened and deemed it essential to involve psychics in the proceedings, or alternatively, to have the Dragon Kingdom dispatch their own. Regardless, as they would not partake directly, the presence of judges overseeing the spacecraft would instill considerable confidence in all nations. Consequently, they commenced communication with the Dragon Kingdom, dispatching numerous petitions urging the inclusion of psychics or the independent dispatch of representatives from the Dragon Kingdom. Observing the influx of diplomatic correspondences, the officials at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs found themselves overwhelmed, recognizing that this matter fell outside their jurisdiction as it was under the purview of the residual spirits. All they could do was provide an official response and relay the messages accordingly. Chapter 101. The landing pod. Before long, Yuling received news. Was she afraid that the spacecraft might be damaged? A thought escaped her lips. This was indeed a risk. Currently, the spacecraft destined for Mars could not be completed in a short time. To expedite the process, the expansion speed of the factory would have to be sacrificed. Consequently, her envisioned plan for the Vanguard to gather intelligence and for the subsequent large force to fully occupy Pandora would be disrupted. Nevertheless, entrusting the spacecraft to the psychics instilled even greater unease in Yuling. What if they lost control of their abilities? The spacecraft could be lost in an instant. It was perplexing where these psychics derived their confidence from, as they themselves were the gravest danger. Yuling harbored no trust for those psychics who had not undergone training at the tribunal, who could predict whether they would remain sane one moment and descend into madness the next. This inaugural colonization would serve as a learning experience. Yuling was determined not to employ the military forces of Long Nation to resolve every issue encountered. Instead, she sought to refine every aspect of the processes involved. The landing of the spacecraft on Pandora might pose a threat, so why not avoid landing altogether? Suddenly, Yuling recalled having seen something called a landing pod within the system's blueprint repository. She began to search through the system. Indeed, it existed. Landing pod required prestige for exchange, 120,000. The landing pod measured approximately 2 meters in length, featuring an aerodynamic design reminiscent of a giant cocoon. Its exterior was fortified with robust alloy plating. Inside, it was equipped with life support and positioning devices, among others. Most importantly, it had the capability to induce a state of suspended animation for its occupants, even if mortally wounded and stranded on an alien planet without medical facilities. One could enter this state and be preserved for centuries while awaiting rescue. The pod's formidable defensive capabilities would also shield its inhabitants from enemy threats. If further assurance was desired, a self-destruction feature could be activated. Any unauthorized attempt to forcibly open it would result in immediate detonation. Interstellar warriors, even in death, they shall not claim my body. With this pod, there would be no need for the spacecraft to land on Pandora. It could simply deploy the landing pod from space. This would eliminate the risks associated with descending into an unfamiliar environment. This landing pod could also be utilized in the future, becoming one of the essential items for interstellar colonization. By any measure, the exchange would be worthwhile. Yuling promptly clicked to exchange. Upon unlocking the blueprints, she wasted no time and commenced the strategy. Soon, 5 days had passed. Yuling successfully completed the blueprint strategy. Allocating a portion of the production budget for the creation of the landing pod, she exited the factory's operations. She recorded the finished product data and submitted it to the relevant departments of Long Nation for publication, rather than heading to the propaganda department. She directly descended to the tribunal. When Y-18 and Ji-Jun saw Yuling's arrival, they were somewhat surprised. "Please assist me with a task," Yuling said in a low voice. Meanwhile, the propaganda department received the information and swiftly disseminated it. The nations awaiting Long Nation's response were taken aback. They repeatedly examined the attributes of the landing module to ascertain its purpose. With this, there would be no need for the spacecraft to land on Pandora, thereby eliminating the risk of damage. This must be the result of the extraordinary capabilities of Yuling. He truly is remarkable. Initially, I harbored some reservations about psychics. But this approach undeniably presents a superior alternative. Upon reviewing the data regarding the landing module, the leaders of various nations concluded that it is far more reliable than psychics. The spacecraft can entirely avoid landing on the planet. What dangers could possibly arise? The vastness of space offers a clear view, devoid of any threats to a vessel capable of subspace travel. Even if, hypothetically, there existed weapons on Pandora that could directly threaten spacecraft, with due caution, one could easily evade them. In the Eagle Nation's parliament, one member remarked, "Indeed, it is commendable technology from the Dragon Nation. Yet I fail to comprehend why they are so apprehensive about psychics venturing to Pandora. What exactly are they fearing?" The others murmured in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. The Dragon Nation has invested considerable resources to prevent psychics from landing on Pandora, providing exosuits, individual backpacks, and now the landing module. Each time, they have sought to thwart the aspirations of the psychics. It is utterly perplexing. However, is there a possibility that we could support the psychics in raising more objections, in hopes of extracting further concessions from the Dragon Nation? Upon hearing this suggestion, the eyes of numerous parliamentarians gleamed with insight. Indeed, the Dragon Nation has already offered substantial resources to stifle the psychics. But what if we continue this course? Enough, the speaker interjected. Let us not forget that our paramount goal is to secure the land use rights on the colonized planet. We must not jeopardize our qualifications over trivial matters. The others fell silent, a cold sweat breaking out among them. Indeed, if the Dragon Nation were to discover this, they could very well revoke their qualifications. It would be a grave loss over mere pettiness. They regarded the speaker with admiration. Meanwhile, the public reacted to the news of the landing module. The Dragon Nation is resolutely opposed to the participation of psychics. They should abandon all hope. Some laughed. It's hilarious. The Dragon Nation is relentless, declaring that psychics are not permitted to participate, and they mean it. With the landing module now revealed, the spacecraft will not even touch down on Pandora. What further arguments could be made? Ordinary citizens found amusement in the situation. The Dragon Nation had once again decisively countered the psychics. Were these psychics allies? Each time they emerged, they seemed to bolster the exploration teams with new equipment. There was a sense of anticipation among the public, eager to see what grievances the psychics would raise next. After a brief silence, the psychics resolved to take action. Is it truly difficult to find fault? If the Dragon Nation intends to counter them in this manner, then they should brace for a financial downfall. The minister of the Psychics Club contemplated this, simultaneously planning to mobilize the members accordingly. As he opened his computer, preparing to input, a sudden knock echoed through the air. This caused the psychic to furrow his brow in concern. Who could it be? Ever since the revelation of his abilities, the residents seemed eager to flee, anxious to escape the fate that might befall them. Most of his friends and family had severed their ties, leaving him in solitude. Thus, his disdain for ordinary people grew, stemming from his own prior rejection by them. Who is it? What is with the incessant knocking? Are they in such a hurry to be reborn? The head of the Psychic Club muttered, approaching the door and peering through the peephole. What met his gaze was a mechanical visage. Ah, it appeared rather familiar. He paused for a moment. Then his eyes widened in revelation. Could it be the mask of the Judgment Hall's powered armor? Open the door. It's time for a check. The knocking intensified. Chapter 102. What? Do you wish to apprehend me? Inside the room, the psychic's thoughts raced. How could the tribunal of the Dragon Kingdom have located this place? Was it possible that my online provocations had been discovered? Unthinkable. I utilized an encrypted network. Although the Dragon Kingdom has made rapid technological advancements in recent years, its prowess in online information remains a significant weakness, hardly different from before. As a nation striving for comprehensive development, this shortcoming is no secret. Rather, it is the sole consolation for other nations. Consequently, in the past 2 years, countries like the Eagle Nation have significantly improved their network technology, for it is their only means of competing with the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, the psychic in the room never considered that his encrypted network had been compromised. This was a channel he had invested heavily in. How could it possibly be broken by the Dragon Kingdom? With this in mind, he rubbed his face vigorously and then opened the door. May I ask what the matter is? He said innocently. You are suspected of violating the information security law. As a psychic, you are to be taken into custody by our tribunal, the powered armor soldier stated, producing an arrest warrant. The reason, in truth, was fabricated on the spot, as the tribunal had merely given a task to apprehend individuals without providing justification. Given the recent uproar in the online realm, the adjudicator had adapted accordingly. After all, such arbitrary detentions were mostly directed at this group of people. As for the arrest warrant, well, the tribunal hardly required such formalities for apprehensions. It was merely a ritualistic gesture, a template hastily found online and printed at the neighboring supermarket for a mere 2 cents. The adjudicator recalled the peculiar expression of the clerk, as if questioning, "Is the esteemed tribunal so casual with arrest warrants?" The members of the psychic club shared a similar look of disbelief. This seemingly worthless arrest warrant felt as though they could find something more credible rummaging through the trash for counterfeit documents. Did this fellow look down upon me? No. Such a lackadaisical approach. How could an organization as formidable as the tribunal commit such a juvenile error? It would be more convincing if they had presented no arrest warrant at all. So, this individual must be a fraud? No. The powered armor bore no signs of being counterfeit. If it were genuine, why the need for such a FAAD? A revelation struck. It was an operation shrouded in secrecy, one that the tribunal was reluctant to acknowledge. Thus, the creation of this flawed arrest warrant served as a means for them to distance themselves from any repercussions once the discrepancies were uncovered. In other words, this adjudicator was actually here to eliminate me. Damn it. The psychic's mind raced, nearly paralyzed with fear. He was convinced his deductions were correct. It must be so. Those hackers only cared for money. Since he could purchase this clandestine account, they could undoubtedly sell it to the Dragon Kingdom for an even higher price. The Dragon Kingdom undoubtedly seeks to set an example through harsh measures. The excessive activity of one's account online must have drawn scrutiny. Contemplating this, the psychic felt an overwhelming sense of regret. After such an extensive period of utilizing this account without incident, complacency had ensued. One cannot presume absolute safety in the realm of the internet. A smile crept across the face concealed beneath the judge's mask. This psychic exhibits an intriguing character. Upon presenting the printed arrest warrant, the shift in the psychic's demeanor was nothing short of spectacular, prompting the judge to wish to observe him a moment longer. He restrained himself from inquiring what profound realization this individual might have gleaned from the ceremonious, albeit trivial, arrest warrant. However, he refrained, for he was at work and must uphold professional decorum. "What is this? Do you wish to resist arrest?" the judge concluded, stowing away the warrant. Could it be that his arrest warrant possessed such extraordinary effects? He could not allow this individual to take advantage of the situation. The psychic remained silent in response. The two exchanged glances through the visor of the powered armor for a moment. Then, the psychic abruptly turned to flee. His movements were swift and fluid, revealing the finesse of a seasoned veteran. Unlike the frantic disarray of an amateur escape, this individual's panic was intertwined with a thread of rationality. The apparent clumsiness in his flight was a mere FAAD, crafted to ensnare the pursuers into a false sense of security. In moments of urgency, one is instinctively influenced by their surroundings. Witnessing a fugitive in such a state of distress often leads pursuers to become ensnared in the rhythm of the chase, thus igniting a chaotic pursuit. At this juncture, the seemingly accidental disruption of objects by the fleeing figure would yield remarkable effects. More often than not, when a criminal escapes, the apprehender remains oblivious to the unfolding events. The judge chuckled coldly. Had he encountered a former colleague? In the land of freedom, one sometimes resorts to actions that appear to skirt legality, honing their escape skills in pursuit of liberty. The judge smirked, his psychic abilities igniting. In the past, he had no choice, but now he sought only to achieve results and to excel in his role as a judge. He was not intimidated by the monsters within the courtroom or the allure of the power granted by the armor. With a sharp sound, he dislodged a door beside him, using it as a projectile against the fleeing psychic. A thunderous crash reverberated as the wall at the opposite end of the room was shattered. The neighboring wall crumbled as well, revealing a bathroom where a couple was deepening their bond. The two stared in astonishment at the collapsed wall. The judge, beneath his mask, wore an apologetic smile. "Damn it, I just finished paying off my mortgage." The resisting psychic, momentarily stunned, raised a finger and made a gesture of international goodwill. A burst of psychic energy erupted. The judge scoffed inwardly. What sort of fool dares to engage with him using psychic power? Suddenly, he felt his foot slip, and he executed an unintended split. Who taught you to wield telekinetic attacks in such a manner? The judge inhaled sharply, steadied himself, and found the space before him utterly vacant. Very well, with a distinct personality, you have successfully captured my attention. He feigned indifference as he rose to his feet, mindful of the gaze fixed upon him. Yet internally, he thought, how despicable. This individual was astute enough to recognize that his abilities as a psychic would hardly affect someone clad in powered armor. Thus, he concentrated his psychic energy on a single foot, leveraging the inertia of his movement. Truly, a remarkable talent. The judge, in a fit of rage, found himself laughing. After all, the task merely required bringing the individual back alive, did it not? It was time to impart a lesson to these younger generations on the importance of decency and to refrain from such trifling antics. For I certainly will not. The judge chuckled, activating his terminal. A light dot on the screen was steadily fleeing in the opposite direction. How naive! Had he forgotten the fact that an intelligent chip had been implanted? If he were to escape, I would willingly shed my powered armor and devour it. It is time for these impolite youths to understand the true meaning of cruelty. The hunt is on. The judge grinned menacingly as he staggered forward in pursuit of the fleeing psychic. Meanwhile, the hurriedly dressed men and women had already begun to take photographs with their phones, posting them online. They dared not capture the powered armor, but only the ruins and the embedded security door in their bathroom wall. Were the occupants merely at home, with calamity raining down from above? Was the destruction wrought by the judge merely an unfortunate accident? Would the insurance company cover the damages? Chapter 103, Preparing for Departure 2 days later, outside the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the Tribunal. A significant number of energy users suddenly appeared here, all newly apprehended individuals. They were confined together, wearing chaotic energy bracelets, exchanging peculiar glances, for they were all familiar faces. Had the management of their energy user club been entirely captured by the Dragon Kingdom? Among them, one person's face was so swollen it resembled that of an alien, earning him the admiration of the others. Truly commendable, Minister. It is evident you engaged in a fierce battle with the adjudicator, judging by your injuries. I must kneel before you. I was terrified, thinking I might turn into a puddle of goo and be smeared across the wall. The energy users chuckled awkwardly. The moment they saw the adjudicator arrive to investigate, their legs turned to jelly, wishing they could kneel on the spot, showing no sign of resistance. Yet, upon witnessing the state of their club leader, they understood the battle had been extraordinarily intense, leaning against the iron bars to bask in the sun. The minister's eyes were swollen to a mere slit. He waved dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if it were all trivial matters, which only deepened the respect of those around him. However, in his heart, the minister lamented, could I share that I too knelt when I was caught? But that adjudicator was utterly ruthless. Despite my surrender, he still nearly beat me to a pulp. Contemplating this, the club leader felt a sense of grievance. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths just for a simple split? Meanwhile, on the internet, energy users were still emerging to counter the actions of the Dragon Kingdom. The ordinary populace found it perplexing until reports began to surface of the tribunal apprehending energy users in their neighborhoods. Only then did people realize the tribunal had struck. If it were me, I certainly couldn't endure it. Who could tolerate the arrogance of the energy users? It's tragic. I hope everyone is all right. May there be no tribunal in heaven, amen. The public expressed deep sympathy for the plight of the energy users, recognizing the tribunal's reputation as synonymous with slaughter. To be targeted by such individuals surely spelled disaster. At that moment, within the Dragon Kingdom, the chief inquired about the fate of all the troublesome energy users who had been captured. Yuling, who was fine-tuning the subspace spaceship, paused upon receiving the report. The response was remarkably swift, thanks to the collaboration of intelligent chips and data flow networks. Otherwise, capturing these individuals worldwide would indeed be a formidable task. For now, let us confine them and later subject them to training. They will be released only upon meeting the standards. The bearer of the report nodded and withdrew. Yuling turned his attention to the ship model's schematic in the terminal. The adjustments were nearly complete, it was time to prepare personnel from various nations. He summoned the public relations department, instructing them to disseminate the news. The numbers of participants from each country were released. Is it not rather peculiar that each nation has the same number of participants? 20 individuals from each country? That means only 3,000 participants in the initial batch? Surely, that is too few. For a moment, the ordinary citizens of various nations were taken aback, astonished by the limited number of slots available. This was an expedition to another planet. Even if it were the initial batch, sending so few individuals seemed almost inconceivable. What could they possibly achieve? Subsequently, the rules for earning points were revealed. Essentially, these tasks revolved around the collection of information, plant samples, biological specimens, soil and mineral samples, maps, water quality data, ecological environments, and, most notably, samples of intelligent life forms. Should a civilization exist on Pandora, it would undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle to Blue Star's ambitions. Therefore, the acquisition of intelligent life samples and various forms of information became the highest scoring endeavors. Upon reviewing the scoring criteria, it became clear to all. Indeed, if the sole aim was to gather these samples, a mere few thousand individuals would suffice. After all, too many participants might inadvertently expose them to any indigenous civilizations. The Dragon Kingdom had thoroughly considered this aspect. With the rules established, the commencement of the expedition seemed imminent. Anticipation ran high, as this was a monumental event for Blue Star, with rumors of a live broadcast for the entire duration. Oh, how one could hardly wait for it to begin. The populace eagerly awaited the onset of the exploration activities. Meanwhile, the nations, having understood the participation rules, reacted with mixed emotions. The smaller nations that had formed alliances rejoiced. Although they lacked the talent pool of the larger nations, they now boasted a numerical advantage. Given that the scoring tasks primarily focused on collection, this advantage was magnified. This time, victory is assured, declared the coalition of smaller nations with unwavering confidence. Should they secure extensive land rights on the colonized planet, even if their own capabilities were insufficient for development, they could always lease the land. By controlling scarce resources, even less developed nations could ensure their citizens thrived. Much like the oil-rich nations of the past, in an instant, the citizens of the smaller countries were invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm for the impending exploration. Conversely, the larger nations fell into a prolonged silence upon reviewing the rules. They were taken aback by the Dragon Kingdom's decision to implement such regulations, while they appeared equitable. With each nation allotted an equal number of participants, it felt inherently unjust to the larger nations. Why should their strength be subjected to the same treatment as that of the smaller countries? Yet, none dared to voice their objections. In the face of the current power of the Dragon Kingdom, they recognized the stark reality. They might indeed be indistinguishable. With this realization, several major powers discreetly began to communicate with one another. If the smaller nations could form alliances, why could not the larger ones? Rather than allow those nations to gain land development rights, they preferred to contend with a few familiar adversaries. Thus, the top 10 countries of Blue Star united in an alliance, their sights firmly set on the highest scoring objectives, samples of intelligent life and environmental maps. Only through these endeavors could they leverage the superiority of their elite warriors and mitigate their numerical disadvantage compared to the smaller nations. With the allocation limited to a mere 15% and the multitude of smaller nations, the stakes were higher than ever. Not all small nations have directly formed an alliance. Rather, they have established several coalitions with the countries they interact with. Thus, the alliance of the 10 nations is not as numerically disadvantaged as one might think. The atmosphere on Blue Star became somewhat delicate following the Dragon Nation's announcement of the rules. A competitive relationship began to take shape, with a subtle scent of gunpowder permeating the air. Meanwhile, Yuling embarked on a journey to Mars aboard his spacecraft, aiming to acquire the landing module and the individual backpack equipment. In the outer space of Mars, a fissure emerged as the spacecraft navigated through subspace. Yuling gazed ahead at Mars, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Was it right or wrong to have left Guan Lao and the others behind? They have been transforming their bodies, straying further down the path of mechanization. Among them, the most distinguished have already surpassed the human form with their mechanical appendages. Yuling pondered whether this should be considered machinery or humanity. he began to maneuver the spacecraft for a descent onto Mars. Chapter 104. Arrival at Pandora planet. Yuling arrived on Mars, warmly welcomed by Elder Guan. After thoroughly confirming that there was no risk of losing control with Elder Guan and the others, he departed with his equipment. As he left, Elder Guan observed Yuling's retreating figure through his mechanical pupils. Fortunately, the director did not halt our progress, Elder Guan remarked. Indeed, I almost feared the director would call off our mechanical modifications. It terrified me, having experienced the superior performance of mechanical components. I now find no interest in the human body whatsoever. Can we not intensify our modifications further? The researchers joyfully suggested. The implantation of mechanical components significantly accelerated their research progress. A higher degree of modification equated to a swifter comprehension of the universe's truths. Do not overdo it. You all heard Yuling's singular demand. No loss of control, no forfeiture of humanity, regardless of how we modify. Should we stray beyond the bounds of humanity and be deemed aberrations, all related projects will be summarily terminated. Elder Guan's voice bore a mechanical resonance. The other researchers nodded in agreement. Yuling soon reached Blue Star, docking his spacecraft at the space station. He then transferred all the power armor to the station for subsequent transport to Blue Star. The next day, in the Imperial Capital Square, competitors from various nations had gathered. After Yuling dispatched personnel to record their biological information, he granted them permission to use the power armor, which was subsequently distributed. The recipients were instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the Explorer power armor. The first to don the armor were representatives from the Eagle Nation, who wasted no time in equipping themselves. Yuling then observed as those accompanying the Eagle Nation produced spray paint to adorn the power armor. Before long, the emblem of the Eagle Nation was emblazoned upon the armor, and others draped capes fashioned from the national flag over the armored warriors. Just as Yuling furrowed his brow, contemplating whether they might don undergarments over their attire, they finally ceased their embellishments. They posed for cameras, exuberantly exclaiming their sentiments. After a moment of silence, Yuling resolved not to intervene. There was no intention to reclaim the power armor. Let them enjoy it. As for any desire to dismantle it, a theft prevention self-destruct protocol was in place. Regardless, he had already issued a warning, should they seek their own demise. He would bear no blame. The ongoing maintenance and repairs of the power armor would be the responsibility of the Long Nation's department, of course, with a fee applied. The Long Nation soldiers on guard regarded the foreign individuals with disdain, perceiving their naivety. Other nations, unwilling to be outdone, began to infuse their own cultural elements into their power armor. Before long, the individuals in the square were adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors. The high-ranking officials observed this scene from a distance, silent. The secretary beside them twitched at the corners of his mouth. Well, since everyone is prepared, let the expedition ceremony officially commence, the host declared. At that moment, a global live broadcast was initiated. All national exploration teams are fully prepared. It is time to commence. Upon hearing the host's words, all teams ceased their activities and fell silent. The host gazed at the sky, leaving the others momentarily bewildered. The sky was a brilliant blue, yet devoid of any discernible object. They too looked up, their expressions tinged with confusion. Suddenly, a crimson meteor streaked across the heavens, descending towards the square. Instantly, the competitors from various nations were taken aback, their panic palpable as they exhibited signs of wanting to flee. The audience watching the live broadcast also watched in horror as the meteor grew ever larger. What on earth is happening? Is a comet about to collide with Blue Star? This is disastrous. Everyone in the square will be obliterated. No, wait. Look closely. Someone suddenly discerned something amiss. As the meteor drew nearer, its form gradually became clearer. It was a spacecraft. The spectators erupted in excitement. This marked the first landing of the hyperspace vessel on Blue Star since its completion. They had previously seen the entirety of the ship in video footage, but now, with the comparison of buildings and human figures, they truly grasped the magnitude of its awe-inspiring presence. The spacecraft showed no signs of slowing down despite its proximity. It continued its descent directly towards the square. Why has it decelerated? Could it be out of control? Surely, this is a jest. The Dragon Kingdom's vessel is capable of traversing hyperspace. Such an issue should not arise. It's going to crash. Just as everyone assumed the spacecraft was indeed out of control and poised to bring about the destruction of the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital, it came to an abrupt halt, hovering steadily above the crowd. A tremendous gust of wind whipped through, forcing them to shield their eyes. As the onlookers regained their composure, an energy corridor materialized before them. "Board the ship," the host announced. The teams from various nations hesitated momentarily before nervously approaching the energy passageway. Cheers erupted as all of Blue Star's inhabitants watched the teams enter the spacecraft. Once aboard, the crew directed each nation to their designated landing pods and explained their operation. Before long, all teams had boarded, reclining within their respective pods. The spacecraft accelerated, departing Blue Star. Upon reaching the outer space of Blue Star, it initiated hyperspace travel and vanished from sight. The citizens of Blue Star stared in awe at the scene transformed into a tapestry of stars, awaiting the completion of the spacecraft's journey through the void. They did not have to wait long. A mere light year, traversed in hyperspace, took less than 20 minutes. When the spacecraft re-emerged, it was accompanied by a massive gaseous planet of Blue Star in the backdrop. Next to the spacecraft, a sublight vehicle was gradually approaching, serving as a beacon for navigation. Thanks to its presence, they could accurately pinpoint Pandora's location. The first action upon the spacecraft's arrival was to record the star map. In the future, there would be no need for a beacon to reach this vicinity directly. Once the sublight vehicle was retracted, the star map was completed and ready for deployment. A mechanical sound resonated through the air. Subsequently, the spacecraft began to veer, and the lower hatch opened, releasing a multitude of landing pods in a dense formation. After adjusting their trajectories, the pods expelled flames from their rear, accelerating towards various locations on the planet Pandora. Gazing upward on Pandora, one could suddenly observe a cascade of meteor showers streaking across the sky, descending towards the horizon. Once the deployment was complete and the signal was established, the transmission commenced. After releasing all the landing pods, the spacecraft activated its cloaking mechanism and entered energy-saving mode. Behold, a colossal green planet, its surface cloaked in lush vegetation. The coverage of flora here far surpasses that of the blue planet. Perhaps the oxygen content in the atmosphere is remarkably high. The researchers from the Dragon Nation aboard the spacecraft, upon receiving the footage transmitted during the descent of the landing pods, began their analysis. They would be responsible for broadcasting the exploratory activities and conducting a variety of material analyses. Chapter 105. Successful Landing. First encounter with Pandora. The landing pods descended across various locations on the planet Pandora. Within, the occupants experienced only a slight tremor before the red light of the pod shifted to green. This was a landing pod from the Eagle Nation. According to the instructions provided by the staff, they had now arrived on Pandora. Amidst a flurry of activity, the hatch of the pod opened, and the anxious individuals cautiously peered out to survey their surroundings. Those watching the live broadcast on Blue Star were equally tense, sharing the same apprehension as those inside the pod, fearing that they might soon be confronted by the indigenous creatures of Pandora. In this unfamiliar world, anything could transpire. Soon, after a blinding flash of light, the explorers, having adjusted to the brightness after their time in darkness, found their surroundings coming into focus. An explorer adorned with the emblems of the Eagle Nation stood up, his cloak billowing in the wind, eliciting cheers from his compatriots back home. It was York. I recognize him. I knew this young man would achieve greatness. Is this Pandora? How beautiful. The audience witnessed the scene through the explorer's eyes. He stood on the edge of a jungle, surrounded by dense vegetation that carpeted the ground like a tapestry woven from tree trunks. Various plants sprouted between the gaps, and in the distance, several ominous chasms yawned, their depth shrouded in darkness, with no end in sight. A bead of cold sweat trickled down York's forehead, fortunately. His landing pod had not plunged into one of those abyssal pits. The plant life here far exceeded that of Blue Star, creating an illusion of solid ground that likely belied the true distance to the earth beneath. Beneath him lay a second layer of thriving foliage, and below that, an expanse of darkness, concealing unknown ecosystems. Given the current appearance of the environment, York had every reason to deduce that this place harbored its own ecological niche, undoubtedly inhabited by terrifying predators. In such darkness, who could say what monstrous entities lay in wait? Proceeding with caution, he secured the landing pod and activated its stealth mode. Subsequently, he donned his personal backpack and initiated the control system of his powered armor, seeking to establish contact with those nearby. The spacecraft had scattered them across the landscape, ensuring that not everyone landed in one location. To avoid a catastrophic outcome in the face of danger, they had been dispersed strategically, equipped with powered armor and a backpack. Survival was no longer a pressing concern. If one were to perish, it would be a matter of misfortune or weakness. The Dragon Nation had certainly done its utmost. Or so York believed. Fortune smiled upon him, as within a 50-kilometer radius, there were 80 individuals. They began to connect with one another, and ultimately, 50 of them hailed from the Eagle Nation. They resolved to congregate and establish a stronghold. While each individual could construct a shelter and a small base using their personal backpacks, a larger group would undoubtedly enhance efficiency. Moreover, the Eagle Nation's objective was to map the terrain with greater precision and engage with intelligent life forms. The inherent dangers are not conducive to solitary endeavors. He commenced his journey along the path formed by the colossal roots beneath his feet, intermittently gathering samples of vegetation. The audience from Blue Star watched this scene, their excitement palpable. Yerk's outset was remarkably promising. Not only had he evaded peril, but he had also encountered numerous companions nearby. Moreover, during his gathering, he had already begun to collect plant specimens. The most unfortunate were those who had landed on the dark side of the planet, commencing their venture in utter darkness. Paralyzed by fear, any individual with common sense would refrain from traversing a dense forest at night. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. The live broadcast displayed a number. The green 3000 abruptly shifted to 2985, with an additional red number of 15. This indicated that merely upon landing, 15 individuals had tragically perished. Despite the presence of the Dragon Kingdom's exploratory power armor and landing pod, they could not prolong their survival by even a few minutes. It is evident that exploring an alien planet is fraught with peril. Yuling felt a twinge of relief, acknowledging that such risks were unavoidable. Even genetically enhanced warriors could fall prey to such sacrifices, as the drop zones were entirely random. Should one inadvertently land before a planet's apex predator, it would be akin to an instant demise, emerging from the pod equated to a funeral procession. Subsequently, detailed statistics from various nations began to appear, and viewers could click to see which individuals from which countries had met their fate. Before the citizens of those nations could even begin to mourn, the scene transitioned. The second image revealed a shroud of darkness, undoubtedly the misfortunate souls who had landed on the dark side of Pandora. One such individual was a member from the Indian subcontinent. Upon noticing the shift in the broadcast, he greeted the audience with a smile. "Hello, dear viewers. I've been somewhat unfortunate to land on the night side, but I possess several hours to communicate with nearby individuals and devise a strategy," he declared cheerfully. Proceeding to contact those in proximity, contemplating how to regroup and strategize for the following day. Suddenly, his landing pod began to tremble violently, followed by a sensation of weightlessness that sent him into a panic, screaming aloud. This was soon followed by an overwhelming feeling of descent. The audience, privy to the external visuals, fell silent. In the darkness, a colossal creature lifted the landing pod and then hurled it violently into the depths of the dense forest. This contestant would likely not survive until dawn. The vegetation that captured sunlight on the second surface would no longer concern him. Upon emerging the next day, he would confront a treacherous ascent, if he could even locate a path to the upper levels. The crowd observed a moment of silence for him, hoping for his survival, believing that escaping the darkness would constitute a victory. The scene shifted once more, still cloaked in night. Yet, the sight that greeted them left everyone in stunned silence. For it was not the landing pod, but an individual outside. The audience gasped in astonishment, wondering who possessed the audacity to venture out into the night. At a glance, it was an explorer from the Bear Country. Well, that was a relief. Alien creatures, upon encountering such imposing figures, would likely shake their heads and turn away. Meanwhile, the explorers from the Bear Country were engaged in capturing jellyfish. What was that? A jellyfish? Witnessing the scene of a luminescent creature soaring through the air, resembling a jellyfish, left everyone astounded. Various biologists emerged, invigorated by the sight, and began their analyses. This entity, while labeled a jellyfish, boasted a head reminiscent of a dandelion. with delicate tentacles swaying as if in a trance, revealing its nature as a living being rather than a mere plant. The explorers of the Bear Country successfully captured it and proceeded to collect biological samples. In an instant, the database expanded with new information, however. Subsequent collections of the same creature would yield no additional points. Even capturing different varieties of the same species would significantly diminish the rewards. This was precisely why he had chosen to brave the risks of the night. The earlier one ventured out, the greater the bounty. Chapter 106. The air of Pandora. The scene continuously shifts. Some individuals commence their activities in safety, while others, emerging from their shelters, are swiftly beset by perilous creatures, transforming them into mere numbers in a crimson tally. Explorers lurking in the shadows riskily venture out of their landing pods. At last, a full day has elapsed. On the following day, the majority of the explorers convene with nearby companions, embarking on the construction of their own base. York from the Eagle Nation gazes upon the 50 individuals before him, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over him. With so many gathered together, typical dangers cannot pose a threat to them. At least, according to the shared intelligence thus far, no danger has been identified that could annihilate such a multitude. All individuals unfurl their individual backpacks, clustering in one area, diligently collecting nearby resources to contribute. The primary objective is to procure alloy plates to establish a defensive line against potential threats that may arise in the vicinity. York feels fortunate that they have found land unencumbered by vegetation. Although Pandora boasts a terrifyingly high coverage of flora, it is not entirely shrouded. Amidst the dense jungles, patches of open land can still be observed. Perhaps these clearings are mountaintops? York is uncertain, but it does not impede their ability to set up camp here. Compared to the platforms formed by tree trunks, this solid ground offers him a greater sense of security. Ladies and gentlemen, observe closely. In Pandora, skin may be exposed to the elements, but breathing is another matter entirely. York activates the armor on his arm, revealing the skin beneath. The atmosphere contains oxygen. Moreover, its proportion is not insignificant, albeit tainted by unidentified harmful substances that pose grave dangers to humans. Indeed, ordinary individuals who inhale it would surely perish. This conclusion does not stem from his own experiments, but rather from the grim sacrifices of fellow explorers. Points can be accrued not only through resource collection but also through such experimental endeavors, yielding substantial rewards. Consequently, when someone discovered the potential for skin exposure, they recklessly disregarded warnings in pursuit of breathing the atmosphere. The achievement of being the first to inhale on Pandora would undoubtedly yield considerable points. In terms of value, success would signify a monumental feat in proving that Pandora's atmosphere is breathable. How many points would that entail? Naturally, under the allure of such rewards, some individuals are tempted to take risks. A mere breath, they reason, likely would not result in death. The armor also contains antidotes and life support systems, fostering a belief that survival is assured. Alas, this is an unprecedentedly toxic substance for humanity. The armor could not save him. He had no chance to return to the landing pod and enter a state of suspended animation. The individual who inhaled staggered a few steps before collapsing lifelessly. York recounts this with a cold sweat, for he too had been inclined to breathe directly. He merely acted with slightly more caution. Everyone must be curious about the workings of the individual backpacks. Allow me to show you. York states as he strides towards the operational area of the backpacks. Individuals continuously gather bundles of vegetation, stones, and soil, tossing them into various large furnaces. The furnaces tremble and belch forth cubes of alloy, or blocks of resin. Immediately, someone picked it up and tossed it into another furnace, continuously producing alloy plates. These plates were taken to the outskirts of the camp and erected, forming a substantial wall. Do you see? This is the individual soldier's backpack of the Dragon Kingdom. Its functionality and efficiency are truly remarkable. York excitedly pointed to the vast area formed by the furnaces. This individual soldier's backpack could potentially render over 80% of the blue planet's industrial systems obsolete. It is nothing short of invincible. The viewers watching the live broadcast were equally astounded. They had previously examined the data regarding the backpack, but witnessing its operation in real time left them in shock. The efficiency, the conversion rate, this is not merely an individual soldier's backpack. It is akin to a deity of industrial civilization. The steam engine pales in comparison to this marvel. With this innovation, any resource can swiftly be transformed into industrial raw materials. The Dragon Kingdom is truly formidable. How was such a creation accomplished? It is Yuling. Only that man could bring forth such a creation. The public began to marvel in awe. Yuling suddenly noticed a surge in his prestige points. Upon checking online, he quickly understood. This was one of the reasons for initiating this live broadcast event, to reap a substantial amount of prestige points. He also observed the atmospheric analysis report from Pandora. Clearly, there exists a mysterious substance that renders it impossible for humans to breathe on Pandora. Eliminating this substance would allow humans to breathe directly on Pandora. Although the oxygen levels may be excessively high, potentially leading to toxicity. Regular intake of targeted medication or a minor surgical procedure could resolve this issue. If necessary, a small device could be implanted to facilitate direct breathing. Such solutions are abundantly available in the system's blueprint library. Enabling colonizers to survive in various harsh environments at minimal cost is not a challenging task for the knowledge within the system. The current situation on Pandora is already considered favorable. Naturally, if this substance could be analyzed and purified on a large scale, that would be even better. This endeavor is currently being tackled by scientists from various nations on the Blue Planet. The live broadcast continued. After lingering at York's location for a considerable time, the scene shifted to other areas. Camps were being established throughout Pandora in an orderly manner. Since the establishment of the camps, casualties had ceased to rise. Aside from those individuals still isolated and at risk, the remainder were largely unharmed. The viewers, observing the glaring red numbers, began to murmur. Was it not claimed that the equipment provided by the Dragon Kingdom could maximally ensure the safety of explorers? How could it be that 200 people had perished in just one day? At this moment, the red number displayed above the screen had risen to 208, indicating that 200 individuals had succumbed within a single day. This prompted the public to question whether the performance of the powered armor provided by the Dragon Kingdom was truly as exceptional as the data suggested. Initially, they believed that with such formidable powered armor, the death toll on the first day would likely not exceed single digits. Instead, the outcome was far beyond their expectations. The Dragon Kingdom would not deceive us with fabricated data, would they? It seems plausible. This power armor is evidently being utilized for the first time. And perhaps even the Dragon Kingdom is unaware of the precise actual figures. Are these merely superficial statistics? Is this not a disregard for human life? The Dragon Kingdom must provide an explanation. Consequently, nations with a high proportion of casualties began to demand an account from the Dragon Kingdom. They sought to compel the Dragon Kingdom to acknowledge errors in the data and subsequently agree to send additional personnel or offer compensatory points. Naturally, the Dragon Kingdom paid no heed to such demands. All risks had been clearly outlined from the outset. The power armor presents no issues whatsoever. The data has been conveyed in a rather conservative manner. Those who perished were either unfortunate or too feeble, unable to effectively operate the power armor. The Dragon Kingdom remained indifferent to the uproar of dissenters. At this moment, however, the live broadcast revealed a significant development within the camp. Danger has arrived. Chapter 107. The Deathly Sacred Beast Heavens. What manner of creature is that? The viewers watching the live broadcast gasped in astonishment. The encampment was situated on a flat expanse, surrounded by dense forest, with underbrush and trees cleared away. Facing the forest, sharpened wooden stakes and armor plates were erected. Due to time constraints, the armor had not yet fully enveloped the camp, allowing the audience to witness the creatures charging toward it. These beings stood approximately 4 meters tall. Devoid of fur, their form and head reminiscent of a dinosaur. However, at their necks blossomed fleshy protuberances resembling petals, which, upon closer inspection, appeared like a grotesque flower. The center of this flower was a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, indicating a carnivorous nature. Blast it! They're so fast! Quick, fortify the defenses. We cannot allow them to damage the equipment. Panic erupted within the camp. By the time the onlookers recognized the impending threat, it was already too late. The dense foliage obscured their view, and as the creatures came into sight, they were nearly upon them. Suddenly, the inadequately secured armor plates were knocked aside. The wooden spikes on the ground, however, proved somewhat effective, inflicting injuries on the monsters and momentarily slowing their charge. Despite this, several explorers fell victim to a creature's bite, their upper bodies gripped by the relentless jaws, which snapped shut with horrifying regularity. Although the beasts did not sever their powered armor, the occupants within were clearly silenced. "Don't run now. Wah, I want to go home." The remaining individuals were thrown into chaos, scurrying in all directions. York's eyes widened as he sought to intervene. But it was already too late. The contingent dispatched by the nation was not comprised entirely of combatants. It was essential to gather points through collection and exploration, and relying solely on fighters was simply impractical. Thus, one could not expect ordinary scholars to possess heightened adaptability. York observed the panicked individuals, realizing that even with powered armor, their terror rendered them helpless. The ferocious creatures, in contrast, exhibited heightened predatory instincts toward those with exposed backs. They surged after the fleeing humans. Taking a deep breath, York prepared to dash in to save them. Yet, another member from the Eagle Nation seized him by the arm, shaking his head. "Rather than risking ourselves to save them, we must focus on defense. If the resource conversion unit is compromised, all will be lost. We will have no supplies left." York furrowed his brow, ultimately conceding. The viewers of the live broadcast fell silent, witnessing this grim reality. "I believe this decision is prudent. Safeguarding our vital equipment outweighs the risk of saving individuals." Indeed. How could one expect exploration of new worlds to be devoid of casualties? If one must assign blame, let it be to ill fortune. The citizens of the Eagle Nation accepted the inevitability of sacrifice, while observers from other nations watched the brutal scene unfold with a chilling dread. Is this the indigenous creature of Pandora? Its aggression is formidable, and it appears quite large. Soon, the official designation from the Dragon Kingdom for this entity was the Dead Sacred Beast. Tragically, 2 more individuals met their demise on site. The Dead Sacred Beasts discovered that these iron cans were difficult to penetrate, leaving them only to watch, unable to consume the flesh within. At most, they could merely savor the aroma. This situation exacerbated the hunger of the ferocious beasts, rendering them increasingly irritable and their attacks more savage. "Stay away." Another was assailed, yet he did not perish. With a resounding crash, it was the massive Dead Sacred Beast that fell. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The Dead Sacred Beast stood frozen in place, then began to converge around the human who had slain their companion, perceiving him as a threat. What had just transpired? Did you all witness that? It was powered armor. He activated the combat mode of the powered suit. The audience gasped in astonishment. The equipment details provided by the Dragon Kingdom were already well known to all. Even now, numerous popular forums were ablaze with discussions. The spectators were aware that the Explorer-powered armor was not merely a civilian exploration apparatus, it possessed combat modules as well. It had also been adapted from the active powered armor of the Dragon Kingdom. In truth, its combat capabilities far surpassed its exploratory and survival functions. In that moment, the individual surrounded by the Dead Sacred Beasts experienced a transformation in his powered armor. Originally designed for enhanced visibility with only a glass visor, it was now encased in thick armor. To allow for more agile movement, the previously vulnerable joint areas had been sealed. The surface of the powered armor glowed with crimson lines, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The remaining members of the camp were momentarily taken aback. Was the powered armor truly this formidable? It was their first encounter with it, and they had never activated the combat mode. The energy consumption of this mode was significantly greater than that of the normal state. They were uncertain if there was even a power supply available. If they activated combat mode, it could drain the energy reserves within 3 hours. At that point, sans powered armor, they would struggle to even breathe. Therefore, no one had previously utilized this mode. Now, witnessing the combat mode of the powered armor effortlessly slay a dead sacred beast, they were filled with amazement. An ordinary person, devoid of any combat experience, could achieve such a feat. "Stop staring. Everyone activate combat mode and charge," York exclaimed as he donned his facial armor. The others quickly followed suit. Within 2 minutes, the dozen or so invading dead sacred beasts were annihilated. The bodies of their fallen comrades were gathered together. The members of the camp stood in silence, gazing at the lifeless forms on the ground. A single ambush had resulted in 3 fatalities and 5 severe injuries. The gravely injured had already been placed in the landing pod for cryogenic preservation, awaiting the return of the ship to see if they could be revived. Let us take samples and dispose of the bodies in the furnace. Perhaps it will yield something useful, someone suggested. As the people sprang into action, the spectators who had witnessed the entire event could no longer remain composed. Is this truly the power armor of the Dragon Kingdom? I had previously misunderstood. The Dragon Kingdom does not underestimate the lives of explorers. With such formidable power armor, those individuals need not have perished. Indeed, the more than 200 lives lost in recent days had never activated the combat mode of the power armor. Had they done so, the creatures that assaulted them would have been no match. It was merely a case of inexperienced individuals. Had they been seasoned warriors of the Dragon Kingdom's power armor, surely not a single one would have fallen. Yet, it cannot be denied that there were numerous instances of attacks that were simply beyond their capacity to react. The audience erupted into fervent discussion. Meanwhile, the dignitaries from various nations were enveloped in deeper contemplation. The power armor of the Dragon Kingdom is astonishingly potent. This revelation had not crossed their minds. If that is the case, then the pace of exploration should indeed be accelerated. The Dragon Kingdom presented the individual soldier's backpack, leading them to subconsciously believe that the combat capability of the power armor must be lacking, thus necessitating the conversion of resources into various weapons to ensure the safety of the explorers. However, today's battle left them astounded. With such formidable combat strength in the power armor, what need is there for a camp? Chapter 108. The preferences of the Asan nation. After tidying up the aftermath of the attack on their camp, they promptly received communications from their homeland. Each nation has the opportunity to contact its members once a day. Through the spacecraft's relay, they can issue directives to their teams and adjust their combat strategies. Naturally, the live feed is careful to keep the locations of the team members confidential to prevent any potential cheating, such as intercepting or spying on others. Eavesdropping on battles is strictly prohibited. Alter the strategy. Cease construction of the camp. Focus all efforts on weapon production, then expand our operational range and accelerate our pace. We must outpace others in the search for intelligent life and the mapping of this terrain, declared the speaker of the Eagle Nation. York gazed at the elder on the screen, hesitating slightly. But such a course of action may leave the ordinary citizens unable to keep up with us. Among the casualties from the attack, 8 of the remaining 42 were ordinary scholars, specializing in biology, natural sciences, and geology. If the task were merely to map the terrain, the elite forces of the Eagle Nation could easily manage it without difficulty. Disregard that. Complete the mission. We must secure the greatest benefit for our nation. York fell silent for a moment before nodding. At this juncture, there was no alternative. The footage of their battle had undoubtedly been broadcasted. Even if he chose not to act, other teams would hasten their efforts. To avoid lagging behind, they must be swifter and bolder. York's thoughts were astutely aligned. Simultaneously, most nations contacted their teams, urging them to accelerate their pace. After ending the communication, York gathered his team. Tomorrow, we shall commence expanding our exploration range, with the primary objective of mapping the terrain, followed by tracking signs of intelligent life. The forge shall halt the production of camp materials and focus entirely on weaponry, primarily cold weapons, with 2 machines dedicated to crafting a few rudimentary firearms, efficient and straightforward. Efficiency is paramount. The combat members nodded and began to take action. York turned to the remaining few. You will stay at the camp tomorrow, guarding the recovery of our landing pod. If danger arises, seek refuge inside. We shall return to rescue you once our exploration task is complete. He stated earnestly. There should be no issue with the placement of the forge. Those indigenous creatures are unlikely to tamper with those iron contraptions. A simple barricade for protection will suffice. Upon hearing York's words, the others paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. They understood that this directive came from the Eagle Nation's headquarters, leaving no room for dissent. A similar scene unfolded across various camps. Even those who were isolated received messages from their respective nations. Subsequently, everyone instinctively altered their cautious demeanor. The forge now produced not an array of alloy plates, but cold weapons, daggers, sabers, bows, and spears. The time and resources required to manufacture a high-damage firearm could instead yield a dozen such cold arms. To enhance efficiency, The explorers from each nation harmoniously began to equip themselves with cold weaponry. The formidable power of powered armor and the lethal capability of cold weapons are truly not inferior to that of firearms. Soon, the next day arrived, and the audience from Blue Star was filled with anticipation. The previous day, nearly all national teams had resolved to hasten their exploration efforts. This meant that today's live broadcast would be exceptionally thrilling. Consequently, many had prepared popcorn and beer, eagerly awaiting the team's departure from the television screen. As the scene shifted, the spotlight fell once again on the York team from the Eagle Nation. They had already exited their camp and were advancing through the jungle with a reckless speed, seemingly oblivious to any potential dangers. This audacity elicited gasps from the viewers. Utilizing their powered armor, they swiftly mapped the nearby routes, remaining vigilant and cautious of their surroundings. While running, York communicated with his team, assuring them, "Do not worry. I encountered indigenous creatures attempting to ambush me twice, and guess what? I dispatched them with a single punch." The powered armor of the Dragon Nation was indeed exceedingly powerful, evoking feelings of envy. Just the thought of their official teams having the opportunity to become powered armor warriors filled him with excitement. Suddenly, a panicked voice erupted in the channel, "Captain, a pack of deadly beasts. We must retreat." York was taken aback. "Can we deal with them?" The response came swiftly. "There are around 200 beasts." The advancing team came to an abrupt halt, their expressions turning grave as they swiftly turned to flee. The ground began to tremble slightly, causing the viewers to nearly choke on their anticipation. Good heavens, have they disturbed the lair of the deadly beasts? The situation appeared dire just moments ago. There was talk of the York team gaining a scoring advantage, and now they were confronted with a horde of beasts. "Please, let there be no more casualties." The team members fled for their lives. The broadcast then transitioned to other teams, all of which had departed their camps. Some were carefully collecting samples, while others, like the Eagle Nation's team, advanced rapidly to document the terrain. A few stood atop a mountain, admiring the breathtaking scenery. Soon, the scene shifted to the team from the A3 Nation. As the image changed, the audience found themselves in a state of bewilderment. For the screen displayed an indigenous creature from the Pandora planet. It appeared to be herbivorous, with a wide, mournful mouth and relatively blunt teeth, exhibiting a gentle demeanor despite its evident fear. However, the viewers were perplexed by the creature's peculiar behavior. It was lying on the ground, swaying back and forth. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon them, and the spectators gasped in shock, dropping their snacks in disbelief. Some parents hurriedly covered their children's eyes, recalling the notorious peculiarities of the A3 Nation, which had a strange fascination with various animals. To their astonishment, even in the perilous environment of Pandora, they dared to indulge in such antics. While it was true that Pandora allowed for exposed skin, it was not meant to be used in this manner. The broadcast crew, unable to bear the sight, promptly switched to another team member. With a larger team, it was inevitable that a few individuals with peculiar interests might be present. Though not everyone shared such inclinations, in accordance with the procedure, it was necessary to switch perspectives among the various team members to assess the surrounding situation before transitioning to the next squad. The staff member was keen to avoid any potential accusations. As he shifted to another member's viewpoint, he was soon left in disbelief. The terrain was familiar, the movements well known. The only distinction lay in the peculiar being sprawled upon the ground. Wait. Suddenly, the staff member's eyes widened in astonishment. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. If there were any differences, it was the towering stature of this human, estimated to be around 3 to 4 meters tall. Its skin was a striking blue, reminiscent of the hue found on distant gaseous planets. With its dark pupils fixed intently, it was letting out a cacophony of sounds that, judging by the rhythm, appeared to be a string of curses. The staff member was bewildered. A sentient being, remarkably similar to humanity, possessing the capacity for language. Was it the nation of Asan that made the initial discovery? Yet, would one typically react in such a manner upon encountering extraterrestrial life? If the crew aboard the spaceship had not misjudged, the blue alien pinned to the ground by 4 or 5 members of the Asan nation's powered armor was indeed male. The realization struck him, causing him to gasp sharply. Chapter 109. This brother is no longer wanted since their inception. The Gnostics have resided on Pandora, cultivating their own civilization, history, and beliefs, governed by a tribal societal structure. At this moment, a Na-6 named Mon gazes in terror at the imposing exosuit that subdues him. These unfamiliar beings, resembling his kind yet differing in hue and stature, provoke a sense of curiosity that led to his current predicament. Mon is now filled with regret, yearning only to tear apart the metallic monstrosities before him. Meanwhile, the personnel from the country of Asan have finally grasped the situation. The live broadcast has now shifted to their side. Chaos ensues on site. After a flurry of activity, the team from Asan manages to display smiles on their faces. Ladies and gentlemen, we have discovered extraterrestrial beings, and after a cordial exchange, we have subdued one. We were the first to make this discovery. The team leader of Asan, eager to downplay the incident, recalls the footage that had just aired, convinced nothing inappropriate had been revealed. There is still a chance for redemption. However, the audience's expressions are mixed. Are you kidding us? The barrage of comments quickly turns to mockery. All right, we get it. You truly love each other. Asan has once again demonstrated that the barrier to their affection is not the difference in species, but rather their caste system. Next, are you going to claim the alien was dressed too revealingly? That he was seducing you? Stop the damage control. Just admit it. And you thought you could cover it up? Hey, look, this alien is male. Suddenly, a viewer spots the Na-6 bound to a tree, exposed and with unmistakable gender characteristics. The audience collectively feels a wave of discomfort, showering Asan with a plethora of unflattering remarks. The team leader pales. Although he cannot see the comments, he senses the gravity of the situation, struggling to maintain composure. He hastily tears off a handful of unknown plant leaves to shield the Na-6's form. At this moment, officials from Asan's government are in an uproar. What are you doing? Didn't we say we would thoroughly investigate the background? Look at the disgraceful spectacle you have presented. You've brought shame upon us all. Before him sits a row of downcast officials. What could they do? They were willing to spend, and who wouldn't want to partake? Yet, they hadn't anticipated such lavish antics from these affluent youths. Internally, they too are cursing. Leaders from various nations share similarly complex expressions. Is Asan merely putting on a show? What the hell do they think they're doing? To engage in such behavior during humanity's endeavor to conquer the cosmos is nothing short of sacrilege. They must be punished. Execution is a necessity. This has truly opened our eyes. Asan has shown us a new level of folly. I propose that Longwa revoke Asan's qualifications. Agreed. I second the motion to revoke Asan's qualifications. Agreed. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. At this moment, the members of the Great Power Alliance unite in their resistance against Asan. They hurriedly distanced themselves from the situation and promptly contacted the Dragon Nation to revoke the qualifications of the Asan Nation. Upon receiving the news, the Asan Nation lamented, claiming to be a victim as well, vowing that such incidents would never recur. Before long, the Asan Nation enacted relevant legislation, imposing a minimum 3-year sentence for any act of cruelty towards animals. Their swift actions left the Dragon Nation somewhat speechless. Why had they not acted sooner? Just as the high-ranking officials contemplated how to address the matter, an unexpected turn of events unfolded during the live broadcast. Due to the discovery of extraterrestrial beings, the live feed remained uninterrupted. In this moment, the Asan personnel finally recalled their responsibilities and began to collect samples from the Na-6. They captured photographs from various angles and gathered skin and blood samples. They reinforced the restraints on the creature, and one member unfurled a large stove from his backpack. After the Asan Nation continuously introduced plant materials into the furnace, it soon produced a bundle of ropes interwoven with metallic threads. The Asan demonstrated their binding techniques, leaving the audience in stunned silence. All right, let's take this extraterrestrial back and await the ship's retrieval, the squad leader declared with pride. According to their prior plan, the ship would dispatch small aircraft at intervals to collect samples from various teams. With such a substantial haul this time, they believed the ship would promptly send a craft to retrieve the extraterrestrial. At that moment, Na-6 Mon gazed at the astonishing stove before him, momentarily forgetting his pain and humiliation. This device could transform wood into ropes, and such sturdy ones at that. It was as if the sacred tree had manifested. He stared wide-eyed at the functioning apparatus. Could it be that the armor worn by these diminutive beings was also crafted from this material? He pondered. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. A sharp whistle pierced through the jungle. Imoen froze for a moment, then his expression brightened. As if recalling something, his face changed dramatically. He shouted at the ASIN team, "Hey, quickly return my pants. You rascals." His voice even carried a hint of a sob. The thought of being seen in his current state by his companions was mortifying. The ASIN personnel looked bewildered, but upon observing the extraterrestrials' agitation and hearing the commotion nearby, their expressions turned serious. Alert! All team members, gather together. They stood back to back, anxiously surveying their surroundings, fearful of what terrifying creature might leap from the foliage. Shortly thereafter, a faint rustling of footsteps echoed. The sight that emerged caused the faces of all ASIN members to pale. It was blue. Numerous Gnostics rode forth on their steeds, slowly emerging from the dense forest. They regarded the ASIN personnel with cold stares before turning their attention to their fellow Gnostics. The bound Gnostics lowered their heads in shame, hoping to remain unnoticed. "Moan, we have perceived your distress signal, and we have arrived." Among the azure-clad individuals, a Gnostic, resembling his companion, fell silent mid-sentence. His gaze fixated upon the current plight of his friend, as well as the suspicious markings adorning his form. The speaking Gnostic's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting sheer horror. He then hesitantly turned his gaze towards the individuals from the third nation. "He is but a boy. Are you demons?" As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with revulsion. How could his childhood companion, with whom he had shared countless moments, be? This brotherhood is irretrievably lost. Those wretched beings who tarnished their friendship deserve to perish. The Gnostics could never have fathomed that one day he would experience the heartache of a childhood bond being usurped. Though certain details differed, the anguish remained palpable. In the throes of his despair, the other Gnostics paused momentarily before the realization struck them. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tumultuous. The Gnostics near the third nation recoiled in fear, retreating a few steps. Oh, how shocking! They exchanged terrified glances, as if they had nearly encountered something unspeakably vile. "Eliminate them." At that moment, one of the Gnostics spoke up. The others turned their reverent gazes towards her. She was a Gnostic woman, distinct from the rest, adorned with a colorful feather in her hair, as if to signify her unique status, a mark of distinction. Chapter 110. The annihilation of the ASIN nation. At the standoff between the ASIN nation and the Nahua people, the Nahua warriors, upon receiving their orders, swiftly brandished their weapons and charged towards the ASIN individuals, roaring with fervor. "Heed the command of Her Highness, slaughter these fiends. Kill." The ASIN personnel were immediately thrown into disarray. Engage battle mode. They activated their powered armor in haste. The sudden turn of events startled the Nahua, prompting them to adopt a more cautious stance. Clearly, the ASIN forces had entered an offensive state. The ominous hue of red. The Nahua remained vigilant, yet did not relent in their assault, encircling the ASIN fighters in search of an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, an unsuspecting member of the ASIN was seized by a Nahua warrior wielding a hook-like weapon, dragging him away amidst a chorus of horrified screams. The Nahua surged forward, swiftly dismembering him. The chilling wails echoed through the jungle. Those watching the live broadcast were transfixed by the gruesome spectacle. "Wait, they can actually damage the powered armor. That is something even the mythical beasts cannot penetrate," a voice exclaimed. "No, look closely. The Nahua's disassembly technique is remarkably professional." The observers noted how the Nahua exploited the seams of the powered armor, forcefully inserting their weapons and slicing through the alloy with alarming ease. Even so, to cut through the Dragon Nation's powered armor with a blade is simply outrageous. The other viewers fell into silence. These extraterrestrials seemed extraordinary indeed. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. Meanwhile, various nations anxiously sought contact with the Dragon Nation. "Relay our coordinates to the Eagle Nation. The ASIN personnel are in peril. We must provide assistance. Let our Bear Nation intervene. It is our duty to confront these aliens." Each nation clamored for the location of the ASIN squad. As the biological samples from the extraterrestrials had yet to be submitted, this suggested that, according to the rules, the opportunity for substantial points was still available. If they could capture even one specimen, they would gain an overwhelming advantage in points. The news reached Yuling Commander. Should we decline their requests? Order the spacecraft to deploy drones for sample recovery, Yuling replied calmly. The messenger was taken aback. Just recover the samples? What about the ASAN personnel? Pay them no mind. They are as good as lost. Recovery of the samples is the priority. Yuling observed the messenger's thoughts, responding with a serene demeanor. The messenger nodded and departed. Yuling's gaze shifted back to the Nawe warriors. These extraterrestrials were indeed formidable. No one knew the quality of powered armor better than he did. It was not something that could be cleaved apart by crude blades. The Nawe, it seemed, possessed the prowess of second-tier genetic warriors. Thus, he refrained from sending his crew to rescue the ASAN forces, as it would be futile. The intervention of other nations would be equally ineffectual, merely serving as fodder for the Nawe, in the face of adversaries possessing strength equivalent to that of the Jin warriors. Even clad in powered armor, ordinary individuals remain incapable of prevailing against them. Moreover, this locale serves as the home ground of the extraterrestrials. Employing a multitude of exploration teams merely to procure a handful of alien corpses is devoid of significance. It is far more prudent to continue amassing various samples and information. Yuling furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the blue figures relentlessly slaughtering the soldiers from the ASAN nation on the screen. How is this possible? What is the structure of their anatomy? Are they truly human? Yuling pondered incessantly. Whether these blue-skinned beings are aliens or humans will determine the subsequent course of action, annihilation or subjugation. Thus, obtaining samples is of paramount importance. If one could decode their genetic makeup, it would reveal whether these beings belong to the human lineage. An autopsy of a corpse would be even more advantageous, providing insights into the development of such formidable blue skin. The other nations, receiving the reports, felt both enraged and helpless. Accelerate the pace of exploration. If the ASAN people can discover them, so can we. Expand the operational range. There cannot be just one batch of aliens. They simultaneously utilized their training opportunities for the day to issue commands to their teams, while also cautioning the members about the strength of the aliens, advising them to avoid direct confrontation when possible. All of this was within Yuling's expectations. Regardless of the prowess of these blue-skinned beings, the other nations would not relent. They would undoubtedly devise a means to acquire a corpse or even a living specimen, such as the delight of capitalists. Meanwhile, the conflict between the ASAN nation and the Nawe people was drawing to a close. The explorers were nearly annihilated. The few remaining began to flee towards their camp. Rather than hurrying to hunt them down, the Nawe people followed slowly behind, seeking to discover the location of these unfamiliar beings' nest. The spectators were filled with urgency. Were these individuals from the ASAN nation truly so foolish as to lead the enemy back to their camp? Just a bunch of spoiled rich kids. They were likely terrified out of their wits by now. Futile. These people had lost their sanity, and despite the ASAN officials shouting over the communications for several minutes, it was in vain. It was over. The ASAN nation was destined for total annihilation, lamented the spectators. Huh, why are you back? At the ASAN camp. Upon seeing their companions return in panic from the exploration, the camp members expressed their confusion. To the landing pod. To the landing pod. Run. The fleeing individuals babbled incoherently, shoving those in front of them aside as they dashed towards the landing pod. Only by seeking refuge within could they find solace. The person who was pushed to the ground, bewildered, scrambled to his feet. What on earth? Suddenly, an arrow pierced the glass canopy, embedding itself in his forehead. The spectators, witnessing this scene, were gripped by an overwhelming chill. This was bulletproof glass. What kind of absurdity is this? Can an arrow truly penetrate such material? What on earth are these aliens? As the audience grappled with their bewilderment, an increasing number of Nawe individuals emerged. They encircled the camp, and with a mere gesture from the princess, all the Gnostics surged forward, commencing a brutal massacre. The traps and devices designed to fend off the ferocious beast proved utterly ineffective against the astute Gnostics. To them, those traps appeared as trivial playthings crafted by children. In the primordial wilderness of Pandora, they were the true masters of such contraptions. Before long, the camp lay in ruins. Aside from the initial 3 who managed to flee into the landing pod, the rest were annihilated. The Gnostics gazed at the tightly sealed landing pod, unable to find even the slightest crack. Their relentless assaults with stones and blades yielded no result. With no other recourse, they resolved to take the entire pod with them, along with the disassembled components of their fallen comrade's exosuit. Although unauthorized, they could not activate it. However, once dismantled, it could still serve as armor. The strength of the exosuit was acknowledged by the Gnostics. Had they not targeted the connection points, breaching it would have proven challenging. Thus, the Gnostics unfastened the exosuit components and affixed them to their own bodies as protective gear. They collected all the bodies, the resource conversion units from the individual backpacks, and every weapon available. Without a doubt, the camp's cold weapons surpassed those they had employed. It was evident that the Gnostics were thoroughly pleased with their spoils. They departed with their bounty, unaware that the disassembled helmet still glowed with an indicator light, the live broadcast continuing unabated. Chapter 111. The Settlement of the Gnostics. At this moment, Blue Star is broadcasting the ongoing colonization activities live. Ever since the annihilation of the Third Nation, the footage has remained focused on this singular event. Occasionally, when other teams discover traces of Gnostics' activities, small windows appear momentarily in the corner before vanishing. Furthermore, the audience's perspective has been persistently aligned with the helmet taken from the Third Nation, following the Gnostics as they advance. A profound silence envelopes all viewers, as they yearn to uncover the whereabouts of the Gnostics' stronghold and its nature. Along the journey, the voices of the Gnostics resonate continuously. Linguists from Blue Star engage in frantic analysis, while various nations record and preserve the video for further examination. Yuling is no exception. He is utilizing the Infinite Divine Machines network to decipher the language. Although the current visuals cannot be entirely decoded, they still provide a general understanding of the situation. As the video progresses, the pace of the party slows after traveling approximately 70 to 80 kilometers from the Third Nation's camp. Instantly, those watching the live stream are invigorated. Have they arrived? A faint mist rises within the jungle, and the Gnostics halt their march before a stone tablet adorned with red-painted runes. The Gnostics engage in peculiar actions, resembling a prayer or some form of ritual. Dismounting from their steeds, they bow their heads and clasp their hands in reverence. Thus, the viewers can only observe the Gnostics' postures. After an extended period, seemingly having completed their ritual, the Gnostics lift their heads and begin to disperse, resuming their journey. At that moment, the visual field of the video broadens, leaving all spectators in astonishment. In the distance looms a gigantic peak? No, it is a tree. A colossal tree. Soaring thousands of meters high, its trunk reaching for the heavens, while its dense canopy obscures the entire sky, resembling an infinite expanse. Below, the roots of this towering tree erupt skyward, lifting soil the size of islands, suspended in midair. Streams cascade through the roots, descending from the clouds to nourish the scattered islands below. There are also vertical columns of water plummeting from above, nurturing the land where the roots reside. These streams are formed from the canopy's absorption of moisture from the clouds, condensing into dew. The upper half of the tree is shrouded in thick layers of clouds, with no signs of dispersal, rendering it a mere indistinct silhouette, initially mistaken for a great mountain. The lower roots are perpetually enwrapped in mist. The audience from Blue Star is left utterly awestruck. As the camera follows the Gnostics closer to this divine giant, an unexpected incident occurs. The footage begins to drop frames, flicker, and ultimately disappears entirely. A heavy silence falls over the viewers from various nations. Is the camera malfunctioning? Is this a mistake? At such a critical moment, after a day of scenic viewing, just as the narrative was becoming compelling, this happens. Alas, considering the helmet had been removed, the fact that it operated for so long attests to the impressive technology of the Dragon Nation. The lair of these extraterrestrials appears quite extraordinary, imbued with an ethereal essence. Could it possibly be connected to psychic energy? Online, the public has begun fervent discussions. Meanwhile, the world leaders were solemn expressions. The settlement of the Gnostics evokes a sense of pressure among them. If this magnificent botanical abode is indeed a product of the Gnostics' own cultivation, then the strength of their civilization must be regarded with utmost seriousness. The long-awaited meeting of the Enthusiast Association is convened. The universe is truly vast. None could have anticipated that so close to us lies a planet teeming with life, inhabited by indigenous peoples and possessing such a unique civilization. It's no trivial matter. This alien civilization appears formidable, have you not noticed? Those individuals resembling primitive humans can wield bows and arrows to shatter bulletproof glass. And it is a product of the Dragon Kingdom. Why did the Dragon Kingdom initially establish such high points for intelligent beings? Were they foreseeing this situation? Someone voiced a suspicion. The high-ranking official, who was monitoring through the data stream, was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, you are correct, he replied. The Dragon Kingdom had been psychologically prepared for a civilizational conflict from the outset. Naturally, they had anticipated this. The official sipped his tea with a smile, eager to observe what these unaware nations, oblivious to their surveillance, would concoct next. The meeting of the Enthusiasts Association continued, regardless of the Dragon Kingdom's knowledge. The pressing issue is that this alien civilization seems beyond our capacity to confront. If we continue our explorations with them as our target and provoke their ire, the exploration team could face total annihilation. The president of the Eagle Nation stated gravely, if the exploration team is entirely obliterated, would the Dragon Kingdom still acknowledge the activity rewards they promised? This remark cast a pall of silence over all the nations. I believe we can no longer continue working for the Dragon Kingdom. In light of such unforeseen circumstances, and with ordinary individuals dispatched, the Dragon Kingdom must provide an explanation. Indeed, without permitting psychics to participate, ordinary people lack the combat prowess to contend with extraterrestrial civilizations. Even if we tactically capture a couple of aliens, what if we provoke their wrath and face retribution? What would happen if the Dragon Kingdom subsequently denied the points for the obliterated teams? It would be akin to laboring in vain. I now have grounds to suspect that the Dragon Kingdom views us merely as fodder, never intending to offer compensation from the start. The other nations quickly concurred with this perspective. If one were to place themselves in the Dragon Kingdom's position, they would likely act similarly. The high-ranking official observed the proceedings with a cold smirk. The Dragon Kingdom is not so petty-minded as you presume. The outcome of the Enthusiast Association meeting was swiftly determined. All nations unanimously agreed to cease their surveillance of the extraterrestrials and instead demand an explanation from the Dragon Kingdom. They require the continued deployment of troops and the introduction of psychics. As the meeting concluded, the official furrowed his brow, unconcerned about the intentions of the various nations. What is Yuling up to? He turned to inquire of the Secretary General. How should this matter be addressed? What actions will the Dragon Kingdom take regarding these extraterrestrials? He is aware of Yuling's thoughts. The comrades from the publicity department mentioned that he has already ascended to the space station on urgent business and will not return until tomorrow. The Secretary General remarked, voicing his own doubts. At this moment, what could Yuling possibly be doing at the space station? Meanwhile, within the confines of the space station, Yuling wore a grave expression. This alien civilization was far more complex than he had initially anticipated. He had assumed it to be a tribal type of civilization, given their mannerisms and attire, which revealed such characteristics. However, the emergence of that colossal tree took him by surprise, though it did not weigh heavily on his mind. His true concern lay with the report received from the spacecraft. His powered armor was not so feeble as to cease functioning simply because it had been disassembled, let alone a mere camera. Thus, upon the disappearance of the footage, Yuling promptly instructed the crew aboard the spacecraft to analyze the cause of the equipment malfunction. The results soon emerged, leaving him with a countenance of deep concern. Chapter 112, The Temple of the Gnostics through Meticulous Data Comparison and Analysis. As well as the final operational status of the camera, it was determined that the helmet's photographic function had been compromised due to psychic erosion. Yuling reviewed the report provided by the spacecraft. Although the Explorer was not equipped with the same type of power armor utilized by the Tribunal to suppress psychic entities, it was certainly not something that could be easily damaged by psychic forces. This armor had been modified from the active power suits of the Dragon Kingdom, having endured the chaos brought about by the psychic beings of Blue Star. Consequently, these power suits had all been imbued with psychic energy. For an ordinary psychic entity, it was no simple task to dismantle such armor with their own abilities. Even a fully uncontrolled psychic, amid the raging flames of the mind space, could be subdued by an armored warrior for over a minute without the armor sustaining any damage. Now, however, merely approaching that colossal tree resulted in damage within seconds. Just stepping into the opposing territory, Yuling recalled the ritual performed by the aliens before the stone tablet, which was evidently a territorial marker. Could it be that the tree was a sentient psychic being? Or perhaps this race harbored an exceptionally formidable psychic entity, at least one not beneath her own capabilities? Even for herself, it would not be an easy feat to dismantle a power suit from such a distance. The existence of psychic energy on this planet filled Yuling with trepidation. Fortunately, she had organized this colonization effort. Had the Dragon Kingdom's main forces deployed initially, they might have suffered severe repercussions. As it stood, although the emergence of psychic energy in the giant tree rendered the situation rather unfriendly, the Dragon Kingdom had yet to incur any losses, and there was still time to rectify matters. Yuling commenced communication with Mars to inquire about the various progressions. The plans for Pandora had become decidedly more complex. Meanwhile, on Pandora, the Gnostics, having vanquished the forces of the Asan nation, adeptly navigated the pathways formed by the massive tree roots, making their way toward the central trunk area. A Gnostics who had previously been bullied by the Asan was lagging behind the group, riding a mount that had shared a similar fate. He trudged along with his head bowed, appearing utterly dispirited. "Hyler, do not approach the sacred tree. Settle on the nearby island for now," urged the princess, who had moved to the rear of the group. Stopping a few meters away from him, she spoke softly. Hyler, taken aback, lifted his gaze, his expression one of distress. He understood that in his current unclean state, approaching the sacred tree would drive the elders to madness. He feared he might be torn apart. He recognized that the princess was trying to protect him, yet the feeling was still unbearable. Damn that shorty. If given the chance, I will surely avenge this grievance. The princess, relieved to see Hyler nod, breathed a sigh of relief. Should he prove ungrateful, they would have no choice but to resort to drastic measures. If any member of her team were to show disrespect towards the sacred tree, she would find it impossible to forgive herself. The sacred tree is the embodiment of the Gnostics' faith, and its sanctity must never be violated. The group continued onward, halting at the fork closest to the trunk. All the Gnostics watched as Hela departed from the group, veering towards a side branch that led to a floating isle. The remaining members continued their hurried journey towards the trunk of the great tree. 2 hours later, beneath the expansive canopy, the lush branches formed immense platforms in midair, bearing traces of human construction. Though they appeared primitive, striving to preserve the natural essence, they did not seem rudimentary. Instead, they emanated an enchanting spirit of harmony with nature. The princess ascended, heading toward the highest sanctuary of the Gnostics, the Temple of the Elders, the locus of decisions that shaped the tribe's destiny. Enveloped in the mist filtered through the canopy, it basked in the embrace of sunlight. As the great tree was perpetually shrouded in clouds, sunlight was a rare occurrence, rendering this place a sacred site for the Gnostics, believed to be a realm blessed by the great tree. Only those of high rank, who rendered exceptional service to the tribe, were deemed worthy to receive the teachings of the great tree within its confines. The structures, illuminated by the interplay of mist and sunlight, appeared as if cloaked in a rainbow due to the influence of some mystical energy. This is why vibrant colors symbolize nobility among the Gnostics, representing the sanctity of the temple. As the chief's daughter, she possessed the privilege to enter and report significant matters. The princess's guards halted, bowing respectfully as they watched her depart, bearing trophies and the remains of foes. "Karina, what business brings you to the council chamber?" inquired an elderly Gnostics, clad in a coat fashioned from an array of colorful feathers, his gaze stern as he scrutinized the princess, evidently displeased by the sanguine aura surrounding her. This was a sacred temple. How could one bring blood within its hallowed walls? "Elder Martin, I bear urgent news. Our tribe is under threat," she declared, kneeling on one knee, laying her spoils upon the ground, and presenting the severed head, adorned with a helmet, in her hands. The elder's expression sharpened. He could hardly disregard the sentinel, numbly accepting the head. The disparity in size between humans and the Gnostics was stark in the elder's grasp. The head appeared a mere trinket, comparable to the size of his palm. As the severed neck made contact with the elder's hand, the desiccated wound parted, releasing remnants of crimson blood. The elder gazed intently at the vivid red in his palm, curiously inhaling the scent. Indeed, it was blood, yet why was it red? Had there ever been a creature with such a striking hue? Such brilliance, such beauty. In that moment, the elder felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. In the spectrum of color, blue represented coldness, while the temple radiated warmth and vibrancy. Thus, the closer one was to warm hues, the more esteemed it appeared in the eyes of the Gnostics. To think that a creature bore such noble blood. They were enemies. Elder Martin regarded the features of the foreigner in disbelief, observing the unfamiliar skin tone, diminutive stature, and limbs akin to the Gnostics, yet with distinct facial traits. Had the first sight not been a corpse, he would undoubtedly have harbored doubts and attempted a friendly approach. Unbeknownst to him, a previous member had undertaken such an action, resulting in a heart-wrenching plea for help. The princess remained silent, awaiting the elder's examination of the spoils. After a while, the elder nodded and instructed the temple guards to bring the spoils inside. Princess Karina continued to kneel in her place, aware that it would not be long before Elder Martin returned to escort her into the presence of all the elders for a report. Indeed, it was not long before Elder Martin reappeared. He summoned the princess, and they entered the sacred hall together. However, the princess felt a twinge of confusion, as the duration had exceeded her expectations. It seemed that this unprecedented enemy had made quite an impact on the elders. The princess pondered internally how to present her report in a manner that would illuminate the inherent flaws of this race, particularly given their heinous acts against Heller. Chapter 113. The war is about to begin. Princess Karina, accompanied by the elders, traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived at a room. Above them, in a circular open chamber, a prominent platform held 12 manhwa elders. These esteemed individuals represented the highest authority within their sacred tree tribe. Typically, they remained detached from tribal affairs, dedicating themselves to meditation and establishing a connection with the sacred tree, seeking to comprehend divine powers. They convened only during critical events to determine the tribe's future direction. Karina, you assert that this noble-blooded being is an enemy? The leading elder inquired, his gaze fixed upon her, holding aloft a helmet belonging to Asan. The princess knelt, recounting her previous observations. When she mentioned the violation of her companion, Heller, the elder's body stiffened, clutching the helmet. Nevertheless, she continued, even Heller's steed has suffered a similar fate. A profound silence enveloped the chamber. The elder inhaled sharply. Disbelief etched upon his features as he scrutinized the helmet and the visage it contained. This is inconceivable. Absolutely outrageous. A mysterious wave of energy erupted, transforming the helmet into mere dust, while a terrifying pressure permeated the space. If Yuling were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this elder was a formidable telekinetic energy wielder. Princess Karina bowed her head respectfully. She had anticipated the elder's discontent upon learning of such matters. Audacious! How dare you bring such foul entities into the sacred hall? One elder began to interrogate her vehemently. Internally, Karina acknowledged the truth of his words. Fortunately, she had prepared an explanation. Elders, they are not only malevolent, but also possess the power to threaten our tribe. According to protocol, I had no choice but to present the severity of the situation. Karina spoke resolutely. The elder paused, momentarily silenced, yet his expression remained grim, conveying the notion that she would face dire consequences if she failed to elucidate the matter. The princess turned her gaze to Elder Martin, who had initially brought forth the spoils. He appeared taken aback before instructing the guards to bring forth the items she had retrieved. Various cold weapons and components of powered armor emerged. Though these creatures may lack strength, their craftsmanship far surpasses ours. Furthermore, there may exist individuals within their tribe who are as formidable as the elders. Therefore, I contend that these malevolent beings pose a substantial threat. Their peculiar interest in us, regardless of gender, necessitates the eradication of this menace to uphold the dignity of the manhwa and the sacred tree. Princess Karina recalled the abhorrent sights she had witnessed while rescuing Heller, her face contorted in disgust. That young man was effectively ruined. Word of his plight would render him unacceptable to his peers within the tribe. In the arena of vengeance, shedding his final drop of blood would be his most fitting destiny. The elders fell silent. Their expressions reflected a hint of hesitation. Centuries had passed since they triumphed in battle, gaining the approval of the divine tree and establishing their dominion over it. It had been a long time since such a significant conflict had arisen. The defeated tribes had become their vassals, and the remaining clans, too, revered the divine tree and willingly accepted the rule of the divine faction. Karina, but is it truly a total war? The Grand Elder gazed at her with a grave demeanor. The remarkable weapons forged in these unfamiliar beings could not possibly originate from a minor power. Once war is declared, it would inevitably result in rivers of blood. We, the Nahwei, have dwelled in Pandora for generations, never having encountered such creatures. Their skin tone, their blood, all differ from ours. With such advanced technology, they cannot belong to a trivial faction, yet our history bears no record of them. Elders. These beings are either messengers sent by the divine or demons. Karina paused at this juncture. The elders stood in stunned silence. Indeed, the presence of such unrecognized entities was alarming. Their actions are too malevolent to be associated with our revered deity. The nation of A3 remains oblivious to the grave transgressions it has committed against the Nahwei. Thanks to their folly, the humans of the Blue Star have been branded as demons that must be eradicated. This has escalated into a matter of race and faith. The elders suddenly understood. Thus, Karina had come to report this. I concur with Karina. These malevolent beings must be exterminated. Agreed. This must be a test from the divine tree. Impure souls have insulted our beliefs. They are unworthy of such noble blood. We shall slay them and offer their blood as tribute to the divine. Summon the legions. The elders unanimously decreed. Elder Martin nodded slightly at this. As a liaison between the temple elders and the tribes, he would not retreat into seclusion like the other formal elders. He was far more attuned to the tribe's circumstances. Since war had been decided upon, the first step was to recall the Iron-Blooded Legion, comprised of divine beasts and their offspring. The divine beasts reside atop the crown of the divine tree. With the Nahwei's acceptance by the divine tree, they also gain the acknowledgement of these beasts. They permit Nahwei warriors to ride upon them and their progeny into battle. But only the most exceptional among them are granted this honor. After undergoing the divine tree's baptism, they must forge contracts with the divine beasts. This is merely the first step. Next, they must earn the beast's approval and participate in rigorous training. Only after passing various perilous trials can one become a full-fledged member of the Iron-Blooded Legion. Presently, the Legion consists of 3,000 individuals, each capable of single-handedly vanquishing a pack of sacred beasts. Elder Martin quietly murmured something to himself, and the others refrained from interrupting. Moments later, a resounding cry echoed from the heavens. The crowd appeared momentarily dazed as a vibrant figure descended upon the temple. This is the chieftain of the Divine Beast clan. Possessing a wingspan of approximately 40 meters, its form resembling a fusion of a pterosaur and a butterfly, with sharp jaws and claws. It is evidently not a creature of herbivorous nature. Upon its back stands a Gnosis, markedly different from the streamlined figures of his kin. This Gnosis appears quite robust, bearing a fearsome blade nearly equal to his own height. With a mighty leap, he descends with a resounding thud at the center of the temple. Sister Karina, it has been quite some time. Why do you remain so slender? You shall struggle to bear strong offspring in the future. The burly man greets her with a hearty laugh. Karina, bewildered, looks down, realizing she cannot see her toes. How have I become so frail? She exclaims through gritted teeth. Brother Kalok. Kalok, perplexed, scratches his head. What has caused your anger? Elders, what is the purpose of summoning me? He turns to the assembly of elders. Kalok, the war is about to commence. Chapter 114. The hunt begins within the temple. Karok was momentarily taken aback by the elder's words. War? What war? Hadn't the strife ceased with the ascendance of his tribe to divinity? In Pandora, where was there any war? Could it be that the sacred beasts were reproducing at an alarming rate, necessitating a large-scale extermination? If that were the case, it indeed presented a troubling conflict. Elder Martin, observing his reaction, let out a sigh and gestured for Karina to elucidate the matter. Upon hearing the entirety of the situation, Karok's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting profound existential doubt, coupled with an unsettling chill coursing through him. Such a thing was unfathomable. How could such malevolent creatures exist? As the most valiant warrior of his tribe, he felt a shiver of dread upon learning of the atrocities committed by the Asin nation against his comrade, Heller. Who could withstand such horror? They must be eradicated. I understand now. I will rally the troops, he declared, nimbly climbing upward. Gather at the Divine Tree workshop before we embark. Karina called out just as he was about to depart. He waved her off, soaring away with the divine beast. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, after the visual feed had vanished, a sense of regret permeated the crowd. Although they had lost the trail, Surely the Dragon Kingdom had discerned the location of the extraterrestrial stronghold? Did these aliens remain unaware of their exposure? Would the Dragon Kingdom disclose this information, dispatching exploration teams to gather intelligence from the alien lair? The online community buzzed with speculation. Various nations had indeed sent requests to the Dragon Kingdom, not for the aliens' location, but to bolster their ranks with additional personnel and deploy psychics. The combat prowess exhibited by the aliens was simply beyond comprehension. The Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs was inundated with inquiries. Meanwhile, Yuling was not idle. He downloaded the voice data he had recorded during the journey and, integrating it with the analysis from the Martian mainframe, crafted a translator. However, he encountered a slight dilemma. This translator could only convert the Gnostics language and was incapable of rendering Blue Star's language into Gnostics. This was not his intended goal. What Yuling sought was a translator capable of facilitating communication with these blue-skinned beings. Would a transitional device be necessary? Perhaps a Gnostic's body could serve as the core relay for translation, whether living or deceased, to convert the Blue Star language into a format comprehensible to the Gnostics. It appeared that the rationale for hunting the Gnostics had just expanded. At that moment, he received a message from the Secretary General regarding how to address the extraterrestrials on Pandora. What stance should the Dragon Kingdom adopt towards them? Yuling fell into deep contemplation. The pressing question remained, were these Gnostics indeed aliens? They had yet to exhibit any signs of psychic abilities and appeared quite similar to humans in terms of limb structure and other characteristics. Nonetheless, sample analysis was imperative. If they were not aliens, Yuling had no intention of pursuing total annihilation. It suffices to subdue the adversary. The Pandora planet will not relinquish its dominion. For the Dragon Kingdom is determined to prevail. Should the threat be of an alien nature, complete annihilation is warranted. Thus, there exists no genuine choice. Regardless of whether the opponent is human, the Dragon Kingdom must take action. The combat prowess exhibited by the Gnostics surpasses the capabilities of other nations. Tomorrow, I shall announce the outcome of our deliberations. Yuling sent a voice message to the Secretary General and proceeded to establish contact with Mars. Mars has now completed the construction of the second subspace vessel, and Yuling must transport the docking module and equipment. This time, it is not merely an exploratory mission. It is a formal deployment of forces. Amidst his bustling activities, profound changes were unfolding on Pandora. Beneath the sacred tree, in the workshop of the Gnostics. Ordinary Gnostics, civilians were reverently gazing in that direction. The Iron Blood Legion had gathered once more after a long hiatus. Beside each flying beast stood a fierce Gnostics warrior, equipped with short spears and bows. The beasts bore quivers and lances. "Sister, what are these?" Karlach exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the weaponry before him. The exquisite light armor boasted a defensive capability rivaling that of heavy armor, while the glimmering alloy weapons far surpassed the finest arms of their tribe. He picked up the large knife he had wielded for years, only to find it shattered upon contact with the alloy blade, causing him to wince in dismay. "Brother, you must exercise caution. These foes are not so simple." "These weapons were forged in the infernal fires of the sacred tree," Karina warned, gesturing towards the workshop. The so-called workshop was, in reality, a vast space formed within a tree hollow. Within the sacred tree lies many wondrous locales, and this workshop is one of them. The internal temperature was extraordinarily high, with magma-like patterns adorning the walls of the hollow. At the center lay a pool resembling molten rock. This was the workshop of the Gnostics. By casting the unique minerals of Pandora into this chamber, the sacred tree would yield an array of weaponry. However, at that moment, their confiscated individual backpacks and the neatly arranged furnace converters lay beside them. Tendril-like roots enveloped the furnace. As Gnostics continued to cast the remains of flora and fauna into it, producing weapons of varied styles, along with portable food and water, Karlach stood frozen at this sight, a chill creeping into his heart. Such terrifying creations. These demons possess abilities comparable to those of the sacred tree. The sacred tree is not merely a symbol of faith. It is the mother that nurtures the Gnostics. Its myriad wonders have safeguarded the Gnostics during their historical periods of vulnerability, enabling them to overcome the threat of the deadly sacred beasts. Yet now, a creature of unprecedented nature has casually produced items that rival the powers of the sacred tree. "I understand. I shall proceed with caution," Karlach said gravely. Remember, if we recover these furnaces, bring them back intact if possible, Karina urged. This was her true objective. These furnaces are truly extraordinary. The weapons and equipment forged with them far surpass those crafted from the divine tree itself. Karlach nodded, equally aware of the value of this creation. Once the team was equipped with their new armaments, they set forth. In that moment, they transformed the primitive aesthetics of their tribe, introducing a hint of distorted technological essence. The equipment produced by the tree-corrupted furnaces possessed a distinctive style, somewhat frenzied and distorted, evoking a sense of uncontrolled psychic energy. The team swiftly vanished into the distant sky, embarking on their hunt for the explorers of the blue planet. The elders of the temple, through the divine tree, communicated with their kin to issue a task, instructing all settlements near the tree's branches to seek the traces of those diminutive figures. Before long, the first explorer camp was discovered. A live broadcast was underway, featuring the York team from the Eagle Nation. They were busy reinforcing the defenses of their camp. The walls formed by armor plates had been completed, standing a formidable 5 meters high. Now, even if a deathly sacred beast were to attack, they felt confident in their ability to keep it at bay. The audience marveled at their efficiency through the barrage of comments. However, they were unprepared for the calamity that fell from the heavens. Dark shadows were cast down, and York's companion before him was impaled, pinned to the ground. It was then they realized the shadows were spears, each 2 meters long. An enemy assault. Chapter 115. The Gnostics' attack on Pandora, Eagle Camp. York's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the lifeless body of his comrade, suspended grotesquely upon a peculiar alloy spear. The spear had pierced through the back of his neck and emerged from his abdomen, blood frothing from the man's mouth, his eyes filled with terror. From the movement of his lips, York could discern the plea for salvation. Save me. A chill ran down his spine. There was still hope. If only he could transport the man to the landing pod for cryogenic preservation, perhaps salvation was within reach. As he resolved to lift the body, another spear suddenly pierced the head of the man before him. York froze for a fraction of a second, then turned and fled. Don't hide. The enemy can pierce through powered armor. The shelter is futile. Set fire to it. Let the smoke cover our retreat. York shouted. As he spoke, more members of the camp fell victim to the assault. The others, gritting their teeth, began to execute his orders. True to the elite nature of the Eagle Army, they quickly regained their composure after the initial panic. They commenced tactical maneuvers, evading the astonishingly lethal spears raining down from above. What sort of sustenance had these beings consumed to gain such strength? Damn it! Fall back! The team shouted, their hands never ceasing in their efforts as flames swiftly engulfed the camp. The portable stoves from the soldiers' packs released a substantial amount of highly flammable materials, enabling the fire to spread in the clutter-free campsite. Thick smoke billowed upward. The Gnostics warriors, poised to continue their onslaught, were suddenly beset by coughing fits. Karlach was taken aback. The peculiar evasive movements of the men below had already diminished the accuracy of their throws. But now the flames and smoke rendered them incapable of maintaining aerial dominance. Intriguing. These individuals were indeed worthy of the tribal conflict, just as Karina had asserted. Although Pandora had long been devoid of war, minor skirmishes still occurred. Other Gnostics encountering the Iron Blood Legion's aerial suppression would never exhibit such a response. Typically, a single wave of projectiles would leave naught but a handful of survivors. Descend, Karlach bellowed. He then commanded his flying beast to lower its altitude. This time, he did not bring forth a divine creature, but instead rode upon an ordinary flying beast. Hearing his command, the other Ironblood warriors sheathed their spears. As they descended to a height of mere dozens of meters, they leapt down directly. The fleeing actions of York and his comrades came to an abrupt halt as they warily regarded the Gnostics before them. Damn it, what kind of monsters did that bunch from A3 provoke? York muttered in frustration. The oppressive presence of the Gnostics was overwhelming, particularly that of the leader, an imposing figure with exaggerated height, resembling a colossal blue giant. The thought that the A3 had somehow angered such a fearsome creature filled him with a sense of awe. Realizing that the impending battle was unavoidable, York couldn't help but chuckle. He and his teammates activated the combat mode of their powered armor, and York made a universal friendly gesture towards the imposing blue giant before him. Galactic stood there, utterly bewildered. Despite the language barrier, York discerned the confusion etched on his face. Thus, he accompanied his gesture with a corresponding motion, ensuring that even the alien before them could grasp the underlying message, annihilate them. Galactic felt a surge of discomfort within, quickly transforming into a profound rage. In the vastness of space, the staff responsible for broadcasting the footage were in a flurry of activity. Most of the explorers had fallen prey to the onslaught of the NA-6. Had they not yet established contact with the Blue Star headquarters? Where was Commander Yuling? What should we do? Damn those blue-skinned beings, how could so many suddenly materialize? How did they locate those explorers? We are trying to make contact. This process inherently requires time. Even with the technology meeting the required standards, the lack of relevant experience can result in such emergencies being poorly managed. Currently, the crew aboard the ship found themselves ensnared in the agony of lacking an urgent communication channel. Desperate, the remaining personnel began directing the teams on the surface of Pandora towards escape routes, but the results were far from effective. The planet's dense vegetation posed a significant challenge, causing many explorers to navigate beneath the trees. The ship could only ascertain their location, but it was unable to provide detailed information regarding the terrain. Consequently, some teams with darker skin tones were inadvertently led to dead ends. Upon hearing the final curses of those individuals through their headsets, the staff sorrowfully removed their earpieces. This cannot be blamed on you. You have done your utmost, a companion quickly reassured. The number of team members from all nations was rapidly diminishing. The NA-6 showed no intention of sparing any lives. Their objective was evidently total annihilation. The Blue Star audience watched in shock, witnessing the overwhelming presence of aliens. Damn it, why isn't the ship taking action? Go save them. What are you thinking? Do you believe the ship refrains from landing on Pandora merely to mitigate such risks? Precisely, it's easier to send out a ship after lives are lost. If the ship is destroyed, the repercussions would be dire. There are so many of them. They are remarkably powerful, capable of effortlessly dismantling powered armor. The audience gasped in astonishment. Leaders from other nations, witnessing their explorers perish one after another, grew increasingly anxious. All nations were reaching out to the Dragon Kingdom, which finally managed to establish contact with the ship. In terms of cosmic communication, what seemed lengthy was merely a matter of minutes after the explorers were attacked. They had initiated contact the moment anomalies appeared in the live broadcast. Yuling also received the news, appearing in the command room where the senior leaders were gathered. What is the current situation? Yuling inquired. Most of the explorers have sacrificed themselves. Only about 40 remain in flight. The NA-6 are far stronger than we anticipated, their aggressiveness surpassing our expectations. Something is amiss. Look at the equipment of this faction of NA-6. It is entirely different from what we observed previously. The scene shifted to the Iron Blood Legion. This formidable contingent of 3,000 soldiers swiftly dispersed, annihilating the explorers within their territory with remarkable efficiency. While the remaining explorers struggled to withstand the onslaught of the novice, they did not meet such a swift demise, managing to take down a few alongside them. Only these novices displayed a thoroughly one-sided combat performance. This location was near where the Asan nation had discovered the novice. Subsequently, the map of Pandora delineated the operational radius of the Iron Blood Legion. All present fell into a profound silence as they beheld the vast expanse of territory. Yuling furrowed his brow. Although others might not recognize the equipment, he certainly could not overlook it. These items originated from his own crafted individual backpacks. But how could this be? Following the incident in the Asan nation, he had immediately secured those lost assets to prevent their misuse. Chapter 116. The Expedition of the Judgment Army in the command room of the Dragon Kingdom. An unsettling silence enveloped the gathering. Yuling wore a contemplative expression, sensing something amiss. These seemingly elite Nawe legions, operating within this vicinity, must belong to the same tribe that previously annihilated the forces of the Asan Kingdom. However, the stark contrast in their appearances was perplexing. The equipment they wielded undoubtedly originated from the resource converters provided by their own people. This indicated that the Nawe had discovered a method to circumvent the safety locks imposed on their gear. This was indeed intriguing. Such technology was beyond the grasp of even the most esteemed researchers of Blue Star, as it fundamentally defied resolution, akin to the immutable laws of physics. Yuling could scarcely believe that a civilization appearing so primitive could surpass Blue Star in technological prowess. The only plausible explanation was spiritual energy. If anything could account for the current bizarre situation, it was spiritual energy. The marvels of this force were beyond even Yuling's comprehension, as it belonged to an entirely different realm. With this revelation, Yuling began to piece together the situation. There were spiritualists among these manhwa. He spoke aloud, drawing the attention of everyone present, their expressions a mixture of confusion. What did this have to do with the ambush on their team? Recall the spacecraft and send a message to the surviving explorers, instructing them to abandon all exploration activities and to lock in their scores based on their previous rankings. It is time for us to take action, Yuling declared solemnly. The others paused momentarily before nodding gravely. The so-called colonial exploration activities were merely a pretext. Regardless of circumstances, the Dragon Kingdom would inevitably intervene. Given the current developments, it was only fitting for the Dragon Kingdom to respond. The manhwa were formidable indeed, but they were still far from matching the might of the present-day Dragon Kingdom. As it stood, the second phase of the Gene Warrior transformation was nearing completion. The active Judgment Army had largely evolved into second-stage Gene Warriors, with many having awakened their spiritual energy, swelling their ranks to 2,000. Meanwhile, the first-stage Gene Warriors numbered in the tens of thousands. If the manhwa possessed only the strength displayed during the live broadcast, the Dragon Kingdom could effortlessly overpower them. Let us proceed as Yuling suggested. These extraterrestrials will not remain arrogant for long, the senior leader remarked, his expression one of disdain. The images broadcasted from the spacecraft revealed the manhwa displaying the severed heads of explorers as trophies, akin to ornaments that symbolized their glory. They drained the blood from the corpses for preservation, even savoring the taste with an expression of delight. The sight was starkly primitive and savage, eliciting a profound sense of repulsion from all who had received modern education. Yuling felt equally unsettled. Could these beings truly be extraterrestrial? If they were a humanoid species, would they possess an appetite for creatures strikingly similar to themselves? Suddenly, an idea struck Yuling. No. Variety exists in abundance within a vast forest. The Asen Kingdom harbored equally inhumane preferences. One must not judge based on such matters. It was imperative to examine the objective genetic mapping. The disparities arising from culture and education are indeed profound. Yuling repeatedly scrutinized the footage of the exploration team being ambushed. He discerned that the Gnostics possessed remarkable physical strength. Among them, the elite could astonishingly rival the genetically modified warriors of the third stage, while the exceptionally gifted might even surpass them. Yuling surmised that these Gnostics might very well serve as suitable candidates for the fourth stage of Gene Warriors, potentially augmenting the original organ blueprint significantly. As soon as the spacecraft issued the command to commence its return journey, nations could no longer remain passive. They began to fly directly to the Dragon Nation, eager to ascertain the situation firsthand. The points ranking, calculated previously, had already left many countries dissatisfied. The Dragon Nation's abrupt abandonment of all explorers and decision to return home only intensified their ire. The spectators from various nations, witnessing the departing spacecraft, were equally unsettled. Was the Dragon Nation truly retreating? Were these extraterrestrials that formidable? Had the Dragon Nation succumbed to fear? How ludicrous! To think that the Dragon Nation would bow before the indigenous people of Pandora. Were they only bold within their own confines on Blue Star? The audience was left in shock and confusion. Although the Dragon Nation did not deploy a combat team, the armament aboard the spacecraft was far from negligible. They had anticipated that the spacecraft would deliver a lesson to these arrogant blue extraterrestrials. The stark contrast between expectation and reality incited their profound anger. Meanwhile, representatives from various nations arrived in the Dragon Nation within a day. The Dragon Nation did not shy away. Instead, it announced a press conference. All representatives gathered, eager to learn how the Dragon Nation would address the situation at hand. Subsequently, news regarding the main forces of the Dragon Nation heading to Pandora was made public. At that moment, media outlets worldwide were left bewildered. Upon hearing that the dispatch team included 502nd stage genetically modified judgment troops, their eyes widened in disbelief. Since the commencement of exploration in Pandora, many of the Dragon Nation's previously confidential details had been disclosed. Thus, they were fortunate enough to learn about the existence of Gene warriors. While the specifics remained elusive, there was no doubt regarding their combat prowess. The audience, glued to the press conference, erupted in excitement. The Dragon Nation's judgment troops were set to mobilize. The blue extraterrestrials were surely doomed. For reasons unknown, I found myself suddenly sympathizing with those extraterrestrials. What expressions would these primitive beings wear when confronted by the judgment troops? Previously, when I witnessed the brutal treatment of humans by these aliens, my blood boiled. However, now I felt a flicker of compassion. I longed to witness the judgment troops crush the extraterrestrials before departing. Online, a wave of jubilation swept through. Everyone was convinced that once the Dragon Nation intervened, the extraterrestrial civilizations would undoubtedly face defeat. In the venue, the representatives from various nations wore grim expressions upon hearing that the Dragon Nation would take action. Their own exploration teams had nearly been annihilated, and they had yet to obtain information on the explorers' powered armor or commence research on the equipment. The whereabouts of Pandora's promising territories remain elusive, and it appears that the Dragon Kingdom is poised to take control before any endeavors have truly commenced. Were their efforts in vain, culminating in naught? Moreover, the ranking of points will remain unchanged, implying they will retain a modicum of land use rights. However, this concession cannot appease the representatives present. Their initial aspirations for profit far exceed the meager returns they currently face. How can they find solace in this outcome? The Speaker of the Hawk Nation wears a grim expression, exchanging glances with neighboring representatives. It is imperative to secure involvement in subsequent actions, ensuring the safe return of the remaining exploration teams. Those resources represent the sole hope for acquiring the Dragon Kingdom's technology. Chapter 117. The departure of the Dragon Nation's expedition. 5 days later, the expeditionary force of the Dragon Nation was fully prepared for departure. Following the conclusion of the press conference, representatives from other nations lingered, persistently negotiating for participation in the forthcoming mission. However, all requests were firmly declined. In the grand square of the imperial capital, the mechanized warriors congregated. The spacecraft bound for Mars had already reached the outer expanse of the Dragon Nation. Alongside the previous vessel that had returned from Pandora, both now docked beside the space station. This time, Yuling would personally venture to Pandora. Driven by a profound interest in the Gnostic psychics, after scrutinizing footage of the explorer's ambush, Yuling noted that the Gnostics had not exhibited any signs of psychic abilities, nor had they awakened such powers. The previous equipment malfunctions and the unauthorized breach of gear permissions thus posed an intriguing enigma. Yuling concluded that his presence might be essential. If formidable psychics indeed resided among them, he alone could suppress their capabilities and mitigate potential losses to the Dragon Nation's forces. This was not mere hubris on Yuling's part. Just days prior, he had borrowed the base to conduct a trial showcasing the destructive potential of fully activated psychic powers. The results of this experiment were classified as top secret, and it was precisely due to these findings that the higher-ups had permitted his journey to Pandora. As the space elevator descended, Yuling ascended into the void alongside the first wave of warriors. The leader gazed at him with a sense of nostalgia. Initially, he had opposed Yuling's expedition to Pandora, but the implications of the experimental results compelled him to relent. For the success of the colonization initiative, there was no better solution than having Yuling at the forefront. He murmured a wish that Mars had commenced the production of intelligent robots. The senior officials of the Dragon Nation were well aware of the ongoing plans for Mars. Should those resources be ready for deployment, Yuling's personal involvement would be unnecessary, and even the Judgment Army could remain uninvolved. An unending stream of war machines and nanobots could obliterate the Gnostic civilization on Pandora with ease. Soon after, everyone departed from the Imperial Square. Inside the space station, the warriors began boarding the vessel. Once all were aboard, Yuling took a final glance back at Blue Star. It was, after all, his first journey beyond the vicinity of Blue Star, and he hoped for a smooth expedition. With that, he strode towards the spacecraft without looking back. The vessel initiated its transition into hyperspace, a scene witnessed by all inhabitants of Blue Star. The actions of the Dragon Nation would be broadcast live, allowing humanity to observe the entire endeavor. This transparency served as a precautionary measure. As the live broadcast commenced, The populace of various nations began to express increasing recognition of the Dragon Nation. Henceforth, should the leaders of other countries harbor ill intentions towards the Dragon Nation, they would likely face significant obstacles. Given a moment's response time, failure would be inevitable. The spacecraft entered the enigmatic realm of hyperspace and, before long, emerged outside the planet Pandora, preparing for descent. "Time to wake up, everyone," Yuling remarked with a smile as the crew in the cockpit commenced their operations. Within the spacecraft, countless docking chambers illuminated with a pair of vigilant eyes. This time, the landing site was on the fringes of the Iron Blood Legion's operational territory. The vessel would clandestinely descend there, establishing a temporary base from which various operations would unfold. Entering the Pandora atmosphere, preparations were made to activate the camouflage mode. In the sky, a flash of crimson light appeared, akin to a star flickering in the daylight before vanishing. The spacecraft quietly settled at the designated location. Embedding itself into the Earth, it lay within a small basin, providing optimal concealment for the vessel's presence. On this occasion, only the elite forces of the Dragon Nation were deployed. The Judgment Army consisted entirely of second-stage Gene warriors, totaling 1,000 personnel. The Imperial Guard, the second most formidable legion after the Judgment Army, was originally formed to suppress the psionic practitioners of Blue Star, having endured the prior international crackdowns on psionic activities. Each member was a seasoned veteran, rich in combat experience. They had upgraded their custom power armor, integrating the directional power suits modified by Li Lao and the high psionic-resistant armor produced later by Yuling. Though simplified, their combat capabilities remained unblemished. The current Imperial Guard would face no hindrances from the various obstacles encountered in the previous psionic wars. Had it not been for their first-stage Gene warrior status, the Judgment Army would hardly stand a chance against them. This time, the Imperial Guard also comprised 1,000 troops. Additionally, 2,000 ordinary soldiers were drawn from the most elite power armor battalions across the Dragon Nation. Although they had yet to utilize gene serums for their first-stage modifications, their discipline undoubtedly ranked among the finest in Blue Star's military. A formidable force of 4,000 had been assembled, leaving little room in the two spacecraft for additional cargo. Thus, Yuling refrained from bringing large weaponry. Presently, the most potent armament was the main cannon of the vessel. The soldiers swiftly emerged from the spacecraft, dispersing to fulfill their designated roles in accordance with the prearranged plan: reconnaissance, clearing, and vigilance. Each power armor unit moved with the precision of well-oiled gears, executing their tasks seamlessly. This spectacle astonished all observers monitoring the Dragon Nation's maneuvers. Was this truly the power armor core of the Dragon Nation? The earlier defeat of the psionic practitioners was hardly unjust. How impressive, what astounding efficiency. In less than a minute, they had completely cleared the vegetation surrounding the spacecraft. Did you see those 6 high psionic Gauss sniper rifles? It is said that even the Dragon Nation possesses only 10 of these. And here, a sniper squad comprising 6 of them had appeared. Hiss, my sympathy for those extraterrestrials has begun to grow. If they were to arrive riding flying beasts, merely these 6 specialized sniper units could annihilate them. Huh? Attempting to impose aerial dominance over us from Blue Star? Last time, they were merely fortunate. Encountering the Dragon Nation this time must make those blue-skinned beings aware of their limitations. Audiences from various nations buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating a confrontation between the Nahue and the Dragon Nation's forces, hoping to demonstrate that humanity is not to be trifled with. They must pay the price for their previous actions. Commander, all cleanup operations have been completed, and no enemies have been detected in the vicinity. Send out a reconnaissance team to retrieve a Gnosix, Yuling stated calmly. He required a Gnosix body to serve as the core of the translator in his possession and to analyze the Gnosix genetic makeup. The samples collected by the previous exploration team were not successfully recovered by the spacecraft. They were taken as trophies by the Gnosix. At present, the forces of the Dragon Kingdom are unlikely to make any significant movements. The forthcoming actions, whether to conquer or to annihilate, will depend upon the genetic report of the Gnosix. Upon finishing his statement, the individual before him nodded and departed. Among the Judgment Army, several dozen suddenly left. They formed 8 small teams and vanished into the dense jungle. Chapter 118. Mission Failure. A day later, The reconnaissance team returned, appearing quite disheveled. Behind them, a Gnostic's individual was being dragged back, restrained, while others carried two Gnostics' corpses. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuling furrowed his brow. What happened? He inquired. The leading warrior of the team bowed his head, a look of shame on his face. We failed. The Gnostics are formidable. Our team encountered a small tribe. Initially, we intended to capture them all, but once we commenced our operation, we realized the combat prowess of these Gnostics was astonishing. Blades and firearms proved ineffective, sir. Even high-frequency chainsaw swords could not sever their bones. The warrior spoke with fervor. Yuling and those nearby were taken aback, glancing at the bound Gnostics with peculiar expressions. Yuling couldn't help but wonder if there was even a need for genetic testing. What kind of bone could withstand a chainsaw sword that slices through armor like butter? The belief that the previous exploration team was merely weak now weighed heavily on their hearts. It seems this civilization is far more challenging than anticipated. You have done well. Go and rest, Yuling said reassuringly. However, our presence has been exposed, the warrior replied, feeling somewhat ashamed. No matter, it was bound to happen eventually. And it does not affect the overall situation, Yuling remarked calmly. The strength of the Gnostics truly exceeded his expectations. But so what? The team had brought back a live specimen and two corpses. If they could unravel the secrets of the Gnostics, Yuling believed they would find a way to counter them. Meanwhile, the Blue Star inhabitants were thrown into disarray. What? Even such a strong Dragon Kingdom force is powerless against aliens? They referred to the Gnostics as formidable beings. Had they misjudged the previous exploration team's capabilities? Was their defeat not their fault? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom was truly incapable of overcoming this challenge? If that were the case, it would be too late. Perhaps Yuling should retreat. The enemy is too powerful. Preserving our strength is vital. Citizens from various nations began to murmur. The Dragon Kingdom faced unexpected setbacks in its inaugural mission, shocking many. The leaders of other nations were equally astonished. The Dragon Kingdom has suffered defeat? One member of the Alliance meeting exclaimed incredulously. The others pondered deeply, unable to fathom such an outcome. If the Dragon Kingdom's forces had indeed faltered, it might signify the failure of Blue Star's first colonization plan, rendering their hard-earned points worthless. If the situation worsened further, with Yuling and the elite perishing in Pandora, the circumstances grew complex. While it might spell trouble for the Dragon Kingdom, it could potentially be advantageous for others. The representative from the Eagle Nation stated solemnly. The others looked on with curiosity. In the Society of Mutual Interests, another nation was now absent. Due to their previous indirect involvement in the annihilation of exploration teams from all nations, the nation of A has been expelled from the coalition and is now facing unanimous rejection, with Dragon Nation already suffering setbacks on the front lines. Might we not seize this opportunity? If we can successfully engage and the subsequent conflict takes a drastic turn, I am confident that Dragon Nation, in a bid to rescue that prodigy, would be willing to offer us an agreeable recompense. The council chair narrowed his eyes and stated that once the initial step is taken, allowing representatives from various countries to engage, should Yuling truly falter, he had no doubt that he could compel the upper echelons of Dragon Nation to reach a compromise. The leaders of the various nations suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, no one understands better than they do that when a war becomes mired in chaos, it transforms into a voracious machine consuming gold. With the continuous depletion of manpower, finances, and resources, it is hardly surprising that a nation might make irrational decisions. Should Dragon Nation find itself ensnared in such a predicament, they would undoubtedly have something to gain. Perhaps this could even lead to a dramatic shift in the current state of Blue Star, restoring it to its former condition. If such an accomplishment were indeed feasible, then in the future of interstellar colonization, what concern would there be over land usage rights? They would demand an equitable share of all spoils, if not the lion's share. Thus, the nations began to take action. Under the guise of concern for the safety of Dragon Nation's forces, they exerted relentless pressure. Yuling remained unaware that a mere reconnaissance failure had ignited such a tumult on Blue Star. Yet, he had no time to ponder such matters, for his team had revealed their presence. The nearby Ironblood Legion would undoubtedly take notice and initiate a search. Their immediate task was to swiftly discover a method to confront the Gnostics and ascertain whether these blue-skinned beings were indeed human. This was not a matter of Yuling's sensitivity. Rather, the cosmos is vast beyond measure, and possessing a warrior like the Gnostics would undeniably facilitate future endeavors. Intelligent machines do not suit every scenario. They are more apt for destruction, even if one were to conquer the Gnostics using such machines. The aftermath would be a desolate landscape. Yuling directly transported a live Gnostics along with 2 corpses into the makeshift laboratory established aboard the spacecraft. Meanwhile, news of the near-total annihilation of the Gnostics tribe reached the sacred tree. The elders were taken aback, for the information was conveyed through the sacred tree, making the temple the first to learn of it. What is Karlach doing? Was it not claimed that all nearby demons had been exterminated? How could a settlement so close to us be destroyed? This is a gross dereliction of duty on our part. A disgrace, an utter humiliation. The elders were furious. Karlach, who had been celebrating, was summoned to the temple, bewildered. The elders scolded him harshly and commanded him to mobilize the entire Iron Blood Legion to scour the vicinity of the attacked settlement, leaving no stone unturned to uncover the perpetrators. With a grim expression, Karlach emerged. How could this be? All nearby enemies should have been eradicated. Even if there were a few survivors, they could not possibly possess the strength to obliterate an entire settlement, not even one with just a few dozen inhabitants. Karlach was perplexed, but this did not hinder his actions. No more drinking. Rise, all of you, prepare for battle. What troubles you, Chief? Is there a mission from the temple? The soldiers of the Iron Blood Legion were perplexed as they observed the grim countenance of Karlach. It was evident that the chief was in a foul mood. One could only wonder who was about to face dire consequences. Those tin cans, remnants still lingering, had ravaged the homes of their northern brethren. The jubilant gathering of the Nahwei fell into an immediate silence. Soon, a wave of indignation began to permeate the air. They had diligently patrolled the neighboring territories multiple times before returning to celebrate. Yet, in such proximity, their brethren's settlement lay in ruins. Could it be that the enemies they had driven away were responsible for this devastation? A profound sense of guilt enveloped the hearts of all the Iron Blood warriors. The image of their recent revelry now filled them with shame. This was a disgrace, and such disgrace must be cleansed with blood. Chapter 119. The body of the Nahwei. 3 days have elapsed since the Dragon Kingdom reconnaissance team returned with the remains of the Nahwei. After bringing the corpse into the laboratory, Yuling did not emerge again. No orders were disseminated. Instead, everyone was instructed to conceal themselves and evade the enemy's search as best as possible. In the dense forest not far from the spacecraft, a squad clad in camouflage suits woven from vegetation stood motionless, resembling mere stones. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the sky as a search party of flying magical beasts soared overhead. The terrifying sounds of these creatures assailed the soldiers' eardrums. Nevertheless, the 5 camouflaged individuals remained utterly still. After a while, the aerial search party returned, circling above them for several minutes before departing, seemingly reluctant to leave. The power armor squad remained unmoved. Indeed, soon after, a team from the Iron Blood Legion returned once more. It was not until half an hour after their departure that the Dragon Kingdom's power armor squad finally sighed in relief. They removed their masks to clear the blood from their noses. 4 ordinary individuals, breathing in Pandora's atmosphere would be a death sentence, but for second-stage genetic warriors, it posed little threat. Although it was uncomfortable and could lead to complications over time, it did not hinder them from cleaning the blood from their exhalation devices. These creatures are truly extraordinary. I had no idea their mounts possessed such capabilities, remarked a soldier wielding a sniper rifle. They had been dispatched for a reconnaissance mission and had naturally encountered the Iron Blood Legion during their patrol. After eliminating the opposing mounts with their Gauss sniper rifles, the Nahwei reacted as if they had lost their mothers, launching a relentless pursuit. The magical beasts began to screech, their sounds intensely penetrating, rendering it difficult for the soldiers to aim and restraining their movements. It was puzzling why the blue-skinned riders remained unaffected. Who knows? What a stroke of bad luck. Let us hurry and get the injured back for treatment. With that, they extricated a barely conscious comrade from the hollowed trunk of a tree. The group departed in disarray, traversing several dozen kilometers to ensure they were not being followed before daring to approach the spacecraft's camouflage energy shield. Upon confirming their identities, they were permitted entry. Have you returned? "What is the situation outside?" inquired those awaiting their return. "It's dire. Those blue-skinned creatures are flying overhead like madmen." "Has Commander Yuling not come out yet?" asked the returning power armor warrior. The welcoming party shook their heads, their expressions darkening. In truth, since the reconnaissance team had returned with the corpse in the living Nawe, the Iron Blood Legion had appeared that very afternoon, under Yuling's orders. They refrained from resistance, prioritizing retreat and concealment when attacked. They had been consistently suppressed. "This can't go on. It's only a matter of time before the Iron Blood Legion finds us," several members expressed their anxiety. In addition to the flying magical beasts overhead, numerous Nawe were continuously searching on the ground. The search circles were drawing ever closer to the location of the spacecraft. Now, even if they wish to take flight, it may be too late. The offensive capabilities of the Gnostics surpass the imagination of all warriors. If the spacecraft were to take off recklessly, it is highly likely that they would not gain sufficient speed in time and would be shot down. At that point, they would truly be at the mercy of fate. The plight of the Dragon Kingdom over the past few days has been laid bare, broadcasted throughout Blue Star. At this moment, in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star, one might wonder why the high-ranking officials are not considering their options. Indeed, as you can see, Yuling is in grave danger. Why not contact Mars and request the dispatch of a spacecraft for our reinforcement? Yuling is a treasure for humanity on Blue Star. In the absence of external threats, we may have entertained certain notions, but now we must confront foes beyond our world and ought to unite. Representatives from various nations are presently in the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, urging the leaders to take action. "Thank you for your goodwill, but we will manage this ourselves." The leaders of various nations, seeing the Dragon Kingdom's obstinacy, are both frustrated and powerless. The military forces the Dragon Kingdom has stationed on Blue Star are still beyond their reach. The speaker of the Eagle Nation observes with a cold gaze, remarking on their stubbornness. When the situation deteriorates further, the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably deploy all its forces from Blue Star. At that time, any request for assistance will come at a cost that the Dragon Kingdom cannot dictate. It is certain that all nations will demand a heavy toll from the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the citizens of Blue Star have been witnessing the precarious situation of the Dragon Kingdom over the past few days. They too have begun to grow anxious. Yuling is in peril. Indeed, one should never underestimate any civilization. The Gnostics are remarkably formidable, managing to overpower even the genetic warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Is it possible that Yuling might truly fall on Pandora? It seems unlikely. Based on our observations, the Gnostics will locate the spacecraft within a day at most. By then, even if the Dragon Kingdom wishes to send reinforcements, it may be too late. How long can the energy shield of the spacecraft hold? What is Yuling doing? After acquiring the Gnostics' remains, he has yet to make an appearance. Various comments reflect a lack of optimism for Yuling, as the Dragon Kingdom's forces on Pandora are at a severe disadvantage. They are trapped within the camouflage range created by the spacecraft, finding it exceedingly difficult to emerge. Any encounters with the Gnostics have ended in failure. At this moment, aboard the Dragon Kingdom's spacecraft on Pandora, Yuling finally appears. The guard stationed at the laboratory door is momentarily taken aback, then his face lights up with surprise. "Commander, you have finally emerged." Yuling casts a curious glance at the excited soldier. "Report on the current situation," he states calmly. The soldier salutes and proceeds to inform him of the developments over the past few days. Yuling narrows his eyes. These Gnostics are indeed formidable. After merely secluding himself for a few days, they have inflicted considerable losses on the legion he brought. This is under the condition that they have been striving to avoid battle. If a full-scale conflict were to erupt, Yuling recalls his research conclusions. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, these Gnostics are truly challenging adversaries. They are, without a doubt, human. Despite the significant disparity in appearance and abilities compared to the inhabitants of Blue Star, these beings still fall within the realm of humanity. Moreover, Yuling discovered that these Gnostics individuals are incapable of utilizing spiritual energy. However, their physiques have been enhanced by this very energy, to the extent that they can contend with genetically modified warriors clad in powered armor. Their bones are composed of a highly infused carbon alloy. and it is no exaggeration to assert that these materials could be employed as special resources for the Judgment Army to forge top-tier equipment. Consequently, even genetically enhanced soldiers find it exceedingly challenging to slay these Gnostics. The underlying principle eludes Yuling's understanding. The aggressiveness of spiritual energy users is well known. Yet how have the Gnostics managed to attain such profound enhancement without any manifestation of spiritual energy? It seems as if the spiritual energy has become a devoted servant, selflessly augmenting the physiques of these blue-skinned beings without in any way impairing their cognitive faculties. This is nothing short of miraculous. Yuling believes that the Gnostics harbor a profound secret. If this secret could be unraveled, perhaps the spiritual energy users of Blue Star could ultimately circumvent the impending threat of losing control. Chapter 120, Chainsaw Sword Data Update. Counterattack. As Yuling listened to his subordinate's report, he pondered the conclusions drawn from his research. Very well, I understand. Prepare everyone. We are about to commence our counteroffensive. With that, Yuling made his way towards the temporary armory adjacent to the spacecraft, where repairs on damaged power armor and maintenance tasks were conducted. Various equipment was housed there. In essence, the greatest challenge they faced against the novice was the formidable resilience of their bones. The chainsaw swords proved ineffective in causing substantial harm, and ranged weapons fared even worse. Aside from the mere 6 energy-based Gauss sniper rifles, the remaining ranged armament struggled to penetrate the internal organs shielded by the novice's tough skeletal structure. Inflicting a fatal blow was exceedingly difficult. Yet, a solution had been discovered. Yuling had analyzed the molecular structure of the novice bones. The next step involved calibrating the vibrational waves of all high-frequency chainsaw swords, effectively nullifying the alien's greatest advantage. At that moment, no novice would withstand a strike from the Gene Warrior's chainsaw swords. The tide of battle would shift dramatically. Before long, Yuling reappeared, a chainsaw sword floating behind him. In the open space before the spacecraft, numerous power armor warriors had gathered, standing in formation, awaiting Yuling's command. He glanced at them and instructed one to retrieve a novice leg bone from the laboratory. Shortly thereafter, a metallic glinting bone was placed before him. I have deciphered the secret of the novice's hardness. Now, with an update to the chainsaw sword's data, we can exponentially enhance the damage inflicted upon them. As Yuling spoke, the chainsaw sword behind him activated and swiftly sliced through the bone, transforming it into 2 segments. The warriors watched in astonishment as the once indomitable novice bone was so effortlessly severed. Excitement surged among them, and Yuling nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was effective. The audience on Blue Star, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain their excitement. This, one cannot help but marvel at the prowess of Master Yuling. Surely, those novice are doomed now. Without their exaggerated defensive capabilities, how can the novice possibly contend with the Dragon Kingdom? I previously feared for the Dragon Kingdom's defeat, but I must say Master Yuling is truly impressive. Splendid. It won't be long before the Dragon Kingdom's forces triumphantly return. Instantly, the audience erupted in enthusiasm. Yuling's mind shifted, and he levitated the chainsaw sword down. Next, he needed to address the airborne nuisances. The Ironblood Legion undoubtedly constituted the main force of the nearby Great Tree Tribe. Once they were dealt with, this novice tribe would surely surrender. Without this legion, the ordinary novice would stand no chance against the Dragon Kingdom's power armor battalions. Among the explorers besieged across Pandora, the novice here were the most formidable. Yuling suspected that the novice worldwide could coordinate a simultaneous hunt against the explorers, suggesting a unique means of communication. The tribe exhibiting the greatest strength was most likely at the center of it all. This also elucidates why Yuling chose to descend in this vicinity. By vanquishing this formidable adversary, it would be tantamount to subjugating nearly all the Gnostics of Pandora. The remaining scattered warriors would pose little threat to the overarching strategy. While it may require considerable time to assimilate the entire planetary populace, conquering the tribe fortified by the Iron Blood Legion would signify monumental success for the Dragon Kingdom. The initial step involves extracting the tooth of the Iron Blood Legion. Soon, all the weaponry information of the powered armor soldiers was updated, and the Legion began to assemble. This time, apart from the essential guards for the spacecraft, all powered armor soldiers were mobilized. Shortly thereafter, patrolling Nausicaa detected the Dragon Kingdom's legion. This time, the powered armor did not conceal its presence. The sudden onslaught of firepower left the Nausicaa in the skies dazed and bewildered. The beasts began to wail. The Gene soldiers, having suffered previously, let out a cold chuckle. Immediately, a soundproof field was deployed, blocking the sonic assault before them. They had refrained from using this tactic earlier to avoid falling into a protracted battle, allowing the enemy's reinforcements to arrive. Now, they welcomed the idea of more Nausicaa approaching, eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations and avenge their fallen comrades. Upon realizing the futility of the Divine Beast clan's assault, the Nausicaa were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. How could this be? What had these tin cans done? Why had the Divine Beast's sonic attack suddenly become ineffective? They were perplexed, but unwilling to remain airborne targets. Although the firepower posed little threat to them, the Divine Beasts beneath were a different story. The cries of the beasts tugged at the Nausicaa's hearts, prompting them to descend. With a leap, they charged toward the Dragon Kingdom's forces. The Divine Beasts soared upwards, shrieking as they flew away to summon their companions. The Dragon Kingdom's warriors did not impede them, anticipating the opportunity to demonstrate their might. Let these creatures understand our prowess, the commanding officer declared. Leave no one from the Iron Blood Legion alive, roared the leading judgment soldier. In formation, all powered armor assumed stances to brace for the impending clash, their chainsaw swords roaring in anticipation. Soon, the two forces collided. Meanwhile, Kalok, who had been listening to reports from his subordinates in an open area, suddenly rose to his feet. He gazed at the approaching creatures, noticing that none of his kin were among them. Were the Divine Beasts crying out for help? Kalok squinted, observing the scars on the beasts' bodies. What audacity! Not only had they refrained from further concealment, but they also dared to launch a surprise attack. Kalok did not consider the tin cans a match for them. They must have employed underhanded tactics, akin to the ambush on the devastated Nausicaa settlement. Everyone follow me, he bellowed. In the serene forest, countless flying beasts ascended, carrying the Legion's warriors skyward. Under the guidance of the returning Divine Beasts, they soared toward the battlefield laid out by the Dragon Kingdom. Upon Kalok's arrival on the battlefield, he was astonished to discover his compatriots sprawled on the ground. Blue blood pooled around them, while the iron canisters remained unscathed. A deception. We must retreat. Alarm bells rang within Kalok's mind. The prolonged victories and accolades had not rendered him arrogant. Sensing that something was amiss, he resolved to lead his people away at once. Yet, given that the Dragon Kingdom had lured them here, it was improbable that they were unprepared. Activate the supergravity system. Ensure they do not escape, neither man nor beast shall be spared, commanded an officer from the ranks of the power armor below. Just as Kalok and his companions turned, an overwhelming pressure manifested. All flying Divine Beasts let out mournful cries, beginning to tremble uncontrollably. What is this? Kalok exclaimed. At that moment, the hidden power armor warriors below shed their disguises, revealing themselves to Kalok's gaze. His pupils constricted sharply. Kalok recalled his sister Karina's warning. The numbers. Had he underestimated these iron canisters? Forgive me, sister. Forgive me, elders, for betraying your trust. From here on, the fate of the tribe rests solely in your hands. Chapter 121. Victory. The leader of the Iron Blood Legion, Karlok, plummeted from the sky. Though he was aware of his inevitable demise, he had no intention of surrendering quietly. His terrifying roar echoed through the air as he descended. 2 hours later, what was once a verdant landscape had been transformed into a desolate ruin. The Nawe warriors fought desperately, their towering 3-meter frames and immense strength rivaling that of the heavy armor from Blue Star. This rendered the battle exceptionally brutal. Notably, Karlok, now kneeling in the center of the wreckage, had fallen silent. 5 Gauss sniper rifles took turns suppressing him, while half of the psionics, exhausted to the brink of collapse, finally succeeded in bringing him down. As the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom surveyed the battlefield, they cast admiring glances in his direction. Report to the commander. In this battle, we have annihilated 562 enemies. Our losses include 72 dead, 183 severely wounded, and 855 lightly injured. A soldier stood before Yuling, recounting the outcomes and casualties. Understood. Once the battlefield is cleared, "We shall proceed towards the great tree," Yuling replied after a brief pause. The soldier complied and departed. Unexpectedly, despite the meticulous preparations, the Dragon Kingdom had suffered considerable losses. Perhaps, in comparison to the achievements, this toll could be deemed a significant victory, yet it still failed to satisfy Yuling. It was crucial to note that they had brought only 4,000 troops, half of whom were ordinary individuals. Yuling had initially believed they could completely dismantle the various tribes of Pandora, yet in the first battle, they had incurred such heavy losses. Now, excluding those who were dead or severely wounded and unable to fight, only about 700 remained. Furthermore, the majority of the casualties were genetic warriors, representing roughly a tenth of their overall combat strength. Meanwhile, atop the Divine Tree, the remaining Iron Blood Legion was regrouping, with many reservists preparing for action. The chief of the Beast clan, riding a colossal flying beast, stood at the forefront, ready to take flight at any moment. "Karina, you must bring your brother back," Elder Martin said solemnly. The Iron Blood Legion dispatched to encircle the Iron Cans had encountered an ambush, facing perilous circumstances. This was a revelation bestowed by the Divine Tree, and no one doubted it. Karina nodded gravely, surrounded by ordinary tribespeople who held flowers and fruits, eager to bestow blessings upon the departing warriors. Suddenly, the Divine Beast let out a mournful cry, spewing forth purple blood before collapsing, utterly weakened. A profound silence enveloped the scene, soon followed by gasps of shock. "Quick, take the Divine Beast to the temple. Let Elder Yalman heal it," Elder Martin urged urgently. Immediately, several warriors approached with ropes, their faces etched with sorrow as they secured the Divine Beast. The flying creature then began to drag its chief towards the crown of the Divine Tree. Once the Divine Beast was taken away, those remaining fell into a somber silence. "Elder, my brother," Karina murmured, her eyes cast down, her lips trembling. Elder Martin sighed deeply. He has returned to the embrace of the Divine Tree. The Divine Beast had forged a pact with the tribal warriors. The death of one party has left the other grievously wounded. The recent display of the Divine Beast can only signify one truth. Karlach has perished in battle. With such devastating injuries, the Divine Beast is rendered useless. A ceremony must be conducted swiftly to select the next Divine Beast. Otherwise, the flying companions of the Iron Blood Legion will face a dire shortage of supplies. A leaderless tribe of Divine Beasts may not acknowledge the warriors of the novice, and those already bound by contract may pose a threat, potentially turning against their allies. Elder Martin, after expressing his thoughts, hurriedly departed. Karina stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, struggling to comprehend the reality that her brother, a god of war, had indeed died. Though she had harbored resentment towards him, she had never envisioned his demise. "May the princess find solace in her grief," urged a concerned guard nearby. With Karlach's death, only the princess herself could rally the tribal forces. Should she falter in the face of the looming threat from the ironclad adversaries, their situation would become perilous. The guard, contemplating the possible defeat of their tribe and the humiliation that would ensue at the hands of the ironclad foes, resolved that he would rather die in battle. The actions of the Aeson nation have likely inflicted a profound psychological scar upon the novice. Were Yuling to uncover the initial motivations behind the novice declaration of war, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Aeson. "Rest assured, I am not so fragile," Karina declared. The plan for reinforcements was scrapped. The tribe entered a state of heightened defense. "Everyone, go out and remain vigilant. If even a single enemy breaches the sacred grove, I expect you all to lay down your lives." Tears welled in Karina's eyes as the remaining Iron Blood warriors saluted and departed with their Divine Beast companions, dispersing around the sacred tree. She looked towards her guard, who nodded with grave determination. Subsequently, the ground forces of the tribe also mobilized. Warriors clad in a variety of distinctive armor surged forth from the islands, leaving their homes with emergency rations for combat, lying in ambush within the mist-shrouded forest surrounding the sacred tree, poised to deliver a lethal strike to any intruder. Had Yuling witnessed this scene, she would have recognized that the armor worn by these novice warriors was crafted from the same alloy produced by her support converters. Once all the warriors had departed, Karina took a deep breath to steady her emotions and made her way towards the temple. Such a significant event would surely compel the elders to step forward and guide the tribe's future direction. It was likely that the temple elders would once again take to the battlefield. This vendetta would not be easily forgotten. After Karina's departure, a wave of commotion erupted among those remaining. The news of Karlach's death was unfathomable. No, it cannot be. He was the war god blessed by the sacred tree. Who could possibly kill him? They wondered, could it be those wicked ironclad demons? Are they not easily vanquished? The ordinary novice, after their initial sorrow, began to grapple with their disbelief, unable to conceive of a creature more powerful than their legion commander. Meanwhile, the citizens of Blue Star witnessed the annihilation of their forces by the Dragon Kingdom's legion. Excellent. Let these blue-skinned aliens see their arrogance diminished. The might of the Dragon Kingdom was celebrated. Impressive indeed. The might of the Dragon Kingdom's power armor battalion is undisputed. And the prowess of the esteemed Yuling is evident. With merely a program modification of the chainsaw sword, these Nawe have been rendered utterly defenseless. Who could possibly thwart humanity's quest for the Pandora planet now? The Dragon Kingdom stands invincible. The populace of various nations is stirred with excitement. Any prior doubts regarding the Dragon Kingdom and Yuling have been completely dispelled. Karina swiftly made her way to the temple. In the center lay the divine beast, enveloped by a green luminescence emanating from an elder. It appeared to have stabilized. Elder Martin gazed anxiously in its direction, only to see the elder shake his head in regret. With a sigh, Elder Martin turned to leave, preparing for the ceremony of the divine beast's succession. As Karina approached the assembly of elders, she opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted. No need for words. Karina, we deeply regret the circumstances surrounding your brother. All the elders of the temple shall mobilize. It is time for these malevolent tin cans to recognize the true strength of our divine faction. Chapter 122, The Transformation of the Divine Tree. Upon hearing the elder's words, Karina stood in a daze for a moment. Her intention was not to speak of avenging her brother. Despite her sorrow, as a warrior, shedding blood on the battlefield was an honor. As the princess of the tribe, she bore the responsibility of her title. This duty involved preventing greater losses to the tribe and ensuring the safety of its ordinary members. Elder, enough. No need to elaborate. We understand your feelings. Indeed, rest assured, Karina, we shall avenge your brother. Yes, those despicable tin cans dare to offend the majesty of the divine tree. They will pay dearly for their transgressions. The elders wore stern expressions. Karina opened her mouth, yet ultimately remained silent. She had not anticipated that even after such an extended period of peace, the elder's warrior spirit remained undiminished. The words she had intended to express regarding peaceful negotiations with those tin cans completely eluded her. As one of the first Gnostics to encounter humans, Karina was also aware of the Iron Blood Legion's subsequent efforts to eradicate humanity. She noted that although they were the same tin cans, the behavior of the two groups differed significantly. No, in fact, most of it was dissimilar. Perhaps there existed a misunderstanding regarding these suddenly emerged beings? Initially, Karina had thought she was overthinking the situation. However, when Heller approached her as a vengeful spirit, he too participated in the ensuing battles. Heller had genuinely perceived the distinctions among the tin cans. The ones he encountered later harbored no peculiar desires towards the Gnostics. To this end, Heller even conducted experiments. Karina expressed her complete disinterest in the details of these experiments. The elders observed Karina's silence, mistaking it for overwhelming grief, and refrained from further comforting her. The gathering of personnel was now complete. After ensuring the divine beast was settled, they departed together. Shortly thereafter, the elders arrived in the depths of the temple. This was the junction where the crown and trunk of the tree interconnected, a secret location within the sanctuary. Only the elders were privy to this place, where they drew power and communicated with the divine tree. Surrounded, the elders began to radiate waves of spiritual energy. Mysterious sounds emanated from their lips, incomprehensible in any known language. Then, at the heart of the tree, a bizarre orb of light materialized, vividly colored, yet continuously contorting, exuding an aura of malevolence. Had the lingering spirits been present, they would have instantly recognized the connection to the subspace. If one were to draw a comparison, it resembled a reverse projection of Geller's stance, manifesting compressed space into the realm of reality. The divine tree commenced a subtle transformation. All the Gnostics residing nearby suddenly looked up and knelt towards the center of the divine tree, beginning to worship. In their perception, this fluctuation signified the divine tree's manifestation of divinity. From the lands encircled by the divine tree, thorny brambles began to sprout relentlessly. The small creatures and even the ferocious beasts that had once inhabited the jungle started to flee in terror. Subsequently, the vines, as if possessing their own will, swiftly ensnared those fleeing animals. The thorny vines resembled venomous serpents, abruptly springing forth to ensnare their prey, subsequently constricting it to death. The moment their spines pierced the skin, the animal ceased to struggle, evidently succumbing to a potent neurotoxin. Shortly after the prey's demise, its body rapidly shriveled as the vines voraciously absorbed its moisture, transforming it into desiccated remnants, compacted into a ball. From a distance, these remnants appeared akin to fruits entwined by the vines. The surrounding mist, enveloping the scene, was dispersed by an eerie breeze, rendering the area even more expansive and dense. The sacred tree activated its self-defense mechanism. Now, aside from the Gnostics and the divine beasts, all other creatures would be met with hostility. In the jungle, several kilometers away from the sacred tree, Yuling suddenly lifted his gaze towards its direction. A formidable surge of spiritual energy emanated from that location, surprisingly rivaling his own. Although the distance rendered Yuling's perception somewhat imprecise, the intensity was nonetheless astonishing. As the most powerful spiritual adept of Blue Star, he found that even the mightiest among other practitioners seemed akin to fledglings before him. Yet here he was, on an alien planet, sensing a spiritual energy signature that was comparable to, if not stronger than, his own. Intriguing. He halted, altering the battle plan. Yuling signaled his team to stop. If the adversary possessed a spiritual adept of equal caliber, caution was warranted. He pressed a hand against his powered helmet, focusing his vision, and the image of the distant sacred tree sharpened. Unfortunately, the area was shrouded in mist, obscuring any clear view. After a meticulous search, Yuling nonetheless identified the peculiar thorns. He captured an image and transmitted it back to the ship for comparison with existing botanical samples. The personnel aboard the ship paused in surprise upon viewing the thorn images, promptly initiating a comparison with the database. After a brief interval, they reported, "Commander, the database lacks any samples of this plant. It appears to be a novel discovery." "Understood," Yuling replied, his gaze taking on a contemplative quality. How could a new species emerge in just a few days? Moreover, it seemed to have a considerable coverage. While the interior remained obscured, it was evidently a defensive mechanism. After all, the Gnostics resided within this colossal tree, and there were claims that it was cultivated by them. Thus, the existence of plant-based defensive weaponry was hardly surprising. "Commander, has something transpired?" The leader of the Judgment Army inquired, his expression grave. "Indeed. The enemy is now aware that their main force has been annihilated. They have initiated their defenses," Yuling replied with a smile. The leader appeared perplexed. If their main force has been destroyed, what difference does it make if they are aware? Surely, the outcome would be the same. Yuling discerned his thoughts. The enemy possesses spiritual practitioners. The leader was taken aback. The speculation regarding the existence of psychics among the Manhwa people is already well known to all. Psychics, after all, are not a rarity. "Oh. The intensity one sensed just moments ago is comparable to my own." Yuling spoke once again, catching the leader off guard, prompting him to gasp in astonishment. Everyone immediately concealed themselves, forming a defensive formation while remaining vigilant. He urgently began shouting over the communication channel. I turned to Yuling, almost in tears, wondering why he hadn't mentioned this sooner. "Are you not aware of your own capabilities? The adversary possesses a psychic of equal prowess." "What a jest! What then of the previous military forces?" "The enemy's main force is evidently still intact." At this moment, the leader felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration. Yet he refrained, not wanting to provoke Yuling. As one of the rare high-ranking officials in the Dragon Nation who voluntarily became a genetic warrior and joined the Judgment Army, he was well aware of Yuling's experiments with psychic abilities and understood the nature of his existence. After observing Yuling for a moment, he awkwardly swallowed, finally asking, "So, Chief, What shall we do next? According to the original plan, they were to arrange their troops, collaborate, and advance into the sacred grove, swiftly eliminating any remaining resistance. However, at this juncture, he found himself utterly at a loss. Chapter 123. Playing into the trap, the bait in response to the leader of the Judgment Army's inquiries. Yuling pondered for a moment. He proposed a strategy of establishing a defensive position while dispatching small teams to probe the enemy. Ideally, they would lure out the spiritual practitioners. Upon concluding his thoughts, the leader nodded and proceeded to make arrangements. Given that the enemy possessed spiritual practitioners comparable to his own, engaging in large-scale operations would be unwise. Such an approach could easily render them vulnerable and result in significant losses. It was preferable to draw out and eliminate the foe individually. Yuling felt confident in handling any adversary that dared to show themselves, despite the earlier spiritual fluctuations being similar to his own. Meanwhile, at the Manhwa tribe, after the elders activated the protective mode of the sacred tree, they reappeared outside the temple. At that moment, the remaining Iron Blood Legion had assembled, kneeling before the temple. The divine beasts occasionally peeked from their nests among the treetops at their kneeling caretakers. Elders. At this juncture, a Manhwa tribesman called out, approaching Elder Martin to whisper something. The latter squinted his eyes, nodding in acknowledgement. Martin, speak plainly if there is something to say, the Grand Elder remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. They had already taken matters into their own hands, and Martin's hesitance was unacceptable. Elder Martin hesitated, then replied, Grand Elder, we have detected traces of the enemy outside the sacred tree. They are approaching, but have yet to breach its defensive thorns. At this revelation, the atmosphere grew tumultuous. Enough. Silence. The Grand Elder bellowed. The warriors shuddered and fell silent, lowering their heads. And Karina? Reporting to the Elder, she is on her way. No sooner had the words been spoken than Princess Karina hurriedly arrived. You've come just in time, Karina. You shall command the Legion while our council provides support. The Grand Elder instructed. The princess was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. She had anticipated the elders would lead the charge and was surprised by their decision to support her command. Clearly, they understood their roles. Having been away from the tribe for so long, it was best to entrust such matters to her. Karina felt a slight easing of her inner turmoil. Warriors, rise. Follow me to confront the enemy. Karina called out. She had set aside her thoughts of negotiating with humans. The enemy had already appeared near the sacred tree. They must first repel them. Meanwhile, within Yuling's mechanized squad, various instruments were being deployed. A satellite map materialized before them, revealing a circular expanse of mist enveloping the sacred tree. As the dispatch teams began to operate, the terrain was gradually being mapped out. Such vastness. Is this mist also a manifestation of the enemy's spiritual practitioner's abilities? The leader mused. Unlike other regions of Pandora, this peculiar fog was unique. If it were indeed the result of a spiritual practitioner's power, then it could very well rival Yuling's capabilities. It is indeed a rather intriguing ability. Yuling remarked softly as she appeared behind the screen. What kind of system could generate such a mist? It is difficult to ascertain without having witnessed the abilities of the other psychic in person. After all, the same psychic power can manifest subtle differences in various individuals. It is quite rare to encounter two psychics who are identical in every regard. Yuling gazed at the luminous point on the map marked as the Power Armor Squad, hoping they could draw out the opposing psychic. Otherwise, they would find themselves in a precarious position, unable to act. Should they fall victim to a surprise attack from the enemy psychic, even Yuling herself would not dare to claim she could retreat unscathed. The soldiers would likely suffer significant losses. To avert such risks, large-scale operations would be impossible until the enemy psychic revealed themselves. Of course, if the adversary intended to remain in hiding indefinitely, Yuling had her own strategies to counter them. As time progressed, the combat capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom would only grow stronger. The large resource converter aboard the spacecraft was operational, and in just a week's time, they would be able to produce mobile heavy artillery comparable to the ship's main cannon. At that point, would the Manhwa still dare to hide? They would simply obliterate their great trees. Squad 1 has spotted the enemy. Squad 4 is engaging the enemy. Commence battle. Squad 3 reporting to headquarters. Beware of the vines. Beware of the thorny vines. These things are alive. In an instant, a cacophony of reports mingled with the chaotic sounds of battle flooded back. The commander of the Judgment Army began to issue directives. Yu Ling observed without interruption, opting instead to move to a location with a clearer view, surveying the battlefield from an elevated position. At that moment, within the jungle, Your Highness, the enemy proves to be formidable. Their weapons have undergone a transformation. Previously, they could not penetrate our defenses, but now they have become so sharp that they can sever both man and weapon in a single stroke. The Iron Blood Army warrior, galloping on horseback, reported with eyes filled with indignation. If it were not for those tin cans acquiring weapons, they would hardly stand a chance against them. Although these foes were indeed more formidable than those encountered during the earlier purges, they still did not fear them, having suffered the consequences of underestimating their weapons. Understood. According to plan, we shall lure all enemies to one location and allow the elders to take action, Karina stated. The soldiers beside her nodded gravely before maneuvering their mounts away. Karina wore a serious expression. It was anticipated that the elite forces led by her brother would be defeated, resulting in their current disadvantage. However, was it merely the weapons? A sense of unease crept over Karina. If it were solely the weapons that had become sharper, how could they have rendered Kalok utterly incapable of retreat, compelling him and his elite forces to fight to the death? There must be something else at play. Her expression turned solemn. She hoped the elders would prove capable, if even they could not confront the enemy. The history of the Divine Department might very well meet its end today. Commander, it appears the enemy intends to gather the squads we dispatched. The team leader rushed to Yu Ling's side to report. Satisfied with their findings, the main force commenced their operation, moving into a position within range for fire support. Eager to see if the bait had taken, Yu Ling did not even glance back. If only the enemy's psychics would emerge. The Nawe warriors were clearly no match for the newly enhanced chainsaw sword genetic fighters. Therefore, their gathering must indicate a hidden trump card. If that were the case, they would step into this trap and observe what tricks the adversary had up their sleeves. Upon receiving the command, the leader immediately organized the men for movement. Yu Ling no longer lingered, but joined the unit as they departed for the designated location. In the jungle, the advancing squad heard the directive. Did you all catch that? Continue the pursuit, and remain prepared for defense and retreat at any moment. We are serving as bait this time, so keep your spirits high. If we perish and become a laughingstock, do not blame me for desecrating the fallen. Charge forth and see what these extraterrestrials can conjure. Chapter 124. Faith? The powered armor warriors of the Dragon Nation closely pursued their adversaries. Perhaps the Nawe believed their tactics of allure to be quite sophisticated? The members of Team 1 scoffed. Indeed, these extraterrestrials possessed formidable strength, yet they fell woefully short in terms of professional combat training. As soon as their opponents began to lead them away, they were promptly detected. Team 1 swiftly reported their findings. Upon comparing maps, they realized that their adversaries were attempting to converge upon them. Everyone, be alert. We are nearing the target. The captain of Team 1 stated gravely. Received. Understood. As anticipated, it was not long before they spotted members of other teams. A piercing shriek echoed through the air. The Nawe, previously surrounded by the powered armor warriors, were rescued by descending members of the Iron Blood Legion. One member attempted to take a shot, but was halted by the captain. No need. Our mission has been accomplished. Now, we must focus on survival. Command is now under the jurisdiction of Team 1. Form a defensive formation. As the words were uttered, the powered armor squadron quickly assembled, readying themselves for the impending assault. In the sky, Karina crouched behind an Iron Blood warrior. Observing the team below, her brow furrowed. Why did their opponents exhibit no sign of panic? They immediately assumed a defensive posture, as if they were aware of the trap laid for them. Above, an increasing number of Iron Blood warriors soared on divine beasts, brandishing alloyed spears, poised to launch lethal strikes against the metallic adversaries. Witnessing this scene, Karina's anxious heart eased slightly. Elders lurked in the shadows, prepared to strike with thunderous force. These metallic foes were destined to create no significant disturbance. Follow my orders and try to leave some alive, Karina shouted from the sky. The surrounding warriors paused, gazing at the princess in confusion. Why spare them? Yet, they had no opportunity to inquire. and since the elders had entrusted command to the princess, their only course of action was to obey her directives. The elders in the shadows were also perplexed. Why would Karina wish to spare the enemy? Perhaps she had her own reasons? That could wait. For now, they faced the immediate threat. For some unknown reason, since earlier, a profound sense of dread had enveloped them. Their enemies possessed formidable skill. The Grand Elder spoke with a grave expression. The other elders froze, then became alarmed. The Grand Elder, who had the deepest connection to the divine tree and was bestowed with its might, was the closest being to divinity. If even he felt terror in the presence of their foes, what manner of creature were they? A deity? Surely this was a jest? Elder Martin muttered, his lips moving. The Grand Elder looked at him seriously. Do I appear to be jesting? Elder Martin fell silent, his gaze turning grave as he regarded the metallic adversaries, which seemed like lambs to the slaughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuling suddenly froze, for he too had heard the call from above. The opponent actually wishes to spare the lives of those on our side? Why? Through the translator, all the powered armor warriors comprehended the shouted proclamation. The soldiers exchanged glances, some in confusion. Previously, they had shown no mercy towards humanity. Why had their stance unexpectedly shifted? Commander, could it be that upon realizing our might, they seek to negotiate? The leader of the Judgment Legion hesitantly remarked. Yuling pondered for a moment. The plan remains unchanged, regardless of the adversary's attitude. The objective of locating and eliminating their psychic beings will not waver. An opponent with comparable psychic abilities cannot be permitted to remain. The threat is far too great. Yuling had no intention of entrusting the lives of herself and thousands of warriors to the character of the enemy. Only when the adversary poses no threat would Yuling consider negotiating for peace. Indeed, the plan proceeds. All teams stay alert. The powered armor equipped with long-range strikes began to take aim. Although these remote weapons lacked sufficient lethality against the manhwa, they could certainly serve a restraining purpose. Moreover, their mounts were not as resilient as their masters. Deprived of their steeds, the mobility of the manhwa may not surpass that of the powered armor. Should the situation arise, retreat would remain an option. The previous exploration team was annihilated due to their failure to swiftly eliminate the enemy's mounts. The surrounded soldiers, upon receiving the command, were serious expressions. Let Karina take action. See if we can draw out their strong combatants. From the rear, the Grand Elder suddenly spoke. Initially, they intended to gather their forces and swiftly eliminate the enemy. However, sensing the subtle threat, he decided against immediate engagement. With their side currently in a position of advantage, bolstered by the iron-blooded warriors' spears, they could deal with the enemy. Thus, the Grand Elder resolved to remain concealed, awaiting the moment when the enemy's strong combatants revealed themselves. To strike decisively. In the air, Karina abruptly felt the air vibrate beside her ear, followed by the Elder's voice. Her eyes widened. What? The enemy possesses a formidable being comparable to the Grand Elder? Order them to attack, to draw them out. Commence the assault. Karina acted without hesitation. This was indeed the correct course. If the enemy lacked a strong combatant akin to the Grand Elder, how could they have retained her brother and the elite troops? They're coming. Below, the captain of Team 1 shouted suddenly. The manhwa above began their assault. The distortion field unfolds. He hurriedly called out. Instantly, several members on the periphery of the team produced a cylindrical device and pressed it to the ground. A wave of heat seemed to rise, causing the air above them to warp. The spears, rendered mere phantoms, fell, veering off course as they passed through the distorted space. A muted thud echoed. Moments later, the ground beside the powered armor warriors was riddled with holes the size of human heads, unfathomably deep. Even the seasoned Dragon Kingdom warriors wiped the sweat from their brows. Such formidable offensive power. They finally understood how the enemy penetrated the alloy armor of the powered suits. At such a level, if struck, even those modified by genetic engineering would be unable to withstand it. What manner of creatures are these? One of the warriors lamented. Even if the power armor were to operate at full capacity, they would struggle to hurl such formidable javelins. It is not a matter of insufficient strength, but rather a question of technique. If these Gnostics were to participate in a javelin competition on Blue Star, they would undoubtedly emerge as champions, provided they do not mistakenly target the judges and spectators. Meanwhile, the Gnostics, witnessing their thrown javelins fail to hit the mark, were left in astonishment. Impossible! I was undoubtedly aimed. How could this be? What kind of sorcery is this? I just saw them produce something, and then the air began to warp. Is it that cylindrical object on the ground? What is it? Is it their deity? The Gnostics firmly believe that the device produced by the warriors of the Dragon Nation must be an object of worship from the opposing tribe. Only a deity could possess such divine power, a consensus held among the Gnostics. Chapter 125. Is it really like this? The scene fell silent for a brief moment. The Dragon Kingdom warriors were astounded by the formidable offensive power of their adversaries, while the manhwa people were equally astonished that these diminutive armored figures possessed powers akin to their own sacred tree. Both sides remained enveloped in silence until the stalemate was shattered by the raised energy cannons of the Judgment Army. Compressed energy projectiles cascaded towards the heavens, striking the flying magical beasts, which emitted mournful cries. The Iron Blood Legion soldiers hastily ascended, evading the onslaught. On the ground, the manhwa riders brandished their weapons, clamoring forward. Brothers of the Imperial Guard, continue firing. Judgment Army, prepare to confront the enemy, bellowed the squad leader of Team 1. Instantly, members of the Judgment Army stepped forward, shielding their continuously firing powered armor behind them. The distorted force field that had enveloped them ceased as they commenced their barrage, though reactivation required charging time. If the manhwa launched a relentless assault with their spears, the situation could prove challenging. However, at present, the ground-based powered armor warriors maintained a fierce suppression of the enemy's firepower, leaving the manhwa little opportunity to throw their weapons. As the manhwa surged forward, they clashed with the Judgment Army. In an instant, limbs and blood erupted in a gruesome display. The manhwa appeared somewhat fragile before the genetically enhanced warriors, who could effortlessly sever their bones. To inflict lethal damage upon these genetic warriors, the manhwa would need to target their joints. Their assaults lacked the aerial advantage and momentum of the Iron Blood Legion spears, and their physical prowess paled in comparison to the battle-hardened members of the Iron Blood Legion. Penetrating the alloy exterior of the powered armor was already a significant challenge. Inflicting meaningful damage upon the formidable genetic warriors within was an arduous task. Thus, the ground combat was overwhelmingly one-sided. In the skies above, the members of the Iron Blood Legion watched this unfolding scene with widened, furious eyes. Some began to take risks, diving towards the enemy despite the peril posed to their mystical mounts. As expected, one such individual quickly plummeted, his flying steed, amidst its anguished cries, bursting forth in a spray of blood before crashing to the ground. Yet, this manhwa warrior did not relent in his assault, continuously hurling spears during his descent. The Judgment Army, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the enemy ground forces, spat in contempt. Through the shared vision of battle, they beheld the spears soaring toward them. Although the intensity of the attacks had diminished under the weight of suppressive fire, they remained far beyond the endurance of ordinary individuals. Not to mention, the sheer force of impact could easily prove fatal. These were not the resilient genetic warriors they were accustomed to. Frustratingly, the manhwa clearly saw the spears arcing toward them, yet remained steadfast in their positions, resolutely maintaining their firepower formation. They understood that should their formation falter, countless spears would rain down in an instant, leading to a collective demise. The nearest members of the Judgment Army cursed as they glanced back, paying no heed to the manhwa assaults behind them. Their powered armor was penetrated, followed by their skin, flesh, and blood. The blade halted before it could meet the bone. The assault from the Gnostics could advance no further, save for targeting the vulnerable joints. The Gene warrior, wielding a chainsaw sword, leaped into the fray, intercepting the advance of the spears. He barely managed to sever two, while the remaining three struck his body. The fallen Judgment soldier lay upon the ground, blood splattering onto the power armor he had been tasked to protect. The armor bore no glance in his direction, remaining steadfast in suppressing the enemies above, the weapon held firmly in hand. The Judgment soldier, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration, rolling his eyes in despair. How impressive to receive such disregard. Truly, they were the finest legion in the land. As he silently cursed, he injected himself with a coagulant, preparing to enter a state of feigned death. Unfortunately, a spear pierced through his lung, the immense energy nearly tearing it asunder, leaving him unable to continue the fight. Seeing their comrades fall, the remaining Judgment soldiers escalated their brutality, resorting to the use of psychic energy. In that moment, the Gnostics were taken aback. How could these adversaries possess abilities akin to their elders? Could they be of noble lineage within their tribe? These foes were formidable. We must eliminate them. Instantly, the Gnostics were invigorated, charging recklessly forward, inadvertently delivering themselves as fodder to the frenzied Gene warriors. More and more Gnostics fell to the ground. In the sky, a greater number of Iron Blood warriors could no longer remain passive, launching themselves into suicidal attacks. The casualties mounted on both sides. "Elder, shall we not intervene?" Elder Martin hesitantly inquired, his gaze filled with anguish as he observed his fallen kin. The Grand Elder remained silent. On the other side, the commander observed with an impassive expression, "Sacrifices are an inevitable part of war. If victory can ultimately be secured, then all of this holds meaning and value." Yuling shook her head, choosing not to voice her thoughts. Both factions found themselves engaged in a different form of contest. Who would falter and strike first? The initiator would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. High above, Princess Karina's eyes glistened with tears as she beheld her fallen brethren. She commanded the warriors in the sky to cease their dive and ordered the soldiers on the ground to refrain from further reckless charges. At this moment, the Gnostics' military shortcomings became glaringly apparent. The princess's anguished cries rang out, yet the soldiers remained deaf to her pleas, their bloodlust overwhelming their senses. They sought only to rend their immediate foes apart. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom's legion exhibited a different discipline. Even when faced with the Gnostics who had just slain a brother at their side, they would retreat without a moment's hesitation upon the order to withdraw. Finally, the Council of Gnostics Elders could no longer remain passive. "Let us act," the Grand Elder sighed. He too was taken aback by the ability of these armored foes to wield divine power. After observing for some time, he had yet to identify the formidable presence that had stirred his heart with trepidation. Was it merely his own delusion? Doubt began to creep into his mind. As the sacrifices continued to mount, Princess Karina began to lose her sanity. In her descent, she realized that she could no longer afford to wait. Having just lost the Legion commander, Galactic, the thought of losing her sister was unbearable. It was likely that the Iron Blood Legion would descend into chaos. The elders wished to avoid any rifts or internal strife within the tribe. Thus, Karina's survival was imperative. Even if it meant taking a slight risk, it mattered not. The Grand Elder could not believe that any enemy could breach the protective canopy of the sacred tree. After all, this was beneath the divine arboreal guardian. Could there truly be foes that rivaled the power of the sacred tree? With a chuckle, the Grand Elder dismissed his naive thoughts. Upon hearing the Grand Elder finally speak, the other elders were instantly invigorated. They simultaneously raised their hands, gazing reverently towards the heavens, as peculiar sounds began to resonate from their lips. Meanwhile, Yuling suddenly lifted his gaze towards the direction of the sacred tree, utterly astonished, murmuring softly, with an inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 126, New Discoveries Commander. The leader of the Judgment Army, upon witnessing the sudden surge of psychic energy at the scene, could no longer remain oblivious. It was evident that the opposing psychic had made their move. "Order a retreat," Yuling coldly commanded. "What?" The leader was momentarily taken aback, but proceeded to carry out the order. Meanwhile, the powered armor warriors, who were valiantly defending against the Nawe's assault, were suddenly caught off guard. The Nawe before them had retreated, and the Iron Blood Legion in the sky had taken flight. A transformation was underway. The roots of the underground flora were wildly expanding, breaking free from the Earth's constraints, morphing into bloodthirsty monstrosities upon the surface. A few unfortunate warriors found themselves directly beneath these creatures, only to be engulfed immediately. A chilling wail erupted, followed by the sound of twisted metal. A crimson liquid oozed forth, unmistakably marking the end of those trapped within. At that moment, the retreat order crackled through the earpieces of all powered armor warriors. What? Retreat? What about all our previous efforts? Despite their confusion and the urge to vent their frustration, the warriors complied with the command and swiftly sought ways to evacuate. However, the sheer number of monsters spawned from the nearby flora was overwhelming and only continued to increase, encircling them entirely. The powered armor warriors serving as bait wore expressions of utter despair. Just then, a resounding roar echoed from a distance. A barrage of firepower descended, carving a path through the horde of monsters. A torrent of steel, formed by the powered armor, surged forth to meet them. "Charge!" commanded the leader of Team 1. All warriors rallied together to break free. On the other side, the manhwa elders were taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many armored figures. There are so many of them. No wonder Karlach failed. Where on earth did these beings come from? Kill. With that, the elders amplified their psychic output. Instantly, the plant monsters, previously evenly matched against the gene warriors, seemed to be enhanced, becoming significantly more formidable. Typically, it would take 2 or 3 powered armors to contend with a single one of these creatures. In the rear, the leader of the Judgment Army glanced at Yuling. Yuling paid him no heed, fully aware that the leader was questioning his lack of action. Yuling had his reasons, for in the moment the manhwa activated their psychic abilities, he uncovered the secret of the so-called divine tree. The manhwa elders wielding psychic powers were not true psychics at all. The energy they employed was not their own. At that moment, countless thoughts flooded his mind. Why were the manhwa so physically augmented by psychic energy, surpassing even the most gifted biological psychics? He finally comprehended. That colossal tree ahead was a psychic entity, or rather, a psychic plant. Yuling was uncertain of what had transpired. Perhaps it was a matter of faith, but the tree had transformed into a psychic absorber, claiming all the psychic energy that the manhwa should have possessed for itself. It stored, filtered, and enhanced this energy, utilizing it to expand its own reach, growing until its roots and branches sprawled across the surface of Pandora. The trunk of this colossal tree is exceedingly precious. With it, Blue Star would have no need for any star torches, nor would there be concerns regarding the potential loss of control by psychics. With some processing, this entity could serve as a protective shield for the psychics, effectively isolating all malicious intents from the subspace. Furthermore, it holds the potential for mass production of psychics, combined with genetic modifications to enhance the physical capabilities of warriors. It can be asserted that the worth of this giant tree exceeds that of Pandora by more than tenfold. Therefore, Yuling decided to retreat. Currently, the manhwa 6 present before him had established a symbiotic relationship with the so-called sacred tree, acting as its guardians. Yuling was uncertain what changes would occur in the sacred tree should they eliminate them. The psychic fluctuations previously sensed were likely emanating from the tree itself. Though the number of manhwa 6 was vastly inferior to that of the Blue Star humans, the sacred tree had accumulated the psychic energies of the entire manhwa 6 population, thus reaching a level comparable to his own. The immediate course of action was to return to the spaceship and create large-scale psychic restrictors, akin to an enlarged version of the chaotic psychic bracelets. Of course, it need not take the form of a bracelet. Yuling aspired to capture the sacred tree. The task at hand was to stabilize the manhwa 6 elders, thus facilitating the uprooting of the sacred tree. In his heart, Yuling had already resolved to transplant this marvelous giant tree to Blue Star. With this artifact, the malevolent will of the subspace would be relegated to mere fuel for the star torches among the branches. Humanity would take a significant step forward in mastering psychic energies. With this thought, Yuling turned to leave. The mechanized warriors, encircled from behind, were successfully rescued after incurring some costs. "Chief," the team leader hesitated. He was bewildered by Yuling's sudden decision to retreat. It was an abrupt alteration of their plan, demanding that the warriors risk their lives to fill the void. "Retreat. I need to return to the spaceship to gather some items. Leave half of the team behind to restrain the manhwa 6 and prevent their escape," Yuling declared after a moment of contemplation. Although the likelihood of the sacred tree fleeing was low, the unpredictable nature of psychic energies warranted caution. Thus, a portion of the team would remain to harass the manhwa 6 tribe, keeping them in a state of warfare. Yuling was unconvinced that the boss could escape while under their wrath. With that, he took the lead in departing. The team leader opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He resolved to stay behind to command the remaining restraining squad. "Team leader," the chief he silence. "Follow orders." "Yes." The warrior who had intended to question promptly fell silent. The team leader took a deep breath. Despite his profound confusion, he refrained from expressing it. for as a senior official of the Dragon Nation, he recognized Yuling's invaluable contributions. All he could do now was trust him. Meanwhile, upon seeing the mechanized warriors regrouping, the Na-6 surged forward in wrath. However, the team left behind to restrain them had already formed a defensive formation, suppressing them with firepower. In the rear, the Council of Elders among the psychics furrowed their brows. Engage. They commenced utilizing their abilities. In an instant, casualties began to arise within the Dragon Nation. Disperse. Engage in squad-based operations and adopt guerrilla tactics. Drag them down. Instantly, the previously unified team, which had concentrated their firepower, fragmented and vanished into the surroundings. Pursued by their enemies, the elders widened their eyes at a loss for words. Ultimately, one of them resignedly formed a small team to give chase. In the skies, Princess Karina stood atop a divine beast, enveloped in silence for an extended period. After this first-hand experience, she became increasingly convinced that these ironclad warriors were not affiliated with those who had previously humiliated her subordinates. Her desire to converse with humanity intensified. Given the current state of warfare, it seemed unlikely that a resolution would be reached anytime soon. Resolutely, she instructed the iron-blooded warriors before her to escort her back to the tribe. Meanwhile, Yuling swiftly led her group away from the battlefield. The attention of the Nawe people was entirely captivated by the remaining warriors, completely oblivious to the fact that an equal number of individuals had departed alongside them. Yuling reached the spaceship and plunged into the laboratory. At that moment, the Blue Star observers could no longer remain idle. Chapter 127. The Death Lottery on Blue Star. Upon witnessing Yuling's order to retreat, a wave of unrest swept over the gathered onlookers. Those who had previously articulated in detail their expectations of how Yuling would decisively strike against the Nawe psionics fell into a heavy silence. Surely, Yuling must have his own considerations. Perhaps the retreat was merely a stratagem to confound the enemy. Yet, the experts clung to hope in vain. For belief had begun to wane. Why retreat? Was this not a golden opportunity to cripple the enemy's psionics and seize the tribal stronghold? Indeed, the adversary lay before them. Having exposed their position, if Yuling desired, he could single-handedly dismantle their ranks. This sentiment resonated with many, as they recalled past instances where Yuling had subdued hundreds of psionics alone. The Nawe before them, though their psionic manifestations were somewhat peculiar, did not appear particularly formidable. Why, then, the retreat? An avalanche of skepticism followed. 2 days passed in this manner. On Pandora Planet, Yuling emerged from his studio, a cart trailing behind him. Upon it rested 10 immense devices, each comparable in size to a genetically enhanced warrior clad in powered armor. Commander, the captain of the Royal Guards approached. Ready to report the current situation. Yuling cast him a glance, uttering not a word. The captain paused momentarily, then continued. Yes. Our remaining forces are currently engaged with the Nawe on the periphery of the Sacred Tree's defensive perimeter. Over the past 2 days, we have suffered the loss of 238 brothers, primarily at the hands of the enemy's psionic teams, while ordinary Nawe pose little threat to us now. The captain conveyed the details of the situation to Yuling. With the advent of the chainsaw sword, capable of effectively dispatching the Nawe, alongside advanced technological equipment, the Nawe had found it increasingly difficult to inflict damage upon the powered armor warriors. As the warriors adapted to the combat environment, the disparity in their capabilities continued to widen. The Nawe were acutely aware of this shift, evidenced by the rising frequency of engagements by their Council of Elders. Gather the remaining personnel. We are ready to commence our operation, Yuling declared after a moment of contemplation. The captain immediately issued the order for assembly. In a short while, all were congregated before the spacecraft. Bring your gear. Let us depart, Yuling instructed, leading the way forward. The captain commanded his men to transport the equipment. Commander, what is that? He inquired, pointing to one of the devices. A containment unit intended to capture the sacred tree. Yuling elucidated briefly. The captain stood momentarily stunned. Capture the sacred tree? I am aware of its significance, as we have discerned from analyzing the Nawe's vocal intelligence that they refer to that colossal tree in such a manner. But how does one capture a tree? What is the plan for execution? He pressed eagerly. Yuling halted, initially intending to explain while on the move. However, recognizing the captain's earnest inquiry. He felt compelled to clarify. The sacred tree is a psionic organism, likely possessing consciousness, capable of absorbing psionic energy and shielding against subspace will. Its value is immense. Yu Ling endeavored to convey the essence of the sacred tree's capabilities in as straightforward a manner as possible. The nearby power armor warriors and the commander himself began to breathe heavily. Although they were not psychics, they were the primary force against the chaos caused by the psychics of Blue Star. They were acutely aware of the dire consequences of a psychic losing control, as well as the helplessness that accompanied it. When these individuals went awry, it was those closest to them who suffered first. Who were these people? Family, children, loved ones. To witness one's beloved perish tragically due to one's own uncontrolled power. How many could truly maintain their composure in such a moment? The majority would undoubtedly collapse. Subsequently, countless families would be affected. It was precisely because they had witnessed such tragedies too many times that the soldiers of the Guardian Army were so unsettled. One could only imagine the feeling of a frail little girl clutching her father's hand, pleading that he did not mean to, imploring others not to make things difficult for him. Yet, the advancement of civilization inevitably comes at a cost. If control were genuinely achievable, such horrors would never occur. If these words were uttered by anyone else, they would surely be met with skepticism. However, spoken by Yu Ling, they instinctively inclined to believe. So this was it, the commander murmured to himself. He finally understood why Yu Ling had ordered a retreat 2 days prior. In comparison to the value of the divine tree, a minor sacrifice and allowing the enemy to escape were trivial matters. Acquiring the divine tree could save countless lives. To put it bluntly, among the psychics of Blue Star, aside from Yu Ling, none could guarantee immunity from losing control. The emergence of the divine tree offered hope to all. The live broadcast continued unabated. Yu Ling believed there was no need for concealment in this matter. After capturing the divine tree, all risks of national leaders losing control would undoubtedly be eradicated. In time, everyone would understand. Those watching the live stream suddenly comprehended. So this was the situation. Yu Ling was striving for the welfare of all Blue Star inhabitants. Could it truly be achieved? My family perished during the chaos of a psychic's loss of control. If this could truly be accomplished, would the tragedies that befell me no longer plague others? Yu Ling was tirelessly working for our benefit. I had my doubts before. I apologize. Who knows if this is merely an excuse? Is there truly such a miraculous tree? Perhaps this is just a pretext for his previous command errors. I refuse to believe. Unless Yu Ling brings back the divine tree to prove its efficacy. Most discussions dissipated, yet a small faction of ill-intentioned individuals persisted in spreading negative rumors. Yu Ling, however, had no time to concern himself with such matters. After explaining to the commander, he promptly set off. The elder of the Nawe people grew increasingly active. Another squad had just encountered the Elder Council and sought aid. Previously, these elders had pursued the power armor warriors individually. However, aside from the eldest elder, the others had nearly faced annihilation. It is important to note that there were many psychics among the Judgment Army. Furthermore, those capable of donning power armor and appearing on this land were undoubtedly seasoned warriors experienced in battling psychics. Had it not been for the elders utilizing their spiritual powers collectively, bolstered by the might of the divine tree, the Judgment Army would have effortlessly overrun them. Upon realizing this, the elders decisively united, ruthlessly pursuing the Dragon Kingdom squads. Although the various teams endeavored to evade their pursuers, with the assistance of other Nawe individuals, there were inevitably moments when escape proved impossible. Thus, the task of containment evolved into a grim lottery of death. Those who drew the short straw found themselves relentlessly hunted by the Council of Elders, with survival becoming a daunting prospect. Alas, what terrible luck! Brothers, it appears we have drawn the prize. In the woods to the west of the divine tree, a team of 7 halted, panting heavily. They were in a state of disarray, their powered armor battered and torn, revealing components that sparked with electricity, barely managing to sustain basic functionality. These Nawe spiritual practitioners were indeed peculiar. When gathered, their power multiplied exponentially. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, I would crush them without hesitation, grumbled a burly man specializing in biology. Have we sent out a distress signal? Yes, replied the squad leader, breathing a sigh of relief. while it was a distress signal. It was not a call for rescue, but rather a warning to those nearby. A day later, unbeknownst to these manhwa, their communications had been monitored through some unknown means, leaving them in a passive state for several hours until they finally adapted to a new mode of connectivity, regaining some control. Chapter 128. The ambush. As the squad leader momentarily lost his focus, an increasing number of monsters encircled him. He cast an angry glance at the elders, who were being guarded by the manhwa warriors in the distance. "You colorful feathered chickens, dare to challenge me one-on-one." In the distance, the manhwa elders grimaced but paid no heed to the dying warrior's furious roar. Although they could not comprehend his words, the emotional weight conveyed was unmistakably impolite. "Humph. They are doomed. Their futile struggles are merely a prelude to their demise," spoke a bloodthirsty warrior from the Elder Council. Over the past 2 days, the tribe had suffered significant losses. In the sky, Karina, responsible for the lookout, was filled with anxiety. She had previously returned to consult with her chieftain father regarding the possibility of negotiating with these humans, a plan that had not gained approval. At this juncture, there was no turning back. Unless one side faced utter defeat, a peaceful dialogue was out of the question. The thought that her misguided perceptions about humanity had proliferated, indirectly leading to the current sacrifices, filled Karina with guilt. "I am not a worthy princess." "What are you saying?" "Your Highness is the most beloved and well-regarded princess since the tribe's inception," retorted the bloodied warrior controlling the divine beast before her. "Wait, what is that?" "Enemy attack. Assault." Suddenly, Karina spotted something, exclaiming in alarm. Her loud cries caught the attention of the swiftly advancing Yuling, who glanced up in surprise. Above, a manhwa woman seemed to have noticed her. Judging by the adornment she wore, her status appeared to be considerable. When their eyes met, the battlefield fell eerily silent for a moment. Yuling averted his gaze, pondering the woman's intriguing expression. Was it kindness? There was a certain innocent clarity to her gaze. How could she regard an enemy with such eyes? Surely it was not due to my own handsomeness? Though Yuling conceded that he possessed a certain charm, the evolution of his genes made that apparent. Among humans, he was undoubtedly a striking figure, though not due to culture or aesthetics, simply a matter of genetic allure. Yet, clad in powered armor, such attributes should not be discernible. Confident in the enhanced capabilities of his armor to evade detection, Yuling shook his head, observing the elders' faces turn pale with fear as he approached. A smile crept onto his lips. "It's time to strike. Oh, kill, 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 crush them." With that, the warriors accompanying him erupted in frenzied shouts. In this moment, they unleashed their innate powers as psychics, bringing forth the splendor of subspace into reality. The first to shatter were the outermost bloodied warriors. Clad in alloy armor, they still could not withstand the full force of the powered armor's assault. Yuling delivered a powerful kick that sent a group flying. Beside him, the biological judgment army transformed into a meat grinder, wielding chainsaw swords that spun wildly. The elders attempted to harness their psychic abilities, but Yuling's gaze sharpened. A wave of terrifying psychic energy descended, forcing all the elders to their knees. "It is you." The elder was struck with a profound horror. The formidable presence that had long unsettled him truly existed. After 2 days of battle, he had begun to believe that it was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, with Yuling's appearance, he realized how laughable his wishful thinking had been. "Retreat!" the elder cried in despair. He exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the psychic pressure. Yuling cast a surprised glance his way. This insignificant creature indeed possessed some spirit. Managing to rise. However, it was too late. The mechanized legion had already surged forth before them. Rising merely rendered his demise more aesthetically pleasing. As Yuling pondered this, the elder's eyes gleamed with an almost blinding radiance, vibrant with colors. "No, Martin," kneeling, wailed in anguish. The elder remained silent, casting aside the staff that symbolized the authority of the sacred tree. A shockwave erupted from the elder's center, toppling even the Gene warriors who struggled to maintain their footing. Yuling narrowed his eyes, observing the psionicist before him, a flicker of admiration sparking within. He had embraced an energy beyond his capacity to contain. The only outcome of such an action could be self-destruction. A terrifying wave enveloped everyone, transforming the area into a zone of psionic insulation. As all energy converged upon the elder, many within the Judgment Legion felt a wave of discomfort. Their internal energy spiraled out of control. This disruption rendered Yuling's psychic pressure ineffective. The remaining elders scrambled to their feet, having been propelled by the force. All their faces reflected resoluteness. "Move!" the elder shouted with all his might. Several elders opened their mouths but ultimately halted the chaotic energy swirling within them. Initially, they had intended to follow the elder's lead and perish alongside their adversary. The enemy before them was overwhelmingly fearsome. He could not be allowed to survive. Upon seeing Yuling, they made the same judgment as the elder. However, the elder's desperate cry was not merely dramatic. It also disrupted the flow of energy among the elders by utilizing his bond with the sacred tree. They found it too late to act. The only ones unaffected were the top 3 elders, whose powers did not differ significantly. Witnessing this, the others hesitated no longer and swiftly retreated. "All of you, behind me," Yuling stated calmly, his gaze serious. The mechanized soldiers promptly sprang into action. Observing the fleeing Naue behind the elder, Yuling flashed a wicked smile. "Diverting his psychic energy. You dare!" the elder exclaimed, infuriated. Instantly, 3 more were rooted in place. Good. You have guts." He could not comprehend. Was this individual reckless? Even if he were indeed powerful, such overconfidence was unwarranted. The elder had summoned the sacred tree's power for self-detonation. How could Yuling still have the presence of mind to interfere with others' escape? "You think so little of me? I'll take you down with me." With that thought, the elder, feeling slighted, amplified his power and detonated alongside the 2 elders at his side. The psionic explosion differed fundamentally from a physical one. It lacked the brilliance of flames, possessing only the distortion of psychic energy. An eerie tableau materialized before the onlookers. Warriors traversing through subspace were well aware of its warped landscapes. The scene before them resembled a fusion of subspace and the tangible world, utterly bizarre. Various objects and flora contorted and transformed within the range engulfed by the psychic explosion. The Gnostics were the first to vanish, followed closely by the surrounding vegetation and ground. Yet, Yuling stood resolutely, her eyes radiating a golden light, enveloped in a gentle glow along with the warriors behind her, untouched by distortion. A mournful roar seemed to emanate from the space station. As the psychic explosion subsided, everything vanished except for the land beneath Yuling and her comrades. The ground crystallized, forming a layer rich in psychic energy. This soil, laden with potent energy, would be lethal to an ordinary person upon contact. However, it served as an excellent material for psychic equipment. After all, finding a location with such highly concentrated compressed psychic energy was no simple task. There existed only one of such caliber on Pandora. Chapter 129, The Launch of the Suppressor After the Demise of the Great Elder and His Companions. The Gnostics fled in tears. They sat motionless upon their steeds, casting sorrowful glances back at the land beneath Yuling's feet. To them, those crystals represented the remains of the 3 elders. Now, they found themselves powerless even to retrieve the bodies of their esteemed pioneers. Each Gnostic's warrior loathed their own helplessness. Yuling did not pursue. The explosion had proven more formidable than anticipated, while he could manage himself. Safeguarding the numerous powered armor warriors who had surged forward alongside him was rather taxing. At that moment, Yuling stood like a deity of war. Though he felt somewhat hollow. If one were to describe it, it resembled a sage mode, indeed, a sensation of emptiness. Yuling had not expected that even his vast reservoir of spiritual energy could be depleted. Just as he pondered this, his energy began to replenish. Instantly, he felt invigorated, ready to engage in yet another fierce battle. "Truly, I am formidable," he murmured softly to himself. It appeared that the earlier feeling of void was difficult to grasp. "Gather the crystals from the ground and secure them. These are valuable resources," Yuling stated calmly. The warriors paused momentarily before hastening to collect the crystals. No one inquired why they did not pursue the fleeing Gnostics, for their previous doubts had been silenced. They could not muster even a shred of skepticism towards Yuling now. This lord had his own considerations. With this thought in mind, they quickened their efforts to gather the crystals, replace the containment team, and establish a defensive point at the rear. Maintain vigilance over the sacred tree's perimeter to prevent the Gnostics from escaping, Yuling commanded. These Gnostics posed no further threat. he was inclined to offer them a chance to submit. This was also why he refrained from annihilating the remaining elders entirely. A beast with a leader is easier to control. No matter how enraged, it would retain a flicker of survival instinct. Prepare the suppressors. The rear troops. Those powered armor units transporting the devices trembled with energy, rushing forward while clutching suppressors nearly their own size. They fanned out and, adhering to the recently acquired operational protocol, began to aim at the sacred tree. Launch. With a single command, 10 devices were activated. These suppressors, resembling nails, erupted with flames from their rear. Soaring like missiles towards the sacred tree, Yuling gazed at the sacred tree with a smile. Indeed, these suppressors were designed to mimic tree nails. Drawing upon the theories of the chaotic spirit bracelet, once embedded within the sacred tree, extraction would be exceedingly challenging. To remove them would essentially spell the end for the tree, as the segments of the tree that accompanied the nails would render it fragmented into countless pieces. Yuling harbored no doubt that the sacred tree could not survive such an ordeal. Therefore, sacred tree, should you wish to survive, you might as well adopt a human form in the future. Thunderous booms echoed as the suppressors successfully penetrated the sacred tree's interior. Yet, Yuling furrowed his brow. It was all too smooth. Why was that? He had infused the suppressor with spiritual energy to counteract the resistance of the divine tree. Yet, there was no sign of defiance. It was effortlessly subdued by the suppressor. Such behavior is inconsistent with that of a sentient being. When confronted with a threat, how could its own guardian be vanquished without a hint of defense? What, then, is the purpose of the thorns encircling the divine tree? Had it misjudged the situation? Yuling pondered deeply. In the distance, countless Gnostics, witnessing the assault on the divine tree by the enemy's weaponry, were incensed. They seized their household utensils, preparing to rush out and confront the intruders. However, what they saw was the elders and iron-willed warriors retreating in panic. The Gnostics were thrown into disarray. They hastily cleared a path for the fleeing figures, staring at their receding silhouettes in stunned silence. Suddenly, a loud clatter echoed as someone, lost in thought, dropped their weapon to the ground. The others, as if awakening from a trance, returned home with expressions of despondency, shutting their doors with a heavy silence. Minutes passed. The divine tree, with all suppressors activated, visibly wilted. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing the entirety of the divine tree to all. Even the Gnostics had never witnessed its full form. The clouds that had perpetually shrouded the sky began to part. The immense canopy slowly emerged. Tribes of Gnostics across Pandora turned in astonishment toward the heart of the divine tree. At last, the tail end of the canopy revealed the temple, followed by lush green leaves and the nests of flying beasts above. Yet, these leaves began to wither. Rain fell from the sky. A deluge formed from the divine tree's dying foliage. The Gnostics, initially retreating to their homes, were stirred by the sight, kneeling in anguish upon the ground, weeping uncontrollably, akin to children mourning the loss of their mother. The Dragon Kingdom warriors, stationed distantly, heard the wails and felt a pang of compassion. Have we gone too far? One ventured. Do not be foolish. This is war. Commander Yuling does not wish for total annihilation. Yet certain actions must be taken to bring an end to the bloodshed. The first soldier hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the roles were reversed, would the Gnostics show mercy? Certainly not. The previous exploration teams had already paid the ultimate price for their findings. Compared to the Gnostics' methods, their own approach was relatively lenient. At least they had not beheaded the Gnostics as trophies, though the bones of the Gnostics made for excellent material. The Dragon Kingdom had never employed such resources. Yuling had no intention of using corpses. After all, they were a sentient race. He had no interest in such practices. What he sought were precise data and ratios for ease of production, to deploy on a large scale, even if the Gnostics were entirely eradicated. It would not yield the requisite quantities. One could hardly treat Pandora as a mere breeding ground, much less concern himself with the sustenance of the Gnostics. He was not so idle. In comparison to the provision of materials, the combat prowess of the Gnostics held far greater value. Karina, soaring atop the divine beast towards the temple, was taken aback. The adversaries were actually targeting the sacred tree. Behind her, the two severely injured elders on the beast's back spat out a mouthful of blood in their fury, their breaths growing increasingly labored. Elder Martin, weeping, collapsed onto the beast's back. had it not been for the iron-willed soldiers ahead who restrained him. Karina had no doubt that Martin would have been the first elder in the tribe's history to perish in such a manner. A palpable sorrow enveloped everyone. The divine faction had been vanquished. In this battle, the Council of Elders had been decimated, and the sacred tree lay grievously wounded. Meanwhile, the enemy suffered minimal losses. The divine faction found themselves devoid of any path for retreat. All they could do was devise a means to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Flee. They must escape. Even if it meant becoming slaves to another settlement, branded with the mark of shame, it was preferable to the extinction of their bloodline. Karina cast a serious gaze towards the distance. There, beneath the canopy of the sacred tree, the platforms fashioned from its branches awaited them. A multitude of Gnostics stood ready, among them, the chieftain and the influential figures of the Gnostics' divine faction's prominent families. Chapter 130. The meeting. They did not keep the people waiting for long. Karina swiftly descended with the elders before the chieftain and the venerable members of the clans. As Karina surveyed the scene, she noted the expressions of panic etched on everyone's faces. It was understandable. The sacred tree had never before suffered such damage in the annals of the Navi people's history. No wonder these seasoned rulers, who had weathered the storms of tribal strife, were beginning to panic. Karina, what has transpired? Where are the other elders? The chieftain inquired. Karina cast a glance at her father and sighed. The elders have returned to the embrace of the sacred tree. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Such formidable figures as the Grand Elder and several of the most esteemed elders had perished. What manner of enemy could compel them to sacrifice themselves in order to grant their comrades a chance to escape? There exists a formidable adversary among them, one who single-handedly subdued all the elders. The Grand Elder chose to self-destruct to safeguard the tribe's remaining strength, Karina lamented. The second and third elders, among others. Also, what of that enemy? One of the clan elders inquired hastily. If the most powerful among them had chosen mutual destruction, surely even the most terrifying of foes could not have escaped unscathed? The remaining Navi looked on with a glimmer of hope in their eyes, pondering if perhaps, just perhaps, that dreadful enemy had met their demise. Karina shook her head gravely. No, not a single enemy perished. They were shielded by that powerful being once more. An oppressive silence fell upon the assembly. Understood. Take the elders to receive treatment. We shall convene for a full assembly outside the temple shortly, the chieftain said, his demeanor somewhat despondent. Their divine faction had failed. In this conflict against the unknown adversaries, would the divine faction simply vanish? It was time to ensure the tribe's lineage persevered. We must devise a means to send some of the youth away, the chieftain pondered. Meanwhile, on the periphery, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom had established their sentry points. From this moment forth, any Navi attempting to depart from the vicinity of their sacred tree would be detected. The Dragon Kingdom was prepared for capture. The viewers of Blue Star, witnessing the unfolding events, were filled with exhilaration. The fate of the Navi was sealed. They were trapped. Unable to escape the confines of the sacred tree, their only options were surrender or annihilation. Yuling was overwhelmingly powerful, managing to suppress all of the opposing spiritual practitioners single-handedly. Without Yuling, victory in this battle would have been far from assured. Indeed, how is it that he, as a spiritual practitioner, possesses such terrifying prowess? Is genius not universally applicable across all fields? The comments began to buzz with excitement. Meanwhile, atop the sacred tree, the elders were being treated with specially formulated herbs. They huddled together in disarray outside the temple. The chieftain and the leaders of the various clans sat in a grim circle. Elders, we have failed, he spoke with deep sorrow. Do you wish to surrender? To those who have desecrated our sacred tree? Elder Martin's eyes widened as he clutched the staff entrusted to him by the great elder before his demise. That is not my intention. We have no chance left. It is time to plan for the continuation of our tribe. At the very least, we must leave behind some lineage and send forth a few young souls. The chief spoke with utmost sincerity. Elder Martin fell silent, nodding in agreement. They could fight valiantly for their tribe and honor, yet the youth deserved the right to live on. A sigh of relief escaped the chief's lips as he commanded the iron-willed warriors to escort the prepared youths away. The meeting resumed, focused on strategizing their next course of action. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted outside, accompanied by shouts in the Gnostics' tongue, urging surrender. The assembled Gnostics gaped in astonishment. How could these intruders speak their language? Were they capable of communication? Shock flickered in the eyes of many Gnostics. In a corner, Karina pressed her lips together, discreetly making her way towards the periphery of the sacred tree. "Chief, we have captured a Gnostic's child attempting to escape," reported Yuling from the temporary stronghold. Just then, a subordinate approached with news. He glanced back to see a group of Gnostics confined within a cage, suspended behind the armored warriors. Upon spotting Yuling, they glared fiercely. "Ensure their custody is secure and treat them well," Yuling said coolly. The soldier nodded and led them away. Nearby, members of other Gnostics tribes began to emerge. The leader of the judging army approached with a grave expression, stating, "If the situation persists and time drags on, we may fail to capture the sacred tree." Through their research, they had discovered that the Gnostics held a peculiar reverence for this colossal tree, and troublingly, that a unified belief system existed throughout Pandora. This posed a significant challenge. Should the Gnostics learn of the Dragon Kingdom's plans, they might rise as one against them. Therefore, they could not afford to delay. "Understood. Let's proceed with the second phase of the plan," Yuling decided. Initially expecting the Gnostics to send envoys for negotiation after the call, the anticipated response never materialized. With impatience, Yuling resolved to take direct action. A squad of armored warriors stealthily departed, activating their camouflage as they glided through the jungle like phantoms. Without the protective thorns of the sacred tree, the Gnostics were powerless to halt their advance. "Report. A Gnostic's woman wishes to see you. She claims she wants to talk," announced an armored soldier, projecting an image of a Gnostic's woman adorned with colorful ornaments. Yuling recognized her immediately. "Bring her here." Before long, Karina stood before Yuling, witnessing for the first time the unmasked visage of Yuling outside the armor. Momentarily taken aback, she asked, "Who are you?" Yuling spoke, and Karina shook her head, redirecting her focus. "I am the princess of the divine realm, and I wish to converse with you, for there may be some misunderstandings between us," she hurriedly said. Yuling smiled. At such a juncture, does it truly matter whether there is a misunderstanding? "Well, you speak." The leader of the Judgment Army brought over a chair, and Yuling took a seat, while a multitude of armored warriors stood behind him, exuding an air of intimidation. Karina stood awkwardly in place. Yet she began to recount the reasons why the novice harbored animosity towards humanity and the origins of their decision to wage war. The expressions on Yuling and the others grew increasingly peculiar as they listened. "It is the scoundrels among your ranks who have led us to perceive humanity as a malevolent race. Had there been proper communication from the outset, perhaps neither side would have shed so much blood." Karina spoke, somewhat bashfully. Yuling inhaled sharply. He had not been aware of such matters. It was the first time he learned that the San nation had engaged in such actions. Upon this realization, he felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. Chapter 131. The conditions set forth upon hearing the Princess Karina's revelation regarding the cause of the tribe's declaration of war, Yuling and her companions were left utterly astonished. Their expressions morphed into a peculiar blend of disbelief and bewilderment, especially considering that they were still broadcasting live. The audience from Blue Star was equally stunned, so this was the underlying truth. "Citizens from the A3 nation, it is incumbent upon you to provide an explanation. You are the ones responsible for the assault on our exploration team." In an instant, the comments from various countries began to bombard the A3 nation with inquiries. Even a senator from the Eagle Nation rose to condemn them, garnering substantial support. On Pandora, a realization dawned. "I understand now," she said. "The traitors among us will no longer be present. Rest assured, aside from those individuals, we harbor no further interest in your Naue people." Subsequently, Yuling gestured for the leader of the Judgment Army to present the prepared documents to the princess. The Naue possess a written language, and the crew aboard the spacecraft had successfully deciphered it. The exquisite contract, inscribed in Naue script, piqued Princess Karina's curiosity. As she opened the document and recognized the familiar characters, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. However, her eyes widened in astonishment. The conditions proposed by the tribe known as the Dragon Nation were remarkably generous. Were they truly contemplating surrendering to the Divine Tribe? The contract stipulated that the Dragon Nation would offer comprehensive support to the Naue in terms of equipment, medical care, and education. Furthermore, the Naue would retain their existing lands as their own territories, governed independently. while the Dragon Nation would refrain from interference. Yet, the Nawe were required to accept the jurisdiction of the Dragon Nation and to fight for their new nation. Such occurrences were not uncommon on Pandora. Defeated tribes frequently found themselves enslaved by victors, a reasonable expectation during times of conflict and peril. In light of the other benefits outlined, this arrangement seemed trivial by comparison. As she beheld the accompanying images showcasing various structures and systems, Princess Karina felt her breath quicken. "Are you suggesting a marriage alliance?" she inquired earnestly, directing her gaze towards Yuling. The outrageous terms of the contract prompted her to ponder deeply. Could it be that this human had fallen for her at first sight? The magnitude of concessions offered, akin to a bride price, left her struggling to conceive of any other rationale. Despite Yuling's earlier assertions that aside from a specific human faction, the remainder harbored no peculiar intentions towards the Nawe, Karina, having grown up amidst accolades, was confident in her allure. She cast a glance at Yuling. If it were indeed this individual, Yuling, catching sight of the translator, nearly toppled from his chair. "Cut this part out," he exclaimed, recalling something significant. The leader of the Judgment Army stifled a laugh, shaking his head. It was too late. Yuling inhaled sharply, and at that moment, Blue Star fell into an eerie silence as every viewer fixated on the unfolding broadcast. Is this truly the case? I cannot believe that Yuling harbors such interests. They began to scrutinize the Gnostic's woman depicted in the image. It seems, perhaps, it is not entirely unacceptable. Hey, are you joking? Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. So, it turns out that the esteemed Yuling has a penchant for this genre? I can comprehend it, after all. Geniuses often possess peculiarities that set them apart from the ordinary. Yuling, without a doubt, knew that his reputation was being unjustly tarnished. "Silence. What are you pondering?" he exclaimed, rising angrily, startling Karina. Subsequently, Yuling embarked on a lengthy, 20-minute explanation, ultimately persuading Karina to believe in his sincerity. This is entirely a decision made by the authorities, devoid of any personal interests. So, you are colonizers from a distant planet, with the objective of claiming this very world. And now you desire the divine tree? Karina's expression was one of astonishment, accompanied by a hint of despondency. Yuling nodded in affirmation. The divine tree poses too great a danger if left in your possession. You are incapable of controlling it. This was not mere conjecture. Such a plant, having absorbed an immense amount of spiritual energy, is also a conduit for chaotic intentions from the subspace. Where, then, do these intentions manifest? The Gnostics possess no means to consume spiritual energy. The divine tree has expanded to a terrifying extent, having utilized this energy in its growth. What then has become of those intentions? Surely, they must have been concealed within. Sealed? Yuling pondered, uncertain. The divine tree undoubtedly represents a colossal treasure, but it simultaneously embodies a tremendous threat. Hence, it must be captured and controlled expeditiously. It serves as an unconventional entity, devoid of conscious thought yet harboring an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Yuling contemplated that if he were one of those uncontrolled entities from subspace, he would never allow such a perfect vessel to evade his grasp. Just because there are no issues presently does not guarantee the absence of future troubles. Regardless of the reasons, the blue planet is determined to possess this divine tree, which lies merely 1 light-year away. If a significant subspace adversary were to emerge, the inhabitants of the blue planet would scarcely find peace in their slumber. Yuling elucidated the concepts of subspace and uncontrolled entities, further detailing the peril posed by the divine tree. Karina's eyes widened, her worldview shattering under the weight of the overwhelming information. She recalled that the divine tree was not always as it is now, nor did it possess such magnitude. Until recently, it had undergone a transformation, shrouded in mist and intertwining with the roots of other tribal trees. The elders had acquired extraordinary powers, and the tribe's people grew increasingly formidable. Their faith in the tribe intensified. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by the humans before her? Had they opened the gateway to another realm, instigating this transformation? Thus, the divine tree was born of humanity? Were they, in essence, the progenitors of the divine tree? Karina stood frozen, unable to comprehend the implications. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar emanated from the direction of the divine tree. The trunk of the tree erupted violently, Karina gasped, "You all. Do not misunderstand. We have merely destroyed our own possessions, which consequently facilitates your kin in making more rational decisions," Yuling remarked with a faint smile. They obliterated the individual backpacks that were tainted by the Gnostic's energy manipulation, along with the resource converters. Since the advent of these items, the Gnostic's equipment and sustenance for combat had become excessively convenient. What humans find exceedingly unpalatable in synthetic high-energy food is, to the Gnostics, a veritable delicacy. Moreover, the energy contained within these provisions enables them to sustain prolonged engagements at the front lines. Now, stripped of these converters, the Gnostics find themselves ensnared within the confines of the sacred tree, and their endurance is rapidly waning. The time left for the Gnostics to make their choices has dwindled significantly. Princess Karina's eyes widened, revealing a predatory glint. Yuling chuckled nonchalantly, gesturing toward the documents tightly clutched in her hands. "Take this back. I trust your kin will arrive at a prudent decision." Chapter 132. The planned Karina returned to the front of the temple, clutching her belongings. However, the atmosphere at the scene startled her. She discreetly concealed the documents and silently resumed her position. "Elder Martin, is this not a bit excessive?" The chieftain hesitantly inquired, his eyes brimming with palpable fear. "Excessive? Those despicable tin cans have slain the Grand Elder. They have ravaged the sacred tree. We must conduct a blood sacrifice to awaken the sacred tree and exact divine retribution upon these demons. Only then can we salvage the sacred tree and honor the blessings it has bestowed upon our clan. The other Gnostics will forever remember our deeds." Elder Martin's eyes widened, resembling a malevolent specter. The staff in his hand glimmered ominously. "And no, you are right, Elder," the chieftain stammered, swallowing hard to mask his trepidation. Good. Although the enemy has currently employed vile methods to restrain the sacred tree's power, we can still initiate the ritual of blood sacrifice. I shall make the necessary preparations. Chieftain, you and the other heads of families should return and ready your members to sacrifice themselves for the sacred tree," Elder Martin proclaimed fervently, leading the remaining elders into the temple's depths. Once they departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the gathered Gnostics. Yet, a chill coursed through their hearts, and cold sweat dampened their backs. Something was amiss with Elder Martin. The usually amiable elder had suddenly transformed into a figure of extremity. Was the Grand Elder's demise too great a blow to him? The chieftain pondered, bewildered. Karina's expression mirrored that of the chieftain's, fear etched across her features. Due to her unique position, she possessed some knowledge of the so-called blood sacrifice ritual, a taboo concerning the sacred tree. The sacred tree sheltered the tribe from malevolent spirits, containing evil within its own being. The blood sacrifice served as the key. In times of existential peril, the tribe could invoke this ritual to unlock the seal. At that moment, the sacred tree would undergo its legendary awakening, vanquishing all foes and restoring peace to their homeland. This was the understanding of the blood sacrifice among the general Gnostics. Yet, it was evidently far more complex. The expressions of the chieftain and the elders revealed that the price of the blood sacrifice was terrifyingly steep. Even though they had prepared for the potential dissolution of their clan, none wished to resort to such a ritual. Karina quietly approached her father, whispering something discreetly. Shortly thereafter, the chieftain exchanged knowing glances with several elder families, who began to slip away unnoticed. "Karina, is this truly the case?" The chieftain's hand trembled as he grasped the documents. If his daughter were to inform him that those tin cans had surrendered, he would believe it without question. "It is true," Karina replied, her voice laced with complexity. "Very well. I shall go persuade Elder Martin," the chieftain exclaimed, rising with excitement, only to be abruptly restrained by the princess. Karina furrowed her brow, recalling Yuling's analysis of the sacred tree. Upon reflecting on the peculiar behavior of Elder Martin, an unsettling intuition gripped me. If my father were to approach Elder Martin with the documents in hand, it could very well signal our final farewell. This could not be permitted. The elder had clearly lost his sanity, as evidenced by his recent reaction. Revealing this to him would be disastrous. Instantly, several clan leaders concurred, acknowledging the madness of Martin's intentions. "Do not go. It would be reckless. Who knows what lunacy he might unleash? He is contemplating a blood sacrifice," the leaders exclaimed in terror. "What exactly is a blood sacrifice?" Karina inquired with genuine curiosity, as her knowledge on the subject was rather limited. She understood that it was a grave matter, but the reactions of the tribal dignitaries indicated they possessed far greater insight. The chief settled into his seat, releasing a heavy sigh. The other elders exchanged glances, as if they had reached a collective resolution. The sacred tree, once awakened, ceases to be our guardian and transforms into our most formidable foe. The world will be laid to waste, and the Navi people shall face extinction. This is a measure intended for mutual destruction against our adversaries, permissible only when the Navi race stands on the brink of annihilation, a desperate hope for survival amidst calamity. The clan leaders articulated, each adding their voice to the grim discourse. Karina was taken aback. Martin had truly lost his mind, intending to drag the entire Navi race into oblivion merely due to the decline of our divine tribe. Indeed, even if these humans were to eradicate us completely, some seeds could still escape, allowing the divine tribe to endure. Yet his actions amount to self-destruction. The gravity of the situation was palpable. And even more alarming was the knowledge that numerous tribesmen supported Elder Martin's decision, their minds clouded by vengeance. We must act swiftly to devise a plan to break free from the tribe and collaborate with the humans to thwart Martin, Karina urged. The others displayed hesitance. Could these humans truly be trusted? A clan leader raised the concern. Karina rolled her eyes in exasperation. The youths we secretly sent out have all been captured, now in the clutches of those humans. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. The workshop of the sacred tree had also been ravaged. The clan leaders faltered, realizing that with such losses, their final trump card had vanished. The enemy need only seal them off to slowly extinguish their lives within the sacred tree. The only remaining options now appeared to be surrender or the blood sacrifice. Gradually, their resolve solidified. Understood. We shall return at once. However, Elder Martin will surely obstruct our departure. Are we to wage war against our own kin? Karina acknowledged the concerns of the esteemed families. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Leave this to me. I possess a strategy to guide us to safety." The elders paused, then chose to place their trust in her. With no alternative left, they had little choice but to believe in Karina. Ultimately, if they had to fight their way out, it would be preferable to perishing alongside the Pandora World Adventure tribe. The following day, before the temple, Karina bound the chieftain and several clan leaders. Elder Martin, I discovered that these individuals were on the verge of betraying us. So I restrained them and entrusted them to your judgment. Martin appeared bewildered. He glanced at the furious chieftain. How could you not spare even your own father? What kind of devoted daughter are you? Loyalty. This is loyalty to the sacred tree. Elder Martin was moved. Very well, from this moment on, you shall be the chieftain of the tribe. I must continue preparing for the ceremony. You will handle the affairs of the tribe. Martin expressed with emotion. However, Elder, the enemy has begun to provoke us again. I am concerned they may disrupt the ceremony, and I wish to lead troops to confront them. Karina's expression was grave. Martin contemplated the situation. Indeed, the ceremony had not commenced, and it could still be compromised. If they dispatched someone to hinder the enemy's advance, it would be advantageous. While the news of the clan leader's capture had not yet surfaced, why not allow their kin to buy some time for themselves? Chapter 133. The blood sacrifice accelerated subsequently. Karina summoned members from several families, each accompanied by their loved ones, concealing themselves amidst the warriors. The remaining Na-6, eager for a fierce battle against humanity, cheered for them. At this moment, the cells housing the chief and several family leaders were vacant, as they too blended into the ranks, disguised. Elder Martin and Princess Karina set forth. Before the temple, a steadfast warrior reported. Acknowledging the urgency, the elder quickened his pace. The staff in his hand had transformed to a crimson hue, and he was inscribing something at the center of the temple hall with its tip. Any powered armor warrior present would surely recognize it. These were the totems favored by the psychic beast of the Blue Star quarantine zone. The bizarre patterns exuded an aura of madness and distortion. However, the elder's design was far more profound. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a sense of order within the pattern, as if something within it was alive and flowing. Karina led her group towards the outpost where Yuling was stationed. They raised a white flag midway. This was a prearranged signal. Yuling and her companions prepared themselves, for the approaching party did not appear to be surrendering. No worries. Let them in, she commanded. However, the leader of the Judgment Army hesitated, silenced by Yuling's indifferent gaze. Indeed, with Yuling present, these Na-6 posed no threat. She alone could suppress them. With a mere glance from the leader, numerous powered armor warriors encircled Yuling, positioned to prevent any decapitating maneuvers from the Na-6, thus ensuring their invincibility. Karina entered the camp, paying no heed to the warriors' vigilance, and swiftly approached Yuling, kneeling on one knee. "Something is amiss. We must leave. Take us away from here." Yuling was momentarily taken aback. There is no time for explanations. Aren't you from another planet? Take us with you. We must leave Pandora immediately, Karina exclaimed urgently. Just before their departure, her subordinate, Heller, had informed her that Elder Martin had completed the final preparations for the ritual, leaving her utterly astonished. How could it be so swift? Wasn't it supposed to take 7 days? Yet, she chose to trust Martin. Why? We have yet to attain what we desire, Yuling remarked, gazing towards the distant world tree. The world tree is about to awaken. Run, I beg you. Otherwise, we will perish. Karina cried out in panic. The approaching chief and the elders halted in their tracks, stunned. Karina, what are you saying? The chief grasped his daughter's shoulders tightly. Elder Martin has completed the ritual preparations. How can this be possible? He exclaimed, visibly shaken. The powered armor warriors behind Yuling exchanged glances, bewildered. What is this? Why are these Na-6 so terrified, as if doomsday were upon them? Speak. What does the awakening of the world tree entail? Yuling inquired. Young man, flee swiftly. Pandora is on the brink of destruction, the chief uttered in despair. Yuling was incensed by these enigmatic individuals. His psychic energy erupted, enveloping all the Na-6 in an overwhelming pressure, causing them to kneel. The chief's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Such strength? Perhaps all hope is not yet lost. Allow me to explain. He spoke hastily. Yuling retracted his energy. The chief rose, articulating at a rapid pace the legends of blood sacrifices and the awakening of the sacred tree. Did you all hear that? We must launch a strong offensive. We cannot allow them to desecrate the sacred tree. To Yuling, the so-called awakening seemed akin to the self-detonation method previously employed by the elder. The abilities of these individuals relied entirely upon the sacred tree. Thus, if the elder possessed such power, the sacred tree must have an even more formidable counterpart. If a plant were to harness the collective psychic energies of all Na-6 in Pandora and unleash a self-destructive assault, it would indeed pose a grave threat. To these indigenous people, it felt akin to an apocalypse. Yet, Yuling harbored a different perspective. Destroying a planet is no simple feat. These Na-6 were likely referring to the expansive, high-energy region left in the wake of the sacred tree's self-detonation. At that moment, vast crystalline energies would permeate the planet post-explosion. In such a concentrated energy environment, bereft of the sacred tree's protective barrier, the Na-6 would likely succumb to a state of uncontrollable energy chaos. That, perhaps, is their interpretation of the end of the world. However, for humanity, this posed no significant concern. Was it merely an energy upheaval? Blue Star had already endured such a cleansing once. It would merely entail battling more energy-infused creatures. Even if those deceased holy beasts were tainted by energy corruption or possessed by malevolent will from subspace, what could be done? The Dragon Kingdom would eventually eradicate them. Yuling observed the deployment of the Judgment Army, contemplating their retreating figures. Karina opened her mouth, gazing at Yuling, who showed no signs of retreat. Unsure of what to say, one could only hope he could withstand the awakening of the sacred tree. At the sacred tree, an elder exclaimed, "Elder, this is dire. Her Highness the Princess has defected alongside those families." The elder, who had been diligently carving, froze momentarily, then erupted in fury. "What do you mean? Where are the chief and the clan elders?" They are also missing," reported the iron-blooded warrior in a panic. Elder Martin staggered slightly. "A group of traitors. Do you think aligning with those demons will ensure your survival? Ha! You could never imagine. The will of the sacred tree has awakened. With its cooperation, my preparations for the ritual are complete." Elder Martin laughed maniacally. "Once I initiate the blood sacrifice, all shall perish. Those outsiders who have sullied the honor of the sacred tree and the tribe will be crushed beneath its might." Among the kneeling members of the Iron-Blooded Legion, a cold glint flickered in their eyes. Suddenly, he raised his head, thrusting his alloy short sword directly toward Elder Martin's chest. With a sharp sound, Elder Martin's chest was pierced. He glared at the soldier before him, his expression twisted in disdain. Heller, why? I was the one who promoted you, allowing you to embrace disgrace and become a fearsome warrior seeking vengeance. How could you betray me? I watched you grow. Elder Martin was utterly perplexed. I am deeply sorry. Elder, I hold you in the highest regard, but the person you are now is unrecognizable to me. You are no longer Elder Martin. The moment you reclaimed the scepter, you cease to be who you once were. Your heart is filled only with destruction, devoid of the glory of the divine tree and the tribe. Heller spoke, his heart heavy with sorrow. As an orphan, he had been raised by Elder Martin, who had cared for him like a parent. This bond allowed him to deeply understand the elder before him. He was certain that the man standing there would never commit the acts he was now performing. This individual, despite sharing the same outward appearance, could not possibly be the kind-hearted elder he once knew. Ha ha ha, how irritating. How did you discover this? It shouldn't have been possible for you to find out. Ah, you insignificant insect. A piercing feminine voice emanated from within Elder Martin, both beguiling and terrifying. Chapter 134. The Will of the Divine Tree. Milan inside the temple. Heller gazed in horror at Elder Martin, who had transformed into a humanoid candle. Indeed, his flesh and blood had melted away, coalescing into a viscous liquid akin to candle wax, incessantly dripping onto the floor. From the upper half of Elder Martin's form emerged a flame, taking the shape of a stunningly beautiful woman with alabaster skin. Heller wished to scream, yet his eyes became entranced by her exquisitely smooth complexion. With a soft thud, the woman's body collapsed to the ground, and she rose in dissatisfaction. Heller's body, pierced and dissolving, mirrored that of a candle. The liquid exuded from both their forms seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, swiftly merging with the patterns on the floor. The woman took a step forward, only to exclaim in surprise as her delicate leg snapped like decayed wood. She fell to the ground, struggling for a long time to rise again. No, this is insufficient, she muttered, and her body began to dissolve slowly. Memories of her inception flooded her mind, recalling the chaotic and distorted realm of energy where she had first awakened. It was a mirror of the physical world, reflecting various energies that could not manifest in reality: lust, belief, violence, slaughter, and countless desires of myriad beings entwined. Her consciousness stirred within this chaos, on the brink of being consumed by those emotional energies. However, a projection of a tree appeared, drawing her within and shielding her from the terrifying tumult. She became the consciousness of the divine tree. She was the divine tree itself. Over time, her awareness expanded and solidified, and she named herself Milan. Milan had once believed she could continue in this manner until the day she could detach from the tree and roam freely. How could a consciousness birthed from biological desires willingly accept the role of a plant, spending her days observing these foolish little blue beings? But then, that man appeared. His name was Yuling. The moment he stepped into Pandora, she sensed him. Even in the subspace, she had encountered few individuals of such formidable strength. Milan felt a surge of fear. Yet, with mere awareness, she could do little but subtly incite the Gnostics to harbor animosity against him. War ensued, culminating in the Gnostics' defeat. Following this, the scene of the suppressor being driven into the divine tree unfolded. Hatred flickered in the woman's eyes. Yuling, just you wait. In her final act, she transformed into a writhing sphere of water and shot deep into the temple. Within lay the heart of the divine tree, the locus from which the elders controlled it. The water sphere merged with this core, and at that moment, the divine tree underwent an unobservable transformation. Outside, the judging army surged towards the divine tree, determined to thwart the ominous ritual. Yuling and the allied Gnostics watched the backs of the warriors. Karina's eyes sparkled with hope. If only they could reach Elder Martin in time. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the ground began to tremble. At first, the tremors were so faint that they went unnoticed, but soon they escalated into a violent upheaval. When the Gnostics could no longer maintain their footing in sheer terror, the earthquake abruptly ceased, giving rise to a palpable panic among them. It was as if a terrifying beast had suddenly materialized before their very eyes. Instinct urged every fiber of their being to flee, yet paralyzing fear rendered them immobile. Yuling squinted, sensing the overwhelming pressure. What a jest! This was beyond the capabilities of any living creature. Although the sacred tree was not a biological entity, the intensity was exaggerated beyond measure. This surpassed the realm of so-called spirit manipulators, venturing into an unprecedented domain, perhaps the very domain he yearned for. God. Yuling widened his eyes, fixated on the sacred tree, which appeared unchanged. Yet, in his perception, the tree had transformed. The contours of the sacred tree faded from view, replaced by a void in the shape of a tree. This void was not of the physical world but of subspace. Energy from subspace surged into the phantom of the sacred tree, accelerating with alarming rapidity. Yuling shook his head in disbelief. What on earth was this? Was this the so-called awakening of the sacred tree? Was it not excessive? At this moment, Yuling could not discern whether the sacred tree existed in subspace or the physical realm. Fortunately, the terrifying pressure began to wane. Retreat, he commanded, ordering the advancing Judgment Army to withdraw. The warriors hesitated not. As their fear subsided, they swiftly fell back. The current incarnation of the sacred tree was beyond their capacity to confront. They could only rely on Yuling's guidance. Meanwhile, those Gnostics who remained, intent on initiating a blood sacrifice to perish alongside their enemies, fled in horror. However, they did not escape far before collapsing, their bodies melting like wax candles into a writhing liquid. Suddenly, this undulating fluid stiffened and shot forth slender tendrils, piercing through their fleeing former kin. Those struck by the tendrils fell in terror, their bodies beginning to dissolve. This bizarre spectacle unfolded before Yuling and the mechanized soldiers from a distance. What in the world was this? This is what you call your sacred tree? You place your faith in such a thing? A warrior beside Yuling looked incredulously at Karina. His voice, translated through the device, became Gnostics. The Gnostics behind the princess glared at him in anger. The other mechanized soldiers, momentarily taken aback, brandished their chainsaw swords and positioned themselves at the forefront, ready for confrontation. The chainsaw swords roared to life. Yuling remained silent, as did Karina. She simply gazed calmly at him. Enough, stow your weapons and fall back. The sacred tree is in a precarious state, he declared before turning to leave. The leader of the returning Judgment Army happened to overhear this. Chief, is there nothing you can do? He implored anxiously. This was the sacred tree, a divine entity capable of preventing the tragedy of the Blue Star's spirit manipulators spiraling out of control. Watching this opportunity slip away felt utterly disheartening. No, now that I am here, it is much the same for you. We are merely delivering, Yuling remarked, rolling her eyes with evident irritation. The gathering of individuals preparing to depart fell silent, followed by a chorus of gasps. Even Yuling, with her extraordinary abilities, found herself at a loss. Even she, a remarkably gifted energy wielder, was rendered powerless before the divine tree. Are you jesting? The team leader inquired, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Yuling gazed at him intently, choosing not to respond. The leader fell into silence, turning his attention towards the divine tree. What right did it have? Suddenly, he noticed crimson lines emerging beneath the tree. These lines swiftly coalesced into characters and images, beginning to spread. The style seemed oddly familiar. This artistic form. Oh no, a containment zone. The leader's body jolted with alarm, and he hastily rejoined the group. Yuling too had caught wind of it. She glanced back. Alas, was this truly the most dire of circumstances? With that thought, she quickened her pace to leave. Chapter 135, The Force Field of the Divine Tree. 3 days later. The planet Pandora transformed into a dark crimson hue. From the vastness of outer space, the entire sphere was enveloped in a faint red glow. Hiss, another attack is imminent. Prepare for battle. As the words fell, the thunderous roar of heavy artillery erupted. A barrage of various firearms inundated the advancing monstrosities. Spear throw. At the rear of the formation, the Gnostics began to charge, gaining momentum as they approached the line of powered armor warriors. With a sudden stop, they utilized inertia to hurl their alloy spears forward. A sharp sound pierced the air, followed by the wails of the monsters. Judgment Army, charge with me. The leader of the Judgment Army leapt forward, bellowing a rallying cry as he led the charge. None of the twisted creatures, corrupted by psychic energy, could withstand his sword. Behind the leader, a formidable tide of steel surged forth. The mutated beasts, born of flora and fauna, were mercilessly eradicated, following a single charge. The ground was already submerged in thick blood, resembling a small lake. At the bottom of the liquid, the mixture of monster blood and sludge stirred with every step, dragging along remnants of the fallen. What exactly are these abominations, plants or animals? One powered armor warrior grumbled. The Gnostics had dealt with mutated flora before, yet this time, it was different. These bloodthirsty plants continuously morphed, revealing flesh and blood within their structures. Never mind. Let us quickly gather the salvageable materials and incinerate them in the conversion furnace. Our ammunition is running low, and I doubt you wish to rely solely on hand-to-hand combat thereafter, do you? His companion remarked, retrieving a massive arm from the liquid beneath their feet. It was nearly the same length as the powered armor, with sinewy flesh bound tightly, exuding an aura of terrifying explosive power. That makes sense. The grumbling Judgment Army member muttered, beginning to collect intact materials as well. Aboard the spaceship, Yuling glanced over the damage report sent by the leader of the Judgment Army. 3 days had passed. That day, after they returned to the ship, the entire Pandora began to undergo a transformation. At the heart of it were the colossal trees formed from the branches of the divine tree. Red threads spread from its roots, permeating all of Pandora. Subsequently, both flora and fauna began to undergo horrifying mutations. They, akin to unhinged psychics, became possessed by a malevolent will from subspace and began to worship something, dividing into factions. Thus commenced the slaughter. Everything that did not share their beliefs became their enemy. The drones alone collected no fewer than 100 different totems. Pandora had now become a hellish landscape, rife with demons engaged in mutual slaughter. Fortunately, their indiscriminate attacks did not target humans or Gnostics, allowing Yuling and the others to endure. Have the supply packages arrived? Yuling inquired of a nearby staff member. They have reached all Gnostic settlements. Yuling nodded in acknowledgement. In the early stages of the mutation, in a bid to acquire greater power to combat the divine tree, the spaceship hastily produced numerous pieces of equipment and dispatched surplus resource converters to various Gnostic settlements. The current situation and the rendezvous point were disseminated widely. The 12 small escape vessels aboard the spaceship had already embarked on their journey. Although deemed small, their capacity was substantial when compared to the spaceship itself. The gathering point of these vessels represented the last hope for the Gnostics. If they could break through, the spaceship would transport them back to the realm of Yuling to jointly confront the divine tree's main trunk. Chief, why don't we flee? Suddenly, the weary leader of the Judgment Army entered, having fought continuously for 3 days. Fortunately, he was a gene warrior. We cannot escape. Pandora is currently in the subspace, akin to a colossal sun, with an incredibly terrifying energy concentration. The engines cannot breach the spatial barrier. It is impossible to soar into outer space. The planet's outer space is on the verge of becoming subspace, and venturing out would be tantamount to seeking death. Yuling responded with a bitter smile. The leader inhaled sharply. There is but one path, to either vanquish the divine tree or be vanquished by it, Yuling asserted resolutely. The leader opened his mouth. That monstrosity has become even more fearsome. You could barely contend with it at first. How can we confront it now? In that case, are we doomed? Do not lose heart. Despair has not yet set in. We still have a chance. Yuling's eyes gleamed with determination. The leader paused, understanding. Understood. I shall continue to defend outside. He did not press further, recognizing that he would likely not comprehend the complexities. As long as there was a chance, it was enough. Now, they could only focus on what was within their capabilities. Yuling watched him depart, his mind beginning to ponder. Indeed, the divine tree had grown stronger than at the outset. However, that did not imply he could not contend with it. Initially, he believed that to confront it would be to invite demise, as the divine tree had merged with the subspace, making any life that approached it a casualty. Even if he ascended to divinity, facing the subspace directly seemed impossible. Yet, the circumstances had changed. Following the divine tree's crimson surge across the planet, its extraordinary amalgamation with the subspace had been severed. Although it appeared more terrifying, having transformed into a colossal monster over 1,000 meters tall, uprooted and wreaking havoc. Leaving desolation in its wake, Yuling felt he could indeed confront it. It did appear formidable, but such a level of strength was within his reach. The sole obstacle was the force field surrounding the divine tree. Yuling sighed. The divine tree was indeed capable of combat. And the reason it had refrained from engaging was the protective shield of force surrounding its surface. The planet Pandora was incessantly consuming the spiritual energy of the subspace, with the core of this consumption being the divine tree and its principal branches. This spiritual energy had formed an impenetrable barrier on its surface, rendering Yuling powerless. Any assault against it was futile, unless he could somehow rupture the spatial fabric. Wait, rupture the space? Yuling suddenly froze in realization. Can the subspace engine not transcend the boundaries of physical space? This mechanism, no matter how formidable, surely cannot compare to the barriers of the physical realm we currently inhabit. My previous line of thought was misguided. I had been contemplating what weapon could penetrate this force field. However, perhaps the need for weapons is unnecessary? Suddenly, Yuling gazed blankly at the ground, at the spacecraft itself. What if the vessel were to breach this force field? No. One swift strike from the divine tree could obliterate the spacecraft. Its current ferocity is utterly irrational, akin to a menopausal T-Rex. What is to be done? Suddenly, Yuling's gaze shifted to the primary transfer points formed by the branches of the divine tree on the map. These colossal trees channel spiritual energy through crimson veins, distributing it far and wide. If these points were to be destroyed, the force field emanating from the trunk of the divine tree would surely dissipate. Have the dispatched vessels returned? Yuling shouted. Chapter 136, Commencement of Action, inside the spaceship. After Yuling posed her inquiries, the crew commenced the retrieval of the spacecraft's location data. Half of the vessels had already begun their return journey, while the remainder awaited further instructions. The time was set for noon the following day. At that moment, regardless of personnel presence, all would return. Yuling pondered. The divine tree incessantly absorbed spiritual energy, and such a state could not persist. No one could foresee the terrifying form it might assume once it had siphoned enough energy from the hyperspace. Yuling was not inclined to confront the fully matured divine tree. She ordered the recall of all personnel and the activation of the spacecraft's energy shield, allowing them to recuperate for the impending mission the next day. Inside the cockpit, everyone fell silent as Yuling began to devise a strategic plan. The divine tree possessed 6 primary core branches, with thousands of other smaller branches that collectively paled in comparison to the energy density of these 6. By targeting and destroying these cores, the protective energy field of the divine tree could be breached. At that juncture, she could ascend and obliterate the divine tree. With this thought, her plan was nearing completion. The fleet consisted of only 2 ships. Considering the energy constraints, the sole viable combat strategy was to transport the warriors into the energy shield, swiftly proceeding to the next location. They would continuously deploy personnel into the energy shield surrounding the divine tree's core to initiate destruction. This method would allow the spacecraft's energy to sustain one more hyperspace voyage, enabling their return to Blue Star post-conflict. The meticulously crafted plan was disseminated to the leaders of various powered armor squads. The returning warriors, now within the spacecraft's energy shield, gazed resolutely at the plan displayed on their terminals. Brothers, rest well today. Whether we return home hinges on this operation. In the storage area of the landing pods at the ship's base, warriors stood in the passageway. Ha, splendid. I've had more than enough of those abominations. Watch us tomorrow as we obliterate those foul creatures. The powered armor warriors jested. Time swiftly passed. By noon the following day, various spacecraft began to ascend. They accelerated, producing a resounding roar as they soared towards the location of the ships. The vessels that had returned prematurely had already reached the front of the fleet. The Nawe people disembarked and regarded the powered armors with vigilance. It was only when Karina appeared and confirmed her identity that their guard was lowered. They reformed into the previous Nawe contingent. The subsequent returning vessels were treated in a similar manner. The commander was prepared and ready for departure. In the cockpit, upon hearing this, Yuling nodded. Let us embark. As her words fell, the spacecraft began to tremble. The 2 vessels, having remained dormant in Pandora for an extended period, commenced their ascent. On the ground, the monstrous beings engaged in relentless combat turned their gaze towards the ships, unleashing roars. With a surge of acceleration, the spacecraft vanished from sight. The first target location would be reached in 2 minutes. Preparations for the activation of the hyperspace engine were underway. What is the status of our energy reserves? Consumption is within the plan. Excellent. Remain vigilant of your surroundings. Although few creatures can attack from the heights or take to the skies, one must not be careless. Yes. The vessel advances swiftly. We have arrived. It is here. Within the ship, the display reveals an image of one of the core branches of the divine tree. These colossal trees, unlike the divine tree itself, lack the ability to move. However, they remain exceedingly formidable. Due to their inherent characteristics, the energy shield surrounding them is infused with an alarming concentration of spiritual energy. Almost all flora and fauna have undergone aberrations. These distorted beings engage in mutual slaughter until only one remains, monopolizing the vast spiritual energy. They continually absorb and evolve, perceiving the core of the divine tree's energy as their territory. They have become the guardians of the divine tree. Before us lies such a creature. The First Corps combat squad is on standby. The internal speakers of the ship announce their readiness. The armored warriors in the launch bay awaken as the ship transmits the visuals to their terminals. Within the energy shield of the divine tree, a massive humanoid creature squats atop the giant tree, towering at approximately 10 meters in height. Its body is marred with scars, wielding a colossal blade formed from the bones and tissues of various creatures. The blade rides as if alive. The warriors gulp nervously. This creature appears to be quite formidable. However, orders are absolute. This mission is crucial for their collective escape from Pandora. Brothers, let us give it our all. Charge. Roar. In the ship's cockpit, preparations commence. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concludes, the vessel breaches the divine tree's energy shield and hovers above it. The humanoid monster suddenly raises its head and emits a deafening roar, followed by a powerful leap towards the suspended ship. At that moment, a hatch opens at the bottom of the vessel. A multitude of armored warriors leaps forth to confront the beast. Suppress it with firepower. The ship's armament systems unleash a barrage. The creature emits a mournful wail as the First Corps assault team descends. After they have jumped, the ship launches several supply packages before accelerating away. It must proceed to the next core of the divine tree's branches. Another vessel executes a similar operation. Everything unfolds in an orderly manner. The armored warriors engage the guardians of the core in battle. Although it is challenging, the tactical plan is executed methodically. They progressively deplete the creature's stamina while setting explosive charges. Blue Star. Since witnessing the transformation of the divine tree days ago and the subsequent descent of Pandora into chaos, the populace has been engulfed in despair. For failure here signifies humanity's first failure in interstellar colonization. Yet at this moment, as they observe the long stationary vessels finally springing into action with a clear objective, a collective surge of hope resonates among the citizens. Look, they have commenced their operation. Is that the divine tree? No, it is a branch. The armored squad is descending. But what manner of creature is that? How terrifying. In comparison to these matters, our psychics on Blue Star seem almost endearing. Can the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom truly emerge victorious? Regardless, actions have commenced, and Yu Ling never engages in endeavors without certainty. Indeed, every time Yu Ling acts, it is with unwavering confidence. The populace watches with bated breath, eager to discern how Yu Ling will navigate the crisis on Pandora. In the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the supreme leader receives the news with palpable excitement. Really? Splendid. Urge Elder Guan and the others to expedite their efforts. We must devise a method to overcome the psychic turbulence surrounding planet Pandora. We must find a way to support them. We cannot afford to lose Yu Ling. The leader exclaimed, a tinge of regret threading through his thoughts. Had he known, he would not have permitted Yu Ling to venture there. If Yu Ling could oversee the related affairs on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly be preferable to being ensnared in the midst of chaos. Without delving into other matters, if Yu Ling could command the automated factories on Mars, even the treacherous tree of God and the monsters of planet Pandora could be vanquished with the aid of advanced technological weaponry, rather than facing the current arduous circumstances. As the people of Blue Star rallied their spirits, Yu Ling commenced her own course of action. Chapter 137. The frantic Milan, over 300 kilometers away from the rampaging divine tree, within a sunken pit, a spacecraft lay concealed. Suddenly, the spacecraft stirred, accelerating towards the divine tree. Just before colliding with it, a shadow descended, plummeting into the ruins left by the tree. That shadow was Yuling. The spacecraft did not halt, crashing directly into the divine tree. As it neared within 100 meters, it distorted and then exploded. The divine tree turned its gaze with a hint of confusion. Although Yuling couldn't discern which side was its front, the movement suggested an inclination to turn back. Yuling suppressed his aura, activating the stealth mode of his powered armor. He buried himself amidst the foul-smelling rubble. The divine tree crushed all mutated creatures in its path into mere fragments. It extended hundreds of roots from its base, attacking every living thing beyond its protective shield. Yuling observed the figure, awaiting the task force to detonate the branch core, at which point the ship would promptly arrive with a hyperspace engine to breach the divine tree's barrier. According to prior calculations, this level of psychic energy would require at least 2 hours to reconstitute the energy shield, assuming the integrity of the branch trees absorbing the energy remained intact. This implied that it was highly improbable for the divine tree to deploy a similar energy barrier again. In that eventuality, wouldn't it be at his mercy? Yuling mused silently. As long as the task force fulfilled their objectives, this colonization endeavor would not be deemed a failure. Moreover, they would reap an even more formidable trunk of the divine tree. Yet, he pondered, would the altered divine tree still possess its previous capabilities? Team 5 has entered the core. Team 6 has entered. Mission deployment complete. The ship had dispatched all teams into the vicinity of the branch core. Each squad of powered armor commenced their tactical formations, utilizing the intelligence gathered beforehand to launch an assault on the core guardians. The monsters in the various cores were undeniably powerful. Each possessed the capability to overwhelm these squads. However, that was under circumstances of the squads being unprepared. Within the resource packages released by the spacecraft, equipment specifically designed for combating these creatures was included. Now, they resembled formidable bosses, facing players who were fully prepared and knowledgeable of the strategies, merely waiting to drop abundant rewards. Naturally, this was all under normal circumstances. The abnormal soon ensued. Yuling watched in astonishment as the divine tree, which had been wreaking havoc, suddenly froze. It stood rigid for a moment, then its entire form began to tremble. Yuling's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? He could hardly fathom that the divine tree's current siphoning of psychic energy was not its limit. The speed of energy accumulation doubled in an instant. A terrifying psychic shockwave erupted from the divine tree, sending Yuling airborne amidst the swirling debris. At that moment, he inwardly cursed. This is outrageous. Meanwhile, in the various cores, the squads methodically assaulting the Guardians were suddenly dealt a heavy blow. In the face of a doubled concentration of psychic energy, the guards experienced an immediate surge in power, entering a frenzied state. The sight of the boss, whose eyes gleamed with a wild light, left the warriors utterly dumbfounded. Defensive formation. Fall back. Without exception, all teams activated their contingency plans. When the Guardians proved too formidable and the preordained tactics faltered, they resorted to a kiting strategy, sacrificing some to create an opportunity to deploy explosive devices. However, they soon realized the futility of their efforts. Merely escaping was a Herculean task, let alone installing the explosives. A sense of despair began to spread. How could they be this powerful? The powered armor warriors wore expressions of bitter resignation. They had failed, and the spirit Yuling would perish. Leaving Long would suffer severe losses. Do not give up, not even until the final moment. They must create an opportunity for their commander at any cost. The leader of the Judgment Army was firmly stationed at Core 1. He activated the Team-S communication, bellowing commands. Every squad at their respective cores heard the leader's voice. The despair reflected in their eyes was suppressed, even as comrades fell around them. They persisted in executing the kiting strategy. Even in the absence of a chance to complete the demolition, they would endure, seeking opportunities until the last one fell. Yuling sensed impending doom in the air. A wave of immense hostility locked onto him. In the distance, the divine tree trembled, its violent psychic energy palpable. Two hollowed openings, ablaze with blue flames, appeared above its trunk, fixated on Yuling. No way, Yuling exclaimed, and upon landing, he turned and fled. Activating his powered armor, telekinesis, and the speed of distortion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Behind him, the divine tree pursued him with a frenzied intensity. Yuling rolled his eyes. Is this necessary? We bear no grudge against one another. Though the divine tree's movements appeared sluggish, its sheer size made it relentless. Yuling exerted all his strength to evade capture. Occasionally, a thick root lashed out towards him, but Yuling, with his quick reflexes, managed to dodge all attacks. Hey, are you insane? This is overboard. Do you have a crush on me? He shouted, unconcerned whether the divine tree could comprehend his words. This is absurd. I've never even interacted with you. When the suppressor was launched, he hadn't even shown himself. Was the divine tree truly this intelligent? Shouldn't it only harbor resentment towards those who harmed it? Thus, he preferred to believe that the divine tree was simply captivated by his charm. Within the divine tree, Milan was consumed by the chaotic energy that eroded her temper. You have a crush on me? What the hell did you do? Are you even aware of your actions? If it weren't for this man suddenly appearing in Pandora, she could have liberated herself from the divine tree within 20 years, achieving complete autonomy, absolute freedom, unbound by any constraints. Neither the subspace nor the divine tree, nor anyone else, could restrain her, even if the divine tree were to lose her. Descending into this current state of rampage, Milan was confident she could extinguish it with a mere flick of her wrist. She could hardly fathom how strong she might become. Yet now, everything lay in ruins, all thanks to the man before her. He even claimed to harbor a secret affection for her. Milan was beside herself with rage. She could no longer suppress the tumultuous energy and malevolent will that eroded her from within. All her focus shifted to the pursuit of Yuling, her target. The divine tree surged with unprecedented speed. Yuling, taken aback, hastily unleashed his mental shield with all his might. The air erupted with a deafening roar. Yuling was hurled backward. Before he could touch the ground, countless thorny vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring him at the center. The spiritual energy radiating from the divine tree was so potent that even the gods would take notice. Yuling pondered, had he truly failed? Was this the end of his journey? He had yet to fulfill his aspirations, nor had he ascended to the realm of immortality. Was it all to end so abruptly? Well, it was what it was. He had done his utmost. He managed a resigned smile. However, it seemed that fate had not yet abandoned him, for the divine tree suddenly began to deflate. Chapter 138, Transformation, the burning divine tree indeed. In Yuling's view, the divine tree appeared to be deflating. Originally, the ethereal energy emanating from its trunk was terrifying, enveloping the entire tree like a colossal balloon, poised to burst at any moment. Yet, in the next instant, it suddenly collapsed. Yuling scrutinized the divine tree, pondering whether it had indeed malfunctioned. He recalled that the power absorbed by the tree had doubled just moments ago. Envisioning the overwhelming strain on the auxiliary core branches, the divine tree had evidently overlooked the fact that those branches were far weaker than its main body. Thus, the branches must have indeed exploded. The core of the branches left the power armor squad in a state of bewilderment as they witnessed their cores suddenly detonating. The energy users attached to the Guardians erupted into chaos. The creatures' bodies swelled with grotesque lumps before bursting, expelling vast quantities of ethereal energy and flesh. Blood mist filled the air, and all the Guardians appeared gravely wounded. Their connection to the core was too profound. As the ethereal energy surged, it concentrated within them instantaneously. The abrupt explosion of the core left them unable to sever their ties in time. The situation had reversed dramatically. The warriors cast malevolent glances at the Guardians. For now was the time for vengeance and retribution. On the side of the divine tree, Yuling gazed at the wilted giant with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The vines encircling him had lost their vigor, drooping helplessly to the ground. Yuling floated in the air, while the divine tree languished. The standoff between the two created an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Within the tree, the sphere formed by Milan's consciousness gradually turned a deep crimson. If she had feet at that moment, she would surely be digging into the ground out of frustration. I was careless, she lamented. But what of it? Though not in her complete form, she was still far beyond the capabilities of this insect. In terms of both ethereal energy and size, her advantage was considerable. Milan contemplated whether the absence of energy connected to the subspace made any difference at all. The once languid divine tree suddenly straightened with renewed vigor. Although its ethereal energy intensity was not as exaggerated as before, it remained formidable. Yuling smiled. Indeed. It appeared no weaker, perhaps even slightly stronger than during its previous surge. Yet, did that truly matter? Without the protection of the subspace, what right did this wretched tree have to be arrogant before him? Yuling's expression turned solemn as he observed the divine tree charging towards him. A smirk played upon his lips as he unleashed all of his ethereal energy. For the first time, the ethereal energy of an alpha-level peak was revealed to the masses. In comparison to the divine tree, Yuling's form seemed minuscule and negligible. However, in that moment, no one could disregard him. The tree's momentum was subdued. In the contest of ethereal energy scale, Yuling held the advantage. The live broadcast on Blue Star had never ceased. However, due to the density of ethereal energy, the imagery was intermittent rather than continuous. Perhaps owing to the divine tree's mishap at that moment. The visuals appeared with stunning clarity before all the inhabitants of Blue Star. It was indeed a moment when Yuling overwhelmed the divine tree with sheer force. People from all nations were astonished. Is this the true power of the great Yuling? Incredible! Is this truly the level achievable by mankind? Invincible! The great Yuling is invincible! Roar! Smash that wretched tree! The audience erupted in excitement, embracing one another and cheering. At this moment, regardless of how the leaders of other nations contemplated or how many clandestine plans were set aside, to the common populace, this moment represented humanity's triumph. The divine tree collided with Yuling. Its massive form did not confer any advantage. Without the protective shield of subspace energy, it experienced Yuling's ferocity for the first time. Branches and roots erupted incessantly. Milan felt a terrifying psychic force morph into a colossal hand, toying with her mercilessly. As excruciating pain coursed through the trunk of the divine tree, reaching the consciousness of the incubating egg, the orb at the heart of the tree emitted a sharp cry. Yet it was drowned out by the cacophony of the tree's explosive destruction. No one noticed. Milan felt her consciousness nearing a fracture. Strange power and pain surged within her. Something was continuously shattering. Had she lost? In the core of her consciousness, the only part that remained calm expressed astonishment. Why? Why was this human so powerful? A mere carbon-based life form. Even if its genetic level had reached a point that could not be overlooked compared to her. Emerging from subspace and descending into the physical realm in a unique manner, it should be insignificant. One was a materially constrained life. The other an ethereal being from the realm of energy. Was there any comparison? Yet, why was it so strong? Milan's awakened consciousness gazed in bewilderment at Yuling. Upon closer inspection, this human seemed rather handsome. How had he achieved such immense strength in the physical realm? Could it be that this individual was, in fact, a deity of the physical world? Milan pondered. Although the physical world could not manifest the power of faith and emotion, the legends of gods had persisted across various civilizations. The universe is vast and boundless. Perhaps there truly existed beings that, through fortuitous circumstances, could walk as gods in the physical realm? After all, according to her original plan, upon becoming a complete entity, she too would possess similar power. Though this individual still had a long way to go, he had already attained a semblance of that qualification. With this realization, Milan was filled with indignation. Why? She had emerged from chaos, only to be absorbed by the divine tree. What immense fortune must that entail? Why should she lose to such a being from the material world? Outside the divine tree, Yuling beheld the tree, now reduced to a mere bare trunk, and smiled with satisfaction. This would suffice to return to Blue Star, wouldn't it? Next, all that was needed was to restrict the spiritual energy of the divine tree, and everything would revert to normal. On Blue Star, everyone watched this scene unfold, beginning to celebrate. The leaders, too, smiled with relief. Within the sacred tree, Milan's frustration manifested as a piercing cry. This time, Yuling discerned the sound. Without the cover of an explosion, the noise resonated with remarkable clarity. Yuling furrowed his brow. Milan understood she had been defeated. This final shriek was merely a remnant of her existence in the world. Yet, she remained oblivious to the cracks beginning to form in the shell of her consciousness. A wondrous melody began to waft through the air. For so long, Milan had been constrained by unseen forces. The corruption of chaotic energy originated from the subspace, leaving an indelible mark upon her. These elements rendered her a misfit in the realm of reality. They were shackles that impeded her transformation into her complete self. However, as Yuling unleashed his attack, he shattered these limitations with his own power. There is a saying, without destruction, there can be no creation. The spiritual energy bestowed by the system did not stem from the subspace, a fact that even Yu Ling was unaware of. Under the assault of this extraordinary force, the chaotic energy within Milan was obliterated, her will shattered. Yet, amidst her profound resentment, it was reborn anew. The remnants of this spiritual energy fused with Milan's consciousness, transforming her inherent attributes of power. The subspace could no longer confine her. The sacred tree began to ignite. Before Yu Ling, a sea of crimson flames unfurled. He knitted his brows tightly, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of peril. Chapter 139. The birth of the divine being. The audience on Blue Star erupted in jubilant cheers as they witnessed the sacred tree ablaze. In their eyes, Yu Ling had triumphed over a formidable adversary. Yet, Yu Ling stood before the divine tree, hesitant to make a move. Suddenly, a melodious laughter resonated, a woman's voice. Yu Ling pondered silently. The viewers from Blue Star were equally taken aback. Where did this woman come from? The charred trunk of the tree, transformed by the flames, began to crumble. Initially, there was a cloud of dark dust, which gradually morphed into faint green specks, ascending into the sky and dispelling the sanguine hue. The long-awaited sunlight streamed down, illuminating a breathtaking figure gradually emerging from the remnants of the tree. All were rendered speechless. Yu Ling felt a chill within. This sensation. The woman laughed joyfully as she stepped forth, clad only in a delicate garment woven from plant fibers, scantily covering her form. Milan felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. She realized that her previous beliefs had been misguided. Even if she were to mature within the sacred tree for another 20 years, she could never attain her current state. Everything had been predetermined from the moment of her birth, and before her stood a man whose innate energy shattered her constraints. In that instant, Milan's animosity towards Yu Ling had dulled, leaving only wariness. She approached Yu Ling slowly. The ruins around them began to shimmer with newfound vitality. Time seemed to accelerate exponentially as various plants and flowers sprang to life, all translucent and exuding a gentle green glow. These were manifestations of Milan's own energy. She had transcended the confines of any energy practitioner category and was no longer bound by the subspace. Surprised, are you? Little brother, do you still think you can resist? Milan stood before Yu Ling, smiling. She reveled in the surge of energy coursing through her being, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment enveloping her. This power. With a wave of her hand, the branches of the sacred tree scattered across Pandora began to transform. Green energy enveloped the globe. All monsters tainted by subspace energy were immobilized, unable to move. The armored warriors were also confined in place. Yu Ling received reports from various locations, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Is this a mistake? The woman before him drew nearer, and he could already scent her unique fragrance. His mind began to blur. This individual was perilous. An alarm rang in Yu Ling's mind, though she refrained from direct confrontation. To incapacitate all energy monsters on Pandora in an instant? This power undoubtedly transcended the divine realm. What should he do? Yu Ling's thoughts raced, and suddenly he noticed something. His eyes narrowed beneath the visor. There was still a chance. You are intriguing, possessing such extraordinary power despite being human. Milan extended her slender fingers and playfully flicked Yu Ling's visor. I propose this. Yu Ling, why not join forces with me? Together, we could vanquish all our foes. As she spoke, she turned her back, gazing skyward. There loomed a colossal azure gas planet, a sight of magnificent splendor. The cosmos is vast, and should you submit to me, all will be yours, including myself, if you so desire. With a radiant smile, Milan leaned against Yu Ling. The audience of Blue Star was left utterly bewildered. This formidable woman, akin to a colossal boss, must be the divine tree, right? Has she taken an interest in our esteemed Yu Ling? How infuriating. Release him, and let me take my place. Is this the advantage of being handsome? Darn it, foul woman, let go of Yu Ling. He belongs to me. Various comments flooded in. Yu Ling murmured to himself. Even through the powered armor, he could sense the softness of her form. What does this mean? Oh, what price must I pay then? Yu Ling inquired. He was skeptical about any fortuitous windfalls, especially since this woman had previously regarded him as though he were her father's nemesis. Now, she suddenly professes a desire to serve him? What a deception. There's no need for suspicion. There are merely some misunderstandings between us. You have witnessed my current power, which you cannot hope to resist. I possess vast spiritual energy, while you possess unique powers and technology. Together, we could dominate the universe, could we not? We simply need to control all of humanity, treating them as vessels for the repugnant wills of the subspace to descend, which I would then assimilate, transforming them into our loyal subjects. Milan spoke to herself. Yuling was taken aback. Are you suggesting the annihilation of humanity? No, not just humanity, but all living beings. They shall all be transformed into members of my divine realm, into a new form of life. Milan gestured toward the luminous plants surrounding them. I shall create a new world, a perfect world. Yuling fell silent. He gazed at the exquisite flora, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed quite appealing, perhaps. After a long pause, Yuling finally spoke. Milan's eyebrows shot up in delight. The audience of Blue Star could no longer contain themselves. It's over. The esteemed Yuling has betrayed us. He intends to join forces with this woman to annihilate us. No. Yuling, awaken. You must have been ensnared by some enchantment. How infuriating. If the enemy looks like this, I wouldn't be able to resist either. We are doomed. The alliance of the divine tree and Yuling. Who could withstand such a pairing? Our civilization would kneel should we ascend 2 more levels. Panic gripped the populace of Blue Star. Milan fixed her gaze upon the man before her, surprised by how smoothly things were unfolding. Although her power was formidable, doubts lingered. The marvels he displayed filled her with trepidation. Whether it was the unique nature of his spiritual energy or the array of weapons he had previously revealed. If she could first stabilize him and eliminate those humans, what could he possibly accomplish without his kin? With this thought, Milan smiled once more. You agree? Splendid. In truth, you possess no valid grounds for refusal, do you? It is unnecessary to forsake an ally such as myself for the sake of a mere assembly of lesser beings, is it not? Should we unite? No formidable adversary in the cosmos could stand against us. I can fulfill all your desires, far surpassing what humanity could offer, as long as one's intellect is intact. There exists no rationale for rejection. With a joyous heart, Milan began to dance in place, envisioning her ascent to becoming the most exalted deity in the universe. Once she methodically extracts all that the residual spirit possesses, this individual before her would be entirely at her mercy. Until that moment arrives, any sacrifices made are indeed worthwhile. I am fully cognizant of what you have articulated. The residual spirit responded with a measured tone. That is splendid. My intentions are solely for your benefit. A luminous orb emanated from Milan's forehead. Do not resist. This is our covenant. The orb drifted towards the residual spirit's brow. Just as it was about to touch his face, the residual spirit swiftly extended his hand and grasped it. However, I must decline. With that, he summoned his spiritual energy and crushed the orb in his grip. Chapter 140. The puppeteer Milan screamed in retreat, standing at a distance. Her eyes wide as she regarded Yuling, as if he were a lunatic. Yuling responded with a faint smile, glancing at the panel within his system. Name: Yuling. Age: 31. Remaining lifespan: 4,200 years. Gene level: 85. Galaxy Lord level: Next level. Immortality: Psychic level: 92. Alpha level: Ability to choose psychic manifestation. Imperial Knowledge Repository Unlock permission: 30 psychic abilities. Mimicry, Twisting Speed, Telekinetic Attack, Telekinetic Shield. Reputation: 308,000. System: Select Psychic Manifestation. Mind System: Puppeteer. Selection successful. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm him, Yuling suddenly remembered a psychic ability he had yet to choose. One he had kept as a trump card for emergencies. Judging by the information the woman had just revealed, there was a particular trait within his power that she found exceedingly enticing. Yuling contemplated, surmising that the woman's current state might be somewhat connected to himself. In other words, the psychic energy within her could potentially share a common origin with his own. The familiarity he sensed from her confirmed this notion. Thus, he had been perusing the psychic directory in search of a capability that could alter the current predicament. Ultimately, he chose the puppeteer ability, a psychological skill that could control an enemy's body through mental assault. Given that the woman harbored a similar psychic essence, controlling her would undoubtedly be significantly more efficient. It was highly probable that this would bridge the considerable gap in their psychic energy levels, allowing it to take effect. Are you mad? Why? Milan. still in shock from the revelation, finally processed the situation. The man before her had rejected her. Why? What rationale could he possibly have to decline her? Although anger coursed through her, curiosity swiftly took precedence. On Blue Star, spectators from various nations shared the same astonishment. Just moments ago, everyone had assumed Yuling would acquiesce. Yet he had. Yes, I'm curious too. While I am pleased, why would the esteemed Yuling refuse? It's perplexing. Perhaps this is where his perspective diverges from ours. He must possess some profound considerations, perceiving issues we have overlooked. Could there be a trap involved? It was evident that Yuling, being human, would never willingly assist this woman in exterminating humanity. In an instant, myriad speculations surged forth. On Pandora planet, Yuling finally spoke. Why the refusal? The reason is quite simple. He paused, recalling distant memories. When the woman had first proposed her suggestion, he had indeed felt a stirring in his heart. As a transmigrator, he harbored little affinity for the world and his kind. The humans he cared for were merely a handful. What does it matter if he assists the woman before him in annihilating humanity across the cosmos? Yuling possesses the confidence to safeguard those he cherishes in the nation he loves. Moreover, with the aid of the woman born from the divine tree, the task appears considerably less formidable. Everything seems to favor him. Yet, Yuling remains discontented. It dawns on him. In his previous life, during his high school graduation, when selecting a major, was he not faced with a similar predicament? What promising career, what brighter future, everything was purportedly for his own good. This presumption of correctness, which he too believed to be true, indeed led him to a better path thereafter. However, no matter how many years have passed, a lingering doubt persists in his heart. What if he had chosen his dreams instead of the so-called better future? What might that have entailed? This uncertainty continues to haunt him. The choice presented by the woman, an incarnation of the divine tree, is not dissimilar. Everything appears so favorable. Yet, the mere thought of becoming a deity, an immortal being, fills him with trepidation. As countless moments would be spent in self-doubt. Such a life, Yuling resolutely declines. It is nothing more than a desire to reject this presumptuous individual, especially one who adopts the pretense of acting in his best interest, which utterly repulses him. Therefore, I refuse. A smile spreads across Yuling's face, bringing him immense relief. Indeed, his choice harbors immense risks. Perhaps, in mere moments, this woman might rend him asunder. Yet, having been reborn, why should he concern himself with such matters? To act according to his own will and make his own decisions is what truly justifies his existence. In the distance, Milan stands frozen. Is this truly the rationale? Humanity is such an incomprehensible species. Very well, you are courting your own demise. What a pity for your talents. Remember, I am Milan, the one who shall obliterate you. Milan declares, laughing in fury. The audience on Blue Star is equally bewildered. They had anticipated that Yuling would either embody the great righteousness of humanity or unveil his opponent's trap. Instead, he offers a reason that seems remarkably capricious. How can one describe it? It feels akin to a disobedient child at home. How familiar, one might say. It is indeed worthy of being Yuling. Such is the genius, foregoing the conventional path. Well spoken, Yuling. Eliminate her. Let her witness the might of humanity. Charge forth. After a brief moment of confusion, the populace of Blue Star erupts into cheers. At the very least, they need not confront the combined might of Yuling and the divine tree. The mere thought of such a scenario evokes images of hell. Had Yuling truly consented, they might have found themselves with nowhere to flee, left to await their demise. In that instant, everyone felt as though they had been granted a second chance at life. They rallied behind Yuling, cheering him on, regardless of whether he could hear them. On Yuling's side, his words resonated with all the armored warriors. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were momentarily stunned, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Truly, the commander possesses a unique character. They expressed their astonishment and subsequently endeavored to break free from the peculiar constraints. Alas, their efforts proved futile. Just as the group was on the verge of surrender, a comrade ambled over with a leisurely pace. The captain was taken aback. "How is it that you can move?" he inquired, astonished. The other paused briefly. "It's just ordinary movement, I suppose. I'm not entirely certain." The questioner, filled with skepticism, attempted once more, and indeed, he found himself capable of movement. Why is this? Suddenly, a thought struck him. and he hastily adjusted the display of his powered armor to focus on Yuling. Indeed, over at Yuling's location, just as Milan was poised to crush him, Yuling activated his newfound ability, Puppeteer. In an instant, Milan halted, her gaze filled with terror as she looked upon the individual before her. The spiritual energy within her became uncontrollable. The domain that spanned the planet began to spiral out of control. Then, Yuling surged forward, unleashing a ferocious assault. Chapter 141. The puppet itself, Milan's vision rapidly receded. It was astonishing that this individual had struck her once more. It was utterly inconceivable, for she was now undeniably far superior to him. Milan found herself perplexed, reflecting on the peculiar sensation she experienced just before being hit, as though her body were beyond her control. With a growing sense of gravity in her heart, she decisively retracted her control over other areas of Pandora, focusing all her energy on the battle at hand. Yuling charged towards the retreating Milan. Suddenly, enormous plants erupted along the path, moving as if imbued with life, thrashing their limbs to assault the advancing Yuling. However, in a swift cacophony of explosions, they disintegrated into a cascade of fragments. Milan furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. This individual's spiritual energy had seemingly undergone no alteration. How could he have suddenly grown so powerful? Moreover, her mental allure appeared to have no effect on him. Contemplating this, she raised her hand to initiate an attack, only to be taken aback, her mouth agape in shock. I cannot move. The astonishment coursed through her. Having coexisted with the Gnostics since her inception, she had never encountered a mind-affine energy wielder. The Gnostics, too, had lost their powers to the great tree's absorption of their spiritual energy. Thus, Milan found herself at a loss, her body feeling rigid, as if something were vying for control over her. Amidst her panic, anger surged within her. Get out of my body. Do not intrude. Her spiritual energy erupted forth. All right. I understand. Yuling suddenly appeared above her, an aura of lethal intent suffusing his gaze. Milan widened her eyes in disbelief. When did this happen? Where are the guards I summoned? As her pupils dilated, she glanced behind Yuling. An empty void emerged amidst the colossal plants, and then other parts of their bodies began to shatter. Had he truly broken through so effortlessly? Each of these beasts had previously exhibited the ferocity of the great tree in its wrath. Was it possible that Yuling had been holding back earlier? Milan found it intolerable. Why should this mere human possess such strength? The answer to her inner turmoil came in the form of Yuling's armored fist. A thunderous crash resounded, and the ground was carved into a chasm-like gully. At its end, Milan clumsily regained her footing, her head resembling shredded paper, constantly dissipating. In but a second, her appearance restored, though she wore an expression of confusion. What have you done? Milan inquired from a distance, her gaze fixed on Yuling. Yuling flexed his limbs. I exerted too much force just now. It would be prudent to explain. Knowing alone does not provide a means to counter this. It is the work of a puppeteer, he stated coolly. Milan's confusion deepened. What is that? Her expression betrayed her feelings, clearly indicating her continued lack of understanding. Meanwhile, the audience from Blue Star could no longer remain composed, for they were well aware of the capabilities of energy wielders. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has disclosed information, allowing those who have suffered from the perils of psychic disturbances to comprehend the nature of their adversities, thereby facilitating their escape. Speaking of which, isn't the renowned figure of desire a dual psychic and biological adept? When did a new psychic category emerge? We believed we had seen it all, yet it appears that Yuling intentionally revealed only a fragment to us. How many hidden cards does this man possess? It is truly terrifying. I would advise the council of our Eagle Nation to refrain from pursuing Yuling's affairs any further. You cannot outmaneuver him. The strikingly beautiful sister has fallen. And even a puppeteer within the realm of psychic abilities is an immensely formidable force, particularly when wielded by Yuling. 666. Yuling, the master, ascend. The populace regained their confidence. Milan observed as Yuling surged forward without further explanation, her eyes narrowing. She had just expelled those peculiar entities from within her due to a surge of psychic energy, and now she aimed to eliminate the man before her. Enormous psychic energy coalesced into a colossal hand, clenched into a fist, and then hurled towards Yuling. This strike carried the weight of cataclysmic power. Just as it was about to descend upon Yuling's head, Milan hesitated for a moment. The fist formed from psychic energy also paused for 0.1 seconds. In that fleeting interval, desire had already appeared beside Milan. She was filled with dread. How could this be? That sensation had returned. Moreover, this fellow's movements were unusual. Previously, Yuling indeed exhibited a skill that allowed him to manipulate external psychic practitioners. Yet, he could not perform such actions as he did now. What was happening? Confounded. She was once again propelled backward. As a being of psychic energy, as long as there remained energy within her, she could restore her body at will. Yet, this could not salvage her faltering momentum. Her body continued to explode, regenerate, and then explode again. The psychic energy within her surged like a deluge, ceaselessly dissipating. Milan began to feel a growing terror. If this continued, she would inevitably be drained to death by Yuling. The audience on Blue Star was equally bewildered. It was utterly brutal. Although I understand the necessity of such actions, witnessing Yuling mercilessly ravage such a beautiful young woman is undeniably bizarre. This is too ruthless. How many times has he obliterated this sister's head? The 855th time. Wait, how do you keep track of that? I recall only a third of that. Discover it for yourself. In stark contrast to the fervent discussions among the populace of Blue Star, Milan recognized that she could not persist in this manner. She unleashed the psychic energy within her explosively. The shockwave sent Yuling flying. Milan soared into the sky, hovering at great heights. She intended to breach the subspace barrier to absorb psychic energy. As long as she established a connection, Yuling was destined to lose. The inexhaustible psychic energy from subspace meant that even if Yuling were to attack her for 1,000 years, he would never succeed in killing her. And once Yuling's psychic energy was depleted, it would mark his demise. A unique energy coalesced in her hands. Then, Milan swung towards the adjacent space with force. However, the tremendous backlash propelled her backward. Milan gazed incredulously at the unchanged space, her astonishment palpable. Why can't I break through? Commander, initiate the spatial lockdown. Are we on schedule? Yes, just in time. Well done, Yuling replied. How could he be unaware that once Milan connected to the subspace, her defeat would be inevitable? In the distance, the subspace engines of 2 spacecraft were operating at full capacity. They were reversing their output, fortifying the barriers of this space indefinitely. Clearly, breaking through these barriers would not be an easy feat for Milan. Yuling would not afford her the opportunity to gather strength. Without further ado, Yuling ascended into the sky, delivering a powerful kick that sent the bewildered Milan tumbling downwards. Subsequently, his powered armor surged upwards with tremendous speed. The puppeteer ability could only disrupt Milan's spellcasting. Her mental resilience far exceeded expectations. However, Yuling activated his own puppet control, transforming his body into a combat puppet. The sensation was extraordinary. He felt that this was precisely how this ability should be utilized. The ultimate application of the puppeteer was to become a puppet himself. Chapter 142. The subspace portal. In the midst of relentless assaults, Milan found herself continuously shattering and healing. She gazed at the man before her, who was launching attacks with fervor. Her senses were fading, leaving her world reduced to the incessant image of his onslaught. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. She had succumbed to failure. Why? She began to ponder. From the moment she manipulated Elder Martin to the initiation of the blood ritual and the awakening of the divine tree, she had always held the upper hand. Indeed. She should not have sought to recruit Yuling. This man should have either been made to submit from the outset or been annihilated without mercy. The energy within her was waning, and even she could not endure for much longer. As this thought crossed her mind, a piercing shriek escaped her lips. If that were the case, then let us perish together. Her body began to swell, and the divine tree reappeared before Yuling, though this time in a semi-transparent form, reminiscent of its untainted state before the suppressor had been embedded. Milan felt her consciousness slipping away as the spacecraft's blockade of subspace ultimately faltered. Under the energy of her desperate strike, even 200 more ships would prove futile. Cracks appeared in the sky. Commander, we are detecting an enormous subspace portal opening. What? How large? Large enough to engulf the entire Pandora. In the communication, Yuling gaped as he beheld the colossal tree. Neither telekinetic nor physical attacks seemed effective. They all passed through it as if it were insubstantial. A bitter smile crept across Yuling's face. This being was indeed formidable, even in the face of death. It could unleash such a power, to drag an entire planet into subspace. Even if he were to develop on Mars for decades, he could not achieve such a feat. How long do we have left? 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, subspace will consume all of Pandora. Bring the ships over here, along with the core tactical team. Yuling shouted before abruptly terminating the communication. He could not afford any distractions now. Milan's domain dissipated, revealing a vortex at the heart of the divine tree, ceaselessly gathering energy. Ha! What now, Yuling? What will you do? Let us die together. Milan's voice resonated from the divine tree. Yuling stared at her for a moment, confirming that this form of Milan was incapable of attacking. He closed his eyes. Milan's residual consciousness observed this scene with confusion. Was he surrendering? No. A transformation began to manifest upon Yuling. His power armor ignited, transforming into black ashes that dispersed into the air. This scene evoked a sense of familiarity and foreboding within Milan. What was happening? Then, a terrifying image unfolded before her eyes. Yuling was undergoing a process of genesis akin to her own previous experience? No. How could this be? He was merely a human. How could he possibly? Milan's hysteria erupted. This was a unique ability derived from her consciousness birthed in subspace, fused with the essence of the divine tree itself. How could Yuling possibly achieve this? As he engaged in the process of overloading his metamorphosis, he slightly opened his eyes. This was the only method of survival available to him. By forcibly mimicking the birth of Milan, he sought to transcend his own limits and become a being akin to Milan. Only in this manner could he hope to endure in the subspace. Milan herself was born from the subspace, her spiritual energy system liberated from constraints. The possibility of becoming an existence like Milan was the sole solution that Yuling could conceive. Flesh burned away, the human aspect of Yuling, which he had painstakingly evolved to this genetic level, transformed into nourishment to further his evolution. A beam of light soared into the heavens, and countless luminous particles cascaded down. Yuling emerged, now transformed into an energy life form, where the concept of lifespan had become irrelevant. He cast a glance at Milan, who was instantly filled with dread. Had he truly succeeded? The arduous journey she had undertaken, gathering various talents and plundering the spiritual energy of the entire Naue people, had barely allowed her to achieve what she had. Yet this man had accomplished it so effortlessly, appearing even more successful than herself. Milan emitted a strange groan. Filled with regret, she should never have provoked him. The moment Yuling descended upon Pandora, she should have fled. Even wandering through the cosmos would have been preferable to confronting such a monster. Ha 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 ha. You are quite remarkable, Yuling. I must commend you. But now the situation is set. What can you do? After a moment of madness, Milan regained her composure. The subspace had fully opened. Even she could not alter the fact that Pandora was being drawn in. How could Yuling, having just transformed into this form, possibly accomplish that? Perhaps in a few centuries, once he had complete control over his powers, it could be feasible. But for now, it was utterly impossible. The material world and subspace were fundamentally incompatible. Even as an energy entity, Yuling would struggle to protect himself against the vast energies and malevolence of the subspace. Similarly, Milan found herself in the same predicament. Thus, she embraced the certainty of death, determined to drag Yuling and the planet Pandora into oblivion together. Yuling gazed at her with indifference, choosing not to speak. It was a pitiful sight that evoked a sense of sympathy from him. Only by assuming this form did Yuling truly comprehend his own strength. However, it was evident that Milan had not unleashed her true potential. The planet beneath them began to transform. In less than 10 seconds, Yuling had seized control over the entire world. His domain expanded. At that moment, a spaceship arrived before him. Commander? The leader of the Judgment Army hesitated as he observed Yuling. Isn't that the woman from the Divine Tree? It is I. Worry not. Dismantle the spaceship's subspace engine swiftly. Understood. The leader did not inquire further. The situation was urgent, and time was of the essence. The audience on Blue Star watched as the visual feed became choppy, occasionally revealing a clear image, as if on the brink of disconnection. What is happening? Look. Such a colossal divine tree. Furthermore, esteemed Yuling, what a sight you present. Has this been an evolution? Are you akin to that woman? If one cannot prevail, one must join, correct? If memory serves, Yuling possesses a mimetic ability. Is this mimicry truly so formidable? I had always presumed it to be a trivial power. Yet it appears this ability may indeed be the most potent of all. To directly mimic a divine being. How remarkable! Does this not render Yuling invincible? The spectators of Blue Star began to express their astonishment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the skies of Pandora have been completely engulfed by the subspace. The inhabitants of the planet began to feel a distinct sensation of weightlessness, but this was soon restored. It is Yuling who has taken action. The entirety of Pandora is enveloped by his domain. Commander, the engine has been disassembled. The team leader presented the spacecraft's engine along with its accompanying apparatus to Yuling. He nodded, placing his hand upon it. Suddenly, the engine began to transform, becoming semi-transparent. Assimilation. In that moment, the capabilities of the subspace engine fell under Yuling's control. Observe closely, Milan. This is how one wields power. With that, a gravitational field enveloped Pandora. Chapter 143. A breakthrough with the planet Blue Star. As everyone witnessed Yuling enveloping the entire planet Pandora with a Geller field, the scene abruptly vanished. They vaguely saw Pandora being drawn into subspace. People across the globe fell into silence. Meanwhile, on the planet Pandora, the divine tree form of Milan began to rapidly disintegrate upon entering subspace. In the end, she was left with only a luminous orb, preserving her final consciousness. Curiously, she surveyed the surrounding field, quickly discerning the essence of the Geller field. Remarkable. It can actually project the physical world into subspace, defending against erosion. Milan's voice resonated. A powered armor warrior raised an energy gun and fired at her. But it proved futile. Yuling strained to maintain the field, exerting every ounce of energy. You are foolish. Why protect an entire planet? Wouldn't it be much easier to safeguard only those behind you? Milan inquired with curiosity. Yuling remained silent, indifferent. The current state of Pandora could very well traverse through subspace and reappear in the physical realm. This was something she could not allow. Having drawn Yuling into subspace through a near self-destructive method, how could she accept the notion that one could return with an entire planet, thriving in a perfect form? Unforgivable. Milan laughed, breaking through the Geller field and willingly embracing the chaotic energy she once feared. The malevolent will of chaos began to erode her, bringing with it an immense surge of power. This will, born from subspace, returned to subspace, having elevated its level beyond measure, unlike its previous state of imminent annihilation. Now, even amidst the chaotic subspace, her energy level secured her a place of significance. Though unaware of what she might ultimately become, Milan no longer cared. She recognized this and fervently absorbed the power of subspace. Ha ha ha. Yuling, you never expected this. Milan's consciousness expanded, transforming into a grotesque entity. Yuling's expression turned grave. She had not anticipated that this adversary could rise again. This posed a considerable challenge. Milan began to assault the Geller field. But due to the incompatibility with the world's rules, her efforts proved ineffective. Milan screamed in frustration. Yuling exhaled in relief. Although this deranged woman had grown several times stronger and increasingly grotesque, fortunately, she could not breach the field's defenses for the time being. Yuling began to assess her surroundings, searching for weaknesses in subspace to facilitate Pandora's escape. As the opponent had suggested, she too had contemplated merely safeguarding those behind her, allowing Pandora to fend for itself. However, she had already dismantled the subspace engine and had consumed it. This state was merely a simulation of that psychic energy. Once released, her survival remained uncertain, let alone the prospect of wielding that power again. Moreover, once released, whether the previously devoured and assimilated abilities can be utilized again remains a question. To take such a perilous risk to save others, only for them to languish in two engineless vessels, is hardly a worthwhile endeavor. Thus, Yuling resolved to take decisive action, encapsulating the entire planet. As long as he managed to salvage his own life, he was confident he could once again thrive. After all, an interdimensional engine was merely a construct that could be recreated. Eureka! A sudden glimmer illuminated Yuling's eyes. Within the subspace, both time and space existed in a chaotic tumult. He could not ascertain how long had passed. Outside, Milan's relentless assault, showed no signs of abating. Yuling sensed his spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. However, having identified a vulnerability, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He steered Pandora towards Milan. Startled, she hastily ceased her attacks and attempted to evade. Yet, the moment she made the evasive maneuver, regret washed over her. Why was she dodging? Such an attack could never reach her. Oddly, why was Yuling resorting to such tactics? A sense of foreboding gripped her as she realized the gravity of the situation. Yuling's power had carved a substantial breach in the subspace, allowing the Pandora planet to squeeze through. In an instant, a quarter of the planet's mass materialized in the physical realm. You shall not succeed. Milan was driven to madness. After all she had sacrificed, even becoming a denizen of subspace, she would never escape this bondage. How could she permit Yuling to flee now? A terrifying shriek echoed through the air. Yuling glanced back, drenched in cold sweat, though in this form, he could not perspire. Calm yourself. Can we not coexist peacefully? You reign as queen in your subspace while I toil in the material world. Would that not be beneficial for us both? Milan erupted in her first expletive. How dare this man utter such words? It was he who had obliterated her existence. The last vestiges of her reason dissipated. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy coalesced around her. Milan found herself at the spiritual critical point once more, charging towards the Pandora planet with tremendous force. Yuling gasped in shock. The magnitude of her power was staggering. Even in his current state, he felt a prickling apprehension. Madwoman! He cursed inwardly once more. Yuling forcefully summoned his internal spiritual energy, activating the limit-breaking mimicry once again. This time, he emulated the state Milan had previously unleashed upon herself. But the explosive energy was repurposed for defense. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed a portion of Pandora within the subspace. Subsequently, a chain reaction erupted. The energy within the subspace ignited like tinder, set ablaze by Milan's assault. A series of horrifying explosions unfolded. The Pandora planet was violently propelled outward. Emerging from the subspace, its rear appearing as though a large chunk had been bitten away, revealing the malevolent crimson of the subspace. The planet continued its forward flight, the gaping wound shimmering with a red glow. Behind it, the rift in the subspace gradually began to heal. Yuling turned back and beheld a colossal explosion, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. A tempest was born. At the heart of this storm, a gaze fixated upon her, brimming with animosity. Yuling's lips twitched. Milan, that fellow, truly possessed an indomitable spirit. If she were to survive this dreadful subspace tempest, the high-density energy coalescing at its core would undoubtedly transform Milan into an unimaginable monstrosity. Typically, subspace consciousness flows with the currents, only spawning unique entities when a significant tempest of desire disrupts the material realm. Milan's ultimate self-detonation had given rise to this horrific storm engulfing the entirety of subspace. All energy converged towards her. Yuling dared not contemplate the terror that awaited should this woman return alive, provided she could even descend into the material world. After this encounter, the bond between Milan and subspace would forever remain unbreakable. Commander, you. At this moment, the force field enveloping Pandora had dissipated. Yuling was left with but half a body, continuously emitting sparks of light, yet failing to mend. On the opposite side of the planet, those distorted spiritual energy monstrosities surged forth from the land, wailing into the vastness of outer space. Chapter 144, the conclusion of the great battle. Yuling cast a glance at his own reflection, rendered speechless by the overwhelming terror of Milan's final strike. The damage inflicted upon him was astonishingly severe, leaving him devoid of confidence in his ability to recover. In truth, achieving a complete restoration seemed an arduous challenge. He waved his hand, and from the distant ship emerged a dozen or so landing pods. A radiant light cascaded from his palm as the pods ascended, disassembling and reassembling into a colossal steel structure resembling a coffin. Subsequently, the interior began to shimmer with a semi-transparent energy. I am gravely injured. Henceforth, I shall expend my last vestige of strength to halt the planet Pandora. The planet's reverse side has been eroded by the malevolent energies of the subspace and Milan's malice. Exercise caution. There, fearsome monstrosities may be born. The distorted energy beings scattered across the planet will also be yours to confront. I shall succumb to a deep slumber, and I earnestly hope that when I awaken, you will not all have perished. Regardless of how much time elapses, I vow to return with you or your descendants to our home." Upon finishing his words, Pandora trembled and came to a halt. Yuling glanced around, relieved to find himself near a star, struggling against the encroaching drowsiness. He noticed the powered armor warriors surrounding him, their faces etched with sorrow as they shouted something he could not hear. Drawing upon the last remnants of his energy, he guided Pandora into orbit around the star and gave it a gentle push, initiating its rotation. With a slight adjustment of energy, he mused that this arrangement could sustain itself for several millennia. With that thought, Yuling transformed into a stream of energy, entering the alloy coffin. As he did so, the coffin-like structure began to shift, sealing itself tightly. Then, as if devoid of mass, it sank into the earth. The powered armor warriors saluted, bidding farewell to Yuling as he vanished, leaving behind nothing but the desolate ruins. "Commander, what shall we do?" inquired the leader of the Judgment Army. Gazing at the violet sun in the sky, "Dismantle the ship and gather all usable resources. We shall establish a city here," he declared, striding toward the grounded vessel. Devoid of engines, those ships were now incapable of flight, prompting the crew to begin their dismantlement. The aircraft remained functional, representing perhaps the greatest treasure for all. Next came the various shipborne weapons and main cannons. The Na'vi exchanged glances. After a lengthy pause, one powered armor warrior nudged Karina, prompting the Na'vi to finally react. The previous battle had been so extraordinary that it left them in a daze. These diminutive beings were astonishingly formidable. "Let us assist," Karina urged. Yet the branch of Na'vi hesitated, their faces betraying uncertainty. "Why do we not depart? We could return to our former way of life." Suddenly, one among the branch of Na'vi stepped forward, his demeanor anxious. Karina paused, taken aback. "Are you certain? Do you truly believe you know what Pandora has become?" Karina had witnessed the monstrous entities that had just been expelled from Pandora with her own eyes. She could not fathom how, in such a brief span, so many terrifying beings reminiscent of the catastrophic surge of the sacred tree had emerged. Each creature was more bizarre than the last. The Gnostics could not possibly survive alone in the current state of Pandora. "If you wish to depart, feel free." Karina refrained from elaborating. Although she had not comprehended what Yuling had conveyed to the powered armor warriors, the expressions on their faces betrayed a dire situation. This was an advantage that the splinter tribes lacked. Having spent some time among these individuals, she had begun to read their emotions. Just a little. Karina, accompanied by her people from the divine tribe, went to offer assistance. The remaining Gnostics exchanged glances. Some opted to leave, while others chose to stay. Together, they began to construct a city alongside the powered armor warriors. The Dragon Kingdom's fighters merely cast a glance at the Gnostics before not refusing their presence. Given the arduous circumstances, those willing to weather the storm together would not be neglected. On Blue Star, 3 years had passed since Yuling led Pandora into subspace. Severing all contact, I hereby declare the commencement of the anniversary celebration for the establishment of the Human Federation. Let us pray for the Emperor and those valiant warriors. The great leader stood upon the podium in the imperial capital, uttering these words before bowing his head and closing his eyes. Below, the heads of various nations were present, and upon hearing this, they mirrored his actions. Clad in their national attire, they adorned their chests with a unified emblem, a shattered planet, resembling Pandora itself. With Yuling now unreachable, that battle had unveiled the insignificance of humanity. All nations unanimously resolved to set aside internal conflicts and devote themselves to the advancement of civilization. Mars had dispatched the 382nd batch of supplies. The Federation had taken control of the 12th resource planet. Genetic warrior modifications had reached the 5th tier. Mars had established the mechanical sect, cordially inviting all enthusiasts of steel and mechanized souls to join their family. Limb modifications were offered free of charge. The Translightspeed spacecraft had been opened for civilian use, allowing citizens to purchase with credit scores. The Neptune exploration team was recruiting. Those with genetic modifications above the 3rd tier or mechanical modifications exceeding 45 were welcome. Generous benefits, including 5 insurances and 1 fund. No psychics, I repeat, no psychics. From the vantage point of outer space, Blue Star appeared utterly transformed. While it retained its bluish-green hue, it resembled a beehive, with spacecraft continually departing and returning. In outer space, the space station originally constructed by Yuling had evolved into a city cluster reminiscent of a landmass. Heaven knows how they accomplished this feat in just a few short years. This place was referred to as the Imperial City, where real estate prices soared exorbitantly. It stood as the largest port between Blue Star and the cosmos, where all returning resource collection vessels would dock for inspection, unloading, and trading. It was precisely these activities that fostered its splendor, drawing all capital with fervent eagerness. As long as one possesses some assets in the Imperial City, the mere issuance of stocks on Blue Star can lead to an overwhelming demand. Everything is flourishing. Humanity harbors a singular aspiration to await the return of Yuling, so that their emperor may witness their unwavering loyalty. His choice of humanity over that godlike being, Milan, was indeed a wise one. The entirety of human civilization shall stand ready for Yuling's return, guiding them once more into the depths of the starry cosmos. A century has elapsed. On the planet Pandora, a grand metropolis now stands upon the remnants of Yuling's disappearance. This city serves as the nucleus, radiating countless satellite cities. The attire of the populace is remarkably distinctive, embodying a fusion of primitive tribal and punk aesthetics. Animal hides and powered armor are omnipresent. Figures with blue and yellow skin, of various sizes, traverse the bustling streets. Hey, does your chainsaw sword come with a warranty? Chapter 145, The Central Cemetery on Pandora. At the edge of the nearest city to the central district, a Gnostic's clad in rudimentary powered armor crouched before an elderly human stall. He picked up a chainsaw sword and inquired, "What about it, old man? Is this thing under warranty?" The elder raised his gaze slightly. "Ah, a naive young Gnostics. He seems to have recently embarked on his journey. His genetic modifications probably haven't even reached the second stage. He must be a recent recruit from the Slaughter Academy. It appears he hails from a somewhat privileged background, or else he wouldn't be inquiring about a chainsaw sword. Of course, there is also the possibility he is merely a novice." In an instant, the old man made a multitude of judgments. This was a reaction born from his experience as a veteran who had retreated from the Beastman's front lines. If one cannot swiftly assess the situation and make the best choice, survival until now would have been impossible. Scram. If you want to buy, then buy, at my age. I've never heard of a chainsaw sword coming with a warranty. Don't come here seeking attention, trying to impress the girls. Go elsewhere. Or do you want me to take you down a peg? The elder's words erupted with indignation, spattering saliva as he shouted. The young Gnostics leaned back sharply, evading the spray. Behind him, several young girls, adorned in similar school cloaks, stifled their laughter behind their hands. "Harrison, don't embarrass yourself. Chainsaw swords aren't cheap." A male classmate further back chimed in, provoking a wave of laughter. Irate, Harrison shot them a glare. He had saved his pocket money for over a decade to purchase a chainsaw sword. What was wrong with asking a few questions? He patted the rune sword issued by the school at his waist, knowing it could not compare to a chainsaw sword. A real man should possess his own chainsaw sword. Enough chatter. Whether it's under warranty or not, I want this chainsaw sword. How much? Harrison declared, gripping the chainsaw sword tightly, unwilling to relinquish it. His classmates were momentarily stunned. Wait, is he serious? Wow, could this guy actually be wealthy? No way. Although the alchemy workshop has reformed for over 70 years, significantly lowering the prices of various equipment, this is clearly a second-generation model, possibly even one that participated in the legendary Beast War. It can't be cheap. 70 years ago, a pioneer among humans proposed a resource conversion device for the original capital of the Divine Emperor, addressing the inefficiencies in weaponry production. He suggested establishing dedicated production lines, significantly enhancing the speed of weapon manufacturing. A decade later, it became achievable for every soldier to possess powered armor and a chainsaw sword. After blood-soaked battles, the prolonged beast war spanning over 20 years was concluded, driving all monsters beyond human territories. This was knowledge ingrained in each of them since childhood. With the threat of extinction abated, the capital of the Divine Emperor continued to flourish, ultimately reaching its current scale. The elder gazed at the young man before him, reminiscing about his own youth, born amidst the flames of war, with his entire tribe facing imminent annihilation. In those days, resources were scarce, and he had dreamt of owning a chainsaw sword. After the workshop underwent reforms and he acquired his first chainsaw sword. Isn't this the very demeanor he exhibited? With technology having advanced to such a degree, it is now possible to ascertain precisely when a life form approaches its inevitable end. With merely 2 months left in his own existence, he yearns to find a suitable resting place for his old companion. 38,000 hope coins. Can you afford that? The old man narrowed his eyes, a sound of sharp intake of breath escaping him. How exorbitant! Although aware of the hefty price, this is simply too steep. The latest version 17 of the Reaper chainsaw sword released by the Judgment Hall is merely 30,000, isn't it? A murmur of discussion arose among the students behind Harrison. Yet, the longing in their eyes remained undiminished. A chainsaw sword that may have participated in a legendary war is incomparable to those newly forged. What if it awakens a machine spirit? To say nothing of 38,000, even 10 times that amount would be snatched up in a frenzy. Harrison understood as well. But alas, funds were insufficient. His family's circumstances were relatively favorable, and despite a lifetime of frugality, he had only managed to save 30,000. The old man's quote was neither too high nor too low, landing precisely at a point that was just out of reach. The old man squinted, seemingly satisfied that his price was just right. How about this? I can let you in on a little secret. It genuinely is a weapon that participated in that war. A testament to loyalty to the Divine Emperor. This price is practically a gift. What say you? He spoke in a teasing tone, as if amusing a child. Hurry home to your mother. My old companion deserves to be wielded by a warrior capable of slaying 5th-level beasts. Suddenly, the old man's expression shifted, and he cursed in anger. TSK. Harrison's face soured upon hearing that. Old fellow, your loyal chainsaw sword, paired with my ID and title, makes 5th-level beasts hardly a concern. I will inevitably charge into the heart of the Black Danger Zone. I shall obliterate the king of aberrant beasts, and to top it off, I'll have your ID engraved on the hilt as a good luck charm. The youth pointed to the dog tag on his chest, beneath which the slanted inscription read, Invincible beneath the Divine Emperor, adorned with the title symbol. The old man fell silent. Where does a lad without even a diploma acquire a dog tag? And such an exaggerated title at that. He stood up quietly, seizing a metal rod from the stall. It was time to teach today's youth a lesson in humility. Harrison swallowed hard, sensing impending doom. The scene erupted into chaos. Patrol team. A brawl has erupted in Block 8. Respond immediately. Received. In the core area, over 100 kilometers away from the brawl, lies the Martyrs' Cemetery, a highly fortified zone with an impressive military presence. A man clad in tattered powered armor listened intently to the sounds emitted by the nearby equipment. Despite the armor's severe damage, it remained recognizable as the invaluable first-generation powered suit, rumored to be crafted personally by the Divine Emperor. My old comrades, my time is drawing near. And there are still no signs of the commander awakening. Complex devices surrounded this soldier, who was a member of the Judgment Army. In the beginning, when the brothers united with the Gnostics and carved out a territory conducive to the flourishing of their kin, a portion of the Gene warriors chose to propagate their lineage, passing on their bloodline. Meanwhile, another faction opted to enter the landing pods, surrendering to slumber as they awaited the return of the remnants of their spirit. They took turns awakening, safeguarding their brethren while patiently anticipating the king's reemergence. Yet, nearly a century has elapsed, and the resting place of the remnants remains eerily silent. A glimmer of moisture welled in the warrior's eyes. Behind him lay a series of horizontally positioned landing pods. At the heart of the matrix formed by these pods stood several containers, housing the valiant warriors who fell in battle. They had made a promise. They would ensure the return of their comrades. The warrior gazed at the containers, murmuring to himself. He approached his designated landing pod. His watch had come to an end. The logs had also been updated, providing the subsequent guardians with a swift overview of the current circumstances. Chapter 146. The curtain falls as the sentinels succumb to slumber. The awakening protocol commenced. In merely 3 minutes, another sentinel would stir from his rest. Meanwhile, the intricate apparatus began to manifest chaos, its myriad dials spiraling into disarray. Behind this machinery lay a steel altar, beneath which the coffin of the lingering spirit was interred. At that moment, the coffin began to transform. One by one, the joint locks released, and a palpable energy surged forth. At the altar's center, the energy form of the lingering spirit materialized, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Without hesitation, he traversed the formidable barriers and emerged into the open air. Soaring high above, he gazed down upon the city below. Subtle waves of spiritual energy radiated outward, unnoticed by any. A plethora of information was absorbed as the energy spread. Over a century had elapsed. After uttering this thought, his energy form swayed unsteadily. Frowning, he realized the severity of his past wounds. Though the mimetic effect had not dissipated, more than 100 years of recuperation had left him exceedingly fragile. He must seek out a vessel. With this resolve, the lingering spirit pressed onward, soaring over the bustling city until he reached the borders of the beastman's defensive line. At this juncture, the creatures, twisted by subspace energy, were launching an assault. The human legions stood resolutely atop the towering walls, fending off the ferocious beasts before them. The lingering spirit pondered briefly before gliding toward the heart of the battlefield. A young human lay sprawled on the ground, his innards utterly ruptured, while the remainder of his form remained relatively intact. The lingering spirit utilized his energy to conceal him deep underground. He then reclined, preparing to merge with this corporeal vessel. His own physical form had been incinerated during the mimetic process. If he could once again possess a body, undergo genetic evolution, and reignite his essence, he would surely restore his current state of injury. Presently, the human factions were thriving, having made commendable advancements in technology that even he could acknowledge. They had forged their own path. The lingering spirit resolved to remain hidden for the time being, offering them protection from the shadows. The dark side of this planet had evidently given rise to terrifying beasts. Should that menace not be eradicated, the return to the blue star would remain unattainable. What then would become of those left behind? The merging process commenced. Within the warrior's body, wondrous transformations unfolded. The neural pathways began to transmute into translucent energy. The damaged bodily tissues underwent repair. The lingering spirit was somewhat astonished. The attributes of this body far surpassed those of the Judgment Army's third-tier genetic warriors. Was this a fifth tier? The lingering spirit paused momentarily, directing a fragment of his consciousness to analyze the body's structure. Had it integrated the advantages of the manhwa? Upon uncovering the internal secrets, he smiled with satisfaction. It seemed his prior judgment was indeed correct. The manhwa could significantly advance the capabilities of genetic warriors. He continued to immerse himself fully within the body. This endeavor bore certain risks. Should he perish, he would truly cease to exist. This fusion was irreversible. Once integrated, separation becomes impossible unless an awakening ritual is performed. However, should the body fail to meet the requisite standards, the ritual will inevitably end in failure. Consider the essence of the divine tree and the level of genetic evolution one possessed at that time, without a physique of planetary dominion. Igniting the flame remains an unattainable feat as the integration of the body progressed. Yuling suddenly paused. The system re-emerged. It was at this moment he realized that after the initial mimicry, the system had vanished. The relentless battles and pressing matters had caused him to overlook this significant detail. Must the body be required? Yuling mused peculiarly. The system was his greatest hidden card. Yet, it seemed the system did not acknowledge Milan's mode of existence. This implied that energy life was erroneous. If one were to ponder how to venture further at the pinnacle of power, Yuling would undoubtedly assert that it entailed keeping pace with the system. If this were the case, then considerations would need to be reevaluated. At the very least, the serene awakening of the flame was no longer the sole option. He gazed at his current status panel. Name, Yuling. Body age, 61. False death. Remaining lifespan, 120 years. Genetic level, Cosmic level 1. Citizen. Spiritual energy level, Non-Imperial Knowledge Repository. Unlock permission, 40. Sealed. Spiritual techniques, Mimicry. Distortion. Speed. Telekinetic attack, Telekinetic shield. Puppet master, sealed. Reputation, 850541. After scrutinizing his panel for a considerable time, he suddenly noticed a familiar element within the system. A surge of joy enveloped Yuling. The black box. It was the unactivated black box factory. Given its presence here, could it imply the factory on Mars? Yuling contemplated. There was no way to ascertain the situation over there. Nevertheless, the emergence of this item undoubtedly bore significant advantages. With it, Regaining his peak was merely a matter of time. What he must now do is ascend from the depths, achieve illustrious military feats, garner support, and develop a series of technological advancements to elevate his genetic level. Subsequently, he would vanquish all the monstrous beasts lurking on the dark side of the planet, returning with Pandora to Blue Star. Indeed, Yuling intended to transport an entire planet back to the galaxy. This planet was now a treasure. Following its journey through subspace, the mutations had not been confined to mere monsters. Ordinary stones had transformed into spiritual energy ores, and the spiritual energy contained within the land and rivers had significantly amplified. Although there remained unawakened spiritual energy humans or Gnostics, their bodies were now in perfect harmony with spiritual energy. The planet's value had escalated beyond measure. Even the planet's core was undergoing spiritual energy transformation. Yuling had an inkling that Pandora would play a pivotal role in his growth journey at a critical juncture. He must return with Pandora, for within subspace, Milan was still alive. Her hatred towards him would only deepen with time. He must return to Blue Star, leading civilization to rapid advancement to confront the resurrection of that monster. Presently, the subspace storm raged relentlessly. Even with the possession of a hyperspace engine, navigation remains an impossibility. Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. When the tempest abates, it will mark the moment when Milion has absorbed sufficient energy to undergo its metamorphosis. At that juncture, humanity, along with all living beings, shall confront a true deity of hyperspace, far surpassing the previous half-measures. This transformation, as deduced by Yuling, is protracted, allowing him to remain unhurried for the time being, savoring a fleeting moment of tranquility amid the chaos. The opportune moment to return to Blue Star will arrive with the cessation of the storm. However, the hyperspace tempest shows no signs of relenting. Finally, Yuling excavated the earth above him, emerging to stand upon the surface, gazing towards the distant battlefield. He had never perceived these creatures as so endearing before. Perhaps this was due to their recent awakening, rendering everything a marvel in his eyes. Yuling remains unaware of the many challenges that lie ahead, but for now, he simply wishes to relish the thrill of combat. He grasped the chainsaw sword from the ground, letting out a fierce battle cry as he charged forth, to offer his loyalty to His Majesty the God Emperor. When the hyperspace storm eventually subsides, Yuling shall return to Blue Star, accompanied by formidable warriors, ready to confront the imminent adversaries. The end.